Swat a mosquito, get a Ferrari, stomp on a few ants, and a divine bow drops? The world is changing, everyone's awakening powers. While others are thrilled with their deranged talents, Yichen's monster drop talent has quietly activated, and its drop rate is ridiculously high. Mutant creatures? In Yichen's eyes, they're all walking treasure chests. The world changed abruptly. Colored meteors fell, and superpowered individuals emerged everywhere. Eye lasers, super hearing, flight, even talking monkeys and mermaids became internet sensations. Yichen, a recent graduate struggling to find work for over a month, decided to give up job hunting as chaos loomed, hoping he too would awaken a talent. However, after countless attempts, he remained ordinary. Even a stray cat seemed to disdain him with a sidelong glance. Looks like the fact I'm a loser hasn't changed, Yichen sighed. In his class chat group, everyone was discussing the changes. Lu Jingwei, a rich second-generation kid, revealed that almost everyone would awaken talents in the future, but their strength would vary. Lin Xingwan, the school beauty, brought even more explosive news. The Martial Arts Association, wuxia, would announce talent grading Jia, I, Bing, Ding, A, B, C, D essentially, with Ding being the lowest and San Jia, third Jia, or A++, the highest. Furthermore, animals and plants would also mutate, becoming more aggressive, posing a crisis for humanity. Yichen mused that if his talent wasn't high grade, he might become food for mutated creatures. Just then, a mosquito bit him. Yichen instinctively swatted it. Ding! Killed one mosquito. Obtained. Stored in reserve space. A special space appeared in his mind, containing a stunning red Ferrari. With a thought, the Ferrari materialized before him, documents and a full tank of gas included. A mosquito dropped a Ferrari? Is this my talent? Yichen was ecstatic. He rushed to an empty, secluded area and stomped hard on an ant nest. Killed one ant. Obtained 10,000 yuan. Killed one ant. Obtained a high-end Huawei phone. Killed one ant. Obtained a pair of Crocs. A series of notifications sounded. His reserve space filled with cash and various items, totaling hundreds of thousands in value. Monster drops. This drop rate is ridiculously high. Yichen excitedly continued stomping on ants. Killed one ant. Obtained weapon, Shaolin bow. A purple, ancient-looking longbow appeared. Its body was carved with mysterious patterns, and faint lightning flickered on its string. Yichen tried to draw it, feeling immense strain at just 1/10 draw, managing only 2/10 with all his might. He released. Bang! A clap of thunder, a flash of lightning, and a nearby man-sized boulder shattered, the fragments bearing scorch marks. This power is insane. Yichen was stunned. This had to be at least a Jia-rank talent. In the evening, Lin Xingwan, the school beauty, texted him, "Don't leave the city for the next 2 days. Especially don't go near the west suburbs." A warmth spread through Yichen as he recalled the ambiguous affection that had blossomed between them after an accidental night spent alone together during a university trip. He replied, probing. Lin Xingwan, though feigning indifference, still warned him of unimaginable danger in the west suburbs, mentioning she had awakened her talent and had protection. Yichen hinted he'd awakened a talent too. Lin Xingwan, skeptical but concerned, urged him to take care of himself. Mutated creatures in the west suburbs? What good stuff would drop if I killed them? Ambition stirred in Yichen, but currently, apart from the Shaolin Bao, he had no other way to enhance his strength. As he pondered, a thumb-sized cockroach scurried from under the door. Yichen grabbed a slipper and slammed it down. Splat! The cockroach died. Killed one cockroach. Obtained cultivation method, Shaolin breathing technique. Stored in reserve space. Good ol' Rochi. I knew raising you wasn't in vain. Yichen was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed. He immediately retrieved a jade slip. Upon mental contact, profound information flowed into his mind, a technique to activate latent lightning meridians in the body and temper it with cultivated lightning through specific breathing rhythms. He sat cross-legged, practicing the short short long long short, long long short short, long short long long rhythm. After an unknown time, a thunderclap rumbled within him. His ears buzzed, his bones and sinews sang in unison, a numbing sensation exploded through his muscles, and lightning seemed to course through every cell. Opening his eyes, a spark flashed. His night vision had increased manifold, able to see a cicada urinating on a distant tree. His body brimmed with explosive power. He picked up the Shaolin Bao again, easily drawing it halfway. His strength had more than doubled. Whoosh! He released. A purple arrow of light shot out, blasting through a tree as thick as a child's arm, flying hundreds of meters further, piercing trees and stones like tofu, leaving scorched trails. Hiss! Yichen gasped. This power far surpassed firearms. His speed and reflexes had also significantly improved. He could probably run 100 meters in 5 or 6 seconds. This breathing technique is my foundation. He was thrilled. An hour of cultivation yielded such divine results. A few more days, and even Jia-rank talents would be nothing to him. He had an exhilarating night. The next morning, he found many dairy products beside him. Yichhen was dumbfounded, then realized with a wry smile it was loot from killing something in his sleep, a consequence of his newly awakened, vigorous state. He decided to focus on cultivating the Xiao Leiyin breathing technique. In the evening, while eating instant noodles and browsing news, he saw Wuxia's official announcement. Talent grades were Jia, Yi, Ding, Ding, each further divided into 3 sublevels, 1 Ding lowest, 3 Jia highest. They encouraged public testing and would promote basic martial arts. The world's great change was confirmed. The comments section under one news article had someone asking if their body's ability to shoot web-like substances from a certain part was a talent, leading to uproarious laughter and someone seriously replying, Ding rank. Yichhen was speechless. In the class chat, Lu Jingwei posted a video showing off his talent. In his luxurious villa, his hands moved like phantoms, then he unleashed a barrage of punches on a wooden post, pang pang pang, demolishing it in seconds, the wood scorched and smoking. 3 seconds, 100 punches, he boasted. Impressive speed. Yichhen admitted Lu's punching speed was high, but he was confident his overall strength was superior. One shot from the Xiao Leiyin Bao, and Lu would be defeated. The group chat exploded with praise for Boss Lu. Mo Yuan, however, quipped, Boss Lu's hand speed, I'm so envious, instantly derailing the conversation with innuendos, infuriating Lu Jingwei. Yichhen chuckled and prepared to continue cultivating. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from outside, the direction, Yunqing's west suburbs. Mutated creatures are out? Yichen's heart stirred. He flexed his hands, eager for a fight. One day, aside from cultivating, Yichhen also tried many animals like chickens and fish, and the drop rate was similarly high. But he hadn't obtained anything better than the breathing technique for now. Moreover, he discovered a pattern. Except for that one special occasion with dairy products, generally he needed to personally kill and sense the creature to receive rewards. In other words, actions like setting fire to mountains or poisoning fish, where he didn't know how many he had killed, were not effective. After a day of cultivation today, Yichen's strength had significantly increased from being able to draw half of the small thunder sound bow to now being able to draw 3/4. Although he hadn't fully tested its power, even half the bow had reached a considerable level last night. Now, with 3/4 of the bow drawn, one could imagine the potential. Additionally, he practiced his accuracy a bit and it was decent. His speed and reaction time had also improved, and he noticed that his defense, well, his ability to take hits should have increased as well, though that was hard to test. So, even though Lin Xingwan mentioned the danger, Yichhen felt that as long as he was careful, he should be qualified to venture into the western suburbs. Of course, unless necessary, he wouldn't take physical risks and would first observe from a distance. With that thought, Yichhen finished his cultivation, stood up decisively, changed into a set of black clothes to make himself less conspicuous, and then quietly left the house, running along the edge of the city towards the western suburbs. Once he started running, Yichhen could feel his current speed, which had reached the point of running 100 meters in just 3 to 4 seconds. Moreover, after running at this speed for several minutes, he surprisingly felt no fatigue at all, indicating that his endurance was quite impressive. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the western suburbs. Once he stopped, he was slightly out of breath and a bit tired. It was important to note that he had maintained high speed running the entire way, probably covering nearly 10 kilometers in those 10 minutes, yet he still felt as if nothing had happened. The more he sensed the changes in his body, the more shocked Yichhen became. Such physical quality had clearly exceeded the realm of normal humans. He was willing to call himself a Superman. The sound should be nearby, he thought after resting for a while, following the sound to a valley on the edge of the western suburbs. The vibrations were coming from within. He could vaguely hear voices as well. If he guessed correctly, it should be humans surrounding a mutated creature. Probably the Lin family and Lu family, those prominent families in Yun City, Yichhen thought to himself, and then he cautiously made his way towards the valley. When he reached the valley's entrance, he didn't reveal himself but instead stealthily climbed to a spot on the mountainside away from the entrance. Using the terrain to his advantage, he looked down into the valley. His eyesight was excellent, allowing him to clearly see the situation inside from nearly 200 meters away. At the very back of the valley, there coiled a large lizard, its entire body a vivid red. This lizard was larger than anything he had ever seen, measuring over 10 meters long with its tail, its limbs powerful, and its back adorned with sharp spikes that looked like knives, giving it a somewhat smaller Godzilla vibe. At that moment, the large lizard was crouching low, growling softly while its lantern-like eyes warily scanned the valley entrance. At the entrance of the valley, a group of people was blocking the way, about 20 to 30 in number. Each was dressed in tight-fitting gear, wielding weapons, and it was evident that they wore some armor beneath their outfits, their expressions showing a clear wariness towards the large lizard. Hey, is that Xiao Chengwan? Suddenly, Yichhen spotted a graceful figure among the crowd. The entire person was wrapped up tightly, even their face was covered, but unfortunately, their figure was too good, with an astonishing proportion between the peaks and plains, making it easy for him to spot them. Perhaps because it was the first time facing such a mutated creature, it was evident that this usually calm and icy school beauty was also somewhat nervous at this moment, being protected by a few people behind her, appearing somewhat passive. Roar! At that moment, the large lizard seemed to have lost its patience for waiting and suddenly let out a furious roar. The sound could be said to shake the mountains and rattle the earth. The entire valley seemed to tremble slightly, and stones kept rolling down from the slopes on both sides. Immediately, the large lizard kicked off with its legs and charged rapidly towards the crowd at the mouth of the valley. "Shield team, move forward and hold the line," a burly man shouted a command. The 10 people standing in the front row quickly split into 2 lines, the first 5 and the last 5, each holding specially made black metal shields upright in front of them. These black shields were over 2 meters tall, standing like a black wall. The shield bearers braced themselves against the other side of the shields with their shoulders, clearly aware of the immense impact they were about to endure, needing to resist with all their strength. Rumble! As the large lizard drew closer, the tremors in the valley intensified, and even Yichhen nearly got shaken off the mountain, fortunately stabilizing himself after finding a flat spot. Roar! 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The large lizard was getting closer to the shield team, and just a few meters away, it suddenly swung its tail violently, smashing it against the first row of shields. With just that swing, the 5 shield bearers were instantly sent flying into the air along with their shields, then fell heavily to the ground with screams. This scene left the second row of shield bearers trembling in fear. Team 3, fire! Aim for the vital spots. Fortunately, the leading burly man quickly issued another command. Soon, 10 men in black rushed out from both flanks, each pulling out firearms and aiming at the large lizard to shoot. But to their shock, the bullets hitting the lizard's skin sounded as if they were hitting iron, barely leaving a few marks and a few streaks of dark green blood, causing minimal damage. Shots aimed at the lizard's eyes also failed to inflict any harm as it simply closed its eyes. Instead, it further provoked the lizard's ferocity. Another loud roar followed, and it charged directly at the second row of the shield team with its head. This collision was even more terrifying, not only sending all the black shields flying but also crashing into the people behind the shields, causing them to suffer internal injuries, spitting blood, and flying in all directions, some colliding with the shooting team, resulting in 2 being crushed to death together. Is this what mutated creatures are like? This is just too terrifying? Seeing this situation, Yichhen on the mountainside couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. One could imagine the disaster if such a creature entered the city. The leading burly man below also had a grim expression. They had anticipated that this mutated lizard would be difficult to deal with, but they hadn't expected it to be this challenging. Dealing with such a large creature should have involved notifying the military. However, this hunt was their private operation aimed at allowing the Lin family to obtain first-hand information on mutated creatures to cope with the impending world filled with mutated beings after the Great Change. Had they known it would be like this, perhaps they wouldn't have been so greedy to hunt. Third uncle, it's your turn. Try to find its weak spot. At that moment, Lin Xingwan spoke, her voice light yet undeniably firm. I should be able to hold them off for a while. Xingwan, you be careful. If you really can't handle it, retreat first, don't worry about me. The big man in front nodded and took 2 steps forward. His eyes narrowed, and suddenly a yellowish light burst forth from his body. His muscles bulged, tearing through his clothes, revealing skin and a body that looked like stone. It was as if he had become a stone man. Now I am part-time writing books. If everyone has money on their accounts, I shamelessly ask for some gifts. If you don't have money, you can click to send gifts. There's a way to earn money by watching ads for the author. For each view, I can get a dime. Thank you. If possible, everyone can read a bit longer and slower. Don't abandon the book so quickly. Everyone reading this book is talented, speaks well, and I really like you all. Is this the talent to turn into a stone man? Seeing this scene, Yichhen couldn't help but pay more attention. Unlike Lu Jingwei, whom he had seen in videos, this was the first time he had witnessed an awakened person in person. His hearing had been enhanced by practicing the little thunder breathing technique, so he could hear Lin Xingwan calling this awakened person third uncle. This third uncle of Xiao Qingwan seems to have some confidence in himself, thinking he can hold them off for a while. I just wonder what Xiao Qingwan's talent is. Yichhen observed below. He had never faced mutated creatures before, so he needed to watch and find the right moment to act. Get out of the way, let me handle this. At this moment, Lin Xingwan's third uncle shouted loudly and charged toward the giant lizard like a bulldozer. The surviving gunman and shield team retreated, each protecting Lin Xingwan's side. It was clear that Lin Xingwan held a very high position in the Lin family, even surpassing her third uncle. Just as the situation unfolded, the giant lizard swept its tail, clearing away the corpses and shields in front of it. Seeing Lin Xingwan's third uncle, the stone man, charging at it, it let out a furious roar and charged straight at him. Bang! A solid impact. To everyone's shock, Lin Xingwan's third uncle did not get knocked away like the shield team. Instead, he firmly planted his feet on the ground and braced himself against the giant lizard's charge with his hands. This talent ability seems to be at least B-level. Yichhen was somewhat surprised. Just this one encounter showed the gap between awakened individuals and ordinary people. It could be said that Lin Xingwan's third uncle alone was more powerful than the combined strength of the other 20 or so people. The giant lizard, seeing that its charge had no effect, became even angrier. It suddenly whipped its tail and struck fiercely at the stone man. To Yichen's surprise, Lin Xingwan's third uncle did not dodge this attack. He allowed the giant lizard's tail to hit him. Boom! Another loud crash, and Lin Xingwan's third uncle was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large pit. But soon after, he stood up again. Looking at his stone-like skin, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Indeed, he had withstood the blow, feeling only a bit of pain, almost uninjured. Come again! This made him braver, and he charged at the giant lizard once more. A man and a lizard quickly became entangled again. Although Lin Xingwan's third uncle was thrown by the giant lizard several times, he always managed to stand up quickly. Roar! This made the giant lizard extremely furious. Suddenly, it let out a roar and opened its mouth, spewing out green mist. Be careful, it might be toxic. Lin Xingwan called out a reminder, and at that moment she suddenly thought this might be its weakness. While it releases the poisonous mist, attack its throat. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingwan's third uncle, Lin Shicheng, quickly rolled and crawled away from the spray of poison. It was evident that as soon as the poison mist hit the ground, it immediately corroded a large pit into the surface. If it landed on a person, it would likely dissolve their body instantly. Yes, the surviving gunmen reacted as well, firing their bullets fiercely at the giant lizard's gaping mouth. In an instant, the giant lizard was hit in the mouth, blood pouring out, and it quickly closed its mouth, no longer daring to release the poison mist. It abandoned the stone figure created by Lin Xingwan's uncle and smartly charged towards Lin Xingwan and the gunman beside her. Be careful! Lin Xingwan's uncle shouted urgently, then threw himself at the giant lizard, trying to block its advance. At that moment, the temperature in the entire valley suddenly dropped, as if summer had turned into winter in an instant. Is this the talent of the little Qing pill? Yichhen, who was preparing to strike, narrowed his eyes as he saw Lin Xingwan suddenly standing still below. He could vaguely sense that this coldness was emanating from her. In the next moment, an icy wind blew. The rampaging giant lizard suddenly found the ground beneath its feet turning into ice, making it unable to stand, and after staggering a few steps, it fell down. The icy ground became very slippery. In fact, it wasn't just the lizard. Lin Xingwan's uncle also fell to the ground. The giant lizard struggled, desperately trying to get back on its feet. After several unsuccessful attempts, it began to go mad, directly slamming its tail against the ice, soon shattering the ice layer. This allowed it to finally stand up, first sending Lin Xingwan's uncle flying with another tail swipe. Then it lunged forward, coming right in front of Lin Xingwan and her group. The distance was less than 10 meters. The stench of the giant lizard's breath seemed to waft in front of them, and the black-clad men standing in front of Lin Xingwan were all on high alert, both frightened and shocked. They could only frantically pull the triggers, trying to use bullets to stop the giant lizard's advance. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The giant lizard charged through the hail of bullets in a single breath, and those black-clad men gritted their teeth, still trying to block it with their bodies. But it was like a mantis trying to stop a car. They were either knocked away or struck by the giant lizard's tail, spitting blood, or even crushed by the giant lizard itself. Lin Xingwan stepped back a few paces, seeing that the giant lizard was now only 5 meters away from her. A hint of panic appeared on her previously calm face. Xingwan, you must run. Lin Xingwan's uncle finally arrived behind the giant lizard, tightly grasping its tail, shouting loudly, using all his strength to try to hold it back. But unfortunately, his talent was mainly in skin defense, and his strength was no match for this mutated giant lizard. Lin Xingwan was unwilling to leave like this. She gritted her teeth and fully activated her talent. Then, beneath the feet of the mutated giant lizard, 2 large ice blocks suddenly appeared, looking like 2 ice buckets, continuously growing until they became 2 ice pillars, completely freezing the giant lizard's 2 front feet, firmly connecting them to the ground. No matter how the giant lizard struggled, it could not pull its feet out of the ice. Seeing this, Lin Xingwan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the giant lizard was only a little over 3 meters away from her, and with one more step, she could attack it. However, she also felt a sharp pain in her head, the world spinning, nearly causing her to fall to the ground. Miss is amazing. It must be a talent above Class A. The others, seeing Lin Xingwan freeze the giant lizard, also showed joy on their faces, thinking the situation was under control. Not good. Lin Xingwan's expression suddenly changed as she recalled something. Roar! Sure enough, in the next moment, she saw the struggling giant lizard suddenly open its mouth, preparing to unleash a cloud of poison. It was important to note that there was no longer any obstruction in front of Lin Xingwan, and no one could attack the giant lizard's throat. This massive creature was now completely unrestrained. Lin Xingwan's delicate face turned pale, realizing that her experience was still too shallow. Just as she wanted to escape, the close distance, combined with her recent extreme use of her talent, left her too weak to move. The moment she tried to move, a wave of dizziness hit her, and her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. Am I going to die? At that moment, for some reason, an unserious face suddenly appeared in her mind, and she thought they would meet again. Whoosh, and just then, a thunderous sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came. A purple light arrow, seemingly from the heavens, moved faster than a shooting star just as the mutated giant lizard opened its mouth. Unable to spray out the poison in time, it was shot directly into its throat. The one who shot it was, of course, Yichhen, who was positioned on the mountainside at the valley's entrance. He had been keeping an eye on the battle in the valley, and after seeing Lin Xingwan's talent, he was astonished that she could freeze such a ferocious mutated giant lizard. However, he realized the problem even earlier than Lin Xingwan. So, he had already taken out the small thunder sound bow, and at the moment the giant lizard opened its mouth, he used all his strength to shoot the light arrow. Now, he could draw the small thunder sound bow to 3/4. It was important to know that the small thunder sound bow could penetrate trees and boulders with just half a draw. He couldn't even estimate the power it could unleash now. The arrow accurately shot into the giant lizard's mouth and drove deep into its throat. Poof! Instantly, blood gushed out. That purple light arrow, with an unstoppable sharpness, directly tore apart the mutated giant lizard's throat, and one could vaguely see the skin behind its throat bulging. This meant that the arrow had almost pierced through the giant lizard's throat, leaving no trace on its hard skin. The horror of its power was unimaginable. Whoa! The giant lizard opened its mouth wide, unable to release the poison any longer. Its eyes widened in unwillingness, and it slowly collapsed like a small mountain, reflexively struggling a few times before quickly becoming a large corpse. Phew! Luckily, I liked playing with slingshots when I was a child. If that arrow hadn't hit, my little Qingwan might have been done for. Seeing this, Yichhen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! Killed one mutated lizard. The rewards have been stored in the reserve space. At the same time, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. This time, the prompt was a bit special. It didn't directly state what he had obtained. Yichhen guessed that it was because he had received more than one type of reward, which was why it wasn't announced directly. He wasn't in a hurry to check. He quickly put away the small thunder sound bow and jumped down the mountain, heading back to his residence. He knew very well that he had no background behind him, and now was not the time to expose himself. After all, while he trusted Lin Xingwan, he still needed to be cautious of others. No one could say how the world would change in the future. It would be better to become stronger later. He could be imposing when necessary, and not afraid to show off. But now, it was just the beginning, and it was essential to be a bit cautious and develop steadily. Meanwhile, in the valley below, at this moment, Lin Xingwan, who had thought she was doomed, was momentarily stunned when she saw the corpse of the mutated giant lizard lying on the ground in front of her. How did this mutated lizard die? Who killed it? She looked at her third uncle, who had already retracted his ability to turn into a stone man, now tiredly leaning against the corpse of the large lizard, panting heavily. Don't look at me, I don't know what happened either. Just now, I used all my strength to hold onto this big guy, and I don't know how it just fell down. Seeing Lin Xingwan looking at him, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he shook his head and said, he indeed felt confused, but he wouldn't naively think that he had killed this mutated lizard. Miss, I think I saw a purple light arrow shoot in from outside and directly pierce the throat of this mutated lizard. Just one arrow, and this big lizard was dead. At this moment, a sharp-eyed gunman spoke up, trembling. The scene from just now still lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Such a terrifying mutated lizard was shot dead just like that. How terrifying must the person who shot that arrow be? So, there are others here? Lin Xingwan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately became alert, but soon she relaxed again. From her subordinate's description, if this person really had malicious intent, they could have shot that arrow much sooner. After killing her, they could have monopolized the corpse of this mutated lizard. She was well aware of how valuable the corpse of such a mutated creature was in the early stages of this world-changing event. I don't know which friend helped us. Please come out and meet us. The Lin family will surely reward you generously. Lin Xingwan's third uncle, Lin Shichang, also thought of this and called out towards the mouth of the valley. Unfortunately, there was no response. After a while, he called out again. Seeing that there was still no response, he had no choice but to give up, exchanged a glance with Lin Xingwan, and began to walk towards the head of the mutated lizard. Although this mutated lizard was dead, its massive mouth remained open. Lin Shichang transformed into a stone man again, then reached into the lizard's mouth, feeling around, and found that the throat was indeed a mess, clearly blown apart by a violent shot. Lin Xingwan's gaze fell on the skin of the lizard's neck, where she noticed it was already cracked, indicating that the arrow had almost pierced through the lizard from the inside out. In other words, even if the arrow hadn't directly hit the throat, it could have easily broken through the lizard's outer defenses. This was something they couldn't penetrate even with submachine gun bullets. This person awakened a power talent? But this power is too. Lin Xingwan felt a shock in her heart. She couldn't imagine how such a heaven-defying talent could appear at the very beginning of this world-changing event. She secretly estimated that even if her and her third uncle's talents were combined, they would still be at a disadvantage compared to this person. Since this person appeared here, they should be from Yun City. I wonder if we can find them. If we can get this person to join our Lin family, we will surely be able to establish a foothold after the great change. Lin Shicheng spoke at this moment. Since this person is unwilling to show themselves, it might not be easy to find them. Lin Qingwan shook her head and said, for now, we should focus on researching the mutated creatures. Understood, I will find someone to transport the corpse of this mutated lizard back to our research center immediately. I hope we can discover something from it. Lin Shicheng nodded and then began to get busy. It wasn't long before Yichhen returned to his residence. This time, he took a risky move and did not go in vain. With the help of the Lin family, he killed the first mutated creature. After settling down, Yichhen opened his storage space to check his gains this time. Good. At first glance, a look of joy appeared on his face. Sure enough, just as he had guessed before, hunting mutated creatures yielded far greater rewards than killing ordinary mosquitoes, ants, or cockroaches. Just one creature had surprisingly dropped 3 valuable items. One of them was an extraordinary alloy knife which, according to its description, was crafted with future technology. The blade was incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through metal and stone, achieving the literal meaning of slicing iron like mud. The key point was the word extraordinary, indicating it was no ordinary knife. The second item was a glowing jade slip which, when opened, revealed a martial art called the Mighty Bull Demon Fist. This technique allowed practitioners to unleash the terrifying power particles hidden within their bodies with every strike, producing a punch far beyond their own strength. The third item was also a glowing jade slip which revealed a movement technique called the subtle movement technique. After training in this technique, a warrior's reaction ability would be enhanced, allowing for better evasion in close combat based on the environment and attacks. In other words, it would increase his dodging ability, making it harder to get hit. Besides these 3 valuable items, Yichhen discovered over 100,000 in money, a lizard toxin, and materials like lizard spines, the uses of which were still unknown. It could be said that this trip was definitely worthwhile, and he had gained a lot. My drop rate is indeed a bit high, Yichhen thought with satisfaction. After arriving at an empty area outside, he extracted all 3 items. The extraordinary alloy knife appeared in his hand first, and he weighed it. The knife was somewhat heavy, probably weighing over 10 pounds. An ordinary person would likely tire after swinging it for a short while. However, for Yichhen, it was no problem at all. After practicing the little thunder breath technique, his physical fitness had greatly improved and was still rapidly increasing. Such weight posed no difficulty for him. Swish! He tried to chop at a large tree by the roadside, and just as described, it sliced through like mud. The blade sank deep into the trunk, and with a slight exertion, the entire tree was felled. He swung it in the air for a while. The sound of slicing air was sharp and satisfying. Not bad, Yichhen nodded in satisfaction, first putting away the extraordinary alloy knife, then beginning to absorb the glowing jade slip of the Mighty Bull Demon Fist. After a moment of comprehension, a set of boxing techniques appeared in his mind. He could visualize a bull glowing with golden light, demonstrating this set of techniques in his mind. The bull's legs stomped on the ground. Despite its beastly form, it appeared incredibly agile and nimble, with both its footwork and punches striking with a speed that was anything but bovine. At times, it resembled an eagle, spreading its wings, at other times a rock swooping down to catch its prey, the wind from its punches fierce and unstoppable. Just by visualizing, Yichhen felt a profound shock to his spirit. What a great technique! He gradually followed the image of the bull in his mind and began to practice in the open space. The sound of wind began to swirl around him. At first, it was like a gentle breeze, but as time passed, the surrounding leaves and dust were swept up. Gradually, with every punch and kick, his movements began to align perfectly with the shadow in his mind. Boom! A punch struck out, and a deep imprint appeared on the tree stump that had just been severed by the extraordinary alloy knife, with chips flying everywhere, almost completely penetrating the thick trunk. This was just a casual punch. He hadn't even used his full strength. Ah, great! The more Yichhen practiced, the better he felt, gradually absorbing the subtle movement technique as well. He integrated the subtle movement technique into the Mighty Bull Demon Fist. His movements became more agile, and with each step he took, it seemed to carry a profound mystery, as if he were amidst a bustling crowd. Although the vehicles around him moved at high speed, not a single one could touch him. After a long time, with this great strength Bull Demon Fist and the extraordinary alloy blade, plus the subtle body technique, my close combat ability has greatly improved. Yichhen stopped his training, but his face still bore a hint of excitement. Now, he could clearly feel the change in his strength. He even thought that, even if he had to engage in hand-to-hand combat with that mutated lizard, he could probably secure victory. And even against someone like Lin Qingwan's third uncle, Lin Shicheng, who had exceptional defensive talent, a single set of the great strength Bull Demon Fist should be able to break through. With such strength, Yichhen felt that in this time of great upheaval, even without relying on the little thunder sound bow, he should have a certain level of self-defense capability. Time passed slowly. Starting from the day after Yichhen hunted that mutated lizard, the dramatic changes in this world seemed to accelerate. First, there was a significant increase in the number of awakened and mutated creatures appearing on the internet and in the news. Later, in the class group, apart from Lin Qingwan and Lu Jingwei, other classmates began to emerge with awakened talents one after another. By the third day, the number of awakened in the university class group had already exceeded half. However, according to Yichen's observations, the talents awakened in the group were mostly quite ordinary, and most were some conventional talents that did not help enhance their own strength. For example, some people's skin would harden when soaked in water, but they couldn't control it on the ground. Some could change the color of their skin, but it was merely a change in appearance. Some could release 20 farts in a row, but they were not toxic. Some could grow 3 centimeters taller, but nothing else changed. Some could make their hair instantly grow over a meter long, but they couldn't control it for attacks. Such talents seemed rather useless, often rated as D-level. Talents like Lu Jingwei's, which had the potential to reach B-level, were already extremely rare. As for Lin Qingwan's ability to control ice, Yichhen saw some introductions online stating that anyone who could control elemental abilities was basically A-level. This meant that Lin Qingwan's awakened talent was at least A-level. Currently, it was said that there were only 2 individuals nationwide who had awakened A-level talents and made them public. One was an awakened with flaming wings known as the Seraph. It was said that this person could not only fly using these fiery wings but also unleash dense heavenly fire attacks, making them incredibly powerful. The other was called the Lightning King, who not only moved at lightning speed but could also emit electric currents to attack, reportedly able to easily electrocute a several hundred-pound water buffalo, making him quite formidable. These 2 A-level awakened individuals received overwhelming support online. A video posted on Douyin would garner over 10 million fans in a single day, which was terrifying and made people envious. Of course, Yichhen felt that his talent should not be inferior to these 2. It was just too extraordinary for the Martial Arts Association to certify. After looking for a while longer, Yichhen planned to put down his phone and continue training. To be honest, although he felt his talent was not worse than that of the Seraph and the Lightning King, it was still hard to say how he compared in terms of strength at this stage. After all, one of them could fly and the other was as fast as lightning. He was still lacking in speed, and if they faced off directly, his chances of winning might be slim. Over the past 3 days, he continued practicing the little thunder sound breathing technique, and now he could draw the little thunder sound about a 90%, but he couldn't seem to fill that last 10% no matter how hard he tried. It felt as if he had reached a critical point and needed an opportunity to break through. He had also tried to find many ants and mosquitoes to kill, but most of the items that dropped were just money and daily necessities. Occasionally, there were some weapons, but they were clearly not as useful as what he obtained from killing the mutated lizard. Yichhen guessed that since he had become stronger, it was like leveling up in an online game. Those low-level monsters, although they had an absurdly high drop rate, clearly didn't drop anything that good. After all, he was least interested in money. So, he figured he still had to hunt mutated creatures to obtain better items. However, he wasn't worried, given the speed at which the world was changing. Mutated creatures would soon be everywhere, and with his drop rate, he wasn't afraid of not finding good loot. We are the brave, we are the bold. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Yichhen curiously picked up the phone he had just set down and was a bit surprised. The caller was actually Mo Yuan. After graduation, their relationship had remained quite good. After thinking for a moment, he decided to stop his training, answered the call. After all, he had so much money now that he wasn't even afraid of borrowing. Yichhen, what have you been up to lately? It's been a while since I heard from you. I thought you were dead. As soon as the call connected, Mo Yuan's lively voice came through. Thanks for your concern. I'm doing well, Yichhen replied with a smile. So, what's up? You have time to call me. Have you awakened your talent? I was just about to ask you if you've awakened your talent. Mo Yuan shouted. What? Are we 2 useless guys going to share a laugh again? Well, Yichhen thought for a moment and jokingly said, I seem to have some feeling. I should be awakening soon. Haha, I get it. I feel the same. It's coming. I even feel like I'm going to awaken a Class A talent. Mo Yuan laughed heartily. I believe you can do it. Yichhen couldn't help but chuckle. This guy had a good attitude. I believe in you too. Let's both awaken Class A talents and show that Lu Jingwei, that second-generation heir, that we can turn our lives around too. Mo Yuan said boldly. Absolutely. Yichhen smiled slightly. He had indeed turned his life around, but whether Mo Yuan could do the same, he didn't know. The two continued to chat for a while. Mo Yuan returned to the main topic. By the way, are you going to the class reunion tomorrow? You're the only one I'm close to in our class. If you don't go, it won't be fun for me. Is my little Qingwan going? Yichhen asked. Damn. How did I just realize you're even thicker skinned than I am? You're really still thinking about Lin Xiaohua? I beg you, man, have some self-awareness. What kind of looks, family background, and connections does she have? Mo Yuan seemed a bit agitated. Am I not handsome? Yichhen replied calmly. Mo Yuan was left speechless. What's the use of being handsome? Besides, even if you are handsome, can you be more handsome than me? Yichhen, young man, don't think about living off others at such a young age. I heard Lin Qingwan has already awakened a Class A talent. You can't really think she'd be interested in trash like us, right? Put. You can be trash, but why drag me down with you? Yichhen said. somewhat unhappily. Even if I'm trash, I'm the recyclable kind, you're the other kind of trash. Alright, Lin Qingwan should be coming, and Lu Jingwei, that second generation heir, will definitely come to show off. Although I dislike him, he'll probably let slip some information to impress us. Mo Yuan continued, even though we haven't awakened our talents yet, it's always good to gather more information. I have a plan, you go listen, then come back and tell me, Yichhen said with a smile. Get lost. Our Waste Alliance can't lose a single member. Mo Yuan quickly retorted, if I can't see you tomorrow and end up embarrassed alone, I won't let you off the hook. Ahem. Yichhen coughed a couple of times, feeling a bit sympathetic towards this big brother. Let's leave it at that. You must come, I have a secret to tell you tomorrow. Mo Yuan didn't give Yichhen a chance to refuse. What secret? Yichhen was curious. You'll know when you come. Mo Yuan was quite cunning and hung up the phone directly. This guy is probably lying to me, Yichhen smiled bitterly, but since the other party said so, he might as well go to this gathering. After all, in such a time of great change, this meeting with many old classmates could very well be the last one in a lifetime. Just to leave a memory. He put down his phone. After sitting quietly for a while, Yichhen hesitated again and picked up his phone to make another call. Dad. The call connected and he called out, then exchanged pleasantries. Have you eaten? Just finished eating. Your mom killed a chicken tonight, it should last us for 2 days, came a robust voice from the other end. Yichen's father, Yi Demon, a blacksmith from a small town over 100 kilometers away from Yun City. I just finished eating too, what a coincidence, I had braised chicken tonight, Yichhen said with a smile. The chicken outside has no flavor at all, it can't compare to home-cooked, Yi Demon said. Then I'll go back in a couple of days to eat? Yichhen replied without hesitation. Are you so free? Haven't found a job yet? Yi Demon asked. Sort of found one, but it's quite flexible, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm doing well now, Yichhen thought for a moment and said half-truthfully. Need money? Yi Demon hesitated before asking. Not at all. I have plenty of money. I can't even spend it all. I was thinking of sending some to you too, Yichhen quickly replied. He knew his dad usually helped neighbors with farming tools and daily necessities, and after the internet became popular, business had dropped significantly. Alright, don't overdo it. Recently, everyone has heard that the world is changing, and there are supposed to be mutated monsters. More people have come to me for weapons, and I've made a bit more money, Yi Demon said. Right, the reason I called back this time is to remind you, Yichhen said. The world has indeed changed a lot recently. You two need to be careful and not go out too much. By the way, have there been any strange occurrences in the town lately? Some people in the town have awakened their talents and even organized a guard team, so there shouldn't be anything to fear, Yi Demon said. I seem to have noticed that it's been easier to work with iron lately. I wonder if I've awakened some talent too. Ha? Yichhen perked up and immediately asked curiously, have there been any changes in your body? Not yet, just that my strength has increased and the quality of the ironwork seems to be better, Yi Demon said. That's not bad, it fits your profession, Yichhen laughed, estimating that this should be a low-level talent, not very useful, and casually asked, what about mom? Can I talk to her for a bit? Hello, son, Yichen's mother, Liang Qianru, answered the phone. Mom, I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. Are you doing well? Is your knee still hurting? Yichhen asked with concern. It's nothing, I put on some ointment and it's much better now, Liang Qianru said. You don't need to come back if there's nothing urgent. Work is important and your dad and I are doing fine. My work is very easy, how can I miss an opportunity to slack off? Yichhen laughed. Besides, the world is changing and there are many mountains in our hometown. I want to see if there are any adventures waiting for me. You just like to stir things up, Liang Qianru said, her words not matching her heart. I won't interfere, you handle it yourself. When you come back, I'll just set more chopsticks and bowls. Maybe I'll bring a daughter-in-law back with me, wouldn't that call for a big feast? Yichhen laughed. Again. If you really bring a daughter-in-law back, I'll slaughter that cow I found a couple of days ago for you, Liang Qianru said, not in a good mood. Oh, you found a cow a couple of days ago? Yeah, but this cow feels a bit strange. They say it's a yellow cow, but it's half green and half yellow, restless all day long. I wonder if it's mutated. Then you should be careful. Yichhen was startled. It's fine. It fears me and won't show its ferocity, Liang Qianru said nonchalantly. Alright, then this cow is just like me, Yichhen laughed. He was quite the talker, and after chatting with his mom for nearly half an hour, he hung up the phone. Hearing that both his parents were well, he felt relieved. A few days ago, he had actually called home, but with the rapid global changes these past couple of days, he was still a bit worried. After this gathering, he felt it was necessary to return to his hometown for a visit. The next morning, Yichhen got up early. He first practiced the little thunder sound breathing technique for about an hour, then practiced the great strength bull demon fist and the subtle body technique for another hour. By 8:30, he took a clean shower, styled his hair like an adult, then changed into a designer suit and shoes that cost a fortune, and drove the Ferrari that MOSQUITO had given him, heading towards the Cloud Summit Hotel for today's gathering. A few minutes later, Yichhen arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Summit Hotel in his sports car. It was close to the gathering time, and most of his classmates had arrived, chatting in small groups at the hotel entrance. Look, a Ferrari. Awesome, is that Lu Zong in the car? There can't be many Ferraris in Yun City, right? It doesn't seem like it, but the driver looks pretty young and a bit handsome. Wait, why does this person look familiar? Hey, it really does look like him. Could it be someone from our class? But besides Lu Zong and Lin the school beauty, who else could afford a Ferrari? I'm so envious. This car must be worth millions. Just touching it would be worth it in this lifetime. That's not necessary to feel down about. With the world changing, just awakening a Class A talent means you can have everything. Do you even need Class A? Just having a Class B talent means you can have everything. Seeing a flashy sports car appear, the young people couldn't help but turn their heads and whisper among themselves, "Wow, why does that guy look so much like that Yichhen guy?" At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly rang out. It was Mo Yuan. He had been waiting for Yichhen at the hotel entrance for a while, worried that Yichhen wouldn't show up, and was just about to call to urge him. Unexpectedly, he saw someone resembling Yichhen in that Ferrari, but with that high-end suit and paired with a Ferrari worth millions. Even though he had a good relationship with Yichhen, he stared for a long time, still not daring to be sure. No way? Is that really Yichhen? Hearing this, the other classmates also widened their eyes in disbelief. Ahem, it's me, sorry I'm a bit late. Yichhen didn't intend to show off. At this moment, he took off his wind-blocking sunglasses and stepped out of the sports car, waving his hand. Damn, it really is you. Mo Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he rushed over, unceremoniously pushing Yichhen aside to closely examine the Ferrari. What's going on? Where did you get this car? Don't tell me you rented it. I know you probably don't even have money to rent. Did you awaken a talent? Then go rob a bank? No way. Now that awakened ones have appeared, banks have long since strengthened their defenses and even hired many awakened ones. It shouldn't be that easy to rob. Could it be that you really got together with Lin the school beauty and are now living off her, reaching the peak of life? Big shot. Take me with you. He kept looking, touching, and shouting excitedly. Alright, enough of this nonsense. I bought this car myself and I've been lucky lately, made a bit of money. Yichhen knew this guy's personality and didn't mind, just smiled slightly and said, I was going to mention it last night but unfortunately you hung up too quickly. Woo, you're not being a good brother. We agreed to be useless together and you secretly got rich. Mo Yuan lamented, pounding his chest in despair. Nice one, Yichhen. I didn't expect you to get rich first. Awesome, I've said before that my brother Yi is not an ordinary person. Can I touch it? On the other side, seeing Mo Yuan and Yichhen recognize each other, the other classmates also gathered around, each with envious expressions, touching the sports car. Everyone, don't laugh at me. It's just luck. Feel free to touch it, and you can go inside and play around too. Yichhen also felt a bit of the fun of showing off. It was actually a little enjoyable. Is this your car, Yichhen? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Yi. Chen turned his head and saw Lu Jingwei coming over. Noticing a crowd around, he walked over as well. Yes, it's mine. I just got it not long ago. Yichhen smiled and replied without being distant. Yun Dian Hotel is a property of the Lu family and is considered a well-known star-rated hotel in Yun City. This time, Lu Jingwei seemed very generous, directly saying that he would cover all the expenses. The others didn't have to pay a single cent. Some said he was showing off, while others said he was trying to win Lin Xingwan's favor. In any case, he was spending money. So for Yichhen, although he found some of this rich second generation's behavior a bit hard to tolerate, he didn't harbor any significant malice. It's like in a group, you can show off, as long as you remember to send red envelopes afterward, everyone will still generously send you a boss, awesome, or even wish you success in your date tonight. Of course, he and Lu Jingwei didn't have any friendship to speak of. After all, their social classes were different. And aside from classes, they had little interaction. He didn't even have the others' WeChat. Not bad. Ferrari V8. The base price is around 6 to 7 million. Lu Jingwei glanced at the sports car not far away, speaking as if giving a review. You're too kind, Mr. Lu. A small sports car like this is nothing in front of you, Yichhen said. The world is changing rapidly. For ordinary people like you, there are indeed dangers and opportunities. You must have awakened a decent talent and been recruited by some force, Lu Jingwei said directly afterward. What level of talent did you awaken? Our Lu family is also recruiting high-level awakeners. Are you interested in joining? Even if you take this sports car as a deposit, it's fine. As long as your talent reaches level B or above, our Lu family can help you cover the cost. Mr. Lu, you misunderstood. I wasn't recruited by any force, it's purely luck, just made a bit of money. This car is mine, and I wanted to enjoy it while the world is still calm, Yichhen casually replied, feeling a bit offended by the term ordinary people. In a while, money really won't be of much use, Lu Jingwei said, thinking he had guessed wrong and appeared somewhat indifferent. If you don't awaken a high-level talent, someone like you, an ordinary person, won't be able to use any amount of money. It's better to spend it quickly. Yichhen couldn't help but frown slightly. He finally understood why Mo Yuan always looked down on this rich second generation. This guy really knew how to make people uncomfortable. After Lu Jingwei finished speaking, he didn't seem to want to talk to Yichhen any longer, just clapped his hands and called out to the other classmates, "I prepared a buffet inside, everyone can go in now." "Great! Mr. Lu is here, let's go for a feast." Many classmates know that Lu Jingwei is the real deal, and he quickly walked over, leaving only a few still reluctant to part with Yichen's sports car. Lu Jingwei approached a female classmate and lowered his voice to ask, "Did you contact Xinguan? When? Is she coming?" "She said she would come, but I just called her and she didn't answer. I sent her a text," the female classmate replied. She was somewhat familiar with Lin Xinguan, but not to the extent of having no secrets, so she could only urge her a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, a black Bentley business car slowly stopped at the hotel entrance. The car door opened, and first, a long, beautiful leg stepped out, followed by an astonishingly beautiful figure gracefully standing up, appearing before everyone like a fairy. Lin Xinguan had arrived. At the moment Lin Xinguan appeared, even though she was wearing a long black dress, it seemed as if she radiated light, making everyone feel a sudden brightness. Her eyes were like autumn waves, her brows like green mountains. Her face was devoid of color, yet her lips were red, her teeth white, and her skin like jade. She was always serious, yet captivating. Even though they had been classmates for several years, everyone still looked at this school beauty as if it were the first time, unable to suppress their amazement. Especially Lu Jingwei. From the moment Lin Xinguan appeared, his eyes seemed to be glued to her, his whole being rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. As a well-known rich second generation in Yun City, he had seen many beauties, even interacted with some small celebrities, but none compared to Lin Xinguan's beauty, which was truly unique. That was why he was willing to act like a sycophant, lowering his status, racking his brain, and doing all sorts of humble things just to earn Lin Xinguan's attention. Unfortunately, despite his efforts over the years, he had still not succeeded. Sometimes, Lu Jingwei felt quite frustrated, but every time he saw Lin Xinguan again, it was as if he had been reinvigorated. "Xiao Xinguan, I'm over here." Just as the crowd quieted down due to Lin Xinguan's arrival, Yichhen suddenly called out, smiling as he looked at the school beauty who was the center of attention. In the past, he usually wouldn't be so high profile. However, his strength had changed dramatically, and not long ago, he had even saved her life. Although Lin Xinguan didn't know this yet, the world was changing too quickly, and he didn't know what tomorrow would bring, so why not let go a little and enjoy the moment? After all, he was the only one in the class who cared about Lin Xinguan. On the other side, upon hearing this voice, Lin Xinguan paused for a moment, then slowly turned around, casting a fleeting glance, her gaze landing on Yichhen. Seeing Yichhen today, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Yichhen today seemed completely different. It wasn't just about his attire, but his whole demeanor had changed, as if he had been reborn. "Wow, Xiaobaizi, are you crazy? Are you serious?" Mo Yuan, who was beside Yichhen, looked at his good brother in shock, as if he were seeing him anew. Not long ago, they had been known as the double useless treasures, and now this guy had completely changed his outfit and was actually trying to flirt with the school beauty? Other classmates were equally astonished. In the past, Yichhen had never stood out in terms of academics or family background. To put it bluntly, how good could he be hanging out with someone like Mo Yuan all day? But today, he suddenly showed up in a Ferrari, and now he was calling Lin Xinguan so intimately? Meanwhile, some onlookers were curiously glancing at Lu Jingwei not far away, who had originally been preparing to welcome the goddess with a sycophantic demeanor. Hearing Yichen shout from behind, his expression instantly froze. Even he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous with Lin Xinguan. This Yichen, a recent upstart who had struck it rich, how could he be so bold? "Come over here." Yichen, however, paid no mind to that, smiling as he waved at Lin Xinguan under everyone's gaze. He was quite curious to see what position he held in this girl's heart. Being rejected was no big deal. After all, he had a thick skin. This guy really thinks too highly of himself. Does he really think that just because he has a Ferrari, he can flirt with the school beauty? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone scoffed, each feeling somewhat incredulous. After all, everyone knew that even Lu Jingwei, who had not only a Ferrari but also a 5-star hotel and an entire group, had not fared well with Lin Xinguan. Poof! Lu Jingwei let out a cold snort. Initially, he had looked at Yichen with a bit more respect upon seeing him drive a Ferrari today, but he didn't expect this guy to be so oblivious. In his view, even if Yichen had really awakened a B-level talent, he still wouldn't qualify to pursue Lin Xinguan. He had already received news that this ice-cold school beauty was very likely to have awakened an A-level talent. Even he felt a sense of hopelessness about the future and could only take this opportunity at the class reunion to see her one last time. However, what no one expected was that after Yichen's voice fell, Lin Xinguan hesitated for a moment and actually walked toward Yichen's direction. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, pairs of eyes seemed ready to pop out, all wide open, as if they were witnessing a colorful meteor shower for the first time. Everyone racked their brains, unable to understand how this ice queen, Lin Xinguan, could really listen to Yichen. Could it be that there was some unspoken relationship between them? Impossible. Lu Jingwei felt as if struck by lightning, his body swaying as if he might fall, and he could only watch as his goddess completely ignored him and walked past him, heading toward that upstart he despised. Damn! I told you, how could you afford a Ferrari? Turns out you really are living off a woman. Woo woo, why is life so unfair? I'm not that either. Why can't I have a sugar mama? Mo Yuan staggered back 2 steps, looking utterly heartbroken. Step aside, don't interfere with our show of affection, Yichhen said with a smile, speaking softly. Then, with gentlemanly grace, he approached Lin Xingwan, his face beaming like a spring breeze. The two exchanged a glance and walked side by side, heading into the hotel amidst the crowd's howls. What's wrong with you? After walking for a while, Lin Xingwan asked. Although they had a close relationship privately, Yichhen never acted this way on the surface. It's nothing, I just saw you looking so unapproachable. Your social skills must not be great, and I was afraid you'd be lonely, so I volunteered to keep you company, Yichhen replied with a smile. You're the one with the thickest skin. Lin Xingwan shot him a glare, which was full of charm and beauty. Yet for some reason, she suddenly felt much more relaxed. Behind them, gazes followed their backs, filled with surprise, confusion, envy, jealousy, and hatred. A mix of complex emotions. In fact, ordinary classmates could accept it to some extent, as they knew that someone like Lin Xingwan, a rich beauty, was far beyond their reach. The most important person today is Lu Jinhui, the young master of the Lu family, who seems to lack a bit of composure. At this moment, he appears unable to bear such a blow, his gloomy eyes filled with resentment, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, making a cracking sound. This class reunion is destined to be quite spectacular. With the arrival of Lin Xingwan, classmates began to trickle into the restaurant. Although Lu Jinhui organized this reunion for Lin Xingwan, he is still quite extravagant. He directly booked the most luxurious banquet hall at the Yunding Hotel, which is resplendent and has prepared a variety of fresh delicacies, including small green lobsters, Arctic shrimp, Arctic clams, and emperor crabs, all available. Some tables even have hot pot, allowing guests to add their own ingredients. Wow! So much delicious food. Thank you, President Lu, for your hospitality. President Lu is so generous. Being in the same class as President Lu is truly a stroke of luck. This is my first time in such a high-end place. Wow, what a huge lobster. I've never even seen one this big, let alone eaten it. Many classmates are experiencing such an occasion for the first time, expressing their gratitude and flattery towards Lu Jinhui. However, it is evident that Lu Jinhui does not seem pleased with these compliments. He casually responds to his classmates, his gaze fixed on Yichhen and Lin Xingwan. There really is a lot of delicious food. Zaya Qingwen, you sit first, tell me what you want and I'll get it for you, Yichhen said with a smile as he found a seat by the window. He was unaware of Lu Jinhui's thoughts, simply feeling that since they were here, they might as well enjoy the food. Anything is fine, Lin Xingwan replied casually, sitting down lightly. Right, I forgot you, the young lady must be tired of everything. Then I'll just grab a bit of whatever. Chen shrugged, knowing that the Lin family is even more impressive than the Lu family, making these delicacies seem like everyday fare to Lin Xingwan. I don't eat much, I'm not very interested in food, Lin Xingwan said simply. I understand, you want to remind me that you're easy to please so I don't have to worry, right? Yichhen winked and smiled. Your skin is really thick, Lin Xingwan said irritably. Thank you for the compliment, Yichhen replied, unbothered, and happily walked towards the fresh food area. This scene stimulated the others. No one expected that Yichhen and Lin Xingwan would actually be chatting and laughing together. They had never seen the ice queen of the school display such an expression. Lu Jinhui's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He couldn't understand how, despite his conditions being hundreds of times better than Yichen's in his extreme efforts to please Lin Xingwan, almost to the point of flattery, he still couldn't earn even a good glance from her. Yet this Yichen, with no family background, speaking so audaciously, could appear so intimate with Lin Xingwan. Seeing Yichen walk away, Lu Jinhui initially wanted to approach Lin Xingwan, but after struggling internally for a moment, he realized he lacked the courage. Gritting his teeth, he walked towards Yichen. At that moment, Yichen had reached the fresh food area and suddenly had a bold idea. He smiled and asked the middle-aged server in charge of the area, Sir, I want something fresher. Do you have any live fish or shrimp? Yes, these 9-segment shrimp are live and can be used for hot pot, the middle-aged male server replied. Great, I'll take a basin of live ones, not dead ones, Yichen said without hesitation. Okay, please wait a moment. The middle-aged male server, knowing that the guests today were all young masters, did not dare to be negligent and quickly selected a basin of lively 9-segment shrimp for Yichen. Thank you. Yichen was instantly delighted, preparing to take the shrimp to the hot pot. Although these 9-section shrimp are not considered expensive at the venue, they are fresh. Yichen. At that moment, Lu Jinhui walked over, his expression clearly not very pleasant. What's the matter, Mr. Lu? Yichen felt a bit awkward. It seemed a bit out of place for him to start with so many 9-section shrimp. What is your relationship with Qingwan? Lu Jinhui asked darkly. So that's what you want to know. Upon hearing this, Yichen understood the situation and realized the problem. He had indeed been a bit too ostentatious earlier, likely provoking the jealousy of this second-generation heir. He naturally knew that Lu Jinhui liked Lin Xingwan, but Lin Xingwan had never paid any attention to him. He thought this guy had given up. It seemed, however, that he still wanted to pursue her. For now, we don't have any relationship. Yichen thought for a moment and spoke truthfully. He and Lin Xingwan had mutual feelings, but it was clear they were not yet in a romantic relationship. Then keep your distance from her. Lu Jingwei stared at Yichhen, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Ha! Yichhen sensed Lu Jingwei's hostility, but he now had his own confidence and was not afraid of the other party. He met Lu Jingwei's gaze directly and said lightly, "Does your family live by the sea? Why are you so nosy?" After saying that, he said no more and brushed past Lu Jingwei back to his seat. Behind him, Lu Jingwei's anger reached its peak. Having always gotten whatever he wanted since childhood, he could accept not getting a response from Lin Xingwan, but he never expected to be humiliated by Yichhen as well. How dare this nouveau riche treat him like this? What did Lu Jingwei say to you? Lin Xingwan noticed their conversation and asked as soon as Yichhen returned to his seat. Guess. Yichhen smiled casually. If he poses any threat to you, tell me. Lin Xingwan said seriously, fully aware of the Lu family's power. Relax, he didn't threaten me, he just disapproves of us being together. Then I scolded him a bit. Who does he think he is? We are a perfect match, a rich woman and a handsome man. When did it become his place to oppose us? Yichhen laughed. Lin Xingwan fell silent, not speaking further. Seeing this, Yichhen was unceremonious and picked up the plate of 9-section shrimp, preparing to dump them into the hot pot. Sir, do you need help? A female server quickly approached with a smile, providing 5-star service that was indeed commendable. No need, I prefer to do some things myself. Yichhen quickly declined. It was a joke, he hadn't even taken his prized little Qinglong emperor crab and was only taking these cheap 9-section shrimp to personally handle the killing. How could he let someone else do it? Alright, sir, please let me know if you need anything. The server stepped aside. Then, Yichhen quickly dumped the entire plate of 9-section shrimp into the hot pot. As he did, the once lively shrimp slowly turned red in the boiling broth. Accompanying this were a series of prompt sounds in his mind. That sensation. Kill one 9-section shrimp, receive a Durex gift box already stored in the reserve space. Kill one 9-section shrimp, receive 20,000 yuan already stored in the reserve space. Kill one 9-section shrimp, receive a toilet seat already stored in the reserve space. Kill one 9-section shrimp, receive a Dejiang drone already stored in the reserve space. Kill one 9-section shrimp, receive a pair of speed-enhancing sneakers already stored in the reserve space. Kill one 9-section shrimp, receive the Chi Ascension technique already stored in the reserve space. Upon hearing the last prompt, Yichen's body shook with excitement. What a surprise! Yichhen did not expect that attending a class reunion would yield such a treasure. Here, to a certain extent, he had to thank classmate Lu Jingwei. He provided such a comfortable environment and created such a good opportunity for him to get along with Xia Qingwen. He also had to thank classmate Lin Qingswan. She must be our school beauty who brings good fortune. Only under these favorable circumstances could he unleash this technique of levitation. The technique of levitation, as the name suggests, is a method that allows him to soar into the air. In other words, he had directly gained a talent for flight. Flight talent is currently the most sought after. Even without fiery wings like a seraph, a general flight talent is still very popular. Just like a certain awakened individual with flight talent who was signed by a hungry mother, directly earning a salary in the millions. Such an awakened individual, the sister group must surely want one. Of course, Yichhen could never deliver takeout, he could only fight monsters and loot equipment to make a living. But that doesn't mean flight isn't important to him. Not to mention, at least when encountering mutated creatures that he couldn't defeat and that couldn't fly, he could simply fly away. For example, if he encountered mutated creatures that he could defeat but that could fly, he could also fly to catch up. With this technique of levitation, the world is vast and there's nowhere he cannot go. What are you laughing at? Lin Qingswan, sitting opposite Yichhen, saw him cooking hot pot and suddenly looking like he was foolishly smiling, couldn't help but ask. Nothing, just thought of something fun. Yichhen came back to his senses, smiled, and fished out the already cooked red shrimp, placing it in a bowl. He tried to eat it but found it too hot, so he pushed the bowl in front of Lin Qingswan, blinking and saying, "It's too hot, can you cool it down for me? How did you know I mastered the ice and snow talent?" Lin Qingswan didn't refuse immediately but looked up at Yichhen with a question. She seemed to have thought of something but quickly dismissed it, feeling it was unlikely. Ahem. Yichhen then realized he almost exposed himself. He touched his nose and said nonchalantly, "What secrets can there be in our class? Didn't I hear it from that loudspeaker Mo Yuan? Not just you, he knows who in the class has awakened what talent." Not far away, Mo Yuan vaguely felt Yichhen was mentioning him, but it didn't seem like a good thing, and he glared fiercely at Yichhen. Yichhen naturally pretended not to see. Dead friends don't die, poor friends. Amitba. Lin Qingswan seemed to ponder for a moment, and after hesitating, she still extended her delicate finger and gently tapped the bowl. Suddenly, a white mist of ice slowly swirled up, instantly lowering the temperature of the steaming shrimp. I knew Xia Qingwen treats me the best. Yichhen felt so comfortable, this treatment was unmatched. Ice and snow talent. Hiss, the school beauty really awakened a grade A talent. Is this what an ice and snow awakener is like? So amazing. Wow, the school beauty is using her ice and snow talent to cool down Yichen's dish? Damn, did Yichhen save the earth in his past life? Shit. I can't hold it in anymore. I at least awakened a grade C talent. What level of talent did Yichhen awaken? Or is he just living well? Such a scene made the classmates around them, who had been paying attention to them, show expressions of utter shock. They were not only amazed by the miraculous great AI's talent but also shocked that Lin Qingswan was actually willing to do this for Yichhen. As for Lu Jingwei, he was so jealous that his eyes looked like they were about to bleed. Did you also awaken a talent? Lin Qingswan retracted her finger and looked up at Yichhen, asking. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I did awaken a talent. Yichhen didn't hide it either, smiling slightly as he spoke. I can feel that you are much more confident now, Lin Qingswan said. Weren't you always saying that I have thick skin? Yichhen laughed. Thick skin doesn't mean confidence. Today you made me feel that. You have some backbone, Lin Qingswan replied. Well, I think my awakening is quite a decent talent, Yichhen said casually while peeling a 9-segment shrimp for Lin Qingswan. He originally wanted her to peel the shrimp for him, but that would have seemed a bit too arrogant. Lin Qingswan remained silent, just looking at Yichhen. Eat, Yichhen urged with a smile. Once you eat, I'll tell you. Lin Qingswan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, amidst the gazes of attention and the sounds of encouragement, she elegantly picked up the peeled 9-segment shrimp with her chopsticks. Yichhen, satisfied, peeled one for himself as well, then casually said, half-jokingly, actually, it's nothing much, my talent is probably just that my physical fitness is a bit better than average. How much better? Lin Qingswan asked. About 3 or 4 stories high, Yichhen laughed. If you come to our Lin family, we can continue to develop and enhance your talent, Lin Qingswan said, glancing at Yichhen again. Hiss. You're not planning to recruit me, are you? My demands are quite high, Yichhen pretended to be surprised. What demands do you have? Lin Qingswan asked. For example, becoming the son-in-law of the Lin family, Yichhen shrugged and joked. Lin Qingswan fell silent. Don't be angry, just joking, Yichhen said, feeling a bit awkward. Right now, you don't meet my parents' and family's expectations, Lin Qingswan said after a long pause. She wanted to add that he should wait for her, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. Oh, Yichhen understood, but out of pride, he didn't say much more. Some things are better done than said. He was well aware of his current position. Only when he stood high enough would his words carry weight. Lin Qingswan sensed Yichen's emotions, wanting to speak but hesitating. She wanted to express her feelings, but lacked the courage. Between them, the new tree that had just begun to sprout seemed to be overshadowed by dark clouds. The sunlight dimmed. At that moment, tap tap tap, as everyone was almost done eating, a classmate suddenly stood up. Everyone, look here. Today we gather to eat and drink well. I suggest, how about everyone showcase their talents? If we find something we like, we can communicate and collaborate more in the future. If someone is impressive, who knows, maybe we can catch the attention of President Liu and the Lin School Beauty and enter a big corporation. Great. I agree. As soon as this was said, all eyes turned to him and it received a warm welcome. Let me go first. The first to step up was a male classmate who could change the color of his skin. He first turned his entire body black, so black that only his teeth were visible. Then, amidst the cheers, he transformed into a completely snow-white figure, even whiter than Lin Qingswan. Moreover, he could even change into blue, red, and various colors, which amazed everyone. Unfortunately, I can only change the color of my skin. It doesn't have much use, the classmate said, looking a bit dejected in the end. Non-combat talents, once the world changes, can only serve for entertainment. Not necessarily, you could be a spy, someone comforted him. Next, other classmates showcased talents like growing long hair, instant height increase, and farting in succession. Most classmates had such non-combat talents, which were not very useful. Only a few had combat abilities. One of them had immense strength, able to lift several hundred pounds with one hand. Another classmate's teeth and nails could grow long and sharp, possessing a certain level of attack power. One classmate's skin became incredibly tough, even when stabbed with a small knife he wouldn't bleed. However, if the force was too great, for example, if someone with a talent for increasing strength were to stab him, then he would bleed. The most impressive, however, was Lu Jingwei. Although he had already posted a video in the group earlier, it was only when everyone watched him live that they realized how terrifying his punching speed was, with bursts of air breaking like explosions, causing gasps and envy among the crowd. Unfortunately, he still didn't receive much attention from Lin Qingswan, which left Lu Jingwei feeling dejected and bored. Meanwhile, Yichhen quietly moved to Mo Yuan's side after watching for a while. Did you say last night that you had a secret to tell me? What is it? He nudged Mo Yuan's shoulder with his own, smiling as he asked. Heh, you remember me, huh? You, who have no feelings for the opposite sex. Mo Yuan glanced at Lin Qingswan from a distance, looking quite proud. Damn, are you jealous? Are you gay? Don't mess with me, Yichhen feigned surprise. Put. You're the one who's gay. Mo Yuan's face twitched, realizing his reaction was a bit off, and he pushed back against Yichen's shoulder. Come on, spill it. I'm listening. Yichhen was indeed curious. I was afraid of hurting your feelings, but now seeing you with your Ferrari and living off others, you should be fine with it. Mo Yuan continued to act proud. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying it all out. Did you awaken some incredible talent? Yichhen was a bit surprised. He hadn't noticed anything. It really is an incredible talent. At this point, Mo Yuan looked a bit smug, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention, then lowered his voice. You see, my thing can become very hard, harder than iron. What the hell? Why would I look at your thing? I consider you a brother, you can't be serious, right? I'm telling you, I'm not. Yichhen nearly spat out blood. Even more outrageous, Mo Yuan seemed ready to pull down his pants since no one was watching. No, my talent is really a bit different, Mo Yuan said, slightly embarrassed in a low voice. It's just that my thing can become very hard, like iron. I can relate. Every morning when I wake up, it's a towering spectacle. Do I go around telling everyone? Can you have some shame? Yichen's face twitched, utterly speechless. I dare to use a knife to cut it. Do you dare? Mo Yuan said defiantly. What? Are you serious? Yichen was a bit skeptical. This talent was indeed astonishing. Why would I lie to you? It really is as hard as iron. I tried chopping with a kitchen knife and it was fine. Mo Yuan felt a mix of pride and helplessness. But this isn't a combat talent. It's useless. This is a real top-tier talent. Yichen's expression turned playful. This guy was usually not serious, and he didn't expect him to awaken such an absurd talent. He then comforted him, saying, but you can't say it's useless. There was someone named Lao Ai who supposedly could turn wheels and later conquered the Empress Dowager to reach the peak of his life. I remember he was torn apart by a chariot later. Mo Yuan felt like crying. Don't worry about those details. Yichen thought for a moment and considered a possibility, asking, do you feel anything? Have you tried to transfer or control it? What do you mean? Mo Yuan was taken aback. I mean, if you can transfer that hardness to your fists or other places, wouldn't that become a combat talent? Yichen said, of course, I just think there's a possibility. It might not work. It can be done like that? Mo Yuan pondered, trying to control it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he stood up in surprise, looking at his fists. I think I succeeded. It really works. Damn, Yichen, you are my lucky star. No, my savior. My god. Has your fist gotten harder? Yichen asked. If that's the case, it proves he guessed right. Mo Yuan's talent is actually to harden a part of his body, but this guy has a crooked mind. And prioritize that part. Try hitting it. Mo Yuan clenched his fist and raised it in front of Yichen, confidently saying. Yichen took a glance and could see that it indeed looked a bit different. This guy's skin seemed to have a diamond-like hardness and luster. Then I'll give it a try. So he raised his fist and struck down hard. Bang! This hit sent Mo Yuan's fist and his whole body crashing to the ground, even smashing a large hole in the floor. What the hell? Mo Yuan was stunned by the impact. What kind of strength is this? One punch and it's so fierce? Cough. Yichen coughed a couple of times, then remembered that due to practicing the little thunder breathing technique, his physical condition was now vastly improved. Even a light punch from him was something Mo Yuan couldn't withstand. However, this test did confirm that Mo Yuan's fist was indeed very hard. He was well aware of the power of his punch. It could shatter stone, yet Mo Yuan was completely unharmed, only damaging the floor. What's going on? Mo Yuan, what did you do? Did you demolish President Lu's hotel? No way. Mo Yuan, have you awakened your talent too? Is this a combat talent? You even smashed a hole in the floor. Impressive, Mo Yuan. The commotion immediately attracted attention from those around, and many gazes turned towards them. Mo Yuan was initially startled, then straightened his back and proudly declared, that's right. I've awakened my talent too. My talent is iron. Iron fist. It's a combat talent. After saying that, he felt he wasn't flashy enough, so he casually picked up a dinner knife from a nearby table. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he fiercely stabbed it into his own fist. As a result, the knife bent, but his fist showed no marks at all, which was enough to prove the strength of his iron fists. Even Lu Jingwei, who had previously been indifferent, couldn't help but be surprised. From his experience, Mo Yuan's talent was at least a C-level talent, and it was very likely to be a B-level talent like his own, making him someone worth recruiting for the Lu family. However, he and Mo Yuan had never really gotten along. Mo Yuan hasn't found a job after graduation, he must be short on money. But soon Lu Jingwei became confident. He didn't believe the other party could resist the temptation of money, especially after seeing his friend Yichhen driving a Ferrari. Mo Yuan, your talent is impressive, I invite you to join our group. He then walked directly to Mo Yuan and said, you can rest assured about the benefits, whatever Yichhen has, I guarantee you'll have too. Hiss. As soon as these words fell, they immediately attracted envious glances from the classmates. Yichhen had just driven a Ferrari. This meant that as long as Mo Yuan was willing to join the Lu group, he could immediately get a similar sports car. Is this a big deal? Hearing this, Mo Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the talent he thought was useless would suddenly become so valuable. Even Lu Jingwei, who had always looked down on him, was trying to recruit him. Of course, he also understood that he owed this treatment to Yichen's reminder. So, he looked at Yichen. Why are you looking at me? You have to decide for yourself. Yichen smiled, thinking that in the coming era of great change, joining a major force was indeed a good option. At least, a big tree provides good shade. However, he still preferred a bit of freedom. Ha ha. Mo Yuan's eyes turned for a moment, then he suddenly let out a hearty laugh, putting his arm around Yichen's shoulder and said, I appreciate Lu's good intentions, but your Lu group is too big for me, Mo to aspire to. I think it's better to stick with my brother Yichhen. I never said I would hang out with you. Being publicly rejected, Lu Jingwei felt embarrassed and shot Yichhen a dark look before turning to leave the venue. Not only had the women been snatched away, but now even the men were competing. Today, Yichhen had directly filled Lu Jingwei's heart with hatred. Damn, what does this have to do with me? You're the one causing me trouble. Yichhen felt confused, having been caught in the crossfire, and pushed Mo away irritably, saying, What do you mean by sticking with me? I don't have any group. You're driving a Ferrari. I don't believe you can't support me. I have a feeling that following you is much better than following Lu Jingwei. Plus, I'm not useless anymore. My iron fist is something even Lu Jingwei covets. I can definitely help you, Mo said with a grin. In fact, he had thought about it. Just from the punch Yichhen threw at him earlier, he felt that Yichhen must be hiding something. This guy must be hiding it very deep. Following Yichhen is definitely the right choice. The problem is, I don't need your help. Yichhen was speechless. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Mo casually put his arm back around Yichen's shoulder and said, We're brothers, and in this great changing world, we'll carve out a big territory. Just as Mo finished speaking, mutated creatures have broken in. Suddenly, a classmate shouted in panic, Mutated creatures. As soon as this shout rang out, the entire banquet hall became a bit flustered. Although everyone had never truly seen mutated creatures, they had watched introductions and videos about them online and were well aware of how difficult these mutated creatures were to deal with. They had even seen some mutated creatures that were hard to penetrate even with heavy weapons. They were just recent graduates, unarmed, and not many had combat talents. Encountering mutated creatures was like being lambs to the slaughter. How could there be mutated creatures here? A classmate asked. It said they came from the seafood area. Someone opened a water tank sent from abroad, and a mutated lobster jumped out, reportedly bigger than an elephant, and has already killed 2 chefs, now running amok in the hotel, killing anyone it sees, the reporting classmate said, still shaken. Now we just hope this mutated lobster doesn't find us here too quickly. It actually came from abroad? It wouldn't be from Sakura country, would it? Could it be intentional? The imperialists are indeed relentless. What do we do now? Can we run in time? How to run? What if we just run out and encounter that big lobster? I think we should hide. Or we could go out and fight it. We have quite a few awakened talents. With so many of us, are we still afraid of a lobster? Forget it. Didn't you see the video shared in the group last night? That mutated wild boar was so fierce that even bullets couldn't pierce its skin. How can we fight? For a moment, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. Everyone, don't panic. Step back a bit. Don't crowd near the door. I've already called for reinforcements. At that moment, Lin Qingwan, who had already encountered mutated creatures, stepped forward and said she had just notified her third uncle, Lin Shichang, and as long as her uncle brought people over, along with the Lu family's people, dealing with a mutated lobster shouldn't be too much of a problem. Under her organization, the group of classmates finally calmed down a bit, each retreating to the corners of the banquet hall. Lin Qingwan herself stood at the front with a few others who had combat talents, ready to buy time in case that mutated lobster charged in. Brother Yi, are mutated creatures really that powerful? Do you think my iron fist can handle it? Mo Yuan, although awakened to his talent, still seemed quite flustered due to his lack of real combat experience. Stay calm, I've got my little Qingwan holding the front, Yichhen said, appearing quite relaxed. After practicing the little thunder sound breathing technique for some time, combined with his extraordinary alloy knife, subtle body technique, and powerful bull demon fist, he felt confident that he could handle ordinary low-level mutated creatures without even using the little thunder sound bow. With Lin Qingwan's Class A talent support, he was almost certain of success. Wow, Brother Yi is amazing, still so calm at a time like this. Is this the demeanor of a general? Following Brother Yi was definitely the right choice. Seeing Yichen's reaction, Mo Yuan also steadied himself a bit. Meanwhile, Lin Qingwan, who was in front, seemed to have heard Yichen's words and turned back to glance at him, seemingly surprised that he could maintain such composure at this moment. Yichen took the opportunity to wink at her. Be careful, if a fight breaks out, don't try to be brave, Lin Qingwan whispered. Don't worry, it won't be a big problem, Yichen replied with a calm smile. Damn, Brother Yi is incredible, the school beauty actually cares about you this much, you've really got her wrapped around your finger. Mo Yuan felt envious, thinking that since they were all standing together, why didn't the school beauty tell him to be careful too? Basic skills, don't overdo it, Yichen said lightly. Bang! Just then, the previously quiet banquet hall's door suddenly swung open. Everyone jumped in fright, feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. But they quickly realized that it was Lu Jingwei, who had just left, returning after sensing the danger outside. Lu, what's going on outside? A classmate quickly asked. There's more than one mutated creature. There are 2 mutated lobsters that have already killed dozens of people, Lu Jingwei said, his face pale as he closed the door, still shaken. One of them is temporarily being held back by our people, but the other one is unaccounted for. 2 of them. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The appearance of one mutated creature was already terrifying. Now with 2, the level of horror increased tenfold. They were relieved they hadn't run outside. If they had, the chances of dying would have been even higher. Even Lin Xingwan's expression changed slightly. She had personally dealt with mutated creatures and knew how difficult it was for humans to handle one at this stage. With 2 mutated creatures, even if her Lin family's armed team was fully mobilized, it wouldn't be easy. Now, with 2 mutated lobsters appearing in this crowded hotel, by the time her family's people arrived, the death toll could reach hundreds. If they escaped into the bustling city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ah, there's a mutated lobster outside. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, a classmate suddenly screamed. Hiss. Following the sound, everyone turned to look, gasping in horror, their hair standing on end. Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass of the banquet hall, a lobster measuring 7 to 8 meters long and 2 to 3 meters high, covered in black and red armor, was slowly approaching the glass with its 2 large claws raised. It seemed to have spotted the humans inside through the glass. However, this mutated lobster appeared somewhat unfamiliar with the glass. Grr. It first raised its lobster claws and placed them on the floor-to-ceiling window, testing it, producing a harsh sound like a knife scraping against glass. Its lantern-like triangular eyes were also pressed against the glass, sharply gazing inside. Everyone, don't make a sound, Lin Xingwan instructed quietly. Everyone covered their mouths, holding their breath, motionless. The shouting outside was loud, contrasting sharply with the utter silence inside the banquet hall, as if it were a lifeless place. Each person prayed that this creature would not come in and would leave soon. After a while, the mutated lobster slowly began to retreat, seemingly confused by the stillness of the people inside and the barrier of the glass, wanting to leave. Everyone watched the lobster's movements intently. When they saw its form about to disappear around the corner, they let out a long sigh of relief. Bang! At that moment, no one knew who or where it came from, but suddenly a glass was knocked over, crashing to the ground and shattering, the sound echoing throughout the banquet hall. The mutated lobster, which was about to leave, suddenly seemed to be startled awake, its retreating form abruptly returning and accelerating forward, crashing directly into the banquet hall's floor-to-ceiling glass window. Crash! The sound of the glass shattering rang out, and a grotesque, mutated lobster, like a terrifying demon, raised its massive pincers and charged at the crowd. Ah! It's coming in! Seeing the mutated lobster rush in, everyone turned pale with fear. It was like eating barbecue by the roadside when suddenly a murderer wielding a knife appeared, creating a deep-seated panic for ordinary people. Moreover, this mutated lobster was 1,000 times more terrifying than a murderer with a knife. A murderer might not kill you with a single blow, but this mutated lobster could crush a human body as easily as tofu with a casual swing of its iron pincers. One could even see the red blood still dripping from its pincers, clearly belonging to other humans it had killed. What do we do? Panic spread among the crowd, filling everyone's hearts with unease. This mutated lobster, after its mutation, had a primal instinct for slaughter. Upon seeing this group of living humans, it became frenzied. With a low growl, it charged forward at high speed. Students without combat abilities spread out to the sides. Those with combat abilities, stand behind me, Lin Xingwan spoke up, and as her voice fell, the banquet hall felt like winter had arrived, the temperature dropping sharply. The ground where the mutated lobster advanced instantly froze. This caused the lobster to slip, its speed noticeably slowing down. Other students took this opportunity to panic and scatter to the sides. Only 5 or 6 students remained behind Lin Xingwan, including Lu Jingwei, Mo Yuan, Yichhen, and a few others who had previously demonstrated combat abilities. One was stronger than the average person, another had sharp teeth and nails, and one had tough skin that could withstand knife stabs without bleeding. However, it seemed that apart from Lin Xingwan and Yichhen, everyone else, including Lu Jingwei, appeared quite nervous. Brother Yi, do you think we can hold on? Mo Yuan swallowed hard, even more flustered. What are you afraid of? With your talent, people die and birds fly, Yichhen said with a meaningful smile. Mo Yuan. As the two spoke, Lin Xingwan was fully activating her ability, causing the temperature in the banquet hall to drop sharply again, and even Yichhen began to feel a chill. The students without combat abilities in the distance were shivering from the cold. Previously, when hunting mutated lizards in the valley, Yichhen had been far away, so he hadn't felt it as intensely. Now he truly sensed the terror of Lin Xingwan's ability. Moreover, he vaguely felt that her control over her abilities seemed stronger than it had been in the valley. Soon, he indeed saw that the mutated lobster's pincers were frozen solid to the ground. The mutated lobster angrily tried to pull itself out but failed. Yichhen remembered that Lin Xingwan had struggled greatly to freeze the mutated lizard's legs before, even appearing weak in the process. However, Lin Xingwan now seemed unfazed, as if she was handling it with ease. Could it be that awakened talents can continue to improve? He speculated quietly, as it was still the early stages of the Great Change, and many messages had yet to spread, especially for someone like him who had no money or power and lacked channels to obtain confidential information. I can't hold it for long. You guys take action and see if you can seriously injure it, Lin Xingwan said. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan glanced at Yichhen. Go for it. Yichhen nodded. I'll fight you to the end, Mo Yuan shouted, but being a natural comedian, he stumbled forward right after, shouting, nearly falling over. After steadying himself, he took a deep breath and charged at the mutated lobster. Bang! As he reached the giant lobster, he concentrated all his strength into a single punch and struck fiercely at its body. The collision produced a sound like metal clashing. Then everyone noticed a significant dent in the hard shell of the mutated lobster. It was clear that Mo Yuan's punch had considerable force, but the lobster's shell was even more absurdly hard, resulting in no real damage. Damn it! Is this a lobster or a turtle? Why is the shell so hard? Mo Yuan exclaimed in frustration. Fortunately, the lobster was still frozen by Lin Xingwan, so he swung his fist again, continuing to strike. Let's join in. Kill it. Lu Jingwei, unwilling to lose face in front of Lin Xingwan and so many classmates, mustered his courage and shouted, leading a few other classmates to charge forward. Bang 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 bang. This was Lu Jingwei's first attack, and in just 1 second he unleashed dozens of punches on the mutated lobster's shell, causing more damage than Mo Yuan had. Unfortunately, it only flattened the lobster's shell a bit, causing some green lobster blood to flow, but it was far from being seriously injured. The other classmates performed even worse than Mo Yuan. The abdomen, Yichhen suddenly said, his eyes narrowing as he reminded them. But the mutated lobster was pinned down by Lin Xingwan, hiding its weak point. It's about to break free. Be careful, Lin Xingwan, not far away, understood as she saw the mutated lobster about to escape her icy control. After hesitating for a moment, she decided not to maintain her hold any longer. Whoosh! At that moment, they heard the mutated lobster making a sound, and then with a bang, the ice that had trapped it was forcefully torn apart and it regained its freedom. Once its iron pincers were freed, it immediately turned around and clamped down on Mo Yuan, who was closest to it. Holy crap! Mo Yuan was startled and hurriedly tried to dodge, but the mutated lobster was too fast, he couldn't react in time. As he saw the pincers about to crush him in half, he was so scared that he shut his eyes. What are you dawdling for at a time like this? Just then, a voice suddenly came to his ear. Brother Yi is awesome. Mo Yuan fell to the ground, but his face was filled with joy. At the critical moment, Yichhen had indeed saved him. He knew this guy was hiding his strength. Looking back at Yichhen, he saw that Yichhen had blocked the attack from the mutated lobster's pincers. The lobster's pincers slammed down onto the floor, breaking a large chunk of it, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Mo Yuan was close enough to get hit by some of the flying stones, which stung his face. However, he couldn't care less about that. Watching the cool figure skillfully maneuvering against the mutated lobster, he felt his blood boiling. The movements of the mutated lobster were undeniably swift, but Yichhen employed his subtle body technique, effortlessly dodging each attack. This only made the mutated lobster more frantic, directing all its hatred towards Yichhen and relentlessly pursuing him. Don't just stand there. I'll draw its attention. You all look for a chance to attack its abdomen. Yichhen had never used the subtle body technique in combat before, but it felt as if he had an innate understanding of it from the moment he learned it, executing it without any hindrance. This battle was precisely what he needed to gain the practical experience he was currently lacking. Yichhen is actually this strong? Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. The earlier scene was indeed shocking for them. The terror of the mutated lobster was evident to all, but no one expected Yichhen to be able to toy with it single-handedly. His speed and reaction time were clearly far superior to those of ordinary awakened combat talents. Could it be that Yichhen awakened a speed talent? With such speed, it must at least be a B-level talent, someone speculated. So strong. No wonder he can afford a Ferrari. This talent is at least on par with Lu Jingwei, second only to Lin Xiaohua's A-level ice and snow talent. Someone else envied. Everyone charged together. Mo Yuan, having received Yichen's call, felt emboldened and raised his iron-like fist, charging towards the mutated lobster once more. How could he have such a strong talent? Lu Jingwei's expression darkened, his heart sinking. Initially, he thought Yichhen had merely stumbled upon a windfall and hadn't awakened any talent, but now it was clear that Yichhen had been toying with him. How infuriating. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished for nothing more than for the mutated lobster to crush Yichhen with its pincers. However, with everyone working together against the mutated lobster, he couldn't act too obviously, and if the lobster killed Yichhen, he might also find himself in danger. Gritting his teeth, he buried his resentment and quickly followed Mo Yuan into the fray. With Yichen's reminder, the others continuously sought opportunities to attack the mutated lobster's abdomen. The defense of the lobster's abdomen was indeed noticeably weaker than the shell on its body. Under the assault of the group, Lu Jingwei finally found an opening. Within 3 seconds, he unleashed over 100 punches at the same spot, creating a large hole in the mutated lobster's abdomen, with copious amounts of bluish-green lobster blood gushing out. Good. Lu is amazing. As expected of a B-level talent. Over 100 punches in 3 seconds, that's incredible. Thanks to Yichhen drawing the mutated lobster's attention, Lu Jingwei had the chance to attack. From a distance, some classmates cheered upon witnessing this scene. However, the injured mutated lobster became even more ferocious, its massive pincers sweeping horizontally around its body. With a series of explosive sounds, the lavishly decorated floor was swept into rubble, scattering like bullets. Lu Jingwei and Mo Yuan, who had intended to continue their assault, were about to be caught in the sweep. At that moment, Yichhen stepped forward again, his figure flashing as he quickly positioned himself in front of the massive pincers and pushed forward with both hands. A tremendous force surged towards him, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and the immense pressure caused friction with the ground, producing a deafening screech with faint wisps of smoke rising. Then, everyone was once again astonished to see that after being pushed back several meters, Yichhen managed to stabilize his stance right in front of Mo Yuan and Lu Jingwei. He had actually held back the mutated lobster's massive pincers with his bare hands. Wasn't Yichhen supposed to have awakened a speed talent? What is this? Strength? One by one, the classmates couldn't help but gasp, feeling somewhat overturned. How could someone with such speed also possess such great strength? It even clearly surpassed that classmate who had awakened their power talent. What exactly has he awakened? Lu Jingwei behind them was completely stunned. Yichen's speed had already exceeded his expectations, and he never imagined that he would be so terrifying. In terms of strength as well, his own B-level talent felt utterly inferior in front of him, even bringing a sense of loss. Awesome, Brother Yi. Mo Yuan's eyes lit up. He had only intuitively felt that Yichen was hiding a lot, but he never expected that this Brother Yi could hide it so deeply. Back then, he was worried that awakening his talent would overshadow Yichen, but now he realized he was too young and naive. With this speed and strength, he would be the one feeling overshadowed. However, my talent is something Brother Yi should envy as well, he tried to comfort himself. Lin Xingwan's gaze suddenly flickered. Yichen's strength exceeded her expectations, such power, there were probably not many in the entire Yin city that could compare. But she didn't think too much about it, because at this moment it was the best time to kill this mutated lobster. On the other side, the mutated lobster, enraged by Yichen blocking its giant claw, raised its other claw and was about to smash it down on Yichen. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Xingwan once again exerted all her strength to activate her talent, and a sharp ice spear suddenly appeared in the abdomen of the mutated lobster, precisely beneath the wound caused by Lu Jingwei earlier. In the next moment, the ice spear pierced directly into the lobster's wound, continuously delving deeper until all its blood was completely frozen. The mutated lobster let out a painful sound that resembled crying, clearly on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Yichen decisively rushed over and delivered another punch to the wound. A finishing blow. The mutated lobster was already on its last legs, struggling for a moment before its iron claws began to weaken, eventually collapsing entirely onto the ground. It didn't take long before it breathed its last. Ding! Killed one mutated lobster, received 100 pounds of gold and several hard materials. At the same time, a prompt sound came through. Only a little bit of gold? 100 pounds should be worth at least 20 million at the current gold price? And some materials, which seem like they could be useful, just not sure what for at the moment. Yichen wasn't very familiar with the market, and his math wasn't great, but he knew that after the world began to change, gold prices had risen, so it should be quite valuable. However, this was naturally not what he urgently wanted, it could only be considered a consolation prize. Of course, he also understood that a high drop rate meant he would receive rewards every time he killed a monster, even an ant, but it didn't mean that every reward would be exactly what he needed, otherwise, even a true legend would have no reason to play. Just like in some card drawing games, no matter how lucky you are, you will always end up with a few unwanted characters. Is it dead? Seeing the mutated lobster fall, the other classmates began to ask nervously. It's dead. Mo Yuan boldly approached and punched the mutated lobster a few more times, confirming that the creature was indeed completely still, and he said loudly, "Great! This time, thanks to Lin, Lu, Yichen, and the others. Mo Yuan, Yang Song, Tian Yishan, Lu Guoyu, Peng Jiawei, they also contributed. I really didn't expect this mutated creature to be so difficult to deal with. If we ordinary people encountered it, we would be doomed." Upon hearing this, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. Lin Xingwan, having exhausted her mental energy from activating her talent, felt a bit dizzy and unsteady on her feet. Yichen quickly dodged back to Lin Xingwan's side and supported her. After just a short while of fighting, she was already so weak. It seemed this silly girl's practical experience wasn't much better than his, and she needed more practice. At that moment, the banquet hall, which had just quieted down, suddenly erupted with another scream. Another one has come. Mo Yuan turned towards the sound and immediately felt goosebumps rise on his skin. He swallowed hard and said to Yichen with difficulty, Lu Jingwei had mentioned earlier that there were 2 mutated lobsters in total, but no one had expected that after they had finally managed to deal with one, the other would show up as well. It was important to note that their main force, Lin Xingwan, who possessed an A-class talent, was now so weak that she needed support. The others also looked exhausted. How could they deal with another one? No one could imagine. What should we do? As they watched the terrifying creature draw closer, about to notice them, the entire banquet hall fell into a state of despair. If there's a chance, you should leave first. Don't worry about me, Lin Xingwan said softly to Yichhen, biting her silver teeth. She knew that with the speed Yichhen had just shown, escaping on his own wouldn't be difficult. She was afraid of dragging Yichhen down. However, Yichhen suddenly smiled lightly. At that moment, the close combat just now had solidified his confidence, and he had a rough understanding of his own combat power level. Plus, since the first mutated lobster had only dropped a consolation prize, now that another one had come knocking, he had no reason to let it go. Leave the next one to me. What does Yichhen want to do? Is he planning to take on this mutated lobster by himself? Is he joking? That mutated lobster is so strong. How could Yichhen possibly? Yichhen is too great. Is he going to sacrifice himself so we can escape? Isn't it better for us to leave now? But if we don't leave, wouldn't that be wasting Yichen's good intentions? Seeing this scene, the classmates were both anxious and hesitant. They were all classmates, once passionate youths, and many still fantasized about sharing hardships together. Some had begun to learn the harshness of society and chose to leave first. Yet no one thought that Yichhen could handle the second mutated lobster alone. Everyone had just witnessed how powerful the mutated lobster was. Although Yichen's speed and strength had surprised them, it had taken all their efforts, relying on Lin Xingwan's A-class talent, to kill that mutated lobster. How could Yichhen manage it alone? As the second mutated lobster drew closer, more and more people were terrified and wanted to flee. The overwhelming pressure from the giant creature was unbearable for these recent graduates. Even those who didn't turn to run didn't dare to step forward with Yichhen to face it. Yi Ge, what are you going to do? Let me hold it off for a while. You go first. At this moment, only Mo Yuan rushed forward with loyalty, his eyes red, wanting to switch places with Yichhen. Enough, I'll be fine. You take the classmates and leave first. Don't worry about me, Yichhen said, waving his hand casually, urging Mo Yuan to go. This guy's willingness to help had touched him a bit. After all, he knew that Mo Yuan was originally afraid of death. As they spoke, the second mutated lobster was getting closer. Fortunately, there was a long corridor separating them at first, and there were many obstacles as it charged over, giving everyone some time to retreat. But if they didn't leave soon, it would really be too late. Then we'll go first. Yichhen, be careful. When the other students heard Yichhen say this, under the influence of some leaders, they began to leave through the other door, knowing that staying would be useless. Now, with two mutated lobsters, one had already been killed, and the other was blocked by Yichhen, which meant that the outside was already safe. Mo Yuan, seeing Yichen's disdainful expression towards him, also knew his own limited strength, so he had no choice but to start evacuating the crowd. Before long, most of the students had quickly left. They admired Yichhen, but in the face of life and death, few dared to have the courage to die together. They thought that if Yichhen died, they would donate some money to his parents and remember this heroic classmate in the future. In the end, only Mo Yuan and Lin Xingwan remained, watching Yichhen battle the second mutated lobster from a distance. Mo Yuan originally wanted to persuade Lin Xingwan to leave, but she insisted that if she rested for a while, she could help Yichhen. As for Lu Jingwei, after hesitating for a moment, he also chose to leave decisively. At this stage, he did not believe that Yichhen could deal with the second mutated lobster. Staying here would be very dangerous. Moreover, it was clear that Lin Xingwan and Mo Yuan could not become his allies, so he had no reason to stay and accompany them to their deaths. Yichhen? It would be better if he died. Lu Jingwei felt no gratitude for Yichen's act of blocking the second mutated lobster. Instead, he felt even deeper resentment. This guy was just lucky. Why would someone of Lin Xingwan's noble status willingly stay here to take risks? With him? Brother Yi, I stand with you. At that moment, Mo Yuan shouted loudly, almost provoking the mutated lobster to charge at him. Alright, stop shouting, just watch carefully, Yichhen said, changing from his previous evasive stance to draw the hatred back towards him. He then crouched down like a bull, his fist glowing with golden light, and struck the body of the mutated lobster with a punch. The mighty Bull Demon Fist. This punch directly hit the lobster's hard shell. Bang! That incredibly hard lobster shell, which Lu Jingwei had struggled to make a dent in with over 100 punches in 3 seconds, was actually smashed into the mutated lobster's flesh by Yichen's punch. Blue-green lobster blood sprayed out. Hiss. Is this your true strength, Brother Yi? This is just too fierce. Seeing this scene, Mo Yuan couldn't help but gasp, his eyes wide in disbelief. He knew Yichhen was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. He had already tested how tough the lobster's shell was with his iron fist, and he could barely leave some marks on it with all his strength. Now Yichhen could actually smash through the lobster's shell. Even Lin Xingxuan's expression showed some surprise. She had already given Yichhen a high evaluation of his talent, but she didn't expect that he had been hiding his strength until now. In this situation, it seemed that Yichhen alone could handle a mutated lobster. The presence of others earlier had only restricted him. On the other side, after being hit by Yichen's punch, the mutated lobster went berserk, its giant pincers smashing towards Yichhen. But Yichhen remained calm and unflustered. The subtle body technique, after training, could enhance a warrior's reaction ability, allowing for better evasive maneuvers in close combat based on the environment and attacks. Soon, he dodged this strike and flashed to the other side of the mutated lobster. Boom! Another punch. The mighty bull demon fist, powerful and unrestrained, with each punch further igniting the latent power within him, growing stronger with each battle. This punch also splattered lobster blood everywhere. Boom! 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 Then, Yichhen did not stop, continuing to throw punch after punch, as if treating it like a training sandbag, raining down blows on every part of the mutated lobster's body like a storm. Before long, he had smashed this giant creature, which was like a small mountain, leaving it riddled with large holes, the mutated blue-green lobster blood spilling everywhere. This was true close-quarters combat. Such a scene left Mo Yuan and Lin Xingwan, who were watching from a distance, utterly shocked. Nowadays, there were probably very few awakened individuals in the country who possessed such terrifying strength. Boom! With one final blow, Yichhen leaped high into the air and struck down on the mutated lobster's head with a punch like a meteor from the sky. Put! Some still warm mutated lobster blood sprayed onto Yichen's face. Feeling somewhat sticky, he wiped it lightly, and his face turned blue-green. Immediately, he jumped down from the corpse of the mutated lobster, looking like a demon god. Ding! Killed one mutated lobster, obtained. Along with this, there was also a notification of the rewards for killing the mutated lobster. Killed one mutated lobster, obtained cultivation method, great thunder sound breathing technique, stored in reserve space. The voice in his mind made Yichhen feel a surge of joy. He hadn't expected that besides the small thunder sound breathing technique, there was actually a great thunder sound. As the name suggests, without needing to look, the great thunder sound must be more powerful than the small thunder sound. Undoubtedly, this reward was many times better than the consolation prize he had just received. The surprise was doubled. However, at this moment, Yichhen had no time to check this breathing technique. Brother Yi, my hero, my god. Seeing that the mutated lobster had been killed, Mo Yuan immediately rushed over, hugging Yichhen tightly. Alright, I seriously suspect your orientation now, back off a bit. Yichhen pushed him away with annoyance. This guy was hugging him so tightly he could hardly breathe. Sorry, I couldn't help it, you know? Brother Yi, you're really amazing. Mo Yuan laughed, then walked over to look at the corpse of the mutated lobster, exclaiming in awe, my goodness, it's hard for me to even leave a mark on this mutated lobster, yet you managed to smash it full of blood holes. Brother Yi, you're truly a human-shaped monster, so rough, so violent, I love it. On the other side, Lin Xingwan finally regained some spirit and strength. When she walked over and saw the corpse of the mutated lobster, her face also showed surprise. Earlier, she hadn't seen it clearly from a distance, but now, she realized just how terrifying the damage Yichhen had caused was. Such domineering power was something she had never heard of. She had to admit that even with her A-class talent, she couldn't kill a mutated beast by herself. Yichhen not only accomplished this, but he did so with absolute strength, beating the mutated lobster to death. However, there were rumors that her elemental talent had strong plasticity and development potential, much stronger than Yichen's physical enhancement. It was like comparing a warrior to a mage. Generally, mages became stronger in the later stages, especially when protected, absolutely in the center of attention. Not bad, right? Seeing Lin Xingwan's expression, Yichhen couldn't help but feel a bit pleased and smiled as he asked. I really didn't expect you to have such strength, Lin Xingwan replied. There are many things you didn't expect, Yichhen said meaningfully, like how he had saved her life not long ago. However, it seemed Lin Xingwan wasn't paying much attention to him. She walked over to the corpse of the mutated lobster, pulled out a sharp dagger from her pant leg, and forcefully stabbed it deep into the lobster's head. After these mutated creatures die, their body's defenses decrease significantly, but with certain materials to assist, they can be restored, such as this lobster shell, which can be used to make some armor, Lin Xingwan said as she dug at something with a dagger. Because of the previous mutated lizard, the Lin family had obtained a lot of information about mutated creatures. And the most important thing about the corpse of a mutated creature is this. After a while, she dug out a round crystal the size of a pigeon egg, shimmering with colorful luster, from the head of the mutated lobster. What is this? What is it used for? Mo Yuan asked curiously. We call this the awakening crystal core, also known as the source of evolution. Lin Xingwan jumped down from the corpse of the mutated lobster and handed the pigeon egg-sized crystal to Yichhen, saying seriously, its function is to quickly enhance the talent level and ability power of the awakened. What? Yichhen was taken aback upon hearing this. At the beginning of this great change, this was a huge secret. In other words, whoever can obtain these awakening crystal cores first can take the lead, step by step, ahead of others. It is even possible, with the advantage of foresight, to become a major player in the chaotic world. He began to understand why he felt Lin Xingwan's talent ability was stronger than when they hunted the mutated lizard in the valley. Although the Martial Association only revealed the talent level for now, since this talent can be upgraded even if someone is initially rated as D-level talent, just like those classmates of his with useless talents like growing long hair. If they absorb enough awakening crystal cores, can't they also become B-level or even A-level? Of course, this kind of leap requires a massive amount of awakening crystal cores. On the other hand, it also means that before the Martial Association's new strength level classification is established, the talent level is essentially the strength level. The fact that Lin Xingwan could tell him this secret was enough to indicate the closeness of their relationship. This thing is surprisingly magical. Mo Yuan, who was nearby, couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. If he could collect more awakening crystal cores, he felt that the power of his iron fist should also be able to increase, making it less of a burden. However, mutated creatures were difficult to deal with, and they weren't everywhere, making it too hard to collect awakening crystal cores. Then I'll gladly accept this one, and the other one is yours, Yichhen said with a smile. Although he had delivered the final blow to the first mutated lobster, Lin Qingwan had become weak because of it and had told him such a big secret, so it was worth one mutated crystal core. Wait! At that moment, Lu Jingwei, who had already left, returned at some point, followed by 5 or 6 awakened ones. They were all awakened individuals who had joined Lu's family. After finding these awakened ones, he planned to return to hunt the second mutated lobster. But he never expected that this second mutated lobster had already been killed. One Yichhen, one already extremely weak Lin Qingwan, and one unreliable Mo Yuan. How could they possibly kill such a difficult mutated creature? However, he saw the awakening crystal core and stared intently at the colorful crystal in Yichen's hand. He had heard of its importance and had vaguely caught Lin Qingwan's explanation earlier. He didn't dare to snatch it from Lin Qingwan, but this one from Yichhen, no matter what, he couldn't let it go. Lu Jingwei, what do you want? This mutated lobster was killed by my brother Yi. What does it have to do with you? Mo Yuan stepped forward a couple of steps and questioned as he guessed that the other party wanted to take advantage of the situation upon seeing Lu Jingwei, the second-generation heir. This mutated lobster was originally imported by our hotel, and this second mutated lobster was heavily injured by our people, so you were able to kill it. Logically and reasonably, it shouldn't belong to Yichhen. Lu Jingwei let out a cold laugh and spoke directly. He had seen Yichen's strength, which was indeed not weak, but now he had 5 awakened ones behind him, making a total of 6, so he felt more confident. That's right, we were originally hunting this mutated lobster, but it escaped halfway through. One of the men behind him, a bearded giant with B-class talent, stepped forward and said, "So you mean to forcefully take it?" Yichhen replied coldly, "Yichhen, watch your words. I'm not stealing, this is originally our Lu family's property. Now, I ask you to hand it over." Lu Jingwei said with righteous indignation. "What if I don't?" Yichhen narrowed his eyes slightly, a meaningful smile on his face, while Mo Yuan beside him emitted a faint glow from his hands, ready to fight. Lu Jingwei's expression darkened, but he took a deep breath, as if he had barely held back his anger, and calmly looked at Yichhen, saying, "Yichhen, if you really want this awakened crystal core, it's not impossible. As long as you join my Lu family, I can let the past go. Moreover, I guarantee you the best treatment." Originally, his hatred for Yichhen had reached its peak, but this time, for the Lu family and the greater good, he was willing to let go of the past. After all, he still feared Yichen's strength. If the Lu family could really get Yichhen to join, it would be a tremendous benefit for them. Not interested. However, to his surprise, Yichhen directly refused, not giving him any room to maneuver. He had clearly shown sincerity, yet was met with such a direct rejection. "Yichhen, I was still considering our friendship as classmates, but now you are forcing my hand." In an instant, Lu Jingwei's previously pent-up anger erupted, his face turning ashen, his fists cracking with tension. "Get our things back." He pointed at Yichhen and let out a suppressed growl to the bearded giant and the others behind him. Since Yichhen was unwilling to join their Lu family, the awakened crystal core, which was crucial for the Lu family, absolutely could not fall into Yichen's hands. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to aiding the enemy. "Don't worry, Lu Xiao, our things won't be taken away by anyone." The bearded giant wore a mocking smile on his face. Before the Great Change, he was a desperate outlaw, having taken more lives than he could count. In his view, even if this Yichhen had the strength to kill that mutated lobster, an ordinary person who had never seen blood would not dare to strike hard when facing humans, thus not being able to unleash much power. Moreover, they had 6 people on their side, which was an absolute advantage. As soon as he finished speaking, sharp blades like wolverines sprouted from his fists, his eyes fierce as he stepped toward Yichhen. The others, except for Lu Jingwei, also revealed their talents and followed behind. "Who dares to come over?" Before Yichhen could move, Lin Qingwan stepped forward first. Supporting her weary body, she waved her hand lightly, and a snow lotus suddenly bloomed in front of the bearded giant. The temperature in the banquet hall dropped again. "Let's fight these guys." Mo Yuan was also on high alert, his face flushed. "Qingwan, do you really want to fall out with our Lu family for this Yichhen?" Seeing this scene, Lu Jingwei felt a pang in his heart, his expression growing increasingly ugly, even appearing somewhat ferocious. "If anything happens to him, I guarantee that you and the Lu family will not have it easy in the future." Lin Qingwan's gaze was icy as she stood firmly in front of Yichhen. Yichhen observed the entire scene, ready to act at any moment. He was assessing the strength of the opponents. Apart from Lu Jingwei and the bearded giant, the others should all belong to C-class talent. With his current strength, he was absolutely not afraid of facing 6 opponents at once. However, he was originally just an ordinary recent graduate, lacking in killing intent and real combat experience, and this was Lu's territory, where there might be others outside. So there were still many unknowns. But even if he couldn't win, he still had a technique to soar into the air. It was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Ha, good. You can actually go to this extent for him. Lin Xingwan, you have truly disappointed me. I was blind to have flattered you for so long. Lu Jingwei let out a somewhat mournful laugh, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Today, Yichhen is mine. You, Lin Xingwan, won't be able to protect him. The atmosphere between the two sides grew more tense, and a great battle was about to break out. What's all the commotion? At that moment, a clear and deep voice suddenly broke the temporary silence before the storm. Then, Lin Xingwan's third uncle, Lin Shichang, appeared at the entrance with members of the Lin family. Lin Shichang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Jingwei's expression changed. He hadn't expected the Lin family to arrive at this moment. He glanced behind Lin Shichang, where there were also 5 awakened ones. It was clear that both the Lu and Lin families, as well as various major forces, were forming their own teams of awakened ones, wanting to gain the capital to dominate. After the world changed, this meant that their numerical advantage had now vanished. In fact, they were at a disadvantage. Of course, the Lu family had others, but they were not here right now. The main point was that taking action in front of the Lin family would mean war between the two families. The bearded man who was about to make a move also stopped, looking at Lu Jingwei. He wasn't foolish, he knew that the Lin family wouldn't stand by and watch. Uncle, I'm here. Seeing Lin Shichang arrive, Lin Xingwan let out a sigh of relief. When she received the news about the mutated creatures appearing here, she had notified Lin Shichang, but the Lin family's territory was a certain distance away, which was why he had only just arrived. Xingwan, I'm sorry for being late. Fortunately, you're okay. What happened here? Lin Shichang asked with a slight smile. From the situation, he had already guessed most of it. It was obvious that they had obtained the awakened crystal core, and the Lu family wanted to snatch it away. The Lu family won't let me leave, Lin Xingwan said directly. The Lu family has indeed developed rapidly in recent years, and now they don't even regard our Lin family as anything? Lin Shichang looked at Lu Jingwei with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Lu Jingwei felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm as he spoke. I never said I wouldn't let Xingwan leave, I just want Yichhen to stay. Lin Shichang looked at Lin Xingwan. Yichhen is my friend, Lin Xingwan said. Now it's clear, Xingwan's friend is also our Lin family's friend. Now we can leave, Lin Shichang said indifferently, with an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Yichhen, Mo Yuan, let's go. With that, Lin Xingwan directly led Yichhen and Mo Yuan towards Lin Shichang at the entrance. Before leaving, she even calmly extracted another awakened crystal core from a mutated lobster on the other side. During this process, Lu Jingwei and the others could only watch helplessly. With Lin Shichang and the others behind them, they didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise they might suffer a pincer attack and gain nothing. They could only endure. In the depths of Lu Jingwei's eyes, there was a struggle and unwillingness, gritting his teeth, clenching his fists, his whole body trembling. He desperately wanted to keep Yichhen here at all costs, but in the end, he still didn't dare to make a move. Young Master Lu, then we shall take our leave first. Seeing that Lin Xingwan and the others had returned to the entrance, Lin Shichang smiled and said. The group then swaggered out of the Cloud Summit Hotel. After walking a short distance from the hotel, Lin Shichang remarked, it seems that classmate Yichen's awakened talent is quite extraordinary. He looked Yichhen over with great interest, having learned from Mo Yuan's boasting that this young man had single-handedly killed a mutated lobster. Uncle Lin, you flatter me. I appreciate your help this time, but I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now, Yichhen replied calmly, cupping his hands in thanks to Lin Shichang before preparing to depart. Wait a moment, classmate Yichhen, you have offended the Lu family this time. How about it? Are you interested in joining our Lin family? Lin Shichang called out to him with a smile. Your potential is remarkable, and I assure you that the Lin family will do everything to cultivate you, and the Lu family won't dare to trouble you again. I've already discussed the conditions with Xingwan. Yichhen waved his hand without looking back, not even waiting for Mo Yuan, as he got into his Ferrari and quickly disappeared from sight. With the Lin family watching over him, Mo Yuan wasn't worried about the Lu family daring to act. Following Yichhen might even put him at risk of assassination. He was eager to return and practice the great thunder sound breathing technique. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Hey, brother Yi. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Damn, that's ruthless. Mo Yuan shouted as he chased after him. Yichhen naturally heard him, but he was in a hurry to return, and he was also concerned that the Lu family's people might come after him. Although he wasn't afraid given his strength, he didn't want to drag Mo Yuan into trouble. After all, Lu Jingwei only hated him a little more. His animosity towards Mo Yuan shouldn't be too high, and it was safer with the Lin family around. Judging by Mo Yuan's performance today, he recognized his friend. At least he wasn't the type to enjoy the good times and run away when things got tough. Once he practiced the great thunder sound breathing technique and his strength could rival the Lu family, it wouldn't be too late to bring this guy along. He said he already discussed the conditions with you? Seeing Yichhen and Mo Yuan leave, Lin Shichang looked at Lin Xingwan with great interest and asked, "What are the conditions? If they aren't too excessive, we can't miss out on someone like him for the Lin family." Lin Xingwan was silent for a moment before replying. He said he wants to be the Lin family's son-in-law. Son-in-law, not a live-in son-in-law, nor a son-in-law by marriage. Upon hearing this, Lin Shichang couldn't help but twitch his face, then burst into laughter. "Well, that's quite an appetite he has. I actually admire him, but unfortunately, such conditions are beyond my authority to decide. The old-timers in the family haven't come around yet." He, being the Lin family son-in-law, isn't that easy. The other awakened ones looking to join the Lin family couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Lin Xingwan intentionally or unintentionally. With such a stunning beauty in the vast Lin family as the #1 family in Yun City as a backing, who wouldn't want that? But they all knew in their hearts that dreaming too big was just fantasy. "Xingwan, but I see you seem to have some feelings for this Yichhen?" Lin Shichang noticed Lin Xingwan seemed preoccupied and teased her, stroking his chin. He had always had a good relationship with Lin Xingwan and seemed to notice that she treated Yichhen differently. "So what if I do?" Lin Xingwan replied indifferently. After saying this, she turned and got into the business car heading towards the Lin family's estate. After all, this was just the beginning of a great change, and there were still some old fossils at home who clung to their old ways. However, she wouldn't resign herself to having her fate decided by others. As long as she became strong enough, the family would be under her control. Sigh. Seeing this, Lin Shichang could only shake his head helplessly and let out a sigh. They, as members of such a large family, truly have no control over their own lives. Their marriages are rarely decided by themselves. Being given a few options to choose from is already quite rare. Moreover, Lin Xingwan has awakened a Class A elemental talent, and her future prospects are limitless. Finding someone who can match her is not easy. As far as he knows, although Yichhen has shown considerable talent, he has also noticed that Yichhen belongs to the physical enhancement category. The two talents have their own advantages, but according to some research, the resource consumption for this type of talent is much greater than that of the elemental system. In other words, without any known background, Yichen's future achievements and talent are likely to fall short of Lin Xingwan's. Within the Lin family, Lin Xingwan's father is relatively open-minded, but some of the clan elders are quite conservative and interfere in many matters. At this stage, it would certainly not be easy for Lin Xingwan to choose someone with less potential than herself. Of course, in this rapidly changing world, who can say for sure? If Lin Xingwan becomes strong enough, everything can change. After all, strength is paramount. Lin Shichang can see that his niece is working hard to take control of her own destiny. On the other side, in the banquet hall of the Cloud Summit Hotel, Lu Jingwei was seething with anger, pounding his fists against the wall dozens of times in a second to vent his inner fury. Yet, his rage remained unquenched even after the wall collapsed. This time, Yichhen not only snatched Lin Xingwan and Mo Yuan mistakenly right in front of him, but he also had to watch helplessly as the other took away the awakening crystal core that originally belonged to him. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. "Lu Xiao, you don't need to be so angry. This Yi is not from any prominent family. Even if he is strong, he is just one person," said a bearded man beside him with a hint of amusement. "I'm just afraid he has joined the Lin family." Lu Jingwei retracted his fists, feeling a moment of maturity. He had completely given up on Lin Xingwan. He no longer thought about how to win her over but rather how to strengthen the Lu family and bring down the Lin family. Once the Lin family fell, a mere Lin Xingwan would mean nothing. That's simple. Among those people Lin Shichang brought earlier, I happen to know one of them. I can ask him if this Yi has joined the Lin family. As long as he hasn't, we have a chance to get the awakening crystal core back, the bearded man said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Alright, Yang Ge, I'll trouble you with this." Lu Jingwei nodded darkly. "What happened here?" At that moment, a voice came and a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit with an imposing demeanor walked in. Behind him followed two sharp-eyed bodyguards, clearly not to be trifled with. "Dad." Seeing the newcomer, Lu Jingwei instinctively felt a bit of awe and quietly explained, "Two mutated lobsters escaped from the imported water tank." "I know that. What I'm asking about is what happened afterward," Lu Jingwei's father, Lu Wanxiong, said, glancing at Lu Jingwei. "There's an awakener who was my classmate named Yichhen. He and Lin Xingwan killed the two mutated lobsters together and took both awakening crystal cores." Lu Jingwei organized his words and replied. At this point, Lu Wanxiong had already walked over to the corpses of the two mutated lobsters. He first examined the first one and noticed the residual ice shards on it. This one was killed by Lin Xingwan. She has mastered Class A ice and snow elemental talent, Lu Jingwei explained. Lin Qiankuan is truly fortunate to have such a good daughter, Lu Wanxiong said in a deep voice, then walked over to the corpse of the second mutated lobster. Upon seeing it, his expression couldn't help but show some emotion. Over there, Lu Jingwei was feeling a bit saddened by Lu Wanxiong's words, as it was equivalent to saying he was not as good as Lin Xingwan. Although this was the truth, hearing it from his father's mouth still struck him hard. "Come here." At that moment, Lu Wanxiong suddenly called out softly. Lu Jingwei jolted, realizing that his father's expression was unusual. He went over to take a look, and his face immediately revealed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? Earlier, he had been too far away and focused on the awakening crystal core, not seeing clearly. Now he discovered that the mutated lobster killed by Yichhen was covered in gaping wounds, as if it had been violently beaten to death. He had fought this mutated lobster before and knew how hard its shell was. Even with his B-level talent, it would be difficult to leave such wounds after 100 punches in 3 seconds. Yichhen, how could he achieve this level? He even hid his strength earlier. Thinking of this, Lu Jingwei took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly. He felt both resentment and jealousy. How great it would be if he had that talent. Have you made an enemy of the person who killed this mutated lobster? Lu Wanxiong squatted beside the corpse, looking up at Lu Jingwei and asking. He could tell from his son's tone what he meant. Yes, Lu Jingwei replied, lowering his head. How deep is it? Lu Wanxiong asked again. It can't be resolved anymore. Lu Jingwei closed his eyes, recalling Yichen's final rejection and the look he had given him. He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Spend 200 million, ask Master Yang to take action and kill him. Lu Wanxiong clapped his hands, standing up and speaking casually yet fiercely. 200 million. Lu Jingwei was momentarily stunned. Although money might not be worth much in the future, 200 million was still a terrifying number now. Don't hesitate over the money. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely cause huge trouble for our Lu family in the future. Since there is an irreconcilable grudge, he must be eliminated beforehand. Lu Wanxiong appeared very determined. Boss Lu, let us brothers handle this matter, said a bearded man beside him with a smile. This amount of money was tempting even for him. You can take action first. If you can kill him, the 200 million is yours. Lu Wanxiong thought for a moment and said lightly. He lacked confidence in these few people, but he knew that Master Yang had awakened a special talent and was not afraid of alarming the snake. If these people could gather some intelligence about Yichen's strength, it might provide more assurance for the subsequent assassination. Good. We brothers will definitely not disappoint Boss Lu. The bearded man and the others exchanged glances, instantly overjoyed. They knew they couldn't compare to Master Yang, but they felt confident against a young man who was still inexperienced. Back in his rented apartment, Yichhen was completely unaware that he had unknowingly acquired a bounty of 200 million on his head. At this moment, he extracted the Great Thunder Sound breathing technique from his storage space. As soon as he opened the jade slip, boom, boom. The moment Yichhen opened the Great Thunder Sound breathing technique, he felt a thunderous sound erupting within his body. It was like a bolt from the blue, shaking his spirit. In that instant, it felt as if all his limbs and bones were pierced through by this thunder, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. And this method of cultivation also entered his mind. Great Thunder Sound breathing technique. Heaven and earth are filled with thunder. Through the path of breathing, absorb the thunderous energy of the world, which can nurture thunder, temper the body, and communicate with heavenly thunder. Long and short, long and long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short. Following the guidance and adding the experience of practicing the little thunder sound breathing technique, Yichhen naturally began to cultivate. His breathing rhythm changed automatically, and he seemed to see a majestic divine figure measuring the heavens and the earth in his mind. Boom! Another loud sound echoed, as if struck by lightning, and he felt his crown gradually opening. A numb sensation spread from the crown of his head. Threads of heavenly thunder energy began to enter his body, and every cell felt as if it had been parched for a long time, now opening up to welcome this nectar. Yichhen knew that this thunder energy was not only harmless to him but would also be greatly beneficial. After less than an hour of cultivation, a black filth and impurities began to expel from his skin, thick and rich like asphalt, with a foul smell. But what followed was a lightness in his body that he had never experienced before. As if he had been reborn, even the dimension of life seemed to have risen to a new level. The most obvious change was in his 5 senses. Now, with just a slight focus, he could hear sounds from several miles away. His vision was clear, and he could see further, even the fine hairs of an ant when he looked closely. Closing his eyes, he could feel the wind flowing around him. The entire world seemed to have become clearer to him. As expected of the Great Thunder Sound, it's even more powerful than the Little Thunder Sound. Just a bit of practice, and my physical quality has changed so much. Yichhen stood up, looked at his hands, and felt very satisfied. He sensed that this Great Thunder Sound breathing technique was probably more than 10 times stronger than the Little Thunder Sound breathing technique. The main thing was this feeling of transformation, which the Little Thunder Sound breathing technique had not given him. Let's test my current strength. Yichhen smiled slightly, and in a flash, he was outside in the open space. Just this speed was astonishing. Roughly estimated, he had probably reached 100 meters in 1 or 2 seconds. Even those with awakened speed talents would likely not match him now. Although this was just a momentary burst of speed, he could maintain 100 meters in 2 or 3 seconds without any problem. This breakthrough even surprised Yichhen himself. With this speed combined with his subtle movement technique, he felt that even if he faced several mutated creatures at once, he wouldn't need to worry. Boom! Yichhen then approached a large rock and punched it directly, effortlessly, without using much strength. The large rock was shattered into pieces. Next, he took out the Little Thunder Sound bow. Before practicing the Great Thunder Sound breathing technique, although his strength had increased significantly, he could only draw the bow to 90% at most, never fully. buzz. But now, with a gentle pull without exerting all his strength, the little thunder sound bow was drawn fully. He could faintly see arcs of lightning flashing on the bowstring, dazzling even in daylight. He didn't dare to shoot forward, fearing to accidentally harm the innocent, so he raised his hand and aimed at the sky before releasing the bowstring. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, a purple light arrow shot from the bowstring, soaring into the sky. Instantly, under the clear sky, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, an astonishing power. My current strength has probably increased by nearly double. The power of the little thunder sound bow is also significantly greater when fully drawn, and it seems to have special effects. Seeing this, Yichhen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. This was indeed a bit too powerful. If he were to punch the head of the previous mutated lobster now, he could probably smash its skull with a single blow, and with this arrow, he believed it would be a piece of cake to pierce through the armored shell of the mutated lobster. Just 2 words, terrifying. Watching the brilliance in the sky gradually fade, Yichhen satisfiedly put away the little thunder sound bow just as he was about to return to continue his cultivation. Now that he had offended the Lu family, he didn't know when Lu Jingwei, that second-generation heir, would come looking for trouble. The faster he improved his strength, the better. However, at that moment, Yichhen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Now, he was much more perceptive than ordinary people. He vaguely seemed to hear a somewhat familiar voice within a few kilometers, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Listening carefully, he confirmed it. It was indeed the bearded man he had just seen at the Cloud Summit Hotel today, an awakener whose fist could grow into a steel knife. This person exuded a heavy killing intent, leaving a deep impression on him. Could it be that Lu Jingwei has sent someone to kill me so soon? Or does he want to snatch it back before I use the awakening crystal core? Yichhen was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought Lu Jingwei would plan for a long time before coming to deal with him. He didn't expect that it would only be a little over an hour since he returned before they came knocking. However, he was now full of confidence. Even if all the awakeners behind Lu Jingwei came, he wouldn't be afraid. His strength had greatly increased, and it was just the right time to test his skills. With that thought, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared from the spot. On the other side, the bearded man, Yang Gu, whose real name was Luo Daong, was known as the Desperate Yang. Before the world began to change drastically, he had already been burdened with several lives, a true desperado. He joined the Lu family partly because they paid well, and partly because their power was vast, allowing him to live freely without fear. Yang Gu, this guy named Ji, seems to be quite strong. Are we going to get our eyes pecked out by an eagle? As they got closer to Yichen's residence, one of his subordinates couldn't help but ask, "What's there to be afraid of? He's just a fledgling who just graduated. How dare he really kill someone?" Luo Dayan said disdainfully. "Besides, there are 5 of us here. The more people there are, the more chaotic it will be for him, and his strength will be greatly reduced. Skinny monkey, don't be a coward. 200 million. What's wrong with taking a little risk? As long as we take this kid down, each of us can get tens of millions. At that time, what woman can't we play with? Hee, even female awakeners," another awakener said. "True, this kid is doomed." The awakener called Skinny Monkey regained his confidence. "But remember one thing, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must use all its strength. As soon as we see that Yi guy, don't waste words, just go all out to kill. It's best to take him down before he even reacts. Then the 200 million will be ours." Luo Daong warned fiercely again. "We know. This kid just happens to live in a remote place. By the time he realizes it, he might be dead without knowing what happened." A dark-handed awakener sneered. "Is that so?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang in their ears, and a figure appeared behind them without them noticing. The killing intent surged, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, pressing in on them. The sudden arrival was, of course, Yichhen. With his current speed, even a distance of several kilometers would take less than a minute to cover. He had just arrived and overheard these people plotting to assassinate him, making it quite effortless. Since these people had murderous intent towards him, it was just right to serve as a sharpening stone after practicing the great thunder sound breathing technique. As for Luo Daong and the others, upon hearing this sudden voice, their faces instantly showed expressions of extreme shock. They never expected that Yichhen would know of their arrival in advance and had unknowingly come up behind them. It can be said that if Yichhen had taken the opportunity to ambush them just now, it is very likely that 1 or even 2 of them would have already fallen. In this way, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced, and this battle would be a defeat before it even began. However, precisely because of this, it further proved their conjecture. This person with the surname Yi is still too inexperienced. A rookie who has never killed anyone, how could he know the dangers of society and the unscrupulousness of it all? Clearly, he could have ambushed them from the shadows, yet he chose to alert them instead. This was their opportunity. Kill. With this thought, Luo Daong and the others exchanged glances and quickly took action. As soon as they struck, they went all out. They aimed to catch Yichhen off guard before he truly understood the situation and kill him without him knowing. The one closest to Yichhen was an awakener with the ability to make his arms as flexible as rubber. He swung his arms and his rubbery hands instantly became soft and elongated like ropes binding towards Yichhen. Although his ability was only C grade and lacked significant offensive power, if he could catch the target off guard, he could bind them unexpectedly. Once bound, no matter how strong the opponent was, it would be difficult for them to exert their strength and they would be at their mercy. It should be noted that he still had several teammates with strong attacks on his side. They had successfully coordinated like this many times before it could be said to be foolproof. This ability is somewhat interesting, but it's too slow. Can it really bind someone? However, facing the suddenly binding rubber hands, Yichhen appeared relaxed, even having time to comment. He had confidence in being able to take on 6 opponents, especially since he had now cultivated the great undersound breathing technique. He had deliberately shown up to further hone his skills with these few people. Looking for death, the awakener with the rubber hands felt insulted. And suddenly, the rubber hands turned and continued to chase after the evading Yichhen. It can still turn? Yichhen smiled, and in the next moment he appeared directly behind the awakener with the rubber hands. Be careful, this he is too fast. Luo Dayan shouted a warning and quickly threw a punch at Yichhen. As the punch was thrown, several sharp blades grew from his fist instantly, stabbing towards Yichen's face. Yichhen, as if strolling in a garden, took a step and easily dodged the attack, then appeared behind. Another awakener. Boom! That awakener didn't even have time to showcase his ability before he was struck by Yichen's powerful bull demon fist. The person stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In that instant he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced and most of his bones had broken. His entire body became uncontrollable like a ragdoll and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. With one punch he was dead. How is this possible? The other 4 awakeners felt their scalps tingle, unable to imagine that Yichen's strength could be this formidable. But they were also experienced in combat and knew it wasn't the time to be distracted. Although the death of their teammate enraged them, the most important thing was still to eliminate the target. The awakener, known as the Thin Monkey, excelled in explosive speed. At the moment Yichhen made his move, he quickly approached Yichhen, holding a sharp dagger, intending to slit Yichen's throat. This instantaneous speed was almost on par with Yichhen before he cultivated the great undersound breathing technique. Ding! A prompt sounded in his mind, but Yichhen focused on the battle, not having time to listen or experience the feeling of killing for the first time. As soon as he heard the sound of slicing through the air, he immediately executed the micro-body technique and casually threw another punch. Bang! The Thin Monkey was sent flying dozens of meters due to his light body, spitting blood, yet surprisingly, he did not die. Aware of his disadvantage, he showed no loyalty and turned to escape at the first opportunity. Yichhen watched this unfold, but unfortunately, Luo Dayan's sharp knife and that rubber hand had reappeared before him, leaving him no chance to pursue. Bang! He could only strike again against the rubber, which seemed to absorb his strength, reducing the impact of his punch by more than half. As a result, the opponent was nearly frightened into retracting the rubber hand, avoiding any fatal damage. Not bad, Yichhen murmured in admiration, then swiftly executed his agile movement technique, his figure seeming to vanish into thin air, and in the blink of an eye he was beside the rubber hand awakener. The rubber hand awakener was taken aback, and in a panic he wrapped his arms tightly around his body, quickly extending to envelop himself, resembling a Michelin tire. Let's try this knife. Seeing this, Yichhen smiled slightly, revealing an extraordinary alloy knife in his hand. To be honest, he hadn't had any real combat opportunities since acquiring this knife. Now that the blade was drawn, it had to taste blood. He took a deep breath, and on the edge of the extraordinary alloy knife, purple lightning seemed to flicker. He leaped into the air, hand raised, knife falling. Pooh, like chopping wood, the knife struck directly on the head of the rubber hand awakener, who was wrapped in rubber. Then, with a smooth motion, a clear split appeared from top to bottom, and the rubber began to fall away like petals, until it revealed the awakener hidden inside, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Yichhen, a terrifying gash running from his forehead down to his chest, his breath already fading. Die! At that moment, an awakener who had been unable to approach Yichhen suddenly closed in. His hands were blackened, laced with deadly poison. Just a touch would mean certain death for any human. Didn't you just say I wouldn't even know what hit me when I died? Yichhen turned his head, a playful smile on his face. His speed was more than 10 times faster than the opponent's. Even when the opponent was half a meter away, he could still easily evade. His strike was even quicker. Just as the opponent's hands were about to touch him, he raised his knife and fell it directly, severing those black hands. The extraordinary alloy knife was extremely sharp, and it took a while for blood to spurt out after the cut. Yichhen had already moved behind him, back to back, the knife returning without hesitation, piercing directly through the back of the poisoned hand awakener, reaching the heart. You! The latter stared in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the manner of his death, wanting to turn around to see, but before he could, his body had already collapsed to the ground. Thus, apart from the Thin Monkey who had fled a distance, only Luo Daong remained. Impossible, impossible, it hasn't been long since the great change began. How could you be this strong? Luo Daong's face was filled with terror. Having lost all will to fight, he turned and ran. Unfortunately, Yichhen would not give him the chance to escape. To these people, perhaps because he was a recent graduate who had never killed anyone, they thought he would be soft-hearted. Little did they know, he had killed countless ants, mosquitoes, and cockroaches in recent days, and had even slain mutated creatures. His heart had grown as cold as if he had been gutting fish for 10 years at a supermarket. Since these people wanted to kill him, he had no reason to show mercy. Just right, this area was a forest, rarely visited by people. Just as you said, this place is remote, no one should know if you die here. Yichhen stepped forward, catching up to Luo Daong in a second, then with 2 swift strikes, he ended the life of this murderous sinner. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. Ding! Watching Luo Daong fall slowly with his eyes wide open, Yichhen did not rush to check the spoils from earlier. He simply expressionlessly sheathed his extraordinary alloy knife. Then, he looked up at the awakened one, the thin monkey, who had already fled over a mile away. Unhurriedly, he took out the small thunder sound bow. At that moment, the awakened one known as Thin Monkey was weaving through the woods. As he ran, he nervously glanced back to see if Yichhen was pursuing him. He could vaguely hear his 4 teammates behind him, including their leader Luo Daong, an awakened one with a B-level talent, had all been killed. Now, he was both terrified and frightened. This Yichhen was just a young man who had recently graduated from university, and contrary to their initial assumptions about his inexperience and lack of exposure to the dark side of society, this person was ruthless when it came to killing. Moreover, he was decisive and did not drag his feet. If he had run a little slower, there would have been no chance of survival. Fortunately, Thin Monkey felt a bit relieved at this moment, thinking that he had reacted quickly. Upon realizing that they were no match for Yichhen, he turned and fled with his severely injured body. Such a person, at the beginning of this great change, was undoubtedly a boss-level existence. Even ordinary A-level awakened ones did not possess such strength. They had actually thought they had a chance to kill him. That prediction was utterly wrong. Only if Master Yang, that great Buddha, took action would there be a possibility of completing this task. No wonder Lu Wanxiang was willing to offer a bounty of 200 million. Thinking of this, Thin Monkey dialed Lu Jingwei's number, and as soon as it connected, he gasped, "Lu Xiao, we failed. Brother. Yang and the others were all killed by that surname Yi. I'm also seriously injured and am on my way back." At his level, he did not have Lu Wanxiang's contact information and could only reach out to Lu Xiao. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwei's mind went blank, feeling incredulous. He first glanced at Lu Wanxiang beside him, then couldn't help but ask, "At this time, weren't you supposed to have just arrived? How could it be so fast?" "Put it on speaker." Lu Wanxiang frowned. Although he did not have high hopes for Luo Daong and the others to assassinate Yichhen, the fact that they had almost all been wiped out in such a short time, unable to even escape, still surprised him. Lu Jingwei quickly switched to speaker mode and placed the phone on the table. "We hadn't even reached Yichen's residence when he discovered us. He's too strong, we couldn't even touch him," Thin Monkey said, fear and panic overwhelming him, his voice trembling. "I even suspect he hasn't used his full strength." "Aren't you good at speed? Even you can't match him?" Lu Jingwei asked in a deep voice. "My speed is a joke in front of that surname Yi. I was thrown away by one of his punches and took the chance to escape, otherwise I wouldn't have even had the hope of fleeing." Thin Monkey was still trembling as he spoke, glancing back nervously at the situation behind him, when suddenly, his voice cut off. Whoosh! His pupils dilated rapidly, filled with shock and disbelief, along with a flash of purple lightning. That was a light arrow. The speed of this light arrow was too fast. Even as he just caught sight of it, he had no time to react before the arrow had already closed in on him and, in the blink of an eye, pierced directly into his chest. He watched in disbelief as his body slowly fell backward. How is this possible? This was his last thought. He could not understand how, after fleeing a full 2 miles away, the other party could still catch up to him. Bang! But regardless of whether he understood or not, when his body fell to the ground, he had already become a corpse. His head tilted, and the mobile phone in his hand, still connected, fell to the side. "Hello, hello, skinny monkey?" On the other end, Lu Jingwei seemed to have heard some strange noise and quickly picked up the phone, calling out repeatedly, but unfortunately, after a long time, there was no response. He put down the phone and looked blankly at his father. At this moment, Lu Wanxiang's face also turned somewhat grim. 5 seasoned awakeners went to assassinate a recent graduate, and within less than an hour, they were all wiped out. Even the one who barely escaped in the end did not survive. "Master Yang, it's your turn to take action. But forgive me for saying too much. This target is extremely powerful, so please be careful and ensure a one-hit kill." Immediately, Lu Wanxiang's face darkened as he dialed a number, speaking with a hint of respect. "Interesting." A calm voice came from the other end, seemingly amused. "So, the 5 awakeners you sent earlier were all killed by him?" "Yes," Lu Wanxiang replied. "I like a challenge. Just prepare the money." The other side confidently hung up the phone. Dad, do you think Master Yang can succeed? After hanging up, Lu Jingwei asked anxiously, as Yichhen had given him a tremendous shock. Someone he had originally regarded as worthless had severely slapped him in the face today and also gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. If Yichhen did not die, he might not even be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Before the great change has begun, Master Yang is the most famous figure in the underground of Yun City. He is proficient in national martial arts, not the kind of deceptive tricks you hear about. He is a true killer. There was once someone who hired 18 assassins to surround him, and they were all killed by him. People like Luo Dayan can barely last a second under his hands, Lu Wanxiang said slowly. Plus, with this great change, his luck is also extremely good. He has directly awakened a grade A talent. I cannot estimate his strength. Then Yichhen is doomed this time. Hearing this, Lu Jinghui also breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had heard of Master Yang's legend. This person was elusive, and it was said that no one had seen his true face, but he was indeed a figure that instilled fear. Now that he had awakened a grade A talent, it should be foolproof. On the other side, in that small grove, Yichhen had now collected all 5 corpses and dug a pit nearly 10 meters deep to throw them all in. Since his strength was almost limitless now, he did not feel tired at all. These people were all desperate criminals, even fugitives. As long as the bodies were not discovered, it was unlikely to cause any trouble. This 10-meter deep pit should ensure that no one would dig them out. Plus, in this era of great change, even if someone discovered that a fight had occurred here, they probably wouldn't pay much attention, as many people had awakened their talents and couldn't manage everything. Dust to dust, earth to earth, Yichhen said as he covered the pit back up, planning to return to his residence. In fact, when he killed these people, he vaguely heard the sound of something exploding, but since it was his first time killing someone, he was too tense during the fight to pay attention, so he would have to check back to see what exactly had exploded. Just then, a sudden wind blew through the grove, rustling the leaves as they knocked against each other. Yichhen suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes, listening to the world. His senses were extremely sharp now, and for a moment he felt that the wind blowing through the trees had become unusually sharp. This was a feeling of danger. Yichen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became alert. His intuition told him that this attacker was 100 times more skilled than the 5 men led by Luo Dayan. It was only when the opponent was nearby that he realized it. Indeed, you were able to find me. A voice floated in the wind, and then a seemingly refined yet secretly fierce middle-aged man slowly walked out from behind a large tree. He wore a white long robe similar to what a Taoist priest would wear when descending the mountain, with half of his face covered by a Sichuan opera mask, and a smile that blurred the line between good and evil, his gaze examining Yichhen like a predator assessing its prey. This man was the Master Yang mentioned by Lu Wanxiang. His real name was Yang Yuanxiu, 38 years old this year. He had been obsessed with traditional martial arts since childhood, enduring pains that ordinary people could not bear to master the ultimate skills of national martial arts. Opposed by his family, he severed ties with his parents at the age of 12, giving up on his studies to wander and travel the mountains and rivers, seeking out and visiting all the masters of national martial arts. On the surface, he appeared more like a scholar, a performer of traditional opera, but in reality, he was competitive and vengeful. However, no one dared to deny Yang Yuanxiu's strength. He lived for martial arts and was infatuated with it. Some said he was a walking weapon, capable of killing with a single hair. If he got close, he could often kill you before you even realized what was happening. He had dominated underground arenas for years without a single defeat, leaving his opponents either dead or severely injured. Once, a retired boxer who insulted traditional martial arts online was challenged by him and killed in a second, after which he vanished without a trace. Only those who could afford his price could hire him. This time, Lu Wanxiang had offered 200 million to have him kill a young man named Yichhen. In fact, Yang Yuanxiu hadn't felt this kind of excitement in a long time, as he hadn't encountered a worthy opponent for ages, especially after awakening his A-class talent. Finding a rival was increasingly difficult, unless he traveled thousands of miles to challenge the currently most popular figures, the Archangel and the Lightning King. But since he was now the #1 wanted criminal, it was nearly impossible to use any form of transportation, making it very hard to leave Yun City. Thus, encountering a target like Yichhen in Yun City was incredibly rare. At this moment, he looked at Yichhen without rushing to attack. Yichhen was also sizing up Yang Yuanxiu. The man before him felt strange. At first glance, he seemed like a dramatic actor, but upon a second look, he appeared to be a cold-blooded killer, his eyes devoid of any human emotion. It was as if, in the eyes of the other, he was not a person but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even more outrageous was that the other party clearly intended to spill his blood but still asked him not to die too quickly, wanting to savor the process of his death. Are you here to kill me too? After a long stare, Yichhen calmly asked. Indeed, you are worth 200 million. Yang Yuanxiu smiled slightly, as if stating something very ordinary. I didn't expect to be worth so much. Yichhen was genuinely surprised. Logically, Lu Jingwei had not yet taken power, so it was impossible for him to mobilize such funds. Unless, this time, it wasn't just Lu Jingwei who wanted him dead. It seems I've truly caught the attention of the entire Lu family. Yichen's expression darkened. Only Lu Jingwei's father, the current head of the Lu family, could mobilize such power to kill him. Come on, Lu Wanxiong said, you are very strong. I am really looking forward to it. A half smile appeared on Yang Yuanxiu's face, the corner of his mouth visible beneath the Sichuan opera mask, hinting at something meaningful. Then, with a light push of his foot, his figure moved with the wind, graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon. In an instant, he closed in on Yichhen. This speed is incomparably faster than the previously awakened thin monkey, and it is even more silent, as if it has merged with the wind. Whoosh, once close, he strikes with two fingers piercing the air like a lightning blade, aiming directly for Yichen's throat. You shouldn't be disappointed. Yichen smiles calmly, employing a subtle body technique, moving back lightly like a willow swaying in the wind, just avoiding the deadly strike. However, to his surprise, even at a distance of more than 3 feet, he can still feel the sharpness emanating from the opponent's fingertips. His talent is in wind element? Yichen's heart suddenly guessed, no wonder this person could approach so silently without being detected. He has an aura of merging with the wind. His understanding and control of the wind have reached an extremely high level. With this thought, Yichen's heart tightened. He needed to be wary of the opponent suddenly using the wind to kill. Alright, I need to get serious. Yang Yuanxiu exclaimed in admiration, then stepped closer, his fists, feet, sword fingers, claw strikes, and elbow strikes coming faster and faster, as if he were a born killing machine, continuously attacking Yichen. Suddenly, it felt like the originally gentle breeze had transformed into a raging storm. Yichen was dodging while he was pursuing. Each attack stirred up gusts of wind around them. That terrifying sense of oppression almost made it hard to breathe. Yichen could clearly feel that the air around him had become much sharper. As soon as Yang Yuanxiu got a little closer, his skin felt as if it were about to be sliced open. Fortunately, his physical condition had greatly improved, allowing him to withstand more damage. If it were someone else, even if they weren't hit by Yang Yuanxiu, they would have already been battered and bruised by the fierce winds. For a moment, Yichen appeared to be retreating steadily. But what surprised him even more was Yang Yuanxiu. The more he fought, the more excited he became, yet he was also increasingly alarmed. It should be known that he practiced national martial arts, a killing technique. Aside from the initial probing during their first encounter, he had held nothing back afterward. Every strike was meant to be lethal. Yet every time he was about to hit Yichen, the latter would just barely evade, and the wind blades he intentionally manipulated had no effect on his opponent at all. No wonder Lu Wanxiong had to remind him to be cautious. This excessively young man, he couldn't even discern the talent his opponent had awakened, even if the other was skilled in speed. His reaction ability shouldn't be this fast, and his physical condition and resilience far exceeded that of ordinary people. It seemed that the other also had some martial training, and the martial arts he practiced were even more advanced than his own. It's my turn. After dodging dozens of attacks, Yichen had almost figured out the opponent's patterns. At this moment, he let out a deep shout, and suddenly turned from defense to offense. Bang! 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 The powerful bull demon fist was unleashed, each punch accompanied by a sound of breaking air, as if a wild bull were roaring and charging, ready to kill. He actually has such strong offensive power. Yang Yuanxiu was shocked again, quickly retracting his offensive momentum. The usually supremely confident him was now forced to retreat step by step by this violent attack. Boom! Most incredibly, even after stepping back 5 paces, he was still hit by Yichen's punch, a force he had never felt before crashing into him. Although his robe inflated like a balloon in that instant, absorbing most of the power, he still couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back several steps, then raised his eyes to look at Yichen. Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily, the originally blue color of his Sichuan opera mask suddenly turning red. In that moment, the elegance he had maintained completely vanished, replaced by a more frenzied, fierce, and terrifying demeanor. A sinister smile spread across his face, resembling a demon. You have somewhat disappointed me. Yichen, at this moment, looked at him with a faint smile. In terms of practical combat experience, he certainly couldn't compare to Master Yang, and the opponent's presence and words were impressive enough that he felt an unparalleled pressure from the very beginning, unable to unleash his own strength. But now he was growing more confident with each exchange, having established his own martial arts conviction. He was not afraid of the opponent. Very good, beyond my expectations. After a hearty laugh, Yang Yuanxiu looked at Yichen again, like a beast ready to pounce. Continue. Yichen remained unafraid, calm and composed. With you and me emerging from Yun City, it can be said to be a place of exceptional talent. Yang Yuanxiu stepped forward, a fierce aura surrounding him, his hands clawed as he charged swiftly at Yichen. You may not even qualify to stand alongside me, Yichen replied with a smile, and he was not wrong. He believed that someone capable of awakening such a defiant talent like his own was likely unique in the world, let alone in Yun City. Although Yang Yuanxiu had impressive talent, it was unfortunate for him that he encountered Yichen so early. I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than me. Yang Yuanxiu laughed, his claws closing in on Yichen's throat once again. Yichen initially intended to use his previous technique to evade, but at that moment he felt a sudden gust of wind around his body, as if countless strands of wind had formed a massive net, making it incredibly difficult for him to move. He understood that this was Yang Yuanxiu's ability to control the wind. The opponent hadn't used this move earlier, indicating it wasn't something he could deploy at will. Just like Lin Qingwan, overexerting one's talent could lead to a feeling of weakness. In that case, what if I confront you head-on? Yichen clenched his fist, and in that instant, it felt as if all the thunderous cells in his body had been activated, suddenly resonating with power. Both his reaction speed and punching speed were noticeably faster. His fist crackled with lightning. The great power bull demon fist. He unleashed his strongest punch with all his might. You can still move? Yang Yuanxiu did not expect Yichen to counterattack at this moment. He had nearly pushed his talent to its limits. Just as Yichen had guessed, he couldn't hold on for much longer. Originally, he had planned to rely on this move to instantly defeat Yichen and end the battle, but now it seemed impossible. He even felt that Yichen's punch posed an even more terrifying threat than before. Yang Yuanxiu's heart sank. In the next moment, he transformed his claws into a fist, colliding fiercely with Yichen's punch. Bang! It sounded like a balloon bursting. Before their fists even met, the force of the wind created a loud explosion. Yang Yuanxiu used the wind to block Yichen's punch, but in the end, it was still unable to stop it. His body was once again sent flying backward, but this time he was prepared and did not spit blood like before. He landed several meters away, quickly releasing all his force. Hiss! Then he flipped his palm, and a gust of wind transformed into a wind blade, slicing directly toward Yichen. On the other side, Yichen retracted his fist, just about to continue his pursuit. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing danger approaching. Now, with clear eyes, he could see that although the air ahead was colorless and formless, there was clearly a wave forming. A sharp sensation rushed toward him. He quickly bent backward, forming an arch with his body, as the wind blade swept through the air and struck a large tree behind him. Poof! With a soft sound, the tree, thick enough for a child to wrap their arms around, fell smoothly to the ground. One could imagine the dire consequences if that wind blade had struck a person. This elemental awakener is indeed terrifying. Yichen heart was still racing. Fortunately, his physical fitness and reaction ability had greatly improved, otherwise he would have found it hard to dodge that last attack. You were able to avoid that? Yang Yuanxiu was even more surprised. Such a wind blade was difficult for him to track, yet the other party managed to evade it. His expression darkened again. The confident pride he had at the beginning was no longer present, and a sense of unease, representing a loss of confidence, began to take root in him. Hiss, hiss, hiss! He then flipped his palm, sending out several more wind blades in quick succession. Each one was colorless and formless, extremely fast and deadly. But Yichen seemed to be able to see through the air. He executed his subtle movement technique, stepping and dodging, each time narrowly avoiding the wind blades' attacks. In the blink of an eye, he had covered the distance of over 10 meters, once again closing in on Yang Yuanxiu. You are indeed hard to kill, but it should end here. Yang Yuanxiu's face turned fierce, his eyes bloodshot. As Yichen was about to reach him, he took a deep breath and suddenly leaped into the air. Using the control of wind, he suspended himself in midair, feeling as if he had already secured an invincible position. Hiss, 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 hiss! Without any delay, he unleashed a flurry of wind blades from his hands. His talent had been pushed to the limit. He had to kill the target quickly, or he would be the one to die. Then let's end it here. Yichen smiled calmly and quickly stepped back 2 paces. Although he could use the small thunder sound bow to shoot down aerial targets, he knew Yang Yuanxiu would not give him that opportunity. So, he stomped his feet on the ground and leaped into the sky as well. Qi manipulation technique. This was a technique he had acquired while cooking shrimp for hot pot, and this was the first time he was using it. After absorbing it, however, everything that burst forth came with experience points, allowing him to grasp it quickly. Thus, as he soared up, aside from feeling a bit unaccustomed to the brief sensation of weightlessness, he soon gained full control, manipulating the Qi to fly and rapidly catch up to Yang Yuanxiu. How is this possible? For the first time, a hint of panic appeared on Yang Yuanxiu's face. Seeing Yichen charging at him with killing intent, he hurriedly tried to dodge, but Yichen's speed in manipulating Qi was too fast. Controlling the wind to float was already quite difficult, and he simply couldn't react in time. As he got close to Yang Yuanxiu, the extraordinary ally knife was already in Yichen's hand. It was inconvenient to use the great strength bull demon fist in the air, but this was sufficient. Hiss! With lightning speed, he slashed down at a 45-degree angle from Yang Yuanxiu's right shoulder, the razor-sharp blade piercing towards his heart. Flesh and blood rained down like a storm from the sky. What kind of talent have you awakened? Yang Yuanxiu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. As the life force gradually drained from his body, he could no longer control the wind and began to fall from the air. Bang! Moments later, he fell to the ground like a sack of flour, creating a large pit and kicking up dust. I need to dig another pit. Yichhen also slowly descended to the ground. You have killed one awakened being. At the same time, a prompt suddenly rang in his mind. This time, he heard it clearly, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. You have killed one awakened being and obtained the defensive technique Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield. Hearing this voice, Yichhen couldn't help but feel delighted. He was satisfied with this harvest. However, it was not safe to linger here, so he did not immediately check the Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield. Instead, he quickly buried Master Yang's body and returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Yichhen sat cross-legged on the bed, still not immediately checking his gains. His heart, in fact, could not calm down for a long time. This was still his first time killing someone, although he told himself that if he didn't kill, others would kill him. He was, after all, a person who had received 9 years of compulsory education and instinctively felt that killing was a serious matter. He still did not have the psychological fluctuations he pretended to show. Of course, he would not regret it. This was merely a psychological journey towards a world of great change. It was something he would need to get used to sooner or later. Lu family. After calming down for a while, he steeled himself and began searching for information about the Lu family online. If possible, he wouldn't mind launching a counter-assassination against the Lu family. His little thunder sound bow had a decent range. However, upon searching, he couldn't help but frown. It turned out that this Lu family was not a legitimate family. They were quite close to the dark side even before the world changed. Perhaps because they had many enemies and feared assassination, the Lu family had actually carved out a territory for themselves in the old city. Within a few miles, there was only the Lu family's presence. He looked at the layout map. The Lu family's villa was a cluster of villas by the mountains, easy to defend and hard to attack, with no sniper points within several miles. As for flying in, that was even more impossible. After all, they weren't out in the sun every day waiting for him to shoot. Even if he wasn't discovered, he would probably exhaust himself waiting for someone to show up, not to mention the complications of drones and such. Additionally, the Lu family owned a security company with at least several hundred security personnel. Among them, there were certainly a number of awakened individuals, and their combat talents were hard to estimate. Generally speaking, at the beginning of awakening, as long as their talents weren't too extraordinary, these people wouldn't leave the Lu family so quickly. After all, even the most talented graduates rarely start their own businesses right away. It should be noted that when the Lin family was hunting down the mutated lizards, they had deployed firearms. Although the Lu family's foundation was not as strong as the Lin family's, they were clearly more unscrupulous, especially now that the world had changed. The national forces had to strictly guard the borders and coastlines, and many places were already hard to manage. They might even be hiding various heavy weapons, making it difficult to defend against. Not to mention, as long as they had a few snipers, flying would be useless. It's important to know that snipers could also awaken related talents. If he rashly went to their door, it would be equivalent to facing an army. Although his individual strength was strong, he didn't have absolute confidence in group battles. I didn't expect the Lu family to be a criminal force, and they must have done many guilty things to build their family like an iron wall. Yichhen felt a bit unwilling. He had wanted to struggle a bit, but thinking of his parents at home, he quickly made a call back. Since the Lu family was a criminal force, they would definitely stop at nothing, and his parents might also be threatened. Soon, he received news from his parents that it seemed some strangers from the neighboring town had entered their small town, causing some disturbances, but fortunately, nothing serious happened in the end. He estimated that this was most likely sent by the Lu family. Lu Jingwei. Lu Wanxiong. I just don't want to join the Lu family, and you actually want to go to such lengths to kill me. Thinking of this, Yichhen clenched his fist tightly, his eyes gradually filled with killing intent, which slowly dissipated. After a long while, in that case, within 3 days at the shortest, half a month at the longest, there will be no Lu family in Yun City. For now, I should go home first. He could also wait for 3 to 5 days for the Lu father and son to come out to see if there was an opportunity for assassination, but rather than waste time here, it would be better to go home and improve his strength first. Most importantly, he still couldn't let go of his family. He knew that the news of his survival would soon reach the Lu family, and by then, in order to make him wary, they might send more people to harass him. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace a phone call from the Lu family that could summon people from the neighboring town. Therefore, he still had to hurry back home to ensure everything was fine. Lu family in Yuncheng. Time had passed for nearly half a day, but there was still no news regarding Master Yang. At this moment, Lu Jingwei had begun to feel restless, sitting down for a moment and then pacing back and forth in the hall, a vague sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. Lu Wanxiong's expression was also quite grim. With Master Yang's strength, once he decided to take action, he generally wouldn't take this long. Unless this Yichhen was too strong, even someone of Master Yang's caliber would need to plan carefully and find the best moment to strike. Dad. Just as he was about to make a call to confirm, Lu Jingwei glanced at his phone, and at that moment he froze. What's wrong? Lu Wanxiong asked in a deep voice. Just now, Yichhen tagged me in the class group and even sent me a picture emoji, Lu Jingwei said, his hands trembling slightly. Lu Wanxiong took the phone and saw that Yichhen had sent an emoji of a little person pointing at the screen with the text saying, "You brat, just wait for me." Below, many classmates were asking what had happened. Yichhen had also replied with a smile. This made it very clear. Yichhen was still alive and living quite well. Although there had been suspicions, Lu Wanxiong couldn't help but frown, remaining silent for a moment before he took out his phone and dialed Yang Yuanxio's number. "Beep, the number you dialed is not reachable. Please try again later." All he heard from the other end was a mechanical voice. Lu Wanxiong numbly put down his phone. Even he, who was usually calm, felt a chill run down his spine. When combined, the most likely scenario was that Master Yang was already dead. He had gone to assassinate Yichhen but had been killed by Yichhen instead. It should be known that Master Yang was a top figure among the awakened in Yuncheng. If even he had been killed by Yichhen, then Yichhen had likely become the true number one in Yuncheng. No one could compete with him anymore. "Dad, what happened to Master Yang?" Seeing his father's expression, Lu Jingwei felt a sense of foreboding and quickly asked. "He's probably dead." Lu Wanxiong took a deep breath to calm himself and slowly spoke. "Master Yang is dead?" Lu Jingwei's mouth fell open, a wave of fear rising in his heart. Yichhen had directly called him out in the group. Was he going to kill him next? At this moment, he no longer felt the pride of being a B-level awakened. He truly felt scared. That was Master Yang. Before the world changed, he was already the number one in Yuncheng's underground, and he had awakened an A-level talent. A person like that had been killed by Yichhen. What was he, a B-level awakened? "Dad, will Yichhen come to our Lu family? He must think I sent someone to kill him. Dad, you have to protect me." He couldn't help but panic, tugging at his father's sleeve, nearly crying from fear. Lu Wanxiong glanced at his son, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. If only this Yichhen were his son. "Notify everyone, let all our security personnel retreat to the Lu family's residential area. Set up checkpoints, arrange for personnel and drones to patrol day and night, and have the hired snipers ready to take position immediately. No unfamiliar faces are allowed to enter our family territory. Also, increase the benefits for recruiting awakened, spare no effort to attract high-level awakened." Unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. Since he was his own son, he had to protect him at all costs, and he immediately began to give orders. He was also somewhat worried in his heart. Yichen's strength was too formidable, and he wondered if it would swell to the point of directly attacking the Lu family. After all, the news of awakened individuals committing crimes after gaining their abilities was not uncommon. Although it could be said that the other party would face severe consequences for such actions, he did not dare to gamble. If he lost the bet, it wouldn't just be his son in trouble, the entire Lu family would at least suffer a significant blow. He had to prepare more. In the afternoon, the sun was slanting to the west. Yichhen was already on his way home. It seemed that his parents had also awakened their abilities and had somehow picked up a cow that looked like a mutated creature. Even without the issue with the Lu family, he had originally planned to return home to see if he could teach his parents the breathing technique. Even if it wasn't for fighting, at least it could strengthen their bodies and improve their physical fitness. Now, because he was worried that the Lu family might take further action, he needed to return home even more urgently before they moved. This time, Yichhen did not drive. In fact, his current running speed was much faster than driving, and he had also mastered the art of leaping, allowing him to soar over mountains, making the journey shorter, perfect for practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he sped along the way home, Yichen's figure was as quick as lightning, almost invisible to the naked eye. Occasionally, he would leap into the air, and when he got tired, he would land on a high mountain, enjoying the mountain breeze, feeling quite carefree. Just as he was about to arrive, he received a call from Lin Qingwan. Seeing it was her, Yichhen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. This girl still cared about him after all. "Are you okay?" As soon as the call connected, Lin Qingwan asked nervously. She had seen the messages in the group and called immediately. "I'm fine, don't worry. I haven't married my wife yet, so I'm not ready to die," Yichhen replied with a smile. "Did Lu Jingwei send someone to assassinate you?" Lin Qingwan saw Yichhen mention Lu Jingwei in the group and guessed that Lu Jingwei must have done something afterward. "Yeah, this time, it might not just be Lu Jingwei coming after me," Yichhen said calmly, "because besides the few people we encountered at the banquet hall today, another expert showed up later. That person said the Lu family has put a bounty of 200 million on my head and mentioned Lu Wanxiong's name." 200 million? Lin Qingwan's expression darkened slightly. A bounty of this level was indeed not something Lu Jingwei could decide on. It was very likely a resolution made by Lu Wanxiong. However, there were not many assassins in Yun City worth 200 million. "Who was that expert?" she asked again. "I don't know him. He looked like a performer, wearing half of a Sichuan opera mask, and it seemed he had awakened a wind-related ability." Yichhen thought for a moment and replied, "Master Yang?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwan was immediately shocked. It was clear that she had heard of Master Yang's name. This person was well known in the underground forces of Yun City, and the Lin family, as the first family in Yun City, surely had relevant intelligence. It could even be said that in Yun City, if Master Yang was second, very few would dare to claim the first position. But under the assassination of Master Yang, Yichhen was actually unharmed? Mother hen, Yichhen casually said in a Cantonese accent, since he had already killed the person anyway. What happened to him now? Are you really okay? Lin Xingwan asked, somewhat incredulously. This kind of assassination is definitely a case of either you die or I die. Since I'm fine, it must mean he's dead, Yichhen said with a slight smile, speaking lightly. Master Yang is dead. Lin Xingwan's heart was stirred with waves of shock. Such a legendary figure had actually been killed by Yichhen. In that case, the strength Yichhen displayed when he killed the mutated lobster was not even his full power. She felt that she was starting to lose sight of Yichhen. Well, if he doesn't have the talent for resurrection, then he should be done for now, Yichhen said playfully. So, how strong is he? I think he's just average. Some say he's the number one in Yun City, Lin Xingwan said after a moment of silence. So, does that mean I'm now the number one in Yun City? I'm flattered, really flattered. Yichhen couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. That title was quite impressive. As long as you're fine, that's good. The Lu family might have other moves, so be careful, Lin Xingwan reminded him, somewhat accustomed to Yichen's personality. Even though you're the strongest now, it doesn't mean you'll always be the strongest. You already know that using the awakening crystal core can enhance one's talent. For some powerful families, they can concentrate their forces to hunt mutated creatures to obtain a large amount of evolution source and then boost the strength of certain awakeners. Moreover, I've heard that some ancient martial arts classics are about to be released from the Martial Arts Association, and some people have figured out some cultivation methods that can also enhance the strength of awakeners. Don't worry, I won't be easily surpassed, Yichhen said confidently. His talent was unique, and with his high explosion rate, high-end weapons and techniques would continuously flow in, allowing him to maintain his advantage. However, the information about the evolution paths in ancient martial arts that Lin Xingwan mentioned was significant. The world had changed dramatically, leading to a revival of spiritual energy, and the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could very well cause ancient martial arts classics, which were previously useless, to undergo some transformations. Yichhen didn't dare to underestimate the world, just as some scientists' discoveries propelled the technological revolution. In this era of spiritual energy revival, there might also be discoveries that could promote the revival of ancient martial arts. After hanging up with Lin Xingwan, Mo Yuan called next. Mo Yuan expressed his condolences and indignation, repeatedly saying he wanted to destroy the Lu family to avenge him. Of course, Yichhen acknowledged his sentiment. With Mo Yuan's peculiar talent, it seemed unlikely he would achieve much even if he developed further. But this loyalty was still commendable. Yichhen also considered that he could teach Mo Yuan the breathing technique when he had time. After all, Mo Yuan's character had been tested and was trustworthy. Although relying on this guy to confront the Lu family was unreliable, having more support was always good. Without joining the Lin family, he could only build up his own power. After finishing the 2 calls, Yichhen took a break. He then leaped up on the mountain using the chi manipulation technique to head back home. About half an hour later, Yichhen returned to his hometown, a small town far from the city. Compass Town. Compass Town had a small permanent population of only about 10,000 people. Yichen's father, Yi Demon, was a blacksmith in Compass Town, usually making farming tools to make a living. His income was modest, but it was enough to support his college education. His mother was an ordinary rural woman doing some handicrafts and farm work. The environment here was quite nice, surrounded by mountains and water. Returning here, Yichhen felt much more relaxed. This time, he wanted to see if his parents could practice the breathing technique if it could ensure their safety. This place was actually much more suitable for living than Yun City. Stop. What are you doing? Just as he was about to enter Compass Town, he was stopped by someone. I'm from Compass Town, just returning home today. Yichhen looked up to see a strong-looking man blocking his way, clearly someone who often did heavy work, possibly even awakened a related talent. What's your name? Where do you live? The strong man, seeing he was one of their own, softened his tone and asked. Yichhen, my dad is Yi Demon, the blacksmith in the town. Yichhen replied honestly. Oh, so it's little Yi. I almost didn't recognize you after not seeing you for a few years. You should head back quickly. It seems someone is causing trouble for your dad today. The burly man waved his hand and said, Someone is causing trouble for my dad? What happened? Upon hearing this, Yichen's expression darkened slightly. This must be what his parents mentioned about someone from the neighboring town causing a disturbance. It's an outsider. Seems to be from our neighboring town, but I don't know how they got in. But don't worry, your dad is fine. The burly man reassured him. Okay, thanks. What should I call you, uncle? Yichhen nodded, feeling relieved. Hee, just call me Uncle Xiong. The burly man smiled. Then Uncle Xiong, I'm heading back now. If you have the chance, come over to my house for tea. Yichhen said goodbye and quickly made his way home. It seems he underestimated the influence of these big families, able to reach into the neighboring town. Fortunately, his parents were safe. After turning a couple of corners, he arrived at his doorstep. Whoosh! Just as Yichhen entered the yard, planning to call out to his parents, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind coming at him, and a shadow rushed towards him, attacking swiftly. Luckily, his reflexes were quick and he immediately used his agile movement technique to dodge the strike. When he steadied himself and looked closely, he was shocked to find that the one who attacked him was a yellow cow. Yichhen never expected such a welcome when he returned home. A yellow cow whose skin wasn't purely yellow but had a slight greenish tint. One hoof was half raised, another hoof was lifted high, while the other two hooves struck a pose resembling a mantis fist. It looked quite comical, yet there was an indescribable charm to it. It seemed that this was not just a yellow cow, but a martial arts master. Yichhen could clearly feel that this kung fu cow was incredibly fast. Had he not reacted in time, that hoof could have struck his head with unimaginable consequences. Is this the yellow cow my mom brought back? Yichhen suddenly remembered that a few days ago, during a phone call with his mother, she mentioned picking up a yellow cow. That seemed to be a mutated creature. She even said that if he brought a girlfriend home, they would slaughter it for a meal. Now it seemed that might be a bit difficult to handle. Seeing that its kick missed Yichhen, the yellow cow seemed a bit surprised, then it let out a sound and quickly moved again, stomping its feet. The whole cow actually leaped high, then attacked Yichhen with a whirlwind kick, or rather, a spinning hoof attack. Goodness, this cow has become a spirit. Seeing this, Yichhen was genuinely startled. Although he had killed 2 mutated creatures before, this yellow cow was clearly much more advanced than those 2. It could even fight. This was truly astonishing. It seemed that the news reports about talking monkeys and mermaids were not false. Some mutated creatures might have evolved to a higher intelligence, even resembling humans. Faced with the aggressive approach of the yellow cow, Yichhen didn't dare to be careless. He quickly used his agile movement technique again to dodge the whirlwind hoof, but soon he saw that the yellow cow was impressive enough to turn mid-air, missing once and then continuing to chase him with its plump body. In that case, let's see whose strength is greater, my mighty bull demon fist or your mighty bull demon hoof. Seeing this, Yichhen smiled slightly and decided not to dodge. He slightly retracted his fist, and the thunder energy cells within him instantly activated. Bang! The mighty bull demon fist was launched towards the yellow cow, flying through the air. The yellow cow couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by the punch, flying backward in an extremely comical manner before crashing into the wall in a sprawled position and slowly sliding down. With this punch, Yichhen had held back some strength, but he could also feel the formidable defensive power of this yellow cow. Under his punch, it surprisingly seemed unscathed, as if there were no marks on its hide at all. This level of defense could be considered quite formidable. No wonder the people sent by the Liu family couldn't gain any advantage. With this yellow cow guarding the house, he felt much more at ease. The yellow cow, however, looked quite unconvinced and let out another bellow. This time, it planted its hooves firmly on the ground, its horns pointed forward, seemingly ready to charge directly. Alright, this is my home. If you keep causing a ruckus, my mom might really decide to slaughter you for dinner tonight, Yichhen said with interest, looking at the big yellow cow and smiling. Moo the cow, undeterred, was about to charge again. Dad, Mom! Yichhen quickly shouted, fearing that if this continued, he might end up demolishing his own house. Hearing the commotion, his father Yi Demon and mother Liang Qianru came out of the house. Yi Demon was holding a hammer, while Liang Qianru had a green onion in her hand. What are you doing? This is my son, get away from him. Seeing the yellow cow about to charge at her son, Liang Qianru hurried over to the big yellow cow and swung the green onion at its head. The yellow cow, taken aback by Liang Qianru's attack, had no temper left, dodging and retreating while not daring to make a sound, only casting a resentful glance at Yichhen from a distance. Mom, you really are fierce. This big yellow cow is no ordinary creature, yet you've managed to train it to be so obedient. Yichhen couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this. He had just experienced the cow's strength. It could be said that someone of Luo Dayan's level of awakening would probably not withstand even a single kick, and it could even match up against Master Yang. Now, it was so afraid of his mother. Could it be that his mom had awakened some beast-taming talent? What's so special about it? It just eats and lazes around all day. I asked it to help plow some rice fields, and it wouldn't even budge. It has completely ruined the kitchen supplies, Liang Qianru scolded. Making it plow fields would indeed be a bit much for it, Yichhen laughed, as this was a mutated yellow cow, not just an ordinary one. Moreover, water buffaloes were typically used for plowing rice fields. Yellow cows didn't like water and were used for dry land. Why didn't you say anything when you came back? I could have made an extra dish for your mom, his father Yi Demon asked. I was in a hurry because of some matters, Yichhen replied nonchalantly. Mom, just make something simple. I like everything, even salted fish and cabbage is delicious. You still have that same old attitude, smooth talking as always. Now that you're back, just wash your hands and we can eat, Liang Qianru said, having no way to deal with her son, and she went into the kitchen with the green onion. Alright, Mom, just make something simple. No need to kill the cow, Yichhen called out with a smile, glancing at the resentful big yellow cow. Moo, the yellow cow seemed to understand Yichen's words and immediately expressed its dissatisfaction with a couple of calls. Be good, or I'll have my mom slaughter you for a beef hot pot. Yichhen walked over, smiling as he patted the cow's head. The yellow cow initially turned its head away in a bit of pride, but fearing Yichen's threat, it obediently allowed him to pat it. It was evident that this mutated yellow cow had a significantly higher intelligence than ordinary mutated creatures, likely comparable to that of a small child. As for its combat power, it far surpassed that of ordinary awakened humans. Yichhen couldn't help but sigh. With this great change in the world and global evolution, the future indeed seemed difficult to predict. Perhaps in the future, some mutated creatures might turn into humanoid forms, becoming the legendary monsters. It's not impossible. After having a friendly chat with the yellow cow, Yichhen returned to the hall, changed his shoes and clothes, and sat by the table waiting for dinner. Yi-demon put down his work and returned to the dining table, waiting for Liang Qianru to finish cooking. The three of them began to eat happily together. Little did they know that yellow cow, with its thick skin, also caught a whiff of the food and came over, wanting a share. My son is back tonight, there's no portion for you, go outside and wait. I'll make you a bowl of noodles later, Liang Qianru said, unceremoniously slapping the cow on the head. The yellow cow moved in protest but ultimately had to obediently walk away, not daring to snatch food from Yichhen. Thanks, Mom. It's been a long time since I had your cooking. TSK, I miss it so much. Even eating at a 5-star hotel feels bland. Yichhen immediately showered his mother with compliments, making her laugh heartily. With that mouth of yours, your dad and I are both honest folks. I don't know who you take after, Liang Qianru said, while vigorously serving her son more dishes, sounding a bit annoyed. Haha, I'm speaking from the heart, I'll leave it to you guys, honest. Yichhen laughed. The family chatted and laughed, warm and loving, which made him feel very satisfied. This also allowed him to gradually relax after experiencing several battles and 2 assassination attempts that day. No wonder they say home is a tranquil harbor. Sometimes it really helps one temporarily forget many worries. Once they had eaten enough, Yichhen casually asked, Dad, I heard someone came looking for trouble when I got back today. What's going on? He didn't want his parents to worry about this matter, so he kept his tone casual. It's nothing, apparently. It was 2 thugs from the neighboring town. I heard them shouting for me outside, but as soon as I stepped out, I saw they had already been scared off by the yellow cow, Yi-demon said, clearly unaware of any connection to Yichhen and not taking it too seriously. You know, that yellow cow may be lazy, but it's quite suitable as a guard dog. It can be intimidating, Liang Qianru chimed in. That's good. Anyway, if someone comes looking for trouble in the future, just ignore them and don't go out. It's best to hide, Yichhen said, knowing this was likely just the Lu family making a call to the thugs next door to harass his family. But with that yellow cow guarding the door, ordinary thugs wouldn't pose much of a threat. He felt somewhat reassured. What's wrong? Did you offend someone outside? Liang Qianru was quite perceptive and directly asked Yichhen. I guess I did offend someone. Just listen to me, if someone comes looking for trouble, just hide. Yichhen didn't hide the seriousness of the situation. You know, there are awakeners everywhere now, and some of them are quite crazy. We don't need to confront them head on. That's true, our town has arranged for patrols now, and strangers are not allowed in, just to prevent some awakeners who have just gained power from losing control and causing destruction. Yi-demon nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's better to avoid trouble than to seek it. If you can hide, then hide, Yichhen smiled. Just be careful yourself when you go back to Yuncheng. Keep a low profile and don't stir up trouble again, Liang Qianru reminded him. Got it, you still don't know your son. I usually avoid dogs, so what trouble could I cause? Yichhen shrugged. Technically speaking, he hadn't actively sought trouble. It was the Lu family that had provoked him. After finishing the meal, the yellow cow walked in again and tapped the television with its hoof. You really do want to watch the prime time show on time every day, Liang Qianru said, a bit impatiently, cursing under her breath, but she still turned on the TV for the yellow cow. Goodness, does even a cow enjoy watching this? Yichhen glanced over and found that the TV was playing a romantic drama from Manga TV. The yellow cow was half lying on the ground, watching with great interest. Your mom watched it, so it followed along. Now that your mom doesn't like this plot and isn't following it anymore, it still wants to watch, Yi-demon said somewhat helplessly. It's quite perceptive and not bad at all, Yichhen observed the yellow cow with interest. It seemed to get along well with his parents and was quite obedient. With this fellow guarding the house, he felt a bit more at ease. The yellow cow seemed to sense Yichhen watching it, and it turned over with a bit of pride, deliberately blocking the TV so Yichhen couldn't see. Perhaps it was a bit jealous because Liang Qianru treated Yichhen too well, and it was annoyed with him. You smelly cow, why are you giving me that look? Yichhen walked over and playfully slapped the cow's head. Moo! The yellow cow immediately snorted in dissatisfaction, wanting to argue with Yichhen, but when it heard Liang Qianru's footsteps returning from the kitchen, it gave up and continued to watch its TV intently. After a while, Liang Qianru brought a plate of egg noodles for the yellow cow. The cow immediately perked up, trotting over to eat the noodles while watching TV, looking as happy as a god. Dad, come out for a moment, I need your help with something, Yichhen said, finding it amusing and starting to attend to his own business. What do you need help with? Are you looking to craft some weapons for self-defense? Yi-demon asked, somewhat surprised, but he walked toward the forge, always willing to help his son. Yes, actually. I've awakened my talent recently. It's a combat talent, Yichhen nodded, taking out the small thunder sound bow as he spoke. I recently got a pretty good bow, but I don't have any arrows, so I want you to make some for me. He had been considering that the light arrows shot from the small thunder sound bow were somewhat insubstantial and it should be possible to add arrows. Since his dad could forge, he might as well let him give it a try. "Let me see your bow." Yi Demon, being a blacksmith, immediately recognized the extraordinary quality of the small thunder sound bow. "Here, Dad, hold it well. This bow is a bit heavy." Yichhen handed it over. "No problem. I think I've awakened my talent too, and my strength has increased quite a bit," Yi Demon said, taking the bow and showing a look of surprise. "The craftsmanship of this bow, it's so advanced. Who made this? And the material? I can't even tell what it's made of. I got this bow by chance. It's called the small thunder sound bow." Yichhen smiled. I can probably understand some of the bow's characteristics, but the craftsmanship is too high. I don't know if I can make matching arrows." Yi Demon pondered for a moment and said, "I'll do my best." "It's fine, just make some arrows for me," Yichhen said. The small thunder sound bow was already so powerful without arrows. Theoretically, adding some arrows should make it even more impressive. "That won't do. If they're too poor, they won't match." Yi Demon shook his head but then said, "Alright, I'll look for materials. You go back and talk to your mom." "Dad, I have some materials here. See if they're useful," Yichhen said, taking out the materials he had obtained from killing the mutated lobster. These things look pretty good. They should be useful." Yi Demon looked at them, his eyes sparkling like a chef who had found good ingredients. "Alright then, thanks for your hard work, Dad." Seeing this, Yichhen knew his dad was preparing for a big project and felt a bit embarrassed for making him work right away. He had originally wanted to teach his parents the breathing technique first, but he also knew his dad's character. Once he started, he wouldn't stop easily. So, he didn't continue to disturb them. Now that he was at home, there was no rush. He returned to the living room. The yellow cow was still watching TV with great interest, having finished its meal, and the stainless steel bowl was kicked aside. His mother, Liang Qianru, was washing dishes and tidying up, probably busy preparing his bed later, so she had no time for him at the moment. Thus, Yichhen sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to practice the great thunder sound breathing technique. Because of the Lu family's matters, even though he was still nominally the first in Yun City, he felt a pressing need to improve his strength. After all, with the intensification of the Great Change and the revival of spiritual energy, it wouldn't be easy for him to maintain his advantage. Moreover, he needed overwhelming strength to confront the entire Lu family alone. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and the familiar rhythm of breathing began to operate automatically. At that moment, Yichhen seemed to see the lightning molecules of heaven and earth flickering brightly. With his breathing, they gradually entered his body from the crown of his head, breathing like thunder. Every bone and cell in his body resonated, naturally refining his body with a kind of power. After a long time, Yichhen felt refreshed. Sensing that his strength seemed to have improved a bit, he opened his eyes and saw that the yellow cow had come close, looking at him with curious eyes, as if wanting to ask what he was doing. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you." Yichhen smiled slightly. This yellow cow indeed seemed quite intelligent, at least it listened to his mother. He guessed that his mother had awakened a technique related to beast taming, and this yellow cow was essentially her helper. It was important to know that he had offended the Lu family, who could easily call over thugs from the neighboring town to harass his family. His parents were not skilled in combat, and he couldn't stay at home all the time. If this yellow cow could help guard the house, he would feel much more at ease. He just didn't know if the breathing technique obtained from fighting monsters would be effective on this yellow cow. His parents were still busy, so he could experiment on this yellow cow to avoid any mistakes when teaching his parents. The yellow cow seemed to understand what Yichhen said, first nodding its head but then shaking it vigorously and turning its head away, looking quite proud. Yichhen could see that the yellow cow wanted to learn but thought their relationship wasn't good, so it decided not to learn. This was indeed a childlike mentality. Seeing this, Yichhen couldn't help but smile brightly. He didn't say much more and directly walked outside. The yellow cow noticed that Yichhen wasn't coaxing it, and after a while, it realized he had gone out, seeming curious about the sounds coming from outside. It quietly walked to the door, wanting to sneak a peek. Upon seeing this, its eyes widened. At that moment, Yichhen was practicing the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist. This set of martial arts was originally related to cows, and the yellow cow felt very familiar and close to it, unable to resist standing up at the door and mimicking the movements with its hooves. "Come out and learn with me. If you learn it, I'll have my mom make you something delicious." Yichhen naturally noticed the yellow cow sneaking a lesson and said with a smile. The yellow cow was initially a bit shy, but upon hearing about the delicious food, it proudly walked out. "This set of martial arts is called the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist, and you need to follow my breathing rhythm. You should be able to feel that my breathing is a bit different." Yichhen began to teach, step by step, personally demonstrating for the yellow cow. The yellow cow, having watched quite a few TV dramas, now has a relatively deep understanding of human language. At first, it struggled to keep up with Yichhen, but its talent was astonishing. Before long, it was able to synchronize its movements and breathing with Yichhen. Two shadows moved in the courtyard, one in front and the other behind, especially the one that was a standing yellow cow, which would surely drop jaws if seen by others. However, Yichhen also discovered that he couldn't directly teach the great thunder sound breathing technique. It seemed that to practice this technique, one must first cultivate the small thunder sound breathing technique to build a solid foundation. So for now, the yellow cow could only learn the small thunder sound breathing technique. But the power of the small thunder sound breathing technique was already considerable. And the improvement for the yellow cow's physical quality was significant. The breathing technique was quite difficult to learn. The yellow cow seemed to have not entered the practice for a long time, while the great strength bull demon fist seemed almost tailor-made for it. Later, when the two tried to spar, Yichhen surprisingly felt that his great strength bull demon fist was somewhat suppressed by the yellow cow. If he wanted to win, he could only rely on sheer strength. After all, he had practiced the great thunder sound breathing technique, so his physical quality was still somewhat better than the yellow cow's. Although he had taught the subtle body technique to the yellow cow, it seemed that with the cow's physique, it was not easy to execute, and the effect was minimal. Moo moo. This made the yellow cow quite proud, as if it felt it had won. In the end, Yichhen swiftly moved and sat on the yellow cow's back, giving it a hard knock on the head, which made the yellow cow realize why the flowers were so red. As for the tiger roar golden bell shield, the yellow cow seemed unable to practice it because its body structure was different from that of humans. Its defense relied entirely on its hide, and after practicing, one could only see a layer of golden light on its skin. It was far from Yichen's display, where one could hear a whistling sound on the surface, as if a great bell was enveloping him, making it difficult for the yellow cow to shake him no matter how it charged. Overall, after Yichen's teaching, the yellow cow's strength had improved quite a bit. Yichen estimated that unless an awakened being of Master Yang's level came, the yellow cow could easily handle it. In fact, even if Master Yang were revived, he probably wouldn't be a match for the yellow cow, as the cow's layer of hide defense was not so easily pierced by wind blades. The moon was high in the sky. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Xiaobai, your bed is ready. You've come back tired today, go take a shower and rest a bit. Liang Qianru's voice came from inside. Coming. Yichen replied, then smiled as he patted the yellow cow's head and said, alright, we'll stop learning for tonight. In a couple of days, I won't be here, so you must help me guard this home and not let anyone harm Mom and Dad. Moo moo. After this night, the yellow cow seemed to have become less resistant to Yichen, making a couple of sounds to indicate it understood. Yichen glanced over at the blacksmith shop, where his dad was still diligently helping him forge arrows for the small thunder sound bow. He didn't want to disturb him, so he returned to the inner room and exchanged a few words with his mom with a smile. After taking a shower, he returned to his room and lay on the bed. A lot had happened throughout the day. What started as an ordinary class reunion had led to the arrival of two mutated lobsters, followed by a conflict with Lu Jingawei over the awakened crystal core, and eventually even attracted the attention of Lu Wanxiong, the head of the Lu family. The Lu family first sent 5 awakened beings led by Luo Daong to kill him, but after he countered and killed them, a super awakened being named Master Yang came. Just today, he had killed 6 people. What made Yichen feel uneasy was that the Lu family actually dared to send people to threaten his family. Now, thinking back, his heart still felt unsettled since you dared to touch his family. It was a situation of no retreat. Now, he was just waiting for an opportunity to resolve it. After that, Yichen assessed his own strength. In terms of cultivation techniques, small thunder sound breathing technique, great thunder sound breathing technique. The two are in a hierarchical relationship. To cultivate the great thunder sound breathing technique, one must first cultivate the small thunder sound breathing technique. Great strength bull demon fist, subtle body technique, howling golden bell shield, Shi Ascension technique. In terms of weapons, small thunder sound bow, extraordinary alloy knife. Additionally, after killing the 5 awakened ones with Luo Daong, he actually obtained a good item called the golden cicada armor. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it felt weightless when worn, yet it had extremely strong defensive power, impervious to blades and guns. Just now, when he sparred with the yellow bull, he had intentionally let a yellow bull kick him, and as a result, he felt nothing at all. It seemed that the yellow bull's strength was completely absorbed by the golden cicada armor, and he only felt a slight impact. With this golden cicada armor and the howling golden bell shield, Yichen's self-protection ability was already very high. In summary, his strength had improved significantly, and if he encountered an awakened one of Master Yang's level again, he was confident that it would be much easier to deal with. Plus, with his father crafting special arrows for his small thunder sound bow, he believed he could reach an even higher level. A night passed. The next day, Yichen was just called up by his mother, washed up, and prepared to have breakfast. Yi Demon, who hadn't slept all night, excitedly came over to tell him that the arrows had been crafted and asked him to check them out at the blacksmith shop. Dad, you really don't have to rush, you haven't slept all night and you'll age quickly like this. Seeing his father stay up all night to make arrows for his small thunder sound bow, Yichen felt a bit guilty. Last night he had returned home and, listening to the familiar ding-ding sound of the hammer, had actually slept soundly for the first time in a long while. It's nothing, I've been blacksmithing for decades, I'm used to it. I feel more energetic at night, Yi Demon said nonchalantly, looking quite spirited. Indeed. Dad, it's about time you retire, our family doesn't lack money anymore. Yichen said with concern. I know, I actually do very little blacksmithing now, everything is About modernization and online shopping. We old bones aren't of much use anymore, Yi Demon said with a hint of melancholy, but in truth, with the revival of spiritual energy, he felt a bit happy, as if he had found a new purpose. As they talked, they arrived at the Yi family's blacksmith shop. Yi Demon, looking excited, took out the 6 crafted arrows and even specially made a box for them, which looked ancient and elegant, giving off a stylish vibe when carried. However, since Yichhen had a storage space, it wasn't of much use. He could carry it around when there were people. What do you think? Yi Demon pulled out an arrow from the box and handed it to Yichhen, looking at his son with anticipation. This arrow. Yichen's face immediately showed a look of surprise. The arrow was a purplish-black color, with a streamlined body that had a unique cold metallic luster. In the center, it was engraved with lightning, perfectly matching the patterns on the small thunder sound bow, presenting a unique aesthetic as if it was made specifically for his small thunder sound bow. His fingers slowly brushed over the arrow, and he could feel a faint tingling sensation, as if it really contained lightning. How could this be? Yichhen looked up in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing as he gazed at his father. I told you before, it seems I've awakened a talent, and this talent seems to be related to blacksmithing. I don't really know how to explain it, but the things I forge seem to be a bit special, and their power seems to increase a little. Yi Demon said, a bit shyly scratching the back of his neck. You should try it out and see if it works. Of course, it definitely will. Yichhen took out the small thunder sound bow, knocking an arrow on the string, and found that it fit perfectly, just like the original. By the way, I have a feeling that as long as you drop blood on the arrow slot at the tail of the arrow, if the shot arrow isn't restrained, it can be retrieved. But that's just my intuition, I don't really know if it will work. Just as he was about to shoot and test it, Yi Demon continued to explain. Blood to recognize the master? Dad, you forged a divine weapon. That's amazing, my dad. Yichhen was overjoyed. He initially just wanted to casually match his small thunder sound bow with an iron arrow. He didn't expect his father to have such a talent, and the finished product far exceeded his expectations. He looked at the tail of the matched arrow, and sure enough, there was a blood slot with a sharp spike on it. He pressed his thumb against it, and his blood flowed into the slot. He could feel that the entire matched arrow seemed to come alive, vibrating slightly, enveloped in a faint red light that took a while to dissipate. Then, he felt as if he had a telepathic connection with this matched arrow. Yichen's home was right by the riverbank, and standing in front of the blacksmith shop, he could see a large mountain across the river. At this moment, Yichen raised the small thunder sound bow, pulled it back fully, and aimed directly at the mountain across from him. The distance from the blacksmith shop to the riverbank and then to the mountaintop was about 2 or 3 miles, but he was confident that shooting an arrow at this distance would be no problem at all. Whoosh! After finding the target, Yichen released the bowstring, and the matched arrow shot across the river like a purple lightning bolt, heading straight for the mountaintop. Bang! Moments later, he could faintly hear the sound of stones exploding. Yichen's eyes narrowed slightly. With his keen eyesight, he could easily see that his arrow had struck a large rock at the mountaintop, and despite the distance, it had pierced through the rock, embedding itself several meters into the mountain before finally stopping. This power is truly terrifying. Dad, you're really amazing. Yichen was taken aback. It was clear that this arrow was exponentially more powerful than when he shot without a matched arrow. He estimated that even a Class A talent awakener skilled in defense might not be able to withstand this arrow. Then he raised his hand again. The matched arrow seemed to respond to his call, quickly flying back from the mountainside and landing easily in his hand. He examined the arrow. It only had a barely noticeable scratch on its surface and was practically undamaged. It was completely reusable. As long as it fits, that's all that matters. Do you have anything else you need to forge? Seeing Yichen satisfied, Yi Demon felt a sense of accomplishment and was even quite excited to continue forging. Not for now, but Dad, you really have a treasure of a talent. You can actually forge ordinary iron into a divine weapon. Yichen thought for a moment and then cautioned, but you need to be careful when forging weapons for others. If word gets out, it might attract trouble. He estimated that his father's talent was specifically in blacksmithing, such as enhancing the quality of forging, or even transforming ordinary iron to a level of qualitative change. Well, I just helped you with this arrow making, and for some reason, I was in particularly good form, so the output was better. Yi Demon nodded in understanding. Dad, you've worked hard all night. Go back, have some breakfast, and rest well, Yichen said, patting the dust off his father's shoulder with concern. Alright, I'll tidy up and head back, Yi Demon replied with a grin, feeling happy at that moment. After a night of staying up, he showed no signs of fatigue. Back in the inner room. After breakfast, Yichen was still thinking about finding something to do later, like fishing by the river. He didn't expect that Mo Yuan would actually come knocking on his door. Last night, when Mo Yuan contacted him, he had indeed told him he was going home and mentioned that his home was in Compass Town, but he didn't expect Mo Yuan to come over without notifying him. Now, he was blocked at the entrance of Compass Town and had to go out to meet him. Brother Yi, it's great to see you. Upon seeing Yichen, Mo Yuan instantly perked up and shouted, Help me, Brother Yi. I'm here to seek refuge with you. Hearing Mo Yuan shouting from afar, Yichen couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. With this guy around, his quiet life was probably over. Little Yi, is this really your friend? It was the burly man from yesterday who greeted Yichhen with a smile upon seeing him. Yes, he is indeed my friend. Please let him in. It's so hot today, Uncle Xiong. You've worked hard too, Yichhen said with a forced smile. Alright, let him in then, the burly man said, allowing Mo Yuan to enter. Thank you, Uncle Xiong, Yichhen said. I told you I know Brother Yi, we have a bond for life. Why don't you believe me? Mo Yuan said proudly, shouldering his backpack and jogging over to Yichen's side. What brings you here? The two walked side by side towards home, and Yichhen glanced at Mo Yuan and said, I live in a poor, remote place, I don't have anything to entertain you with. I just said it, didn't I? I'm here to seek refuge with you, and from now on, I'm sticking with you, Mo Yuan said boldly. Yichhen. Although this guy said he wanted to stick with him yesterday, he thought it was just casual talk. He never expected the other party to be so persistent and actually come to his hometown. Brother Yi, are you really going to take me in? I can't survive in Cloud City anymore. Mo Yuan then put on a pitiful look and said, you know, I rejected the Lu family's offer and I'm so close to you. I felt like someone was following me shortly after I got home yesterday, and today I had to work hard to shake them off. Another Lu family issue, Yichhen frowned. This meant that Mo Yuan might indeed have gotten into trouble because of him, and he couldn't refuse to take him in. Yeah, that Lu Jingwei is really something. Damn, we're all classmates, and I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Mo Yuan cursed. Didn't he send someone to kill you after we didn't clarify things over the phone yesterday? Someone did come to kill me, but it seems it wasn't his idea, it was his dad, Lu Wanxiong, Yichhen said casually. Damn, there's not a good one in the Lu family. Once I get stronger, I'll wipe out the entire Lu family, Mo Yuan said boastfully. You probably have no hope of that, Yichhen doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Ha, whether I can do it or not is another story, but I have to have the spirit first. Mo Yuan laughed. Besides, you're here, Brother Yi. The assassins sent by the Lu family will definitely be taken care of by you. Brother Yi is invincible. Alright, that's enough. We're all on the same side, so stop boasting, Yichhen said irritably, but he was indeed thinking that he could take the opportunity to teach Mo Yuan the little thunder sound breathing technique, so at least he wouldn't be a burden when dealing with the Lu family in the future. Hey, but Brother Yi, you don't have to think I'm useless. I tell you, today I'm a little stronger than yesterday, Mo Yuan said nonchalantly, patting his chest and blowing up. Where are you stronger? Can that thing of yours turn? Yichhen glanced at this guy who was full of nonsense. Cough cough, stronger than that. I can now control any part of my body to become hard. For example, if someone attacks my head, I can make my scalp hard. If someone attacks my heart, I can make my chest hard. Mo Yuan said confidently. In other words, I can now achieve both offense and defense. Not to mention, against that little brat Lu Jingwei, I will definitely win. That's indeed not bad, but there's one problem. If the opponent's attack is too fast, you might not be able to react in time. Yichhen still gave him affirmation, which greatly raised the upper limit of Mo Yuan's talent. That is indeed a problem. Mo Yuan's face twitched. I can help you solve this problem, Yichhen said again. Having practiced breathing techniques, his physical quality and reaction ability would be greatly improved. Really? Brother Yi, you're amazing. Following you is definitely the right choice. Mo Yuan was instantly overjoyed. Don't be too happy too soon. I'm only responsible for teaching. Whether you can learn depends on your intelligence, Yichhen said. Don't worry, my intelligence is top-notch. Besides Chinese, math, English, physics, and chemistry, I've basically learned biology, history, geography. I can learn everything after just one go, Mo Yuan immediately assured. Did you just harden your mouth? Yichhen rolled his eyes at him. As they were talking, they returned home. Just as Yichhen brought Mo Yuan in, a yellow shadow immediately pounced over. A cow hoof was about to stomp directly on Mo Yuan's chest. Mutated creature. Mo Yuan was startled and quickly transferred his talent to his chest. But looking at the power of that hoof, he might not be able to withstand it. This is my friend, not a bad guy. Fortunately, at that moment, Yichhen helped block it. The yellow cow then retreated but still watched Mo Yuan warily. Brother Yi, what's going on? How can there be a mutated creature in your house? Mo Yuan felt uneasy under its gaze and hid behind Yichhen to ask. Don't be afraid, this is raised by my mom, it won't hurt people. Casually, Yichhen said. Mood. Just as he finished speaking, the yellow cow didn't give him face and snorted loudly at Mo Yuan, seemingly trying to scare him on purpose. This made Mo Yuan even more afraid. He had personally experienced the terror of mutated creatures, and now one was actually raised at home. He found it too frightening. Get out of the way. Yichhen directly went over and slapped the cow's head. The yellow cow was a bit dissatisfied at first, but seeing Yichhen about to hit again, it had no choice but to retreat and lie down on the ground. Who told it couldn't beat Yichhen? Come in. Yichhen then satisfactorily led Mo Yuan into the inner room. Sometimes this little kid still needed to be disciplined by force to listen. Brother Yi, you're really amazing. You can even raise mutated creatures. Mo Yuan swallowed hard, still in shock. It's not me who's amazing. It's my mom who's impressive. She raised it and it listens to her the most. Yichhen said, entering the room and seeing his mom still cleaning. He introduced, Mom, this is my classmate named Mo Yuan. He came to play with us. Hello, Auntie, just call me Xiao Mo. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything. I hope Auntie won't mind. Mo. Yuan quickly stepped forward to greet respectfully and took out a bag of fruit from his backpack. This person could raise mutated creatures, truly an impressive figure. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. Hello, Xiao Mo, no need to be so polite, just sit down and make yourself at home. Xiao Bai, your mom is busy right now, quickly pour some tea for your classmate. Liang Qianru said while dragging the floor and waving her hand. No need, I can do it myself, Mo Yuan said. Alright, just sit down. As a host, Yichhen still had to show some courtesy, so he brewed a pot of tea for Mo Yuan and poured a cup. Yi Ge, your home is really nice, spacious and well ventilated. You can't get a house like this in Yun City for less than a few million, Mo Yuan said, taking a sip of tea and eagerly looking around. You know that's Yun City, we're just in the countryside, and this house isn't worth much, Yichhen said. In the countryside, it's basically like this, whether you have money or not, you have to build a house, starting with 3 stories. Sometimes it's mutual help, you build your house, I lend you money, and when I build mine, I ask you to pay me back. If your family doesn't build a house, the money you lent might only be returned when your son gets married. The environment in your Luopan town is also quite good, surrounded by mountains and water, a great place for retirement, Mo Yuan said again. So are you planning to retire here? Yichhen teased. Cough, that's a bit early. Mo Yuan cleared his throat and changed the subject. By the way, did you see today's news? Not yet, I just got up and haven't finished breakfast before you came. Is there some big news? Yichhen asked curiously. The Martial Arts Association has issued another announcement. You should check it out yourself, Mo Yuan said, comfortably taking a big sip of water and stretching. For some reason, he felt very comfortable and secure here. The Martial Arts Association issued another announcement? Upon hearing this, Yichhen quickly took out his phone to check. Recently, the Martial Arts Association had indeed been playing an important role. Every announcement they made caused a huge stir nationwide. It could even be said that after the big change, they became the organization that truly led the update of relevant information across the country. For example, they initially announced the existence of awakeners, then announced the grading of talents, the emergence of awakened creatures, and so on. Yichhen opened a news article and quickly skimmed through it, discovering that this announcement mainly focused on 2 aspects. One was about awakeners. According to incomplete national statistics, the number of people who have awakened nationwide has now exceeded half. Among them, about 5,000 have obtained Class A talent certification through the Martial Arts Association, accounting for less than 1 in 100,000 of all awakeners. Among those who reached Class A, there were only a little over 100. Although many may not have gone to the Martial Arts Association for certification, it still indicates how difficult it is to possess Class A talent. The number of people who obtained Class B talent certification was much higher, reaching the million level, but it was still roughly 1 in several thousand who reached this level. As for Class C and D, the Martial Arts Association believed the numbers were huge and did not provide an introduction, and the difference between Class D and C was not considered significant, as it was relatively easy to evolve from Class D to C. The Martial Arts Association also disclosed to the public for the first time that talents could be evolved using awakened crystal cores, but they also stated that mutated creatures are extremely powerful and do not recommend ordinary awakeners to hunt them on their own. Therefore, the Martial Arts Association opened a wealth of information about mutated creatures on their website and published mutated creature maps according to each province and city, encouraging the public to upload information about mutated creatures in their area for sharing. The information sharing section was also divided into a free area and a paid area, and surprisingly, they even added a one-click team formation and automatic local teammate search. However, before that, one needed to first certify their talent and strength with the Martial Arts Association and then match with teammates of different strengths and systems based on their personal talent. After reading these introductions, Yichhen could only say one thing: impressive. Of course, he also knew that this was just an introduction to the talents of the awakened for the time being. In reality, many talents can be continuously developed. Starting with a low rating does not mean that the subsequent ratings will also be low. As for the rating of strength, it should still be under development. After all, the world has only just begun to change, and it is impossible for everything to be perfected so quickly. The second important announcement issued by the Martial Arts Association was about mutated creatures. Here, the Martial Arts Association also classified mutated creatures, and the specific classification method is not much different from that of the awakened. They are divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D, with D being the lowest. D-level mutated creatures have no intelligence and only know how to kill. C-level mutated creatures possess a certain level of intelligence, but it is probably only comparable to that of ordinary animals, still having the instinct to kill. D-level mutated creatures have high intelligence and a certain level of combat IQ. They can recognize human traps and even command D-level and C-level mutated creatures. A-level mutated creatures possess extremely high intelligence with an IQ not much different from that of humans. They can even understand human language and mimic human actions. An example given was the talking monkeys of a mountain. Finally, the Martial Arts Association specifically stated that even D-level mutated creatures are already quite strong. At this stage, it is difficult for ordinary A-level talents to deal with any level of mutated creatures, reminding the awakened not to confront mutated creatures head-on if they encounter them alone. Yichhen speculated that the mutated lizard and mutated lobster he encountered before were both D-level mutated creatures. As for the yellow cow outside, it was undoubtedly an A-level mutated creature. At the end of the announcement, the Martial Arts Association also mentioned that the country is developing ancient martial arts, which will soon be made available to the citizens for training, enhancing personal physical fitness and helping to deal with mutated creatures. This point was mentioned to him by Lin Qingwan yesterday. It seems that the Lin family's influence is indeed quite significant, as they were able to know so much information in advance. Yichhen glanced at the comments again and found that many people were comparing their talents, some pretending to have A-level talents only to be exposed, others complaining about being underestimated by the Martial Arts Association, and some even posting in a lowly voice asking to form teams. It seemed quite similar to a gaming zone. Have you gone to the Martial Arts Association for certification? What level is your talent? Putting down his phone, Yichhen looked up at Mo Yuan and asked, I was temporarily certified as B-level, but they must have misjudged me. I believe my talent has A-level potential. Mo Yuan said, somewhat unconvinced. Just the Martial Arts Association certification is indeed not very accurate. I don't know who I heard say this from, but there are no useless talents, only useless awakened ones, Yichhen said. Right. For example, my talent, depending on where it's used, the rating will definitely be different. Mo Yuan nodded repeatedly, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Well, if used in that area, then it would definitely be a solid D-level, Yichhen said. Mo Yuan. Next, Mo Yuan moved into Yichen's house. This guy was quite talkative, especially good at chatting, and by the end of the day he had managed to please Yichen's parents and even the yellow cow at the door. Days passed. Mo Yuan treated this place as his own home, showing no courtesy at all. During these days, Yichhen also taught the little thunder breathing technique to Mo Yuan and his parents, but he found that while he could easily practice the techniques that were revealed, it was much harder for others to do so. For example, with the little thunder breathing technique, despite his repeated teaching, only Mo Yuan managed to grasp it. His parents, perhaps due to their age, just couldn't learn it no matter how hard they tried. He could only hope to find more suitable cultivation techniques for his parents in the future. With his rate of discovery, he should be able to. As for who learned the fastest, it was that yellow cow. Yichhen taught Huang Niu many things, except for the Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield, which he couldn't learn. It seemed that Huang Niu had learned everything else quite well. Thus, Yichhen could only helplessly place his hopes on Huang Niu. After Mo Yuan learned the little thunder sound breathing technique, his physical fitness improved significantly, and the enhancement in his reflexes made him feel more in control of his own talents. From then on, he enjoyed sparring with Huang Niu in the yard. Of course, Mo Yuan was always the one getting beaten, but he was quite happy about it. Yichhen continued to practice the great thunder sound breathing technique, also making rapid progress. Even when facing the combined efforts of Huang Niu and Mo Yuan, he still managed to handle it with ease. After several days of carefree and joyful living, a tense atmosphere began to spread, even in the remote town of Compass Town. With the constant news reports on their phones and televisions, it was evident that the number of mutated creatures was significantly increasing across the country, and there were even rumors that some cities were being attacked by hordes of these creatures. Along with this, there were numerous records of awakened individuals committing crimes, and the public order in some cities had completely collapsed. Anyone could tell that the great change was once again intensifying. Humanity's ecological environment was about to enter an extremely dangerous phase. Early one morning, just as dawn broke and the sun had barely risen, Huang Niu, lying on the ground, suddenly let out a low roar. What happened? The sound echoed like rolling thunder, waking Yichhen, who was still sleeping inside. Yichhen could tell that Huang Niu's call carried a sense of danger and warning. He quickly got out of bed and went outside. At that moment, his mother, Liang Xianru, had also gotten up, grumbling as she was about to find Huang Niu to settle the score. Mom, you and Dad shouldn't go out, it might be dangerous, Yichhen warned her. Liang Xianru was taken aback, realizing she had somewhat misjudged Huang Niu. The last to get up was Mo Yuan, but upon hearing Yichhen mention danger, he immediately woke up, rushing out. Son, be careful, Liang Xianru said with concern. After these few days, although the two of them had come to know that Yichhen was very strong, parents would always worry about their children. Yeah, I'll be careful. You and Dad stay hidden and don't go out, Yichhen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan looked at Liang Qianru with eager anticipation. Xiao Yuan, you be careful too, Liang Qianru said, momentarily stunned before she reacted and reminded him. Sure, Auntie, I got it, Mo Yuan replied, his face lighting up with a smile. This made Yichhen feel a bit speechless. The two went downstairs and saw Huang Niu standing in front of the yard, seemingly looking towards the direction outside the town. Hey, Xiao Huang, did you discover something? Mo Yuan asked, casually draping his arm around Huang Niu's neck. Huang Niu struggled a bit and let out a sound. Naturally, the two couldn't understand the cow's language. Is there another mutated creature? Yichhen rephrased the question. Generally speaking, a mutated creature of Huang Niu's level should have a certain territorial awareness and would issue warnings if it sensed something. Huang Niu quickly nodded vigorously. Our little town has mutated creatures coming. It seems the situation is not optimistic. Xiao Huang, you stay here to guard the house and I'll go take a look, Yichhen said, his expression slightly serious. After saying that, he quickly headed towards the town's entrance. If powerful mutated creatures entered the town, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait for me, Mo Yuan followed closely behind. The yellow cow originally wanted to follow along, but after thinking it over, it immediately stayed at home. It hadn't even eaten breakfast yet. Yichhen and Mo Yuan were not slow either, and in less than half a minute they arrived at the archway of Compass Town. This was the entrance to the town, usually guarded by someone. Uncle Xiong. Yichhen tried calling out. Who? The burly man stationed in the nearby pavilion was quite alert and immediately woke up. Uncle Xiong, it's me. Have you seen anything unusual? Yichhen asked. Oh, it's little Yi, nothing much, I suppose. The burly man relaxed upon seeing Yichhen. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled slightly as if thousands of horses and troops were rushing towards Compass Town. What is this? The few of them were startled. Not good. It's mutated creatures. So many. How can there be so many? The burly man quickly climbed up the lookout tower and looked into the distance, his face turning pale as he froze in shock. Uncle Xiong quickly notified the whole town to be on alert. Also, contact Cloud City too. See if we can call for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Yichhen focused and also saw, in a certain direction, at least a large group of mutated creatures charging towards Compass Town. It looked like a dark mass, with at least hundreds of them. Damn, so many. Mo Yuan was also taken aback. They had previously struggled against a single mutated lobster. Now, there were hundreds. Even though their strength had improved significantly since then, how could they handle this? Ding, ding, ding. The warning bells rang out from the lookout tower, quickly echoing throughout Compass Town. What happened? Is this the warning bell? The town is in trouble. Hurry! All awakened ones with combat abilities gather at the town entrance. The once peaceful town woke its citizens from their dreams. Following the previous drills, the entire town mobilized. The elderly, women, and children hid in safe places while the young and strong awakened ones quickly surged towards the archway of Compass Town. Little Yi, you and your friend are still young. You should go find a safe place. Leave this to us adults, the burly man Uncle Xiong said, feeling a bit fearful upon seeing so many mutated creatures, but still trying to persuade Yichhen. Uncle Xiong, both of us have combat abilities and can help. Yichhen naturally wouldn't leave, just looking at Mo Yuan. With so many mutated creatures, even they could be in danger. If Mo Yuan left now, he wouldn't blame him. Why are you looking at me? Are you joking? You don't think I would run away at a critical moment, do you? Mo Yuan said, feeling quite wronged. Do you know you've already hurt my fiery heart? Then be careful later. I might not be able to look after you, Yichhen replied. Damn, you actually underestimate me. You'll see how fierce I am later, Mo Yuan said defiantly. These mutated creatures, it seems most of them are mutated wolves and wild boars? Although Compass Town is surrounded by mountains and water, the nearby mountains are familiar terrain and there haven't been any wild beasts for a long time. The sudden appearance of so many mutated creatures must be suspicious. Yichhen didn't respond to him but continued to gaze into the distance. So many mutated creatures could already be called a beast tide. A small town like Compass Town shouldn't attract a beast tide unless someone was driving them. It shouldn't be. How dare the Lu family? Yichhen suddenly thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head in denial. He felt that even the Lu family wouldn't have the guts to artificially create a beast tide, just to deal with him alone, to bring about the extermination of an entire town. Once this got out, the Lu family would surely be condemned by all, despised by every awakened one. But he couldn't figure out why so many mutated creatures were appearing. As the sound of the mutated creatures grew louder, more and more people gathered at the entrance of Luopan town. What? Beast tide? How could there be a beast tide here? Over 100 mutated creatures? This can't be real, right? I heard that even a D-level mutated creature requires A-level talent to deal with. Now with so many mutated creatures, aren't we doomed? The news of the beast tide spread, instantly causing panic among the crowd. In recent days, everyone had been paying close attention to the news and already knew how formidable these mutated creatures were. It could be said that even just 10 of them would be difficult for this town to handle. Now with dozens or even hundreds, everyone felt despair. Seeing this, Yichhen couldn't help but frown. In this situation, he knew he had to stabilize the morale of the crowd. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was it would be hard for just him and MOUan to withstand the hundreds of mutated creatures. He could rush in and kill a few, but he definitely wouldn't be able to kill them all. If the people's hearts scattered, the death toll would only increase when the remaining beast tide arrived. After all, in the face of mutated creatures without effective resistance, humanity was merely prey. So, at this point, he couldn't care less about hiding his strength. Everyone, please be quiet. He stepped forward and directly used the chi manipulation technique to fly into the air, looking down at the crowd as he spoke. Flying talent? Who is this young man? He actually awakened a flying talent. This seems to be Yi Blacksmith's son. He awakened a flying talent. He's going places. Everyone, let's not talk for now. The new generation pushes the old. Let's listen to what little Yi has to say. Hearing Yichen's voice and seeing his figure flying in the air, the crowd gradually began to quiet down. With the spread of information, everyone knew that an awakened one who could fly often possessed A-level talent. An A-level talent awakened one could give the scattered fighters some confidence, as if they suddenly had a backbone to rely on. Even MOUan looked at Yichen with a hint of envy. In fact, Yichen had taught him this chi manipulation technique before, but unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he couldn't learn it. At most, he could jump a bit higher, but he was still far from flying. Indeed, having the ability to fly was impressive and instantly calmed the crowd. Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, we are indeed facing a very dangerous situation in Luopan town. Once the crowd had quieted down, Yichen spoke up, but everyone doesn't need to panic too much. I, Yichen, as you can see, can fly. I possess A-level talent, and I can withstand most of the mutated creatures. All you need to do is help fend off the remaining few. No way, little Yi, are you joking? You say you can withstand most of the mutated creatures by yourself? We've heard that even D-level mutated creatures can't be dealt with by an ordinary A-level awakened one. Someone immediately raised a doubt. In my opinion, we should retreat now. There might still be a glimmer of hope, but Sai, how can ordinary people outrun mutated creatures? Many in the crowd shook their heads. They were touched by Yichen stepping forward, but almost no one believed such words. Everyone be quiet. My brother Yi has never been one to boast. I'm not afraid to tell you all, my brother Yi has killed a mutated creature all by himself. He has the awakened crystal core of the mutated creature in his hand. Let him show it to everyone. At this moment, MOUan also came out and shouted loudly. Well, everyone please look. Yichen actually had no experience as an organizer. What he needed to do now was to boost everyone's confidence so they wouldn't all run away in fear when the beast tide arrived, as running would only make them food. After saying that, he took out the mutated crystal core that Lin Xingwan had given him. Under the streetlight, the awakened crystal core shimmered with a unique colorful glow, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It really is an awakened crystal core. I saw an introduction on Douyin. This thing can only be obtained by killing mutated creatures. It seems little Yi really has killed a mutated creature. It's true, I've seen it too. Not bad, the child from the old Yi family really has some skills. Everyone should listen to him. But this is just one mutated creature. What we are going to face are dozens or even hundreds. Even if the blacksmith's son is strong, he can't handle most of them. There are over 100 of us here, and we might not even be able to deal with 10. I think we might as well run now while the beast tide hasn't arrived. Where can we run to? If we run, what will happen to the old, weak, women, and children? The emergence of the evolution source increased their credibility significantly, but there were still many who felt fear and had various thoughts in their hearts. Seeing this, Yichen knew he needed to do something more to increase his persuasiveness. We can't waste any more time, everyone. Watch closely. In the next moment, he directly took out the little thunder sound bow. With the bowstring fully drawn and the lightning arrows crafted by Yi Demon, he narrowed his eyes slightly and aimed at a mutated wild boar that was charging down the mountain road about 3 miles away, just entering his range. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the arrow cutting through the air came, and like lightning, the arrow flew out, tracing a magnificent trajectory under everyone's gaze. Howl! Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from afar, and the mutated wild boar fell to the ground in response. In Yichen's view, the wild boar had been shot through the head and was lifeless. The power of the little thunder sound bow, enhanced with the arrows, had indeed increased tremendously. Ding! At the same time, there was a notification sound for the kill, but Yichen had no time to check. Just now, I killed a mutated wild boar. He simply raised his hand, the arrow stained with the boar's blood, and returned to his hand. He held it high to show everyone, confidently saying, "Good. I heard the wild boar scream just now. It really was killed. One arrow can kill a mutated creature. This kid from the old Yi family is too impressive. Everyone, get ready. With little Yi leading, we will definitely win this battle. Right. Let's fight these beasts." This display instantly left everyone both shocked and delighted. No one had expected Yichen to be this strong, and their fear of these mutated creatures had unknowingly diminished significantly. There's still about 3 miles to go. I should be able to kill another 20 or 30. Yichen assessed the speed of the beast tide, secretly estimating, after all, aiming also takes time, and some shots might miss the vital points, making it impossible to kill with one arrow. Time was tight, and soon he drew the bow and knocked another arrow, aiming into the distance. Before these mutated creatures arrived, he needed to kill as many as possible to reduce the damage to the town. Whoosh! Whoosh! He floated in midair like the archer god Hoi, quickly shooting arrow after arrow. Every arrow struck directly at a mutated creature without any surprise. Even if some missed the vital spots, at least they had made it difficult for the beast to continue charging. Ding! 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 Meanwhile, there were continuous kill notifications, but Yichhen had no time to check. He just tried to kill as many mutated creatures as possible before the beast tide arrived. Everyone, get your spirits up. Little Yi is so young and brave, we can't let him down. After Yichhen steadied their minds, the people of Compass Town began to prepare according to their usual rehearsals. In fact, since the Great Mutation, they had organized a related defense team for Compass Town to deal with various sudden events. However, no one expected that their defense team would officially mobilize for the first time against dozens or even hundreds of mutated creatures. As the rumbling of the earth grew closer, the atmosphere among the crowd became increasingly tense. Although Yichhen had already killed nearly 30 mutated creatures in just a few minutes, which was terrifying and beyond imagination, everyone could still hear from the commotion that this beast tide had nearly 100 mutated creatures. They're coming. When these mutated creatures resembling small mountains appeared in front of everyone, the ordinary citizens couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle and their legs tremble. Most of them had already seen related images and videos on Douyin and various news outlets, so they had some idea, but seeing these terrifying creatures up close still instinctively sent shivers down their spines. Not to mention these ordinary awakeners, even Yichhen and Mo felt an immense pressure. Dozens, hundreds of them, all with bodies like small mountains. If they all charged at once, the impact would be terrifying. Be careful, Yichhen said softly to Mo as he put away the small thunder sound bow and landed back on the ground. Then, gritting his teeth, he charged towards the beast tide first. As he charged, he roared, "Defend our home! Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill them all! Yes! We can't let these beasts enter the town! We can't let them in even if it costs us our lives! Charge! Kill these beasts!" Everyone maintained formation according to training. Seeing Yichen's fearless charge, everyone was ignited, shouting and rushing out. Yes, behind them was their home. If they retreated, their home would be lost. Their parents, children, families, and friends would be ruthlessly slaughtered by these beasts. Moreover, these mutated creatures ran so fast, even if they tried to escape, where could they go? The only option now was to fight to the end. Kill. Yichen's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the beast tide. In the tide, the mutated wild boars and wolves had red eyes. As soon as one mutated wolf saw a human daring to charge in, it immediately lunged at Yichhen with incredible speed. After mutating, this wolf had a body like a small mountain, but retained its original agility and ferocity, with claws as sharp as blades. Yichhen could vaguely hear the air becoming sharp. He took a deep breath, executed a subtle movement technique, and then threw a powerful punch directly at the lunging wolf's head. Great power bull demon fist. Without holding back, it was a fierce straight punch. Bang! All the strength surged forth, and Yichen's fist collided violently with the mutated wolf's head, producing a loud explosion. The wolf's head was directly smashed to pieces by a single punch. Blood splattered everywhere, spraying onto Yichen's face and staining his clothes a deep red. Killed one mutated wolf, obtained. Along with the kill notification sound, Yichhen was already completely immersed in the battle, not paying attention to it at all. This kid from the old Yi family is too powerful. Seeing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned. This mutated creature, as big as a small mountain, was actually blown apart by such a punch. Although they had heard that Yichhen could shoot down a mutated creature with a single arrow, they had only heard the sound before and had not seen it with their own eyes. Now they were witnessing it up close, and it was simply outrageous. This undoubtedly gave everyone a boost of confidence. Brother Yi is just too fierce. Even Mo who already knew about Yichen's strength, couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a bit shocked. He knew Yichhen was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. He had just killed 20 or 30 with his bow and arrow, and if it were him, he would have been exhausted and unable to move. After such intense fighting, Yichhen could still punch and explode a mutated creature. He could only describe it in 2 words: monstrous. Yichhen, of course, had no time to think about so much. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill as many mutated creatures as quickly as possible to relieve the pressure on others. After just killing one mutated wolf, he swiftly dodged and immediately used his subtle movement technique to kill the second one. Mighty Bull Demon Fist. Extraordinary. Alloy Blade. He held his breath, weaving through dozens of terrifying mutated creatures, and with a single punch, he could basically kill one mutated creature. However, without a proper blade technique, he couldn't deliver a fatal blow to the tough-skinned, thick-fleshed beasts. Before the others had truly engaged with these mutated creatures, in less than 10 seconds, he had already killed 5 or 6. Seeing this momentum, others even had the illusion that these mutated creatures didn't seem so terrifying, until they truly faced these horrifying mutated creatures. Confronted by that mountain-like pressure, their minds trembled, and they finally understood that it wasn't that these mutated creatures were not scary, but that Yichhen was too terrifying. For ordinary awakened ones, even in groups of 10, they couldn't kill a single mutated creature. In fact, just one encounter had already resulted in more than 5 being killed by the mutated creatures. This overwhelming terror splashed cold water on everyone, instilling fear, especially when they saw their companions' blood splattering before their eyes. The crowd, which had just mustered the courage, instantly began to panic. But the more they panicked, the easier it was for the souls under the claws of these mutated creatures to cycle back into death. Everyone, hold on. Seeing this, the burly man whom Yichhen called Uncle Xiong shouted loudly to boost morale. But as soon as he shouted this, a mutated wolf heard the sound and immediately pounced towards him, a foul wind rushing at him. Gritting his teeth, he desperately activated his talent. His talent allowed him to turn his hands into bare paws, and once transformed, his hands became like large fans, possessing immense strength. Just as he was about to be knocked down, he quickly slapped towards the wolf's head. But the mutated wolf was faster. Before his bare paw could touch it, the wolf's sharp claws were about to land on his head. If that claw landed, his skull would surely shatter and he would die on the spot. It's over. Emma, don't blame your father tried his best. This made Uncle Xiong feel a wave of despair wash over him. He couldn't even muster the strength to fight back. Bang! At that moment, a figure suddenly darted past him, moving incredibly fast, much quicker than the mutated wild wolves. With a single punch, just one punch sent the mutated wild wolf flying, crashing hard to the ground. Xiao Yezi. Seeing that he was unharmed, Uncle Xiong was overjoyed and quickly jumped forward, sitting on the head of the mutated wild wolf, his bare paws slamming down wildly, thoroughly smashing the creature to death. Uncle Xiong, be careful. Yichhen had no time to say more, drawing his extraordinary alloy knife and immediately attacking the nearest mutated wild boar. Watch me. Not far away, Mo Yuan was also showing off his prowess. He channeled his talent into his right fist, making it as hard as iron, and with his recent training in the little thunder breathing technique, his speed and reaction time were extremely quick, launching a punch straight at a mutated wild wolf charging at him. Bang! However, his punch was far weaker than Yichen's. It only forced the mutated wolf back a few steps before it lunged at him even more ferociously. One punch isn't enough, then I'll throw a few more. Mo Yuan, unwilling to back down, charged forward again, throwing punch after punch without holding back. Finally, after delivering 5 or 6 punches, he managed to knock the mutated wild wolf to the ground, but he felt as if he had just run 5 kilometers. Brother Yi, this is just inhuman. Looking at Yichhen, who was still fighting fiercely, he could only sigh inwardly, but he had to keep pushing himself. Kill them. After catching his breath for a moment, he immediately charged at the second mutated creature. As the battle gradually intensified, the ground in front of the archway of Luopan town had already been stained red with blood, with once living beings now turned into cold corpses on the ground. Even the air was filled with an extremely brutal scent. About 6 or 7 miles away from Luopan town, there was an entrance to an old mountain. Although this area was familiar terrain, this old mountain was somewhat special because behind it lay a vast expanse of undeveloped wilderness. Previously, this area had been a forestry nature reserve, and the hunters of Luopan town were not allowed to enter. Therefore, it was mostly uninhabited, and due to the protective fencing, there were rarely any wild beasts present. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared here. If Yichhen and Mo Yuan were present, they would recognize one of them as Lu Jingwei, a former classmate. Another person was also familiar to Yichhen, as this individual was now a nationally renowned awakener, frequently seen on major platforms, even being referred to as the strongest awakener in the country. His name was Seraph. The appearance of Lu Jingwei and Seraph here was certainly not a coincidence. The beast tide rushing towards Luopan town was created by them in collaboration with others. They first used specialized sonar machines to attract the mutated creatures from the forestry nature reserve, then drove them out of the deep mountains. Once these mutated creatures left the mountains, their combat effectiveness would greatly diminish, and they would become their spoils. These dozens or even hundreds of awakening crystal cores could provide a significant boost even for those with Class A talents. Young Master Zhao, those mutated creatures should have headed in this direction, one awakener reported to Seraph after sniffing the air. Seraph, originally named Zhao Mingyang, was the legitimate son of the Zhao family from Guangqing, one of the 4 major cities. The Zhao family's influence in Guangqing was already immense, and with Zhao Mingyang awakening a Class A talent, the family's status was elevated to an even higher level. It can be said that the Lu family, which dominates a part of Yun City, has no qualifications to be compared with the Zhao family. Lu Jingwei, the heir of the Lu family, must respectfully address Zhao Mingyang as Young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao, it seems there's a town in that direction. I wonder if these mutated creatures will attack humans. Should we speed up and catch up? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwei's expression changed slightly, and he spoke with some concern to the Seraph Zhao Mingyang. Although he usually has an air of arrogance, he has not experienced much and could never bring himself to intentionally let mutated creatures attack human settlements. A town is a town. With nearly 100 mutated creatures, even I would find it difficult to kill them all. It's just right to let them expend some energy. Zhao Mingyang, known as the Seraph, sneered and said with a hint of amusement, even when these people are being chased by the mutated creatures, seeing us descend from the sky, they might consider us their saviors and be endlessly grateful. But many people might die. Lu Jingwei hesitated, having just graduated not long ago. He still retained some humanity. Ha ha, are you afraid of people dying? Lu Jingwei, is this how your Lu family taught you? Zhao Mingyang suddenly laughed loudly, casting a mocking glance at Lu Jingwei. You are right, young Master Zhao. I will follow your orders. Lu Jingwei felt a chill run down his spine from that glance and quickly lowered his head to speak. He was well aware of the power of this seraph. If he said something wrong, a single finger from the other party could crush him. Moreover, even his father and the entire Lu family could not afford to offend this little ancestor of the Zhao family. Young Master Zhao, we found out that the town ahead is called Compass Town, with a population of about 10,000. According to statistics, there should be a few thousand awakened ones. But there aren't many with combat talents, probably just over 100, a subordinate soon reported. Compass Town? Yichen's hometown? Upon hearing this name, Lu Jingwei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost laughed out loud. Initially, he had some compassion for the beast-tide attacking human settlements, but upon learning that this was Yichen's hometown, the last remnants of his mercy completely vanished. He hated Yichen to the bone and wished to use this opportunity to kill him. He felt no sympathy for Yichen's hometown whatsoever. Of course, while he thought this way, he remained silent on the surface. This incident was primarily planned by Zhao Mingyang, and he was merely going along with it. He could still feel justified in his actions. Over 100 people. They won't last long, so we should arrive in about 5 minutes. It would be bad if we were late. If those mutated creatures enter the town, it would be troublesome for us to kill them. Zhao Mingyang, oblivious to Lu Jingwei's inner thoughts, simply picked at his fingernails and said nonchalantly, Young Master Zhao, we found the corpses of mutated creatures not far ahead. And there's one every so often. It seems quite a few of these mutated creatures have been killed. Just then, another subordinate returned urgently from scouting. What's going on? Did someone intercept them? Zhao Mingyang raised an eyebrow and suddenly jumped high in the slowly advancing jeep. Whoosh, he spread his arms wide, making a gesture as if embracing the sky, and then a pair of fiery red wings sprouted from his back. With a gentle flap, a wave of heat surged, lifting him into the air, resembling a seraph descending from the heavens. When he flew to a certain height, he could look down from above and see the road leading to Compass Town, where, at intervals, there were the corpses of mutated creatures, either a mutated wild wolf or a mutated wild boar. He flapped his wings and landed beside the corpse of a mutated creature. After inspecting it, he found a deep blood hole in the head of the mutated wild boar, as if it had been pierced by some sharp object. But there were no remnants left. This looks like it was shot by an arrow, but the arrow has been taken away. Did this person kill the mutated creature and then retrieve the arrow amidst the beast tide? No. Even the awakening crystal core hasn't been taken. Upon seeing this, Zhao Mingyang's brow furrowed. He checked several other mutated creatures' corpses, all of which had only one fatal wound that seemed to be caused by an arrow. All were one-shot kills. Zhao Xiao, what happened? The others, driving the jeep, finally caught up and, seeing Zhao Mingyang's unusual expression, couldn't help but ask. Look at these mutated creatures' corpses, they all died from a single arrow. However, the awakening crystal cores are still here. I suspect there is a master archer in this Compass Town, Zhao Mingyang said lightly. After saying this, he jumped back into the jeep. Although he could fly directly over, since there was a master in Compass Town now, he had to conserve as much strength as possible, otherwise, if a struggle for the awakening crystal cores arose, he wouldn't be able to exert his full power. The master in Compass Town, it can't be Yichhen, right? No, that bastard Yichhen, although not weak, I've never heard of him being skilled in archery, and to kill a mutated creature with a single arrow, he probably doesn't have that capability either. Lu Jingwei felt a moment of panic but quickly steadied himself. In any case, with Zhao Mingyang, the seraph, around, Yichhen, that grasshopper, shouldn't be able to jump around today. The jeep continued towards Compass Town. On the other side, in Compass Town, on the blood-soaked ground, over half of the more than 100 townspeople had already been killed or injured. Even those still alive had faces filled with fear. These mutated creatures were too terrifying. They were simply not something they could contend with. If it weren't for seeing Yichen and Mo Yuan still fighting desperately, they might have wanted to turn and flee. But no matter how strong Yichen was, he couldn't withstand so many mutated creatures. After killing more than a dozen mutated creatures, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fatigue. Adding in those he had shot before, he had already killed over 50 mutated creatures, yet there were still more than 40 mutated creatures present. Besides him, the one who had killed the most was Mo Yuan, who had taken down 5 mutated creatures. As for the others, they had only managed to kill 3 mutated creatures combined, and at a great cost. Their greatest role was actually to block these mutated creatures from entering the town. But a prolonged defense would inevitably fail, and as the number of combat-capable humans dwindled, a few mutated creatures broke through the defenses and charged into the town, soon followed by various horrific screams from within. For those humans without combat talent inside, it was a one-sided massacre. Hearing the screams from the town, Yichhen clenched his fist, his eyes reddening. Although he had the yellow bull guarding his home, if more mutated beasts entered the town, he didn't know if the yellow bull could hold them all off. Moreover, this was the town he had grown up in. Seeing it being destroyed like this made his heart ache. After killing so many beasts just now, I wonder if anything good dropped. However, the more it came to this, Yichhen knew he had to remain calm. Bang! After smashing another mutated wild boar with a punch, he took 2 steps back and quickly focused his attention on searching his storage space. Is this a sword technique? After a moment, he suddenly felt a jolt of energy. In the storage space, just now, the dozens of mutated creatures killed by Yichhen mainly dropped 3 items that were very useful to him at present. The first was a sword technique called the Ninefold Thunder Blade. This technique allows one to unleash stronger power with less physical effort by releasing the internal dark energy. It is divided into 9 levels. The first level can release double the power, the second level releases triple power, and so on until the 9th level, which can directly unleash 10 times one's own strength. With a single slash, all things open. After Yichhen opened the jade slip of this technique, he immediately comprehended the first level. Coupled with his practice of the Great Thunder Breathing technique, he could even imbue his blade with thunder power, greatly enhancing its might. This was undoubtedly a significant boost to his strength. It should be noted that although he previously possessed an extraordinary alloy knife, without a matching sword technique, the power of his knife was actually inferior to that of the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist, often requiring 3 or 4 slashes to kill a mutated creature. Using the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist consumed a lot of physical energy, and if used continuously, his body would become extremely fatigued. Now, with this sword technique, even just at the first level, its power was not inferior to the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist. Moreover, due to the weapon, the physical consumption was greatly reduced, making it very suitable for large-scale battles like the current one. The second item was an extraordinary alloy shield. Made of extraordinary alloy, the shield's surface was smooth but appeared to possess a special tempering, making it indestructible. This item should be part of a set with the extraordinary alloy knife, allowing one to hold the shield in one hand and the knife in the other. In combat, it could greatly enhance one's protective capabilities. The third item was an iron chain called the Purgatory Chain. This chain was quite magical. According to the description, it could stretch freely, reaching lengths of several dozen meters. Once it encountered a target, it would automatically wrap around it, making it difficult for the target to escape, and the target would feel as if they were in purgatory, suffering immensely. However, it was not effective against those with overwhelming strength, as the chain itself was not made of divine iron and could be broken. In any case, these 3 items could significantly enhance Yichen's combat power. The most timely of these was the sword technique, the Ninefold Thunder Blade. With this technique, he could greatly reduce his physical consumption and increase his speed in killing mutated creatures. With a slight closing of his eyes, he had already mastered the first level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by 2 mutated wild wolves and a mutated wild boar. Howl! In the next moment, the 3 mutated creatures let out a roar and pounced towards him. Die! Yichen's eyes narrowed as he gripped the extraordinary alloy knife tightly, first dodging the pounce of the first mutated wild wolf with a swift movement, then countering with a slash. Sizzle! It was evident that after this slash, the air seemed to flow smoothly. There was no obstruction beneath the blade. When this slash landed on the mutated wild wolf, it was as if it had struck tofu, incredibly smooth, directly embedding itself into the wolf's neck, almost severing its head completely. It should be noted that the defensive power of these mutated creatures far exceeded that of ordinary beings. To achieve such an effect with a single slash shows just how terrifying the power of the Ninefold Thunderblade is. Awesome! Seeing this, Yichhen couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This slash seemed to have consumed very little of his physical energy, and he had directly killed a mutated wolf. Quickly, he retracted the long knife without pausing and immediately slashed horizontally again. The second mutated wild wolf that pounced was directly cut open in the belly by this slash, instantly spilling its intestines and filthy fluids all over the ground. Although it was still struggling on the ground and had not died immediately, it was clear it wouldn't survive for long. Yichhen ignored it again and continued to charge forward, once more swinging his blade at the remaining mutated wild boar. This time, he exerted a bit more strength, activating the thunder power molecules within him. Put! As a result, the blade struck the boar's head, leaving a charred cut as if it had been struck by lightning, and then he forcefully severed more than half of the boar's head. The blood gushed out, making the scene appear extremely gruesome and bloody. However, after using the Ninefold Thunder Blade technique, he had actually killed 3 mutated creatures in just a few exchanges. The efficiency was clearly much improved compared to before. Everyone, hold steady. We can definitely win. At that moment, Yichhen felt a surge of blood boiling within him. Looking at the remaining 40 or so mutated creatures, he shouted to encourage everyone, then charged towards the other mutated beings again. In the midst of the charge, he also took out an extraordinary alloy shield. Facing the mutated wild boar that was charging head-on, he didn't even need to take time to dodge, he simply blocked it with the shield. Bang! Although he felt a tremendous force collide with him, Yichhen stood firmly in place. This extraordinary alloy shield could absorb most of the impact, and instead, the mutated wild boar knocked itself out. For a moment, with just a blade and a shield, he moved through the crowd of over 40 mutated creatures as if in a realm of his own. Time and again, his blade rose and fell, slaughtering wildly. Little Yi is too strong. We can definitely win. We must not let these beasts into our town. Seeing this scene, the others were both shocked and invigorated. With Yichhen, such a powerful awakener, they felt much less pressure. At this moment, all they needed to do was hold their ground. How is Yigu getting fiercer with every kill? Watching Yichen's godlike figure, Mo Yuan swallowed hard, genuinely feeling a sense of shock. He had also harbored pessimistic thoughts, but now he was reignited with hope. Yigu is like a god, I too shall be like an immortal. With a low roar, he charged forward with all his might. And at that moment, while everyone's attention was focused on Yichhen and the mutated creatures, no one noticed that several jeeps had slowly stopped not far from the battlefield. The front one was occupied by the Seraph Zhaomingyang, Lu Jingwei, and others. Upon arrival, they saw the corpses of mutated creatures scattered everywhere and Yichen's godlike figure. How is this possible? Lu Jingwei recognized Yichhen first. Staring in disbelief, his fists clenched so tightly out of jealousy that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. One blade, one mutated creature. He couldn't even imagine that in just a few short days, Yichen's strength had expanded to this level. If this continued to develop, wouldn't he become an existence that even his entire Lu family couldn't handle? He finally understood completely why his father was willing to go to such lengths to eliminate him. Moreover, he discovered that not only Yichhen, but even Mo Yuan, whom he had always regarded as a waste, was now exhibiting strength that surpassed his own. This was an unbearable blow for him. A small town like Luopan actually has such strong awakeners? Even the Seraph Zhaomingyang was quite surprised by the scene before him. Although these mutated creatures were nothing to him, he knew very well that even an ordinary Class A talent awakener would find it very troublesome to deal with just one. Now, this person seemed to be cutting them down like vegetables, one blade for each? This person is too powerful. Could it be that these mutated creatures are fake? The others in the jeep were also left dumbfounded. This was a tremendous shock for ordinary awakeners. Zhao Xiao, what should we do now? At this rate, we mutated beings are likely to be killed off by this person. Looking at Yichhen growing more and more formidable, Lu Jingwei's eyes were almost spitting fire. His heart sank, and he deliberately spoke to Zhaomingyang. This awakener is indeed quite powerful. I originally thought that such a small town as Luopan town would be wiped out directly, but I didn't expect such a monster to emerge. Zhaomingyang's expression was light, seemingly carrying a hint of playful amusement. If all these mutated beings are killed by him, then wouldn't we have worked in vain? Lu Jingwei gritted his teeth and continued to incite. Who says it's all him killing them? Zhaomingyang suddenly laughed, a big laugh. Then he stood up in the jeep, looking at the battlefield with mockery, and said, "These mutated beings are naturally all killed by my Seraph. Moreover, I have also saved this town on the brink of destruction. Of course, it's also partly my fault for arriving a bit late, and I still sacrificed some awakeners, among them a young awakener with very strong potential, who unfortunately fell victim to the mutated beings. Here, I would like to express my condolences in advance." As he spoke, he slowly rose into the air, a pair of huge fiery wings unfurling, blocking out the sun. The surrounding temperature rapidly increased, as if he had replaced the sun, scorching the earth. Watching the number of mutated beasts on the field dwindle, soon to be reduced to a dozen, Yichhen couldn't help but relax a little. After such high-intensity slaughter, even with the ninefold thunder blade, he was still exhausted. It will be over soon. He steadied his mind. Just as he was about to exert himself and quicken his pace, he suddenly felt a wave of heat coming from the sky. This heat exceeded the scorching sun of the morning, appearing quite unusual. Is this the Seraph? Yichen's heart jumped, and he looked up, soon seeing a figure in the sky with flaming wings, like an angel descending. He had watched quite a few related videos, so he naturally recognized this nationally famous awakener. This person could not only fly using fiery wings, but could also unleash dense fire attacks, and his strength could be said to be extremely formidable, receiving nationwide adoration. With over 10 million followers on Douyin, he just didn't expect to encounter him here. From the temperature radiating from the flaming wings above, Yichhen could tell the rumors were not false. This Seraph likely possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary Class A awakener. But how did he end up here? Yichen's gaze followed the figure in the sky, looking into the distance, and after a moment his eyes narrowed sharply. He saw a familiar figure. Lu Jingwei. How could he be here? Upon seeing this person, Yichhen felt a surge of anger, sensing an extremely bad premonition. Could this beast-tide really be related to Lu Jingwei, the second-generation heir? Then this Seraph. His gaze returned to the sky, where the Seraph Zhaomingyang, with a hint of playful interest, happened to be looking at him. Their eyes met, an indescribable atmosphere seemed to spread. The figure in the sky also caught the attention of other awakeners in Luopan town. Flaming wings, is that the Seraph? Isn't he the strongest awakener in our country at this stage? The Seraph? How did he end up here? It can't be wrong. I've seen his videos on Douyin. It's exactly the same. Great, is he here to save us? We are saved. What's the use of coming now? Little Yi is about to finish off these beasts. The crowd, already exhausted, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Most believe that with such a strong awakener as Yichhen, and now the addition of the strongest awakener, the Seraph, they could definitely kill all these mutated beasts. Although some complained that the Seraph had arrived too late, overall everyone felt a bit more relaxed, thinking that the upcoming battles would be much easier. Even the mutated beasts seemed to slow their attacks, staring fixedly at the sky. Damn, this guy looks really flashy. But what good is he coming now? He might as well wait until we finish killing them. I seriously suspect he's here to steal the credit. Mo Yuan flashed over to Yichen's side, the two standing back to back as he quietly grumbled. Look over there. Yichen's expression was heavy, just gesturing for Mo Yuan to look at the distant jeep. What? Lu Jingwei. How could he be here? Mo Yuan's eyes widened in alarm. He and Yichen both knew that Lu Jingwei's presence here could only mean trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos erupted. In the sky, the Seraph Zhao Mingyang slightly curled his lips, then, with a flick of his fiery wings, he suddenly flapped them with great force. Boom! Boom! It was as if the flames of a volcano were being fanned by a giant fan. Soon, fireballs filled the sky like meteors suddenly appearing, crashing down towards the mutated beasts and the crowd below. Indiscriminate attack. How could this be? What does this Seraph want? Is he trying to kill us all? Oh my god. This Seraph is going to kill people. Seeing the scene, everyone felt as if they were witnessing something unbelievable, their faces filled with disbelief. The Seraph had portrayed himself as a guardian of the nation and its people in short videos. Who would have thought he would commit such a massacre against ordinary people? In an instant, everyone felt as if the foundation of their faith had collapsed. As the terrifying fireballs rained down, despair washed over them and there was nowhere to hide. This guy is actually a villain. Mo Yuan was furious but powerless to act. Yi Chen's expression darkened, his anger boiling. He stepped forward and soared into the sky. First, he used the extraordinary alloy shield in his hand to block the most concentrated rain of fire. The fireball struck the shield with loud bangs, and a searing heat transferred to his palm, feeling as if his hand were placed on a red-hot iron pan. Yichen gritted his teeth and endured it. Unfortunately, even so, the shield's protective range was limited, and many fireballs still fell below. Anyone struck by these fireballs, whether mutated beasts or awakeners from Compass Town, were not only injured but also caught fire, making it nearly impossible to extinguish even if they rolled on the ground. In just a brief attack, the Seraph Zhao Mingyang had already killed 5 or 6 mutated beasts, but the awakeners also suffered severe casualties. It was known that even Yi Chen could only kill 1 mutated beast at a time. Such power was simply shocking and terrifying. When Yi Chen landed back on the ground and looked back, several familiar faces had perished in the recent fireball attack. He clenched his fists tightly, rage surging within him, raising his head to glare fiercely at the sky. Oh, you can actually withstand my fire attack? Let's see if you can withstand it a second time. Zhao Mingyang looked at Yi Chen with a more pronounced playful expression, preparing to flap his fiery wings again. You will die. Yi Chen's eyes turned red, his face icy cold. He had never wanted to speculate about humanity with the utmost malice, but he did not expect that there were still humans capable of such cold-bloodedness, killing the innocent with such a complete disregard for boundaries. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Chen said nothing, directly threw away the shield in his hand and replaced it with the little thundersound bow, wanting to shoot down the seraphim in the sky. Do you think you have a chance? A playful smile appeared on the seraphim's face as he casually flapped his wings, unleashing waves of heavenly fire while flying, bombarding down in a chaotic manner, giving Yi Chen no opportunity to aim. Yi Chen could not lock onto the seraphim. If this continued, the casualties on the Compass Town side would only increase. Ultimately, he put away the little thundersound bow, stepped forward, and soared directly towards the seraphim Zhao Mingyang in midair. His close combat ability was not weak either. He can even fly? In the distant jeep, Lu Jingwei watched Yi Chen soar into the sky, and an expression of shock appeared on his face. He never expected that Yi Chen would awaken such a terrifying talent. He envied, he was jealous, he hated. But no matter how strong you are, it will end today. You're dead for sure. He gritted his teeth, watching Yi Chen fly towards Zhao Mingyang, imagining the thrill of Yi Chen being killed. The seraphim was currently the strongest awakener in the country. Definitely not someone Yi Chen could challenge. You can still fly? At this moment, Zhao Mingyang also showed a hint of interest on his face. Having such strong power and still being able to fly, this young man was indeed beyond his expectations. But that made it even more interesting. Killing a prodigy with unlimited potential would be a great achievement for him. As he flapped his fiery wings, a large number of fireballs appeared again, raging flames like a rain of bullets, like meteors passing by. Compared to the first wave, this time it was even more ferocious. Once these flames fell below, they would undoubtedly cause even greater casualties. However, this time, these fireball attacks did not fall to the ground but all targeted Yichhen. He wanted to kill Yichhen first. Be careful, brother Yi. Little Yi, be careful. That beast, the seraphim. May heaven and earth punish him. Seeing the dense fireballs exploding towards Yichhen like a storm, everyone below couldn't help but sweat for him. The strength of this seraphim was already evident to all. Just one round of attack had instantly killed so many mutated creatures and awakeners. In everyone's eyes, no matter how strong Yichhen was, there was still a gap compared to the number. One awakener in the country. How could Yichhen possibly withstand such an attack? For a moment, some even closed their eyes, unable to bear to see what would happen next. But Yichhen, high in the air, appeared extremely calm. Facing the barrage of fireballs, he was completely unafraid, continuing to soar towards the direction of the seraphim, until those fireballs were about to land on him. Roar! A howl suddenly erupted from within Yichen's body, deafening. Then everyone was astonished to find that a golden bell slowly emerged on his body surface, continuously rotating, protecting him entirely within. Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield. This was the defensive technique Yichhen had unleashed after killing Master Yang. Once activated, a golden bell enveloped the body surface, capable of withstanding a large amount of attacks. It was visible to the naked eye that the fireballs launched by the seraphim Zhaomingyang fell onto the golden bell surrounding Yichhen, being shattered by the swirling winds and scattering everywhere. In the end, although the howling golden bell shield dimmed considerably, Yichhen inside remained unscathed. Even his flying speed did not slow down much, gradually closing in on the seraphim. Brother Yi is awesome. Xiao Yezi is amazing. Seeing this scene, Mo Yuan and the awakened ones from Luopan town below couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, each one excitedly shouting out loud. No one expected that Yichhen could withstand such a blow. How could he be so strong? On the jeep in the distance, Lu Jingwei, who had thought Yichhen was doomed, was struck dumb by the sight, his eyes filled with disbelief. That was a blow capable of killing 5 or 6 mutated creatures and 5 or 6 awakened ones at once. How could Yichhen withstand it alone? What exactly is his awakened talent? How can he have such strong defense? Lu Jingwei bit his teeth hard, his lips starting to bleed. He simply couldn't accept that Yichen's strength was repeatedly beyond his expectations. In the sky, the seraph Zhaomingyang, who had always been very confident, couldn't help but show a hint of emotion on his face. He was well aware of his own strength. His claim of being the strongest awakened one was not just empty talk. Even the recently rumored strongest in defense, known as the Golden Body Arhat, might not be able to withstand such a blow. This Yichhen, clearly already very strong and capable of flight, how could he also possess such strong defense? Moreover, after enduring all his attacks, he was still unscathed. Such comprehensive abilities generally do not exist among physical awakened ones. This was already beyond his understanding of talents and awakened ones. Good. Then he grinned savagely, looking somewhat sickly. Such an awakened one was definitely top tier, and once he killed him, that sense of achievement would be unparalleled. Suddenly grasping the power to look down on everything made him feel less like a normal person. He even enjoyed this sickly feeling. With this thought, the fiery wings behind him flapped again, this time flapping 3 times in succession. Each time, an incredibly hot flame erupted from the wings, and finally, these flames merged into 2 galloping fire leopards. Roar! The 2 fire leopards howled, charging directly at Yichhen, who was already 10 meters away, bringing with them a heat that seemed to burn the air, making the entire world feel like a summer day. Even from a distance, the crowd below could still feel the wave of heat rushing towards them, causing them to sweat profusely. This seraph is really too strong. Can Xiao Yezi withstand it this time? Eyes turned towards Yichhen in the sky, their hearts rising to their throats, holding their breath, unable to calm down. Yichen's eyes were fixed, his expression cold and unchanged. The howling golden bell around him once again emitted a roar, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. Boom! The first fire leopard pounced. As if it were a real cheetah hunting, its fiery claws frantically tearing at the golden bell, launching wave after wave of fiery impacts. Bang! 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 Half the sky was dyed red with flames, and with each impact, the golden light gradually dimmed, like a lonely boat in the ocean, swaying precariously. Boom! Finally, with an explosion, the fire leopard and the golden bell finally cancelled each other out, disappearing into the air together. But there was still one fire leopard left. The crowd below was shocked. If one fire leopard was so powerful, without the protection of the golden bell, how could Yichhen withstand the other fire leopard? Ha ha! Yichhen, you're finally going to die. Lu Jingwei couldn't help but laugh out loud, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing, a feeling of indescribable pleasure. Even if Yichhen had shown great strength before, at this moment he was powerless and could only accept death. Although you are strong, this is where it ends. At this moment, the seraph Zhaomingyang also had a relaxed smile at the corners of his mouth. This attack had actually consumed a great deal of his energy. Even he couldn't sustain such extreme use of his talent for long. However, it seemed that this time it could be a one-time solution. The remaining fire leopard, without the protection of that golden bell, he knew that Yichhen would be unable to withstand it no matter what. And as long as he dealt with Yichhen, the others would pose no threat. He could easily handle them as well. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Yichhen, who should have been swallowed by the fire leopard, suddenly had a transparent shield appear around him. It looked powerless, yet it firmly absorbed the fire leopard. This was the golden cicada armor that Yichhen had obtained when he killed the 5 awakened ones with Luo Deung. This golden cicada armor, when worn, was colorless and formless, as if it were non-existent, but at a critical moment, it still possessed powerful defensive capabilities. After taking the hit from the fire leopard, Yichhen only felt a slight burning sensation on his skin, which turned a bit red, but he could sense that his body was completely unharmed. After withstanding this blow, he quickly closed the distance to stand before the Seraph Zhaoming Yang, gripping his extraordinary alloy knife. The lightning factor hidden within his cells trembled wildly at that moment, creating a resonance. Ninefold thunder blade. He slashed out. How is this possible? As danger approached, the blade's light stung his eyes, and Zhaoming Yang finally reacted. The face that had always been filled with confidence and amusement now showed a hint of panic and disbelief. The Seraph was known as the #1 awakened one in the country. Zhaoming Yang had long been accustomed to pride and complacency. One could say that he previously believed others were rated as Class A because their strength was only Class A, while he was rated as a top Class A talent because the highest was only Class A. Even though Yichhen had given him some surprises before, he still thought everything was under his control. The attack he unleashed with his maximum talent should be something no one in the country could withstand. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Yichhen actually withstood his strongest attack and had now closed in within 3 feet of him. The dazzling blade light made him think it was just an illusion. But just as the blade was about to strike him, he finally reacted, feeling humiliated and furious. Whoosh! His fiery wings behind him quickly swept forward like an eagle protecting its young, while his head shrank down in unwillingness, using the wings to shield his body. Then, the blade struck the fiery wings. Boom! Sparks flew, flames surged. For a moment, it was as if a volcano erupted in mid-air, presenting a magnificent scene. Those below, witnessing this, were momentarily stunned. This was the most powerful awakened one, the Seraph, known throughout the country. Before today, Yichhen, an ordinary awakened one with almost no reputation in the country, not only withstood all of the Seraph's strongest attacks but also counterattacked, putting the Seraph in such a dire situation. To put it nicely, it was like an eagle protecting its young. To put it bluntly, it was like a turtle withdrawing its head. Awesome! So amazing, Brother Yi! Kill this lousy fire turkey! Mo Yuan shouted excitedly. This scene made him feel his blood boiling, wishing he could fly into the sky and fight alongside Yichhen against the Seraph. Impossible! How could this be? At this moment, Lu Jingwei was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sky, his whole body cold. How could Yichhen be this strong? How could he? At this point, he even began to worry. The Seraph was no match for Yichhen. It won't happen. The Seraph is so strong, how could he possibly lose to Yichhen? Soon, he gritted his teeth, shook his head violently to dispel this absurd thought from his mind. But as the flames on Zhaoming Yang's wings the sky began to dim, this thought lingered, refusing to fade no matter how hard he tried to shake it off. Impossible! 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 Above in the sky, the Seraph Zhaoming Yang, wrapped in fiery wings, was now filled with a sense of humiliation. Since awakening his talent, he had never imagined he would experience such a suffocating moment. He was gifted, and after awakening, he had gathered the strength of his family, digesting over 200 awakening crystals, achieving an unparalleled control over fire. Yet at this moment he encountered an opponent he had originally looked down upon, who had now slapped him in the face. Damn it! Feeling the energy of his fiery wings continuously diminishing, Zhaoming Yang could no longer hold back. He suddenly erupted, desperately activating his hidden talent. In the next instant, boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens as if mountains and rivers were trembling and stars were about to fall. A rolling heat wave swept through the sky. Yichhen also felt the scorching heat on his face, the terrifying temperature threatening to burn his skin through the golden cicada armor, the immense force of the explosion sending him flying backward. Meanwhile, the Seraph Zhaoming Yang, who had been curled up within the fiery wings, had now spread his wings wide again, but at this moment he was furious, his entire body engulfed in flames, seemingly transformed into a fireman. His eyes were blood red, as if spewing fire. To be forced to this extent, you should feel honored even in death. With fiery eyes fixed on Yichhen, Zhaoming Yang flapped his fiery wings once more. This time, his entire fiery form shot towards Yichhen like a rocket. His flame-wrapped fist, like a meteorite, slammed fiercely towards Yichhen. This time, he chose to engage in close combat. In this state, he could achieve greater speed and stronger attack power, but it consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and he couldn't maintain it for long. He needed a quick resolution. I hate pretentious people like you the most. Yichen's expression darkened, and without hesitation, all the lightning particles within his cells surged into one punch. Great power bull demon fist. He exchanged his knife for a fist. This punch gathered all his strength. His arm seemed to transform into a mighty bull, charging forward relentlessly, unstoppable even against a fierce tiger. Boom! The two fists clashed fiercely in midair, neither yielding. A thunderous sound shook the heavens, the night resonated with thunder, and sparks exploded. Moments later, a figure was sent flying backward. When that figure steadied itself, everyone was shocked to find that it was the previously aggressive and seemingly invincible Seraph Zhaoming Yang who had been repelled. Even in this stronger second form, he was no match for Yichhen. Glancing at the Seraph, who found it hard to accept reality, Yichhen already had a clear understanding in his heart. In terms of group attacks, he was indeed temporarily inferior to the opponent, but in terms of individual combat power, after practicing the Great Thunder Sound breathing technique, he would never lose to anyone. Ah! After being repelled again, Zhaoming Yang screamed in madness, as if his inner defenses had collapsed. The flames on his body surged once more, charging towards Yichhen. Noisy! Yichen's expression remained calm as a black chain suddenly appeared in his hand. This was something that had dropped from the previous batch of mutated creatures he had slain. It was called the Purgatory Chain. This Purgatory Chain could stretch freely, and once it bound a person, it would inflict mental torment as if falling into a fiery hell. Of course, if the opponent was too strong, it wouldn't be very effective, but now that the Seraph had consumed a lot of energy and was mentally compromised, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Seeing the Seraph charging at him again, he immediately swung out a chain. Whoosh! The Purgatory Chain, capable of automatically binding enemies. Zhaoming Yang, who was still in a state of rapid flight, felt a darkness before his eyes and hurriedly dodged, but was still ensnared by the Purgatory Chain around his arm, instantly feeling as if he had fallen into an abyss. A scene of extreme horror appeared before him. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with all manner of malevolent spirits. He experienced the most terrifying things in the world. Infinite karmic burdens, like seaweed in a black ocean. Countless tentacles reached out from where the chain bound his arm, trying to engulf him entirely. In that moment, an expression of sheer terror appeared on Zhaoming Yang's face. This was a feeling he had never shown before, despite his usual arrogance and dominance. He panicked, he was afraid. Ah! Let me go! Let me go! Please, let me go! The image of Zhao Gonzi vanished in an instant. Some even saw raindrops falling from his pant leg, as if he had wet himself in fear. Do you think that's possible? Yichen's face also showed signs of fatigue. This Seraph, as the top awakened one in the country, was not just a name. If it weren't for the Purgatory Chain, he would have found it difficult to deal with. He then pulled the chain, trying to drag the Seraph over. Thud! However, at that moment, the Seraph, who had already wet his pants in fear, did something unexpected. Unable to break free from the Purgatory Chain, he actually severed his own right arm. Blood gushed out at first, but the wound was quickly cauterized by flames, stopping the bleeding in no time, though his face turned pale, clearly heavily injured. After losing his arm, Zhaoming Yang shot a vicious glance at Yichhen, as if to remember this person forever. Then, without saying a word, he somehow wrapped himself in flames again and suddenly burst forth with super speed, turning into a flash of fire and fleeing into the distance. Seeing this, Yichhen frowned. He was completely taken aback that the other party would go so far as to sever an arm to escape. In fact, he himself had also suffered significant exhaustion in this battle and was at the end of his strength, making it too late to pursue. Whoosh! He quickly took out the little thunder sound bow, drew it fully, and shot 3 arrows in quick succession, one of which hit the enemy. The Seraph's speed was too fast, having already escaped 2 kilometers away. If it weren't for his current severe injuries and urgency to flee, perhaps not a single arrow would have hit. Thud! Blood once again sprayed into the air like rain. The Seraph paused for a moment, the flames dimming further, and then, like a kite with a severed string, it fell heavily into the dense forest. The Seraph actually died. How is that possible? Below, Lu Jingwei was so shocked that he felt numb. Watching Zhaoming Yang forced into his second form, and then ultimately having to sever his arm to escape, he was overwhelmed by scenes he could hardly imagine. Even now, he still hadn't fully processed it. After a long while, Lu Jingwei finally came to his senses, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar in June, his whole body cold and his legs trembling with extreme fear. Quick! Let's go! After a while, he gathered some strength and hurriedly reminded the awakened ones driving the jeep. Some of the awakened in these jeeps were brought by the Zhao family, while others were from the Lu family. Like Lu Jingwei, they were equally stunned and unable to move by the scene of the Seraph severing its arm to escape. No one had expected that this strongest awakened one in the country would be forced to such an extent in this remote town of Luopan, and it was very likely he had already fallen here. Brother Yi, that bastard Lu Jingwei is trying to run. At that moment, Mo Yuan shouted loudly. On the other side, Yichhen was preparing to enter the dense forest to search for the Seraph, but this Seraphim is indeed a top-tier talent, and prior to this, he had concentrated the family's strength to absorb a large number of awakening crystal cores, resulting in an awakening level far exceeding that of an ordinary top 3. In this desperate escape, his speed is astonishing. Yichhen, having already killed dozens of mutated creatures and severely depleted himself, is actually at the end of his strength in the battle against the Seraphim, and for a moment, he cannot keep up. The Seraphim is fighting so desperately, even if he can't die for now, he should be close to death. Moreover, he has killed so many civilians in public, with so many witnesses and videos taken, he will be in more trouble than death. Even his family will suffer. Hearing Mo Yuan's voice, Yichhen looked down at the dense forest and had to come back to his senses. His gaze fell on Lu Jingwei, who was already dumbfounded in the jeep below. Now, perhaps he could settle another score first. The evil this person has caused is no less than that of the Seraphim. If he went to find the Seraphim, these people might fight back like cornered beasts, putting Compass Town in danger again. Mo Yuan might not be able to withstand it. We are from the Zhao family of Guangcheng. Seeing Yichhen descending towards them, a awakener gathered his courage to shout, "Drive quickly!" Lu Jingwei was both shocked and angry. He knew very well that Yi Chen's killing intent had already arisen, and he would no longer care about their background. He kicked the driver's seat hard, urging the driver to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Chen's descent was rapid, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of their car. Now, in his fury, he had no mercy left. These people, although not the masterminds, were all involved in creating the beast tide. They all needed to pay the price. With a swift motion, he struck down, taking one life at a time. Even B-level awakeners appeared too weak before him, not even in the same league. He spared none in those who shouted, those who fled, those who knelt and begged for mercy. In the end, only Lu Jingwei remained. Lu Jingwei attacked Yichen with a speed of over 100 punches in 3 seconds. Yichen looked disdainful and raised a hand lightly. Bang! He directly caught Lu Jingwei's rapidly swinging fist. No matter how the others struggled, he remained unmoved. Lu Jingwei's once proud talent had become as weak as a child before him. Yichen, for the sake of us being classmates, let me go. It really has nothing to do with me. It was the Seraphim, it was Zhao Mingyang who did it. Lu Jingwei's face was filled with fear, and his legs went weak as he knelt down. Lu Jingwei, you have your day now. At this moment, Mo Yuan had also killed all the remaining mutated creatures and walked over, feeling somewhat pleased as he looked at Lu Jingwei. Lu Jingwei did not dare to respond, only continuing to kneel on the ground, raising his head to plead with Yichen. It was the Seraphim, Zhao Mingyang, who wanted to hunt the mutated creatures. He made us drive the mutated creatures out of the protected area. We were all following his orders. It really has nothing to do with me. Please let me go. Yichen frowned. The cause of this matter was becoming clear. It turned out that this beast tide incident, which caused the catastrophe in Compass Town, was indeed man-made, and the instigator was truly Zhao Mingyang. However, Lu Jingwei certainly could not escape responsibility either. Lu Jingwei, do you think we will believe that this has nothing to do with you? Don't think we don't know what you've done. Mo Yuan, holding his phone to record, had a look of disdain on his face. He didn't believe a word this second-generation heir said. But now he would first record the evidence. Not just Lu Jingwei, the Seraphim would not escape either. Yichen, Mo Yuan, no, brother Yi, brother Mo, I promise. I will never appear in front of you again. After all, we are classmates. I even invited you to dinner. Also, I can pay you money. Any amount. At this moment, Lu Jingwei could feel that the killing intent emanating from Yichen had not diminished in the slightest. His instinct for survival forced him to continuously plead for mercy with a sobbing tone, abandoning all dignity, hoping only that Yichen would spare his life. Did you really consider me a classmate? Yichen said calmly. Even without mentioning the incident where the Lu family sent people to hunt him down over a trivial dispute, just the fact that Lu Jingwei participated in the man-made beast tide attack on Compass Town was already an unforgivable crime. Naturally, it couldn't be erased by a mere label of classmate. With that said, he had nothing more to add. The extraordinary alloy knife in his hand flashed with light. Yichen, I still have secrets. Feeling the breath of death closing in, Lu Jingwei widened his eyes in unwillingness, wanting to make one last struggle. The blade did not pause for a moment. Lu Jingwei ultimately stared with wide eyes, unable to close them in death. He recalled the past. Although he and Yichen were in the same class, he was a person of great stature. Apart from Lin Qingwan, he was renowned throughout the entire school. Yichen, a mere nobody. He wouldn't even spare a glance at him. But he never imagined that after the world changed drastically, everything would turn upside down. Yichen not only awakened an unimaginable talent but also forced the so-called strongest awakener in the country, the Seraph, to flee with a severed arm. His once proud B-level talent was nothing compared to Yichen. Lu Jingwei had fallen to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy, with no ability to resist at all. He felt unwilling. He thought he shouldn't end his life like this. Originally, he might have become a stronger person. Given time, his B-level talent could have evolved into an A-level talent. However, this was reality. As life gradually drained from his body, Lu Jingwei soon fell to the ground, and all those wild thoughts came to an abrupt halt. I didn't expect Lu Jingwei to have today. Mo Yuan beside him couldn't help but sigh softly. Even amidst the recent slaughter, he had grown accustomed to the brutality of this changed world. But after all, Lu Jingwei was once a familiar person, and he still felt a twinge of regret. Of course, in his view, Lu Jingwei deserved this fate. He only felt nostalgic for the past days of being classmates. Let's go. A few mutated creatures just entered the town. We need to resolve it quickly. Yichen, however, did not glance at Lu Jingwei on the ground. Recent experiences had left his heart numb, as if he had suffered through 99 heartbreaks. As for the secret Lu Jingwei mentioned at the end, he had no interest in knowing. There's a big yellow watching over the town, so there shouldn't be any problems, Mo Yuan said. He knew the strength of the yellow cow. It was a being that could easily crush him, and a few D-level mutated creatures were certainly no challenge. Yichen's figure flickered and returned to the battlefield from earlier. Here, apart from the corpses of mutated beasts scattered all over the ground, there were also many human bodies lying in disarray. It turned out that out of more than 100 combat personnel in Compass Town, fewer than 50 were still standing. Moreover, each of them was injured and appeared utterly exhausted. Little Yi, are you okay? But upon seeing Yichen return, they seemed somewhat invigorated. The previous battle had truly stirred their blood. The so-called strongest awakener in the country, the Seraph, had actually been defeated by their townspeople, forcing the opponent to flee with a severed arm. They felt a sense of pride. I'm fine, Uncle Xiong, you. Yichen waved to the crowd, and just then, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure among those lying on the ground. He hurried over and helped him up. At this moment, the man, as sturdy as an iron pillar, looked very listless, with wounds all over his body charred black. He must have been indiscriminately attacked by the Seraph. Little Leaf. Uncle Xiong forced a smile, looking at Yichen, and said, I can't survive, but at least I've defended the town, so I can consider it fulfilling the task everyone entrusted to me. Uncle Xiong, is there anything you want me to do? Yichen's feelings were very complicated and painful. He had already saved the other person once, but he never expected that in the end, he still couldn't save him. My daughter, cough cough. I hope you can help me take care of her if you have the chance. As Uncle Xiong spoke, he coughed up black blood, and finally he turned his head with great effort, looking in the direction of Compass Town, and slowly fell down. How despicable. It was that Seraph. He killed him. That Seraph, the murderer. Fortunately, Little Leaf has already killed him. I never expected the Seraph to be such a person. Do you think he might not be dead? Seeing this scene, the townspeople around were all moved, and they began to curse in anger. Whether he is dead or not, the Seraph has killed innocent humans. We must report this to the Martial Association, someone suggested. But I heard that this Seraph is from the Zhao family in Guangcheng. With a powerful background, it might be difficult to take action, and it could even bring trouble. But some felt that life was full of helplessness. Everyone, leave this matter to me. Yichen looked at Uncle Xiong, who had already lost his breath, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. Just as the other townspeople said, if someone else were to handle these matters, it would easily lead to trouble. But for him, trouble had already come. He wasn't afraid of it getting any bigger. Everyone rest assured, even if the Seraph is not dead, he is finished. He won't be able to do evil again. Mo Yuan, guarantee it. Mo Yuan also patted his chest and said, he had a series of evidence in his hands, and he was ready to make a big news story. A catastrophe gradually came to an end. In the end, all the mutated creatures that had invaded the town were killed. The bodies of those mutated creatures were also being dealt with by the townspeople, and the harvested sources of evolution would naturally be sent back to him. However, the damage caused to the entire town was immense, not only sacrificing dozens or even hundreds of awakened individuals with combat talents, but also the buildings destroyed and the innocent townspeople harmed after the mutated creatures invaded. For this, Yichen felt very guilty. Although Lu Jingwei said that the main cause of this catastrophe was the Seraph Zhao Mingyang, he also understood that with Lu Jingwei's enmity, it was impossible for him not to have fanned the flames behind the scenes. Therefore, he still felt that this matter was somewhat related to him. Later, he also went to look for Zhao Mingyang, but unfortunately, the other party fled without regard for anything, and he still couldn't find the body. However, with the evidence in Mo Yuan's hands, even if Zhao Mingyang didn't die this time, he should be dealt with by the Martial Association. If the Martial Association couldn't handle it, then he would take action himself. He wouldn't hesitate to attack the Zhao family in Guangcheng. Additionally, Yichen took out a large sum of money as compensation for the sacrificed townspeople. For him now, since he could easily obtain money and items just by stepping on an ant, he could take out large sums of money at any time. He calculated that in his storage space, there was already over 10 million in cash, not to mention a considerable amount of valuable items like gold. He decided to take out all this cash and distribute it. After doing all this, Yichen finally returned home. He first comforted his worried parents, then went back to his room to continue practicing the Great Thunder Sound breathing technique. After this incident, he felt an even greater urgency to improve his strength. If his strength were a bit stronger, perhaps the town wouldn't have sacrificed so many people. He didn't want such things to happen again, so he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. He practiced until dusk, and Yichen heard his breathing like thunder, faintly sensing the thunder power factor lying dormant within him rumbling. He opened his eyes and clenched his fist. The consumption from the last battle was significant, but after half a day's training, he felt his body had completely recovered, and he could sense that his control over the thunder power within him seemed to have reached a new level. Now he could incorporate more lightning into his attacks, which would greatly enhance the power of techniques like the Mighty Bull Demon Fist and the Ninefold Thunder Blade. If I were to fight that Seraph again now, I would win much more easily. After a moment of contemplation, Yichhen exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling a bit more relaxed. Brother Yi. At that moment, Mo Yuan's voice rang out from outside the room. Yichhen got up and opened the door. No matter if that seraph is dead or alive, he must be disgraced and doomed. Mo Yuan excitedly raised his phone and said, I've collected some clips from today, both from myself and everyone else. Not only is there evidence of the seraph killing, but also Lu Jingwei's confession. I've edited it and posted it on Douyin, and the video views have already exceeded 1 million. Looking at the short clips playing on Mo Yuan's phone, Yichhen couldn't help but be surprised. He had seen Mo Yuan filming Lu Jingwei, but during the attacks from the mutated beasts and the seraph, hardly anyone dared to take out their phones, as doing so might attract a fireball from the seraph. Even if someone did, it would probably only be very short clips. He didn't expect that the usually unserious Mo Yuan had secretly recorded most of the evidence of the seraph's killings at such a critical moment. It was important to note that the current order hadn't completely collapsed. A celebrity like the seraph committing such acts would definitely be condemned. Now that there was video evidence, even the Martial Arts Association couldn't pretend not to see it. You did a great job this time. Yichhen expressed his appreciation, taking the phone to look at the large title, The Seraph with a Beastly Heart. Indiscriminate Massacre of Innocents. The content showed the seraph using his flaming wings to conduct indiscriminate attacks on humans, with close-ups of the townspeople of Compass Town being struck down by heavenly fire. I learned it all from Brother Yi, Mo Yuan said with a humble demeanor. What about Lu Jingwei's part? After watching for a while, Yichhen couldn't help but ask, as the act of creating a beast tide should be even more infuriating. Don't rush, we need to let the public opinion ferment a bit. Look at the comments, there are some brain-dead fans of the seraph still trying to defend him. But with controversy comes heat. Soon, I'll slap them in the face, Mo Yuan said with a meaningful tone. Yichhen opened the comments to take a look. Most were indeed condemning the seraph's actions, but some comments were truly hard to bear. I have to say, the seraph is too strong. With just one move, he killed so many mutated creatures. Although he accidentally harmed some humans, I think that's understandable. With so many mutated creatures, if they aren't dealt with quickly, wouldn't those humans die too? Exactly, I think the seraph did nothing wrong. This is no longer a time of peace. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures should be used. Support the seraph. Although he accidentally killed a few people, he protected the people of the town. Of course, there were also many people arguing against them. As a result, the heat of Mo Yuan's video continued to rise, further increasing its popularity. And many people had already tagged the Martial Arts Association on Douyin. The event began to ferment rapidly. Look, it was just over 1 million, and now it's about to double. I feel like hitting 10 million views tonight is a piece of cake. Mo Yuan glanced at the back end and confirmed his theory. I thought we were all in this together, but I didn't expect you to secretly take extra classes. Yichhen was somewhat impressed. In this regard, he indeed couldn't match Mo Yuan's skills. Not at all. These are just side tricks. It's better for you, Brother Yi, to be straightforward. Mo Yuan was a bit lighthearted but still remembered who was the boss, not appearing too carefree. Just wait a bit. Once we hit 10 million views, I'll release Lu Jingwei's video and smash this roast chicken to pieces. You handle it as you see fit. I trust you. Yichhen patted Mo Yuan on the shoulder and then prepared to head out. Uncle Xiong had entrusted him to take care of his daughter before he died. Although he had already sent money over today, he felt he still needed to go in person, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. Guangcheng. Zhao family. Guangcheng, as one of the 4 major cities in the country, holds a significant position nationwide. The Zhao family, as one of the top families in Guangcheng, can be said to have deep roots and extensive connections. Before the Great Change, they had a strong influence in various industries. After the Great Change, with the emergence of the seraph, the strongest awakened one, many prominent families had to give the Zhao family some face. But today, a Douyin video plunged the entire Zhao family into a huge vortex. At this moment, due to the video issue, prominent members of the Zhao family gathered in the ancestral hall. Tianhao, Mingyang has really gone too far this time, causing such a big incident. You should quickly call him out and have him explain the situation. An elder of the family spoke first. Yes, although we have connections with the Martial Arts Association, now Mingyang has committed murder in public and was filmed. Another Zhao family member echoed. Enough. When Mingyang returns, I will naturally have him explain to everyone, but the problem is, he hasn't come back yet. Zhao Tianhao, the current head of the Zhao family, slammed the table and said in a deep voice. He knew very well the pressure the Zhao family was facing now. Could he have fled in fear of punishment? Someone spoke up, but this time no one dared to agree. Continuing would be going against the head of the family. Have we found out who posted the video? Zhao Tianhao's face was ashen as he asked a subordinate beside him. Zhao, we found out it's a person named Mo Yuan, a student from a university in Yuncheng, and the location of the Douyin post is in a place called Luopan town near Yuncheng. It is said that Zhao Xiao got news of a large number of mutated creatures there, and he went there to hunt beasts. A person replied. Get in touch with him, pay him to delete the video. Also, contact Douyin to reduce the heat. Zhao Tianhao instructed. Zhao, we have contacted this MOU, but not only did he refuse to delete the video, he also released our private messages to him. As for Douyin, the heat has decreased a bit, but it spread too quickly, it's really hard to suppress. However, we have hired Water Army to create the narrative that Zhao Xiao acted for the greater good, hoping to restore some reputation for him. Is there any news about Ming Yang? Zhao Tianhao's face grew darker. Dad. At that moment, the entire ancestral hall seemed to be in a furnace, suddenly becoming hot. Then everyone saw Zhao Mingyang suddenly fly back from outside, landing in a nearly crash-like posture, landing awkwardly on the ground and sliding for over 10 meters before stopping. The ground was charred black. And the usually spirited Zhao Mingyang now looked ashen. Now he could be described as exhausted and worn out, having spent most of the day enduring hardships and finally managing to return to the Zhao family. What happened? Seeing this scene, the gazes in the clan hall were filled with disbelief. Although they usually knew that Zhao Mingyang acted arrogantly, they were also well aware of the strength of this seraph. They could not imagine that someone could reduce this so-called strongest awakened one, the seraph, to such a state. Could this be a ploy to gain sympathy? Some secretly speculated, not daring to voice it. However, many felt this was the most fitting explanation. Zhao Mingyang had indeed gotten himself into serious trouble, and it was trouble that was hard to resolve. Using a ploy to gain their sympathy, then rallying the entire Zhao family to help him through this crisis, was not impossible. What happened to you? Seeing Zhao Mingyang in this state, Zhao Tianhao's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly stood up and hurried to Zhao Mingyang, wanting to help him up. At that moment, your hand. He suddenly realized in disbelief that his so-called invincible son was missing an arm. What? At this, the entire room was stunned. When Zhao Mingyang had just returned, although he looked extremely miserable, many of the Zhao family members still thought it was a ploy. Because he had caused a great disaster, he wanted the Zhao family to pay a heavy price to help him through the crisis. After all, in everyone's eyes, with Zhao Mingyang's title and strength as a seraph, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire country who could force him into such a miserable state. But seeing Zhao Mingyang's severed arm, everyone finally couldn't hold back. Because no matter how much of a ploy it was, it could not come at the cost of a severed arm. It now seemed that Zhao Mingyang had truly encountered an unprecedented enemy and had ended up losing an arm. What happened to Mingyang? Mingyang even lost an arm. Who did this? Wasn't it said that the Compass Town was just a small town near Yin City? How could anyone have hurt Mingyang like this? Could it be that someone from the Martial Association took action? One incredulous gaze after another fell on Zhao Mingyang, and the more they looked, the more shocked they felt. At this moment, Zhao Mingyang was truly left with just a breath. After returning, he directly fainted. Everyone could not imagine that in such a remote small town, there could be someone with such terrifying strength. Find out who did this to Mingyang. No matter what, we must find out who hurt him like this. Holding Zhao Mingyang's broken body, Zhao Tianhao was furious. For him and the entire Zhao family, Zhao Mingyang was incredibly important, and to some extent it related to the position of power the Zhao family could hold after the upheaval. Now Zhao Mingyang had actually lost an arm. This was a significant blow to the entire Zhao family. Immediately call the best doctors and look for awakened ones with medical talents. The events in Compass Town must be investigated immediately. Find out who did this to Mingyang. Mingyang's injury is a major issue for our entire Zhao family, akin to a direct challenge to us. We should unite and, no matter the cost, quickly suppress this matter regarding Mingyang. Other clan elders also spoke up, stating that even if Zhao Mingyang had caused a great disaster, they could not abandon him for the sake of the Zhao family. Orders were issued, and the entire Zhao family, this colossal entity in Guangqing, was set into motion. But the name of the seraph was too significant. Once this matter spread, they could not completely erase it. Even if Douyin was gone, it would continue to circulate on WeChat moments and various platforms. They could only intensify the efforts of the Water Army, shaping the seraph into a savior hero. To protect Compass Town, they paid a heavy price, and there were even vague rumors of serious injuries sustained in the process. Various factions of the Water Army created a tremendous momentum, and it seemed that their efforts were finally beginning to show results. In such a time of great upheaval, it was not surprising that some unexpected events would occur. Netizens were almost convinced. Until Mo Yuan released the second video. This second video captured the moment when Lu Jingwei begged for mercy, revealing the seraph Zhao Mingyang. Moreover, Mo Yuan was quite meticulous, even including the sonar equipment related to the crime in the footage. This time, it directly shattered the Water Army's facade. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Damn. I don't read much, so I can only express it this way. Awesome, seraph. You even artificially created a beast tide. Damn, and the Water Army still calls him a savior? To protect humanity? Seraph, stop hitting me, my face is ruined. I recognize this person, Lu Jingwei. He is the second generation of the Lu family from Cloud City. It seems the seraph found the Lu family and together created this beast tide. To hell with protecting humanity at the cost of sacrifice. This is clearly murder and silencing. A blood letter from 10,000 people demanding the Martial Association take action against the seraph. If the Martial Association doesn't handle this, then I will really just laugh. And this Lu Jingwei, he deserves to die. The entire internet exploded. Whether on Douyin, Weibo, or Moments, Jihu, and various major platforms, it quickly surged to the top of the trending searches. This was true public outrage, one that no amount of water army could wash clean. The news reached the Zhao family. Zhao Tianhao was still troubled by Zhao Mingyang's injuries. Although he had brought in several awakened individuals with medical talents, there was no way to regrow Zhao Mingyang's arm. Losing an arm, would it affect the Seraph's talents? Now everything was uncertain. However, he was relieved that Zhao Mingyang's life was finally saved. Yet, at that moment, a subordinate handed him a phone. It's over. Upon seeing it, he felt as if struck by lightning, slowly collapsing into his chair. Previously, he could still barely argue that the heavy price paid was to kill the mutated creatures, inadvertently harming the innocent. But now, with the artificial creation of a beast tide, this was a taboo for the Martial Association. The Martial Association would certainly not let Zhao Mingyang off so easily. The entire Zhao family might be implicated. It's because I was too indulgent with you in the past. Looking at the still unconscious Zhao Mingyang, Zhao Tianhao, who usually commanded respect in the world of fame and fortune with an iron fist, seemed to age significantly in that moment. Unable to hold back tears, he felt both frustration at Zhao Mingyang's lack of judgment and regret for his own failures. If he had been a bit stricter with Zhao Mingyang, his son wouldn't have made such an irreparable mistake. But he only had this one son, who had awakened a top-tier talent and become the strongest awakened individual in the country. How could he bear to be harsh? Mr. Zhao, the Martial Association called and said, they want us to hand Zhao Xiao over to them. After a while, his secretary entered with another phone, bringing news that was utterly despairing. Compass Town. Yichhen had just returned from Uncle Xiong's house. Uncle Xiong only had one daughter, named Xiong Chuqing, who was 18 this year and had just been accepted into a university in Cloud City, originally set to be his junior. He never expected such events to unfold. Yichhen also spent a lot of effort to help her stabilize her emotions a bit. But now, as night fell, it was inappropriate for him to stay there alone with a girl. I could only leave some money and a few awakening crystals before heading home. Just as I returned to my doorstep, I saw Mo Yuan and the yellow cow on the steps, one person and one cow, looking at their phones. While watching, the yellow cow even made sounds, as if it understood what it was seeing. Brother Yi, you're back. Hearing the footsteps, Mo Yuan looked up and, seeing it was Yichhen, said somewhat excitedly, come quickly, you have to see this good show. What's going on now? Yichhen hadn't checked his phone while accompanying Xiong Chuqing, so he was unaware of the developments. The Zhao family still wants me to delete the video, but they really look down on me, offering only 100 million? Damn, the Lu family has a bounty of 200 million on you, and this is still a prominent family in Guangcheng? So stingy. Mo Yuan complained while handing his phone to Yichhen. They probably think you're just an ordinary person, Yichhen replied as he took the phone, noting that for an ordinary person, this was indeed a huge sum. Upon looking, good heavens, Mo Yuan not only accepted their 100 million but also sent out screenshots. Hehe, I accepted this money, consider it compensation for Luopan town. This is their compensation. Of course, compensation is compensation, but I will never delete the video. They even threatened me, ha. Do you think Mo Yuan would be afraid? Mo Yuan said with an air of bravado, I have Brother Yi backing me up. What's a seraph to me? Just a roast chicken in front of Brother Yi. Yichhen listened and naturally flipped to the next video, his face involuntarily twitching. This old Mo Yuan actually posted the video of him beating up a seraph. Yichhen flipped to the next video and saw the scene of his showdown with the seraph under Mo Yuan's Douyin account. Of course, the parts where he was beaten weren't posted, only the clips of him beating the seraph were shared, starting from the moment he sent the seraph flying with a punch to later when chains wrapped around the seraph's arm and the seraph losing an arm. Even the title was sensational, Yi God beats up a seraph. Subtitle, Seraph beaten into roast chicken. Although Mo Yuan had asked for his opinion earlier, saying it might expose some of his information, Yichhen originally intended to keep a low profile. He meant to post a little, just enough to crush the seraph. But he never expected Mo Yuan would turn it into a big news story. He checked the view count. It had only been a few minutes since it was posted, and it had already surpassed 10 million. With such a huge view count, he was really going to become famous this time. Ahem, Brother Yi, you don't need to feel embarrassed. In my heart, you're just that fierce. Mo Yuan saw Yichhen flipping through the video and felt a bit guilty, then quickly explained, mainly, you don't know, those roast chicken fans are really infuriating. They keep bragging about the roast chicken's combat power, claiming he's the #1 awakener in the country. They even say that such an awakener should have privileges even if he commits some wrongdoings. I had been tolerating it. But there are even people saying that once we deal with this roast chicken, our dragon country will have no one to resist foreign awakeners. This is something my uncle can tolerate, but my aunt cannot. I know you, Brother Yi, always keep a low profile, but think about it, since you've already beaten the roast chicken like that, does the Zhao family not know your strength? So I think it's better to be open and aboveboard about it, make a bigger scene. Let the Martial Arts Association and the people of the nation see how awesome you are. This way, the martial arts Association will have to protect you. The Zhao family will be too afraid to deal with you in secret. Mo Yuan said a lot, and by the end he was quite assertive and justified. Even so, what name did you change it to? Calling Ni Yi God. Yichhen could only smile helplessly, having to admit that this guy did have a point. The world is changing rapidly, and it seems the entire world will gradually become unsettled. On the official side, it is indeed possible that they are considering recruiting some powerful awakeners. Although Zhao Mingyang has committed a grave crime with the title of Seraph, there might really be a chance for him to be spared. Now that Mo Yuan has exposed his strength, if the officials want to show leniency towards Zhao Mingyang, they will have to consider more factors. Isn't Yi God impressive? A godlike existence. Seeing that Yichhen didn't seem angry, Mo Yuan continued. In my heart, Brother Yi, you truly are a godlike figure. This name, I think it suits you. Why does that sound a bit like a type of cigarette? Yichhen rubbed his nose. Don't mind the details. Mo Yuan thought for a moment. And it did sound a bit similar, but he quickly said, if it really becomes popular, I'll ask that tobacco company for an endorsement fee. TSK. Brother Yi, look, this isn't just me talking nonsense, the comments really agree with my name. Yichhen casually glanced at it. Wow. At first, I thought it was just a sensational title, but I didn't expect it to be a brutal beating of the Seraph. Explosive. The Seraph was actually beaten like this by an awakener whose name I've never heard before? He even had to lose an arm to escape. Awesome. Did I just see the Seraph scared to pee? What kind of hero is this? The Seraph is like a roast chicken in front of him. Didn't you see the title? Those two big characters, Yi God. Yi God is awesome. Breaking voice, Yi God. I wanna have your babies. Haha, where are the roast chicken fans? Come out and shout. Didn't you say your roast chicken is the strongest awakener? Didn't you say that without your roast chicken, Long Country can't do anything? Up ahead in Long Country, roast chicken is banned. The likes and comments under this video indeed seem a bit exaggerated, increasing by hundreds or thousands every second, and the comments are so flattering that even Yichhen feels a bit embarrassed. He really wanted to keep a low profile, but unfortunately, his strength wouldn't allow it. This video exploded even faster than the first two videos Mo Yuan posted. After all, in this world, people may not show sympathy towards the weak, but they almost always fervently support the strong. Just like some Genshin Impact fans, many people usually claim to be part of the XP faction, but their willingness to spend money like crazy in front of strong characters is quite honest. In just 10 minutes, the trending topics on major platforms were once again arranged. And this time, the two words Yi God resonated nationwide. Even some foreign spies were collecting relevant information. Zhao family in Guangcheng. Zhao Tianhao was on the phone with the Martial Arts Association. President Zhang, I'm counting on you for this matter. In the future, if you need anything, our Zhao family will do our utmost to satisfy you. I just hope you can spare my son. For the sake of his son, Zhao Tianhao was extremely humble. Mr. Zhao, I've made it clear to you. The mistake Zhao Mingyang made this time is too grave. I'm just a vice president, I can't make decisions alone. I can only say that Zhao Mingyang must be brought to the Martial Arts Association headquarters, and how to handle it will be decided by the council. The president of the Martial Arts Association was straightforward, not buying into it. Tomorrow morning, our Martial Arts Association people will come to your Zhao family. You should prepare. President Zhang, is there really no room for negotiation? Whether it's money or awakening crystals, we can discuss. Zhao Tianhao gritted his teeth and pleaded, although my son made a big mistake this time, can the Martial Arts Association consider that he is currently the strongest awakener in Long Country and give him a chance to redeem himself? The strongest awakener in Long Country? That's not necessarily the case. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Kunlun, on the other side, said with a hint of amusement, you should have noticed the latest news by now, you can check it out on Douyin later. After saying that, he didn't elaborate further and hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Zhao Tianhao's face darkened immensely. He hadn't expected that Zhang Kunlun, who had always maintained a connection with the Zhao family, would be so disrespectful this time. What do you mean by not certain? He immediately recalled Zhang Kunlun's last words and quickly called for his secretary, asking in a deep voice, has that Mo Yuan released anything new? Yes. The secretary hesitated, holding the phone, seemingly reluctant to hand it over to Zhao Tianhao. Hand it over. Zhao Tianhao barked. He knew that things were definitely heading in a worse direction, otherwise, Zhang Kunlun wouldn't have reacted this way. However, no matter what, he still had to face reality. No matter how bad the situation was, it had to be resolved. How is this possible? Though he said that when he saw the video on the secretary's phone, the current head of the Zhao family was left in shock, staring at the phone in disbelief, unable to catch his breath for a long time. The scoring method, click on the cover of the directory to return to the introduction page, and you can see that the book review has 5 stars, just fill them all up. If it can go back to above 9 points, I will take a day off work tomorrow to explode. Before seeing this video, Zhao Tianhao could still comfort himself, thinking that perhaps his son had encountered some accident and was injured, or had met a powerful mutated creature, which was why he lost an arm. Externally, he could still maintain the image of the strongest awakener. But now that the video was out, that little hope was completely gone. The Zhao family's last fig leaf had been torn away. He finally understood why Zhang Kunlun, who had always had a good relationship with the Zhao family, would have such an attitude. It was obvious that the Zhao family had offended this Yichhen, an awakener stronger than his son, the Seraph, and a perfect victim at that. The Martial Arts Association was very clear on how to choose. What made Zhao Tianhao even more uncomfortable was that his son, whom he had always been proud of, was actually being called a roast chicken, and that embarrassing escape had been seen by the whole country. From now on, the Zhao family had lost all face in high society. Immediately investigate all the information on this Yichhen. He took a deep breath, finally calming himself down, and then gave the order. But this time, what he needed to do might not be revenge, but rather begging for mercy. Yun City, Lu family. In the luxurious living room, the usually composed head of the Lu family, Lu Wanxiong, at this moment was holding a teacup with a hand that was unusually unsteady. Bang! The teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, tea splattering everywhere. "Sir, are you all right?" One of Lu Wanxiong's trusted subordinates walked in from outside upon hearing the noise, respectfully asking. Lu Wanxiong's face was dark, and after a long time, he finally spoke. "Is there any news about Jingwei?" "Not yet. The young master's phone is still unanswered." The subordinate cautiously replied, "We can't get into that place in Luopan town. It's very difficult to investigate. You can leave now." Lu Wanxiong felt even heavier in his heart and waved his hand. "Yes," the subordinate replied, wanting to say something but slowly retreated. Yichhen, how could he be this strong? In the large room, only Lu Wanxiong remained, gripping the armrest tightly, the redwood slowly deforming under his strength. It was evident that his power was extraordinary. But Lu Wanxiong knew in his heart that even if he were twice as strong, he could never be Yichen's opponent. Could it be that heaven really wants to destroy my Lu family? Lu Wanxiong felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness in his heart. How could he have imagined that Yichhen, who was originally obscure and came from a remote small town, would be so powerful? From the very beginning, he had never underestimated Yichhen. He treated Yichhen like a lion hunting a rabbit, almost exerting all his strength. He had sent assassins twice, offered 200 million, and invited the strongest Master Yang from Yun City at that time, all for a guaranteed kill. He even leveraged the Zhao family, a prominent family from Guang City. He sent his own son to accompany this young master, all to ensure the complete elimination of Yichhen and to eradicate future troubles. One could say that he believed his foresight. His decisiveness and his cunning were not inferior to those of the families in the big cities. Given time, the Lu family under his leadership could certainly compare with prominent families like the Zhao family of Guang City. As a result, the Archangel was actually forced to flee with a severed arm by this Yichhen. Even now, the entire Zhao family was caught in a storm. But it was the Archangel. On the surface, he was the strongest awakened being in the country. In comparison, what did it mean for his son to kneel and beg for mercy? "Sir, the young master's body has been returned." At that moment, a trusted confidant who had just left returned with a sorrowful message. It seemed that out of consideration for their classmates, Yichhen had left Lu Jingwei with a complete corpse and had someone send it back to the Lu family. Bang! Upon hearing this news, Lu Wanxiong could no longer hold back. He gripped the armrest of the chair so hard that it was crushed to pieces. Although he had guessed that his only son was likely doomed, the confirmation of this news still filled his heart with immense sorrow, causing his body to tremble slightly. What was even harder for him to accept was that now even the Zhao family of Guang City was unable to protect themselves, leaving him with no means of retaliation against Yichhen, and instead, he had to worry about Yichen's revenge. In Yun City, the Lin family. Lin Qingwan was standing by the lotus pond in the garden. Her eyes were fixed on the water ahead. Yes, she was not looking at the lotus flowers on the pond or the goldfish. In the water, she was simply gazing at the clear water. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, and the temperature around her suddenly dropped, as if summer in June had abruptly turned into winter in December, and faintly, it seemed that some snowflakes were falling around her. Then, with her eyes still closed, Lin Qingwan slowly stepped forward towards the pond. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until she stepped into the pond, her jade-like feet resting on the water's surface. Ah! The servant watching from a distance gasped, almost crying out. But the servant quickly realized that Lin Qingwan was actually standing steadily on the water's surface, as if she were floating above it, looking very strange. What was even more unbelievable to her was that their young lady continued to walk step by step towards the center of the lotus pond with her eyes still closed, as if walking on solid ground. Of course, if she had approached a bit closer to observe, she would have discovered that Lin Qingwan was not performing any lightness skill like the Lingbo Weibu, but rather, with each step she took, a layer of ice formed beneath her feet. Lin Qingwan was walking on the water's surface by stepping on the ice blocks. Good. Suddenly, a voice came from the other side of the lotus pond, accompanied by applause. Hearing the voice, Lin Qingwan, standing in the middle of the pond, slowly opened her eyes but remained standing firmly on the water's surface, not moving an inch. The person was none other than her closest uncle, Lin Shichang. Since the Great Change, the two had hunted mutated lizards together. When she was in danger at the Liu family, it was her uncle who rushed to protect her first. Later, they also went out together to hunt dozens of mutated creatures. Nowadays, Lin Shicheng has become the second most powerful figure in the Lin family, second only to her father, leading a strong team of awakened ones. Xingwan, it seems your development of ice-type talent is getting better and better. This subtle control ability indicates that you have reached a very high level. At your current state, you could probably handle a Class B mutated creature on your own without much trouble. Looking at his niece, who resembled a lotus fairy in the lotus pond, Lin Shicheng said, with a smile, "If you want me to meet Zhao Yang, you don't need to say it. I won't go," Lin Xingwan replied. "Xingwan, what do you take your third uncle for?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shicheng's smile became even brighter. He looked at his niece with a hint of amusement and said, "It seems you've been practicing too diligently. You probably haven't seen today's news, have you?" "What news?" Lin Xingwan was somewhat surprised by Lin Shicheng's attitude. "You could say it's explosive news that you absolutely wouldn't expect." Lin Shicheng laughed loudly. "The Seraph Zhao Yang has been defeated, and it was a terrible defeat. He even lost an arm. And the person who defeated him is someone you happen to know." Zhao Yang was defeated? Lin Xingwan couldn't help but be taken aback, and for some reason, a figure naturally surfaced in her mind. Lin Xingwan was well aware of the strength and status of the Seraph. She had watched videos of this top awakened one in the Dragon Kingdom, and as a fellow elemental awakened one, she understood how difficult it was to reach such a level. It could be said that this person's strength was absolutely commensurate with their fame. At least, even after days of hard training and further improving her control over her talent, she still lacked the confidence to face the Seraph. So hearing that the Seraph Zhao Mingyang had actually been defeated stirred her heart. And she didn't know why, but she instinctively felt that the person who defeated the Seraph would be Yichhen. It can't be him. But soon, she denied it in her heart. Although Yichhen had shown strong abilities before, in her view, there was still a significant gap between him and someone of the Seraph's level. However, it was hard for her to think of anyone else at that level who could defeat him. Especially someone she knew. She simply couldn't come up with anyone. "That's right, it was someone you know who defeated him. Feel free to guess boldly." Lin Shicheng looked at his niece, whose expression was somewhat strange, and said with a smile. In fact, he knew that Lin Xingwan had also thought of that person just now. But like him, she probably didn't dare to believe it. When he first saw that segment of video from Manhwa, he was so surprised that he almost dropped his eyes out, thinking he had seen it wrong. He never expected that this young man, whom he thought had too big of an appetite, actually possessed such terrifying strength. That was the Seraph. To defeat this nominal number one awakened one in the country meant that he would become the new number one awakened one in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Shicheng thought back to when the other party proposed that condition. It seemed quite reasonable. "I don't know." Lin Xingwan really couldn't think of it. She just gently shook her head and murmured, "If only I had that strength." In fact, these days, she had been trying every possible way to improve herself. Whether it was practicing day and night to control the elements or crazily hunting mutated creatures to obtain awakening crystals, it was all to make herself stronger until she could take control of her own destiny and not be forced by her family to meet people she didn't want to see, like now. Yes, after learning that Zhao Mingyang had come to Yunqing, some conservative clan elders in the family couldn't wait to have her meet him, even had great hope she could marry this Seraph. This made her very disgusted. It also made her work even harder. She needed to demonstrate strength that would convince the entire family, to let them know that she did not need to rely on anyone else and that she could help the family stand firm in the world after the great changes. "Hee, you must have already thought of it, just that you're not sure." At this moment, Lin Shicheng laughed heartily and casually threw a phone towards Lin Xingwan at the center of the lotus pond. The pond was still relatively wide, and his accuracy was average, ultimately leaving several meters between the phone and Lin Xingwan. Just as the phone was about to fall into the water, a piece of floating ice appeared below it, lifting the phone up and quickly drifting towards Lin Xingwan. Bang bang bang! Immediately, the piece of floating ice rose high from the water's surface, transforming into an ice sculpture, until it reached a height within Lin Xingwan's reach. Lin Xingwan picked up the phone and saw that it was playing a Douyin video of Yichhen battling the Seraph Zhao Mingyang. As she looked, the ice sculpture that held the phone suddenly fell into the water with a splash. The water of the pond splashed up, blooming like an ice lotus flower, floating motionless on the surface, lifelike. It really is him. Looking at that godlike figure, Lin Xingwan's heart stirred with tremendous ripples, her expression frozen in that moment like the ice lotus flower. What she could not imagine had become reality. "I can't believe it either. Your classmate has actually grown to this extent." On the shore, Lin Shicheng also sighed, then looked at Lin Xingwan with a playful smile. "Actually, I say, Xingwan, you can go ask him now if he's still interested in being our Lin family's son-in-law. With his current status as the number one awakened in Manhwa, I think your dad and those old guys would be very willing." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingwan's pretty face instantly flushed, like the flower's stamen in the water, breathtakingly beautiful. That night, Lopan town had completely quieted down, faintly hearing some cicadas and what sounded like frogs croaking. The evening breeze in the countryside gently brushed against the face. Yichhen finished practicing the great thunder sound breathing technique and slowly opened his eyes. He picked up the phone beside him and saw some unread messages. He naturally ignored some messages from classmates, most of which were to praise him, and he was almost tired of it. Being this impressive was no longer something that could be described as impressive. If he really had to describe it, he hoped to use a male organ. However, there was one classmate he felt he couldn't ignore. That was Lin Xingwan. Are you there? If you say you want to treat me to a meal, then I'm definitely here. If you say you want to borrow money, then I'm not here. If you don't say what it is, I need to think about it before answering. Yichhen smiled slightly, joking a bit. Although used to Yichen's irreverence, Lin Xingwan still fell silent for a moment. Of course, I guessed what you wanted to talk to me about. You must want to congratulate me on defeating the Seraph and becoming the #1 awakened in Manhwa, right? But forget it, too many people have congratulated me today. If you want a signature or a photo, you can say. Yichhen laughed and typed a bunch of words. Lin Xingwan, you're too narcissistic. If you don't love yourself, how can you love others? How can you give benefits to your loved ones? Yichhen hummed a tune directly. Lin Xingwan replied, I really didn't expect you could defeat the Seraph, but this time you've made a great enemy of the Zhao family in Guangqing. Are you afraid of loving me? Yichhen sang a non-mainstream song using voice message. Lin Xingwan, not afraid. Soon, she retracted it. Yichhen, huh? Lin Xingwan, not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of 1 in 10,000, you better be careful. Yichhen, I saw it. Lin Xingwan, however, I received news that the Martial Arts Association plans to deal with Zhao Mingyang. The Zhao family is trying every means to protect him, but the effect is minimal. Yichhen, what did you just withdraw? Lin Xingwan, you're the first awakened one in the Dragon Kingdom, don't be so naive. Yichhen, yes, I am naive. I'm so naive that I like girls like you. Dialogue, Lin Xingwan suddenly said, my father wants to invite you to the Lin family for dinner. Yichhen was shocked. He didn't expect that just a casual remark would lead to meeting the parents. In fact, he and Lin Xingwan were still in an ambiguous state, and they hadn't even defined their relationship yet. What identity would he have when dining with Lin Xingwan's father? If it were before, he wouldn't dare to go, but now, you don't have to think too much. Maybe my father just wants to meet you because you defeated the Seraph. You can refuse. Lin Xingwan said. Go. Since it's an invitation from my future father-in-law, if I don't show respect, it won't be easy to get along in the future. Yichhen felt much more confident now, with nothing to hide, and he replied cheerfully. Moreover, he also wanted to return to Yun City. The matter with the Lu family was far from over. Even though Lu Jingwei was despicable, having offered a bounty of 200 million to kill him, he needed to have a good talk with that person. I'll let you know when it's arranged. On the other side of the screen, seeing the message Yichhen sent back, Lin Xingwan couldn't help but blush. Although she had always wanted to get closer to Yichhen, he had never spoken up, and there always seemed to be something missing between them. Sometimes she also found it hard to see through Yichhen. He usually wasn't serious. Would his feelings for her just be casual talk? Now that this man had become the first awakened one in the Dragon Kingdom, looking at the comments on Douyin, so many people wanted to have his children, did she still hold the same position in his heart? However, these thoughts were fleeting. You have your bronze branches and iron stems, like knives, like swords, and like halberds. I have my red flowers, like heavy sighs, and like brave torches. Putting down her phone, Lin Xingwan softly murmured the words she had just heard. This was a poem she really liked to the oak, and it represented her outlook on life. She and Yichhen were each their own individuals. And no matter how their relationship developed, she was confident she wouldn't lose herself. On Yichen's side, he also put down his phone. For a moment, he felt elated. Unable to help himself, he whistled all the way to the shower. As he passed by Mo Yuan's room, the latter couldn't help but sniff the air and muttered, why do I smell something sour? Soon, a night passed. The next morning, Yichen's mother, Liang Qianru, had already prepared breakfast. Mom, I think I'll be going back to Yun City for a bit in the next couple of days. After washing up, Yichhen sat down and took a bite of the fried dough stick, casually speaking. Oh, you have indeed been back for a while. If you go back, your company might not want you anymore. Liang Qianru said nonchalantly. Cough, it should be fine. Yichhen was drinking soy milk and choked a bit upon hearing this. In reality, he didn't have a job at all, usually just fighting monsters, collecting items, and selling white rabbit milk candies to get by. Hee, auntie, don't worry. What is our Yi's status now? The strongest awakened one in the Dragon Kingdom. Who needs to work? Mo Yuan, sitting nearby, said with a grin, while casually biting into the fried dough stick. Even if you are the strongest awakened one, the country probably doesn't pay you, right? Father Yi Demon asked. Curiously, I heard from people in the town that Xiaobai seems to have taken out a lot of money to provide compensation for the sacrificed townspeople. Anyway, Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry. Your son is indeed not short of money right now. As for how it came about, Yichhen pondered how to explain. I know, it's from eating soft rice. Mo Yuan interjected, Uncle and Aunt, you probably don't know yet, right? Brother Yi is hooked up with a rich beauty, the daughter of the Lin family in Yun City, our school's flower. There's definitely a lot of money Hearing this, Yichhen quickly stepped on Mo Yuan's foot hard under the table. But then he thought, this explanation seems quite reasonable. What's wrong, is it not true? Last night I saw you whistling while going to take a shower. The last time you were this flirty was the last time. Mo Yuan laughed and said, no need to think, it must be that you had a deep exchange with our school flower. You can't spit ivory from a dog's mouth. Yichhen cursed, picking up a yotio and stuffing it into this guy's mouth. Xiao Bai, is this true? You really have a girlfriend? Liang Qianru's eyes lit up instantly. Like many mothers, she was always thinking about when her son would bring a daughter-in-law home. Ahem, she's just a classmate. Mom, don't listen to Mo Yuan's nonsense. We haven't really confirmed our relationship yet. Yichhen coughed twice, and facing his parents' expectant gazes, he finally mustered the courage to add, alright, I might go to the Lin family this time I return to meet her father. Great. Liang Qianru was overjoyed and even stood up to personally give Yichhen a bowsy, smiling brightly. This is a big event, the first time going to the future father-in-law's house, we can't be rude. I'll think of something to bring as a gift later. Now the world has changed and spiritual energy has revived. How about I send a weapon to the future in-laws? I picked up some materials from mutated creatures before and I thought I could make something. Yi Demon also volunteered. I think that's good, uncle, if you have time, could you make me a pair of boxing gloves too? Mo Yuan said while eating, laughing without reservation. Okay, this time Xiao Yuan, you brought good news, you should be rewarded. Liang Qianru replied for Yi Demon. Dad, Mom, we haven't even established anything yet and I just graduated. Why are you all so anxious? Yichen's face twitched, it felt like they were already preparing for a marriage proposal. However, Liang Qianru and Yi Demon ignored his objections and started discussing various details with Mo Yuan, making him feel like an outsider. Helpless, Yichhen had no choice but to take out his phone and scroll through the news. As he scrolled, he discovered something significant. The Martial Arts Association issued a nationwide announcement again. The announcement stated that many places across the country have seen incidents of mutated creatures attacking human settlements. Compared to before, when it was hard to find a single mutated creature, now they are everywhere. A warning was also issued to reduce outings, especially not to go to wilderness areas, or else unpredictable dangers could arise. Finally, this time the Martial Arts Association also brought hope for those with low-level awakened talents, beginner cultivation techniques. Yichhen clicked on the attachment to check. It seemed to be a set of cultivation techniques from ancient martial arts, mainly through specific movements and additional training, which supposedly could strengthen the body and improve physical quality. Research showed that it also had a certain enhancement effect for some talents. However, since it was only beginner level, something that everyone could cultivate, Yichhen felt it probably wouldn't be very effective. He saw that his parents were still chatting with Mo Yuan, so he walked to the yard. Comparing with the Martial Arts Association's attachment, he tried the beginner cultivation techniques. Just after one round, he could actually feel his body heating up, as if his blood was about to boil. After hitting it a few more times and feeling it carefully, he indeed discovered that the power seemed to have a slight, not very obvious increase. Of course, compared to his great thunder sound breathing technique, it was incomparable. The little thunder sound breathing technique was far inferior as well. But this also indicated that the world had truly changed. With this national cultivation method, even those who awakened D-level talents would eventually surpass ordinary people. From now on, we would enter an era of universal evolution. Although what has been announced is only a basic cultivation technique, the Martial Arts Association should have intermediate and advanced techniques, even more advanced ones. I wonder if there will be something more powerful than my great thunder sound breathing technique? Yichhen felt a slight sense of crisis. After the Great Change, the Martial Arts Association became the overseer of the entire nation, now possessing an overwhelming amount of resources. It was hard to say whether there were any genius prodigies hidden within. Of course, he also knew that his talent was unparalleled and it was not impossible for him to eventually develop a cultivation method stronger than the Great Thunder Sound breathing technique. Since the last beast died, I haven't produced anything good for a while. I wonder why there haven't been any mutated animals visiting the Compass Town lately. I should head back to Cloud City and see if there are any opportunities to farm monsters. With this thought, Yichhen found his direction. Boom! At that moment, a sudden explosion was heard not far from his home, or a house was engulfed in flames. It's the Chu-Ching family. Seeing this, Yichen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately rushed over. Uncle Xiong had entrusted him to take good care of this junior sister before he passed away. If something happened to Xiong Chu-Ching in the town, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Xiong Chu-Ching was entrusted to him by Uncle Xiong, and Yichhen had done his utmost to leave behind a large sum of money and awakening crystals, hoping to help her. Now, with the Xiong family on fire, Yichen's heart tightened. He even wondered if the Seraph Zhao Mingyang had returned to cause trouble in Compass Town again. But he thought it unlikely that he would have such audacity. The distance between the Yi family and the Xiong family was only about 100 meters, and Yichhen arrived in an instant. Bang! Just as he reached the front of the Xiong family, another explosion suddenly occurred inside, and he saw a figure soaring into the sky from the burning house. Yichhen secretly braced himself, but in the next second he couldn't help but be stunned, feeling incredibly surprised, because the person who flew up was actually Xiong Chuqing. At that moment, Xiong Chuqing was surrounded by a faint flame, her palms facing down, and he could see flames erupting from her palms, propelling her into the air. It was as if she had a rocket engine. Had she awakened a fire-type talent? Yichhen was a bit dazed. Just yesterday, Xiong Chuqing hadn't awakened her talent, and he didn't expect her to awaken something so powerful. Chuqing. Concerned for her safety, he called out to her in mid-air, "Brother Yichhen." Xiong Chuqing, who had been controlling her body with the flames from her palms, finally came to her senses upon hearing his call. Her home was still burning. This was not the time to experiment with her talent. Immediately, the flames from her palms weakened a bit and she began to fall. Yichen's figure flashed and he rushed over, catching Xiong Chuqing in his arms below. At first, the flames on her body had not yet subsided and they were scorching hot. Fortunately, he was wearing the golden cicada armor, which could absorb a large amount of heat, and his physical condition was extraordinary, so he wouldn't suffer any harm. "Are you okay?" After catching her, Yichen looked down and asked. At this moment, Xiong Chuqing's flames were gradually extinguishing, but her body still had a slight redness. Because her skin was originally very fair, one could faintly see some flame patterns on the surface of her skin, making her appear mysterious and beautiful. I'm fine." Xiong Chuqing, held in Yichen's arms, first blushed slightly, then struggled to stand up on her own, anxiously asking Yichen, "Brother Yichen, are you okay? Did I burn you?" "I'm fine, but your house seems to have a bit of a problem," Yichen replied with a smile, looking at the blazing fire consuming the Xiong family home. Feeling somewhat helpless, the townsfolk, seeing the fire, rushed over to help extinguish it, but the flames had grown too large and their efforts seemed futile. "Let me try," Xiong Chuqing said through gritted teeth, dashing back into the house at lightning speed. Yichen tried to pull her back but couldn't hold her. However, he thought that this fire element girl should indeed not be afraid of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sure enough, it was unclear how Xiong Chuqing did it, but it sounded as if a strong wind was blowing inside the house. The flames that had been burning outside were quickly sucked back inside and gradually disappeared. Only a charred exterior remained, with not even a spark left. "So amazing?" Yichen couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. No wonder people said that fire element users were extraordinary. Both the Seraph and Xiong Chuqing were incredibly powerful. With this awakening, Xiong Chuqing could not only carry fire but also control flames to fly, and her attack power should be impressive as well. Now, she could even consume fire. What a remarkable talent. One could say this was 100% top-tier talent. If Kiching, whose name was somewhat similar from Teyvat, knew about this, she would be incredibly jealous. After a while, Xiong Chuqing came back out, and Yichen saw her face was as red as an apple, with the flame patterns on her skin becoming even clearer. She must have really consumed fire. Isn't this the child from the old Xiong family? What incredible talent has she awakened? It's probably a fire element talent like the Seraph. Such a powerful talent. If old Xiong knew, he could rest in peace. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, all astonished by Xiong Chuqing's talent. "It's all fine now. Thank you everyone for your help. You can disperse," Yichen said with a smile, waving to the crowd, knowing that Xiong Chuqing was a bit shy. Now he was also a well-known figure in the town, and he held a certain level of prestige. Everyone greeted him before leaving. Then, Yichen and Xiong Chuqing returned to the chart house. He looked around and found that the main structure of the house was not severely damaged. With some repairs, it should still be livable. It was just that the charred surroundings were not very aesthetically pleasing. "Brother Yichen, I still want to live here," Xiong Chuqing said, as if she knew what he was about to ask. "Alright, but we need to find someone to check if it's safe first. Then I'll come back with Mo Yuan to help you tidy up," Yichen replied. Without him calling, Mo Yuan had already arrived at the door upon hearing the commotion. "Wow, Chuqing, what happened? When did you awaken such a powerful talent?" Mo Yuan asked in surprise as he entered, quickly grasping the situation. "This, because Brother Yichen gave me some awakening crystals. I checked and heard that they can be used to enhance talent levels, but I haven't awakened my talent yet, so I just held on to them while I slept. Last night, thinking about Dad, I couldn't sleep and kept tossing and turning, feeling as if Dad was being burned by fire. Then, in a daze, I felt my body getting very hot. By morning, I felt like my body was on fire, and when I opened my eyes, I found that my blanket was on fire and I was also burning, but I didn't feel hot or in pain. I also discovered that my palms could emit flames, and when I tried to spray it downwards, I couldn't control myself and flew up." Xiong Chuqing recalled and shared her awakening process with Yichen and Mo Yuan. "If I had known I wouldn't awaken my talent so quickly, just holding the awakening crystals while sleeping would lead to such a powerful talent." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan was almost envious to tears. Unknowingly, she had awakened such an impressive talent. This was just the beginning, and as long as she gradually mastered it, she might not be weaker than a Seraph. "Your talent potential is very great," Yichen nodded and said, "but right now, your control over fire is not yet proficient. You still need some training." Today, Mo Yuan and I have nothing to do, so we'll accompany you to practice. Then I'll trouble brother Yichhen and brother Mo Yuan, Xiong Chuqing said, looking at the two with her big, watery eyes, nodding vigorously. She also wanted to become stronger quickly, ideally to avenge her father. Herself. I have a question, Chuqing. Why do you call ye good brother Yichhen and me brother Mo Yuan? Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Mo Yuan's question, Xiong Chuqing's face turned slightly red. In fact, she just felt that it sounded smoother this way, and she couldn't really explain why. After thinking for a while, she weakly replied, maybe I heard brother Mo Yuan call brother Yichhen Yigu, so I added an extra gu for brother Yichhen. What, do you have an opinion? Yichhen asked with a smile, resting his arm on Mo Yuan's shoulder. No, absolutely not. It sounds so reasonable that I can't refute it. Mo Yuan quickly replied. Alright, have you finished your breakfast? Bring a portion for Chuqing and then we'll practice with her properly. Yichhen released his arm and said, okay, Yigu, I promise to complete the task. Mo Yuan said seriously. With Yichhen and Mo Yuan joking around, Xiong Chuqing found it amusing and her mood improved significantly. Throughout the day, under the guidance of the two, Xiong Chuqing gradually became more proficient in controlling fire. It must be said that once she could stabilize her ability, this fire talent was indeed terrifying. By evening, when Mo Yuan faced Xiong Chuqing, he was being pushed back step by step. It was only thanks to his recent practice of the little thunder sound breathing technique that he barely managed to rely on speed and his thick skin to hold on. Yichhen analyzed that her main abilities were primarily 3. The first was to emit flames from her palms, which could be used to attack enemies and also to impact the air with the flames, even achieving levitation in flight. However, mastering this was particularly difficult, and Xiong Chuqing could only maintain it for a short time. The second was to cover her entire body with flames, forming a shield. In this state, it greatly enhanced her defense. For example, Mo Yuan's iron fists found it hard to cause damage. When striking the surface, it felt like hitting magma, and he could even get hurt himself. Most importantly, this flame shield could actually be immune to and even absorb fire damage. It was as if Chuqing had no problem charging back into the fire in the morning, even able to absorb the flames into her body, relying on this ability. In other words, if she faced another fire-type awakener like a Seraph, she would have a significant advantage. Unless the fire type reached a critical point, it could not harm her. Of course, in terms of attack power, Chuqing was still quite far from the Seraph, and if she really faced one, her chances of winning were slim. But after all, she had just awakened, and one could say her potential was limitless. This made Yichhen marvel at what kind of blessed land Compass Town was. How could it be so rich in spiritual energy, producing two such impressive awakeners like him and Chuqing? The talents of a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick were no different. Therefore, he was generous. In addition to the awakening crystal core he had given her yesterday, he also gave Chuqing 10 more, which would help her improve her strength faster. Speaking of which, during the previous beast tide, since he had killed most of the mutated creatures, the townsfolk of Compass Town believed that all the awakening crystal cores should be given to him. He had nearly 100 awakening crystal cores in his possession. Because Yichen's own talent was quite special, his drop rate had already reached its limit. And using these awakening crystal cores had no obvious effect, so he naturally didn't need to conserve them. His parents and Mo Yuan had also given him quite a few. Another night passed. Lin Xingwan had also finalized the time for Yichen to visit the Lin family. On this day, at 6 in the evening, they warmly invited him to join them. Early in the morning, after having breakfast, Yichen and Mo Yuan began to bid farewell to their parents. The wandering child is always a concern for their parents. In Yichen's backpack, there was even a chicken that his mother had just killed that morning. It was said that she almost sharpened her knife to go after the yellow cow. Truly a good mother. In addition, his father, Yi Demon, had crafted a long knife for him, saying it was a gift for his future in-laws as a meeting gift. Yichen had also seen this knife. Although it was still a distance from his extraordinary alloy knife, it was indeed much stronger than those ordinary iron ones on the market, both in sharpness and usability. This also showed that his father's talent was indeed awakened in the art of crafting. Thank you, uncle, for the boxing gloves. Mo Yuan was very satisfied with the weapon he received, putting it on his hands directly, smiling broadly, and said without reservation, Uncle and Aunt, you don't need to send me off. I will come back to see you when I have time. And Xiao Huang, goodbye. Remember to take good care of Uncle and Aunt, or next time I come, I will skin you to make leather shoes. Moo. The yellow cow, still lying on the ground, let out a dissatisfied sound. Seeing that Mo Yuan had taken most of the dialogue, Yichen didn't say much either, directly using his levitation technique to fly into the air, waving goodbye to his parents on the ground, and headed towards Cloud City. Damn, Yi Gu, wait for me. Although Mo Yuan had been practicing the levitation technique during this time, the results were still not great, and he could only chase after Yichen on the road. When they passed by Chuqing's house, he shouted, Chuqing, we're heading back to Cloud City. When I have time, I'll come to see you again. Goodbye, brother Yichen and brother Mo Yuan. Hearing the voice, Bear Chuqing came out of the door and waved her hand vigorously. Looking at Yichhen in the sky, she silently felt a longing in her heart. One day, she also wanted to become that powerful. And because he had to take care of Mo1, Yichhen took almost 2 hours to return to Cloud City. This was much slower than when he returned to Compass Town. Mo1 was exhausted. This whole way of running was almost at the same speed as a car. Although he could barely manage it, it was truly too taxing for him, and his pair of sneakers was almost on fire. Originally, he wanted to follow him to the Lin family for a big meal, but he turned around and ran away, saying he needed to go back and rest for 3 days to catch his breath. After this guy left, Yichhen was quite happy to enjoy the peace alone. He even felt a bit bored. He then remembered his previous ant stomping game, went out to find an ant nest and had a good time with it. However, the result was somewhat disappointing. His current level was probably too high, and stomping ants no longer yielded anything good. In the end, he only gained some daily necessities, a Kawasaki H2 motorcycle and a few million in cash, which somewhat compensated for the compensation money he had previously taken out, enriching his little treasury. By evening, it was close to the time he had agreed upon with Lin Xingwan. Yichhen, dressed in a well-fitted suit, combed his hair in front of the mirror, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he coolly looked at his reflection and recited a dramatic line. Yichhen of the Yi family in Compass Town, attending the school beauty's invitation, here to pay a visit to the Lin family. After saying that, he laughed heartily and went out. He had a premonition that tonight's banquet would not be so simple, but he was no longer the timid boy he once was, afraid of the future. Now, even when facing a powerful family like the Lin family in Yun City, he had his own confidence. The Lin family was the most powerful family in Yun City. Although there were rumors of challenges from the newly risen Lu family in terms of strength and heritage, they remained as steady as a mountain. Even after the world began to change dramatically, this situation had not altered. In fact, due to the Lin family's background in martial arts associations, their status had suddenly risen, granting them the qualification to engage in dialogue with the prominent families of Guang City. This was also the reason why Lin Xingwan could directly refuse to meet Zhao Mingyang from the Zhao family of Guang City. In other families, that wouldn't be called a meeting, but rather an accompaniment like Lu Jingwei. Upon exiting, the Lin family's chauffeur was already waiting at the door. Since Yichhen was afraid of trouble, he still lived in that somewhat shabby and remote house. When the chauffeur arrived and saw the place, he couldn't help but frown, checking the address several times. It wasn't that a poor family couldn't produce a noble child, but a noble child shouldn't be living in such a place. The house manager had even solemnly instructed to send the highest specification car to welcome him. He had brought a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and in such a place where the roads were not even smooth, a careless scratch would cost more than a year's salary. Of course, he didn't dare to ask too much. After verifying the address, he respectfully waited at the door. Moreover, the manager had instructed him to wait and not to call to urge. After waiting for about half an hour, the door finally opened. Then, a very young man walked out, dressed in a way that seemed somewhat noble, making him look handsome and out of place with the residents. "Hello, are you Mr. Yichhen? I am the chauffeur of the Lin family, here specifically to welcome you to the Lin family." Upon seeing Yichhen, the chauffeur quickly opened the back door of the car, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Actually, I can go by myself." Looking at the middle-aged man, dressed quite gentlemanly, around 40 years old, Yichhen nodded. He had noticed the chauffeur's arrival earlier, he just hadn't thought he was waiting for him. "Mr. Yi is our esteemed guest, we certainly cannot be negligent. Please." The Lin family's chauffeur continued to speak respectfully, and inadvertently, he glanced up at Yichhen, a vague impression of his face surfacing in his mind. It seemed he had seen him somewhere before. Seeing this, Yichhen was not polite and directly got into the Rolls-Royce. Looking at the starry sky above, the luxurious interior, and the comfort of the seats, it indeed surpassed his own Ferrari sports car. Subtly, he even naturally crossed his legs, and a sense of being an upper-class person arose within him. Is this what it feels like to be wealthy? The Lin family driver respectfully closed the car door, returned to his driver's seat, and just fastened his seatbelt when a sudden thought struck him, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Yi is Yichhen? This is a name my friend gave me." "Please don't laugh," Yichhen said, touching his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, as admitting it felt somewhat like self-promotion. "So it's Yichhen. Mr. Yi, no wonder. I'm sorry, I'm a fan of Mr. Yichhen. I've watched your videos and really admire you, so I got a bit excited," the Lin family driver said enthusiastically. "What's there to be excited about? I'm just an ordinary person," Yichhen smiled and said, "just a bit more handsome than the average person." "Ha, Mr. Yichhen is really humorous," the Lin family driver laughed. Yichhen sensed something was off. No, Mr. Yichhen is definitely young and handsome, even more so in person than in the videos, and humorous and approachable." The Lin family driver quickly corrected himself. "Alright, let's go." Yichhen finally smiled in satisfaction. "Okay, Mr. Yi, please rest assured, although I'm very excited, it won't affect my driving." The Lin family driver started the Rolls-Royce and smoothly headed towards the Lin family estate. All the way, he indeed appeared very professional, not saying another word. Yichhen took out his phone and started chatting with Lin Qingwan on WeChat. Classmate Xiao Qingwan, I'm on my way. You can prepare to welcome me. Lin Qingwan, my third uncle will wait for you at the front yard gate and then bring you in. Yichhen, am I not worth you personally coming to greet me? Lin Qingwan, we should meet at the banquet. That's more appropriate. Yichhen, doesn't that sound a bit like a couple shouldn't meet before marriage? Lin Qingwan, it's just that my evening dress isn't suitable for going out. Yichhen couldn't help but laugh. I'm just a poor kid. I've never seen such grand occasions. Please excuse me. He had indeed seen on television that these young ladies from prominent families usually made their grand entrance in stunning evening gowns, captivating the entire audience. Lin Qingwan's words did make him a bit excited. Soon, the Rolls-Royce brought Yichhen to a large estate. The Lin family indeed looked luxurious and stylish. Just the area it occupied was quite intimidating, and from the outside, it resembled an ancient garden. A prominent family is indeed extraordinary. Being able to be the local emperor of Yun City is no small feat. Mr. Yi, we have arrived, the Lin family driver said as he got out and opened the door, taking the opportunity to hand Yichhen a pen. Mr. Yi, I'm really your fan. Could you please give me an autograph? Alright. Yichen's face twitched slightly, not expecting to enjoy treatment like a star. Yichhen, it's great to see you. Again, a familiar figure approached after he quickly signed his name. It was Lin Qingwan's third uncle, Lin Shichang, who smiled and extended his hand to greet Yichhen. Hello, third uncle. Yichhen smiled slightly and shook his hand. Good, good. I see you're doing well, Lin Shichang said with a grin as they walked side by side inside, and as they walked, he sighed, I really didn't expect it. In such a short time, you actually defeated the Seraph and became the strongest awakened one in our dragon country. Third uncle is joking. You know it's only on the surface. Who knows how many strong ones are hidden in the dark? Yichhen was modest for a moment, and this was not a falsehood. As the great changes intensified, the number of hidden strong individuals was certainly increasing. Of course, his own strength was also continuously improving and would not remain static. Just like now, he was already stronger than when he first fought against the Seraph. Indeed, several awakeners not weaker than the Seraph have emerged recently, Lin Shichang casually said, as if chatting with his nephew. Moreover, within the martial association, there are some ancient families that are also deeply hidden. After all, not everyone is like the Seraph, eager for everyone to know he is the best in the country. Uncle, rest assured, I certainly don't think of myself as invincible. Yichhen smiled and said, I'm just average, maybe the third in the world. Hee, this kid, you really suit my taste. Lin Shichang patted Yichen's shoulder with satisfaction. I see you as a good match for our Lin family. Then calling you uncle is definitely worth it, Yichhen said, not shy at all, going along with the flow. However, before that, you might have a hurdle to pass. Lin Shichang suddenly changed the subject, speaking with some significance. Oh, Yichhen was curious. Since Lin Qingwan's father had invited him to dinner, he should have acknowledged him to some extent. It's not Qingwan's father, it's her brother. Lin Shichang seemed to know what Yichhen was thinking and said mysteriously with a smile, her brother? Upon hearing this, Yichhen was taken aback. He hadn't heard Lin Qingwan mention having a brother, but she might have been considerate of his feelings as a poor boy and rarely talked about her family. Not knowing was reasonable. However, if this brother was going to jump out and oppose him, that was a different matter. Yes, I can give you a hint. Qingwan's brother has always cared for her since childhood, and since our Qingwan is so outstanding, his requirements for her partner will be very high. Previously, when an elder introduced the Seraph to Qingwan, he opposed it. Lin Shichang said with a smile. Well, I can absolutely understand. Every brother hopes his sister marries well, that's only natural. Yichhen said, touching his nose, unflustered. That's exactly why I'm here. If I don't come, I'm afraid Qingwan might never get married. Lin Shichang opened his mouth, indeed shocked by Yichen's boldness, almost blurting out Zhuge Liang's famous saying. In the end, his upbringing as a member of a prominent family held him back, and he only said tactfully, I appreciate your confidence. Qingwan feels the same. She also appreciates my confidence, Yichhen said with a smile. As they spoke, they slowly walked inside. One couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in such a grand family setting. Wealthy people are indeed wealthy. The Lin family estate had deep courtyards, and the flowers, plants, and trees were all well arranged. There were also small bridges and flowing water, gentle breezes, and the sounds of birds and flowers. Walking along the path, one could feel a sense of tranquility. It could be said to be a five-star scenic area. This kind of layout and heritage was indeed not something an ordinary nouveau riche could compare to. Suddenly, Yichhen saw a grasshopper jump out from the nearby bushes. Quick on his feet, due to the instinct formed over this period, he happily stepped down on it. Creak, it was unclear whether it was the grasshopper's cry or the sound of its body being crushed. Then, one grasshopper crushed obtained the 8 extremes burst fist technique. At the same time, a prompt sound echoed in Yichen's mind. Damn! This almost made him exclaim. He was very clear that his current strength was so high that the drop rate for small animals should not be that high. It was just like playing an online game. Once your level is high enough, going back to kill the frogs and rabbits at the city gate definitely won't yield good loot. But his talent was indeed extraordinary. Although it was hard to drop good items, there was still a certain possibility. This time, he never expected that casually stepping on a grasshopper would actually yield a martial art technique. After looking at the introduction of this technique, he found that it was somewhat similar to the ninefold thunder blade in terms of power exertion, both allowing one to exert greater strength with less physical effort. One used a blade while the other used fists. Moreover, the 8 Extremes Burst Fist had a special feature. After delivering a punch, it could conceal part of the force within the enemy's body, allowing for a subsequent punch to trigger an explosion of that stored energy, resulting in even greater power. It could be said that when dealing with some hard-headed awakeners who excelled in defensive talents, this technique was even more suitable than the mighty Bull Demon Fist. What's wrong? Yichen's movements were too quick. Lin Shicheng beside him hadn't seen him step on a grasshopper at all. He only noticed something unusual in Yichen's expression and asked aloud, "Nothing, I just feel that this place is truly a treasure land. Your Lin family is really impressive." Having dropped a top-tier item, Yichen was in a great mood and smiled slightly as he spoke. "You understand feng shui?" Lin Shicheng asked curiously. I have a little knowledge," Yichen replied, his face twitching. He hoped Lin Shicheng wouldn't take his casual remark too seriously. Our Lin family's courtyard indeed has its significance. In feng shui, it's called the flying spider. Seeing that Yichen seemed interested, Lin Shicheng began to explain. A spider lays many eggs at once, which represents our Lin family's flourishing descendants. And look at this layout, it's like a spider hunting with 8 paths, representing its 8 legs spread wide, showcasing great ambitions and attracting wealth from all directions. The overall presentation of a flying spider further allows our Lin family to rise step by step and achieve great success. It's just like this time when the world changed dramatically. Our Lin family has produced 3 A-grade talents. The number of B-grade talents has reached dozens. Given time, we might even develop more A-grade talents. Impressive, I really can't see so many intricacies, Yichen said, momentarily stunned. He initially wanted to say it was amazing, but considering they were in such a treasure land, he thought it better not to be so crude. He didn't understand the truth of Lin Shicheng's words, but he had indeed dropped something good here. Moreover, this 3A grade talent was indeed quite remarkable. The Lu family wanting to compare their foundation with such a family was probably a bit premature. I'll remind you, Changwan's brother is also an A-grade awakened one, not weaker than Changwan, Lin Shicheng said, looking at Yichen with a slight smile. He was well aware of his nephew's character. Once he encountered this person, it would likely be quite a spectacle. Well, that should mean he's just a little behind me, Yichen nodded and said. Lin Shicheng was taken aback. This guy was really a bit overly confident. But after thinking it over, he realized he couldn't really refute it. At least at this stage, Yichen had defeated the Seraphim and had become the publicly recognized #1 awakened one in the Dragon Kingdom. Although his nephew had some special talents, how he compared to Yichen was hard to say. As they chatted, they soon arrived in front of an ancient and elegant mansion. Yichen looked up and saw a staircase that seemed to be 2 stories high, with steps made entirely of white stone, resembling jade. It truly exuded wealth, taste, and depth. This is the cloud stair, representing rising step by step and advancing smoothly. Lin Shicheng smiled again and said, "Then if I climb up, does that mean I've taken a step to the sky?" Yichen thought to himself, amazed. He had heard that wealthy people were particularly superstitious about feng shui. He had been skeptical before, but now it really seemed a bit frightening. However, perhaps belief is also a part of strength. Many wealthy people indeed become wealthier. Whether you can climb up there is still uncertain, Lin Shicheng said with a meaningful smile. The person I mentioned to you earlier is waiting for you up there. Is it Xiao Qingwan's brother? Upon hearing this, Yichen naturally looked up, only to see a man about 26 years old, with a stylish side-part hairstyle, standing at the very top of the cloud steps, looking handsome but slightly less so than him. He was gazing down at him with an air of superiority. Seeing this, Lin Shicheng beside him wore a more playful expression, as if anticipating a good show. Yichen, however, remained calm and composed. The two climbed the steps and soon reached the top of the cloud stairs. "You must be Yichen?" The man approached, extending his hand towards Yichen, his eyes bright and shining as if they held golden light. He spoke. "I am Lin Qingfeng, Vice President of the Martial Arts Association of Cloud City. I am Yichen, currently the #1 awakened in the Dragon Kingdom," Yichen replied without hesitation, smiling back. "That's just on the surface, don't get too proud." Lin Qingfeng frowned, seemingly trying to assert some elder brother authority. "You're just from Cloud City, and a vice president at that. You still have to work hard," Yichen replied playfully. Yichen's unreserved response made Lin Qingfeng's already furrowed brows knit together once more. Did this guy not know he was Qingwan's brother? How could he be so disrespectful? How was he supposed to save face in this situation? Meanwhile, Lin Shicheng, watching the two confront each other, could hardly suppress a laugh. He knew Lin Qingfeng's character. He had always been arrogant and looked down on others, but now he had finally met his match. This opponent was someone even he felt compelled To quote Zhuge Liang's famous saying, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am also Qingwan's brother." Her real brother, Lin Qingfeng, had no choice but to bring up his sister, hoping to regain some dignity. "Well, I also forgot to introduce myself. I am an important guest invited by your father, and I have a close relationship with Qingwan." Yichhen thought for a moment and smiled as he said this. "Do you know that my sister Qingwan has many suitors and she has awakened a Class A talent?" Lin Qingfeng continued. "I will be very strict in choosing a brother-in-law. I naturally know this, but only I have caught her eye." Yichen sighed as if troubled. "I can only say that I believe in fate. There are millions in the Dragon Kingdom who want to have children with me, but I feel that Qingwan has the best chance." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingfeng's forehead was already covered in black lines. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, he had seen all kinds of prodigies, but he had never encountered a young man so shameless to this extent. He even thought that this person might have awakened a talent that made his skin thicker and stronger. "Alright, your father and various uncles are already waiting inside. Let's go in first." Lin Shichang, seeing that the two were still at a stalemate, could only suppress his laughter and step in to mediate. "I actually hope you can maintain this confidence." Lin Qingfeng could only snort lightly, not saying more, conceding a bit. "I come from a remote small town, and my family was poor since childhood. I actually have no confidence, just a tough mouth." "I hope brother Lin doesn't mind," Yichen said, taking the opportunity to give Lin Qingfeng a way out. In fact, he was very clear that for someone like Lin Qingfeng, who had always felt good about himself and was somewhat unruly, the more humble and accommodating he appeared, the more he would look down on him. Instead, by being confrontational now, he might just earn the others' respect. Being able to calmly speak about your past and background shows that you have matured. I won't underestimate you for this. Lin Qingfeng was a bit taken aback by Yi Chen's sudden display of genuine emotion. "They say that children from poor families mature early. To be honest with you both, I started helping my family earn money when I was 2 years old." Seeing that their relationship seemed to have grown closer, Yichen smiled and continued, "At 2, how could you earn money?" Lin Qingfeng was surprised. "I was a baby food tester. Some wealthy families worried about food safety, so they had me try the milk first. If I survived, then their children could drink it." Yi Chen said seriously, "Is there really such a thing? How come I've never heard of it?" Lin Qingfeng was half convinced, as his family was indeed wealthy. "How could your parents let you do something like that?" Lin Shichang asked. "I was just joking. You didn't really believe that, did you?" Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Shichang, Lin Qingfeng, he finally understood that this guy had a remarkable talent for words, and he couldn't compete with that. It seemed he should find an opportunity to test his own skills. As the group chatted and laughed, they soon entered the hall. The decor inside was also antique and elegant, looking quite grand. The arrangement of the scene seemed even more upscale than the Yundian Hotel. Upon entering, a sense of being among the upper class naturally arose. Even Yichen couldn't help but sigh. Being wealthy was indeed good. After awakening his talent, although he could generate quite a bit of cash, compared to this big family, his foundation and confidence were lacking. The world he found astonishing was merely the everyday life of Lin Qingfeng and the others. Fortunately, he often read online literature and learned some ways to show off, so while he was surprised inside, he maintained a calm demeanor on his face, not allowing Lin Qingfeng to look down on him. This banquet seemed to be a wine gathering. At intervals, there were small bars, and at this moment, many people were already raising their glasses in small groups. Yi Chen speculated that not all of them were from the Lin family. There might be some other prominent figures from Yun City invited as well. This made it seem that Lin Qingwan's father regarded this matter with even more seriousness. It seemed to imply a desire to introduce himself. After the big change, everything has indeed changed. If it were before, a poor kid like me would never have such treatment. But now, with my identity as the first awakened person in Long Country, even if it's just on the surface, this title is enough to earn face for the Lin family. Thinking of this, Yichen couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion inside. However, he didn't think of Lin Qingwan's father as being realistic, nor did he see it as the rules of the world. If you couldn't meet the standards set by the rules, then you could only follow them. Moreover, to be honest, the feeling that the world is unfair mostly comes from standing on the unfavorable side of the scale. Now, he stood on the advantageous side for himself. "My father is over there." At that moment, Lin Qingfeng spoke up. Following the sound, Yichen saw a middle-aged man in a tang suit standing by a bar not far away. He looked to be in his 50s, with a rosy complexion full of spirit, and his hair was still abundant. His back was straight like a soldier, showing no signs of aging. This man was Lin Qingwan and Lin Qingfeng's father, Lin Qianquan, the current leader of the Lin family and a prominent figure in Yun City. This medium-sized city, which had some fame nationwide, was built on the foundation laid by this man. "Hello, uncle. I'm Yi Chen. You can call me Xiao Yi." Yi Chen walked over and respectfully introduced himself, a stark contrast to his attitude towards Lin Qingfeng. This made Lin Qingfeng beside him curl his lip. Just because this man was his future father-in-law, did that mean he wasn't worthy of respect? Good. Xiao Yi, welcome. Lin Qiankuan glanced at Yichhen, then immediately wore a gentle smile, shaking Yichen's hand and lightly patting the back of it as he spoke. This surprised Yichhen. He hadn't expected such a renowned figure to be so approachable. Seeing such a good start made Yichhen feel pleased. He quickly handed over a brocade box he had prepared nearby, saying, "Uncle, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't dislike it. Just your presence is enough, no need to be so polite." Lin Qiankuan replied with a smile, but despite his words, he accepted the brocade box. Yichhen helped him open the lid slowly. Soon, a long knife was revealed inside. This was crafted by his father, Demon. "Oh, it's actually a knife." Lin Qiankuan was somewhat surprised, but given the current tumultuous times, such a gift was indeed quite fitting. He also had an interest in ancient martial arts, and had done some research on swordplay and knife techniques. He took out the long knife. Seeing the blade glimmering under the light, reflecting images, even a slight touch to the blade produced a pleasant ringing sound. He tried to move it gently, effortlessly creating a flourish with the knife. It felt so natural, as if the knife were a part of his body, perfectly balanced in weight and length. After just a short dance, he experienced a sense of exhilaration he had never felt before. With a flourish, Lin Qiankuan couldn't help but gesture towards the bar nearby. As if cutting through tofu, the bar was effortlessly split in two. Crash, as the bottles and glasses fell to the ground, all eyes were drawn to the scene. The entire venue was stunned. This sudden noise immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they saw that the source of the noise was Lin Qiankuan, it was even more astonishing who would destroy their own venue. But upon seeing the long knife in Lin Qiankuan's hand, people began to understand. It turned out he was testing the knife. However, testing a knife at a banquet indeed showcased Lin Qiankuan's unconventional nature. No wonder it was said that this time the young lady of the Lin family had befriended a commoner. Haha, what a good knife. Lin Qiankuan couldn't help but laugh heartily, clearly in high spirits. Noticing the attention from those around him, he quickly composed himself and said with a calm smile, "I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment, but I couldn't help but feel delighted upon seeing this. I hope you all can forgive me. This bar is made of solid mahogany, and this knife was able to split it so effortlessly, with such a smooth cut, all in one go. It truly is a good knife." Lin Shichang, who had squatted down to examine it, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "I actually didn't use much force," Lin Qiankuan said, his face full of joy. He then gently patted Yichen's shoulder and said with a broad smile, "Little Yi, thank you. I really like this knife." "I'm glad you like it, uncle." Yichhen was also surprised by how impressive his father's craftsmanship was. This casually made knife had such power. It seemed his talent in weapon forging was indeed extraordinary. Though not a combat talent, it was unique and very useful. "Does this knife have a name?" Lin Qiankuan asked again. "To be honest, uncle, this knife was actually made by my father. His name contains the character De, so I took the liberty of naming it De Fu, meaning to win people over with virtue." Yichhen thought for a moment and made up an explanation. De Fu, to win people over with virtue. Good. What a good name. Lin Qiankuan savored the moment and praised it aloud. However, Lin Qingfeng beside him felt something was off, an indescribable strangeness. Soon, someone cleaned up the clutter on the ground, and the small commotion passed just like that. Next, Lin Qiankuan introduced Yichhen to the prominent figures of the Lin family and Yun City. Yichhen, having gained some fame for defeating the Seraph, found himself relatively comfortable here, encountering little awkwardness. In fact, many seemed to flatter him. It seemed that this world had truly changed. Those who once occupied the upper echelons of society were beginning to shift their perspectives. In the past, wealth equated to status, now perhaps strength equated to status. After all, someone of Yichen's caliber as an awakener could not be easily amassed with mere wealth. Even though awakening crystals could enhance one's potential, there would always be a limit. Amidst the flattery, Yichhen gradually lost himself in his drink, indulging a bit more than usual. He was indeed in a good mood today. However, the gathering had been underway for some time, and he had yet to see Lin Xingwan, which made him glance around, feeling hesitant to ask. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Yichhen vaguely sensed that the lights of the gathering had brightened a bit. He instinctively looked up, and suddenly his eyes lit up. At the top of the spiral staircase on the second floor, a stunning figure appeared. It was none other than Lin Xingwan, the girl he had been thinking about. The campus beauty did not disappoint Yichhen tonight. She wore a striking red dress that accentuated her figure beautifully. Her hair was styled in an elegant golden cloud bun, and she wore moon-shaped earrings, her makeup clearly applied with care, exquisite as if she had stepped out of a painting. With each step, she exuded grace, seeming to have shed the innocence of campus life, now embodying the essence of an urban beauty. If Lin Xingwan had once been a solitary blue lotus, tonight she resembled a red begonia, radiating warmth and charm, drawing people closer. Yichhen admitted that, in that moment, his heart fluttered. It was like the first time he had seen her, like their first time alone in the wild. Thus, under the gaze of everyone present, he smiled and walked to the stairs, looking up as Lin Xingwan gracefully descended step by step, swaying gently until she stood before him. As Lin Xingwan approached, She looked at the well-dressed young man and a hint of daze flickered in her eyes. They hadn't seen each other for a while, but this time, seeing each other felt distinctly different. It was as if they had both experienced much, grown significantly, and become more resolute. However, recalling Yichen's recent experiences, she understood. Between life and death, there was great terror. Yichen had first faced assassination, then a beast tide, and had fought against powerful awakeners like the Seraph. It must have been a tough journey for him. Thinking of this, Lin Xingwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache for the young man. Yichen, of course, was unaware of all this. He took a close look at Lin Xingwan, inhaling the fresh and pleasant scent she carried, and smiled as he offered his arm. It seemed like something out of a movie. Lin Xingwan's face flushed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she naturally linked her arm with his. The moment you appeared, it felt like the gathering brightened a bit, Yichen said, breaking the silence with a satisfied smile as he felt the softness in his arm. Why? Lin Xingwan asked, slightly taken aback. Are you a straight woman? I'm just saying. You look radiant, Yichen replied with a grin. You really look stunning tonight, it was worth the wait. You have no sense of propriety. Lin Xingwan said, slightly embarrassed as she lowered her head. Yichen had originally wanted to flirt a bit, but fearing being called a sycophant, he decided to hold back. The two walked side by side towards the banquet, heading towards Lin Shenkuan and others. Around them, young people looked on with envy, while adults expressed their satisfaction. Gazes naturally turned to them in admiration. In this moment, Yichen couldn't help but sigh, thinking how truly they were a pair of celestial lovers, envied by others. Dad, third uncle, brother, Lin Xingwan said as they approached, her pearly teeth parting as she wanted to introduce Yichen. This is Yichen. No need for introductions, we've met before, Lin Xingfeng said irritably, looking at the closeness between Lin Xingwan and Yi Chen, feeling inexplicably displeased, as this kid clearly hadn't earned his approval yet. Little Yi is quite impressive, Lin Shenkuan nodded slightly. Uncle, you flatter me. Brother Qingfeng is very approachable, we get along well, Yi Chen replied, unperturbed, smiling. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingwan looked up in surprise at Lin Xingfeng. From her understanding of her brother, he was not someone easy to approach and shouldn't be getting along with Yi Chen. Hearing this conversation, Lin Shichang, who knew the inside story, nearly burst out laughing, feeling a bit injured. He didn't know whether Lin Xingfeng liked Yi Chen, but he genuinely liked this kid. He was quite the smooth talker. Indeed, we get along well. Little Yi is quite the charmer, Lin Xingfeng said through gritted teeth. You flatter me, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. True maturity comes from inner strength. He felt that he was generally getting along well with the Lin family. The banquet continued. This banquet was not as dull as Yi Chen had initially thought. Beyond the superficial pleasantries, everyone was actually exchanging a lot of information privately about market economics, the revival of spiritual energy, and changes in the world. Yi Chen's hearing was excellent now, and he gathered quite a bit of intelligence. For instance, one important piece of information was that a great terror seemed to have emerged. In Guangqing, a large number of mutated creatures had appeared in a certain wildlife park, threatening the entire city. The Martial Association was currently issuing related tasks, and many powerful awakeners were heading there. After a few rounds of drinks, the feelings between Yi Chen and Lin Xingwan were slowly warming up. Lin Xingwan was slow to warm up, but Yi Chen was a master at creating a lively atmosphere. From initially holding hands, Lin Xingwan seemed to be leaning against Yi Chen by now. Second. Suddenly, Lin Qiankuan's angry voice rang out in the banquet. Yi Chen turned to look and saw Lin Qiankuan shouting at a middle-aged man of similar age. Are you trying to make me look bad on purpose? Behind this middle-aged man stood an elder nearly 60 years old, exuding a noble aura and a dignified expression, likely a leader from a prominent family. This is my second uncle, Lin Xingwan introduced. Beside him, but her expression changed slightly when she saw another person. Yi Chen's gaze also fell. His eyes turned cold. He recognized this person. It was none other than the head of the Zhao family, the father of the Seraph Zhao Mingyang, Zhao Tianhao. The Zhao family in Guangqing was a well-known prominent family. Before the great change in the world, Zhao Tianhao was a frequent feature on various news and magazine covers. His decisions and actions could influence the entire economic development of Guangqing. Even after the great change, he was often mentioned due to being Zhao Mingyang's father. Because of Zhao Mingyang, Yi Chen naturally felt a sense of vigilance towards him. Aren't your second uncle and your dad on good terms? But soon, Yi Chen relaxed, casually asking Lin Xingwan. Since this is within the Lin family, Zhao Tianhao surely wouldn't dare to act against me. Moreover, he is no longer the timid person he was at the beginning of the upheaval when facing the Lu family. He now has enough confidence and no longer fears the Zhao family. Not really. Perhaps Zhao Tianhao paid some price to persuade my second uncle to bring him in, Lin Xingwan said, looking ahead and pondering before replying. But it seems Zhao Tianhao isn't here to cause you trouble. He might want to reconcile and ask you to spare Zhao Mingyang. She speculated that the once prominent Zhao Mingyang was now at rock bottom in Longhua, and with the Martial Association already intervening, his conviction was a foregone conclusion. Zhao Tianhao couldn't change that, so he had to seek Yi Chen's understanding, hoping to save Zhao Mingyang's life. Spare Zhao Mingyang? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled coldly. Zhao Mingyang had committed heinous acts, causing a beast tide that resulted in the sacrifice of dozens of lives in Compass Town. Even he had no right to represent so many souls in agreement. On the other side, Lin Qianquan was still seething with anger, but in the end, he was slightly calmed down by a few whispered words from Lin Qingwan's second uncle, and he looked up at Yichhen. Yichhen didn't want his future father-in-law to be too uncomfortable, so he expressionlessly nodded. After all, it was just a few words of conversation that wouldn't affect much. Then, Lin Qingwan's second uncle led Zhao Tianhao over to Yichhen. Little Yi, hello, I am Qingwan's second uncle, Lin Xishan. Welcome to your arrival. After approaching, Lin Xishan greeted with a warm smile and introduced himself. Mr. Yichhen, I am Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao also introduced himself. If you have something to say, just say it directly, Yichhen said, not wanting to engage in pleasantries, glancing past Lin Xishan at Zhao Tianhao and then setting down his wineglass speakingly. I know that this time, due to my son's mistake, he accidentally caused the beast tide, leading to significant danger for Compass Town. I am here to sincerely apologize to you and Compass Town on his behalf, and I am willing to offer you and the entire Compass Town appropriate compensation. Zhao Tianhao took a deep breath and slowly pondered. Mistake? Yichhen laughed, disdainfully saying, if you, Mr. Zhao, are unaware, I suggest you check online. Your son Zhao Mingyang caused the beast tide and killed civilians. The evidence is irrefutable. I also know that Zhao Mingyang is beyond redemption, but he has already lost an arm and is severely injured. Now that he has been taken away by the Martial Association, he has received the lesson he deserves. Zhao Tianhao lowered his posture significantly, continuing to plead, I truly hope, Mr. Yichhen, that you can show some leniency. As long as you agree to spare Zhao Mingyang's life, I can meet any of your demands, whether it be money or awakening crystals. Ha, do you know that Compass Town sacrificed dozens of lives for this? Your son loses an arm, and you come to me crying? Yichhen laughed in anger. Is there really no room for negotiation? Zhao Tianhao's face stiffened, gritting his teeth as he said, I am willing to compensate. You and Compass Town 20 billion and 200 awakening crystals. 20 billion and 200 awakening crystals. Upon hearing this, Lin Xishan couldn't help but gasp. Although it was a time of upheaval and money had depreciated to some extent, in reality, it hadn't depreciated much, because for most people, even if they had awakened, they were still only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Even awakened individuals needed food, clothing, and shelter, all of which required money. Even A-level and B-level awakened individuals found it difficult to hunt mutated creatures alone. Most still relied on large families and powerful factions. It was like masters and doctoral students in peacetime. They might seem highly educated, but in reality, most were working jobs, rarely starting their own businesses. After all, entrepreneurship carries risks, and one must be cautious when entering the market. Now that the Zhao family has taken out such a large sum of money, along with the awakening crystal cores that the awakeners need the most, it's like directly giving Yichhen a substantial amount of startup capital, enough to establish a considerable force. That's enough. Yichhen directly interrupted Zhao Tianhao's words, coldly saying, Zhao Mingyang is undoubtedly going to die. Yichhen, say so. If the Martial Association doesn't kill him, I will. If you came here just to discuss this matter, you can leave now. In that case, upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhao appeared quite dejected. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, as for Zhao Mingyang, I will no longer insist, but the Zhao family of Guancheng wants to mend our relationship with you. What do you think? You, the Zhao family of Guancheng? Yichhen was slightly surprised, not expecting Zhao Tianhao to lower himself even regarding his son's life and death. He actually had no major grievances with the Zhao family, unlike the Lu family, where Lu Wanxiong ordered an assassination against him. If he were to reconcile with the Zhao family, it wouldn't be a problem. But once he killed the seraph Zhao Mingyang, could the Zhao family pretend nothing had happened? It is my fault, Zhao Tianhao, for not teaching my son properly, which has caused significant losses to Luopan town. Therefore, even if you, Mr. Yichhen, do not spare my son, I am still willing to offer 2 billion to mend the relationship between the Zhao family of Guanqing and you, Mr. Yichhen, as well as with Luopan town, Zhao Tianhao said earnestly, not appearing to be insincere. What a ruthless person. Yichhen silently evaluated him. Indeed, modern times are not like the past where entire clans could be exterminated. This 2 billion would surely be a significant benefit for the entire Luopan town, especially for those families that had sacrificed, although he had compensated some with relief funds, it would still greatly reduce the quality of life for those who lost their pillars of support. Having this sum would make a noticeable difference. The main point is, as long as Zhao Mingyang is dead, if the Zhao family is truly willing to let go of their hatred, he indeed has no reason to go against them. However, he still harbored some doubts about this. If your Zhao family truly repents, I won't be aggressive. With this thought, Yichhen lightly tapped his fingers on the bar, indicating his agreement. Thank you, Mr. Yichhen. Here is the 2 billion. I have opened a supreme channel, and it can be withdrawn at any time. Zhao Tianhao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then took out a bank card and an envelope, placing them on the bar, which contained the prepared documents. Yichhen merely glanced at it, looking at the money as if it were dirt. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Yichhen. I will take my leave. Seeing this, Zhao Tianhao politely finished speaking, turned around, and gradually left with a somewhat lonely figure. As Zhao Tianhao walked away, the entire banquet was filled with waves of astonished gasps, becoming somewhat heated. This is Zhao Tianhao of the Zhao family of Guangcheng. In the past, just a stamp of his foot could make the entire Guangxing tremble. The people present, each of whom had some influence in Yunqing, had to respectfully address him as General Zhao in his presence. But now, this General Zhao actually lowered his voice to plead for mercy from a young man. Even in the case of failing to save his son, he offered 2 billion in compensation just to mend the relationship with Yichhen. This is simply too exaggerated, too hard to believe. Is this Yichhen really worth Zhao Tianhao going to such lengths? Young people are indeed formidable. Brothers, we have to accept reality. A young man who was originally unknown has shocked the entire country just by defeating the Seraph, and now even the Zhao family of Guangxing has to bow their heads. The previous world of money may be turning into one where strength reigns supreme. Money is still very useful now, but we shouldn't be reluctant to spend it. The key is to buy as many awakening crystals as possible and recruit more talented awakeners. Otherwise, do you think old Lin invited Yichhen over tonight for no reason? In the past, no family in Yun City would have caught his eye, let alone an ordinary person without assets or background. Is this Yichhen really that impressive? I heard that his awakening seems to be in the physical enhancement category. Although he's strong in the early stages, theoretically, his potential for development shouldn't be as good as that of elemental types, and research shows that the difficulty of improvement is significantly higher. Becoming a saint in the physical realm is just a myth. What do you know? Do you think Yichhen is an ordinary physical enhancer? Have you ever seen an ordinary physical enhancer fly? Moreover, whether it's attack, defense, or speed, he's top-notch. Let's wait and see. Old Lin has always had a keen eye. This guy sent his son to the Martial Arts Association early on. His vision is truly sharp. Voices were quietly exchanging thoughts. Though the voices were low, the shock within them was hard to conceal. Zhao Tianhao's arrival indeed gave these upper-class figures in Yun City a severe jolt. It was at this moment that many truly realized adults. The times have changed. Literally, I shouldn't have brought Mr. Zhao without permission this time. It's my fault. I'll drink a cup as punishment. I hope you don't mind. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Xishan felt a chill down his spine and smiled as he raised his glass to Yichhen. No problem. Considering Lin Xingwan, Yichhen didn't mind. After all, he had no loss in the end and even made 20 billion. Alright, little Yi, enjoy your food and drink. Xingwan, you just keep him company. I'll excuse myself for now. Seeing Yichen's indifferent response, Lin Xishan didn't press further, just put down his glass and continued to smile. After saying that, he automatically disappeared. After all, he knew that with Lin Xingwan's connection, Yichhen wouldn't make things difficult for him, and that was enough. If he stayed here, he might even be a nuisance. It's a bit stuffy here. Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? After Lin Xishan left, Yichhen casually put away his bank card and envelope, then turned to Lin Xingwan, smiling as he spoke. Lin Xingwan glanced at her father and then nodded. The two slowly walked out of the banquet. Once outside, they could see that the sky had darkened, but a bright moon hung high, accompanied by a few twinkling stars, and a gentle breeze brushed against them, creating a wonderfully poetic night. The two stood by the large terrace outside, gazing into the distance, listening to the sounds of summer around them, peaceful and beautiful. After a while, so, how was my performance tonight? Was it passable? Yichhen turned to Lin Xingwan with a smile, initiating a conversation. My father should like you. Lin Xingwan also turned her head, the evening breeze tousling her hair, partially obscuring 1/5 of her face, adding a touch of mysterious allure. So, what do we consider our relationship now? Yichhen asked with a smile, reaching out to tuck Lin Xingwan's hair behind her ear, but the wind blew it out again. Lin Xingwan turned her head away, remaining silent. Some things, she felt, shouldn't be initiated by her. Yichhen understood, and after a moment of exploration, he grasped Lin Xingwan's left hand. She hesitated slightly but soon relaxed, their fingers intertwining. Her hand felt soft as if boneless, smooth as jade, slightly cool, yet very comfortable in the summer. This world really changes quickly. Naturally holding hands, Yichhen turned to look into the distance, speaking with a hint of emotion. He had to admit that if it weren't for the drastic changes in the world, perhaps he wouldn't have had the courage to hold this hand. Although he spoke firmly about not being a kept man, he was, after all, a person with a strong sense of pride. Even if Lin Xingwan didn't mind, he would still care about living under the gaze of others. Saying that love means disregarding everything is just nonsense. Love is actually very fragile. After a moment of impulse, it takes a lot of time to face various challenges of reality. With a little carelessness, it can fade away or even disappear. Sometimes I wonder if all of this is fake, Lin Xingwan said, opening her mouth. For her, love was very real. She had many constraints since childhood, had no friends, and seemed accustomed to following arrangements. She appeared to be as hard as ice on the surface, but inside, she was somewhat timid. It was only after the world changed drastically that she felt she could change some things through her own efforts. But even now, she hadn't fully settled in her heart. Do you know what I like about you? Yichhen smiled slightly and suddenly turned to look at Lin Xingwan. I don't know. Lin Xingwan said, her face slightly flushed, lowering her head. Just like you like that I'm handsome, I like that you're beautiful, Yichhen said, blinking. Lin Xingwan, you really have no sense of seriousness, she said softly. Perhaps because of this, she felt that their time together was very relaxed. To be honest, if it weren't for that night, we probably wouldn't have a story. Yichhen smiled. Again, recalling the class trip where by chance he spent a night alone with Lin Xingwan, and their relationship began to grow closer then. He never expected it would develop to the current stage. That was my first night spent outdoors. Lin Xingwan's thoughts were quietly stirred, a hint of warmth appearing on her face. I've always been most afraid of snakes, and I happened to get bitten by one. If you hadn't risked everything to suck out the snake venom, I might have died. When it came to this matter, Yichhen felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose as he looked at Lin Xingwan and said, I have a secret, but you mustn't get angry. Lin Xingwan looked at him curiously. That snake, actually, wasn't venomous, Yichhen said, suppressing a laugh. This girl was just too innocent. Thinking back to her scared and helpless look at that time, it was probably the beginning of his feelings for her. Lin Xingwan. Ahem, actually, I only found out later, but at least after I helped you suck it out, you weren't so scared anymore, so it counts as a coincidence. Yichhen coughed twice. He had indeed been a bit bold that night, especially since the place where Lin Xingwan was bitten was somewhat sensitive. After learning this secret, Lin Xingwan fell silent for a while, and suddenly she remembered something, looking up at Yichhen and asking, so at the beginning of the Great Change, was it you who shot that mutated lizard in the valley outside Yun City? What mutated lizard? What valley? I don't know. Upon hearing this, Yichhen pretended to be confused, but he naturally recalled that day's events. His miraculous shot could be said to have stunned time. However, he was just teasing Lin Xingwan. In the entire Yun City, the only one who could have that kind of strength at the beginning of the Great Change is probably you, Lin Xingwan said, almost certain. You think so highly of me, Yichhen laughed. What did I do that day? If it weren't for that arrow, I might have died too. Lin Xingwan recalled that moment, truly believing she would die, and in that instant, the face before her was what she remembered. It also indicated that by then, she already had Yichhen in her heart. Hee, doesn't that mean I saved the beauty? Yichhen pretended to make an exaggerated expression. If you don't admit it, that's fine. I originally wanted you to admit it. A rare mischievous glint appeared on Lin Xingwan's face. To offer myself in return? Yichen's eyes lit up, and he said seriously, that's right. I originally wanted to do a good deed without leaving my name, but since you have this need, I won't be afraid to admit it. I was the one who saved you that night. You wish? Lin Xingwan chuckled lightly, like a blooming blue lotus, feeling the restraints on her body loosen significantly. She experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Then she took out an envelope, straightened her expression, and said, I have something to give you. Oh, what a coincidence. I also have something for you. This wouldn't be a love letter for me, would it? Yichhen laughed as well, holding a thin piece of paper that looked much simpler. In fact, he had torn it from a discarded resume. Both of them, filled with curiosity, exchanged gifts. What is this? Yichhen opened it on the spot and took out the letter. It was a piece about cultivation techniques, with some little figures drawn on it, seemingly similar to the basic cultivation techniques. Published by the Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association previously released a national cultivation technique, and this is an advanced version of that, only available to internal members of the association, Lin Xingwan explained. Its effectiveness is at least more than double that of the published basic cultivation technique. As she spoke, she also began to look at the item Yichhen had given. Horror. It wasn't a love letter, which made her feel a bit disappointed. But soon, she discovered that the contents of the paper seemed quite extraordinary. She looked up in surprise and asked, what is this? Well, that's quite a coincidence. Yichhen smiled and winked at Lin Xingwan. What I gave you is also a cultivation technique, but it's a bit different from the route published by the Martial Arts Association. It's called the breathing method. The breathing method is also a form of cultivation that improves physical quality and strength by mastering a certain breathing rhythm. And this particular breathing method is called the Little Thunder Sound Breathing Method. It uses a special breathing technique to activate the hidden thunder meridians within the body, nurturing thunder and refining the physique. He explained, detailing some specifics. Breathing method? Lin Xingwan read the words on the paper while chewing on the 3 characters, and naturally began to breathe in rhythm. Short, long. Short, long, long, short, short, long, short, long, long. Short breath, long breath, short breath. A type of spiritual energy that was previously hard to detect in the world seemed to naturally gather towards her. In just a short while, she felt much more energized, but her body felt a bit strange, so she dared not continue cultivating and immediately stopped. But just from that brief moment, she realized that this breathing method was far superior to the Martial Arts Association's cultivation techniques. The item she had given him suddenly felt a bit embarrassing. With such a powerful breathing method, why would she need the Martial Arts Association's cultivation techniques? Don't cultivate here, I fear it might be awkward for you, Yichhen said playfully upon seeing Lin Xingwan's expression. He remembered how he had nearly been electrocuted when he first started practicing the breathing method. If Lin Xingwan managed to achieve results here, the sight of her being shocked wouldn't be pleasant. Moreover, while the little thunder sound breathing method wouldn't expel a large amount of impurities like the great thunder sound breathing method, it would still produce quite a bit of sweat, and he wouldn't want to see her in that state. However, he had to admit that Lin Xingwan's comprehension and talent for cultivation truly surprised him. He had taught the little thunder sound breathing method to Mo Yuan, his parents, and Huang Niu. Their cultivation had been quite difficult, yet Lin Xingwan could practice it after just one look, which was indeed remarkable. Perhaps it was because the little green pill resonated with her. Then I'll go back and try it out first. Lin Xingwan seemed a bit impatient. This breathing technique had truly shocked her. She never expected there to be such a miraculous thing. Just a few rhythmic breaths could change her state of mind. She suspected that this breathing method might help enhance her innate abilities. Are you just going to leave me here? Yichen's eyes held a hint of grievance. Lin Xingwan didn't respond. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Yichen on the cheek. Then, she broke free from his hand, her face flushed, lifted her evening gown, and quickly ran inside. Yichen remained rooted in place, savoring the moment for a long time. This kiss was a declaration of their feelings. So this is what love feels like. It seemed as if every pore in his body had opened up. That tingling sensation was far more wonderful than practicing the great thunder sound breathing technique. Soon, however, Yichen turned to look towards the corner of the wall. His senses were sharp. He had actually noticed someone there for a while, but they had only just arrived, likely having caught the moment Lin Xingwan kissed him. Come out, what kind of hero hides in the shadows? Yichen glanced over and found that the eavesdropper was none other than Lin Xingwan's brother, Lin Xingfeng. He couldn't help but smile playfully as he spoke. Who says only those in the light are heroes? Lin Xingfeng slowly stepped out, his gaze seemingly more resentful than Yichen's had been. Just like I told you before, you're merely the first person standing in the light. In the shadows, there are always those who are better. Being too conspicuous isn't necessarily a good thing. So it's brother Qingfeng, Yichen said with a smile. You saw it just now. I was merely a passive participant. Stop showing off. Lin Xingfeng's expression darkened, feeling as if the cabbage he had nurtured for years had been pushed by a pig. Although this pig wasn't acting on its own, it was still uncomfortable. They hadn't even agreed yet, nor had he finished testing her, so how had they already reached this point? Of course, he couldn't be angry with his sister. He could only vent his frustration on this pig. But he also knew that this pig was not easy to deal with, unyielding and unbeatable in verbal sparring. But he had to find a way to save face. Let's duel. In the next moment, he boldly declared, looking at Yichen with pride. If you win against me, I won't oppose your relationship with her. And I'll even grant you a great opportunity. A duel. Upon hearing this, Yichen's face twitched slightly. His future brother-in-law seemed to be quite theatrical. When had it become his turn to oppose them? However, the mention of a great opportunity piqued his curiosity. After all, he knew that his future brother-in-law held a certain status in the Martial Arts Association. It went without saying that the advanced cultivation technique Lin Xingwan had given him must have come from Lin Xingfeng. Moreover, in terms of national news and intelligence, he certainly couldn't compare to the other party. First of all, I strongly oppose what you said about not opposing me and Xiao Qingwan being together. After all, Uncle has no objections, so as her brother, you shouldn't overstep your bounds. How about you tell me what this great opportunity is first, and then I'll consider it. With that thought, Yichen asked, with great interest, if you want to know, defeat me first. I must clarify that I only represent myself in opposing you, not the Lin family. Lin Xingfeng felt a bit embarrassed, as if the other party had already won. That's not right. After all, you're also Xiao Qingwan's brother. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you and get blamed by her, Yichen said with a smile, knowing that Lin Xingfeng didn't harbor any real malice towards him. He just wanted to save face. You're being shameless. Come on, let's see your true skills. Lin Xingfeng could no longer hold back. He stretched out his hands, and then he saw his fist visibly transforming into a golden hue. It seemed as if his fist had truly turned into gold, shining brilliantly, giving off an indestructible feeling at first glance. Golden fist? This should be stronger than Mo Yuan's, but I wonder if it can turn gold like Mo Yuan's. Yichen was somewhat surprised, secretly speculating about Lin Xingfeng's talent. According to Lin Xingwan's third uncle, Lin Shichang, this brother-in-law of his also had a top-tier talent, and it should be more than that. Just as he had stepped into the Lin family, he had accidentally crushed a grasshopper, triggering a martial art called 8 Extremes Burst Fist. Now, encountering a master, he couldn't help but feel eager to try. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xingfeng had already moved. He dashed forward in an instant, his golden fist striking out directly. Bang! Yichen reacted extremely quickly, dodging the punch just in time, but he could still feel the explosive force of the punch by his ear, indicating the tremendous power behind it. Then let's play with brother Qingfeng, he said with a slight smile, using a subtle movement technique to step back 2 paces. Be careful. I won't hold back until you admit defeat. I want you to know that the first awakened one in Longwei isn't so easy to surpass. Lin Qingfeng advanced again, his gaze fierce, delivering another golden horizontal punch. Just as Yichhen was about to continue dodging, suddenly, a golden sword sprouted from Lin Qingfeng's fist, extending his attack range by 3 feet, perfectly catching up to Yichen's evasive position. Roar! Just as it was about to slice across Yichen's abdomen, he didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated the Tiger's Roar Golden Bell Shield. The golden sword scraped against the shield, sounding like metal clashing, sending sparks flying. Oh! Lin Qingfeng felt something unusual, but his movements didn't stop. After one ineffective strike, he immediately launched a 3-hit combo. Whoosh! 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 Unfortunately, he still couldn't break through Yichen's Tiger's Roar Golden Bell Shield. Poof! Seeing this, he snorted softly, suddenly stepping back 2 paces, then retracting the golden sword, slapping both palms against the ground. Buzz! A golden stream spread rapidly across the ground like flowing water, dyeing the entire surface gold, reaching right up to Yichen's feet. These golden streams seemed to come alive, quickly growing upwards. A golden cage was already more than halfway completed in half a second, and it looked like it would trap Yichhen within. Goodness! Yichhen couldn't help but be astonished, not expecting Lin Qingfeng's mastery of the gold element to reach such a level. He dared not be careless, using his toes to push off the ground, taking advantage of the fact that the golden cage hadn't fully enclosed him. He soared into the sky to escape. However, even more formidable was that this golden cage unexpectedly transformed again, becoming thick, golden snakes that chased after him from behind. Yi Chen's flying speed was naturally not as fast as on the ground, and the first goldenite snake was about to coil around his ankle. Now you know that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. I told you, you are merely the first awakened one in Longhua on the surface. There are many existences in the shadows that are not weaker than you. Lin Qingfeng's face couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Not necessarily, Yichen replied with a faint smile. In midair, he drew out his extraordinary alloy knife and slashed at the golden snake that was about to bite him. The extraordinary alloy was indeed extraordinary, cutting through iron like mud, and gold was no different. The golden snake was directly severed at the head, which fell to the ground and quickly merged with the other golden snakes. Although more golden snakes quickly pursued him, Yichen had already gained some time. In the next moment, he bent down and descended from the sky. If it was just about slaying the snake, he would always be in a passive position. He needed to turn defense into offense. Want to counterattack? I fear you will be even more desperate. Lin Qingfeng naturally saw through Yichen's intentions, but he was not flustered. Instead, he wore a light smile as if he had been prepared for this all along. Whoosh! Then, as he spread his arms again, his entire body began to rapidly turn to gold, spreading like liquid from his arms all over his body. In an instant, he transformed into a figure more golden than an Oscar statuette. The golden light shimmered, as if worth billions. The golden snakes that had been chasing Yichen quickly fell back to the ground, and then, like waves rushing onto the shore, they all swiftly returned to Lin Qingfeng's body. Just as Yichen was about to strike, he already looked like a golden cocoon, with layers of hard gold surrounding him. Clang! The extraordinary alloy knife struck the surface, only managing to cut in an inch before it could go no further. Such defense could be said to be even stronger than his Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield, and it was sufficiently shameless. Brother Qingfeng, I said if you were by the water or on a cliff, it would be best not to turn into this, right? Otherwise, I feel you might be dragged to the bottom. Yichen helplessly sheathed his extraordinary alloy knife. That would require someone to be able to lift me. Lin Qingfeng's somewhat disdainful voice soon came. Why don't you try getting closer and see? Unknowingly, Yichen took a step closer. Just that one step, and the golden cocoon suddenly sprouted countless sharp spikes, shooting outwards like a porcupine's quills. Whoosh! 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 The sound of piercing air came, and the atmosphere seemed to turn sharp. Yichen quickly used his agility to dodge, yet even so, many spikes landed on his golden bell shield, causing it to sway precariously. If he had been a moment slower in dodging, the spikes would have been even denser, and he feared his defense would be breached. Impressive, impressive. I didn't expect Brother Qingfeng to have this trick that indeed puts you in an invincible position, Yichen sincerely praised, acknowledging his future brother-in-law's talent, which was indeed remarkable. No wonder he had a bit of arrogance. So, do you admit defeat now? Lin Qingfeng's triumphant voice came. However, your strength is indeed not bad. If you admit defeat now, I wouldn't be unable to. Wait. Yichen interrupted him, smiling playfully. No rush, I want to wait a bit longer. I believe Brother Qingfeng, this trick of yours can't last too long, right? As long as I wait for you to come out, won't I win? For sure? You. Lin Qingfeng did not expect his shamelessness would be met with even greater shamelessness from the other side. If Yichen really used this delaying tactic, he would indeed need to push his talent to the limit and couldn't hold on for too long. At that moment, however, Yichen suddenly moved again. As Lin Qingfeng relaxed slightly, he instantly charged towards the golden cocoon. Then, he threw a punch. 8 Extremes Collapse Fist. Lin Qingfeng, hiding within the golden cocoon, thought he was absolutely safe before his talent reached its limit. His talent belonged to the gold system, but that did not mean the golden cocoon enveloping him was pure gold. In fact, the hardness of this golden cocoon was much higher than that of gold. Whether it was a knife or a gun, it was difficult to harm his true body in the slightest. He did not expect Yichhen to strike at this moment. Is it useful? You don't really think you can break my defense with your fist, do you? However, Lin Qingfeng was not afraid at all. Looking at Yichen's attack, he even felt like laughing. What a joke, a knife can't even cut through, and you use your fist? But soon, he could no longer laugh. The closer Yichen's punch got, the more he felt the terrifying pressure it carried. It felt as if he were standing at the foot of a mountain when suddenly the mountain collapsed, half of its peak coming down towards him. Lin Qingfeng dared not be careless any longer. Once again, sharp spikes grew on the surface of the golden cocoon, looking as if it had transformed from a cocoon into a sea urchin. However, these spikes shattered the moment they came into contact with Yichen's fist wind, unleashing a terrifying force like a sandstorm, crushing everything in its path. It was like 1,000 layers of ocean waves crashing against the shore. Boom! This punch ultimately landed on the golden cocoon. In that instant, Lin Qingfeng felt as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. The overwhelming impact made his chest tighten, and he felt nauseous enough to almost spit blood. What's going on? He knew he was currently wrapped in layers of golden elemental protection. Such defense could withstand even a rocket launcher. Yet now, Yichen's single punch had penetrated through layers of defense and affected his very being. Could it be that this was the long-lost ultimate skill of striking a cow across the mountain? Is this really nothing? Outside, Yichen was surprised to see that his punch had left the golden cocoon seemingly unscathed, even thinking that the 8 Extremes Burst Fist might be a bit lacking. However, according to the introduction, the 8 Extremes Burst Fist was not an ordinary punch. It had a special feature that allowed part of its force to be hidden within the enemy's body after the punch. When the next punch was delivered, it could be detonated together, unleashing even greater power. Then let's go again. Yichen took a deep breath, retracting his fist at the cuff, then unleashed 2 consecutive punches with the power of the 8 Extremes Burst Fist. Boom! Boom! The 2 punches struck the golden cocoon like cannonballs. Inside, Lin Qingfeng's eyes widened in alarm as he sensed the impending danger. He quickly transformed the golden cocoon from solid to liquid, wrapping himself in a lake of golden water. In this state, he could dissipate more force than in solid form. Yet even so, the golden liquid still surged violently under the impact of the punches, waves of force crashing through, unstoppable. Splash! It barely held for a moment before it could no longer maintain its form, scattering across the ground. The golden cocoon had been broken. Revealed within was Lin Qingfeng, who was nearly stunned with shock. He was still being buffeted by the subsequent force, his footing unsteady as he staggered back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance. Fortunately, his talent for golden elemental defense was formidable, otherwise those 3 punches might have cost him his life. Even so, his face turned as pale as paper, his blood surging, and a mouthful of fresh blood rushed to his throat, threatening to spill out. But in the end, he managed to hold it back. His old face had already lost enough dignity. If he were to spit out blood now, it would be even more embarrassing. Qingfeng, are you alright? Yichen immediately sensed something was wrong and hurried over to ask with concern. He had initially thought the 8 Extremes Burst Fist lacked power, but he never expected that after 3 punches combined, it would become so terrifying. He could see that his future brother-in-law had clearly been hurt by him, and it seemed the injury was not light. The other party was just holding on. After steadying himself, Lin Qingfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. He did not respond to Yichen but quickly pulled out a small bottle from his pocket, containing some pills. He poured out a few and directly stuffed them into his mouth. Without water to wash them down, he swallowed them whole. As the pills went down, his complexion visibly began to redden, and his previously listless spirit gradually improved. Is this medicine a divine pill? Seeing this, Yichen couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the Martial Association indeed had many secrets, and there was something that could heal injuries so quickly. After the world began to change dramatically, many things were taken over by the Martial Association, and they were the first to know all the information. Talent levels, cultivation techniques, and daily precautions were all issued by the Martial Association. Now, there was also this mysterious elixir. His future brother-in-law, as the vice president of Yun City, seemed to have considerable power in many things yet to be explored. Ha! After taking the medicine for a while, Lin Qingfeng finally felt himself recovering, his energy returning to normal. He glanced at Yichen beside him. Cough cough, brother Qingfeng, I apologize. Just now, I lost control and was a bit too heavy-handed. I hope you won't hold it against me, considering the little Cheng pill. Yichen coughed a couple of times, using Lin Qingwan as a shield. Alright, a bet is a bet. I proposed the duel myself, and I'm not a petty person, Lin Qingfeng replied, somewhat annoyed. Then he looked at Yichen, fell silent for a moment, and finally admitted, your strength is indeed very strong. I lost this duel. I know brother Qingfeng must have many tricks up his sleeve. You must be afraid that hurting my little Cheng pill would make her sad, so you held back, Yichen said, his face calm and his heart steady, appearing humble. Don't take advantage and act innocent. Lin Qingfeng's face twitched. This guy was truly his nemesis. His verbal skills were more damaging than the 3 punches earlier. Then, Yichen smiled awkwardly, recalling the agreement from the duel. He was also curious about what good things Lin Qingfeng had to offer him. According to the agreement from this duel, I won't oppose your relationship with Qingwan. Lin Qingfeng turned his head, looking at the bright moon in the sky, still somewhat proud as he spoke. After a pause, he took a couple of steps forward, reached the railing, leaned against it, and gazed into the distance. Yichhen followed suit, and the two stood side by side, appearing much more familiar. You don't know someone until you fight them. His brother-in-law wasn't a bad person after all. As for what I said about giving you a chance, Lin Qingfeng turned back to look at Yichhen, fell silent for a moment, and asked somewhat mournfully, you should have a cultivation method, right? Are you talking about the advanced cultivation method from the Martial Association? Oh, Xingwan just gave it to me. Yichhen scratched his head awkwardly. This brother-in-law of his wouldn't take this as an opportunity, would he? It was even less useful than his own little thunder-breathing technique. I knew it. Lin Qingfeng felt heartbroken, and after a while he sighed helplessly and said, then let's talk about something else. It's said to be an opportunity, but to some extent, it's also quite dangerous. It depends on whether you dare to take it. Then Brother Qingfeng, please tell me about it. Yichhen wasn't in a hurry, just wanting to inquire first. Have you heard of the Chimelong Safari Park? Lin Qingfeng thought for a moment and asked. The Chimelong Safari Park located in Guangzhou? It should be a wildlife park. I've heard of it, but I haven't been there. Yichhen replied after thinking. That's right, it's a wildlife park, but it's extremely large, covering several thousand acres, almost the size of a small town. Lin Qingfeng nodded and continued to explain. The most important thing is that there are too many wild animals inside, with over 500 species and more than 20,000 individuals. Especially tigers, there are only about 250 white tigers in the world, and this Chimelong Safari Park has already accounted for 150 of them. Along with other tiger species, the Chimelong Safari Park almost has 300 tigers. Do you mean? Upon hearing this, Yichhen suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help but shiver. With such a scale, if a mutation were to occur, just thinking about it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Yes, there has been a large-scale mutation inside. Lin Qingfeng fell silent for a moment, then said with some gravity, according to our Martial Association's investigation, more than half of the wild animals inside have likely mutated. Half. Yichhen almost gasped, but thinking about the potential for global warming, he merely swallowed and asked, does that mean there are over 10,000 mutated creatures in this wild animal world? It might still be increasing. Lin Qingfeng said somewhat helplessly, currently, our Martial Association has put in a lot of effort to seal off this area with high-voltage wire and some special beast-repelling medicines, but that only prevents them from coming out temporarily. We can't control the mutations inside at all. So what you mean by great fortune is this? Yichen's mouth twitched. No wonder they said there was risk. This was not just risk, it was extremely dangerous. That's right. Now the Martial Association is recruiting powerful awakeners from cities across the country with generous rewards. It all depends on whether you dare to go. Lin Qingfeng said with a slight smile. I think even a Class A awakener entering there would face great danger. Why not just use national-level weapons to blow it up? Yichhen wasn't foolish, such matters had to be considered carefully. Although so many mutated creatures would allow him to obtain a lot of cultivation equipment, even he would find facing such a terrifying number of mutated animals. Let's put it this way, in gaming terms, this was hell level. If national weapons were used to clear the area, even if some mutated creatures remained, the danger would be greatly reduced. The country has naturally considered this, but it was rejected. Lin Qingfeng shook his head. Why? Yichhen pressed. There are mainly three reasons. The first is that there are still many residents near the zoo. If a large-scale attack were launched, it might damage related facilities and force those mutated creatures to escape, leading to even greater trouble. The second reason is that due to the impact of the colorful meteor shower, many precision-guided weapons have actually become ineffective. There are ways around it, but it would be quite troublesome. However, the first two reasons are actually secondary. The third reason is the most important. Lin Qingfeng thought for a moment and, without hiding anything, directly revealed some secrets known only to the Martial Association to Yichhen. That is, in this wild animal world, in addition to many animal mutations, there have also been rare plant mutations. Plant mutations? Do flowers, grass, and trees also become aggressive? Yichhen couldn't help but be taken aback. This was indeed something that had never been disclosed before, and he had never encountered it. Plant mutations are different from animal mutations. Lin Qingfeng shook his head again and explained, according to our understanding, many plants inside have turned into spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs are almost exactly as described in novels and movies, with extremely powerful effects. For example, some spiritual herbs can heal injuries quickly and even treat cancer. There are also some spiritual herbs that can enhance an awakener's talents or a person's physical fitness. The pills you just took? Upon hearing this, Yichhen suddenly remembered, could they be made from these spiritual herbs? Yes. Lin Qingfeng took out the pill bottle from earlier and poured 2 yellow-black pills into his palm, introducing, it's called the rejuvenation pill, made from several spiritual herbs with healing properties. Its effect can be described as such, as long as you still have a breath left, it can quickly bring you back. That's amazing. Yichhen was astonished. This could be said to be against the heavens. Once mass-produced, hospitals could close down for good. The mutated plants are even stronger than you can imagine, and there are even some that can regenerate severed limbs. In this Changlong wild animal world, the variety and quantity of mutated plants are abundant. Lin Qingfeng also sighed. Such mutated plants are extremely rare outside, but many have appeared in this wildlife park. Because of this, the country is reluctant to destroy that place and plans to send awakened individuals instead. If I join this operation, do I need to hand over the mutated plants I obtain inside? Yichhen asked the key question. From this perspective, the allure of this wildlife world was quite significant for him. His parents had yet to successfully cultivate the little thunder sound breathing technique. If he could enter, not only would he have the chance to learn a new breathing technique, but these mutated plants would definitely be of great use to his parents. Of course, they would also benefit him greatly. Neither the awakened crystal cores nor the mutated plants need to be handed over. After all, those entering are all from the dragon country, and your strength increasing is equivalent to the country's strength increasing. However, our martial association is also acquiring some rare mutated plants, so if you have relevant gains inside, we will conduct some equivalent exchanges, Lin Qingfeng assured him. That seems fair, Yichhen pondered. Although danger still existed, fortune favored the bold. Plus, he could fly and had more than one means of defense, so his self-preservation ability far exceeded that of an average Tier 3 awakened individual. Compared to the potential gains, the risks were acceptable. Seeing that Yichhen still had concerns, Lin Qingfeng continued, I won't hide it from you. This time, both Qingwan and I will go. But we will only go to the outer area. I wouldn't dare let Qingwan go to the inner area. As for you, I have confidence in your strength. Just act according to your abilities. Then what else is there to say? I'm signing up for this tour group. Upon hearing this, Yichhen no longer hesitated and said directly. His future wife was going, how could he not go? Since you've decided to go, let me tell you some precautions, Lin Qingfeng said formally upon hearing Yichen's response. This operation is initiated by the martial associations of each city, with a minimum entry standard of Tier 2. Besides keeping what you gain inside for yourself, you will also receive corresponding martial association rewards based on the quality and quantity of the mutated beasts you kill. You represent our Yun City Martial Association, but before entering, every awakened individual needs to sign a life and death agreement, meaning that if anything happens inside, our Yun City Martial Association will not be responsible. This operation will depart for Guang City tomorrow. At that time, we will wait for powerful awakened individuals from other cities and conduct some training. Once the time is confirmed, regardless of success or failure, the country may cover this area with firepower, so you must come out when the time comes. Detailed intelligence on the mutated creatures in the park is still being investigated. From what we understand, most of the outer area consists of Tier D mutated creatures. The strongest mutated creatures in the inner area are estimated to be Tier B, and whether there are any Tier A mutated creatures remains unknown. Do you have any questions? Can I have another spot? Yichhen thought for a moment and remembered Mo Yuan. Now that Mo Yuan had also cultivated the little thunder sound breathing technique, his strength should be no weaker than an average Tier 2 or even Tier 3. If it was just in the outer area, it would also be an opportunity for Mo Yuan. Who do you want to give it to? I remember your third uncle mentioned that you have a friend named Mo Yuan who also possesses Tier B talent. But this operation is not a tour, it is extremely dangerous. Unless one has special abilities, entering the B level talent zone is likely to be perilous, Lin Qingfeng said. The admission standards are one thing, but the safety factor is something one must take responsibility for. He does have some special talents. I can ask him if he dares to go, Yichhen replied with a smile. From what he knew about Mo Yuan, this guy should not be afraid of death. Anyway, a life and death agreement is signed before entering, so you can decide for yourselves. Lin Qingfeng did not refuse but made it clear beforehand. No problem. Yichhen nodded and then took out his phone to call Mo Yuan. Hey, brother Yi, are you having a good time tonight? As soon as he answered the phone, Mo Yuan said with a mischievous grin, to be honest, I deliberately didn't go to give you and the school beauty a chance. No need to thank me, it's what a brother should do. What do you mean, having a good time? Yichhen replied irritably, I have something serious to discuss with you. Isn't meeting the parents tonight the serious matter? What's up? Is the school beauty bringing a sister or something? Mo Yuan still sounded a bit unserious. Come on, is he good looking? Quite handsome. Yichhen glanced at Lin Qingfeng beside him and replied. Lin Qingfeng, being an A-level talent awakener, had physical qualities and sensory responses far superior to ordinary people. Hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. But in the end, he held back his frustration. Damn, do you really think I'm gay? Mo Yuan finally got serious. So, what's the matter? There's a tour group going to the Guangqing Changlong Wildlife Park tomorrow. Are you going? Yichhen said casually. Damn, brother Yi, at this time, you still have the leisure to see animals? What if those animals mutate? Mo Yuan's face twitched, a bit confused. Yep, you guessed it. Right, it's to see mutated animals. Yichhen confessed directly, over 10,000 mutated animals and many mutated plants. The Martial Arts Association is leading the way, letting us play for 3 days. And then come out when we're done. What do you think? Ha, sounds a bit interesting. What's going on? Mo Yuan began to vaguely understand that this might really be a serious matter. So, Yichhen detailed the whole situation, adding at the end, this tour group is no joke. There are opportunities but also great dangers, and people could die, so think it over. Damn, if Brother Yi is going, how can I not go? Mo Yuan thought for just 2 seconds before loudly replying, what's there to be afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. Just like you said, with my talent, if I die, it's just birds flying to the sky. Yichhen was speechless, feeling that this guy had stolen his lines, and then said, alright, I'll sign you up. The departure time is tomorrow at 6 o'clock at the Lin family's helipad. We'll take a helicopter, Lin Qingfeng answered on the side. Hiss. A helicopter. I've never been on a plane before. Mo Yuan surprisingly became a bit excited. Look at you. Yichhen scolded disdainfully and then said, I've never been on one either. Did I say that? Alright, that's it, I'm hanging up. See you tomorrow. Their conversation left Lin Qingfeng feeling a bit speechless. Again. But as he listened, he felt a twinge of envy. He thought about it, he seemed to lack friends with whom he could casually joke about life and death, speaking without restraint. After hanging up, Yichhen and Lin Qingfeng discussed some details for tomorrow before returning to the party. It was still quite lively inside, with lights and wine mingling, and he could vaguely hear people discussing him. In fact, when he and Lin Qingfeng were sparring earlier, some people had paid attention, but no one dared to approach. Therefore, there were still guesses about who won between him and Lin Qingfeng. He could only shake his head helplessly. Even as a high-ranking member of Cloud City, he never expected that people could still be so shallow. Should I tell you all that I won? And now, his little Qingwan wasn't even at the party because he had to go to such a dangerous place tomorrow. It was always good to have more results from practicing breathing techniques, and he didn't want to disturb her. So, staying here seemed to have little meaning. He thought about the unfinished business he had in Cloud City. Uncle, it's getting late. Tomorrow, I have to go to Guangqing with Brother Qingfeng, so I'll take my leave tonight. Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle, and the Lin family. Around 9 o'clock, he walked up to Lin Qianquan and said politely. This made Lin Qingfeng roll his eyes. This guy had never been this polite in front of him. Alright, since that's the case, I won't keep you. I'll arrange for a driver to take you back, Lin Qianquan said with a friendly smile, patting Yichen's shoulder. No need, I can go back by myself. I have some things to take care of, Yichen replied obediently. Uncle, don't forget, I can fly. Haha, indeed. The times have changed. Well then, little Yi, take care of yourself. Lin Qianquan laughed meaningfully and advised. Goodbye, Uncle. Goodbye, Brother Qingfeng, Yichen said with a smile. It wasn't until he exited the Lin family's gate that his smile abruptly vanished, as if he had taken off a mask. He then forcefully yanked off the tie that was tightening around his neck. After removing his suit and changing into loose, inconspicuous clothes, his demeanor transformed completely, resembling a harmless college student out for a night run. But when he looked up towards a certain direction in Cloud City, Yichen's gaze gradually turned cold, and a hint of killing intent seeped from him. It's time to get down to business, he murmured, and soon his figure completely vanished into the darkness. He would be leaving Cloud City tomorrow. Before departing, some matters had to be resolved first. The Lu family. Going to the Guangqing wildlife world could be extremely dangerous. Although Yichen had gained some confidence in his current strength tomorrow, and unexpected events were always unpredictable. After all, he wasn't the protagonist of a novel, he was just a bit more talented, not invincible. Prepare for the best, plan for the worst. Therefore, resolving the trouble with the Lu family was urgent. The reason Yichen hadn't dealt with the Lu family's issues immediately was that his strength wasn't sufficient. He might not be able to break through the Lu family's defenses directly, and even assassination would require a lot of time. Moreover, the Lu family didn't even need to come out. A single phone call could send someone to harass his family. The risk was too high. Besides, at that time, his experience was still shallow. A college student who had just graduated not long ago could talk tough, but he couldn't actually commit such ruthless acts as going to kill someone. This was evident from when he first killed those 5 men with Luo Daong and dug a 10-meter deep pit to bury the bodies. A pit that deep could fit 5 elephants. This showed that deep down, he still had a profound respect for the law and was very worried about being discovered. But now, the situation was completely different. The world had changed rapidly, and after a series of recent events, witnessing so much life and death, Yichen had undergone a transformation. Coupled with a significant increase in strength, he was no longer afraid to do what a man should do. Lin family in Cloud City. Just after Yichen left, Lin Qianquan, who had been wearing a gentle smile all night, gradually calmed his expression. Third brother. Looking in the direction where Yichen had left, he waved his hand at Lin Shichang. Big brother, what's wrong? Lin Shichang walked over with small steps, a bit surprised. He was very familiar with his big brother, and seeing that expression, he knew something must have happened. Lin Qingfeng, standing nearby, also felt unexpected. How could Yichen leave and his father change his expression? Was it all just for show? And in reality, he was dissatisfied with Yichhen? Let's talk inside, Lin Shinkuan said as he walked towards the secret room. Now that everyone's talents had awakened, there were ears everywhere. Even if they were far apart, secrets could still be overheard. So the Lin family had built soundproof secret rooms to effectively block out eavesdropping talents. The three of them entered the secret room and closed the door. Big brother. Something happened, why so tense? Lin Shichang couldn't help but ask again. Tonight, Xiaoyi should be making a move against the Lu family. Lin Shinkuan glanced around before turning to say, after all, he is still young and some things may not be well thought out. Third brother, go help him. He's going to make a move against the Lu family? Just like that? Lin Shichang was shocked, his mouth agape. He knew very well that the Lu family's strength was not weak and they had been in a defensive posture like a turtle shell recently. Yichhen going in alone was undoubtedly like walking into a dragon's den. I told him about going to the Changlong Wildlife Park tomorrow. Lin Qingfeng frowned, thinking it was very likely. Because this action carried great danger, it was reasonable for Yichhen to resolve the Lu family issue before setting off to avoid any worries. He didn't need me to call a driver to take him back, and he said he had things to do, so I knew he was going to the Lu family, Lin Shinkuan said, lightly tapping the table as he spoke again. This kid Xiaoyi, since Xiaowan likes him, I also think he's quite good, and he has unlimited potential. I don't want him to run into any problems. Then I'll take some people to help him. Lin Shichang nodded, having a good impression of Yichhen as well. Our Lin family should not act directly. It's not truly chaotic yet, and the martial arts association is still watching. It would be unwise for us to directly attack a family. Lin Shinkuan shook his head at this moment, analyzing. I believe Xiaoyi is also a smart person. He will definitely control the impact of this incident within a certain range. Lu Jingwei is already dead. I guess his main target should just be Lu Wanxiong. What should I do? Lin Shichang asked. Lin Shinkuan thought for a moment and instructed. First, after experiencing the Seraph incident, we all know that public opinion still plays a significant role at this stage. There are many drones and surveillance cameras in the Lu family, and everyone has a mobile phone, so the first thing we need to do is to block all communication signals within the Lu family's range. Second, according to our intelligence, there are snipers arranged in many places within the Lu family, and I don't know what means Lu Wanxiong used to bring in a Barrett. This could pose a certain degree of threat to Xiaoyi. We can let the hidden blades take action to help Xiaoyi. Third, after Xiaoyi leaves, you can help with some cleanup work. I understand. Lin Shichang carefully remembered and nodded, then opened the secret room door and hurried away. Dad, should I? Lin Qingfeng thought for a moment and also asked, what can you do? Plan well for tomorrow's matters. If Xiaowan comes back with even a single hair missing, I'll hold you accountable. Lin Shinkuan shot him a glare. Dad, then I'll go back and prepare well, Lin Qingfeng said obediently, having no temper after being scolded by his father. Yun City, Lu family. Tonight, the sky is clear, the moon is bright, and the stars are visible. This should have been a pleasant night, but Lu Wanxiong, the head of the Lu family, sits in his study looking at a copy of The Art of War, feeling a cloud of sorrow hanging over his heart, unable to relax. Ever since Lu Jingwei's death, he has often spent sleepless nights. On one hand, there is the pain of losing a son, but that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that because of Yichen's existence, he feels as if a sharp sword is hanging over his head, leaving him no moment to relax. Lu Wanxiong is very clear that he has attempted to have Yichhen assassinated several times, and it is quite coincidental that his own son was involved in creating the Beast-Tide incident. With these grievances, Yichhen would not let him off the hook. What he can do is to spare no effort to kill the opponent before Yichhen makes a move. However, despite his various plans, he has not found a suitable opportunity to act and can only continue to strengthen the Lu family's defensive power. Of course, he could flee to the ends of the earth, but that is not his style, nor can he let go of the family business he has worked hard for most of his life. Master. At this moment, a trusted aide knocked on the door from outside. Come in. Lu Wanxiong put down the deluxe edition of The Art of War, adjusted his emotions, and said in a deep voice, Master, we have confirmed that Yichhen indeed returned to Yun City today, and in the evening he was picked up by the Lin family's driver. A middle-aged man who looked somewhat hunched entered and stood in front of the desk, reporting in a low voice. What about now? Lu Wanxiong asked, his eyes narrowing. News just came from our informants in the Lin family. He was not seen at the banquet and his whereabouts are unknown. The hunched middle-aged man replied, somewhat trembling. Unknown whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanxiong's heart tightened slightly, and he naturally had a sense of impending danger. He then looked at the hunched middle-aged man and asked in a deep voice, what about the personnel we gathered? How are they now? So far, it has gone relatively smoothly. In Yun City and nearby towns, we have found 2 Class A awakened, and there are already more than 30 Class B awakened. Additionally, there are over 100 willing to participate in our encirclement plan from the security companies. With the weapons we have, it should be no problem even against Yichhen. However, we have spared no expense this time. The funds on the Lu family's books are almost depleted. The hunched middle-aged man replied respectfully. He was very clear that to deal with Yichhen, the Lu family could be said to have exhausted their entire fortune, with nearly 100 billion in funds almost entirely spent, which is why these people were willing to serve the Lu family. It can be said that this time, regardless of whether they can kill Yichhen, the entire Lu family would suffer a severe blow, and it is uncertain when they would recover. The most important thing is manpower. Do not consider the issue of money. Lu Wanxiong said decisively, if life is lost, what use is money? This number of people should be about enough. Now, immediately gather them to the Lu family, especially those 2 Class A awakened. Have them come to me. Master, do you mean that Yichen's disappearance is heading towards our Lu family? The hunched middle-aged man trembled all over. Although he had thought of this, he did not dare to be certain. All security forces strengthen patrols. Notify the snipers to be fully alert. Switch to Barrett rifles, and once suspicious intruders are spotted, kill without mercy. Lu Wanxiong did not answer directly, but at this moment he resembled a furious lion. His face filled with determination. If anyone can kill Yichhen, an additional reward of 1 billion will be given. The Lu family can owe him a favor. Yes, master, I will arrange it immediately. The hunched middle-aged man realized the seriousness of the situation, agreed, and quickly exited the study to notify others as instructed. Lu Wanxiong watched the figure of the hunchbacked middle-aged man leave, sitting in the chair in silence for a long time. The thought that Yichhen might arrive soon made his heart restless. Even though he had many preparations and plans, they were of no use in the face of absolute power. But he had great ambition and absolutely did not want to fall at this moment. This time, I will definitely win. I have already lost 1 son, I will not lose again. Come at me, I will. Make sure you come but do not return. Gradually, his eyes turned cold, his will firm, and killing intent surged. This time, it was his all-out gamble with no turning back. There could be no mistakes. The quiet night wind blew, and the cold moonlight intertwined. Looking at the Lu family's territory getting closer, it seemed like a giant beast was lying in the distance, its red beastly eyes emitting a cold, eerie light. Yichhen walked alone in the dark alley, listening to the wails and roars of the night, and his heart became increasingly calm. After passing through an old urban area, he saw a villa complex on the hillside where the Lu family was located. In such a place, the appearance of such a high-end villa complex felt somewhat out of place. It gave the impression that the Lu family was like a dark force entrenched in decay, sucking the flesh and blood of the lower class to feed its barbaric expansion. The Lu family's villa complex occupied a large area comparable to the Lin family's estate. Apart from the old urban area at a distance, there were almost no other buildings. Behind it was a small mountain, a terrain that was easy to defend but hard to attack. Yichhen had just emerged from the old urban area, crouching on the roof of a dilapidated abandoned house, observing the target from afar. He was still a few kilometers away from the Lu family's territory. This distance should still be within the shooting range of the small thunder sound bow. However, at such a distance, accuracy was somewhat difficult to guarantee. After all, Yichhen was not a divine archer. Moreover, with dozens of villas in the Lu family's complex, he had no idea which villa Lu Wanxiong was currently in. Trying to shoot the opponent like this might mean waiting for days without any opportunity. As Yichhen observed more carefully, he could see that drones often flew out from the Lu family's villa complex for reconnaissance, and he even spotted some individuals on the mountain behind who appeared to be snipers lying in ambush. If he used the small thunder sound bow to shoot from here, he would likely be locked onto by the snipers on the mountain at the first moment, unable to shoot more than a few arrows. These snipers are a hassle. Yichhen frowned slightly. Of course, he could choose to first take out these snipers with the small thunder sound bow. With his speed, he could shoot an arrow and change locations, not fearing a 1 against 5 or 6. But doing so would expose him before he even entered the Lu family, essentially a frontal assault. Inside the Lu family, the drones and various cameras were all eyes. Once he was captured and posted online, he would be judged by the entire internet like a blazing angel. It should be noted that he was now considered a somewhat popular internet celebrity. Even if he wore a mask, his figure and his techniques would surely be recognized by fans. For a moment, Yichhen found himself in a dilemma. First, I need to find out which villa Lu Wanxiong is hiding in. Whether through long-range shooting or breaking in for a strong kill, he needed to locate the target first. He had some ideas about this. People could hide, but the surrounding guard forces could not escape his eyes. Naturally, the place where Lu Wanxiong was located would have a concentration of guards. The stronger the guard force, the more likely it was to be his hiding place. After crouching for about half an hour, Yichhen discovered that there was indeed unusual activity in the villa complex. First, the number of guards had noticeably increased, and the frequency of drone takeoffs had also risen. What's going on? It seems that Lu Wanxiong knows I'm coming? He speculated slightly, realizing that his whereabouts had likely been exposed. However, this didn't seem like a bad thing, as based on the new guard's movements, Yichhen began to gradually pinpoint Lu Wanxiong's location. It should be right there. In the end, he locked onto a villa with gray-green walls. This villa appeared rather inconspicuous, but he had seen 2 agile awakened individuals enter it not long ago. These 2 awakened had proud expressions, and others treated them with deference, indicating their exceptional talent and strength. The person they were protecting could only be Lu Wanxiong, the head of the Lu family. On the surface, it seemed that the Liu family's guard force was more concentrated around a nearby Crimson Villa, with other villas and the Grey-Green Villa having a few guards each, showing no apparent difference. This was to create a false impression of Lu Wanxian's location, and it also allowed for quick support to the Grey-Green Villa. This illusion, if not for Yichen's patient observation and exceptional eyesight, would have been nearly impossible to detect. Now that he had locked onto Lu Wanxian's position, the next step was to figure out how to kill him. Yichhen certainly didn't have time to lie in wait, so he could only force his way in. He thought it through. With his speed, once he got close, it would only take him a few seconds to rush into the villa complex. However, before that, he might be targeted by multiple long-range snipers, but with his current speed, unless he encountered a sniper with relevant talent enhancements, he should be able to dodge the bullets. Moreover, with the Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield and the Golden Cicada Treasure Garment on him, even if he got hit, it shouldn't be too difficult to withstand. Therefore, the biggest risk was that the drones might capture his image, and he could very likely expose his identity, facing online harassment and accountability from the Martial Arts Association. He had observed that there were more than a dozen drones taking off and landing, and they appeared to be military grade, capable of not only filming but also firing at ground units. Coupled with snipers, the danger level would increase significantly. Perhaps he could first deal with these drones, or at least force them not to dare take off. With this in mind, Yichhen took out the little thunder sound. Bao calmed himself, aimed at one of the drones, pulled back the bowstring, and prepared to strike. However, at that moment, something strange happened. Buzz, 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 buzz. For some unknown reason, the drones that had been patrolling above the Liu family suddenly lost control and began to plummet from the sky like garbage. Ha! Yichhen was incredibly surprised, but he reacted quickly. Whatever the reason, this was an excellent opportunity for him. Kill. In the next instant, he quickly donned his mask and leaped out from the dilapidated area. Then, like a predatory vulture, he shot towards the Liu family's villa complex, swift as lightning. Just then, a strong wind blew, and the bright moon in the sky was obscured by clouds that seemed to come from nowhere. The earth instantly darkened significantly. It was indeed a night of killing, with a dark moon and high winds. A shadow raced swiftly across the desolate terrain. At Yichen's current speed, covering 100 meters took only a second or two. Even a few kilometers would take less than half a minute. While the Liu family's guards were still focused on the falling drones, he had already covered more than half the distance, and the Liu family's villa complex was getting closer in his sight. When he was less than 2 kilometers away from the entrance of the villa complex, a sniper observer positioned on the mountain finally spotted Yichhen, and the alert voice rang out urgently. Enemy attack. The entire Liu family villa complex's guard force began to tense up. They're coming? Inside the Grey-Green Villa, Lu Wanxian suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with intensity. As he said in a deep voice, "You dare to invade the dragon's den and tiger's lair? I want to see if you are truly invincible. Quick, open the surveillance," he then ordered. "Master, the surveillance has all failed, and all the drones, for some reason, cannot take off. Even the mobile signal is gone." A hunchbacked middle-aged man entered, bowing his body, his tone tinged with panic. How could this happen? Could it be? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanxian's eyes narrowed, and he instantly thought of a possibility, causing a sharp pain in his head. In the entire Cloud City, the only force capable of achieving this was the Lin family. Ha ha! A family like the Lin family actually couldn't help but take action directly. It seems that old Lin Shenkuan really has high hopes for this Yichhen. With a loud laugh, Lu Wanxian slowly sat back down, his trembling fingers revealing the tension he could no longer hide. He knew very well that one Yichhen had already forced him to exert all his strength, and with the Lin family joining in, the threat he faced would undoubtedly increase significantly. In fact, his chances of winning would be greatly diminished. Master can rest assured, although we can't capture Yichen's image right now, we have ambushed several sharpshooters and have large-caliber Barrett rifles. No matter how powerful Yichen is, he won't be able to break in so easily. Even if he does break in, he must be injured. We currently have 2 Class A awakened talents, dozens of Class B talents, and over 100 security personnel willing to risk their lives. We will definitely be able to kill this kid. The hunchbacked middle-aged man steadied himself and encouraged Lu Wanxian, as if he were also speaking to himself. "Go out and notify me immediately if there is any news." Lu Wanxian calmed down, lightly waving his hand. "Yes, master." The hunchbacked elder retreated. Lu Wanxian sat silently at his desk, his fingers began to lightly tap on the surface. 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps, visibly, his index and middle fingers gradually turned red like heated iron rods. Outside the Liu family villa complex. Bang! At that moment, the first sniper bullet shot towards Yichen's direction. Yichen's speed was fast, but for these professional snipers, as long as they could grasp his movement patterns, they could predict his trajectory. Once the trajectory was mastered, they could lock onto the target. Moreover, the first sniper to fire had awakened a talent related to sniping. He had the ability to quickly analyze and simulate the target's route, clear and precise down to every small point. This ability greatly enhanced his sniping accuracy, achieving a 100% hit rate within a kilometer and over 75% within 2 kilometers. He had even hit a dragonfly flying at high speed from 1800 meters away. Dawn. This shot indeed lived up to his expectations. The sniper bullet, powered by the Barrett's fierce firepower, struck the rapidly advancing figure hard. That figure clearly paused for a moment. Seeing this, the sniper couldn't help but show a smug smile. What first awakened one of the Dragon Kingdom? Wasn't he going to be shot down under his sniper rifle? However, just as this thought crossed his mind and he prepared to take a second shot, whoosh! The figure he had hit suddenly turned around, and at that moment he saw a dark purple arrow whistling towards him. What? The sniper widened his eyes in disbelief. He was well aware that the Barrett M82 could easily penetrate steel plates, even some light armored vehicles. If a large caliber bullet hit a human body, the immense kinetic energy could shred the torso, scattering muscles and organs everywhere. But this shot had no effect on Yichhen at all. Moreover, the opponent was able to counterattack with an arrow in the blink of an eye. Thoughts surged through his mind, and that arrow, like a thunderbolt, was faster than a bullet, instantly reaching him. He had barely released the trigger of the Barrett when the arrow pierced through his sniper scope as if it were tofu, then directly exploded his wide-open eyeball, penetrating his skull. Dead. Killed. One awakened, received a pair of everlasting running shoes stored in reserve space. Is that it? Yichhen continued to run while waving his hand, the bloodied arrowhead of the little thunder sound arrow returning to him, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with this haul. However, it wasn't the time to farm monsters, and he had no time to check his gains. Getting through the challenge was urgent. Bang! 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 The other snipers, lacking the first sniper's talent, were all skilled marksmen, and they were immediately driven mad, pouring bullets in a frenzy after witnessing the earlier scene. Although not every shot hit, about 30% of the bullets struck Yichen's Tiger Roar Golden Bell shield. Yichhen estimated that the shield had been hit at least 10 times. The power of the Barrett's large caliber bullets was not weak, and the sturdy light barrier was already starting to show some cracks. However, during this process, he had already entered within a kilometer of the Liu family's villa complex. That is to say, only the last 1,000 meters remained. Whoosh! At this moment, Yichhen took a breath and shot an arrow back towards the direction of a certain sniper. This guy had hit him at least 3 times. He held a grudge. Without a doubt, this arrow sent the guy away. Killed. One awakened, received an ancient bronze ding stored in reserve space. The prompt sound came as he retrieved the arrow. He had no idea what it was for now. Yichhen ignored it and continued to charge forward quickly, entering within 800 meters of the villa complex. He estimated that there should still be 3 snipers on the mountain, but at this moment he found that only one was shooting. Curious, he glanced up the mountain towards the direction from which the bullets had come, and surprisingly, 2 snipers had been killed without him noticing. Someone came to help me? Yichhen realized, no wonder so many drones from the Liu family couldn't take off earlier. To achieve this level, they must have used a very advanced signal jammer, likely military grade, and someone who could casually take out such a thing would naturally not be an ordinary person. It seems the Lin family is helping me, Yichhen murmured to himself. With the drones gone and the snipers eliminated, only the guards inside remained. For him now, they were the easiest to deal with. It was as if the difficulty of this challenge game had dropped from hard to easy. Whoosh! He shot down the last sniper. Killed. One awakened, received archery skill triple shot stored in reserve space. This time, the prompt sound finally brought something good, and Yichhen couldn't help but feel delighted. Although he hadn't checked this archery skill yet, as the name suggested, it should allow him to shoot 3 arrows at once. In other words, his little thunder sound bow had transformed from a single shot to a Gatling gun. Great! With his mood lifting, Yichhen quickly dashed through the last few hundred meters, then leaped over a several-meter-high wall, officially entering the Liu family's villa complex. The second round begins. As soon as Yichhen entered the Liu family's villa complex, he could clearly feel the surrounding guards converging towards him, over 100 awakened ones. Although most of them might only be sea level, they were still a force not to be underestimated. However, what surprised Yichhen was that as these guards approached to a certain distance, most of their speed noticeably slowed down, and many even came to a near halt, with the closest still nearly 100 meters away. Moreover, no one took the initiative to attack him. It seemed that a rather strange scene had formed in the entire Liu family villa complex. Yichhen stood at the entrance, originally waiting for the impending storm of attacks, but with enemies all around. Everything suddenly became still. The night breeze gently blew by. He could even hear the faint sounds of their breathing with his keen hearing. What's going on? Yichhen couldn't help but frown, somewhat confused. Could it be that the Lin family is helping me? That shouldn't be. These are all living people. The Lin family couldn't have bought them all. He was puzzled. But since the enemy wasn't moving, he also remained still for the time being, taking the opportunity to absorb and learn the archery technique he had just unlocked. The 3 arrows shot simultaneously. Suddenly, a glowing figure appeared in his mind, drawing a bow and knocking an arrow. The aura of the glowing figure, every muscle cell in its body, every movement, instantly seemed to imprint itself onto him. The technique of 3 arrows shot simultaneously was mastered. At that moment, the Lu family side was getting anxious. Lu Wanxian's confidant, a hunchbacked middle-aged man named Lu Qi, quickly understood what was happening. The reason was quite simple. Everyone already knew that the person coming today was Yichhen, known in the martial world as Yi God, a fierce individual capable of taking down seraphim. They had been on alert for quite some time, yet the opponent had directly breached the outer defenses, which were equipped with Barrett large-caliber sniper rifles and awakened snipers with relevant talents. Just thinking about their strength made one's scalp tingle. It should be noted that most of the security were merely doing their jobs for pay, unwilling to risk their lives. Each of them thought to let others go first. If they could really pile up enough people to overwhelm Yichhen, then they could step in later and share the spoils. Wouldn't that be delightful? Thus, the Lu family members thought to let the mercenaries go first as cannon fodder. The mercenaries, in turn, thought to let others go first, waiting in the back to pick up the scraps. With the two strongest A-level awakened ones not present, who would dare to be the first to die? Thus, this almost motionless, strange scene was formed. Yichhen was still too young and lacked an understanding of human nature, which is why he felt confused. The hunchbacked middle-aged man Lu Qi, seeing such a scene, was extremely anxious. He never expected that the nearly 10 billion he spent to hire these people would be so ineffective. But he knew very well that if this continued, Yichhen would likely charge straight in and find his master in no time. He had served Lu Wanxian for decades and was truly loyal. Seeing the situation, Lu Qi turned to glance at the study and said to Lu Wanxian inside, "Master, take care." Then, he left the gray-green villa. After walking a short distance, he quickened his pace and charged towards Yichhen. As he rushed, he shouted excitedly, "What are the Lu family waiting for? If we don't act now, there will be no Lu family in Yinqing today. Everyone, kill him." As the saying goes, a brave man must emerge under heavy rewards. Seeing Lu Qi leading the charge, the other members of the Lu family, who had been somewhat timid, steeled themselves and followed him into battle. Just as Lu Qi said, if Yichhen killed his way in, there would be no place for the Lu family in Jin City anymore. The other mercenaries, seeing the Lu family members charging forward, were also emboldened by the temptation of 100 million, and a group of them followed suit, rushing out behind. Suddenly, there were 20 to 30 people forming the first batch of the suicide squad. So they were all afraid of me? Hearing Lu Qi's shout, Yichhen vaguely understood. No wonder these people were all frozen in place. In that case, today, let you all experience despair. With that, the corner of his mouth lifted in a crooked smile, and an overwhelming aura surged from him. Holding the small thunder sound bow in his left hand, he drew out 3 arrows and knocked them on the bowstring, facing the troops charging from all directions. He pulled the bowstring back hard, bow drawn, arrows released. 3 arrows shot out simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows flew like lightning, faintly carrying the might of thunder, shooting forth. 1 arrow shot towards Lu Qi, while the other 2 aimed at the 2 fastest awakening individuals. After all, they were clearly rushing to their deaths, and he had no reason not to oblige. The improvement in his archery seemed to have also enhanced Yichen's accuracy. All 3 arrows hit their targets. The hunchback Lu Qi, at the front, saw the deadly arrow shooting towards him, and his hunchback suddenly wriggled, transforming into a pair of large, bat-like flesh wings that enveloped him. Unfortunately, this was merely a B-grade talent. How could it withstand an arrow from Yichhen that could easily pierce through the armor of mutated creatures? Thud! The arrow pierced through Lu Qi's flesh wings and then into his skull, pinning the hunchbacked bat to the ground. Thud! Thud! The other 2 Lu family members fared no better. Upon seeing the 2 arrows flying towards them, they instinctively tried to dodge, but their speed was simply not enough to evade. They flailed their mutated claws in a panic, only to be shot down helplessly on the spot. Killed 1 awakening individual, obtained 1 extraordinary alloy hammer, stored in reserve space. Killed 1 awakening individual, obtained 1 million cash, stored in reserve space. Killed 1 awakening individual, obtained 1 special diving suit, stored in reserve space. 3 consecutive prompts sounded, and Yichhen paused for a moment. Aside from the first extraordinary alloy hammer being somewhat decent, the other 2 rewards were quite ordinary. He estimated that it was because he was now too strong, making it as easy to kill awakening individuals as it was to crush ants at the beginning, so the dropped items were of lower quality. Of course, with his drop rate, there should still be a chance to obtain good items, but it was clearly not as easy anymore. To ensure a better yield, he needed to kill some tougher opponents, like those higher-level mutated creatures in the Changlong Wildlife Park. Come again. After killing 3 people, Yichhen drew his bow once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows were released. This time, his targets were 3 awakening individuals with brutish faces who looked like bad people. Their appearances suggested they had done plenty of bad deeds, so they had to die. Without a doubt, the kill prompts sounded. Again. Killed 1 awakening individual, obtained a pair of beautiful high-heeled shoes, stored in reserve space. Killed 1 awakening individual, obtained several high-end materials, stored in reserve space. Killed 1 awakening individual, obtained a bottle of special healing medicine, stored in reserve space. 3 consecutive prompts, and this time the haul was also quite average, or the materials can be left for dad. And the special healing potion might be somewhat useful, but I still don't know if it can compare to the one Lin Qingfeng has. After all, it came easily, and Yichhen didn't mind too much. Just as he was about to draw the bow again for another 3-arrow shot, he suddenly noticed that the awakened ones who had been charging towards him had all changed their expressions drastically, turning around in a panic and fleeing. Without hesitation, they actually ran away. These people had already been terrified when Lu Qi was shot dead by an arrow, and now there had been 2 consecutive triple kills. How long could this killing god continue to slaughter with so few people present? Is it really this easy? Seeing this scene, Yichhen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. If he wanted to continue killing, he could still take down a few more before these people reached cover. But he wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and seeing the things that had just exploded wasn't pleasant either. He didn't see the need to wipe them all out. Moreover, the longer he stayed here, the greater the risk of exposing himself and attracting the attention of the Martial Arts Association. Forget it, grievances have a head, debts have a master. Too much killing will lead to losing oneself. Only kill those who should be killed. Yichhen pondered for a moment, then moved swiftly towards the gray-green villa. That was his target this time, the head of the Lu family who had ordered his assassination, Lu Wanxiong. Inside the gray-green villa, Lu Wanxiong, who had been tapping his fingers on the table, suddenly froze, as if he had stopped moving entirely. He had already heard the sounds from outside. Among them, he clearly heard Lu Qi's voice, especially the last scream, which tore through his heart. Ah, Qi! He closed his eyes, already knowing what had happened outside. This loyal subordinate who had accompanied him for decades and solved countless problems for him had ultimately left him. First, he lost his son, and now Lu Qi was dead. A sense of desolation surged in his heart, causing his eyes to moisten. Yichhen. After a moment, he clenched his reddened fist, thinking of the young man he had never met, yet who had unknowingly influenced his life. He decided not to hide anymore. He stood up from the desk and walked slowly towards the outside. He had already heard the sounds approaching from outside, indicating that the other party had discovered his location. Hiding was no longer meaningful, unless he truly hid in a corner like a cockroach, trembling and praying that Yichhen wouldn't find him. But Lu Wanxiong, a man of great ambition, simply couldn't do that. He accepted his fate. Even if he lost, he wanted to do so with dignity. Mr. Lu, what are you planning to do? 2 A-class awakened ones he had invited asked as they saw Lu Wanxiong voluntarily walk out of the study. He has already arrived. Looking at the two, Lu Wanxiong said in a deep voice, you must already know the strength of the incoming person. He is very strong. But my Lu family is not a place he can come to at will. Along the way, he has been targeted by our snipers and has engaged in fierce battles with the guards outside. Even if he is not seriously injured now, he is definitely not in peak condition. You two are both A-class awakened ones, and I can be considered a 3B class. As long as the 3 of us work together, we might be able to defeat this so-called Yi god. In reality, he had no idea about the situation outside. This was merely his speculation, or rather, he said this intentionally to prevent the 2 A-class awakened ones from retreating at the last moment. After all, taking a gamble might still hold some hope. If these 2 A-class awakened ones lost their fighting spirit, he would be doomed. The 2 Class A awakeners exchanged glances, neither of them speaking first. Once you defeat him, you will gain fame and fortune. Moreover, this time he is the one who attacked my Lu family, so you won't bear any responsibility. The Martial Arts Association won't trouble you. Seeing this, Lu Wanxiong's expression darkened as he painted a grand picture again. I promise you, as long as you kill him, I will give each of you 2 billion. Furthermore, my Lu family will owe you both a favor. Whether you want money or beautiful women, I can arrange it for you. I believe you know the power of my Lu family. As long as I, Lu Wanxiong, am alive, you will have the wind at your back and the rain at your command in Yun City. Upon hearing this, the two were finally tempted. In fact, their estimates were quite similar to Lu Wanxiong's. Although Yichhen was strong, they had seen the defense plans of the Lu family. If it were them, it would be impossible to break through. Even though Yichhen was much stronger than them, he was still within the realm of humanity, and under heavy weaponry and human wave tactics, it was impossible for him to maintain his peak state. This meant they indeed had a fighting chance. Of course, the opponent had defeated the Seraph, Yichhen, now the #1 awakener in the Dragon Kingdom. They knew there was still a significant risk involved. But as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Just as Lu Wanxiong said, if they killed Yichhen, they would become famous. Plus, having saved Lu Wanxiong's life and the entire Lu family, wouldn't the Lu family then be at their mercy? Money and awakening crystals would not be lacking, and the benefits were guaranteed. Alright, this time, I, Wang Xian, will fight for you, Lu. The tall and thin Class A awakener responded first, but I have my eyes on your niece, Lu. If we really can kill this Yichhen tonight, I hope you can let her come with me. After tonight, I will send her to your room. Lu Wanxiong's eyes narrowed, then he looked at the other Class A awakener with dark skin. Fan Xing, what do you want? The dark-skinned awakener, whose full name was Lu Fanqing, was about 30 years old and had a cross-shaped scar at the corner of his eye. He was a lone wolf, brought in at great cost by Lu Qi from a neighboring city. I'm not interested in women. He raised an eyebrow and said, I want 200 awakening crystals. No problem. Lu Wanxiong agreed immediately. At this stage, although the number of mutated creatures was already high, it was very difficult to hunt that many mutated crystals alone. The Lu family was different. They had considerable resources and could gather 1 or 200 awakeners, and they also had certain channels in the black market, so obtaining 200 awakening crystals at any cost was not a problem. Some might wonder why someone with awakening crystals wouldn't use them to enhance their own talents. In reality, not to mention that the potential of certain talents is limited. To reach a transformative level of talent, at least 1 or 200 mutated crystals are needed. For many ordinary awakeners, teaming up to get 1 or 2 mutated crystals is already quite difficult, let alone gathering over 100. It might take decades to achieve. Living expenses all require money, and not everyone would continue to live a hard life for the sake of an elusive talent upgrade. It's like before the great change in the world, most people would choose to buy a house first rather than start a business, because reality is always closer to you than dreams. Once the agreement was reached, the three quietly discussed the next steps. Among these two Class A awakeners, Wang Xian's awakened talent is a physical enhancement ability, allowing him to transform into a mechanical being. Not only is his body incredibly hard, but his strength and speed are also greatly enhanced, and his hands can even transform into sharp blades. He can be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Especially in this early stage of the Great Change, he is even stronger than many elemental types. On the other hand, Lu Fanqing has awakened a talent for shadow manipulation. He can control shadows to bind enemies, and even the shadows of his enemies can become his allies, making it a particularly troublesome ability. Although he is only rated as a Class A awakener, he is somewhat dissatisfied because he believes his talent has great potential. He feels that it is merely lacking in power at the moment, and if he could absorb 200 awakening crystals, he would definitely reach the Class A level. As for Lu Wanxiong, his talent lies in his fingers. During this time, he has absorbed quite a few awakening crystals, and he even feels that his talent might be on the verge of Class A. With considerable power caught off guard, he might be able to severely injure Yichhen. Outside, faint and rapid footsteps are getting closer. The atmosphere inside the villa is becoming increasingly tense. Hiss! At this moment, the footsteps stopped outside the gray-green villa. They knew Yichhen had arrived. Moreover, he had directly locked onto the villa they were in. He's here. The hearts of the three tightened at once. Although they were prepared, there was still some unease. Now, they stood in the villa's courtyard, separated from Yichhen only by a wall and a large iron gate. Come on. Wealth and fame, making a name for ourselves, all starts tonight. Lu Wanxiong's face was stiff, his eyes coldly fixed on the large door of the villa, quietly encouraging Wang Xian and Lu Fanqing. Bang! At that moment, with a sudden kick, the steel gate of the villa was kicked open with great force and crashed down right in front of them. On the other side of the large iron gate, Yichhen, dressed in black running gear and looking like an ordinary college student, appeared before them. You finally came. Seeing Yichhen for the first time, Lu Wanxiong's face turned ashen, his eyes icy, and he squeezed out a few words filled with barely concealed hatred. Sorry, I was delayed by some matters on the way. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lu. Yichhen said, recognizing Lu Wanxiong and looking directly at him, speaking casually. He hadn't expected that Lu Wanxiong had actually set up a landmine trap. Fortunately, he was fast enough, and with the protection of the Tiger Roar Golden Bell shield, he wasn't injured. But it seemed he had picked up some dust, which marred his suave image. Ha ha, good. Lu Wanxiong laughed in anger, looking at Yichhen and noticing the marks on him, calmly saying, Ye God is indeed ye God. I didn't expect that despite my elaborate trap, you still made it here. But I suppose you're not feeling too good, are you? Is that really a trap? Yichhen feigned surprise, scratching his head. I feel like I've returned to my hometown. Everyone is quite welcoming. You. Lu Wanxiong had initially wanted to provoke Yichhen to throw him off balance, but unexpectedly, he almost got himself worked up instead. In the end, he could only sneer. You really are sharp-tongued, but I don't believe you can come here without any consequences. Make your move. Hee, then let me see just how powerful ye God really is. With that, Wang Xian's body transformed into a mechanical being, with steel traces visible in his limbs, bones, and even his head. With a stomp of his foot, the hard granite beneath him was crushed to dust. His sturdy body resembled the hurricane of Xiahou Dun, rapidly charging towards Yichhen. Meanwhile, the shadow manipulator Lu Fanqing had already quietly made his move while Lu Wanxiong and Yichhen were conversing. He first merged his own shadow into the darkness, hiding behind Yichhen. Then, when Lu Wanxiong called for action, he directly manipulated Yichen's shadow under the glow of the streetlight. In an instant, Yichen's shadow seemed to come alive, suddenly crawling on the ground, transforming into a clawing demon, its black hands unexpectedly grabbing Yichen's wrists. Yichhen quickly became aware. But the control of the shadow was truly hard to defend against. By the time he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. His hands were seized, and he was pinned in place. Is this what the so-called leaf god amounts to? Seeing his shadow manipulation succeed, Lu Fanqing revealed a cold smile, his hidden shadow behind him still yet to make a move. On the other side, the mechanized Wang Xian had already rushed in front of Yichhen, raising his right hand high, transforming it into a sharp metallic blade, and fiercely slashing towards Yichen's neck. The attack was merciless from the start. Such coordination could be described as seamless. To be cautious, Lu Fanqing also let his hidden shadow emerge from behind Yichhen, stretching out with a sharp knife in hand. One in front, one behind, they attacked Yichhen, who was already immobilized by the shadow. They sought a single, fatal blow. Everything seemed perfect, and Lu Wanxiong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that he had won this gamble. At the same time, his left hand slowly raised, his index and middle fingers together, thumb upright, resembling a pistol. This was his talent. By tapping his finger joints to charge, he could unleash an attack similar to a bullet from his fingers, but with greater power than an ordinary handgun. Moreover, it was more concealed than real firearms, capable of killing even awakened individuals with Class A talents when caught off guard. This was why he believed his talent was at least Class B. Thus, he did not rush to attack, merely waiting for the right moment. Just as he thought, the situation was dire. Yichhen was immobilized, with attacks coming from both front and back, clearly a deadlock. Yet at this moment he appeared calm and unhurried. Roar! Clenching his fist, a howling sound erupted, and the golden bell shield appeared. A layer of solid defense enveloped him. Coupled with the layer of golden cicada armor on him, he felt quite confident in his defensive capabilities. Sure enough, bang! The ferocious Wang Xian's steel hand blade struck the golden bell shield, producing a sound of metal clashing, and then ripples spread across the shield, leaving only a nearly invisible crack on its surface. What? Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. His hand blade could cut through real steel, yet it couldn't break through Yichen's layer of defense. The shadow behind Lu Fanqing had also arrived, stabbing fiercely. Using a pointed approach, the smaller contact area concentrated the attack power, leaving a small hole in the golden bell shield. However, it was still far from breaking through his defense. Continue. Fortunately, Yichhen was still held by Lu Fanqing's shadow, and they had another chance to attack. The two then launched a frenzied assault once more. Wang Xian's hands transformed into steel blades, one left and one right, chopping down like a torrential storm. With each attack, it was as if a storm was crashing down on the water's surface, creating ripples again and again. After more than a dozen strikes, the surface of the golden bell finally showed fine cracks resembling a spider's web. Is that all? Seeing this, Yichhen merely smiled slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer passively endured the blows. The great thunder sound breathing technique activated, causing the thunder cells within him to expand instantly, a surge of electricity, stimulating his muscles and bones, and then a tremendous force emerged from thin air. Bang! Boom! Your innate potential was quite good, but unfortunately, Yichhen exerted force with both hands and broke free from the shadow binding. The shadow immediately seemed to wilt, falling back to the ground. How could this be? Lu Fanqing's face showed disbelief. His shadow binding could restrain immensely powerful mutated creatures. Yet Yichhen had easily broken free, and he seemed to feel a current from the shadow that made his whole body tingle. What kind of electric ability is this? It can actually penetrate a medium as nearly void as a shadow. Just moments ago, he had arrogantly mocked Yichhen, and now he felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Yichen's strength was clearly far beyond what he had imagined, exceeding it by a great deal. Once Yichhen broke free, it was like a tiger released from its cage. Facing Wang Xian's steel hand blade coming down again, he directly reached out and grabbed it. Wang Xian felt his hand clamped by an immense force. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. His eyes widened in panic. He knew there was a gap between him and Yichhen, but he never expected it to be this vast. In a hurry, he swung his other hand blade towards Yichhen. Yichhen, however, threw a punch that struck hard against his shoulder, causing his mechanical arm to revert to flesh instantly. Blood gushed out in torrents, and it was already rendered useless. Die. On the other side, Lu Fanqing gritted his teeth, unwillingly controlling Yichhen, Wang Xian, and his own shadow again. Three shadows suddenly appeared from the darkness. Like shadows, swift and venomous as snakes, they lunged towards Yichen's back, striking like lightning. Yichhen remained unhurried. In the next moment, he grabbed Wang Xian's wrist and forcefully swung him as if tossing a garbage bag, hurling him towards Lu Fanqing, who was still trying to control the shadows to ambush him. Bang! At that moment, Lu Fanqing had not expected Wang Xian to be so utterly powerless to fight back. Faced with the rapidly approaching mechanical body of Wang Xian, he widened his eyes, having no time to evade. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the mechanical body crashed down on him, a bone-crushing pain spreading throughout his entire body, his organs shifting in an instant. It should be noted that Wang Xian's entire body was mechanical, weighing 1,000 pounds. Meanwhile, Lu Fanqing's awakened ability was shadow manipulation, and his physical constitution was not particularly strong. This impact was something he could not withstand. Is this the power of the first awakened one in the Dragon Kingdom? Lu Fanqing's body was knocked to the ground, and he stared with unwilling eyes, using his last bit of strength to turn his head towards Yichen's direction. He regretted it. If he hadn't been so greedy, so eager for quick success, if he hadn't encountered Yichhen. Perhaps in the future he could have become a top-tier awakened one too? Unfortunately, there would be no future. He had already foreseen the fate of Wang Xian and Lu Wanxiong. Now he was merely the first to go. With such complex thoughts, he finally closed his eyes slowly, life extinguished, and he breathed his last. Ding! At the same time, a kill notification sound echoed in Yichen's mind. Kill 1 awakened. Being, obtain 1 piece of golden silkworm armor stored in reserve space. Golden silkworm armor? Is it the same as my golden cicada armor? I wonder which one is stronger. Hearing the notification, Yichhen slightly diverted some of his attention. Listening to this name, he realized it was a piece of defensive gear that had dropped. After all, he had just killed a Class A awakened being, so the quality was indeed better. Compared to the previous items like high-heeled shoes or diving suits, this was certainly much better. But he didn't rush to check it out. Right now, there were still 2 people to deal with. How could he be this strong? Seeing Lu Fanqing crushed to death, Lu Wanxian was so shocked that he held his breath. His fingers, which were ready to launch a sneak attack, trembled slightly. No matter how ruthless and iron-fisted he usually was, in the face of such absolute power, he instinctively felt a sense of fear. He had thought that after all the challenges Yichhen had faced, he would at least be injured or exhausted, but now it seemed that apart from some dust on him, he was completely unscathed. These were 2 Class A awakened beings. In front of Yichhen, one was tossed aside like garbage, and the other was crushed to death like a lamb waiting for slaughter. How could he possibly look injured? All his area of effect techniques were just a joke? Lu Wanxian's face turned pale, and he even forgot to attack. Even if he did attack now, what good would it do? How is this possible? Wang Xian, who had been thrown like garbage, looked at Lu Fanqing, whose body was deformed beneath him, and was instantly stunned. What kind of terrifying power could throw his 1,000-pound weight around like a sandbag? Just now, he felt completely powerless to resist. In that moment, he fully understood the gap between himself and this Yi God, a gap so vast it was despairing. Please spare me, Yi God. Struggling in his heart, Wang Xian finally made up his mind and knelt down on the ground without any dignity. Yi God, I was just momentarily bewitched, tempted by Lu Wanxian to deal with you. Please spare my life. As he spoke, he began to bang his head on the ground. Seeing this, Yichhen was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. Is this the real world? Are people really this pragmatic now? Can't they have a bit of dignity? With this, he was somewhat at a loss for how to proceed. But he didn't expect that. Ye God, this is all Lu Wanxian's fault. You don't need to dirty your hands, I'll help you kill him. Seeing Yichen's lack of response, Wang Xian actually got up and aimed a hand strike at Lu Wanxian. Clearly, he wanted to show his loyalty and align himself with Yichhen. What are you doing? At this, Yichhen could no longer hold back. Watching Wang Xian's hand strike about to fall on Lu Wanxian, he instantly tightened his grip on the extraordinary alloy knife. Then, with a swift motion, he struck first, directly cutting down on Wang Xian. Sizzle, this strike utilized the power of the ninefold thunderblade, starting from Wang Xian's left shoulder and slicing down to his waist, cutting through iron like mud, and astonishingly, it directly severed Wang Xian's mechanical body in half. Wang Xian looked at Yichhen in disbelief, his eyes wide open in unwillingness, as his body slowly fell backward. He never expected that by helping the other party kill someone, he would be killed in turn. Almost had my kill stolen. Yichhen retracted the extraordinary alloy knife, secretly complaining to himself. And just as the kill notification sound came through, bang 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 bang, Lu Wanxian, who had been enduring all this time, finally seized the opportunity to strike. His reddened handgun was raised, and between his middle and index fingers it began to unleash a frenzied barrage of blood-red bullets. Caught off guard, and at such a close distance, he believed that even an awakened one with enhanced physical abilities would find it hard to withstand. Unfortunately, he encountered Yichhen. Under the onslaught of these more than a dozen blood-red bullets, the originally cracked tiger's roar golden bell shield shattered, but these bullets were quickly blocked by the golden cicada armor, until Lu Wanxian could no longer fire any more bullets from his fingers. How could this be? As the red smoke dissipated, Lu Wanxian looked at the unharmed Yichhen, and in despair, he collapsed to the ground, his entire being in a daze. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. I look forward to your guidance, Yichhen said lightly, brushing off the dust in front of him. Haha, good. A grim smile appeared on Lu Wanxian's face, and at this moment he no longer feared death. He sighed. I never expected that in my life, having schemed so much and weathered so many storms, I would ultimately fall at the hands of a young man like you. It's a pity that despite all my efforts, I could never kill you. I accept my fate. Actually, you didn't fall at my hands, you fell because of your son, Yichhen said calmly, looking at the dying tycoon of Yun City. And coldly added, at first, I simply refused your son's invitation to join your Lu family, yet you sent someone to assassinate me and harassed my parents. All of this is your own doing. Is it really just because I refused to join your Lu family? Lu Wanxian was stunned, and in the end, he seemed to age decades in an instant, finally letting out a mournful sigh. Perhaps so, one mistake leads to a complete downfall. I initially tried my best to kill you, but I never expected even Master Yang wasn't your match. It's all fate. If it weren't for the colorful meteor shower, if the world hadn't changed drastically, perhaps everything would be different. He recalled his life journey, from starting with nothing to building the vast Lu family enterprise, becoming the second largest family in Yun City. Originally, if things had continued this way, he might have been able to lead the Lu family to even greater heights. A colorful meteor shower changed the world, and it also altered his plans for half a lifetime and the trajectory of his remaining years. It's a pity there are no ifs. Is this your final statement? Yichhen asked lightly. He admitted that had it not been for the drastic changes in the world, he indeed had no chance against a behemoth like the Lu family. But in the end, fate stood on his side. Can you let me commit suicide? Lu Wanxiong raised his head, looking at Yichhen, then lifted his finger, aiming it at his own temple, wanting to preserve his last shred of dignity. I'm sorry, I can't. Yichen's hand moved like lightning, and the extraordinary alloy knife swiftly cut across Lu Wanxiong's neck, taking away the life of this formidable leader of the Lu family. You. As the blade grazed his neck, Lu Wanxiong felt a chill spreading through him. He stared in disbelief, and then his body slowly fell backward. He never expected Yichhen to be so cruel, not even giving him the chance to commit suicide. However, as he felt the life force gradually leaving his body, all his resentment faded away. In this world, the victor is always king. Before this, he had defeated many opponents, never giving them a chance either. Now, he naturally had nothing to complain about. Yichhen looked at Lu Wanxiong's corpse lying on the ground, seemingly devoid of excitement or exhilaration from avenging a great enmity. He merely let out a slight sigh of relief, setting down a heavy stone from his heart. He did not allow Wang Xian to kill Lu Wanxiong, and naturally, he would not permit the other party to commit suicide. 1. Reason is that this is his main goal today. He doesn't feel at ease letting others kill Lu Wanxiong or letting Lu Wanxiong commit suicide himself. On the other hand, it is naturally because Lu Wanxiong must be killed by his own hands to yield anything. Just at that moment, a notification rang in his mind. Kill one awakened being and obtain the technique, ape magic, which has been stored in the reserve space. This sudden prompt interrupted his thoughts. Immediately, his attention shifted to the introduction of this ape magic. Ape magic can transform the body structure to change into the form of a demon ape. After transforming into a demon ape, one's size will increase several times, significantly enhancing physical attack and defense capabilities. Note, using this technique to transform into a demon ape will not result in loss of rationality. Not bad. I didn't expect Lu Wanxiong to drop such an impressive technique for me. He can be considered to have died for a reason. Upon seeing this, Yichen's mood improved significantly, and he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Just from this introduction, the ape magic was already something to look forward to. It reminded him of the scene in Dragon Ball where the Scions transform into giant apes on a full moon night. The destructive power of the Scions after transforming into giant apes is truly astonishing. Although this domestic ape magic might not be as powerful as the Scions, it is good that it allows one to retain rationality and not lose control. Moreover, he had an idea. This ape magic could actually serve as his own talent. Transforming into a demon ape should be worthy of at least an A grade or even a AAA grade title. Yichhen also took a look at what he had obtained from killing Wang Xian earlier. It turned out to be a piece of spirit jade. The introduction of this spirit jade stated that it could enhance the cultivation speed of certain techniques. From this description, although it couldn't compare to the ape magic, it wasn't worthless either. The items dropped by these three are all quite decent. Yichhen nodded, looking at the three corpses on the ground, murmuring, "If you give me a peach, I will return it with a plum." Then, he quickly lifted the bodies of Lu Wanxiong and the two A-grade awakened beings from the yard, swung them with force, and threw them all into the villa. Finally, he set the entire villa ablaze. After doing all this, he took advantage of the night to quickly leave the location of the Lu family villa. Not letting these three rot in the open was his final act of kindness, and it conveniently destroyed all traces of the scene. Good kid, quite decisive and efficient. Next, it's our turn. Not far from the Lu family, watching Yichen's departing figure, Lin Shichang waved his hand, signaling the Lin family members to go in and clean up. This included erasing all possible traces that could leave evidence, as well as eliminating anyone too closely related to Lu Wanxiong. As for all this, Yichhen only vaguely guessed that the Lin family was behind him, but he wasn't clear on the specific operations. After leaving the Lu family estate, he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he changed his clothes and quickly arrived at a bustling 5-star hotel in Yin City. This 5-star hotel was a full 20 kilometers away from the Lu family, and even by car, it would take half an hour to reach, but Yichhen arrived at the hotel lobby in just a few minutes at full speed. Before entering the hotel lobby, he quickly adjusted his breathing, which had become a bit rapid from running too fast. "Hello? Do you have any suites available?" he casually asked at the front desk. "Hello, sir, please wait a moment while I check." The beautiful receptionist glanced at Yichhen, noticing the young man in a high-end suit, and her attitude became even friendlier. Yichhen smiled slightly at her. "Yes, sir, we currently have 3 types of suites available at our hotel: a business suite, a luxury suite, and a supreme suite." The smile made the young beauty's heart race a little faster, and she respectfully replied, "I want the most expensive one." Before she could finish her sentence, Yichhen smiled and said, "Hello, sir, our most expensive option is the supreme suite, and the price for one night is..." The young beauty at the front desk was momentarily stunned. "Swipe the card," Yichhen said, taking out his bank card. He wasn't in a hurry, he just wanted to be a bit extravagant and leave a deep impression on her. Although it was unlikely that the Lu family's matters would trace back to him, just in case, he could create some alibi here. After all, he was over 20 kilometers away from the Lu family, and outsiders wouldn't know his fastest speed, so it would be hard for them to think he could arrive here just minutes after killing Lu Wanxiong. Of course, even if They did know it wouldn't be a big deal. The world had changed, and with his current strength, as long as he kept things looking good on the surface and wasn't doing anything heinous, the authorities generally wouldn't pursue it too deeply. Soon, the check-in process was completed amidst the front desk beauty's shock. After receiving the room card, Yichhen also asked the young beauty for the time, arranging the entire process. Clearly, of course, he was doing all this just in case. Even if it was unnecessary, he had never stayed in such a nice hotel before, and now that he had money, it wouldn't hurt to enjoy it a little. The elevator ascended to the 33rd floor, and Yichhen arrived at the supreme suite worth over 30,000 yuan for the night, which could be likened to the value of an ant. The suite occupied half a floor and had a dedicated elevator that only those who booked the supreme suite could use. Upon entering the room, the lights turned on, and the decor could be described as extremely luxurious, with the most striking feature being the floor-to-ceiling glass that covered the entire outer wall of the living room. As he entered, the curtains automatically opened, allowing a view of the entire Cloud City through the glass. Yichhen stood by the window, gazing into the distance, seemingly catching a glimpse of the flames rising from the Liu family's side. Gradually, he calmed down. The rise of the Liu family was actually all thanks to Liu Wanxiang alone. Now that this helmsman was dead, the Liu family could be said to be completely finished. Even if they wanted to struggle for survival, the other families in Cloud City would definitely not miss the opportunity to kick a man when he was down. So, in Cloud City, he could be considered to have temporarily shed his worries. However, he thought of another issue. That was the Zhao family in Guang City. Although the Seraph had been taken away by the Martial Association and Zhao Tianhao had already admitted defeat, the outcome was still not clear, and he was still a bit worried. Tomorrow's operation at the Changlong Wildlife World in Guang City is of great importance. The Martial Association should have high-ranking officials coming, Yichhen thought, suddenly considering the bigger picture. In any case, before entering the park, he needed to get a result. After standing by the window for a while, Yichhen took out his phone, opened the camera, and took beautiful pictures of the Supreme Suite, even snapping a selfie in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. Finally, he wrote a line, "It's very high here, and you can see far." He added the hotel's address and posted it on his social media. He wasn't trying to show off, although it was his first time staying in such a high-end hotel. A little showing off was understandable. Mainly, he wanted to create some more alibi evidence for himself to appear more justified. Of course, if someone from the older generation like Lin Shinkuan or Lin Shichang saw this, they would definitely laugh at how young and naive he still was, thinking too simply about things. If the Martial Association really wanted to investigate, these superficial things wouldn't be enough to hide the truth. Lin Shichang had done a lot of finishing work for him behind the scenes. With the Lin family's connections in the martial arts community, tonight's events could be considered as if they never happened. As soon as Yichhen posted on his moments, likes and comments started pouring in, quickly surpassing 100 in just a few minutes. Most of the comments were filled with admiration and envy, which was within Yichen's expectations. After all, he was now a sensation nationwide, even more famous than first-tier celebrities. Many of his former classmates and friends were now flaunting their connections with him, and he was somewhat exhausted from keeping up with them, eventually ignoring those with whom he had only a casual relationship. It was rare for him to post on moments, and those friends who had previously received no response immediately liked and commented, then took screenshots to post on their own moments. To this, Yichhen simply turned a blind eye. As long as they weren't using his name to deceive others, he let them be. After all, he was so impressive now. If it were the old him, he would probably want to show off a bit too. After all, it's not illegal for young people to show off. Damn, brother Yi, you're not being fair. Staying in a 5-star hotel and not inviting me? Mo Yuan was more straightforward, messaging him right away. Yichhen chuckled helplessly, wanting to reply, "You have money too. Didn't the Zhao family give you $1 billion? Did you not save a bit?" Unexpectedly, Mo Yuan jumped to conclusions and added, "Wait, weren't you meeting the parents tonight? Hiss. Did you go to a hotel with the school beauty right after? Hiss. That's some rapid progress. Impressive, my brother Yi. As expected of you. Yichhen. I wish. But no one is interested in me. How embarrassing." Dialogue. At this moment, his little Changwan was probably still studying the breathing technique. Alright, stop thinking about nonsense. You, a loser, should practice the little thunder sound breathing technique I taught you. Tomorrow when we enter the Chimelong Safari Park, I might not be able to keep an eye on you, he finally said, somewhat annoyed. Got it. Once we're inside, you don't need to worry about me. I'm tough as nails, not that easy to take down. Just protect my sister-in-law. Mo Yuan replied playfully. Yichhen, too lazy to explain. After closing WeChat, he tossed his phone onto the sofa and walked to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water. After a night of drinking, fighting with Lin Xingfeng, and breaking into the Liu family's den, then rushing here on the highway, he actually felt a bit tired. It wasn't just physical fatigue, there was also mental tension. Now that everything was settled, he finally felt relaxed, and it was time to wash off the sweat and odor. Soaking in the bathtub on the 33rd floor, he looked out through the floor-to-ceiling glass. The clouds that had obscured the bright moon were gradually dispersing, revealing a clear sky that lifted his spirits. Meanwhile, he took stock of his current abilities. In terms of cultivation, little thunder sound breathing technique, great thunder sound breathing technique. These two are sequential. To practice the great thunder sound breathing technique, one must first practice the little thunder sound breathing technique. In terms of skills, great strength bull demon fist, subtle body technique, tiger roar golden bell shield, ninefold thunderblade, 8 extremes burst fist, chi, manipulation ascension technique, triple arrow shot, and the demon ape technique he just obtained from killing Lu Wanxiong, which allows him to transform into a demon ape, though he hasn't tried it yet. In terms of weapons, little thunder sound bow, extraordinary alloy knife, extraordinary alloy hammer. In terms of armor, extraordinary alloy shield, golden cicada treasure garment, and golden silkworm treasure garment. He had studied these two, their functions and defensive capabilities seemed similar, and he could only wear one, leaving him with an extra. In terms of special items, a bottle of special healing medicine, a piece of spiritual jade, and an ancient bronze cauldron. This bronze ding, he took it out to observe for a while soaking in the bath, but for now, it seemed he had not discovered its use, so he put it back. Overall, with so many cultivation techniques and treasures, Yichen's strength had reached a terrifying stage. There was no need to say much about speed, his fastest speed could already reach 100 meters in 1 second. In terms of strength, even an A-class awakened being could hardly withstand a punch from him. As for defense, it was even more unnecessary to mention. With the presence of the Tiger Roar Golden Bell and the Golden Cicada Treasure Garment, he was not afraid even when surrounded by A-class awakened beings. Not to mention he had obtained a monkey demon technique, which allowed him to transform into a demon ape when faced with an unbeatable opponent, further increasing his defense. Therefore, he felt that this time going to the Chimelong Safari Park, his ability to protect himself should be sufficient. However, just in case, after finishing his bath, he still made a call home to explain a few things. Most of it was related to the Lin family. Before he set off, he would leave that 2 billion bank card with the Lin family, so if anything really happened to him, he could only rely on them to hand it over to his parents. Of course, there was certainly some risk involved, but the Lin family's reputation was much better than the Lu family's, so they shouldn't swallow his money, especially with the relationship he had with Lin Xingwan. After hanging up the phone, Yichhen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the distant Lu family's gradually extinguishing flames, and he gradually calmed down, the last bit of fear in his heart completely dissipating. He moved forward. As a man, one should be born fearless and fight to the peak. The next day soon arrived. That night, Yichhen slept quite comfortably. The king-sized bed in the 5-star hotel's supreme suite was as soft and elastic as a young girl's skin. Lying down felt absolutely wonderful. Of course, the main reason was that he had dealt with Lu Wanxiong, eliminating the worry of the Lu family in Jun City. With his mind temporarily relaxed, the quality of his sleep naturally improved. The next morning, he woke up early. Since the meeting time was set for 6 o'clock at the Lin family, Yichhen woke up before 5:30. He opened the curtains in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and sat on the bed for a while, looking outside, just in time to see the sun rising from the east. The slowly emerging red yolk illuminated the pale sky. The vibrant life of the morning was gradually awakened under the first beam of morning light. This room has a pretty good location, I should rent it for a while, Yichhen thought, feeling quite pleased. After getting up, he first called for breakfast service from room service. By the time he finished washing up, the hotel breakfast was delivered to his door. He casually swiped $1 million to extend his stay in this room for another month. This amount of money was just a number to his former self, but for his current self, it was merely a number. Money was the easiest thing to obtain in this world. This time going to the Chimelong Safari World to grind dungeons. If he could return safely, he estimated he could earn at least 100 million or so. If he couldn't return safely, then money would mean even less. Back home, aside from the 2 billion he hadn't taken back, he had also left a few million in his room last time he returned, as a backup for his parents. So now, he should spend it when needed. There was no need to be stingy. After finishing breakfast and checking the time, it was already 5:50. There were still 10 minutes left until the meeting time. Yichhen estimated that the hotel was about 20 kilometers from the Lin family, so he had more than enough time. He still had time to style his hair handsomely. By 5:55, the sky outside had brightened a bit more. Let's go. After 100 battles in golden armor, I won't return until I conquer Lulan. Yichhen smiled crookedly at the handsome man in the mirror, turned, walked to the window, put on his indestructible running shoes, slung the extraordinary alloy shield and extraordinary alloy knife over his back, opened the window, and leaped out gently. Using the chi manipulation technique, he flew directly out from the 33rd floor, heading towards the Lin family's direction. At this stage, with the Lu family already fallen, he had no enemies in Yun City. He wasn't afraid of exposing his identity, so he flew freely. In terms of speed, it was actually a bit slower than running on the ground, but flying allowed for a straight line, and 5 minutes was enough to reach the Lin family. Sure enough, at 5:59, Yichhen arrived punctually at the Lin family's helipad, where the helicopter was already in the startup phase. Lin Xingwan, Lin Xingfeng, and Mo Yuan were already waiting there. In addition, there were 2 unfamiliar awakened ones, as well as Lin Xingwan's third uncle, Lin Shichang, seeing them off. The old man might have been too old to come here. However, Yichhen scanned the sky and could still see Lin Qianquan sneaking around in a room of the Lin family mansion. It was clear that like father, like son, they both had a bit of pride. Brother Yi, over here. Seeing Yichhen arrive, Mo Yuan quickly waved his hand towards the sky, calling out excitedly. Yichhen leaped gracefully and landed beside Mo Yuan, next to Lin Qingwan. Are you hurt? Lin Qingwan, clearly aware of what happened to Yichhen last night, asked softly as soon as he arrived. Yes, I felt a bit hurt in my heart since you didn't look for me all night. Hearing this, Yichhen realized that the Lin family had indeed helped him last night, so he smiled slightly and said casually, I was practicing the breathing technique you gave me last night. It was very effective. As Lin Qingwan spoke, she raised her palm, and 5 small ice snow lotus flowers formed effortlessly on her delicate fingers. This indicated her control over her talent had become more pure and refined. Not bad. Yichhen nodded in satisfaction, feeling as if he was watching his disciple grow, and in a good mood. He took out the golden silkworm robe he had received last night and handed it to Lin Qingwan. This is for you. What is this? Lin Qingwan took the golden silkworm robe, gently touching it in her hands. She could feel its soft texture, but she sensed it was made of a very tough material with strong defensive capabilities. Couple's outfit. Yichhen smiled, taking Lin Qingwan's hand and touching it against his own, revealing a similar garment beneath his outerwear, warm in winter, cool in summer, insect and snake-proof, and impervious to knives and guns. Very useful. Wow. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Isn't one night enough? Mo Yuan, standing nearby, looked shocked and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Yichhen wanted to kick this guy away. Lin Qingwan couldn't help but blush slightly, then took out a bottle of revitalizing pills and handed it to Yichhen, saying, This is for you. If you get hurt, it will help you recover quickly. Yichhen was taken aback holding the bottle. Wasn't this what Lin Qingfeng had eaten last night? He glanced at Lin Qingfeng not far away, who turned his head away proudly. In fact, he felt upset inside, as he had saved up to give this to his sister, only to have it sent out like this. Yet he couldn't say anything. Do you have any more of these? Yichhen asked, taking the revitalizing pills. He understood that this silly girl, Lin Qingwan, didn't want to take his things for free, but he was afraid that if she gave him the revitalizing pills, she would have none left. In fact, he had also produced healing pills last night. I have another bottle. Do you want it? Lin Qingwan took out another bottle. No, I'm just afraid that if you give it to me, you won't have any left for yourself. Yichhen smiled. My brother has some left. Lin Qingwan said softly, Do you think our family has a pharmaceutical factory? At this, Lin Qingfeng's expression darkened, and he almost couldn't hold back his voice, but seeing that Yichhen didn't seem greedy, he ultimately restrained himself. What about me? This seems like a good thing. Do I have any? It was actually Mo Yuan who shamelessly leaned over, genuinely thinking that the school beauty's family had opened a pharmaceutical factory. Go away. Take this, here you go. Yichhen thought for a moment, put away the rejuvenation pill, and gave Mo Yuan the healing medicine he had produced last night. In fact, his healing medicine shouldn't be any worse than the rejuvenation pill. It was just that the rejuvenation pill was a heartfelt gift from his woman, so it naturally couldn't be passed on to Mo Yuan. Is this also a healing medicine? Mo Yuan, who had just come to join the fun, was surprised to find a pleasant surprise, his eyes lighting up. It's the special effect kind. Yichhen said. Are we done yet? Can we set off now? The handsome Lin Qingfeng, who had been left out for a long time, looked at the others with a somewhat resentful gaze and finally couldn't help but speak up. Wait a moment. Yichhen jogged over to Lin Shichang, who was seeing them off. Oh, Lin Shichang was a bit surprised, thinking that his actions from last night had been exposed and that Yichhen was here to thank him, so he smiled slightly, pretending to be ready to say no need to thank him. Uncle San, I have something to ask of you. Unexpectedly, Yichhen handed him an envelope containing a 20 billion bank card and related proof documents, saying, This is the compensation Zhao's family gave us for Luopan town last night. If I can't come back this time, I hope Uncle San can help bring it back to Luopan town. Upon hearing this, Lin Shichang was taken aback again, then smiled and said, Don't worry, with your strength, you will definitely return safely. I'll take good care of this for you. Thank you, Uncle San. Yichhen also smiled slightly and said sincerely, and thank you for last night's matter. Since it was the Lin family that took action last night, he felt that Lin Shichang was very likely to have been involved. Why say that? We're all family. Lin Shichang patted Yichen's shoulder with satisfaction, not regretting his busy night, even though he still hadn't had a chance to rest. After everything was settled, the group boarded the helicopter. This helicopter was a medium-sized one, capable of seating more than 10 people, so their small group fit comfortably. The huge rotor blades spun, and the surrounding dust swirled up as the massive machine began to ascend slowly into the sky. The familiar white clouds of Yun City drifted behind them as the helicopter flew towards the larger and broader Guang City. That is the Changlong Wildlife World. After flying for a while, the people inside the helicopter who had been focused on their cultivation opened their eyes one after another. Following Lin Qingfeng's pointed direction, they saw towering high-voltage power towers cutting the land into an enormous irregular quadrilateral with a bare isolation zone outside, while dense forests, mountains, lakes, and human structures were faintly visible inside. It looked like a small world isolated from the rest. From the dilapidated buildings, it was clear that this small world was not peaceful. Yichhen could even see arcs of electricity flashing between those power towers from time to time. If you have any questions about Changlong Wildlife World, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer. Knowing a bit more knowledge might save your life. Lin Xingfeng's expression looked calm, but in reality he had been cramming for the past few days to put on this act. Big brother-in-law, I have a question. These power towers don't seem to stop flying animals, right? Yichhen raised his hand to ask. The question was quite standard, but the address was a bit informal. At the moment Lin Xingfeng's defenses were breached in an instant, a delicate hand silently landed on Yichen's soft waist, exerting force. However, the strength of an elemental awakener couldn't break through Yichen's defenses. Instead, he seized the slender hand and refused to let go. The quadrilateral area has a mysterious magnetic field. Any living creature or aircraft can only ascend about 100 meters. If it exceeds 100 meters, it will lose control and fall. This is quite an important point. Those with flying abilities need to pay attention to their altitude when entering. Unable to fight back, Lin Xingfeng could only explain in a muffled voice, as he wasn't in the mood to show off anymore. However, Mo Yuan was oblivious, eagerly moving to the seat next to Lin Xingfeng to ask questions, making Lin Xingfeng's head buzz, and he had no choice but to patiently explain. He didn't hear this guy confidently saying, "With my weak strength, I can't afford to suffer from a lack of culture." Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination, Guangcheng Martial Arts Association. There was no warm welcome as imagined. They were received by an official from the Guangcheng Martial Arts Association, who led the group to their accommodation and simply said, "Please sign in at the base at 8 in the morning and evening before leaving." Since this was almost a nationwide operation, they needed to wait for people from other cities to arrive. Big brother-in-law, as the vice president of the Yun City Martial Arts Association, you don't have much clout. Yichhen teased. No matter how this world changes, only the strong can earn the respect of others. Now, let's distribute the room cards. We will gather at the base at 8 tonight, Lin Xingfeng said, taking it all in stride. No clout or not, the treatment at the Guangcheng Martial Arts Association was still quite good. 2 people could share a 5-star room. Brother Yi, let's go, Mo Yuan called out, holding the room card. However, Yichhen looked at him as if he were an idiot. Go where? Can't you see? You're a single dog, but I'm not. I want to share a room with my wife. What's wrong with being a single dog? Mo Yuan was not easily defeated. He turned to look at the crowd and approached a girl, asking, "Hey, you're single too, right?" The girl nodded. Mo Yuan was overjoyed and pulled her aside. "I'm the weakest here. Why don't we share a room? After all, I can't do anything to you, right? You make a good point, but I'm a face person, so let's forget it." The girl shook her head. At that moment, Mo Yuan finally couldn't hold back and cried out in his heart. Ha ha. Yichhen, with his keen hearing, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mo Yuan turned back to glare at his big brother but, in a fit of anger, shouted, "What? Brother Yi, you want to share a room with Lin de Xiaohua?" Yichen's smile instantly vanished, and he cursed inwardly. "No way, you can't share a room with Qing Yuan." Lin Xingfeng, who was just about to distribute the cards, suddenly looked up, locking his gaze on Yichhen. This was a battle he couldn't win, but he had to stop it. Letting Yichhen share a room with Lin Xingwan was no different from pushing his own sister into a fire pit. "Damn Mo Yuan, you've ruined me." Yichhen cursed silently while forcing a smile to argue. "I want to share a room with Yichhen." However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xingwan, and even Yichhen wore an incredulous expression. Was this still the ice-cold beauty he knew? However, this little Qingwan was amazing. "Inappropriate, you haven't even gotten engaged yet, so you need to sleep separately." Lin Xingfeng firmly rejected. "I want to share a room with Yichhen." Lin Xingwan insisted even more strongly. The 2 siblings stared at each other, unwilling to back down. Seeing this, Yichhen decisively intervened. "Ahem, I've already met the parents and even call you big brother-in-law. How is that inappropriate? By the way, big brother-in-law, even if you don't trust Qing Yuan, do you not trust my character?" Lin Xingfeng wanted to say, "Yes, I don't trust your character." But in front of outsiders, he still had to give face to the strongest awakener in the country. After all, this also represented the face of the Yun City Martial Arts Association. He could only hum reluctantly and then pulled the onlooker Mo Yuan over. "You don't have a team, right? Let's share a room, come on." The 2 men laughed with resentment towards Yichhen. Yichhen wished he could clap and send them off happily, but he held back and smiled at Lin Xingwan. "Wife, let's go." Lin Xingwan had basically become immune to the term wife and just nodded, walking ahead. Upon arriving at their room, Yichen's gaze immediately fell on the bed, and he silently shouted in his heart, "Beautiful." It was a big bedroom. "Oh, there's only one bed, this is a bit tricky." Yichen looked unlucky. Lin Xingwan saw there was only one bed. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. "It's fine, the bed is big. Let's handle the important matters first." Lin Xingwan's eyes were eagerly fixed on Yichen. Yichhen was a bit confused. Little Qingwan, you're being so proactive, making me feel very passive. Without waiting for Yichhen to respond, Lin Qingwan pulled him onto the bed, and then, I've accumulated 6 unclear points about the little thunder sound breathing technique. Can you help me explain them? I'm about to take my pants off, and you're bringing this up? Yichhen suddenly realized, feeling numb. This explanation lasted until the evening check-in time, and Yichhen walked out of the room in a daze. The check-in place was at the base. The Guancheng Martial Arts Association covered a vast area, and the base occupied a full 2/3 of it, making it easy to guess that this place was of utmost importance. And indeed, when Yichhen and Lin Qingwan arrived at the base entrance just in time, they saw it was already a sea of people. After inquiring a bit, they learned that only non-resident personnel of the Guancheng Martial Arts Association could enter the base for 4 hours after signing in at 8 in the morning and evening. Lin Qingwan was a highlight wherever she went, and soon Mo Yuan and Lin Qingfeng found them. Seeing Yichen's poor complexion, Mo Yuan immediately felt heartbroken. Brother Yi, you need to restrain yourself. Is this the strongest awakener, Yichhen? I've seen the video, it's him. Defeating the Seraphim makes him the strongest awakener? That title is too cheap. It could also be that the Seraphim is just a fake. The battle video just looks flashy. Maybe it even had special effects. Underrating Yichhen? You guys are going to die a miserable death. Mo Yuan's shout immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Yichhen instantly perked up. To be able to come here, many people present were geniuses and talents from their respective places, so it wasn't easy to convince them. In an instant, both concealed and unconcealed voices reached his ears. He felt no fluctuation in his heart and even wanted to laugh. These people were just talking big without coming to challenge, and if they got serious, they would lose. However, Yi Chen's indifference didn't mean Mo Yuan was indifferent. Seeing his good brother being belittled, he couldn't hold back and pointed to the area with the most people, starting to curse. What are you all being so sarcastic about? My brother Yi is the strongest awakener in the country. Anyone who disagrees can solo him. Not saying anything now? That's right, shut up. After Mo Yuan finished his tirade, he turned to Yichen, seeking praise. Brother Yi, how's my performance as a little brother? As the saying goes, if the master is humiliated, the servant must die. Loyalty above all. Then thank you. Yichen smiled, but not much. Now keep your distance from me. Why? Oh, there really are some who aren't afraid of death? Without Yichen answering, Mo Yuan found the answer himself as several people from the crowd were walking over, each exuding a dangerous aura. Mo Yuan quickly hid beside Lin Qingwan. This position is quite good. First, Lin Qingwan's strength is not weak, so she can keep an eye on things. Second, if Lin Qingwan is attacked, my good brother will definitely fight to save her. Yet, Yichen remains calm and composed, simply watching the 4 people approaching. This is within his expectations. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. There are so many strong people in the country, and anyone with a bit of strength is quite confident in themselves. Before they engage in battle, they are all unwilling to be outdone. Mo Yuan's shout was just a way to speed things up. They would have encountered each other sooner or later. The 2 men and 2 women in front of him stand still, all looking under 30, each with different expressions as they look at Yichen. You don't look very strong, so I want to confirm, are you really Yi God? The tallest man asked. True strength isn't about looking strong, it's about how strong you can't tell they are, Yichen replied lightly, then looked up and down at the tall man, grinning. You look quite strong, though. The tall man was stunned for several seconds, trying to understand the logic in Yichen's words, and then angrily said, so you think you're stronger than me? Good, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Ye God, I also intend to spar with you. Don't misunderstand, this isn't a challenge, it's purely a spar. Another man interjected at the right moment, very polite. I have the same idea. Shouldn't ladies go first? My thought is simple, if you can beat me, you're the number 1 in the country. A girl in a blue hanfu giggled, throwing a flirtatious glance. If you can't, then I'll join. This girl looked youthful. Well, it was hard to tell under the loose hanfu, but she was enough to attract a bunch of old lechers' gazes. Yichen glanced at Lin Qingwan, immediately putting on a serious expression, directly ignoring the others, and only looked at the last girl in a white dress, waiting a few seconds before he couldn't help but speak. Why aren't you talking? Do you look down on me? I'm not interested in you, I'm interested in her. The girl in the dress fixed her gaze on Lin Qingwan. How about we have a match? Lin Qingwan clearly didn't expect to be involved, stunned for a moment before smiling back. I'm not interested in fighting. That's too bad, then I'll challenge you instead. It was clear that the girl in the dress genuinely felt it was a pity, her gaze not as fervent anymore. Yichen could only shrug and say, at least give me your names. I have some requirements for challengers. I can't just accept any random challenge. Zhong Tianming, codename Terminator, said the tall man. Wang Ran, codename Czar, the polite handsome guy said. I'm Wang Shasha, codename Thorn of Thorns, but I don't like this name, the little girl in hanfu said with a distressed expression. Han Fei, codename Dragon Girl, the girl in the dress said. In a sense, the codenames of the awakened ones are the most eye-catching internet celebrities of the moment. As soon as the codenames of these 4 were revealed, the scene erupted in exclamations. So they are the 5 elemental users of Douyin. Wow, I didn't know the wood elemental user was so cute. From now on, I'm her diehard fan. Speaking of the 5 elemental users, the Seraph is the strongest, right? He had one of his arms cut off by Yi God, so the other elemental users can't be stronger. You can't say that. The Seraph is just the flashiest one online, opening an account on Douyin and posting videos every day. After all, this is an era that values packaging and operation, so people think he's the strongest. In reality, the other 4 are not weaker than him, and some are even stronger. Just let me deal with the strongest awakened one. The codename is too pretentious. Hee, you don't know how strong Yi God is. This isn't a title he gave himself, it's one given by the people of the country. Anyone who has seen his battles knows he is definitely the strongest awakened one. I won't recognize anyone else who comes. The title of the 5 elemental masters of Douyin is something Yichhen has naturally heard of. They are the 5 strongest elemental awakeners voted by Douyin's users. They are the Gold Element Master, the Ultimate, the Wood Element Master, the Thorn of Thorns, the Water Element Master, the Dragon Lady, the Fire Element Master, the Seraph, and the Earth Element Master, the Sand Emperor. No wonder the Dragon Lady is interested in Lin Xingwan. Feelings generate a repulsive reaction among the same elements. Yichhen glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes until the base check-in. To defeat the 4 people in front of him within this time frame was a bit tight. After all, it wasn't a life and death struggle. He had to take them one by one and couldn't sneak attack without adhering to martial ethics. I can accept your challenge, but I need to check in soon. Yichhen pointed out the key issue. The 4 Douyin masters were taken aback. They really didn't have time for a match. Just as they were preparing to schedule another time, Yichhen said again, this time is a bit tight. It seems you might feel embarrassed to come at once, so hurry up and discuss who will go first. The 4 were dumbfounded. What does time is tight mean? Does it mean he can deal with any one of us within 10 minutes? That's quite insulting. Give me a chance, I'll go. Zhong Tianming, with his hot temper, rushed towards Yichhen without waiting for the other 3 to agree. Before he arrived, his fist was already on its way. How straightforward. You all line up, it will be your turn soon. Seeing this, Yichhen smiled. He liked this kind of unreserved attitude, which saved him a few minutes. He met the incoming punch with a simple, unadorned fist. Clang! The 2 fists collided, producing a sound like a heavy metal strike. The 2 separated immediately, but the difference was that Zhong Tianming staggered back a few steps before stabilizing, while Yichhen remained rooted in place. You awakened a power talent? Zhong Tianming looked astonished. Yichhen grinned. Guess? Alright, I'm going to use my talent ability. Zhong Tianming was an action-oriented person. He clenched his fists, and metal blades grew out from between his fingers, gleaming ominously. This design clearly paid homage to Wolverine. But evidently, Zhong Tianming's metal blades were even more terrifying as he swung his arms, and 6 blades shot towards Yichhen with a whoosh. The speed was beyond what an ordinary person could catch. Long-range skills, huh? But Yichhen was pressed for time and just wanted him to be faster. Yichen's combat experience was not something an ordinary awakener could compare to. As his body quickly retreated, the little thunder ball was already in his hand. Not being enemies, he was too lazy to use arrows and directly pulled the bow to 8/10. 3 arrows were released simultaneously. As 3 bolts of lightning flickered out, he turned back and elegantly drew the bow again. 3 arrows were released. 6 bolts of lightning, like precision-guided missiles, accurately struck the 6 metal blades. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The lightning shattered the flying blades, still having enough force to fly towards Zhong Tianming. At this moment, Zhong Tianming was a bit dazed because most opponents faced with his flying blades chose to dodge, and only a few prepared to take them head-on. Having someone like Yichhen counterattack with a bow on the fly was a first for him. He let the lightning strike him, then dissipate. It didn't hurt. But Zhong Tianming knew this wasn't because Yichen's attack was ineffective, it was because the lightning that hit him was already at the end of its strength. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, those present had keen eyesight and understood how terrifying the power both sides had unleashed in that round of confrontation was, especially Yichhen. His reaction and counterattack were too fast and fierce. This guy's attacks are faster and fiercer than mine, and his attack range is probably even greater. It seems I can only win in close combat. Zhong Tianming took a deep breath, his expression already somewhat different. He looked at Yichhen with caution. A man of great renown is indeed not to be underestimated. You are truly strong. I will take this seriously. I might be a bit heavy-handed, so bear with me, Yichhen said with a relaxed expression. He hadn't even warmed up yet. Do you think I'm like you, relying on long-range attacks? My strength lies in close combat and defense, so you'd better hit hard. Zhong Tianming revealed a confident smile. Slowly, that smile faded from view as his entire body was enveloped in metal. The golden and red tones along with the glaring power device on his abdomen made it clear that this guy was definitely a Marvel fan. Paying tribute to Iron Man again. This wasn't Yichen's first encounter with a gold element awakener, but Zhong Tianming was clearly different from the usual flashy types. This guy seemed capable of mimicking metal? Terminator. Such a ability should be hard to kill. Yichhen nodded, feeling reassured. The bow and arrow in his hand disappeared, replaced by a knife. It's hard for me not to meet your request. However, just as Yichhen was about to respect Zhong Tianming, a piercing explosion sounded from the sky above. Looking up, he saw two figures descending from the sky. One old, one young. The younger one was recognizable to many present. It was the former strongest awakener, the seraph Zhao Mingyang. With that messy hairstyle, scruffy beard, and weathered face, there was a slight difference compared to the TikTok videos. I have something to discuss with Yichhen. I hope you don't mind me interrupting your match? The older man asked with a smile. Being interrupted during a match, with Zhong Tianming's temper, he couldn't hold back and retreated to the side, returning to a more human form. The speed of flying with a physical body. This old man is quite strong. The old man was satisfied with Zhong Tianming's attitude and turned to Yichhen. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Kunlun, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, here to talk to you about Zhao Mingyang. Typically, when management of the Martial Arts Association introduces themselves, they mention the specific city and location, but this old man simply stated the Martial Arts Association, which can only mean one thing: he was the vice president of the headquarters. A definite big shot. What do you want to talk about? Yichhen asked with a smile. In any era, a hero who breaks the rules is a high-voltage line. According to our Martial Arts Association's judgment, Zhao Mingyang has crossed this line and deserves to be punished, and that will happen tonight, Zhang Kunlun said solemnly. Hey, if you're going to talk, just talk. Why are you looking at us? We're all good citizens here. As soon as those words fell, the awakeners present generally understood the meaning of this vice president of the headquarters, and one by one, they felt a chill down their spines. This was a warning for them. However, even if he is to be executed at noon, he must first have a last meal. Zhao Mingyang has a request before he dies. He wishes to have another match with you, so I brought him here. Of course, you can refuse. This is just a formality. Zhang Kunlun's gaze returned to Yichhen. At this moment, the weathered Zhao Mingyang finally reacted, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness, ultimately turning into a fiery gaze locked onto Yichhen, filled with provocation. Yichhen, I accept what happened before, but losing to you, I am not convinced. If you are a man and want to avenge your people from Compass Town, then accept my challenge. Do you dare to fight me again? Upon hearing this, Yichhen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He could see through such a low-level provocation. However, it just so happened that he indeed wanted to personally kill his enemy, and there was a possibility of dropping good items. Since it was delivered to his door, he wouldn't refuse. My flaw is that I'm too soft-hearted. Thus, he flicked the knife in his hand and calmly said, I cannot refuse the request of a dying man. To ensure you die clearly, I accept. Seeing this, Zhang Kunlun couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Logically, Yichhen had already defeated the seraph once, and defeating him again wouldn't bring any benefits. On the contrary, if he were to be defeated by a dying seraph, that would be a huge loss. Interesting. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Since Yichhen agreed, he couldn't say anything more, just nodded and stepped aside to watch the show. Good. Yichhen, I respect you as a man. Zhao Mingyang didn't expect Yichhen to agree so quickly, and when he came to his senses, he burst into hearty laughter. Then let's do it. Ha! Amidst the laughter, flames erupted from Zhao Mingyang's body, and a pair of fiery wings sprouted from his back, not only looking incredibly impressive but also raising the temperature in the venue by several degrees, causing those nearby to instinctively step back. Han Fei hated fire. She squinted her eyes. It seems Zhao Mingyang has really become much stronger. Wang Shasha nodded in agreement. Perhaps it's a moment of brilliance. Although Zhong Tianming and Wang Ran didn't admit it verbally, the disdain in their eyes had vanished. This Zhao Mingyang was indeed qualified to be on par with them. Yichhen, are you ready? Zhao Mingyang was full of fighting spirit. For this battle, he only wanted to die with dignity. Yichhen said lightly, you should hurry up, it's almost 8. Soon, you will respect me. Zhao Mingyang couldn't suppress his anger, flapping his wings to soar into the air, and then, amidst the astonished gazes, those fiery wings began to grow larger, through constant vibrations, making the surrounding air even more scorching. What exquisite control over fire elements! If the seraph didn't commit a capital offense, this time it would be a blessing in disguise. Han Fei murmured to herself. Enhancing power through elemental amplitude, Zhao Mingyang has already surpassed us in this aspect. Wang Ran exclaimed slightly. I can't beat him. Wang Shasha pouted. She was naturally restrained by Zhao Mingyang. Zhong Tianming kept his eyes fixed on Yichhen, who had not taken the initiative to attack, clearly waiting for Zhao Mingyang to strike first, and he hadn't made any defensive moves. Show off. Although the other onlookers didn't understand as well as the 4 elemental masters, they could tell that Zhao Mingyang was preparing a big move. Damn, he's really going all out. This kid has probably been killed several times already, bullying my brother Yi for being kind and amiable, not following the rules of martial arts. Mo Yuan's mouth hadn't stopped complaining. He only fell silent when Zhao Mingyang's fiery wings stopped vibrating, his eyes fixed tightly as Zhao Mingyang's big move finally reached its peak. Everyone thought so. However, at that moment, Zhao Mingyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the stunned silence of the crowd, the bright yellow flames abruptly turned blood red. Those who are poor fear the reckless fear the desperate, and the desperate fear the suicidal. Right now, Zhao Mingyang was being suicidal. This was a fight to the death. Since he was going to die anyway, he wanted to drag Yichhen down with him. Everyone felt that Yichen's decision to fight was too reckless. It was dangerous. What the hell? Looking at the blood-colored angel in midair, Mo Yuan was so angry he couldn't speak. What is this? After holding back a big move for so long, he still had to add a buff. Right. This is just treating my brother Yi like a wooden dummy. Goddess, do you think brother Yi can withstand it? Mo Yuan turned to ask. Lin Qingwan just pursed her lips. I believe in him. Alright, there was no more reasoning, only feelings left. Mo Yuan fell silent. Brother Ran, can you take on the Seraph's move head-on? Coincidentally, Wang Shasha was also asking Wang Ran. To tell a scary story, these two were cousins. Zhong Tianming and Han Fei also looked at Wang Ran. The talents of the 4 elemental masters each had their strengths, and there was a hint of the 5 elements restraining meaning, but when it came to taking hits, it had to be the Sand Emperor. Wang Ran didn't speak, just slightly shook his head while looking at the blood-red flames. His intuition told him he couldn't withstand it. I can take it. Zhong Tianming smiled proudly. The three looked at him, and then he added, just don't guarantee I won't die. Almost forgot, this guy is stubborn. The three people's gazes returned to the Seraph, and Han Fei made a judgment that everyone agreed with. This move, Yichhen can only dodge, the Seraph can at least save some face. In midair, the Seraph felt his own state, a look of infatuation on his face. What a powerful force. If he had realized this realm sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have been lost in reckless abandon, but unfortunately, there are no ifs. His calm gaze fell on the flawed figure on the ground. Thank you for not interrupting. Now you can dodge. He no longer had the thought of killing Yichhen. All he wanted was to leave his strongest blow behind, to prove to the world that the Seraph had once been here. Yichhen smiled. Come and try, see if I can dodge? Alright. Before the words fell, Zhao Mingyang had already transformed into a flaming meteor rushing towards Yichhen. No frills. The blood-colored angel's desperate strike. On the ground, Yichhen squinted, leaping up, the extraordinary alloy knife in his hand meeting the sea of fire. Dodge? Not a chance. A real man faces it head-on. Subtle body technique. His figure like a shadow, arriving before the attack. Swinging the knife like a full moon, purple light erupted amidst the blood-red ninefold thunder blade. Hurry and retreat. Zhang Kunlun, who had always been as steady as a rock, suddenly changed his expression. Was this the power that a wild awakened one could unleash? Wind control. The old man suddenly stomped his foot, and a fierce wind rose from the ground, sweeping up the onlookers who had just reacted and accelerating their retreat. A sudden group of boom. Strong figures like Zhong Tianming instinctively looked up. At this moment, they could no longer see anyone, only a faint purple light flashing and disappearing in the blood-red sea of fire. By the time the other onlookers reacted, they could only see the dissipating blood sea. There was no doubt, Yichhen had faced it head-on without fear of life or death. So, he was fine, right? How is that possible? The little girl in Hanfu gasped, doubting her own eyes. However, as the waves of exclamations arose, it proved that her vision was indeed better than everyone else's present. In the air, Yichhen landed lightly, the knife in his hand vanishing into thin air. Graceful and eerie. Bang! Behind Yichhen, a figure fell to the ground. It was the once mighty Seraph. Now, the way he fell looked like a broken sack. And once he hit the ground, he lay motionless. Clearly, he had gone from a generation Seraph to a dead chicken. Ding! Killed one awakened being. The rewards have been stored in the reserve space. At the same time, a voice echoed in Yichen's mind. It's over? Is this really the end? The entire venue fell into a heavy silence for 3 seconds, everyone staring blankly at the scene. This Seraph, who was supposed to be the strongest in the nation, had stacked buffs for so long, yet couldn't withstand a single blow from the new strongest? This was too embarrassing. Lifeless, Zhao Mingyang is dead. After a while, the little girl in Hanfu, her lips trembling, was the first to speak. Is this still human? The onlookers were all shaken. Yichhen not only faced it head-on and won, but also killed the Seraph with one strike. Surely this wasn't a performance for them, right? Well, Zhao Mingyang couldn't possibly take on such a role. This is too terrifying. Looking at Zhao Mingyang's corpse, Zhong Tianming was almost moved to tears. Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise, that knife from Yichhen would have struck me. Seraph, my savior, may you rest in peace. That was a bit heavy-handed, Vice President. You won't blame me, will you? Yichhen didn't check the dropped items, just smiled at Zhang Kunlun and asked, how could I? If I let Zhao Mingyang choose, he would also choose to die by your knife. Zhang Kunlun shook his head, glanced at Yichhen, and said thoughtfully, although both ways of dying were quite suffocating. You can line up to check in now, please maintain order. Then, Zhang Kunlun walked towards the base gate with his hands behind his back, and naturally, someone would take care of the corpse of the Seraph. Yichhen watched Zhang Kunlun's back, his thoughts swirling. This vice president of the General Association had only shown a bit of his ability, but it was already frightening enough. The death of the awakened ones was indeed profound. Let's go. Yichhen called to his companions and walked towards the check-in point. Mo Yuan was stunned and shouted, aren't you going to line up, brother Yi? Too many people. No need to line up. Oh. Yichhen and his group walked in a straight line quite impolitely, but everyone they passed politely stepped aside. After you, big shot. This was the deterrent. Power of strength. The scene of the seraph being killed in an instant still lingered in everyone's minds. Seeing Yichhen was like seeing a monster, a god of death, and everyone avoided him. Even the previously flamboyant 4 major TikTok element users were now silent, not daring to utter even half a word. However, there were enough check-in channels, and nearly 2,000 people quickly entered the base. From the outside, the base looked like a giant silkworm full of futuristic technology, but inside, Yichhen just wanted to complain. Was the renovation budget insufficient? It turned out to be a bare shell. There were just a few giant screens hanging from the ceiling, a large banyan tree growing in the center, and many columns as thick as a person's embrace standing around. Yichhen didn't know exactly how many there were, but he saw that one of the columns was numbered 2333. Ye god, is this your first time at the base? A little girl in Hanfu popped up beside him. Yeah. Yichhen casually replied, then noticed something and looked at her. Are you mixed race? Wang Shasha was momentarily stunned, and retorted, I am a direct descendant of the Langya Wang family. How could I be mixed race? Langya Wang family? Yichhen felt like he had heard of it in some TV drama. It sounded quite impressive. He pointed at the little girl's eyes. Then why are your eyes green? I am an awakened wood element user, and my eyes changed color after awakening. Wang Shasha rolled her eyes. Green eyes. Is there a place to spar here? We might as well finish the challenge. Yichhen asked again. Wang Shasha blinked her eyes and pouted. Oh, fighting and killing is so boring. Let me introduce you to this base instead. There are many things you can't access outside. Oh, okay. Yichhen nodded. Meanwhile, Wang Ran and the others relaxed their tense hearts. At this moment, fighting Yichhen, could that be called a challenge? That would be looking for death. They hadn't even considered not fighting. Now Yichhen was stronger than them, but that didn't mean he would always be ahead. So, another day. Do you see these columns? Each one can seat a person, and the cultivation speed is at least 3 times faster than outside. Wang Shasha pointed at the dense columns. So amazing? First-time check-in visitors couldn't help but look at those columns, their eyes gleaming green. This was definitely a cultivation accelerator. At least 3 times, so some columns must be faster than 3 times? Lin Qingwan couldn't help but ask. When it came to cultivation, she was no longer sleepy. Yes, the earlier the number, the faster the speed. It is said that column number 1 can increase the speed by 20 times. 20 times? That would be incredible. How can we go up column number 1 to cultivate? It's simple. See that tree in the middle? Place your hand on the trunk and meditate. The column that shows your image means you can go up to cultivate. Then let's go. Lin Qingwan pulled Yi Chen's hand and headed towards the banyan tree. From a distance, it looks like a big banyan tree, but up close, one can only say it's quite realistic, and one wonders what kind of black technology product it is. Just as Wang Shasha said, some people place their hands on the trunk of the big banyan tree and meditate for about a minute, and a pillar appears with their image. I knock facial recognition. Mo Yuan was startled and couldn't help but complain. For someone with social anxiety, having their face exposed through facial recognition is just social death. Okay, what does it have to do with you? You're already in the late stages of social butterfly syndrome. Don't block the way, wife, you try it. Yichhen pushed his good brother aside, signaling Lin Qingwan to hurry up. It was clear that the wife was eager. Lin Qingwan indeed did not hesitate, stepping forward to place her hand on it, thought for a moment, then closed her eyes and began to practice the little thunder sound breathing method. Sister Fei, how many pillars do you think she can activate? Wang Shasha asked Han Fei. In fact, among the 5 elemental users on Douyin, aside from the seraph Zhaoming Yang, the remaining 4 formed a small group. Their relationships were roughly like this. Zhong Tianming liked Han Fei liked Wang Shasha, and Wang Shasha liked to play with flowers and plants. Wang Ran? He was Wang Shasha's cousin who liked to play in the mud. Between 20 and 25, Han Fei said confidently. Not everyone activates the same pillar each time. For example, pillars that have already been activated cannot be used again, and this time it was pillar 10, but next time it could be 8, 9, or even 11, 12, it's not certain. There are some fluctuations. Then that's quite impressive among the top talents. Wang Shasha nodded. Including this time, it was the 4th time for the 4-person team to check in. Han Fei's previous 3 results were 10, 9, and 9, while Zhong Tianming was about the same as Han Fei, and Wang Shasha hovered around 15, with Wang Ran being a bit better, his best result being 6. However, the slap in the face came so quickly. Right next door, a pillar suddenly emitted a bright light, instantly attracting everyone's attention. That pillar displayed Lin Qingwan's image, claiming to be able to crush ID photos with facial recognition, yet it couldn't diminish her beauty. But at that moment, everyone was not focused on her beauty. Instead, it was the number of this pillar. Number 6. Those who have been around here know very well what this number represents. It signifies the awakened ones of the first tier. And which of these awakened ones isn't famous? But this girl, she looks unfamiliar. Number 6? Lin Qingwan, who opened her eyes, immediately showed a look of disappointment. She had imagined activating one of the top 3 pillars. Rounding up, she felt she had lost out. Sister, don't be like that. Number 6 is already very impressive. Wang Shasha bounced over. Looking like she was about to cry. My best result is only number 13, and Ran Ji's best result is the same as yours. Han Fei stared at Lin Qingwan. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat? A tiger? In her perception, Lin Qingwan clearly wasn't as strong as her. What does pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger mean? She didn't understand. Lin Qingwan shook her head, wanting to cultivate but ultimately feeling a bit guilty. No, it was, in short, she held back. Maybe it's because you guys are too weak. As everyone knows, Douyin users have an average net worth of over 100 million, with an average of top-tier talents. Yichhen said with a smile. Wang Shasha's little face turned red. You're talking nonsense. We are not weak. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll find out later. Yichhen kicked his good brother. You go try it. Alright, watch me. Mo Yuan inexplicably felt a surge of confidence, and while meditating, he couldn't help but fantasize about awakening a pillar that would make him look impressive. As a result, he really did manage to show off. Number 15. No way, this person looks ordinary. Yet he can awaken pillar number 15? I'm a bit unconvinced. Speaking of which, he is Yishen's good brother, right? If he can be Yishen's good brother, he shouldn't be bad? The crowd erupted. Mo Yuan was beaming with pride, even bowing to those around him, saying he was a bit embarrassed that his performance was a bit off. He was pretending, and he had fooled them. Wang Shasha pouted. No, why should it be like that? This person looked clearly weak, and I, the awakened one from the Langya Wang family, the number 1 awakened lowly on Douyin, one of the 5 elemental mages, how could I be on the same level as this person? This is just not scientific. The big banyan tree must have a bug. Wang Shasha, full of dissatisfaction, took action, and a minute later she cried out loud. Number 16. I'm even worse than this rookie. Is it because of Xiao Leiyin? Lin Qingwan tugged at Yichen's sleeve. The latter nodded affirmatively. Lin Qingwan's results had only made him suspect initially, but now with Mo Yuan's results out, it was confirmed. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Qingwan looked at Yichen with anticipation. Which man could withstand such a gaze? He nodded on the spot. I'll give it a try. Swish, swish, swish. Now everyone around who was about to take action stopped, all looking at Yichen. So far, the best result was Wang Rant's number 6 pillar. Well, there was a pretty girl tied for first place. So, the one who could obliterate the blazing angel Yichen. Which pillar could he light up? The top 5 is still very stable. The strongest awakened ones in the country should have some presence, let's say the top 3. What's the point of guessing like this? I'll bet on which specific pillar. Hurry up and place your bets. 100,000 on number 3. 1 million on number 4. 690,000 on number 2. Hey, why bet 690,000? Round it up. I won't round it, I just like 690. What's wrong with that? Originally, Yichen was about to place his hand on it, but after hearing the gamblers' discussions, he felt a bit dissatisfied. He turned back and asked, hey, doesn't anyone want to bet on me for number 1? Where's the promised presents? Ha, Yichen, you don't know this. The president of the Guangqing Association said that civilian awakened ones can't activate pillar number 1, so our limit is pillar number 2. Zhong Tianming explained with a grin. Limit is 2? That doesn't sound good. Yichen laughed and turned to place his hand on the trunk. Limit? Doesn't exist. I'm about to embarrass myself. No such person in the database. Please register before testing. Thank you. A mechanical voice sounded emotionlessly. Yichen. Everyone. Wait, you haven't registered with the Martial Arts Association? Lin Qingfeng shouted. Yichen turned to look at him and nodded. It seems so. Vice President Lin of Yun City felt the veins on his forehead throb. What year is it? Even the vegetable sellers at the market have taken the time to register with the Martial Arts Association. The key is, you are still Yun City Martial Arts Association's golden signboard. My golden signboard isn't registered. If this gets out, even the dogs in the village will laugh. Over there, hurry up and register. Vice President Lin glared at Yichen, pointing to the service point not far away. If this kid refuses, he won't live through today. Oh. Yichen, very considerate of his uncle, turned and walked towards the service point. After all, he was being forced to do this. Let's go see. I'm really curious about what talent he has. Wang Shasha wiped her tears and chased after him with her short legs. Behind her, a large crowd silently followed. What talent did the strongest awakened one in the country awaken? Even Yichen's pillow person, Lin Qingwan, was very curious. The registration service point had only one staff member who was bored out of his mind playing on his phone. After all, what year was it? Even the vegetable sellers at the market had registered. To be honest, he was even afraid of being fired by the base. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of him. He looked up and was startled. What are you looking at me with those green eyes for? Isn't it just playing on my phone at work? Hello, I want to register. Ha? Oh. The staff jumped up and then looked at the person speaking, who seemed a bit familiar. Upon closer inspection. No way, it's Yichen? You haven't registered. The staff's eyes widened. Is that a problem? Yichen was a bit annoyed too. Not registering isn't illegal. Why are you all making such a fuss? It's fine, cough. Cough, I'll help you input the basic information. You just answer my questions. We always suggest telling the truth here, but of course, you can lie if you want. Our martial arts association respects personal privacy very much. The staff spoke the rehearsed lines while typing on the computer. Name? Yichhen. You wouldn't not know me, right? I know. Age? 23. Desired registration location? Whatever. Let's go with Yun City. Code name? You can fill in 3 here. Are you sick? A bit cough. Talent? Here it comes, the key point. The onlookers perked up. It's well known that an awakener's talent often determines their cultivation direction and combat inclination, which is very important for studying a person. The strongest awakener in the country is definitely worth studying. Beast transformation. Oh, beast transformation. Many people suddenly realized at the same time, then they froze. Beast transformation? Are you kidding a 3-year-old? No, you can't even fool a 3-year-old. Yichhen, you can't fill in false information for this talent section because we also need to record a segment of your talent display. If it doesn't match, then registration won't be successful. The staff weakly reminded. Yichen's eyes widened. Who filled in false information? My talent is beast transformation. Fill it in for me. Okay. The pressure from Yichhen was too great, and the staff finally relented, locking in the beast transformation option in the highlighted section. Then, with a heavy heart, she stood up and pointed to the stage beside her. Now we need to record your talent ability. You can showcase it for 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Please try to present your best state. This video will determine your official talent rating. After saying that, the staff couldn't help but close her eyes. She could already imagine the scene that would follow. Yichhen pulling out that oddly shaped knife, smashing the stage with one blow, and both the system and the on-site observer would agree that it didn't match, requiring the registrant to re-register, and then there would be no then. This registration is quite simple. Yichhen smiled and leaped onto the stage. Then, he didn't pull out the knife. Instead, he stood there in a daze for a moment, then shouted, Beast transformation. TSK, what a performer. The onlookers were too lazy to watch, but the next second everyone's eyes widened and their mouths gaped wider and wider. Rip! Yichen's clothes exploded. The young man, over a meter tall, grew to 3 meters, his entire body covered in glowing black fur, each strand exuding a dangerous aura, except for his face, which at this moment was no longer Yichen's harmless face, but instead a fierce monkey face. This isn't a metaphor, it's really a monkey face. Bang! 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 The 3-meter-tall ape walked to the edge of the stage, looking down at the staff with a grin. Look, is this not beast transformation? The staff couldn't help but step back, then tripped over her own foot. Hey, speak! The big ape spoke again. Only then did the staff wake up from her daze, hurriedly getting up and nodding frantically. It's beast transformation. It's so beast transformation. Simply beast transformation. Beast transformation is a popular talent, but for the vast majority of people, it's only partial transformation, like Uncle Bear from Yichen's village, who can transform into a bear paw to fight. Like Yichhen, who has completely beastified hair, ears, and face, and those teeth that can bite a little friend in one go. He is truly 1 in a million among beastifiers. In short, very impressive. But everyone present still felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through their minds. No, that graceful figure who could fly with unparalleled sword and bow skills, suspected to be a lightning element awakener, Yichhen. His talent is actually beastification? That's ridiculous. But whether they believed it or not, they had to believe it. The evidence was right before their eyes. What level can my talent be rated? Yichhen asked again. At this moment he was naturally in his magic ape state. This was his first time using this skill, but he felt no discomfort. Compared to usual, he was just a bit taller, a bit stronger, and had slightly better teeth, with a slight craving for peaches and bananas. Rounding it off, it was pretty much the same as being human. You need to show it again for a better assessment. A voice replaced the staff's response. Everyone looked over, and good heavens, even the vice president of the association came over to watch. Zhang Kunlun had a look of surprise on his face. He couldn't accept the fact that Yichhen had a beastification talent, so he decided to watch a bit longer. Alright, I'll only perform once, so watch closely, Yichhen said readily. After all, he had already decided that from now on he would be a proper beastification awakener. Anyone who said otherwise could just get lost. Returning to the center of the stage, Yichhen decided to test his strength. As everyone knew, beastification was mainly about amplifying strength. So, after a brief moment of preparation, he stomped his foot hard. Boom! The stage collapsed without mercy. Dust and debris flew up, and various equipment also suffered greatly. Zhang Kunlun's face twitched and he waved his hand to disperse the smoke, then saw the giant ape standing on the ruins, scratching its head in confusion. Looking at him, is the quality of your martial arts association's facilities really that poor? The staff wanted to tell Yichhen that this testing platform was built with super alloy materials, and the floor was made of a new type of load-bearing rock easily capable of withstanding several tons of impact. But Zhang Kunlun didn't want to explain anything, he just urged to continue recording the data. In the end, Yichen's talent rating was naturally a top 3. Brother Yi, hurry up and try activating the pillar. Mo Yuan couldn't wait to see his buddy show off. If I can get a 15, Yichen must get a 1. Yichen had the same intention and walked towards the big banyan tree, but soon he realized something and turned to the crowd. Does anyone know where the bathroom is? I really need to go. Everyone. There's a tent over there. Zhang Kunlun pointed to the innermost part of the base, having figured something out. That was the Martial Arts Association's office in the base, also considered a confidential place, but Zhang Kunlun decisively allowed Yichen to use it, because the entire base's bathrooms couldn't accommodate his 3-meter-tall frame. Yichen went quickly and returned just as fast. Now back to his human form, he emerged wearing a brand new luxury outfit, looking not only unruffled but seemingly 2 points more handsome than before. Where did this outfit come from? So mysterious, just like his talent. But Yichen wouldn't confess, and there was nothing they could do about it. Capturing him for research wasn't necessary. Now Yichen was the focus of national attention, and any movement would be closely watched. Moreover, having a mysterious awakener emerge in the country was actually a good thing for the entire nation. The moment of slapping faces indeed arrived. Soon, the president of the Guangqing Martial Arts Association publicly announced that the number 1 pillar could not be activated by civilian awakeners, a statement that Yichen ruthlessly overturned. It was the kind of slap in the face that echoed. Yichen had just placed his hand on it for barely 10 seconds when the number 1 pillar closest to the big banyan tree displayed his image, just like the difference between a 10,000 yuan computer and a 1,000 yuan one, booting up incredibly fast. For this result, the onlookers were no longer so surprised. Yichen, the beastly awakened monkey, now he didn't climb the pillar but flew straight up, which is quite reasonable. What? Never seen a monkey fly? The great sage equal to heaven has been eaten by you. Cultivate and you can catch up. Zhong Tianming was still being stubborn. The others said nothing, silently starting to climb the pillars. Regardless of whether they could catch up or not, cultivation was definitely necessary. This was a rare opportunity. However, just as they were preparing to each ascend their respective pillars, a figure descended from the sky. Yichen, what's going on? Why are you back again? Mo Yuan asked in surprise. Yichen sighed, cultivating there isn't much help to me. It's boring. How is that possible? Can't pillar number 1 accelerate by 20 times? Everyone was confused. Yichen thought seriously for a moment before saying, scientifically speaking, it can indeed accelerate by 20 times, but it doesn't have much effect on me. A straightforward truth. He had long confirmed that his cultivation method in various skills required little practice, and progress would come naturally, meaning he already had a built-in accelerator. So, it was reasonable that with 2 accelerators running simultaneously, there would be no cumulative effect, only the more powerful one would be effective. Oh, everyone suddenly understood. It turned out this person was unscientific. Suddenly not wanting to cultivate and wanting to lie flat. What was going on? Xiao Qingwan, you go up and cultivate, since it's open, don't waste it. Yichen smiled at Lin Qingwan. The latter's eyes brightened, and she nodded. She also chose not to climb the pillar in such an undignified manner but walked casually, forming an ice ladder beneath her feet. Sister Lin, can I borrow your number 6 pillar? Wang Shasha shouted from below. Sure. Lin Qingwan's voice came down from above. Yay! Wang Shasha jumped 3 feet high and rushed towards pillar number 6. Lin Qingfeng and Mo Yuan had something to say but couldn't get it out. They couldn't possibly compete with a little girl for something, right? Mo Yuan was better off, as his own pillar was also good, and he turned around to climb. Watching Mo Yuan huffing and puffing as he climbed, Lin Qingfeng glanced sideways at Yichen. If others didn't understand, he certainly did. It was definitely related to Yichen. Want to learn? I'll teach you later. Yichen grinned. Lin Qingfeng was overjoyed and patted Yichen's shoulder hard. I knew I didn't misjudge you, good brother-in-law. The crowd quickly dispersed. Nothing was more important than becoming stronger. The help from this base in Guangqing was undoubtedly immense, and they couldn't let down the country's cultivation. Yichen had no use for this cultivation. He didn't want to practice because he was already feeling a bit nauseous from practicing in his room during the day. Balancing work and rest was very important. He wandered around the base and then felt lonely. Besides pillars, there were still pillars. He simply flipped through his personal space, remembering that after taking down Zhaoming Yang he heard a few sounds, but at that time he was too busy showing off to check. The seraphim was a bit surprising. It actually dropped a lighter, the kind traditionally recognized, and it wasn't windproof. Fortunately, 3 items dropped in total, and Yichen was very satisfied with the other 2. One was a transcendent alloy rod, although it belonged to the same series as the transcendent alloy knife and hammer. This thing was clearly made of much more luxurious materials, as thick as a thigh and a yard long. Just ask if it's big. It was simply a weapon tailor-made for the beastly monkey state. Finally, there was a frenzy potion, a one-time consumable that could unleash 300% of one's strength within 2 hours after ingestion, followed by a 24-hour weakness. This thing wasn't needed in daily use but could serve as a trump card for survival. Right, he still needed to go out and stomp on some cockroaches. And ants to drop more clothes. After all, the beastly monkey would drop clothes. Yichhen. Yichhen, who was counting the inventory, was startled and turned around to see Zhang Kunlun smiling at him. Is there something you need? Yichhen felt a sense of caution. This old man had a rather unscrupulous look in his eyes. What do you think about the current global situation? Zhang Kunlun casually sat down next to Yichhen. Both of them sat on the ground. Did they start off with such a grand scale? Yichhen thought seriously for a moment and replied earnestly, I feel that money is losing its value. Zhang Lao, do you think I should convert my money into other assets to better hedge against risks? Zhang Kunlun's smile stiffened. With such a grand perspective, why was he discussing his meager savings? All the aspects impacted by the great changes should be resolved within the next 6 months. Countries around the world are urgently negotiating to address issues including currency, laws, and the division of awakened beings' powers. By the way, we might need your help for our country then. Zhang Kunlun, true to his position, skillfully redirected the conversation. I'm just an ordinary beastly awakened being, what help can I provide? Yichhen looked quite anxious. You're anything but ordinary. Can you act any more clumsily? Zhang Kunlun wanted to curse but could only look at the ceiling with a melancholic expression. He couldn't understand how a young man in his 20s could have so many ulterior motives. How could they communicate like this? Soon, Yichhen also left the base, cursing under his breath. That old man was all talk, giving him nothing but empty promises. Ugh. Back at the hotel, it was a bit torturous. For others, the base was an opportunity, but for Yichhen, it was worse than useless, and this kind of life had to continue for 2 more days. He could only mindlessly scroll through Douyin. It seemed like all major video platforms had a task. Every video had to mention the word awakened, or it felt like a crime, filled with various news about awakened beings. And he, the strongest awakened being in the country, was undoubtedly a frequently mentioned figure. The current Douyin hot list's top entry was ridiculous. Yichhen is actually a beastly awakened being. Clicking in, it was a major media outlet's account, showcasing a high-definition video of him displaying his talent, with a caption stating that the media had paid $1 million for exclusive access to the video, judging by the shooting angle and distance. Damn, there's a mole. He casually opened the comments section, and well, it was already a frenzy. Most people were questioning, some were fawning, and others were discussing how they couldn't see the indescribable parts of the giant ape. This split into 2 factions. One believed it was incomplete beastification, while the other was certain it was a beastly female ape. Then a group of haters emerged, confidently claiming it was small. Damn, this is slander. Yichhen couldn't take it anymore and directly spoke up. On his main account, I am fully beastified but can control some parts that are not beastified, that's it. Yichhen. 10 minutes later, looking again, the slanderous comments had quieted down, replaced by everyone praising him as a civilized beastly awakened being. Days passed like this. The number of awakened beings gathering at the Guangqing Martial Arts Association was increasing, to the point where there weren't enough beds, with thousands of people camping outside in tents. The Guangqing Martial Arts Association was fair to allow later awakened beings to also enjoy the feeling of being overpowered. They directly have the entry time for awakened beings into the base, changing the clock-in time from 8 a.m. and p.m. to 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. Yichhen also clocked in on time every day, not for anything else, but to get his wife a #1 machine. Even with the shortened time, those with top-tier talents were still making impressive progress. Yichen's good friend Mo Yuan had already shed his rookie status, his strength now above the average line among nearly 10,000 awakened beings. Lin Qingfeng set aside the basic cultivation method and switched to the little thunder sound breathing technique, and his strength began to rise rapidly. Among the group of people who were clocking in together, he could confidently have Yichhen, Lin Qingwan, and the Douyin 4 masters stand up and then shout, I'm not targeting anyone, everyone here is trash. The Douyin 4 masters didn't practice the little thunder sound breathing technique, but it was clear that they weren't training with the basic materials either. Now, they were confident they could go toe-to-toe with the explosive seraphim. Of course, if we were to talk about who made the most terrifying progress, it had to be Lin Qingwan from Machine. Number 1. How to demonstrate her current level. Han Fei had secretly sparred with her outside, and no one knew who won or lost, but the two returned hand in hand, laughing and chatting. That day at 8 in the morning, Yichhen yawned as he walked into the base, ready to start a machine. At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Those whose names are called, please gather at the base entrance within 10 minutes. If you didn't hear clearly, you can check the list on the big screen. Latecomers will not be waited for. Yichhen, Lin Qingwan, Wang Ran. Anyone with a bit of insight perked up at this moment. Finally, were they going to work? Yichhen is the first to be called. That's impressive. All the names in front have some status. Wait, could it be that the Guangqing Martial Arts Association is picking people to go in? Nonsense, with so many people, they must be selecting the best. Damn, it's not scary to be picked, it's awkward for those who aren't. Shut up, my name is complicated, you have to listen carefully. Really? What's your name, brother? Zhang Wei. I'm also called Zhang Wei. Those whose names were called walked out with their heads held high. Many were eager, their strength had increased rapidly in recent days, and they needed practical combat to solidify it. When they reached the open area outside, they saw 3 big shots waiting there. The vice president of the association, Zhang Kunlun, wasn't standing in the middle. Instead, a handsome middle-aged man stood there, looking to be in his 40s, with bright eyes and an aura of a hidden powerhouse. Uncle Chui, Wang Shasha called out. The middle-aged man looked over, smiled faintly, and nodded but didn't say anything. Who is this Shasha? He looks impressive. Mo Yuan couldn't help but inquire. What do you mean looks impressive? Uncle Chui is impressive. Wang Shasha shot Mo Yuan a glare, always feeling uneasy about this guy being on the same level as her. However, she continued to explain. He is the president of the Guangqing Martial Arts Association, and he is also the head of the Beiling Chui family. Oh, so that means he has a high status. Mo Yuan seemed indifferent. He had been feeling inflated lately. Wang Shasha looked at him disdainfully. The few of us together wouldn't be enough for Uncle Chui to handle. Cut it out, you're just bragging. Mo Yuan didn't believe it. In his view, a few nearby people tied together could even take down Yichhen, so how could they not defeat Chui Shanha? My good brother is the strongest awakener in the country. After all, the ignorant are fearless. Yichhen squinted his eyes, sizing up Chui Shanha. He sensed a somewhat dangerous aura from this uncle. Sure enough, the depths of the awakeners were still quite profound. All the Douyin 4 master stuff was just for the ordinary crowd. It made sense. This was the national machinery. What kind of monstrous talent awakener couldn't they find? What kind of resources couldn't they produce? What kind of information wasn't obtained first? Just look at the Guangqing base to know a thing or two. They were directly cheating. However, Yichhen didn't belittle himself. When it came to cheating, who was afraid of whom? His strength was also for others to see. In reality, who knew how strong he was? The pattern was opening up. The strongest awakener of humanity would eventually be mine. When it was said to be 10 minutes, it was 10 minutes. When the time was up, Chui Shanha looked at the crowd and spoke. I am Chui Shanha, president of the Guangqing Martial Arts Association. First of all, congratulations to all of you for obtaining the qualification to enter the Changlong wild animal world. We will go in at noon when the sun is hottest. Of course, you can also choose not to enter. The crowd stirred. Someone asked, President Chui, don't the ones who weren't chosen have to leave here? A large-scale awakening of individuals entering the Changlong wildlife world will definitely provoke a riot among the mutated creatures inside. The remaining people can assist the association in guarding the border, and the reward is that for every few hours of defense, they can enter the base for the same amount of time, Chui Shanhai explained. The crowd suddenly understood. The elite were responsible for the offense, while the rest were in charge of defense. Offense was dangerous, and defense also had its threats, but not as many. President Chui, what can we gain by going? At that moment, a voice with a hint of coldness suddenly rang out, overpowering the discussions. Many people then realized, right, the rewards for the defense side were so enticing. What about the treatment for the offense side? They began to inquire, but Chui Shanha's answers were vague. He only said that in addition to enjoying the same treatment as the defense side, the gains in the Changlong wildlife world would belong to the individual, and finally, some outstanding individuals would receive additional rewards. What were the standards for being outstanding? What were the additional rewards? Despite everyone's persistent questioning, President Chui remained tight-lipped. However, just the fact that additional gains would belong to the individual was enough to satisfy this group of awakened individuals, many of whom were there for the resources inside the Changlong wildlife world. Yichhen was not concerned about the treatment. He just wanted to be a ruthless monster-slaying machine, but that cold voice earlier had caught his attention. He then noticed a group of rather special people. This group spanned 3 generations from old to young, and at first glance, they seemed unremarkable, but upon closer observation, it was easy to see that their eyes occasionally revealed a certain aura. Arrogance. The cold voice earlier had come from one of them. Yichhen continued to observe and found others in the crowd with a similar aura, though in smaller groups of 3 to 5. One person noticed Yichen's gaze and even smiled at him. That smile reminded Yichhen of Lu Jingwei, who had introduced himself on the first day of school with that same smile, exuding an inexplicable sense of superiority. President, there are 1,333 people. A designated person counted the number of individuals on the offense side. Chui Shanha was very satisfied with this number. The original plan was to recruit 1,000 elite members, but now there were over 300 more. The mutated creatures inside are very sensitive right now, and a large-scale entry can easily trigger a beast tide, so we will adopt a strategy of breaking into smaller units. Starting at 12 o'clock, we will send in about 300 people every 30 minutes. Now, you can freely form small teams. There is no limit on the number of people in each team, but the maximum cannot exceed 20. You have 1 hour. Once your team is formed, you can come to collect the positioning wristbands. We will deploy according to the wristband numbers. As Chui Shanha's voice echoed, the crowd became chaotic again. Many hadn't expected it to be organized by small teams and thought they would directly fight as a large group of 1,000. Yichhen, are we really going to recruit to full capacity like this? Lin Qingfeng approached Yichhen to ask. Over 30 awakened individuals had come from Yunqing, but less than a third were chosen, and with Yichhen, there were exactly 10 people Lin Qingfeng thought it would be better to recruit a full 20. After all, more people meant more strength. If they encountered danger, at least they could outrun their teammates if they couldn't outrun the mutated creatures, right? In any case, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Of course, Yichhen didn't see it that way. Recruiting 10 more people would mean splitting the monsters with himself. I think this is just fine, Yichhen suggested seriously. Seeing that the absolute core of the team disagreed, the nominal captain Lin Qingfeng could only awkwardly say, alright, teaming up with unfamiliar people has its risks. Having just our own is also pretty good. What if someone familiar wants to join the team? A lively voice came from behind. Lin Qingfeng blurted out, that's no problem. Great, then the 4 of us will join your team. Only then did Lin Qingfeng realize, and turning around, he saw 2 men and 2 women approaching with smiles. Wow, the Douyin 4 elemental mages? Lin Qingfeng was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but look at Yichhen again. What do you think? Don't you have anyone who wants us? Yichhen asked. Of course we do. What are you talking about, ye god? But we think having you in our team, would give us a greater sense of security, so we came to join. You. Wang Shasha looked like a fangirl. I don't believe your nonsense. Yichhen thought to himself, but he put on a radiant smile, then welcomed the 4 of you to join the team. Let's see what tricks you all have up your sleeves. In the end, the team quickly grew to 14 members, and Yichhen personally named it the strongest team on the surface, with Captain Lin Qingfeng receiving the positioning ring right away. At noon, the first batch of people was transported by military trucks through the quarantine zone, crossing the heavily guarded entrance and the high-voltage electric fence, including the strongest team on the surface. After crossing the high-voltage electric fence and walking a few steps, they could clearly feel that the air was much more humid and chilly than outside, and one could imagine how cold it would be at night. However, for the capable awakeners, this noticeable change in climate was only a bit daunting psychologically. Their bodies could still handle it. Lin Qingfeng was very cautious, and the team advanced in a triangular formation, with the tank at the rear and the fragile ones in the middle, leaving the front to the Douyin 4 elemental mages. Outsiders should take the lead. This place is a bit eerie, but not dangerous. Mo Yuan, who had been nervous at the back, straightened up when he saw no mutated creatures attacking. Mutated creatures aren't stupid, they won't wander around the military base for no reason, and strictly speaking, we haven't officially entered the wild animal world yet. Then where is this? Mo Yuan couldn't help but ask. The map shows this is a parking lot. Just a bit further is the north gate. Look over there, Lin Qingfeng said while looking at the map. The map was originally a tourist map of the Changlong wild animal world, so recognizing the location wasn't a big problem. Sure enough, large open spaces appeared on both sides, mostly covered by tangled vines, with abandoned cars everywhere, looking like a car graveyard forgotten for decades. There were some damaged signs around, barely discernible as parking lot markers. See, these cars have been beaten up, and most of the sunroofs have been pierced. It must have been done by mutated creatures. As far as I know, mutated creatures are smarter than regular ones. Why would they play with these cars? Do you think mutated creatures might use these cars as containers to lay eggs inside? Don't say that, it's really possible. Let's take a look and find out. Most of the teams from the first batch of drop-offs were also around, and they were very interested in these parking lots, but they weren't foolish enough to go check directly. Look at my fireball. Here we go. Sword coming. Make way, I'm going to unleash a mouth cannon. Various ranged skills struck the car graveyard with impressive attack power and a dazzling display. Mo Yuan watched the scene with envy. Others' abilities were both impressive and practical, while his own just felt so lame. How embarrassing. The probing attacks, aside from the noise they made, did not receive any other feedback, and everyone relaxed, eager to jump onto the car graveyard to scavenge first. However, at that moment, a mutation suddenly occurred. There was a tremor. All of them were top-tier awakeners, and they sensed something was off right away, with someone shouting for the teammates in the car graveyard to get down quickly. But it was already too late. Bang! 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 When the sound of something breaking through the air continued to ring out, everyone was horrified to discover that the vines, which had just been scorched by fire, shattered by stones, and blasted to bits by air cannons, had shown no reaction until now, suddenly came to life. The rustling sound of something breaking through the air was coming from the frenzied assault of countless vines. Crack! Ah! Someone was caught off guard and was killed on the spot, while others were ensnared by 2 vines, their bodies torn in half, blood splattering everywhere, creating an exceptionally bloody scene. Fortunately, the awakened ones reacted quickly and were quite strong. After withstanding the first wave of sudden attacks, almost all of them had the ability to leave the car graveyard and return to their teammates. These vines are actually alive. It was only then that someone who had narrowly escaped shouted in terror. The others, who had restrained themselves from being greedy, exchanged glances, knowing that the long wildlife world was dangerous, but they never expected it to be this perilous. They hadn't even officially entered the park yet. Once the last person returned to safety and the vines dragged away the bodies, they quietly clung to the cars, appearing harmless once again. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would believe that these things had devoured the lives of 9 awakened ones in just a few seconds. The scene that followed was somewhat noisy. What do we do now? Should we clear out these vines? What's the benefit of clearing them out? I saw clearly in the car graveyard there was nothing inside the cars, and these vines themselves don't seem to have much value, right? These things seem unable to crawl out of the parking lot. Why not just avoid them? I'm not interested anyway, let's go. Just as most people were preparing to back out, someone jumped out to stop them. We can't leave. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to him, Lin Qingfeng raised his voice. If we just walk away, the teams coming in behind us will likely be lured to their deaths. Now that we're here, we're all comrades in the same camp. Can you bear to watch them fall for it? What's there to be compassionate about? In this world, hasn't everyone gotten used to life and death? This was the unspoken thought of some, but it couldn't be voiced, as most awakened ones were originally law-abiding ordinary people and still had a sense of justice. Thus, Lin Qingfeng's suggestion received overwhelming support, and they began to clear the vines. To minimize unnecessary losses, they used ranged attacks to clear the vines, while those who couldn't attack from a distance were responsible for keeping watch. The strongest team at the bottom took the lead. Lin Qingwan and Han Fei stood side by side, the former unleashing cold air to cover a large area of vines, causing them to freeze at a visible speed, then detonating the ice. One explosion took out a patch, and the efficiency was very high. Han Fei summoned a large number of ice blades to reach the vines, both domineering and smooth, like cutting chives. But if one were to say who had the most outstanding efficiency, it had to be Wang Shasha, who single-handedly took on a parking lot, walking in amidst the astonished gazes of many. Even more shocking was that those vines showed no reaction at all. Wang Shasha's eyes emitted a strange blue light, enveloping the entire parking lot, and before long, those vines began to wither into ash. In contrast, this girl in traditional Hanfu returned, licking her lips in satisfaction. There's another parking lot over there, keep going. Yichhen, seeing how fierce Wang Shasha was, pointed to another parking lot that hadn't been dealt with yet. I can't do it, I'm already full. Wang Shasha waved her hand in refusal, burping in satisfaction. Seeing Yichhen looking bored as he watched everyone work, she couldn't help but say, hey, you, the strongest awakened one in the country, why aren't you working? At least set an example. No, I'm just a beast transformation awakened one, I can only throw stones, which isn't very useful. Yichhen shook his head. These vines are just a bunch in numbers, their individual attack power is mediocre, and their defense is even worse. He truly looks down on them. Let the small monsters be taken care of by others. I want to go up the mountain to hunt tigers. Beastly awakened ones? Can only throw stones? How can one even say that out loud? Wang Shasha looked at someone with disdain and said nothing. Before long, Lin Qingwan and Han Fei returned together. It wasn't that they couldn't continue working, but in this dangerous area, they needed to conserve enough strength. Hey, dear, you've worked hard, take a break. Yichhen pulled out a redwood chair and placed it on the ground, gesturing for Lin Qingwan to sit down. Lin Qingwan had long since gotten used to Yichen's occasional materialization of objects. She nodded and sat down to rest. Everyone has their own secrets, especially in this era, where all sorts of mysterious and bizarre things are not uncommon. Seeing Han Fei standing there in a daze, she couldn't help but ask, are there any more chairs? It was damp and chilly here, and there was really nowhere to sit and rest. Yes. Yichhen nodded. Then can I have a chair too? Wang Shasha quickly said. Yichhen nodded again, casually grabbing, and 2 chairs appeared in his hands, placed in front of Wang Shasha and Han Fei. Sit down, don't be polite with me. Yichhen smiled. Looking at the 2 plastic chairs in front of them, Wang Shasha and Han Fei wanted to complain about something, but they felt powerless to do so and could only sigh at the disparities between people. However, having chairs is certainly better than having none, right? They sat down. To be honest, sitting on a plastic chair in this environment felt oddly comfortable. Aren't you going to make a move? Lin Qingwan looked at Yichhen in confusion. If she remembered correctly, this person was very keen on cutting down mutated creatures. Yeah, Yichhen, you're lacking a bit of team spirit here. Wang Shasha teased. You should help out, otherwise, my brother will start nagging again, Lin Qingwan added. Alright, I'll take it as a workout. Seeing that his future wife said so, Yichhen stretched and stood up, heading directly towards the largest parking lot. He hadn't made a move yet, as he was actually observing. It seemed that there wasn't too much danger here for the time being, so he could move a bit now. Soon, arriving at what was deemed a safe distance, the silent thunder bow appeared in Yichen's hand. 2. Say that his ranged attack, aside from turning into a magic ape to throw things from afar, was this archery skill. Drawing the bow to 8/10 full, a streak of lightning shot forth, crashing violently into the junkyard of cars. Boom! The terrifying force sent a large number of scrap cars flying, and dozens of vines clinging to them were blown to smithereens, drawing the attention of many who compared their own destructive power of lightning arrows to Yichen's, causing quite a few to feel angry. What the hell? Yichhen, you still say you're a beastly awakened one? Yichhen, however, didn't care how others viewed him. He just kept drawing the bow, lightning arrows whistling, as the vast expanse of vines rapidly disappeared. But as he kept shooting, he suddenly froze on the spot. Wait, with my explosion rate killing so many vines, why is there no notification for exploding monsters? This is not scientific. No way, Yichhen, are you done? Is this it? Your cultivation method doesn't seem that great either. Seeing Yichhen stop outputting, Wang Shasha found an opportunity to counterattack, jumping up and standing on the redwood chair, shouting loudly. Wang Ran, seeing this scene, twitched the corner of his mouth. Sometimes he wondered, is this girl really from my Wang family? Yichhen, however, was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Shasha's taunts and, with a leap, he flew into the sky. The safety height emphasized by the Guangqing Martial Arts Association is within 100 meters. He chose to ascend to 90 meters, a height that barely allowed him to overlook the entire A district parking lot. From this perspective, it is not hard to see that the entire parking lot in Area A is covered in vines. The awakened ones are working hard, but they have only cleared less than 2/5 of the area. Of course, what Yichhen is looking at is not this. With his vision pushed to the limit, he quickly found his target. In the backlight, a graveyard was vibrating slowly. To be precise, it was writhing, blocking the sunlight. To take a closer look, the densely intertwined branches formed a round shape covered by large green leaves. Below, countless tendrils were undulating like waves. These tendrils were identical to the vines they were currently eliminating. This was not a car graveyard, but a giant mutated plant. Damn, wasn't it said that the mutated plants here were spiritual herbs? Would this kind of spiritual herb come when called? This thing could scare someone with a phobia of clusters to death. Yichhen clicked his tongue. This was the first time he encountered such a big mutated creature. Recalling the popular science pamphlet issued by the Guangqing Martial Arts Association, this thing's prototype should be called the Ruthru vine, a common wild vine found everywhere in the south. From a distance, its writhing seemed minimal, but its speed was not slow at all. Just while Yichhen was observing, it had already moved, relocated hundreds of meters away. The vines everyone was happily clearing seemed to be nothing more than its unworthy possessions that it hadn't had time to take with it. Not knowing what else lay ahead, Yichhen no longer hesitated, took out the purple-black arrow crafted by his father, knocked it, and drew the bow like a full moon. Although the Guangcheng base was of no help to Yichhen, these days he had relied on his powerful cultivation talent, and the great thunder sound breathing technique had also improved significantly, allowing him to easily master the small thunder sound bow. Whoosh! The blazing sunlight could not conceal the presence of the purple light arrow, which cut through the sky amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, heading straight for the giant target 3,000 meters away. Boom! The arrow tore through layers of leaves, exploding on the branches of the mutated Ruthru vine, the powerful lightning force ripping a wound over a meter in diameter. Even though the mutated Ruthru vine had branches that were 20 meters high, this wound was not small. However, this arrow seemed to be of no use. The mutated Ruthru vine emitted a sound similar to a baby's cry, and its speed of relocation increased even more, while the wound it had sustained was visibly healing, even swallowing his arrow. Damn, I disturbed it. Yichhen returned to the ground with a dark face. He had just lost an arrow. He realized that he seemed unable to do anything to this mutated Ruthru vine. It seemed there were many unknowns in this zoo, and he needed to be more cautious. Since it posed no immediate threat, it was better not to provoke it. What were you blowing up just now, using all your strength? Back at the resting area of the team, Wang Shasha asked loudly. On the ground, their view was blocked by buildings, hills, and trees, and even in broad daylight, they had not noticed the existence of the mutated Ruthru vine. Just messing around. Yichhen replied irritably. Wang Shasha pouted. If you don't want to say, then don't. If she didn't believe the truth, Yichhen continued to lazily watch the lively scene. He couldn't be bothered to explain that. These vines were probably already dead and wouldn't attack people anymore. Let the young ones vent their energy. Soon, the vines in the entire Area A were cleared away, and each team continued on their adventurous path. Yichhen didn't mention the mutated Ruthru vine to his teammates. This thing was definitely a boss-level existence, so there was no need to scare people by bringing it up. The strongest team on the surface held a small meeting, and in the end, Yichhen decided to confront it head-on, entering the battlefield through the nearest north gate, reasoning that it was closer to Baihu Mountain from there. The parking lot in Area A is less than 500 meters from the north gate, but the team took a full half-hour to walk there. There was no way around it. After being scared by the car graveyard, they felt danger in everything they saw. In the deep woods on both sides of the road, small mutated animals like wild rabbits and wild chickens occasionally darted out. At first, no one paid much attention. Whoever got close would deal with it. But when Mo killed a mutated wild rabbit and it surprisingly dropped an awakening crystal core, the atmosphere changed. These little creatures also had awakening crystal cores. Mo, be careful. I'll save you. Die. Don't move. This mutated chicken is coming for me. Staying still is for turtles. Good brother, I'm coming to help you. Don't. Damn it, let's split it in half. Wow, what a big snake. Everyone, get back. This place is under my control. Little sister, isn't that an earthworm? In the context of a global currency system that must be upgraded, if you ask what is the absolute hard currency, 100 people would say it must be the awakening crystal core. This thing not only serves as purchasing power but is also essential for awakening talents and enhancing strength. Over 90% of awakeners enter the long wildlife world for the sake of awakening crystal cores. So even the well-born Douyin 4 envoys didn't hold back and decisively went for the monsters. Originally, no matter how weak the mutated little animals were, they were not something an awakener could handle alone. Didn't you see how Yichhen almost wiped out the entire hotel when he encountered a mutated little lobster at a class reunion? But those who could enter here were the elite among awakeners nationwide, so it was the mutated little animals that were out of luck. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Yichhen, walking at the back of the line, only felt that this group was noisy. The awakening crystal cores were also different from one another. Although the official standards had not yet been clearly established, the black market had already explored a rough value system. The awakening crystal cores from these small mutated creatures were classified as low-level awakening crystal cores. To put it this way, 100 awakening crystal cores from mutated wild rabbits are worth less than one awakening crystal core from a mutated dog. The strongest awakener in the country, should be digging for the awakening crystal cores of medium to large mutated creatures. Squeak! A sound of wind broke behind him, and Yichhen instinctively turned to see a large rat with red eyes pouncing towards him. What a reckless move! An extraordinary alloy knife appeared silently in his hand, and he swung it casually. The blade flashed. Squeak! The mutated rat barely had time to let out a scream before it fell dead on the spot. Killed one mutated rat, obtained one piece of refined gold and one book of basic mining skills already stored in the reserve space. At the same time, a kill notification sound came through. Yichhen silently opened the storage space to check his gains. Refined gold, the main material for crafting extraordinary weapons. One piece weighs a standard 1 kilogram. The description of refined gold shocked Yichhen. This meant that if he gave this piece of refined gold to his dad, it might be possible to craft an extraordinary weapon? Awesome! Looking at the other gain, basic mining skills, and auxiliary skill that can be learned immediately without training. That seemed even more impressive. Without hesitation, Yichhen learned the basic mining skills, and sure enough, a mark of a handheld hoe appeared in the storage space. The display showed that he needed to touch the mineral material to use the skill, with a note indicating 1/100. Could this be an upgradable skill? Excited, Yichhen returned to reality. Looking at the large rat on the ground, he casually swiped the alloy knife, and to his surprise, there was an awakening crystal core in its head. Take this. Yichhen picked up the awakening crystal core, played with it for a moment, and tossed it to the side where Mo Yuan was looking miserable. This is so embarrassing. Haha. Mo Yuan mumbled about feeling embarrassed, but his hands quickly stashed the awakening crystals into his bag. Ever since discovering that these little creatures could drop awakening crystals, he had no part in the subsequent monsters. He had already collected 2 awakening crystals upon entering what? A profit. At this moment, Yichhen watched the scene of everyone scrambling for monsters, and his heart began to ache a little. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Everyone, stop!" Yichhen still had some face, and everyone immediately halted their actions. The few stunned little creatures, caught off guard, quickly seized the opportunity to flee. But several bolts of lightning were faster than they were. Killed one mutated rabbit, earned 1 million. Killed one mutated chicken, earned 1 piece of fine gold. Killed one mutated earthworm, earned 1 beginner mining skill book. Killed one mutated mouse, earned 1 piece of fine gold. Listening to the pleasant notification sounds, Yichhen felt great. He learned the dropped beginner mining skill, and the bracket behind the skill changed to 2 out of 100. Just as expected. Hey, Yichhen, you can't just steal monsters like this. Wang Shasha angrily ran up to Yichhen, hands on her hips, questioning him. Yeah, Yichhen, you're not being fair. The others were also unhappy. He told them to stop, yet he directly stole all their monsters? That was too much. But they couldn't fight back. I'm not trying to steal monsters, I just think you guys are too slow and it's affecting our progress, so I wanted to help. Yichhen explained with a smile. Before his teammates could respond, he added, also, your luck isn't as good as mine. I have a higher chance of dropping awakening crystals, so considering everything, I've decided to take all the mutated little creatures that pop out to attack, and you guys can just focus on mining. Your luck is better? Everyone's faces twitched. How could a monster thief have the nerve to say he had good luck? Could he be any thicker skinned? No way. However, after they cracked open the heads of the mutated little creatures, they were instantly stunned. Because just now, Yichhen had killed 10, and he actually dropped 5 awakening crystals, a drop rate of 50%. They had been fighting for a long time, and their rough estimate of the drop rate was only about 20%. I think it's just luck. Try again. Wang Shasho said, full of disbelief. Try again? Fine, let me show you what luck really is. Yichhen laughed as he pushed Wang Shasha aside and walked ahead of the team. The mutated little creatures, aside from retaining their animal instincts, had also improved their intelligence to some extent. At the very least, they knew simple ambush techniques. For example, a lone prey. Soon, Yichhen ruthlessly killed another 10 mutated little creatures that tried to ambush him, not even glancing at their corpses, while his teammates transformed into relentless crystal miners. After a round of counting, they secured another 5 awakening crystals. This is insane. Wang Shasha muttered to herself. Faced with this reality, everyone was speechless. Yichhen's luck was just too strong. Actually, we're doing pretty well mining too. Han Fei said softly. Yeah, Yichhen's luck is indeed good, that's something we all know. Most importantly, he's handsome and talented. I can also see that Yichhen is a genuine person, warm-hearted and caring. He's a top-notch friend. Everyone thought about it and couldn't help but agree, speaking up one after another. They were exhausted and could probably only manage to get 3 or 2 crystals, but with Yichen's luck, even if he took the lion's share, the average split for the whole team would still earn them more than going solo. And it was less tiring. Sometimes, you just have to believe in luck. The front was responsible for killing, while the back was responsible for collecting, as one awakening crystal after another was gathered. The team moved back and forth along the narrow forest path like a relentless assembly line. As they progressed further, Yichhen became increasingly eager to fight, at one point wanting to charge into the dense forest with his knife. However, he ultimately gave up after being persuaded by Wang Shasha, who, as an awakened one with a natural affinity for the forest, indicated that there might be great dangers within. Those mutated small animals were likely forced into the fringes of their territory. Time passed, and Yichhen asked the expert Wang, "Is it because we've cleared everything that only 1 or 2 have appeared?" Wang Shasha sniffed the air and replied, "It's not that we've cleared everything, it's just that the smell of blood here is too strong, and those mutated small animals are too scared to come out. We need to hurry and leave, I'm afraid. A big creature might come sniffing around because of the blood." "Oh, then let's head to the north gate, there are probably mutated plants over there. So far, aside from those useless vines, we haven't found anything." The team moved along the designated route. Yichhen returned to the middle of the group, feeling a bit tired, but looking at the more than 100 pieces of fine gold and the 36 beginner mining manuals in his storage space, he felt it was worth it. From a distance, they could see the north gate archway, but as they approached, every team member felt a chill run down their spine. The north gate archway was not an archway at all, it was shaped by countless wasps, which had made it their nest. The archway was densely packed with wasps, most about the size of a fist, with a few as large as an adult's head. In the center of the archway, there was a giant hollow, but nothing could be seen inside. "Yichhen, why are you all so late? What are you planning to do, charge through or go around?" 4 hunting teams lingered in front of the wasp archway and hurriedly approached Yichen's group, as they had originally planned to enter through the north gate. The archway spanned the entire entrance, unless one could fly, they had to pass underneath it. Just thinking about it was thrilling. "Have you tried testing it?" Yichhen asked, looking at the archway. "Who would dare poke a wasp nest? We're afraid they would swarm us, and we wouldn't even have a chance to hide." The awakened ones shook their heads. "Then what are you still doing here?" Yichhen asked bluntly. "Aren't we waiting for you?" One team leader scratched his head, looking quite honest. "Why not go around? Those big ones are mutated wasps, and there are too many of them," Lin Qingfeng couldn't help but suggest. "No way," came the resolute voice. Yichhen was naturally determined to go through the north gate, but the speaker was not him. It was the 4 elemental users from Douyin. The synchronized response was so obvious that even a blind person could tell something was off with these 4. Everyone's gaze turned toward them. Ha ha. The few of them felt a bit awkward, but in the end, it was Wang Shasha who was the least embarrassed. After finishing her laugh, her face turned serious. "You all need to hear my defense first. This kind of wasp nest can produce a special royal jelly, which is a great thing. Taking it directly can strengthen the body and develop talents." "Is it really that amazing?" Everyone was stunned. "Is that it?" Yichhen felt that Wang Shasha hadn't explained it clearly. The girl in Hanfu nodded earnestly. Yes, that's it." Yichhen nodded as well. He was sure that these 4 had more tricks up their sleeves, or several. However, even if it was just the effects of strengthening the body and developing talents, it was enough to make everyone present excited. To have treasure and not take it, that would be a disaster. Mo Yuan, who had a fear of dense things, looked at the wasp archway and found it increasingly appealing. "I looked closely, there are about 100 mutated wasps. If we cooperate, we still have a good chance of taking it down." The usually calm and experienced Wang Ran also showed some excitement at this moment. "Then let's cooperate." "I agree, but how to divide it is a problem. We're all on the same side, just keep it fair." 100 mutated wasps, still unaware of their exact strength. This is undoubtedly a huge danger, but no one present backed down. After all, those who were scared didn't come in. With a unified opinion, they began to discuss tactics. Luring out the mutated wasps one by one was clearly unrealistic. They would have to engage in a large-scale battle, which would test everyone's cooperation. The 5 captains were about to discuss how to proceed when the impatient Yichhen interrupted. "No need to split the teams, let's surround them from 3 sides. Our team will take the front to draw aggro and deal damage, while the remaining 4 teams will flank from the sides. In the end, our team will take half of the resources, and you can split the other half." Yichhen looked at the 4 captains. "Who agrees, who disagrees?" The 4 captains exchanged glances. Yichhen clearly wasn't negotiating. If they disagreed, they might as well not play at all. Without the strongest team on the surface, what would they even do? They agreed. "All right, let's go." With Yichen's command, the flanking teams took their positions, ready to strike at any moment. Zhong Tianming and Wang Ran will take the front to absorb damage. Wang Shasha and Han Fei will form the second line of defense. Xiao Qingwan and Dijoga will be on the third line. Yichhen also made arrangements for the frontline team. How to put it, it was a clear strategy against the 4 elements of Douyin. What about you? Wang Shasha shouted, unable to contain her frustration. She didn't argue that it was unreasonable because there were only 14 of them in total. As long as they ensured the fragile ones could output safely, it was a reasonable configuration. I'll play as a free agent. Yichhen grinned. Any problems? If not, I'm starting. Before Wang Shasha could respond, the small thunder sound bow in his hand was already drawn to its limit, and without needing to aim much, the lightning bolt was released. Whoosh! 50 meters away, on the archway, a mutated wasp was lazily resting when it suddenly sensed something and instinctively spread its wings to take off. But it was already too late. Boom! The light arrow pierced through the body of the mutated wasp and exploded among the swarm, causing casualties. Killed one mutated wasp, obtained 1 star silver, 1 portion of refined bee royal jelly, already stored in the reserve space. Killed one wasp, obtained 100,000 yuan, already stored in the reserve space. Killed one wasp, obtained a JK outfit, already stored in the reserve space. As the notification sounds went off wildly, the tens of thousands of wasps on the archway went crazy. Buzz buzz buzz, 1, 2, 3. Half of the mutated and ordinary wasps took to the air, gathering into a wasp army, their pairs of pitch-black eyes staring at the invaders below. At this moment, everyone could see that the original archway was left with only a steel frame densely embedded with beehives. Was the bee royal jelly that Wang Shasha mentioned inside those beehives? Ah, they only sent out half their forces after their nest was blown up. Now we can't sneak in. That's not a bad thing, at least we don't have to face all the mutated wasps at once. I want to play melee, so let's transform into Ultraman Tiga. We have enough aggro, let's pull back a bit to avoid damaging the bee royal jelly. The 4 elements of Douyin at the front showed no signs of tension. Zhong Tianming, who was given the codename Terminator, even transformed directly into the form of Ultraman Tiga, looking quite flashy. The mimicry metal made Yichhen very envious. This talent was perfect for showing off. Wang Ran and the others took a slight step back, and the wasp army began their full dive. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Before they got close, a black rain came pouring down. Wow, it can attack from a distance, brother save me! Wang Shasha shouted in a hurry. It was the black rain formed by wasp stingers. Wall of the Imperial Army, rise! Wang Ran remained calm, raising his hands in the air. Bang! A dirt wall more than 10 meters long and wide rose from the ground, blocking Wang Ran and his little friends behind him. Bang bang bang, a barrage of bee stings was intercepted by the dirt wall, along with hundreds of diving wasps which crashed into it and were smashed to pieces. At that moment, Zhong Tianming leaped over the dirt wall, charging alone into the wasp army. In less than a few seconds, he endured dozens of attacks, including stings from mutated wasps. Yet even when stung by the mutated wasps, only a nail-sized hole was left on his body. He was breached but not harmed. In contrast, Zhong Tianming's ultra hand sprouted hundreds of sharp blades, and without needing to focus on any particular wasp, he simply waved his hand around. That comb-like hand could take the lives of several wasps with a single swipe, all meeting there and in dismemberment. Ha, I want to kill 1,000. Zhong Tianming's laughter was exceptionally wild. Wang Shasha, hiding behind her older brother, couldn't suppress her urge to show off. She pulled something from her pocket and threw it at the wasp army that had crossed the dirt wall. Go, my big-headed doll. A green light shot from Wang Shasha's eyes, illuminating the thrown object, which instantly swelled hundreds of times, transforming into a more than 3-meter-tall, big-headed doll. Yichhen curiously examined it. Goodness, the craftsmanship was unparalleled. The doll's head was disproportionately large, with a dog-chewed fringe, a turned-up nose, and mismatched eyes. It was confirmed, it must have been sculpted by Wang Shasha herself. It was ugly and clumsy, but that did not affect the big-headed doll's combat power. 2 vines sprouted from her palms, swinging wildly at the wasp army. Wasps fell to the ground with a crackle, dying peacefully. Even the mutated wasps, when hit, would become disoriented, and after a few more hits, their bodies would split apart. Rain of overturning. Ice blade. Die for me. As the cold voice rang out, water molecules 100 meters above condensed into droplets, then formed sharp shards of ice. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, a 100-meter drop, unstoppable. The densely packed wasp army suddenly had a large gap, as Han Fei eliminated a group. With a single move, everyone present was shocked, realizing why elemental talents were said to be terrifyingly top-tier. They now understood the true value of it. The area of effect spells were too overpowered. The 4 elemental users from Douyin unleashed their power, creating a massacre, undoubtedly giving the following teams immense confidence. The 4 small teams on the flanks quickly followed up with ranged attacks to clear and harass. Of course, the impact from the front was undoubtedly the greatest. Protect my sister, fight close with me. Lin Qingfeng shouted as he leaped out from the dirt wall created by Wang Ran, drawing the weapon on his back and executing a slashing move. Golden light flashed, and over a dozen wasps fell to pieces. Only then could one see that he was holding a sword shaped like a snake, glimmering with golden light. Zizzizizi, buzz buzz buzz. Among the wasp army, 8 mutated wasps emitted piercing sounds, charging towards Lin Qingfeng with thousands of troops, a treatment similar to that of Zhong Tianming in the adjacent battlefield. Lin Qingfeng showed no fear, sweeping his sword horizontally, golden sword energy erupting, transforming into countless sharp spikes that whistled away. Zizizizi, the few mutated wasps at the front were caught off guard, struck by the dense spikes, their cries filled with pain. Even the mutated wasps couldn't withstand it, let alone those who hadn't evolved yet. They were swept away by the rain of spikes, unable to even cry out before meeting their end. Impressive, my big brother-in-law. Yichhen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. His brother-in-law was indeed strong, seemingly on par with a non-exploded seraph. This sword is a bit like the golden snake sword in Jin Yong's novels. By the way, why didn't he take it out when he fought with my brother-in-law before? Yichhen asked his wife beside him. Lin Qingwan shot him a glance, then looked at the battlefield and said softly, my brother wasn't going to fight you to the death, so he didn't use a weapon. Besides, this sword was awarded to him by the association after he became the vice president of the Yun City Martial Arts Association. He treasures it dearly. Oh, Yichhen realized. He was still thinking that this golden snake sword was not simple. His brother-in-law wielding it was clearly stronger than when they sparred, especially with those clusters of sharp spikes, which were much more ferocious and had a wider range. Even though the Lin family was the first family in Yun City, it was unlikely they could hide such a good thing. It turned out it was issued by the association. Well, that's fine. Behind the martial arts association is the state, which controls the production and manufacturing processes of weapons like the golden snake sword, so that makes sense. However, compared to his extraordinary alloy series weapons, he felt this golden snake sword should still be somewhat inferior. Rise, Lin Qingwan lightly uttered, and a transparent ice wall about 7 or 8 meters long and wide rose from the ground, blocking a wave of attacking hornets. By the time the hornets circled around, the subsequent firepower had already caught up and eliminated them. In terms of practicality and range, the ice wall created by Lin Qingwan was slightly weaker than Wang Ran's earth wall, which showed how much she had improved during this time. But Lin Qingwan felt no excitement. There was even a hint of worry between her brows. She realized that relying solely on her awakening progress was not enough. The key lay in the application of power. Her strength was only a hair's breadth less than Han Fei's, but she absolutely could not do what Han Fei did, raining ice from the sky for large-scale attacks. Her techniques all came from her own understanding, and at this moment they were only suitable for controlling the battlefield. The Lin family of Yun City was ultimately a small power, having produced only one vice president of Yun City, and compared to those truly ancient families with connections and heritage, they were nothing. However, if one were to say that Yichen's background was even worse than the Lin family's, counting back dozens of generations, he was probably just a farmer. Yet this person was quite mysterious, with an enigmatic talent, mysterious techniques, and mysterious skills. Even she did not know how many more tricks he had up his sleeve. It seemed that even if he were alone, he could rival the entire world. Thinking of this, Lin Qingwan glanced at Yichhen beside her, who happened to look over as well. Their eyes met, and Yichhen smiled slightly, even winking at her. This unserious demeanor made her feel quite at ease. They worked together to withstand the first wave of the Hornet Army's charge, and from then on, it became much easier. They just kept smashing skills. In just 20 minutes, the Hornet Army suffered heavy casualties, while the humans only lost a few lives and had already gained the absolute upper hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Seeing their comrades suffer severe losses, the Hornets perched on the archway could no longer stay put and took off, charging towards the humans. The atmosphere on the scene became tense again. Although they had eliminated nearly 20,000 Hornets, the entire Hornet Army numbered at least 100,000. The difficult battle had just begun. At this moment, Yichhen also made his move, directly wielding the extraordinary alloy knife, soaring into the midst of the Hornet Army. Close combat was the most lethal way. Whoosh! A strong lightning burst forth from the darkness, and the thunderous breathing technique brought with it lightning attribute damage, which was simply the nemesis of these hornets. There was no need for the blade to touch them. Wherever the light reached, they turned to ashes, but a blank space was exposed, only to be filled again by darkness. Yichhen strolled leisurely, swinging his knife continuously, starting to farm monsters. The blank appeared. The blank disappeared, repeating endlessly. Meanwhile, the emotionless notification sound kept repeating. Killed one hornet, received a bottle of 1982 Lafite, already stored in the reserve space. Kill a wasp, obtain a basic mining skill book, already stored in reserve space. Kill a mutated wasp, obtain a portion of refined royal jelly, already stored in reserve space. Kill a wasp, refined royal jelly? Amid the relentless notification sounds, Yichhen keenly caught the keyword, but there was no time to check it out, as in his view, wasps were swarming from all directions. First kill, then talk. In such an environment, even the subtle body technique couldn't exert its usual effect, and soon Yichhen was covered in wasps, including 2 mutated wasps. Their attack methods were quite simple, long-range stinging and close combat with their stingers. Not to mention an ordinary awakener. Even Zhong Tianming, who had liquid metal protection, could withstand it, but not for long. Yet Yichhen appeared completely unfazed, leaving those who had been watching him dumbfounded. No way, no way, without beast transformation, how could this guy be so tough? How does his body feel more resilient than my liquid metal? This is not scientific. Zhong Tianming looked at the figure covered in wasps, still hacking away like a killing god, and found it completely unacceptable. Pure physical quality can't be this strong. Yichhen must be wearing some kind of soft armor or treasure. Wang Ran focused for a moment before making her judgment. Zhong Tianming felt this judgment was unreliable, but compared to Yichen's body being on par with his abilities, this was still relatively plausible. Damn it, he clearly comes from a family of poor farmers. How does he have so many treasures? He thought of his own Zhong family lineage in Yingchuan, which didn't have such good stuff. Wang Ran shook her head. He seems to be an anomaly. In any case, let's try to befriend him as much as possible. I suddenly want to see the scene where certain guys provoke him. It must be very interesting. Zhong Tianming suddenly grinned. Wang Ran smiled faintly. With Chen's fearless character, it's just a matter of time before he clashes with them. Those who look down on everything need proper treatment. Yichhen was still unaware that people were discussing him behind his back. At this moment, he was in a killing frenzy. The stingers of ordinary wasps couldn't break through the defense of the golden cicada armor, while the mutated wasps could barely manage it, but they couldn't inflict significant damage in a short time. Just a bit itchy. Until he felt a slight heaviness in his hand holding the knife, he realized that these stingers carried toxins. Although they couldn't cause fatal injuries, there were still side effects. Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield. Without hesitation, Yichhen cast another defensive buff on himself. Roar! The tiger roared. Zizizizi! The wasps on him instinctively tried to flee in fear, but as soon as they moved, they were struck dead by the erupting golden light, their bodies falling from the sky. The two mutated wasps were still dazed in the air, and Yichhen casually took them down with a single slash. He obtained another portion of refined royal jelly, although he still didn't know what it was for. Having killed so many wasps and barely getting a few, it had to be something good. Did mutated wasps have a much higher drop rate for this item? Targeting the nearest mutated wasp, Yichhen charged forward, and the wasps in his path were blown away by the protective golden bell, with the unlucky ones dying on the spot. For Yichhen, this was a one-sided massacre. The blood battle was in full swing. Damn it, this work is too exhausting. Zhong Tianming transformed into Ultraman. Digga flashed a red light, cursing as he ran back to the earthen wall to rest. He wasn't out of combat power, rather, he had already consumed more than half of his strength, and if something unexpected happened while continuing, he wouldn't have the energy to respond. He could only take a break for now. Like him, or rather, this was human nature. Basically, no one at the scene was truly fighting to the death, at least everyone had reserved some strength. Anyway, with Wang Ran, Lin Qingwan, and other elemental mages controlling the situation, the rotation was proper, so there wasn't too much danger. However, even so, 6 people permanently lost their lives. The number of wasps was simply too many. Too many ants can kill an elephant. Meanwhile, those who took the opportunity to recover were mostly watching the battlefield in mid-air. That was the battlefield of Yichhen. Looking at the figure that showed no signs of fatigue, wielding his sword with a speed still as fast as lightning, they felt that the worldview they had painstakingly built as awakeners was teetering on the brink of collapse. Everyone was an awakener. Why could he be so fierce, chopping for 40 minutes without rest? Yichhen has already killed over 24,000 wasps. A bored person calculated this number based on Yichen's sword-swinging frequency and lethality, combined with the duration of the battle. Everyone gasped. This number was truly terrifying. It should be noted that Yichen only started fighting in the second phase, which meant that he single-handedly dealt with almost half of the wasp army charging in the second phase. I forgot to mention, he seems to have a particular fondness for mutated wasps. I checked, and he has taken down about 30 or 40 of them. This data expert dropped another bombshell. Everyone. No wonder it felt like the pressure wasn't that great. Everyone, hold on, it's almost time for the harvest. If you're injured, don't push yourself, hurry and heal. We have Yichhen. Someone shouted. Many of those fighting with injuries found this very reasonable and slipped away. 3 arrows fired together. Yichen's voice came from the air. Following that were 3 purple beams of light that crossed over 100 meters, blasting the 3 mutated wasps that were chasing the injured into pieces. This was Yichen's response. With him, it was enough. Everyone was excited and invigorated. They had previously thought that Wang Ran, Lin Qingwan, and the others were impressive in controlling the situation, but now it seemed that Yichhen was truly remarkable. This was called controlling the entire battlefield. To reduce unnecessary casualties, Yichhen preferred to work a little harder himself. He attracted the vast majority of the firepower in the air. Many emotional people were deeply moved at this moment. If only Yichhen knew their thoughts, otherwise he would definitely wave his hand and say it was unnecessary. He just wanted to chop a few more monsters and loot more items. It wasn't as great as they thought. Roar! A low growl came, leaving many people stunned. Yichhen, who was controlling the battlefield, immediately looked in a certain direction, then couldn't help but squint his eyes, swinging his sword to kill a group of wasps that were still fearlessly attacking. He turned and returned to the ground. Looking up, he gazed at the archway. At this moment, everyone finally reacted, realizing that the roar came from above the archway, and they all looked up. Meanwhile, the remaining 20,000 or so wasps seemed to have received some command. They stopped chasing the humans on the ground and instead spread their wings back to the front of the archway, reforming under the leadership of the mutated wasps. They did not charge again, seemingly waiting for something. Soon, the answer was revealed. From the edge of the giant groove on the archway, a black, slender claw emerged, followed by 2, 3. These claws were about the size of a human thigh, and all came from the same creature. Roar! This creature poked its head out, finally revealing its true form. There was no surprise, it was the head of a wasp. However, it brought everyone a surprise. It had a body the size of a big-headed doll, dozens of symmetrical claws, and could spread 3-meter-long black flesh wings to take to the air. Bat wings, centipede's lower body, wasp's head. This thing must be a hybrid. Mo Yuan commented with a grin. However, no one joined in the jest, for under the gaze of this hybrid creature, which could probably be called a wasp, they all felt a chill run down their spines. It was different from the first time they saw the wasp archway, which had startled them. Now, it was pure terror. This is most likely a mutated queen bee. Its strength is unknown, but it is definitely more terrifying than any one of us. Moreover, I am sure it is covered in deadly poison, so you all need to be careful and avoid it. Wang Ran's face was extremely serious. How about we strategically retreat? Zhong Tianming couldn't help but suggest. Han Fei and Wang Shasha silently nodded in agreement. Others might not know what a mutated queen bee meant, but they, well, also didn't know how strong a mutated queen bee was. But this was a royal-level mutated creature. Even the weakest royal-level mutated creature was not something they could withstand. Even the 4 envoys of Douyin didn't have the courage to face it, and everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Their expressions twisted in distress. If a mutated queen bee had appeared from the start, they would have just turned and run, but now they had already lost several lives, and the awakened crystal cores in those mutated wasps' heads hadn't been dug out yet, not to mention the royal jelly that was almost within their grasp. Yichhen, what do you think we should do? A team leader shouted. Everyone's gaze immediately fell on Yichhen. Now it was up to the leader to show his attitude. I'll take on the mutated queen bee alone, the rest is up to you. Yichhen made the decision without even thinking. Running away? Not an option. This mutated queen bee was the strongest creature he had encountered so far, including humans. If he could kill it, wouldn't that give him a top-tier reward? Mainly, he was quite confident in his own strength, not to mention he was sure he could save his own life. Yichhen, don't be reckless. According to historical records, in the first year of global evolution, no human could single-handedly kill a royal-level creature. We should run, Wang Shasha quickly advised. Wang Ran looked at her sister with a strange expression. Hadn't she always been bickering with Yichhen? Why was she now revealing secrets to persuade him? The others were also taken aback. Historical records? Which historical record was that? Were they playing time travel or reincarnation? Royal-level creatures, what kind of creatures were those? Weren't they just A, B, C, D? Had they been reclassified? Yichhen was also puzzled by this question for a moment, but he quickly brushed it aside, casually inserting his extraordinary ally knife into the ground, lifting it with one hand, the silent thunder bow appearing in his hand, while he took out an arrow with the other, calmly gazing at the mutated queen bee in the sky. I don't know if your historical records are true, but even if they are, today, Yichhen will break this history. As his voice fell, he drew the bow like a full moon. Bang! Thunder roared, and the arrow transformed into a raging meteor, shooting forth. The evolution of mutated creatures is not just an evolution of form and strength, their intelligence also increases, and the intelligence of royal-level creatures is generally comparable to elementary school students. So after the mutated queen bee emerged from its nest, it didn't rush to attack but instead observed the bipedal insects on the ground from the air. As long as it caught sight of any of these bipedal insects showing fearful expressions or movements, it would launch a thunderous strike. Very good, it saw that these bipedal insects were afraid. Therefore, the mutated queen bee never expected these bipedal insects would take the initiative to attack. When the thunderbolt rushed towards it, a look of shock clearly appeared on its ugly face. Then, boom! In the eyes of Wang Ran and the others, the seemingly invincible royal-level creature fell backward, and the explosive power of the arrow directly tore apart the 2 mutated wasps beside the mutated queen bee, as well as hundreds of unmutated wasps. Bang! Roar! Before the rising dust had settled, the mutated queen bee flipped over with a carp-like motion, its pitch-black eyes turning crimson, and it charged furiously towards Yichhen. The speed of dozens of claws erupted, comparable to a high-speed train. Everyone stay away from me. Yichhen, however, was completely unafraid. He slung the small thunder sound bow over his arm and drew the extraordinary alloy knife to meet the challenge. He wasn't reckless, he had already given himself a buff with the Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield. Seeing the weak bipedal beast still daring to offend, the mutated queen bee became furious again, opening her mouth to spit a glob of saliva. Yichhen didn't expect the mutated queen bee to be so unhygienic, and with a twist of his body he barely dodged it. The large puddle of saliva hit the ground, instantly corroding a pit deep enough to bury a person, with smoke hissing from within. The corner of Yichen's eye caught this scene, and his skin twitched. Compared to this, sulfuric acid was nothing. However, there was no time for him. to be shocked, as the mutated queen bee had already lunged at him with her jaws. Yichhen dared not be careless, and his subtle body technique was pushed to the limit. With a miraculous movement, he dodged the thunderous bite, then sidestepped to avoid the claws that were aimed at his head. Yet, there was still no breathing space. The mutated queen bee's attacks came again. The mutated queen bee was massive, but her movements were incredibly agile, and her key attack methods were numerous, including but not limited to spitting saliva, biting, wing flapping, clawing, and stinging. A true combat rogue. The onlookers, who had been obediently dodging, felt their scalps tingle. They asked themselves that if they faced the mutated queen bee, they would surely not survive a single round. Yet Yichhen had gone through several rounds without a scratch. His movement was simply outstanding. Originally, according to their plan, they were supposed to clear the remaining wasp army, but seeing Yichhen engaged in ground combat with the mutated queen bee, they found themselves with no opportunity to intervene, only able to watch from a distance. The wasp army seemed not to have received the mutated queen bee's orders, still fluttering in the air without any intention to attack. Thus, the situation turned into Yichhen soloing the mutated queen bee. Damn, so you have a temper, huh? Take this knife. After going through several rounds, Yichhen finally found an opportunity, leaping up to slash at the mutated queen bee's back. Clang! Sparks flew from the blade. Yichen's eyes narrowed. With the extraordinary alloy knife and 80% of his strength, he still couldn't break through the mutated queen bee's defenses. It should be noted that during his time at the Guangqing Martial Arts Association, he had perfected the great undersound breathing technique, and his strength was incomparable to when he had slain the explosive seraph. To be honest, Yichhen didn't even know how strong he really was, as he had no point of reference. Was this the worth of a king-level creature? It wasn't that exaggerated. Seeing the mutated queen bee turn in pain, the wound on her face, which was the size of a fist and oozing gray-green blood, Yichhen grinned and said, "Look behind you. Your mom's here." Roar! The mutated queen bee naturally ignored him and lunged at Yichhen again. The two shadows, one large and one small, once again entangled in combat, their speed so fast that the onlookers in the distance could barely keep up. Under the extreme subtlety of his body technique, the mutated queen bee was just a target for Yichhen, at most a dangerous target, as the blade of the extraordinary alloy knife struck every corner of the target. Unable to break through her defenses didn't mean the mutated queen bee felt no pain. On the contrary, her cries of pain grew louder and her attacks became increasingly frenzied. But it was of little use. Yichen's movements became more and more bizarre, and his fighting style increasingly flexible. He could even occasionally jump out of the battle circle to shoot an unexpected arrow at the mutated queen bee. When faced with a torrent of toxic saliva, he suddenly conjured a massive metal shield, hiding behind it. What is the most important thing when soloing a boss? Experienced players would tell you that the most important thing is to kite. Yichhen had taken kiting to the extreme, and despite the mutated queen bee's impressive skills, she was completely outmaneuvered by him. And the skilled players would add, besides kiting, absolute patience is also required. I wore diapers while soloing the boss, okay? Yichhen also had enough patience. He kited to the point that even the onlookers around were exhausted from watching. In the end, he waited for the opportunity. The toppled mutated queen bee jumped up at the fastest speed, but had lost track of the two-legged beast. "I'm right here." The mutated queen bee turned its head, its pupils reflecting the ever-enlarging cold blade. Kick! But it hadn't had time to react. Without any obstruction, the blade completely sank in. Yichhen finally revealed a smile. Damn it, he finally hit the mark. Roar! The mutated queen bee let out a piercing scream, disregarding the need to kill the detestable two-legged beast, spreading its wings and soaring into the air. Sitting on the back of the mutated queen bee, Yichhen was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground. But he reacted quickly, leaping up to steady himself while his left hand had already drawn the bow and his right hand grasped 3 arrows radiating a cold sheen. 3 arrows were launched simultaneously. "Is this what you meant by not playing? Die." Before the words fell, there was a whoosh, which sounded like one, but was actually 3 sounds ringing out together. 3 arrows shot. Fourth, 3 bolts of lightning shot straight into the sky, accurately hitting the soft abdomen of the mutated queen bee, exposed due to its frantic escape. Roar! The roar of the beast echoed through the heavens and earth once more, but it lasted only a few seconds before abruptly stopping. The massive shadow fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and also stirring up huge waves in everyone's hearts. The royal-level creature, the mutated queen bee, is dead. Am I looking at fake historical records? Wang Shasha stared blankly at the motionless body of the mutated queen bee. Wang Ran gently shook her head. The records should be true, it's just that Yichhen, he created history, breaking the previous records. Is he aiming for the heavens? I don't know if he will reach the heavens, but we, who are in the same era as him, are really unlucky, aren't we? Coming back to her senses slightly, the proud Douyin 4 envoys had bitter expressions. They were supposed to reflect an era, but now they were being crushed by this anomaly, unable to lift their heads. Buzz buzz buzz. After the mutated queen bee died, the remaining wasp army did not flee but charged madly towards the humans. However, their biological instincts made them subconsciously avoid the solitary figure standing there. Ye God killed the mutated queen bee. It's our turn now. Kill. The human team also went crazy in a joyful frenzy. With the death of the mutated queen bee, they were guaranteed victory. Outside the north gate archway, chaos erupted once more. However, this did not affect Yichhen, as no creatures came to disturb him. This was the best news possible, as his last bit of strength had been exhausted with the simultaneous release of those 3 arrows. Fortunately, the great thunder breathing technique was powerful enough. Standing quietly for a while allowed him to recover 2 to 3% of his strength, which was enough for him to handle any sudden situations. Pausing the operation of the great thunder breathing technique, he glanced at the chaotic scene over there. His side had already gained the upper hand and would soon clear the wasps. So what was he waiting for? Open the storage space. At the moment the mutated queen bee breathed its last, the prompt sound played for over a minute, indicating how many items this royal level creature had dropped. However, among so many items, only 3 caught Yichen's eye. The first was 10 portions of royal level refined bee royal jelly, a rare material extracted from the mutated queen bee for crafting high level elixirs. Consuming the raw jelly has effects such as cleansing marrow and tendons, restoring strength, and increasing cultivation speed. Definitely a super enhanced version of refined bee royal jelly. If I had known that eating this thing could restore strength, why was I standing there pretending to be a master in loneliness? Yichhen felt he had underestimated the situation. The second was a spirit pearl from the queen bee, which, when consumed, awakened a full-level poison talent. The less the introduction, the greater the matter. It could turn a person into a top-tier talent awakener, and it was even rarer than elemental talents. This was equivalent to creating a super genius out of thin air. Yichhen immediately thought of Mo Yuan. If this thing was given to him, wouldn't they be good brothers for life? Forget it, he's not worthy. Well, Mo Yuan's talent isn't bad either. Helping him continue to dig deeper would be enough to make him strong. Changing to a different talent, especially one with a poisonous nature, just wouldn't be suitable. Mainly, my good brother is a righteous character, okay? The Queen Bee Lingji is truly invaluable, but Yichhen himself can't make use of it. Not only would he waste a talent, but even if he had poison abilities, it wouldn't significantly enhance his combat power. At most, it would serve as a means of self-defense. The third item is the Primary Pill Scripture, a book for refining primary pills, an auxiliary skill that can be learned instantly, without the need for cultivation. It still doesn't enhance strength, but Yichhen believes that if this thing were to leak out, it would probably trigger a third global war. Of course, Yichhen would never let the Primary Pill Scripture leak out, nor would he submit it to the state. He understands the principle of having a treasure brings trouble. In summary, cutting down king-level creatures is indeed satisfying. Oh right. Yichhen thought of something, exited the storage space, and looked at the massive corpse of the mutated queen bee. He walked over, drew out the extraordinary alloy knife, and winced a bit at the sight of the blade. This tugging had killed the mutated queen bee, but the knife was also ruined. The blade was riddled with small nicks, and the tip had corroded. Even if it could still be used, it wouldn't be as handy as before. There was still an extraordinary alloy hammer in the storage space that could serve as a substitute weapon, but wielding a hammer just didn't feel as satisfying as cutting with a knife. It seems he needs to cut down more mutated creatures, preferably a few more king-level ones. He's sure he could get a better knife. Speaking of which, extraordinary alloy weapons are somewhat insufficient against king-level creatures. While thinking, Yichhen swung the knife and sliced open the mutated queen bee's head, revealing an awakening crystal core inside. Just as expected, he dug it out and examined it in his hand. Its size was similar to the awakening crystal cores he had seen before, but this one from the mutated queen bee had an additional swirling mist inside. The mist was dynamic and very peculiar. Ye God, are you willing to part with this crystal core from the mutated queen bee? Yichhen turned around to see Wang Ran and the other 3 approaching. The wasps over there had also been mostly dealt with. As they got closer, Wang Ran fixed his gaze on the king-level awakening crystal core in Yichen's hand, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable excitement. As for the other 3, they were even more eager, their eyes nearly glued to it. You want it? Yichhen asked with a smile. Wang Ran replied seriously, I want it, but I can't afford it. However, I can represent the Wang family to make a trade offer. Ye God, if you're willing to part with it, my Zhong family also wants to buy. Zhong Tianming quickly chimed in. Han Fei hesitated for a moment before speaking up. My Han family also wants to buy. Ye God, feel free to state your conditions. I guarantee you won't suffer any losses. The 4 members of the Douyin Element 4 exchanged glances and then silently shifted their focus back to Yichhen. In the face of the king-level awakening crystal core, they wouldn't tear their faces apart, but they still had to compete directly, representing their families to buy. Yichhen tossed the awakening crystal core in his hand. This thing was worth more than he had imagined. What price can you offer? He asked directly. The expressions of the 4 immediately became conflicted, shouting out a price to buy it would be foolish since the current money had little value. They could only trade items. Then the question arose. Yichhen probably didn't know what the king-level awakening crystal core represented. Should he try to pull a fast one? Facing Yichen's half-smiling expression, Wang Ran decisively said, my Wang family is willing to offer 100 awakening crystal cores below king level plus a defensive secret technique for exchange. Han Fei and Zhong Tianming looked at Wang Ran in shock. No way, Yichhen just pulled a fast one on us and you're already going all out? However, Wang Ran had his own thoughts. While going all out might not yield a huge profit, at least it could help establish a friendly relationship with Yichhen. Han Fei and Zhong Tianming were not foolish, they quickly realized. Wang Ran's intentions, half was about buying things and half was about making friends. My Zhong family is willing to offer 100 awakening crystal cores below the king level as well as a single target offensive secret technique of the metal attribute. Without hesitation, Zhong Tianming followed suit. Han Fei was not far behind. My Han family is willing to offer 100 awakening crystal cores below the king level as well as an area of effect offensive secret technique of the water attribute. The words water attribute and area of effect were emphasized heavily. Oh no! Wang Ran and Zhong Tianming thought to themselves, how did they not consider this? But it was too late to change their words. After all, maintaining harmony was the priority. Then I'll sell it to you. As expected, Yichhen directly chose Han Fei's offer. Han Fei's face lit up with joy, but then she heard Yichhen say, however, I have an additional condition. You need to tell me what this thing is used for. This. Han Fei hesitated. The secret of the king-level awakening crystal cores was known only to those cultivated as core figures within their family. However, after a few seconds of hesitation, she looked around to see no one was eavesdropping, then leaned closer to Yichhen and lowered her voice. You can see that inside the king-level awakening crystal cores there exists a mist. This is their innate memory from when they were alive. Those who can use special powers like telekinesis or soul power can imprint these memories, forming skills that we humans can cultivate. Yichen's eyes brightened slightly. No wonder he always felt that Wang Ran and the other skills were so mature. They had obtained them through cultivating the innate abilities of mutated creatures. It goes without saying that the skill provided by these three was also imprinted from the innate skills of mutated creatures. Exchanging skills for skills, along with 100 awakening crystal cores, was indeed a show of sincerity. Here, take it. Yichhen directly tossed a king-level crystal core to Han Fei, who was momentarily stunned but quickly caught it. I don't have enough crystal cores on me. Can I give them to you later? But I do have the skill. You can just give it to Lin Xingwan to probe with her mental power. Han Fei took out a jade tablet and handed it to Yichhen, her pretty face slightly flushed. Yichhen was so straightforward. Yet she couldn't produce the corresponding goods, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Of course, Yichhen was not interested in the awakening crystal cores. He casually took the jade tablet and played with it, discovering that there was indeed a calm energy inside, giving a feeling that it could be easily absorbed. Can you only cultivate innate skills of the same attribute? He asked casually. Han Fei nodded. Same origin and source will yield better results. Also, these innate skills cannot be cultivated infinitely. I can barely cultivate two types, but as my strength increases, the innate skills I can cultivate will also increase. Yichhen nodded as well. This trade was genuinely worthwhile, and he learned a lot of useful information. As for the awakening crystal core from the mutated queen bee, it was likely to yield a rare poison skill, but he didn't care. There were probably many king-level creatures in this animal world. He could just hunt a few more. With my Yichen's outstanding character, wouldn't I be able to hunt one and get a drop? On this side, the trade was pleasant, while on the other side, the wasp army had also been cleared out. A large group of people returned excitedly, looking at Yichhen with eager eyes. Yichhen smiled faintly. Now, clean up the battlefield. Yichhen has spoken. Let's get to work. Everyone, be serious. Don't let a single awakening crystal core slip by. And the stingers from the mutated wasps, these are probably valuable and can also be used for self-defense. Let's move quickly. We need to collect the nests. On the vast battlefield, only over 80 people were cleaning up, and the task was indeed a bit large, but everyone was more than willing. By the time the sun was clearly setting in the west, the battlefield was cleaned up, and the spoils were as follows: 309 wasp nests, 77 mutated wasp stingers, 55 awakening crystal cores, a pile of parts from the mutated queen bee. The other gains were fine, but the number of awakened crystal cores truly shocked everyone, as there were only about 100 mutated wasps, with a drop rate close to 50%. It was simply unscientific. Of course, everyone here did not include the strongest team on the surface. They had long accepted Yichen's character, meaning that some of the mutated wasps did not die under Yichen's blades and arrows. Otherwise, this drop rate could have been even higher. Next came the exciting moment of dividing the spoils, and everyone warmly invited Yichhen to distribute them, which he graciously presided over, leaving everyone very satisfied. They chatted and laughed as they walked past the skeletal remains of the archway, officially entering the zoo area from the north gate. Passing through the unguarded entrance, they were greeted by a large oval lake. It was unclear whether it was due to lack of management or the mutations, but the water was a murky red, and combined with the surrounding desolate and quiet environment, it made one feel a bit chilly even under the blazing sun. This lake is Swan Lake, where many ornamental fish and other small aquatic creatures are raised. There may be dangers lurking beneath the lake. On the right side, there are 3 passages. The outer one mainly leads to restaurants and recreational facilities, while the middle and inner passages mainly house medium-sized animals, with large animals at the very back. The left side will first pass through several monkey areas. Lin Qingfeng unfolded the tour map as he spoke. Finally, he reminded of course, this was the original distribution of animals. There may have been significant changes now. Our team plans to do some fishing here, said one of the team leaders. Clearly, they had discussed this beforehand. Luring aquatic mutated creatures onto land to beat them up was convenient and easy. We plan to take the restaurant route to see if there are any scattered targets. Real men confront head-on. We won't take the recreational passage. We'll go hunt. After entering the north gate, the united team naturally dispersed to explore. Although many knew that staying united would be much safer, they still chose to act in small teams. There was no way around it. With Yichhen around, they could only sip a bit of soup. One should still have some dreams in life. Ahem, Yichhen, the four of us plan to wander around casually. Is it okay to leave the team now? Zhong Tianming found Yichhen, while the other three teammates stood not far away. Yichhen looked at Zhong Tianming for a few seconds and smiled. Of course, it's fine. How you want to do it is your freedom. We're just afraid you'll say we're not loyal, ha. Zhong Tianming felt a bit uneasy, but since Yichhen agreed, he went back to report this good news to Wang Ran and the others. The four of them cut their fists at Yichhen from a distance and walked towards the first path on the right. In no time, their figures disappeared. I want to act alone. I'll go to Tiger Mountain in the end. Shall we meet there? Yi Chen looked at the Lin Qingfeng siblings. Yichhen was also leaving the team? Although everyone felt a bit reluctant, they did not stop him. Yichhen clearly looked like someone who would accomplish great things, and following him would likely hold them back. Alright, then we'll take the safer route to Tiger Mountain. If the risks are too great, we'll cancel the route and look for solitary mutated creatures. Lin Qingfeng nodded. Although the Guangqing Martial Arts Association had specifically called for the extermination of the White Tiger group, if it was not feasible, he would not lead his teammates to their deaths. That's best. By the way, let me leave you some self-defense items. As Yichhen spoke, he conjured a large hammer out of thin air and placed a large shield on the ground. What the hell? The members of the strongest team on the surface were instantly shocked. They had never seen such a hammer, but they had seen the shield. It could withstand the venom of mutated wasps head-on. Lin Qingfeng reached out to touch it, unable to help but look at Yichhen in surprise. The material of this hammer and shield should be the same as that of your knife, right? Yichhen nodded. Holy crap! The comparison is even more intuitive. The mutated queen bee was almost cut to death by Yichen's knife. You should take it back. It's too precious, and you also need. Lin Qingfeng gritted his teeth and refused. It's just temporarily lent to you. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yichhen. I don't need it now. These two items are no longer of much help to me. He was speaking the truth. After defeating the mutated queen bee, the great thunder sound breathing technique naturally broke through a small bottleneck, reaching a new realm, seemingly not far from ultimate perfection. It could be said that Yichhen was currently facing a situation where the extraordinary alloy series of weapons and equipment were not suitable for him, and there were no further cultivation methods in sight. However, he felt no worry at all. Because there was nothing that couldn't be solved by slaying monsters. As long as he slayed enough fierce monsters, worries wouldn't catch up to him. Since Yichhen had said so, Lin Qingfeng didn't hesitate to accept it. He was also clear-headed, knowing that the main concern was for the safety of his future wife, not for himself. He then temporarily allocated the two items to his teammates with strength talents. These items were a bit heavy and could only be used effectively by those who had awakened strength talents. Yichhen then pulled Lin Qingwan aside and handed her the jade token he had traded from Han Fei, briefly explaining its function. The ice element and water element complemented each other, or the ice element was a higher-level mutation of the water element. He traded for this item with Han Fei, naturally for the use of his wife. Lin Qingwan was momentarily stunned. Just 2 hours ago, Yichhen had said he would help her acquire skills, and now he had obtained it? I will master it as quickly as possible, Lin Qingwan said earnestly, clutching the jade token tightly. Without Chen's presence, their small team was not much different from an ordinary team. They needed her, a top-tier talent awakener, to step up. You are my wife. It's a piece of cake. Yichhen smiled as he pinched Lin Qingwan's delicate face and turned to walk towards the innermost sightseeing passage on the right. The others watched him disappear from sight, their envy impossible to hide. They also wanted to act alone but lacked the ability. Alright, the reconnaissance duo will scout the nearby 500-meter area to see if there's a chance to make a move. If not, find a safe place to camp and wait out the night. When Lin Qingfeng issued the order, no one noticed a small spore from a common plant in the grass nearby suddenly split and fall. On the first sightseeing passage to the right of the north gate, a 4-person team walked leisurely. Although this was a sightseeing passage, it was already overgrown with weeds, and the surrounding area was filled with trees taller than people, twisted in shape. Even in broad daylight, it appeared eerie and terrifying. But they were still chatting and laughing, showcasing their boldness. The 4 were none other than the Douyin 4. So boring, there's no way to shoot videos here. Otherwise, I could upload a Douyin and have a lot of girls wanting to have my babies. Zhong Tianming grumbled listlessly while clearing out small monsters that jumped out to ambush them. His right hand had transformed into a metal knife, and judging by its shape and luster, it was not exactly the same as Yichen's extraordinary alloy knife that had been wildly slashing down the street, but it was completely identical. Suddenly, a glimmer of green light flashed in Wang Shasha's eyes. Yichen has indeed gone solo. He took the innermost sightseeing passage on the right. Wang Shasha's small face was filled with joy. The other three also showed delight. Wang Ran thought for a moment and said he might be heading to the White Tiger Observation Park. Absolutely, the White Tiger Mountain is an extremely dangerous area. Even the officials can't go up the mountain. Yichen isn't foolish enough to venture there alone. If it were me, I would also go to the White Tiger Observation Park. The terrain there is friendly, and the original number of white tigers was only about 10, making it suitable for solo farming. Zhong Tianming said boldly. It seems he is not interested in us, so are we really setting off? Let's go. We need to be ready before it gets dark. Gogogo, we have so much royal jelly now, we can make a big score. Confirming that Yichen was not watching them, the four from Douyin excitedly turned left. Even though there was no path to the left, the four had the ability to forge a way through. Half an hour later, four figures burst out of the dense forest. It was Wang Ran and the others. Clearly, they had played a trick, openly choosing the first right path, but in reality, they intended to take the middle right path. Seeing that this half-blocked path showed no fresh traces, the four were quite satisfied as they stepped onto the road ahead. However, what Wang Ran and the others did not see was that behind them, on a large tree by the roadside, a person was smiling as he watched their cheerful backs. This person was none other than Yichen. Wang Ran and the others played a trick, and Yichen followed suit, openly picking the first path, but secretly crossing the danger zone to wait for them at the second path. He had a premonition that these people were hiding something from him. Perhaps it was the most precious medicinal resources in this zoo, the Martial Arts Association said. There were many, but he had yet to discover any. He had already dealt with the small monsters ahead, and now it was time to get down to business. Moreover, these four guys challenged him right from the start. If he was a bit weaker, wouldn't he end up in the hospital before even entering the park? Besides, just now they were all about team spirit, so why were they going for the good stuff alone? Thus, he felt it necessary to increase the difficulty for these guys, to let them know who the real Douyin boss was. This way you guys are on the 3rd level, but I'm on the 5th level. Such good friends not bringing me along to get rich, then don't blame me for stealing the monsters. Yichen grinned, then leaped down and swaggered forward. Putting Yichen aside, the strength of the Douyin 4 was indeed not weak. Each of them could take on mutated beasts one-on-one. As long as they didn't encounter a pack of beasts, they could hold their ground. Moreover, their goal seemed very clear, moving quickly. By evening, the four had already entered a certain entrance. In less than a minute, Yichen also stood at the entrance, looking at the nearby human facilities, which had been destroyed beyond recognition, but he could still see some patterns. Inside is the bear habitat. Could there be medicinal herbs here? Yichen's eyes lit up slightly. In the Chime Safari Park, bears had combat power second only to tigers. The horror of mutated bears was entirely imaginable. The main thing was, he observed that this place was very likely to be where the medicinal herbs he longed for existed, but there were too many bears. He would need his good friends to help draw the aggro before he could search. Then, without hesitation, Yichen stepped in, but it wasn't as leisurely as before. He adjusted his breathing to the most concealed state while entering a subtle movement state, firstly to avoid being discovered by Wang Ran and the others, and secondly, in case he encountered a pack of mutated bears, he could make a quick escape. Like outside, the bear habitat was overgrown with weeds taller than a person. A small team that strayed apart would likely get lost quickly, let alone track someone. However, Yichen did not rely on his eyes to track people, but rather on his almost abnormal 5 senses. Upon sensing that the presence of Wang Ran and the others ahead had become intense, he knew they had stopped. Looking around, he chose a pleasing large tree. To avoid disturbing his good friends, he did not use any strength, just climbed up slowly. Once he reached a sufficient height, he looked down, and the figures of Wang Ran and the others appeared in his view. They were currently hiding behind a large rock, and it didn't seem like they were planning to spend the night there. Were they choosing to start a fight here? Yichen sat on the tree trunk, took out a bottle of cola from his storage space, and was about to open it when he thought of something and switched to a bottle of red wine. It's more fitting to open a bottle of 82 Lafite, hee. The Douyin four were completely unaware, still busily preparing. Zhong Tianming and Wang Ran easily dug a large pit, then inserted the stingers of mutated wasps, and there were enough of them because during the distribution of spoils, they had given up all the awakening crystal cores and took all the stingers for themselves. With the stingers set up, Wang Shasha scattered a patch of seeds around. Han Fei followed up with an ice cover to seal the pit, and Wang Ran took out a bottle of royal jelly, gently placing it in the center. With the preparations complete, the four of them hid behind a large rock. Can this really attract the mutated bears? It should be fine. Ancient texts record that all mutated bears love royal jelly, and they can smell even a hint of it from 300 meters away. Exactly, this is biological instinct. Even if the mutated bear finds it strange, it can't resist this instinct. Isn't that why the mutated wasp swarm builds nests outside the north gate? It's to avoid the bears. If 2 or more mutated bears come, Han Fei, just let them eat it without breaking the ice. We have plenty of royal jelly. The four were very excited. This was a mutated beast that could 100% drop awakening crystal cores. Although they couldn't imprint skills from it, it was still of top quality. One could equal 100 ordinary awakening crystal cores. 4 mutated creatures. Of this level, even if the 4 of them teamed up, they might not be able to defeat one. But now with the royal jelly, it was a different story. After a torturous wait of about 20 minutes, roar, thud thud, a low growl came, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. The Douyin 4 showed excitement. This commotion clearly indicated a large single mutated creature. They had encountered the right bear. On a tree, Yichhen was no longer sleepy. He put down the luxury brand collaboration goblet and looked closely, clearly seeing a mutated black bear. The reason it was so clear was that the weeds couldn't hide its massive body at all. It stood nearly 4 meters tall on all fours, and when upright it must be 7 or 8 meters. Its waist was thicker than the tree beneath him. At this moment, the mutated black bear was striding towards that small bottle of royal jelly with a disregard for everything, and Yichhen was a bit worried that Han Fei's ice cover wouldn't hold. Fortunately, it did hold up. The mutated black bear lowered its head and sniffed the bottle, showing a clear intoxicated expression on its bare face, but it still restrained itself from biting. First looking around. Aside from a gentle breeze, there was no other movement. Roar! The mutated black bear's patience had reached its limit. It immediately excitedly opened its mouth and swallowed the bottle. However, before it could savor the taste, the ground beneath it suddenly collapsed. It sat down hard on the dense wasp stingers immediately, bringing a pain from its genes, and as it instinctively struggled to get up, the inconspicuous seeds on the ground suddenly grew tendrils madly, spreading all over its body. In just a few breaths, roar! The mutated black bear let out an angry battle cry. But before it could struggle, the soil around it suddenly pressed in. Normally, it could just swat it away with a slap, but now it was in a state of being wrapped like a dumpling, and a dizzy feeling came from its head, making the mutated black bear's thoughts sluggish, watching helplessly as its body was squeezed, and finally feeling a sharp pain on its head before completely losing consciousness. Outside, the Douyin 4 looked at the now tightly sealed ground, extremely excited. Is it dead? The royal jelly was laced with natural plant toxins, so it should be taken care of. It's better to be cautious. Zhong Tianming, stab a few more times. Alright, Sha, where's the top of the head? About here. After a cautious round, the 4 of them began to dig a pit, and soon they saw the mutated black bear lying quietly, looking very peaceful. What are you waiting for, Lao Zhong? Get to work. Alright. In a tree. Yichhen focused and noticed that the awakening crystal core of the mutated black bear was a bit different. There was no mist inside, but it was clearly much larger and more colorful. This thing is probably worth a lot more than an ordinary crystal core. Yichhen smacked his lips, then poured himself a full glass of red wine, savoring it while pondering. The 4 of them were clearly hunting a lone mutated bear. If they could only snag one, it would be quite boring. He still had to wait for fewer bears before he could go deeper to find spiritual herbs. No rush, just wait a bit longer. Suddenly, Yichhen had an idea, stretched lazily, lay on the flat tree trunk, and took out a Hermes blanket from his storage space to cover himself. Then, he began to sleep. He slept straight through to the deep of night. The first thing Yichhen did upon waking was to look at Wang Ran and the others. He saw that they, who had been busy all night, were also resting, covered with the skin of the mutated bear, sleeping soundly. So, he quietly climbed down the tree and crept over there. It seemed like nothing happened overnight. Upon waking up, the first thing Wang Shasha did was check her backpack. Speaking of this backpack, it was specially issued by the Guangqing Martial Arts Association, fire and water resistant, durable, and spacious. But that wasn't the point. The point was the 2 soil-colored crystals quietly lying in the inner pocket of the backpack. Yesterday, the 4 of them had worked from evening until deep into the night, taking down a total of 8 mutated bears, and each person got 2 awakening crystal cores. These were high-quality awakening crystal cores. Even the family's internal stock wouldn't exceed 20. If she and her brother brought back dozens, wouldn't the family be shouting in surprise? Thinking of this, Wang Shasha couldn't help but burst into laughter. This girl had poor emotional management, while her 3 teammates were more stable. Silly laughter was fine as long as they didn't make noise. Although the chance of beast mutation is quite high, there shouldn't be many mutated bears left nearby, and the smell of blood here is almost overwhelming. Today, let's set traps in a different location. What are we waiting for? Let's find a place. Are we bringing the bear skins? No, aside from needing them for the night, we only take the crystal cores and bear claws. Let's go. The early bird catches the worm. Facing the not-so-bright morning sun, the 4 of them began a new day's work. In high spirits, they didn't notice that someone was leisurely following the traces they left behind. The terrain of the bear habitat was elongated and oval-shaped. The closer to the center, the higher the elevation. Perhaps the ambush on the mutated bears last night had gone too smoothly, and the 4 of them had clearly become overconfident as they had managed to reach near the high point of the entire bear habitat. Have you noticed that the vegetation here seems to be damaged? Zhong Tianming, who was leading the way, turned back to ask. We're not blind. Han Fei rolled her eyes at him, then asked Wang Shasha, "Did you notice anything?" Not far from the high point, both in front and behind were overgrown with weeds and bushes, while the ground on both sides was bare, looking very out of place and quite strange. "Let me take a look." Plant expert Wang Shasha stopped, made a difficult motion, and pressed her little face to the ground, sinking in a bit, her limbs tightly pressed against the earth, a faint power spreading out in all directions. It took a full 3 minutes. Wang Shasha finally got up, shook off the dust, and said in surprise, "Not just under our feet, a whole circle of vegetation has disappeared. Probably like this." Afraid that her teammates wouldn't understand, she drew a mountain on the ground, then sketched a circle at the position below the mountain peak. Wang ran, looked at the drawing on the ground, furrowing her brows and thought, "The entire circle of vegetation has disappeared. This is definitely not a coincidence. It seems like a deliberate isolation of a certain area." The four of them looked towards the not-so-high vantage point in the distance, realizing that something was off. Could it be the Guangcheng Martial Arts Association? They also dug a quarantine zone around the animal world. Their methods seem quite similar, Zhong Tianming analyzed. Wang Ran shook her head, pointing at the ground. "I didn't notice earlier, but now that you look closely, the ground is clean yet very uneven and irregular, as if it has been gnawed by large animals." Damn! Zhong Tianming's eyes widened. This was a bear habitat, and large animals have territorial instincts, so the large animals Wang Ran mentioned could only be bears. The question arises, bears can't mutate and then turn into herbivores, right? "Retreat, we can't move around in this quarantine zone, and we definitely can't go up," someone said. "Agreed. Let's get out of here." The four of them decisively withdrew to the area thick with weeds and trees, finding a spot where the traces of mutated bears were more evident, and began selecting the best location for their operation. There must be something at the vantage point, but one must learn to be content. A little chicken can just dig a hole secretly. Rustle. A person emerged from the bushes. It was Yichhen. He arrived at the spot where the four decided to retreat, looking left and right, finally staring at the two round depressions on the ground, lost in thought. "Can't tell, Wang Shasha has quite a fierce figure." Concluding this, Yichhen also retreated decisively. Although he hadn't realized that what was underfoot was part of a bear circle, he could tell this was a quarantine zone created by humans. Oh, no, by bears to isolate the area above. What is the purpose of a quarantine zone? It's not hard to guess. It's either to protect something or to encircle something. So, there must be treasures above. Thinking of this, Yichen's heart raced, but he didn't recklessly charge up. After all, it was broad daylight, and if those mutated bear groups discovered him, that would be quite embarrassing. "I'll come back at night." Evening. The Douyin four began digging holes, while Yichhen watched from the best vantage point. His extraordinary senses allowed him to hear the conversations of Wang Ran and the others from a suitable distance, learning that digging holes and hunting bears had its intricacies. The so-called bear blindness meant that even mutated bears might not have great vision at night, so they had to choose to work when it was dark. Soon, everything was ready. Wang Ran took out a bottle containing royal jelly and placed it on the trap. At that moment, he noticed that the color of the royal jelly seemed quite dark, but he didn't think much of it. After all, each wasp has a different constitution. After placing the royal jelly, Wang Ran had just returned to his hiding spot when he heard Wang Shasha mumbling, "Come on, mutated brown bear, come on, mutated brown bear." He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. There were quite a few bears in the bear habitat, and the fiercest among them was definitely the brown bear. According to family records about mutated creatures, even if mutated brown bears didn't reach the king level, there was still a very small chance of dropping skill crystals. However, the mainstream bears here were still the Asian black bear and the American black bear. The number of brown bears was extremely low, reportedly only 3 pairs, or 6 in total. After the colorful rain, there would definitely be internal strife among the animals, and how many would still be left was an unknown. "Oh whoa." At that moment, cheerful bear calls suddenly echoed. The delivery came a bit fast today. Upon hearing this, the four showed surprise, but soon their expressions changed, the commotion, the calls rising and falling. Damn, 2 of them actually came. Immediately, the expressions of the 4 changed, which was different from what they had anticipated. With their professional abilities, they could only a mutated bear at best. Even in the most optimistic scenario, they would only be briefly entangled, and the worst outcomes were too frightening to imagine. "Han Fei, you must stabilize the ice surface. Sha. Use your seeds to help hold it up. If the pit is exposed, the intelligence of the mutated bears will definitely discover us," Wang Ran whispered urgently. "We'll do our best." The 2 girls nodded heavily, feeling helpless. On the other side, 2 mutated black bears quickly arrived at the scene. One was a mutated Asian black bear, and the other was a mutated American black bear. The former opened its mouth to bite the bottle, while the latter seemed to have a different opinion. So, they began to fight without holding back. Bam bam, the 2 big guys stood and exchanged blows, their paws slapping loudly, and with their hefty bodies, it looked like they were dancing. Whether the 2 mutated black bears could withstand it was uncertain, but Han Fei couldn't hold on any longer. Even with Wang Shasha helping, her expression was extremely grim, as the power within her was rapidly depleting to maintain the quality of the ground. Fortunately, the Asian black bear was relatively intelligent. Suddenly, it struck a desperate pose that startled its opponent, then lowered its head, swallowed the bottle, and turned to run. Roar! The mutated American black bear, realizing it had been tricked, angrily chased after it. The two mutated bears quickly disappeared, one in front of the other. Phew! Han Fei let out a long breath. She almost couldn't hold on. Quickly! Recover your strength. Wang Ran tossed a bottle of royal jelly to Han Fei. Han Fei caught it, opened the cap, glanced inside, and was somewhat surprised, saying, "Why is this bottle of royal jelly a darker color? The color of honey changes a bit after leaving the hive, and each wasp has a different constitution," Wang Ran explained seriously. As she spoke, she opened the backpack specifically for royal jelly to show her teammates. Indeed, the royal jelly inside was darker than what they had seen at first. "Oh, there's also a murky one here." Wang Shasha noticed a particularly special bottle and casually took it out. The other three looked and saw that it was indeed darker and murkier, with many tiny impurities barely visible. This might have gone bad due to improper storage, Wang Ran confidently concluded. Wang Shasha opened it, sniffed, then closed it and handed it to Wang Ran. "The smell is still very pure. I wonder if eating it will cause any issues. Let's use this bottle as bait." Wang Ran nodded as she took it. Even aside from its bait properties, royal jelly was a rare good thing, and saving a bit was still saving. The four waited patiently for a while, pondering that the two bears had run far away, and only then did Wang Ran place the bait back on the trap. Unbeknownst to them, upon seeing him put down the new bait, Yichhen, who was hiding behind, silently retreated 100 meters. The four thought they were just unlucky, with two mutated bears within a 300-meter radius, not realizing that those two mutated bears had actually come from at least 500 meters away. To be honest, Yichhen had no idea what consequences would arise. Keeping a distance from his friends was the least respect for life. He had very important things to do. Taking advantage of the opportunity his friends were risking their safety to help him, he began searching for his target. In this bear territory, spiritual medicine. Time slowly passed. "Shasha, what's wrong?" Han Fei, finishing her meditation, saw Wang Shasha fidgeting and couldn't help but ask with concern. "I don't know, I just feel my heart racing and a bit uneasy." "Have you recovered your strength?" Wang Shasha also looked puzzled. "I'm back to my best state. This royal jelly is even more powerful than I imagined," Han Fei marveled. "Ah!" Wang Shasha suddenly screamed. "What happened?" The other three were startled. "The plants around are emitting signals of fear. There is danger, very great danger, super great danger." Wang Shasha's little face turned pale. "Danger? No way, where could it be?" Zhong Tianming's words were cut off. "Because the ground was shaking. Boom boom boom. Large creatures were running, not just one. Yes, many." The four instinctively glanced towards the direction of the trap, and then saw the distant weeds and trees falling down in waves, rushing towards them like a tide. 1, 3, 5, 15. Wang Shasha was too scared to count anymore. The other three were not much better off. After all, facing the charge of dozens of mutated bears, anyone would be terrified. "Run, it's too late." With Wang Ran's low shout, everyone seemed to wake from a dream and instinctively turned to run. They ran desperately, as if their lives depended on it, until the terrifying noise behind them disappeared, and only then did they dare to stop. They found a high point to observe and discovered that the dozens of mutated bears were now surrounding the trap they had set, all fidgeting but none of them biting the bait. "Ah, we forgot our backpacks," the little money grubber Wang Shasha suddenly exclaimed. Only then did Wang Ran and the others realize, right, they had been in a state of readiness to act, so the backpacks were naturally left aside. Their minds had been solely on running, and they had forgotten to take the backpacks. "Damn it," Zhong Tianming cursed. The backpacks contained all their gains since entering. If they couldn't retrieve them, wouldn't that mean all their efforts were in vain? The key was that without the royal jelly, they could no longer happily dig pits. Fortunately, these mutated bears are attracted by the royal jelly, otherwise we would have already become their food. Being able to pick up our lives is already quite good, Wang Ran comforted her friends. If it weren't for the pained expression on her face, it might have had some effect. Roar! A low growl came. The four focused their eyes and saw the mutated bear group parting to make way as a mutated bear slowly approached the open bottle. "This is a mutated brown bear." Zhong Tianming's eyes widened. "Look closely at its fur before you speak." Wang Ran's face turned pale. "This is the mutated brown bear king. No wonder it can command the mutated bear group. It is definitely the sole ruler of the bear habitat." Han Fei revealed the answer directly, though her voice trembled a bit. Only then did Zhong Tianming and Wang Shasha realize that the fur of this mutated brown bear was not brown but a faint golden color. Bang! At the moment the mutated brown bear king stepped onto the trap, the ice lid shattered. The mutated brown bear king clearly did not expect this, but just as its massive body was about to fall, a yellowish light flickered beneath its feet. The next second, the pit disappeared, as if it had never existed. If it weren't for the bottle that had already fallen into the claws of the mutated brown bear king, Wang Ran and the others would have thought they were seeing things. Watching the mutated brown bear king happily enjoying the royal jelly along with the mutated bear group around it licking their lips, Wang Shasha weakly suggested, "How about we stop watching and run again?" The other three silently nodded in agreement. However, just as they were about to continue running, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Before they could see clearly, it flickered several times and appeared in the familiar place, their previous hiding spot. It was at this moment that they could vaguely make out the person's appearance. The four couldn't help but blink, almost thinking they were mistaken. Yichhen? It really is Yichhen. Wang Shasha rubbed her eyes, confirming she wasn't seeing things. Why was Yichhen here? What was Yichhen going to do? The same two thoughts flashed through the minds of the four. The answer soon became clear. They saw Yichhen looking left and right, suddenly picking up a backpack from the ground and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Whose backpack is this? If no one claims it by the count of 3, I'm taking it." 3. Alright, no one wants it, then it's mine now. As Yichhen had already slung all the backpacks over his shoulders, the four of them finally seemed to wake from their stupor. The first thought was, didn't we agree to count to 3? You just started counting from 3? The second thought was, Yichhen has stolen their treasures. Ah, he stole our backpacks, hurry and get them back. Wang Shasha was so furious that she was about to rush over to confront Yichhen. But she was firmly held back by Wang Ran, because not only they had seen Yichen's performance, but also the mutated bear pack. Roar, the mutated brown bear king roared to the sky, its bloodline genes telling it that the bipedal creature that suddenly jumped out and squawked was their bear clan's archenemy. Yichhen had actually been observing the mutated brown bear king all along. After all, this giant beast was indeed quite imposing. When he saw it suddenly roar, a strong sense of crisis washed over him. Instinctively, he leaped back over 10 meters. Bang bang bang. Before his body even landed, a row of stone pillars thicker than a person appeared where he had been standing, the closest one less than a meter away. Damn, this thing is really freakish. Is your voice so small because you haven't eaten enough? Here, let me give you a little. Yichhen cursed, saying as he pulled out a jar of royal jelly from his backpack, opened the lid, and tossed it towards the mutated bear pack with a flourish. Come on, don't be polite, there's more after you finish. While saying there was more, he had already turned and run. Ah, he threw our royal jelly. Wang Shasha was almost in tears. Royal jelly was also a delicacy hidden in the bear clan's genes, and when it suddenly landed in front of them, the mutated bear pack could no longer hold back and directly rushed to grab it. The entire mutated bear pack instantly descended into chaos. The mutated brown bear king instinctively wanted to snatch some too, but quickly suppressed its instincts with sheer strength. It roared a few times but still couldn't intimidate its younger brothers, so it simply started chasing after Yichhen. Bipedal creatures were already very annoying, and this one dared to provoke its authority. It had to be killed. Yichhen initially underestimated the strength of the mutated brown bear king, thinking bears were just tough and clumsy and he could easily kite it to death. But from over 50 meters away, he was almost severely injured by a single move from the mutated brown bear king. Now, he also discovered that the running speed of the mutated brown bear king seemed to be faster than his. Running so fast? Do you even deserve those dozens of tons of meat? Yichhen was cursing again. Ha, serves you right, this is the consequence of stealing our stuff. Seeing the mutated brown bear king run so fast, Wang Shasha laughed heartily. The teammates also showed cheerful smiles, thinking that Yichhen must have been following them for a long time, just waiting for this opportunity to steal their things. Now it had backfired, right? But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore, and their expressions gradually turned to fear. Damn! Zhong Tianming's eyes widened. Stop cursing. Run! Wang Ren shouted to wake his companions and turned to run like mad. Always the civilized one, he couldn't help but curse now. That bastard Yichhen not only stole their things but also brought the mutated brown bear king towards them. In terms of running, Yichhen couldn't outrun the mutated brown bear king, but he could outrun the four of them. He quickly caught up, and it seemed like Yichhen had just noticed the four of them. While running, he shouted loudly, "Ah, what are you four doing here? What a coincidence! Coincidence my ass!" The four of them had a thought they didn't know whether to say or not. Yichhen had the ability to shout while running, but they didn't have that strength. All their energy was spent on their legs. Why aren't you guys talking? By the way, I brought a king-level creature over, let's deal with it together. Heh, feeding it together would be more like it. Oh, I didn't expect you all to be unwilling to acknowledge me. I was being overly sentimental. But since you are heartless, I can't be ungrateful. Here, take this little token of my appreciation. When he said this, Yichhen swept past Han Fei. Han Fei only felt a weight in her palm, and when she looked down, it was a backpack. The clinking sound coming from inside was easy to guess. It was royal jelly. She suddenly thought that royal jelly could disrupt the movements of the mutated bear, and even the mutated bear king would surely be affected. Perhaps Yichhen was essentially a good person? Yichhen, no, ye god, we can't run anymore. Why don't we team up and fight him first before looking for an opportunity? Zhong Tianming, seeing Yichhen already charging ahead of them, finally couldn't help but speak up. He was just casually shouting, but he didn't expect Yichhen to actually stop. Looking righteous. You're right, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated, let's fight it. He actually drew out an extraordinary alloy knife and charged at the mutated Bear King. Suddenly, with this turn of events, not to mention the four-person team being stunned, even the mutated Bear King chasing behind was bewildered. Running in reverse, this bipedal beast was dumbfounded? In that case, in the blink of an eye, Wang Ren didn't have time to think much and also shouted, "Attack, help Yichhen!" Although she was reluctant, at this moment, the five of them were like grasshoppers on the same rope. Personal feelings had to be set aside. Constrained. As Yichhen swung his knife to counterattack, Han Fei responded immediately, and four ice claws emerged from the ground, unexpectedly gripping the limbs of the mutated brown Bear King. Bang! The ice claws shattered. For the mutated brown Bear King's strength, this was hardly a constraint, but it wasn't without effect, at least its momentum was halted. Seeing this, Wang Shasha threw out two seeds, which landed and transformed into two menacing vines, wrapping around the mutated brown Bear King's forelimbs like snakes. Roar! The mutated brown Bear King pulled and tugged, and, for a moment, it couldn't break free. At this moment, Yichen's knife from behind also arrived. The mutated brown Bear King didn't even bother to dodge, turning its head to charge at the blade. Clang! After a metallic thud, Yichen's figure was sent flying, while the mutated brown Bear King remained unscathed. Ah, this bear is no joke, so powerful, there's no way to win. Don't mind me, you all run. Although Yichhen was knocked far away, his scream was clearly audible. Seeing this scene, the four-person team was dumbfounded. Was the mutated brown Bear King's power really that abnormal, able to send Yichhen flying so far? It looked to be at least 200 meters. No way, right? This is Yi God. The key was that Yichhen couldn't stabilize himself, crashing to the ground and then being overwhelmed by the pursuing mutated bear clan. Was this one going to sacrifice himself to protect them? Everything started quickly and ended even faster. The few of them were still in disbelief, so fast that even Wang Ran and Zhong Tianming didn't have time to act. What smell is that? Wang Shasha suddenly asked. Then the four of them looked at the backpack, the one in Han Fei's hand, if they guessed correctly. Four faces turned pale with fear. At this moment, Han Fei was trembling all over. She could feel that she was being locked onto by the mutated brown bear King's gaze. The look it gave her was as if a glutton had seen its favorite food. And her feeling was right. In the next instant, the mutated brown Bear King tore apart the vines that bound it and charged madly towards her. Han Fei, throw away the backpack. We run. Han Fei, as if waking from a dream, quickly threw the backpack aside with all her strength and turned to continue running with her teammates. This decision to throw was very clever. The mutated brown Bear King showed no hesitation in turning to chase the backpack, buying the four-person team ample time to escape. So, they could still talk at this moment. Damn! Yichhen, this troublemaker, and I even thought he was kind-hearted. I've seen through him. This kid is just an old schemer. Let him scheme against us. Now he's gotten himself killed. Serves him right. Humph. No. Since he tricked us, how could he possibly turn around and attack the mutated brown Bear King? And with his strength, he couldn't just drop dead like that, could he? The four of them paused, turning their heads in unison. This turn was perfectly timed. In the midst of the dark, mutated bear horde, a fierce golden light suddenly erupted, followed by a roar that sent the nearby mutated bears flying. Whoosh! The golden light easily dodged a few bear paws and soared several dozen meters into the air, drawing a beautiful arc without any pause. At that moment, the golden light dissipated, revealing that it was a human. He disappeared rapidly in the direction opposite the sunlight. Wang Ran suddenly murmured in a daze, So that's it. He only took our spoils as a side note. His main intention was to target the treasures at the high point. The other three suddenly realized that Yichhen was flying towards the top of the habitat. Not only did he steal my things, but he also used us. How can a person be so shameless? Sob. Wang Shasha cried out in anger. At this moment, they no longer needed to run. The mutated brown bears who were enjoying their feast also sensed something was off. One of them suddenly looked towards the direction of their lair, and its bare face gradually twisted into a snarl. Roar! The golden giant bear, along with its little brothers, angrily chased after him. Reacting so slowly, you deserve to be robbed by me, hee. Listening to the continuous roars behind him, Chen couldn't help but grin. If he weren't focused on flying at full speed, he might have turned back to shoot a few arrows for fun. He hadn't even killed a single mutated bear since entering. According to the information from his senses, the speed of the mutated brown Bear King was about the same as his, but he had seized the absolute initiative. As long as he didn't stop, he would be safe. Soon, the peak of the habitat was in sight. Yichhen concentrated his power and focused his eyes, quickly locking onto a vibrant area. In fact, he had discovered this place while the Douyin four-man group attracted fire earlier, but there were too many bears and a Bear King, so he didn't have absolute confidence, which was why he had gone through so many twists and turns. Was the treasure of the mutated brown Bear King here? There was no time to analyze further. Yichen's figure transformed into a shooting star as he rushed forward. Upon landing, Yichhen couldn't help but widen his eyes. What he saw was a vibrant array of red, white, green, and purple flowers and plants. However, unlike ordinary flowers and plants, they were surrounded by a misty aura, and upon closer inspection, there were faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Indeed, After all this trouble, it was finally worth it. Two big words immediately appeared in Yichen's mind: spiritual medicine. This trip to the zoo was clearly not for tourism, it was for these things. I've wasted a lot of time following the Douyin 4-man group, all for these things. This is genuine. Mutated flora. No wonder the country treasures it so much and is reluctant to destroy it. Just looking at this spiritual medicine makes me want to take a bite. Yichen swallowed politely. Suddenly, he recalled the isolation zone that had been gnawed out by the bear horde. This was clearly to protect this patch of spiritual medicine. Who were they guarding against? It couldn't be those unruly mutated plants from before, could it? Speaking of which, even the mutated brown bear king had to be cautious. These mutated plants were a bit terrifying. Enough of that, let's harvest a wave first. Without further ado, Yichen began to move. These things were valued even by the authorities, which showed their worth. Just as he had harvested about 1/10 of the plants, a roar came from behind. Roar, he glanced sideways. After a brief moment of distraction, the mutated brown bear king had already returned. Soon, a group of little brothers also arrived, panting. Yichen couldn't help but pout in frustration. You call yourselves good friends, but you really have no loyalty. At least help me hold off the bear king's little brothers. If only they had heard his complaints, otherwise, Wang Ran and the others would probably be cursing him, saying that it was already a miracle they hadn't helped the mutated bear pack chase him down. The mutated brown bear king seemed to cherish these spiritual herbs. Seeing Yichen standing so close, it didn't launch a wide-range attack but instead approached step by step. Yichen glanced at it, then his gaze returned to the spiritual herbs. Soon, he noticed that the one in the middle was quite special. It was the only one bearing fruit. The fruit was the size of a fist, bright red, resembling a tomato. Yichen spread his hands, ready to pick it. Roar! A roar erupted. Yichen's figure shifted strangely, and a stone pillar erupted from the ground where he had just stood, landing with a thud. Not letting me pick it? Then I must pick it. With a flip of his hands, 2 portions of Royal Grade B royal jelly appeared. Different from the special sealed bottles Wang Ran and the others used, the jelly in his storage space was contained in a large bowl. As soon as the Royal Grade Refined B royal jelly was exposed to the air, all the mutated bear's eyes turned green, fixated on the large bowl in Yichen's hands. Even the mutated brown bear king was no exception. That less than 100 milliliters of Royal Grade Refined B royal jelly could attract it from several kilometers away, let alone the large bowl right in front of it. Look at this bear, it clearly hasn't seen the world. Here we go. Yichen grinned and threw the large bowl forcefully in one direction. This scene felt familiar. With the mutated brown bear king's intelligence, it definitely wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, but it couldn't resist its instincts. It watched in anger and despair as the two-legged creature swiftly picked the fruit and then fled, while it chased in the completely opposite direction. This bee jelly is too delicious. Even as the mutated brown bear king swallowed the bowl in anger and enjoyment, it noticed something flying towards it from behind, but it didn't care anymore. Bang! Something exploded on its body, leaving its fur charred and causing a bit of pain, but it was nothing serious. By the time it realized what had happened, it quickly turned to chase that detestable two-legged creature, but it could no longer see its shadow. Instead, it saw 2 of its little brothers lying in a pool of blood, their pupils wide open as if to say that following such a leader was their misfortune. Killed 1 mutated Asian black bear, obtained 1 bear gallbladder, already stored in the reserve space. Killed 1 mutated American black bear, obtained 1 bear gallbladder, 1 book on basic gathering skills, already stored in the reserve space. While Yichen was frantically fleeing, he heard the long-lost notification sound and almost burst out laughing. His luck was incredible. A casual shot of 3 arrows had taken down 2 mutated bears, and he even got good loot. Basic gathering skills, just the name suggested it was related to plants. He glanced back at the golden giant beast running in the distance and then silently mustered all his strength to run. No rush. Big bear, just wait for me, I will be back. Chimelong Safari Park. On a certain unknown large tree at the edge of the bear habitat, Yichen lay on the trunk, completely relaxed. That damned mutated brown bear king had chased him for half a day. Fortunately, before he could settle down, that damned bear couldn't hold on any longer. Thud thud thud. After finishing a portion of refined bee royal jelly, feeling the power within him rapidly recovering, Yichen lazily sat up. First, he checked the loot from the monsters. Bear gallbladder, a mid-level alchemy material, can temporarily enhance strength when consumed. Basic gathering skills, the ability to gather plants, an auxiliary skill that can be learned immediately without training. Good thing I didn't recklessly pull the spiritual herbs. Gathering is an art. Seeing this, Yichen happily learned the basic gathering skills. With this technique, he felt more confident about returning to the peak of the bear habitat. The gaze returned to reality, pulling out a tomato from his pocket. No, it was an unknown medicinal fruit to play with and examine. Just as he became interested in this thing, the mutated brown bear king became anxious and took action. This fruit was likely the most valuable item among those medicinal herbs. According to what his uncle said, the essence of medicinal herbs lies in their spiritual quality, which can enhance various aspects of awakeners. But what could this one enhance? If only I could trigger some identification technique, Yichhen felt a bit regretful. It was indeed maddening to not understand something he had fought hard to obtain. The key was that he was still thinking about launching a counterattack to kill the mutated brown bear king and take back his medicinal herbs. Yes, in Yichen's eyes, those medicinal herbs had belonged to him since ancient times. However, even the arrows crafted by his explosive father couldn't break through the mutated brown bear king's defenses, indicating that his current strength was simply insufficient, so he had to enhance his power. When he thought about achieving a breakthrough in strength, the first thing that came to mind was the fruit in his hand. Didn't those old martial arts novels always write about how a weakling would become a peerless master after consuming a medicinal fruit? So, should he eat it? Staring at the fruit for a long time, Yichhen made a firm decision and opened his mouth. Crunch! He ate, taking big bites. The moment the fruit flesh slid down his throat into his stomach, he couldn't care less, opening his mouth again for more crunching. After all, this kind of protected medicinal herb was almost certainly not poisonous, and with his physical condition, a little poison could be easily endured. It tastes a bit sweet. After finishing, Yichhen smacked his lips and reached a conclusion. The next second, he felt a surge of scorching power erupting in his abdomen, and his internal organs were suddenly impacted, causing a dull pain. Seeing this, Yichhen was not surprised but rather delighted. Here it comes. Just as the martial arts novels described, eating medicinal fruits would cause one to roll on the ground in pain, but in the end, nothing would happen. Calmly sitting cross-legged, he entered a meditative state and began practicing the great thunder sound breathing technique, guiding the scorching power to spread throughout his body, dispersing and absorbing it. After a long while, Yichhen opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. The martial arts novels had not deceived him. The great thunder sound breathing technique had reached perfection. Standing up, feeling the surging power within him, Yichhen couldn't help but let out a cackling laugh like in the novels. Looking up, the sky was already slightly brightening. Yichhen leaped down, a figure soaring through the air, gracefully landing at the peak, right next to those medicinal herbs. Ignoring the pairs of red bear eyes, he quickly ran his hand over each medicinal herb, then looked at their maturity levels, revealing a satisfied smile, ready to start harvesting. Roar! A stone pillar shot up. Yichen's expression changed, and he stomped down hard. Bang! The stone pillar hadn't even had time to emerge before it was crushed underfoot, and another stone pillar shot up, but Yichhen easily dodged it. Turning around, he kicked one pillar aside and smashed two with a punch. The sound of explosions continued to echo from the peak. The mutated brown bear king showed a look of astonishment. How did this bipedal creature seem to have changed? I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like before? Yichhen stood unscathed, looking at the mutated brown bear king with a faint smile. Unfortunately, with the mutated brown bear king's intelligence, it couldn't comprehend such a complex psychological attack. It only felt an inexplicable anger, thinking about how the medicinal fruit it had guarded for so long was being snatched away by this bipedal creature, making it even angrier. Roar! The mutated brown bear king opened its mouth and unleashed a massive wave of yellow energy. Yichhen was momentarily stunned, instinctively summoning the small thunder sound bow. Drawing the ball like a full moon, he released a purple orb of equal size howled in response. The two pure forces collided, like a meteor striking the earth, the violent energy sweeping across the ground, sending both man and bear flying. The residual waves hit the mutated bear that was watching from the front lines. Kill one mutated American black bear. Spirit medicine collection successful has been stored in the storage space. Spirit medicine collection successful. Steadying himself with some difficulty, Yichhen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the spirit medicine had been collected. It could automatically be stored in the storage space, which was much more convenient. Yichhen looked at the mutated brown bear king and saw that its golden fur no longer had its previous luster, with several charred and smoking patches. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of the gap between himself and the mutated brown bear king. Essentially, there was no significant difference. You can't beat me. At long range, a real man, alright, a real male, let's go head to head. Whoever runs is a grandson. Yichhen boldly gestured with his middle finger at the mutated brown bear king. This was clearly a gesture that transcended species, and the mutated brown bear king, furious and embarrassed, charged at Yichhen with all four limbs. In less than 50 meters, it closed the distance in an instant. Whoosh! The golden bear paw brought with it a fierce wind, and that momentum could flatten even the most advanced armored vehicle. Yichhen still did not dodge. He took half a step back and met it with a punch. Bang! The paw was dozens of times larger than the fist, but when they collided, the fist stubbornly withstood the force of the paw. After a brief stalemate of a few seconds, the mutated bear king roared and pressed its entire body down, sending Yichhen flying, landing several dozen meters away before he steadied himself. Boom! Dust rose from the ground. Damn, that strength is really something. Looking at the cute bear paw-shaped pit in the ground, Yichhen pouted, feeling a bit outmatched. If he had known, he would have gone for long range. What responded to him was a massive shadow. Although the mutated brown bear king was large, its movements were incredibly agile, leaping over 10 meters high. Yichhen, a true man, stood firm and went for it again without hesitation, throwing another punch. A plain punch couldn't compete, so he decided to try this one. Great Power Bull Demon Fist. The phantom of the bull demon appeared and collided fiercely with the giant bear. Boom! Violent power scattered, sending sand and stones flying. A figure was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground. This time, he couldn't even steady himself. Yichhen was truly angry, jumping up and shouting, "Beast transformation!" Clothes exploded. A 3-meter-tall demon ape appeared before the mutated brown bear king. Come on, let's keep going. Seeing a bipedal creature suddenly transform into an ape left the mutated brown bear king stunned for quite a while. Once it reacted, it let out a roar. "Dead monkey, this isn't your monkey mountain, this is my territory, die." It charged again with all 4 limbs towards the enemy. However, at this moment, Yichhen, or rather the entire ape, was also dumbfounded. The bear could talk? No, I can understand bear language now. Holy crap, so after transforming into a demon ape, I can understand animals speaking? There was no time to ponder further. The demon ape bared its teeth and let out a strange cry, charging forward instead of retreating. Although his size was still a bit smaller than the mutated brown bear king, he wouldn't be completely outmatched in the scene. Speaking of which, men have a strange pursuit of such things, and confidence. After transforming into a demon ape, all the subtle movements were thrown out the window as he collided with the opponent, throwing a flurry of punches. Feeling that his strength was still not enough, he remembered to use the Great Power Bull Demon Fist while also stacking the Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield buff. After several rounds of experience, he was quite satisfied and managed to stabilize the situation. Bang bang bang, roar roar roar, caw caw caw. After exchanging dozens of blows head-on, Yichen's demon ape and the mutated brown bear king simply rolled on the ground, wrestling, punching, kicking, slapping, spitting, and biting, using every means possible. Those mutated bears had never seen such a brutal scene, frightened and retreating, trembling in fear. The 2 massive creatures fought for an unknown amount of time before they finally separated. Each lay on the ground, completely exhausted, unable to muster the strength to get up. "Ha, you're out of strength." The mutated brown bear king laughed excitedly. "Aren't you out of strength too?" The leaf demon ape laughed as well. "I may be out of strength, but I still have my little brothers. What are you all waiting for? Come over and bite this black monkey to death." The mutated brown bear king shouted to his little brothers who were peeking from a distance. The leaf demon ape glanced at the dark mass approaching and his smile became even more exaggerated. "Guess what else I have?" Without waiting for the mutated brown bear king to respond, 2 bowls appeared in his palms, naturally filled with royal jelly, a scent that could make all bears' hearts race, instantly wafting across the entire peak. The mutated brown bear king's eyes widened, a bad premonition surged in his heart. "Go!" The leaf demon ape suddenly threw the 2 bowls with force, sending them flying over the dark mass in the distance. The dark mass turned around without any hesitation and charged towards the 2 bowls. The leaf demon ape took out another bowl and drank from it, watching the mutated brown bear king swallow hard. If he weren't so exhausted, he would have pounced by now. With some strength restored, the leaf demon ape stood up and smiled at the swaying mutated brown bear king. "Guess what else I have?" "What else do you have?" The mutated brown bear king foolishly played along. "I have a stick." As soon as he finished speaking, a shiny golden stick appeared in the leaf demon ape's hand, and with a flick he charged towards the mutated brown bear king. A strong sense of crisis made the mutated brown bear king turn and run without hesitation, but at this point it was too exhausted to outrun the leaf demon ape. Whoosh! The sound of slicing through the air came. In just a few exchanges, the extraordinary alloy stick heavily struck the mutated brown bear king's forehead, followed by the sound of bones cracking, and the mutated brown bear king fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before finally stopping. Taking advantage of the situation, Yichhen didn't miss the opportunity and went up to give it another good beating. Killed a king-level mutated brown bear, obtained a volume of the Heavenly Book 1 already stored in the storage space. Until the prompt sounded, it indicated that Yichhen had taken down another king-level mutated creature, and it was a large mutated animal at that. However, at this moment, Yichhen wasn't too happy. "I endured humiliation and fought to the death to kill the mutated brown bear king, and it only dropped 1 item?" Putting away his beast form and returning to human form, Yichhen silently took out a set of clothes to change into, then took out the severely damaged extraordinary alloy knife and walked towards the corpse of the mutated brown bear king down the slope. Just as he was about to act, he saw a 5-minute countdown appear on the mutated brown bear king's corpse, and then Yichhen realized he had a gathering skill. 5 minutes later, obtained a king-level mutated brown bear awakening crystal core already stored in the storage space. Obtained a complete pelt of the king-level mutated brown bear king already stored in the storage space. Obtained 42 teeth of the king-level mutated brown bear king. Looking at the vanished mutated brown bear king, Yichhen could only exclaim, "What a haul!" Suddenly remembering something, he quickly checked his storage space. Heavenly Book 1, the first volume of the Heavenly Book's cultivation method, requires the cultivator to thoroughly understand a basic cultivation method already met and consume 1 awakening crystal core of a king-level mutated plant not consumed. "Oh, seems like there's something?" Yichen's eyes brightened slightly, although this time he only dropped one item. It seemed to be quite good. The Great Thunder Sound breathing method had just reached a bit of a bottleneck, and now a new method had dropped, seamlessly connecting. This damn luck. I still need to eat a king-level mutated plant's awakening crystal core to cultivate? That's a bit high of a requirement. Yichhen suddenly thought of the giant mutated root vine he encountered when he first came in. This thing was probably king-level. The next stop is to find a king-level mutated creature. After all, if I can't find it here, it will be even harder outside. Yichhen walked back, still remembering the few mutated black bear corpses that were accidentally killed. According to Wang Ran and his group, even large mutated creatures that are not king-level have a very small chance of dropping skill awakening crystals. He felt that with his luck he should be able to get one. However, Yichen's wish was not fulfilled. They were all without skills. This made Yichhen a bit angry and embarrassed. He wanted to have a heart-to-heart with the group of little brothers of the mutated brown bear king, but when he looked around, he was at a loss. Goodness, they really ran off cleanly. No, there's still one. A mutated American black bear crawled out of a pit, shaking its head and cursing non-stop. Stealing royal jelly is one thing, but knocking me out? What kind of good bear is that? Just as it was about to find a place to lie down, its eyes blurred and a big black monkey appeared in front of it. Great Monkey King, spare me. The mutated American black bear knelt down without a second thought. Answer my question, and I will spare your bear life, the Yi demon ape said with authority. The mutated American black bear was overjoyed and hurriedly said, I will sincerely answer your questions, Great King. I love to wander around and know much more than other bears. Then let me ask you, did you gnaw through that isolation zone to prevent mutated plants? Yichhen had already discerned that mutated plants were of two types. One was the mutated vines he encountered before, and the other was the spiritual herbs. Great King, your eyes are like torches. We did it to prevent mutated plants from stealing our spiritual flowers and herbs. Those mutated plants are very despicable. They often steal things and even hunt our kind. Do you know where there are more mutated plants? Great King, did you hit your head during the battle just now? Of course, the most mutated plants are in your territory. This bear's speech was a bit rough. Monkey Mountain? Yes. I'll hit you on the head. Take this. Bang. The mutated American black bear fell to the ground, motionless, but its bare eyes still stared at Yichhen, refusing to close. What happened to the promise of answering questions and sparing its life? I knocked it, finally, a skill-bearing crystal. No wonder it spoke so nicely. It didn't hear the surprised voice of the Yi demon ape, otherwise it might have been able to come back to life in anger. After proving his luck, Yichhen lost the desire to continue hunting the mutated bear group. After all, bears are very cautious by nature and they must be hiding tightly right now. It would be a waste of time to keep hunting. Recalling the sightseeing map, Yichhen directly flew south. Monkey Mountain was a bit far away, but the White Tiger Observation Park was very close, so since he was already here, he might as well take a look. However, as he flew, Yichhen felt something was off. One of the important points the Guangqing Martial Arts Association emphasized before entering was that if you can walk, don't fly. Besides the mysterious magnetic field above 100 meters, flying in the air easily attracts hatred. There are quite a few birds in the animal world. A human who can fly is certainly not a natural opponent for mutated birds that are good at aerial combat, and flying consumes energy. But he had been flying for over 10 minutes and he hadn't encountered any attacks from mutated birds. My luck is excellent. But it can't be this excellent, right? After thinking for a moment, Yichhen decisively landed and chose to walk. Below him was a small hill, over 70% of which was occupied by a type of tree that was unrecognizable, with a mix of white and brown and twisted trunks. The ground was thickly covered with decaying branches and leaves, making it feel unstable and giving a sense of crisis. At the same time, he could smell a strange fragrance. Upon smelling this fragrance, Yichhen immediately became alert, but he soon realized that while the smell was uncomfortable to the senses, it was not harmful in itself. There were no signs of human activity here. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few mutated animals around. But after walking for 10 minutes, he still hadn't seen a single mutated animal. In fact, he hadn't seen any living creature at all. Yichhen silently took out his battle-damaged extraordinary alloy knife, sweeping it forward with a flourish. A violent whirlwind surged out, obscuring his vision, shrouded by a sky full of withered branches and decayed leaves. Once his sight cleared, Yichhen looked at the clearing he had created in front of him. To be precise, it couldn't really be called a clearing, as there was still a layer of white, bony remains scattered across the ground. It was impossible to tell what kind of animal the bones belonged to, as they had all been crushed into fragments. A faint stench of decay wafted through the air. Cleaning up the bones after eating, they're even more hygienic than us humans. Yichhen raised an eyebrow and continued forward, though he quickened his pace. After all, walking on a path paved with animal bones was not a pleasant experience. As he emerged from the small hill, he found a human structure nearby. Its exterior collapsed beyond recognition, but the iron sign still faintly displayed the words White Tiger Observation Park. Outsiders, including Yichhen, had previously believed that the mutated white tigers were the rulers of this world, both in number and individual combat strength. However, as Yichhen entered the White Tiger observation park, he was met with heaps of buried white bones, with not a single ruler in sight. Hiss, even the white tigers have been wiped out. This is truly terrifying. This made him forget about the global warming issue, and he couldn't help but gasp, feeling a chill run down his spine. This meant that there were indeed beings here that were more terrifying than the mutated white tiger pack. Yichhen stood at the highest point of the White Tiger Observation Park, facing a fertile land that looked exactly like the patch of land with spiritual herbs at the peak of the bear habitat. However, this place was barren, with not a single spiritual herb in sight. Seeing no signs of a struggle, these white tigers must have died from a quick kill or ambush and stripped of all spiritual herbs, so it must be mutated plants? Yichhen thought of the giant mutated root vine, which could definitely fit the criteria for a stealthy ambush. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that other mutated plants were responsible. Beep beep. A hurried sound rang out. Yichhen paused for a moment, looking down at the positioning wristband on his arm, the sound coming from it. The wristband had a very small screen, which now displayed NE 13.25. Northeast direction 13.25 kilometers. Yichhen was stunned. Wasn't that near the north gate where he had entered? Could it be that something had happened to his wife? No, the hunting team couldn't send positioning signals, only the authorities had that privilege. After thinking for a moment, Yichhen decided to give the authorities some face, soaring into the air towards the northeast. Unlike the cautious approach he had taken when heading south, this time he would be as arrogant as he could, occasionally firing a few arrows down at the ground. Killed a mutated squirrel. Obtained a piece of refined gold, added to storage space. Killed a mutated hare. Obtained a piece of moonstone, added to storage space. Killed a mutated pheasant. Obtained a beginner's gathering skill book. There were gains, but not enough to satisfy him. The key issue was that Yichhen still hadn't encountered any birds, large, mutated animals, or attacks from mutated plants. It was important to note that he was currently in the inner zone of the animal world, a dangerous area designated by the Guangcheng Martial Arts Association. Having large mutated creatures all around wasn't frightening. What was truly terrifying was that the large mutated creatures were ignoring him. Inner zone, a patch of grassland. A human team lay flat on the ground, and 100 meters away in their line of sight, a group of hares was happily munching on grass. There were more than 20 of them, including 8 mutated hares. This scale was undoubtedly a super tough battle for their team of only about 20 people, so they chose to set an ambush. The hare group cooperated well, gradually moving closer to their position. 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. They had already entered the range of the long-range attackers. Wait a bit longer, move in when they're about 20 meters away, control the situation and don't let them escape, the captain said, his eyes suddenly widening. Damn! In his line of sight, a purple meteor fell from the sky, landing precisely among the rabbit horde. Boom! Dust scattered everywhere, splattering them all over, while the monsters were snatched away. Before they could figure out what was happening, a figure floated down, landing right in front of them. God! Yee! As expected of the captain, he was quick to regain his composure. Hello, I'd like to ask if your wristbands have received any signals? Yichhen looked at the more than 20 bewildered faces, his expression very friendly. Wristbands? The captain instinctively glanced at his wristband and shook his head. No. Then in all this time you've been here, have you encountered any large mutated creatures? No, but last night we saw a walking tree. A walking tree? How big was it? About 2 or 3 stories high? Thanks, this is a consultation fee. Yichhen raised his hand and tossed something, continuing to fly towards the northeast. Captain, why is this awakening crystal core in your hand so big? A teammate's curious voice jolted the captain awake. Opening his hand, he realized that what Yichhen had thrown him was an awakening crystal core, and after a closer look, he blurted out, damn, an awakening crystal core from a large mutated animal? Even though all the small monsters had been snatched away, it didn't seem like a loss. As expected of God Yi, an awakening crystal core from a large mutated animal, just like that. This is the vision, this is the foundation, this is the strongest awakener. No need to say, killing large mutated animals must be as easy for God Yi as killing a chicken. If I were God Yi, this statement would be too tempting. Standing alone under the magnesium light, escaping the shade of the trees, or is it that I don't face the darkness the daydream shatters with lingering echoes? Looking at the figure gradually fading away, everyone couldn't help but sigh, feeling a yearning, gazing up at the high mountains. If danger were not a consideration, a straight line of more than 10 kilometers would not be far for Yichhen, but during the journey to this not-so-distant place, the positioning wristbands location signal changed 3 times in a row. When the location signal updated for the 4th time, he finally caught up. Upon seeing the continuous stone mountains stretching for several miles, Yichhen immediately realized, isn't this still White Tiger Mountain? This was the most dangerous area repeatedly confirmed by the Guangcheng Martial Arts Association, but looking at the large crowd gathered in the valley below, how could he find it hard to believe? God Yi is here. Yichhen, robber. At the same time, the people in the valley also spotted Yichhen in midair, and various calls erupted. As Yichhen recognized who they were, his heart raced uncontrollably, but he still maintained a calm demeanor as he flew down. Baby, give us back our treasure. As soon as he landed, an angry loli pounced on him. There were 3 others nearby. Though they didn't speak, their eyes also carried indignation and resentment as they looked at Yichhen. What treasure? I don't even know what you're talking about. By the way, could you not be so affectionate? What if my little Qingwan finds out? Yichhen pushed away Wang Shasha, who was almost in his face. Wang Shasha thought Yichhen would feel ashamed, or at least wouldn't dare to face her, but to her surprise, he remained unfazed. You still won't admit it when the stolen goods are right here? Can you have some shame? She pointed at the 3 backpacks still hanging on Yichhen, her teeth chattering in anger. Oh, you mean these 3 backpacks? They were just lying on the ground, and no one wanted them, so I picked them up. Of course, they count as mine. Even if this goes to court, I'm in the right. Yichhen said seriously. You're still in the right? I'm going to fight you. Han Fei, don't stop me, I want to go down with him. Wang Shasha, held by Han Fei, still tried to kick Yichhen, but unfortunately her legs were a bit short and she just couldn't reach. Stop it, all you can do is die in front of him. Han Fei pressed Wang Shasha down and looked up at Yichhen coldly. After all, we are friends who have fought side by side. What you're doing is unethical. If we are friends who have fought side by side, then why did you secretly go to hunt the mutated bears? Yichhen smiled faintly. We're not that familiar, why should we take you with us? Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Yichhen spread his hands. Right, we're not that familiar. I picked up what I found by my own ability, why should I return it to you? But you also used us to draw the hatred of the mutated brown bear king. Han Fei glared at Yichhen. Compared to having their treasures taken, this was what made them the angriest. After all, losing something was just a matter of skill, something they could accept, but being used by Yichhen was a pure insult to their intelligence. As awakened geniuses, they could not tolerate such humiliation. How can that be considered using? I saw you were in danger and risked my life to save you. You're not even grateful? You're talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. I just want to ask if you were hanging by a thread at that time? So what if we were? It was still you. Don't bring up irrelevant things, just say whether I succeeded in saving you or not. Yichhen said with conviction. Han Fei opened her mouth. She had a lot to say, but for a moment she didn't know where to start. Stop embarrassing yourself. Let's end this here. Hearing this, Wang Ran regained his composure and even showed a friendly smile to Yichhen, saying, so we're still friends, right? What kind of talk is that? If we weren't friends, would I risk my life to save you? Yichhen smiled slightly, appearing very friendly. Wang Ran. He didn't have Yichen's thick skin, so he could only signal his teammates to stand aside and remain silent. Without the entanglement of the 4 good friends, Yichhen finally had time to look at the others and noticed the president of the Guangqing Martial Arts Association, Cui Shanha, leading a team of council members, while the vice president of the General Association, Zhang Kunlun, also brought a team of elite members. In addition, the Dragon Ao Tian team that Yichhen had paid attention to was all present, along with about 20 other familiar faces. Together with himself and the Wang Ran quartet, it could be said that the high-end combat power of the Guangqing Martial Arts Association, the elite sent by the General Association, and the strongest members of the hunting team were all here. Well, the weakest among them could probably match his uncle evenly. Regarding Yichen's arrival, Cui Shanha merely glanced at him and nodded, then continued to remain silent, while the experts from other hunting teams occasionally looked at him with unfriendly gazes. However, Zhang Kunlun, seeing that Yichhen and Wang Ran's conversation had ended, walked up with a smile. Yichhen, you came at the right time. I need to tell you about the situation. Please go ahead. This old man had always been very polite, and Yichhen was also very courteous. It's like this, there's been a major incident in the wild animal world. The mutated white tiger group has been wiped out. As Zhang Kunlun spoke, he observed Yichen's expression, and to his surprise, Yichhen showed no signs of shock, instead nodding occasionally, saying, I see. According to the intelligence we received, several king-level mutated plants have appeared in the animal world, and they are rampantly hunting other mutated creatures and spiritual herbs. All the birds and the mutated white tiger group have been completely wiped out, and other mutated animals are also on the verge of extinction? But some of our people saw the mutated white tiger king enter Monkey Mountain alone. We still don't know the situation over there, and we need to wait for the scouts to bring back information. Zhang Kunlun's expression was serious. The king-level mutated plants are terrifying. Once they consume all the animals in the animal world, they will inevitably move towards the outside world. Our high-voltage electric fence won't be able to stop them at all. If they enter our human activity range, it will be a huge disaster. You are also concerned about the spiritual herbs, right? Yichhen said. This is also one aspect. There are 5 places in the inner area that have been confirmed to be suitable for the long-term growth of spiritual herbs. We must master these locations. Zhang Kunlun did not deny it. Yichhen suddenly realized that at the peak of the bear habitat and the highest point of the white tiger observation park, there were 2 special soil patches that could continue to grow spiritual herbs. The renewable resource of spiritual herbs would definitely not be overlooked by the authorities. It seems that as long as the situation on Monkey Mountain is clarified, humans will definitely take action against those few king-level mutated plants. How many king-level mutated plants are there in total? Yichhen asked. At least 3, the specifics are unclear, Zhang Kunlun said with a heavy expression. More than 3? Yichhen imagined the scene in his mind and quickly concluded that this group of people seemed insufficient to handle it. If all human combat power were called up, then, well, given the size of the king-level mutated plants, it would be unrealistic to expect to crush them. No wonder Cui Shanha looked so bad. President, I'm back, I didn't fail my mission. At this moment, a sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Yichhen looked in the direction of the voice, saw nothing at first, but soon a person gradually became visible in his field of vision. Wow, an invisibility talent. Many people present expressed envy and jealousy. This was a power that many had dreamed of in their youth. Of course, they still wanted it now. What did you find out? Cui Shanha quickly asked. The invisible brother grinned and said, I found a large number of traces of king-level mutated plants active on Monkey Mountain. In addition to the 3 confirmed ones, there is another trace. I also saw various mutated monkeys patrolling. The atmosphere is very tense, and it seems like both sides are about to engage in a battle. You mean those mutated monkeys are going to fight the 4 king-level mutated plants? Upon hearing this, a young man suddenly laughed. Are these monkeys out of their minds? Isn't this just delivering food? Yichhen glanced at the person, finding him very familiar. He was the captain of the Dragon Aotian team, and he and his teammates were laughing, though it was unclear what they were laughing about. However, the transparent brother explained seriously. You can't say that. These mutated monkeys are not low in intelligence, they have patrol teams, can use weapons, and are disciplined. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them an army. A monkey army, huh? Just the thought of it is funny. President, why don't we wait for those 4 king-level mutated plants to clean out Monkey Mountain? And then we can go in and wipe them out. The captain of Dragon Aotian said disdainfully. Cui Shanha glanced at him but did not respond. The intelligence of the monkeys is very high. They should be different from other mutated animals, especially the intelligence of the Monkey King, which might not be inferior to that of humans. Zhang Kunlun, as the vice president of the General Association, knew more. He suggested to Cui Shanha, why don't we go into Monkey Mountain now and try to communicate with the Monkey King to see if we can join forces against the mutated plants? It's worth a try. Cui Shanha thought for a moment and nodded. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although this idea was a bit far-fetched, trying it wouldn't hurt, and they were going to enter Monkey Mountain anyway, it was a matter of convenience. Everyone, we are going to enter Monkey Mountain immediately. It is very dangerous inside. If anyone is unwilling, you can leave on your own. Cui Shanha's fierce gaze surveyed the crowd. The officials naturally showed no signs of wavering, but those who had signed up to enter had to think carefully. After all, there were 4 king-level mutated plants inside Monkey Mountain. President Cui, what benefits do we get for helping to kill the king-level mutated plants? Captain Long Outyen stepped forward to show his presence again. Cui Shanha looked at him and said lightly, the Great Elder has already issued a document to form 2 Awakener Legions, among which the Great Wall Legion Martial Association is the main recommendation platform. Anyone who fights to the death alongside me can obtain the position of a 100-man captain, and those who make significant contributions can be given the position of a 1,000-man commander. You may not have a concept of a 100-man captain or a 1,000-man commander, so let me put it this way. The 1,000-man commander is a position that commands a territory, directly responsible to the central authority, and holds more power than the lord of a city. The originally disinterested crowd's eyes lit up upon hearing that explanation. Directly responsible to the central authority, comparable to a city lord, was undoubtedly a leap to the heavens for everyone present. Yichen's heart also raced. Although he wasn't worried about resources for development, having the identity of a commander meant he was mixing with the country. The key was still to command a territory, with no one to interfere. This commander position is mine, Shin Ao. Upon hearing this, Captain Long Outyen was spirited, and while speaking, he didn't forget to glance at the other competitors, looking as if they were all trash, which was quite fitting for his name. Shen Ao. Do you think we 4 are just decorations? The commander is ours. Zhong Tianming retorted with a cold laugh. Shin Ao shot him a glance and replied indifferently, you only have 4 people, you're not qualified to compete with us. What kind of skill is it to bully the few with the many? If you have the guts, let's duel. Why should I duel when I have more people? But since we are all acquaintances, why don't you come to our side? Then we can share some merits. Shin Ao said, while his eyes were still hotly fixed on Han Fei. No need, we have different paths and won't conspire together. The 4 of us are enough. Han Fei replied coldly. Wang Shasha rolled her eyes and suddenly huffed. Shin Ao, do you think you can pursue Fei Fei? Dream on, she likes Yichhen. Once those words were out, Shin Ao was stunned, Han Fei was bewildered, and Yichhen. He turned and walked away. Damn, that little girl is fierce, and her sense of revenge is strong. You stop right there. Yichhen turned around, revealing a smile. What's the matter? Listen well, I don't care if you're Yichhen or whatever. Han Fei is the one I, Shin Ao, have my eyes on. You better give up on that thought or else. Or else you'll hit me? Yichhen interrupted with a smile. Shin Ao was taken aback, furious. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Then stop talking and make a move. I guarantee I'll kill you. Yichen's smile remained unchanged. Although he was reluctant to be used by Wang Shasha, if this inexplicably proud guy insisted on coming up to him, he wouldn't mind killing. Who knows, he might get something good out of it. Yichhen was so straightforward that it left Shin Ao at a loss because he really couldn't win. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Do you know who I am? Before Yichhen could respond, Trey Shanha's angry voice rang out first. Enough. If you want to compete for affection, go outside and do it. Kid, wait. You'll know how powerful I, Shin Ao, am. Shin Ao blared fiercely at Yichhen, leaving behind a harsh remark. Afraid of really getting beaten, he took the lead toward the Monkey Mountain direction, with his 19 teammates following him with pride. Under the global evolution trend, some people's mindsets have changed, Zhang Kunlun said with a smile. Trey Shanha slightly furrowed his brows but quickly relaxed. Let's go. Boring. Yichhen shrugged. Just as he was about to catch up, he thought of something and walked in front of Han Fei with a serious expression. What are you going to do? Han Fei was startled. Having a secret crush hurts both the heart and the body. Next time, you should say it boldly, understand? Yichhen earnestly patted Han Fei's shoulder and then turned to leave. Han Fei was stunned again, and after a while, her voice, filled with shame and anger, finally spoke up. Next time, I won't say cough, and I didn't say it this time either. In short, I never had a crush on you. This statement came a bit late, as Yichhen had already walked quite a distance away. It's all your fault. Han Fei glared fiercely at Wang Shasha and stomped her foot to catch up with the group. Wang Shasha felt wronged and looked at her cousin with wide eyes. Fei has never been mean to me before, but now she's being mean to me for Yichhen. She has changed. This logic. Wang Ran felt a bit dizzy. Soon, they entered the Monkey Mountain area. Although it was called Monkey Mountain, it was actually just a forest park with a medium-sized mountain in the center. A group of human experts had just stepped into the forest park and hadn't had time to take a good look when a group of mutated monkeys appeared in their line of sight. Calm down, don't act rashly. Seeing the aggressive mutated monkeys rushing towards them, Trey Shanha warned everyone without changing his expression. This was clearly the right decision, as the monkeys didn't immediately attack but instead blocked the way, glaring at the humans. The crowd curiously observed the monkeys, and just as the invisible guy had said, these monkeys were armed, albeit with non-standard weapons. Some wielded shiny wooden sticks, others had bone clubs, and some carried sharp tools made from unknown stones. From their appearance, they were all mutated macaques, each over 1.8 meters tall, with well-developed muscles and an imposing presence. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The largest mutated macaque stepped forward and began to call out to the humans. They couldn't understand. Trey Shanha turned to the crowd. Who among you can communicate with them? Successful communication will earn you the position of 100% team leader. That must be me. Yichhen felt a stir in his heart, but as the words reached his throat, he held back and took a step back, as if a sudden idea had struck him. I have the beast-taming talent, let me give it a try. At that moment, someone stepped forward from the crowd. Trey Shanha nodded. Let him take us to meet the Monkey King. Okay. The beast tamer walked up to the suspected mutated macaque leader and immediately said, Daddy, Daddy, while dancing around. The crowd was shocked. Could this really be a communication on the same channel? As it turned out, it truly was. The mutated macaque leader was silent for a long time before it also began to dance and chirp continuously. Daddy, Daddy, chirp, 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 chirp. The man and the monkey were engaged in intense communication. After a long while, the beast tamer wiped the sweat from his forehead and returned to report to Trey Shanha. President Chui, it's all good. It agreed to take us to meet its superior. What else? What do you mean? Didn't you talk for over 10 minutes? What else did you discuss besides this response? Nothing, we just talked about this response. Oh, you might have misunderstood. Communication between humans and beasts is different. You might think we talked a lot, but in reality, we only discussed the issue of going up the mountain to meet the Monkey King. I'm not lying, this is my experience. The beast tamer explained earnestly. The crowd. Alright, let it lead the way. Sure. Daddy, Daddy. Chirp, 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 chirp. Another 10 minutes passed, and the mutated macaque leader led the group towards Monkey Mountain. No one noticed that one person was missing from the group. Nor did anyone see a human secretly hiding behind a tree who, when he emerged, had already transformed into a 3-meter-tall black giant ape. It takes over 10 minutes to say a single sentence. By the time we meet the Monkey King, who knows when that will be? The important task of protecting the people's lives and property has to be entrusted to me. The leaf demon ape swaggered towards Monkey Mountain from another side, thinking to carve his own path while everyone else went their own way. Not long after, they encountered a group of mutated macaques head-on, and both sides were momentarily stunned. The mutated macaque, the little leader, reacted quickly and hurriedly greeted, I've seen the adult. I've seen the adult. The other mutated macaques quickly followed suit. They had a strict hierarchy on Monkey Mountain, with the Monkey King being the supreme existence followed by a few adults. Now, this is what communication is. The demon ape Yichhen revealed a gratified smile and nodded modestly. Where is our king now? The king is on the mountain. Who else is there besides the king? All the adults have gathered on the mountain in response to the king's summons. How come you are down here, adult? Is this something you can inquire about? Yichhen pretended to be a bit angry. I was wrong, please don't blame me. Adult, the macaque quickly replied. You admit your mistake quickly. By the way, wasn't there just a white big bug that came in? Where is it? White big bug? Oh, do you mean the white tiger king? He went up the mountain to see the king. We need to unite to deal with those despicable tree demons. Alright, you can continue your patrol. The patrolling monkey group left respectfully. The adult is second only to the king and I am also an adult. I should walk with a bit of swagger. Confirming his high status, the demon ape Yichhen no longer held back and dashed off. Indeed, no monkey or ape dared to stop him. After a round of caring for subordinates, he learned that the entire monkey mountain had set up 4 layers of checkpoints. This means that Chui Shanha and the others would need to go through 4 rounds of communication to see the Monkey King, and with their communication speed, it would probably take at least over an hour. Right? Over an hour is still not very safe. Yichhen turned a corner and found the responsible monkey at the 4th checkpoint, a mutated gibbon. A group of humans will come up the mountain later. You find a reason to detain them, understand? Yichhen directly instructed without explanation. The capable mutated gibbon was stunned, scratching his head. Adult, I can't think of a reason. Yichhen. Among that group of humans, there's one dressed all in black. You can catch him and hang him up to beat him. That should work, right? All in black, hang him up to beat. Adult, I got it. The mutated gibbon's face was serious. Just beat this one person, let the others wait. Yichhen patted his subordinate's shoulder with satisfaction and turned to walk up the mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, the first thing that caught his eye was 3 big characters, Water Curtain Cave. His first reaction was, what the hell? Then he realized that this was a scenic spot originally built by the zoo, modeled after the Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. At the entrance stood 2 ugly mutated baboons. Seeing Yichhen approach, a look of confusion appeared in their eyes. This adult looked very unfamiliar. I've seen the adult. They hadn't seen him, but the distinction of rank could not be ignored. Yichhen ignored them and strode inside, where he saw a spacious hall with a staircase. In the middle and at the top was a stone seat. On the seat sat a monkey. A golden snub-nosed monkey, about the size of a normal human, with fur even more dazzling than that of the mutated brown bear king, and a pair of red eyes that were very captivating. On both sides of the staircase were various tall mutated animals, with apes and monkeys making up more than half. Yichen's size wouldn't even rank in the top 5 among them. The most eye-catching was the white tiger lying at the front on the left, pure white all over, measuring over 6 meters in length. Just lying there was quite intimidating. This scene, why? Does it feel a bit like the Hall of Loyalty and Brotherhood in Liangshan? Yichhen surveyed these big shots, and the big shots were also sizing him up. Which ape are you from? The golden snub-nosed monkey on the steps spoke. Well, it seems the king is definitely this one. That's a long story, so I won't go into it. Yichhen grinned. The Monkey King, do you have something to say? Surprisingly, the Monkey King wasn't even angry. Yes, it's an urgent matter. But before we discuss it, I want to ask you, Great King, do you think we can defeat those tree demons? Yi Mo Yuan asked seriously. Buzz, the council chamber, became agitated. This was a question they had been discussing for a long time. With our current strength, we probably can't defeat them, but I plan to contact the Brown Bear King of the Bear Clan. If he joins us, our chances will be better, the Monkey King said. No need, I just came from the Brown Bear King's territory. He has already perished at the hands of the tree demons. Yi Mo Yuan spoke with a heavy tone, even squeezing his eyes a bit, but unfortunately, no crocodile tears came out, and he gave up helplessly. The Brown Bear King is dead? How is that possible? Those 2 tree demons left my territory and immediately returned here. How could they have had time to kill the Brown Bear King? Upon hearing this news, the mutated White Tiger King stood up, casting a distrustful glance at Yichhen. Goodness, standing on 4 legs, he was already 1 meter 80 tall, looking incredibly handsome. Seeing this, Yi Mo Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful of his own beast form. His appearance was indeed a bit lacking, though he looked fierce. He thought randomly in his heart, but said seriously on the surface, I, the demon ape, never lie. The Brown Bear King is truly dead. As he spoke, he opened his paw, revealing a large crystal core lying quietly in his palm. The Brown Bear King is really dead. The mutated White Tiger King growled softly and lay down. Again. The other big shots looked at the crystal core in Yi Mo Yuan's hand, their expressions heavy. This was probably the sorrow of the rabbit and the fox. The tree demons deserve to die. Their goal is to turn us all into nutrients. The Monkey King looked at Yi Mo Yuan with red eyes. Continue with your urgent matter. My goodness, mutated animals are so easy to deceive. Yi Mo Yuan steadied his mind and continued, as the Great King said after discovering the Brown Bear King's death, I knew we had reached a critical moment, so I decisively contacted the humans. Humans? Humans! Gasps filled the council chamber. Their feelings about the human species were quite complex. On one hand, when their bodies had not changed, humans seemed to treat them well, providing good food and drink every day. On the other hand, after the changes, their genes told them that humans were despicable beings. Yes, I contacted the humans and persuaded them to unite with us to deal with those tree demons. Yi Mo Yuan looked righteous. Can we trust the humans? The Monkey King asked. We can. Trust them. Yi Mo Yuan replied confidently. How can you guarantee that? Humans are very cunning, the White Tiger King said quietly. I guarantee it with myself. To be honest, well, just look for yourselves. Yi Mo Yuan sighed heavily, his face full of sorrow. Just as the beasts were puzzled, they saw his body twist and then he transformed into a human. Oh wow! Everyone stood up. Under the gaze of so many fierce beings, Yichhen calmly transformed back into the demon ape with a face full of emotion. To be honest, I actually have human blood. If you ask why I have human blood, that's a long story, so let me cough and briefly explain. My ancestor was a male human who got lost in the forest. The most beautiful queen of the monkey clan was grateful to my ancestor and married him. Oh, that is, they mated. So after evolving, I gained the ability to transform into both a human and a demon ape. You see how good-looking I am, so you know how beautiful my monkey ancestor must have been. Anyone with a kindergarten diploma would not believe Yi Mo Yuan's explanation. Unfortunately, they didn't have one. After carefully examining Yi Mo Yuan, the Monkey King nodded seriously. You do look very good. Oh no, it can't be the female Monkey King, right? Yi Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. So you can communicate with humans and make them trust you, right? The White Tiger King asked. The Leaf Demon Ape nodded. That's right, there must be a distribution of benefits when we unite. I can help everyone negotiate with the humans to strive for the greatest benefits. The big beasts showed expressions of interest. Seeing this, the Leaf Demon Ape added another strong dose. Actually, we have no way out, do we? Right. After thinking for a while, the Monkey King nodded heavily. He walked down the steps to stand in front of the Leaf Demon Ape. Then, you represent us to negotiate with the humans. No problem, Your Majesty. Oh no, wait, do we have any demands? The Leaf Demon Ape suppressed the wild joy in his heart. Our demands are very simple. After killing the tree demon, the humans cannot disturb us. In return, we will not disturb the humans. The Monkey King said this without hesitation. Is that it? Yichhen looked at the other big beasts, and one by one they nodded, saying yes, yes, yes. The Leaf Demon Ape placed a hand on his chest, feeling a slight pang of conscience. Your Majesty, everyone, please rest assured, I will definitely complete the task. Be quick, the tree demon is getting restless, we will wait for you to return here. All right. The Leaf Demon Ape turned and strode away. The Monkey King stood in place watching his back, scratching his head, feeling that something was off. After leaving the water curtain cave, Yichhen hurriedly ran towards the mountainside. At this moment, at the mountainside, a large group of people stood by the roadside, and a 2.5-meter tall mutated gibbon stood on the other side with a large group of little brothers. In the middle of the road was a large tree branch, and hanging from the branch was a vine tied to a person. Smack, smack, smack. A mutated macaque was vigorously swinging a stick, hitting that person again and again. That person also had a strong will, not making a sound. Seeing this scene, the Leaf Demon Ape felt relieved and slowed his pace to approach. Even though the incident had already happened for more than 10 minutes, Chui Shanha and his group were still confused. They couldn't understand why the mutated gibbon, who had been communicating well just moments ago, suddenly decided to tie up Shin Ao and beat him, and even invited them to watch. This is outrageous. Are you sure there was no mistake in the communication? Chui Shanha asked Beastmaster again. Beastmaster seemed insulted, jumping up and shouting, absolutely no mistake. Then explain why they are hanging up Shin Shao to beat him, a young man said angrily. Beastmaster spread his hands. I asked, and they said it was a superior order. Shut your mouth. Another young man with yellow hair grabbed Beastmaster's collar. I see you instigated these monkeys to beat up Shin Shao. Let him go. Shui. Shanha coldly looked at the young man with yellow hair. The young man instinctively loosened his grip but immediately straightened his neck to look at Shui. Shanha, President Shui, if they beat Shin Shao for a while longer, he won't be able to take it. Don't blame us for taking action then. Look, a big guy is coming, someone shouted. Everyone quickly looked up the mountain, and a tall figure was very eye-catching from afar. Beastmaster exclaimed, this is a Lord-level existence, they must be here to take us up the mountain. The group with the young man with yellow hair also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Shin Shao's unwarranted beating was about to end. Why did they come so quickly? Wang Shasha looked disappointed, wishing the Monkey Lord had come a little later. Shin Ao would have been unable to hold on. Ha! Wang Shasha looked at the approaching Monkey Lord, her eyes widening. This lord looks very familiar. Not just Wang Shasha, many people felt it was familiar, and when the Monkey Lord walked up to them, some quick-reacting individuals already shouted out, isn't this Yishen's demon ape transformation? One word awakened the dreamers. Oh my god, it really is exactly the same. I want to talk to these humans. Alone, you all be on guard, the leaf demon ape instructed the mutated long-armed gibbons. The latter quickly complied, leading all the little brothers to a distance and starting to stand guard seriously. After sending away the little brother, the leaf demon ape finally looked at the one who was hanging there. Upon seeing him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, you've really overstepped." Saying this, he reverted from his beast form. It was indeed Yichhen. But why was he here, and why did that mutated gibbon listen to him? Everyone's thoughts became chaotic. "Yichhen, can you communicate with the mutated gibbon?" Chui Shanha asked. "Yeah." Yichhen nodded, and before Chui Shanha could ask again, he continued, "Don't ask, I took a veterinary elective in college." Chui Shanha. "So, you were the one who stopped us here and had the mutated gibbon hang up Shineo to beat him, right?" Chui Shanha's tone turned cold. "Yeah." Yi Chen admitted generously. Many people in the crowd changed their expressions. Shineo had just given Yichhen a hard time, and now he was being hung up and beaten by a mutated monkey. This guy really held a grudge. "You seem quite fearless." Chui Shanha's expression was unreadable, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. "Right." Yi Chen immediately agreed. Chui Shanha looked at him, and after a while he uttered 3 words, "You have guts. Just say it." "What do you want?" Zhang Kunlun chimed in with a smile. After interacting with Yi Chen so many times, he had gained some insight. "What do you mean, what do I want?" "It's what we want." Yi Chen corrected Zhang Kunlun seriously, then smiled. "Our goal is to team up with the Monkey King, right?" "Exactly." Zhang Kunlun nodded. "Just now, after much hardship, racking my brains, enduring humiliation, and risking my life, I finally persuaded the Monkey King to ally with us." Yi Chen's words were highly artistic. However, Chui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun showed joy. The former immediately asked, "How much combat power does the Monkey King have, and what about the tree demon?" "Hey, President Chui, we can discuss these things later. Right now, let's talk about the conditions." Yi Chen straightened his expression. "Conditions? What conditions?" "Conditions after we take down the tree demon." Chui Shanha was taken aback and said solemnly, "What conditions does the Monkey King want?" "It wants to rule the entire wild animal world." "Impossible." "That's what I said." So I stood up, argued fiercely, and cursed. "Get to the point." I persuaded the Monkey King to allocate the entire Monkey Mountain, including the forest park, to him. After we take down the tree demon, he will manage all the mutated creatures within it, and the Monkey King is also willing to help us oversee all the spiritual medicine treasures. In the end, the profits will be split 60-40, with them getting 4 and us getting 6. And there are a few extra clauses, like mutual non-aggression and helping out occasionally if needed. As Yi Chen laid out the conditions, everyone present felt it was quite a bargain. It directly resolved the major hidden danger of the wild animal world, achieved the goal of obtaining spiritual medicine, and didn't require heavy troops to oversee it. They could just sit back and profit. "Are you sure the Monkey King's conditions are like this?" Chui Shanha scrutinized Yi Chen. The latter responded calmly, "I'm sure." "Alright, I can agree to this condition. Let's go up the mountain to see the Monkey King." Chui Shanha agreed decisively. But Yi Chen stopped Chui Shanha, and with a shy smile in response to the other's puzzled gaze, he said, "President Chui, I wonder how much my contribution is worth?" Chui Shanha's eyes flickered as he said, 1,000, Commander. "That's what you said. If you go back on it, I'll turn against you. Come on, let's go talk about it. Don't be nervous, just treat this like your own home." As he spoke, the leaf demon ape's form reappeared, warmly greeting everyone. It seemed like the tension had eased a bit. Chui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun followed, with the rest trailing behind. At the back of the crowd, Wang Shasha tugged at Han Fei's hand and whispered, "Fei, can taking a veterinary elective really allow you to communicate with animals?" Han Fei first looked at Wang Shasha in surprise, then gently stroked her head. "In any case, you shouldn't believe a single word that Yi Chen says, not even the punctuation." Before long, humans and the big beasts officially met. The numbers on both sides were about the same, but unfortunately, there were no seats available, so the guests could only stand awkwardly. However, this did not prevent them from sizing each other up. The leaf demon ape took a few steps up the stairs and whispered in the Monkey King's ear. "Really, the humans agreed?" The Monkey King looked delighted. "They agreed, and I also secured a share of the spirit medicine profits. We just need to patrol regularly, and we can get 20% of the spirit medicine," the leaf demon ape said proudly. The Monkey King was even happier. Spirit medicine was an important way for these mutated animals to increase their strength. "Demon ape, you did great. Once we kill those tree demons, I have a gift for you." "Ah, how? Can I accept that?" "Oh right, your majesty." The humans also proposed another condition. The leaf demon ape whispered again. The Monkey King quickly nodded and said, "They want half of the existing spirit medicine from Monkey Mountain. That's not too much to ask. As for trading resources, that's a good thing. Tell them I agree. If you have anything to say to the humans, let me know, and I'll pass it on." "Almost forgot, we're about to have a decisive battle with the tree demons. Tell them to be ready." "Got it." The leaf demon ape stood up and looked at Chui Shanha, loudly speaking human language. The Monkey King says we are about to have a decisive battle with the tree demons. We need to be prepared. You talked for so long just to say that? Chui Shanha couldn't help but question. The leaf demon ape shrugged. Beast language and human language are different. Don't think we said so much. It translates to just this. One sentence. If you don't believe me, ask Beast Master. So what if I take advantage of the fact that you can't understand beast language? I, the leaf demon ape, have this all figured out. I only know a bit of basic sign language. How could I understand pure beast language? Beast Master silently complained. But meeting Chui Shanha's gaze, he still nodded firmly. That's correct. A cry came, and everyone turned to look outside the cave. A giant bird flew in, its wings spread wide as if to block out the sun, exuding an imposing and majestic presence. Wow, what a handsome eagle. However, the charm lasted only 3 seconds. The eagle blighted too forcefully and directly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, it's bad. The tree demons are about to attack. The news brought back by the eagle made the air inside the water curtain cave freeze. Instinctively, both humans and beasts turned their gazes toward the Monkey King. The Monkey King leaped up and stood on the throne. 2 beams of crimson light shot out from his eyes and flew out of the cave, quickly retracting as his figure flickered several times before disappearing from sight. All 5 tree demons are coming to attack. If you don't want to become their blood food, follow me. Only his voice echoed in the cave. Chui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This Monkey King was even more extraordinary than they had imagined. What did the Monkey King say? Chui Shanha asked the leaf demon ape. At this moment, all the leaders in the cave were rushing out. The tree demons are forcing a group attack. The Monkey King is going to take on this team battle. The leaf demon ape succinctly translated. What else was there to say? Let's join the group. The humans also rushed to follow, as the current goal of the Guangqing Martial Arts Association had shifted. Spirit medicine had become secondary, and dealing with the tree demons was the top priority. Feeding on all life as blood food was too dangerous. In the entire Chanlong wildlife world, if there was one place with the largest forest area, it would definitely be the Monkey Mountain area. The area where humans could tread was just a forest park, while the untouchable areas were lush mountains. Monkey Mountain was actually the highest peak of this mountain range. The Monkey King stood alone at the edge of the cliff. Behind him were dozens of mutated animals: apes, monkeys, tigers, elephants, hippos, and rhinos. A total of 60 or 70 leader-level creatures. The humans who arrived later were shocked. The power of Monkey Mountain was far greater than they had imagined. Chui Shanha made a comparison in his mind. Assuming there was no variable like the tree demon, their human side might not even be able to take down Monkey Mountain, unless they were willing to invest resources without restraint. Indeed, there are 4 king-level mutated plants. This is likely to be a bloody battle, Zhang Kunlun said, looking down the cliff with a serious expression. Chui Shanha frowned tightly. We must resolve them within the animal world, otherwise the consequences will be endless. The 2 big shots were holding up well, but the others were pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. These 4 king-level mutated plants were truly terrifying. One was a vine plant over 30 meters tall, with a girth exceeding 20 meters, the very giant mutated root vine that Yichhen had discovered at the beginning, now even larger than the first time he saw it. The rest were trees even bigger than the giant mutated root vine, one with pure black branches covered in white flowers, looking eerie and sinister at first glance, and terrifying upon closer inspection. This thing walked on its feet. That pure black branches prototype is a locust tree, someone recognized. Another was easily identifiable as a banana tree, but it was even more unsettling because a human face had grown on its trunk. Any living creature with a human face, aside from humans themselves, was terrifying. The third tree was a cluster of bamboo, entirely green and lush. If it weren't for the corpses of animals and humans hanging from the bamboo, it would have looked quite nice. At this moment, these 4 human-classified king-level mutated plants were slowly approaching from the foot of the mountain. The distance between the 2 sides was continuously shrinking. The Yi demon ape stood on the Monkey King's side, and he was at the very back, feeling quite secure in this position, as it allowed for both attack and retreat. Hey, didn't the Monkey King say there were 5 tree demons? Why are there only 4? The Yi demon ape withdrew his gaze and nudged the round figure standing next to him. This guy was a bear. But not a bear from the bear habitat. He was a giant panda, once a national treasure in various zoos. After mutation, he was still tall and big, looking quite silly. There's one that's their leader. I don't know where it's hiding, the round bear said, reluctantly pulling his gaze away from the mutated giant bamboo. Oh. Yichhen suddenly understood. No wonder these tree demons gave off a disciplined vibe. It turned out they really had a big brother leading them. By the way, looking at your size, you could rank among the top few. Why are you standing at the back with such low status? He casually asked. I'm an assassin. I can only play a bigger role by hiding. I feel your strength isn't weaker than mine, so why are you also standing at the back? The round bear said innocently. I'm also an assassin, Yichhen said, pulling at his face. Oh. The 2 exchanged smiles, feeling a kinship. Demon ape, I want to sneak attack that bamboo. Can you help me out? The round bear proactively invited. Yichhen looked surprised. No way, I mean, brother, you've evolved and you're still interested in bamboo? I'm interested in that thing in its head. If I eat that, I'm sure I can become the bear king. The round bear's smile was still so innocent. The thing in its head? It should be the crystal core. Yichen's expression turned serious. I'm also very interested in that. Brother, what do you think we should do? The bear was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Foolishly, you help me dig out that thing from the bamboo, and I'll help you dig out the things from the other tree demons. Doesn't that work? Why don't you help me dig out the thing from the other tree demon first, and then I'll help you dig out the thing from that bamboo? That's not possible. My mind is full of that bamboo right now. Helping you first will distract me. I didn't expect you to be such a national treasure. Yichhen felt deep regret. How about this, demon ape? I'll be your little brother, and you help me kill that bamboo and dig out its thing. How about that? Seeing that Yichhen showed no interest at all, Brother Xiong gritted his teeth and played his trump card. Be my little brother? No, aren't you already the little brother of the Monkey King? Yichhen was shocked on the spot. Brother Xiong, however, looked serious. We each have our own roles. What the hell does that mean? Yichhen was about to refuse with righteous indignation, but then thought of something, stared at Brother Xiong for several seconds, and suddenly smiled. Alright then, I'll take you as my little brother and help you chop that bamboo. Thank you, big brother. Brother Xiong was overjoyed. No need to thank me, we're brothers. But since I'm your big brother now, calling you Brother Xiong doesn't seem appropriate. How about I give you a name? A name? Is it a human name? I already have a name. It's Guoqing before I evolved. Yichhen. I forgot. National treasures all have names. Feng Tuing, you keep an eye on that demon flower. The Monkey King spoke up ahead. Yes, my king. The handsome eagle took the order, spread its wings, and let out a long cry as it soared into the sky, its gaze sharp as a knife, scrutinizing every inch of land. As this last remaining leader-level bird took to the air, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Cui Shanha could no longer afford to calculate the comparison of combat power between the two sides and turned to look at the crowd. I don't care what your intentions are for coming in here, we must eliminate these 4 king-level mutated plants right now. I hope you all bring out 100% of your strength to face them. Without waiting for the crowd to respond, he turned away again. The awakened ones from within the martial association showed no change in expression, merely adjusting their states silently. Because at this stage, over 80% of the awakened ones accepting the official 100% orders were originally from the military. Protecting the country and obeying orders was ingrained in their bones. Let these mutated animals take the lead, we can wait and see. I didn't expect king-level mutated plants to be so terrifying. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. In any case, if we can't win, we retreat. There's no reason to die for nothing. Isn't there still a super high-voltage electric grid? Even if the city suffers, that's unavoidable. This is a world where the fittest survive. Compared to the determination of the official awakened team, the civilian awakened ones were very cautious about their lives, especially those from noble families who chatted recklessly. To this, Cui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun turned a deaf ear. No wonder the officials are in a hurry to form an awakened army. Relying on these things to maintain stability, this country is doomed. Over at the zoo, Yichhen couldn't help but sneer. He valued his life too, but it depended on the situation. Right now was a time to fight desperately. As the mutated Feng Tuing took to the sky, the 4 tree demons immediately stopped their movements. After a while, seeing that there was still no movement on the mountain, they continued to advance until they reached the mountainside. Kill! As the Monkey King's voice fell, he leaped down, roaring in the air, transforming into a 10-meter-tall golden giant ape against the wind. Roar! The golden giant ape pounced on the king-level mutated locust tree, raining down punches on the trunk, accompanied by the sound of wood splintering, black debris flying everywhere. Hiss! The eerie and terrifying king-level mutated locust tree struggled continuously, emitting a mournful sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out as 2 gray vines wrapped around the Monkey King's wrists, preventing his fists from striking. Roar! The Monkey King turned back and roared, grabbing the vines with both hands and pulling hard. The mutated vine never expected the Monkey King's hatred to shift so quickly. Caught off guard, its body was rapidly pulled towards the Monkey King, scaring it into hastily severing its own vines. It still had a bit of instinctive fear towards the Monkey King. The vine was trying to avoid being dragged over and beaten up, but the powerful inertia caused it to tumble down the mountain. It quickly got back up, but a domineering white figure arrived even faster, pouncing on the vine and biting it furiously. It was the mutated White Tiger King. The 2 strongest forces on Monkey Mountain led the charge, while the remaining leaders howled and rushed forward. Crash! The king-level mutated banana tree was shattered by a punch from the Monkey King. You all go kill that vine monster first. With the Monkey King's command, the beasts rushed down the mountain to assist the White Tiger King. This scene excited the humans who were still observing. Concentrate your strength to kill the mountain vine first. Cui Shanha decisively took charge. Don't resist, rise. Zhang Kunlun raised his palms, summoning a whirlwind that swept everyone towards the foot of the mountain. The Monkey King's overwhelming combat power made them feel like they were in a situation of beating a drowning dog, but just as they landed and were about to charge at the vine, they were blocked by a tree. It was the king-level mutated banana tree. Wasn't this thing killed by a punch from the Monkey King? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the giant banana tree in front of them transformed, turning from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a banana grove. They had been tricked. The faces of the young aristocrats turned extremely ugly. President Chui, these banana trees are alive. I suspect they are the offspring of the king-level mutated banana tree. And its main body must be relatively weak now. Wang Shasha retracted her power and shouted at Chui Shanha, find its main body, and I'll remember your contribution. Chui Shanha's eyes flashed. Got it. Wang Shasha was overjoyed and quickly took out a handful of seeds, scattering them on the ground. They saw something moving beneath the rocky soil. Follow me. Wang Shasha strode in a direction. Her 3 teammates quickly protected her in the middle, as they didn't believe the king-level mutated banana tree was merely trying to trap them. Chui Shanha naturally didn't believe it either, keeping everyone on alert as they advanced. Sure enough, they hadn't taken a few steps when the fruits on 2 nearby banana trees suddenly lunged towards the crowd. The people responsible for perimeter vigilance were very cautious, using ranged methods to intercept. Bang, bang, bang. The fruits, which looked a bit like bananas, exploded one after another. Their power was comparable to high-explosive grenades, injuring 3 people on the spot, and before they could counterattack, a row of banana trees grew arms and legs, charging towards them. Kill. Chui Shanha coldly faced them. He hadn't expected that the top combat power he called upon would be entangled by a king-level mutated plant. Yes, entangled. For a moment, they couldn't do anything to the king-level mutated banana tree, and the other side was the same. The banana grove trembled continuously. Looking up the mountainside, the Monkey King was wielding a king-level mutated bamboo hammer, smashing it down and causing parts to fall off, with cries of pain echoing. It was clear that the Monkey King's combat power was stronger than any of the 4 king-level mutated plants, but it wasn't an overwhelming strength. At least, he couldn't take down the opponent in a short time. Ding ding. A strange sound began to ring out. It was the king-level mutated locust tree, which had escaped its plight. At this moment, its feet were firmly gripping the mountain rock and the white flowers on its body swayed with its movements. Waves of gray sound waves slowly spread outwards. Those still on the mountain were the first to be affected, feeling their minds grow heavy, quickly becoming drowsy. Damn! Yichhen jolted awake from his stupor, and when he looked at the king-level mutated locust tree, his eyes were filled with astonishment. It really is a demon tree. I almost fell for it. Looking at the little brother Guoqing next to him, good heavens, he was already snoring. At this moment, only the 2 assassins were left on the mountain. If even Guoqing can't hold on, then Chui Shanha and the others definitely can't hold on either. Yichhen silently took out the small Lei Bao. Originally, as an assassin, he was prepared to deliver a fatal blow to these king-level mutated plants while keeping an eye on the demon flower that had yet to show itself. But now he had no choice but to take action. However, there was someone, oh no, a monkey, who was faster than him. The Monkey King hugged the king-level mutated bamboo and violently swung it, causing it to roll down the mountain like a vine. The Monkey King did not pursue but turned around with a fierce glare, 2 crimson beams of light crashing through the gray sound waves, violently striking the locust tree. That strange sound instantly vanished, and the sound waves naturally dissipated in the air, not affecting the people and beasts at the foot of the mountain. Same national treasure. Why is the king so powerful? The giant panda Guoqing shook his head and stood up, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Demon ape Guoqing, you hold off the bamboo demon, and I'll come help you after I deal with the locust tree demon. The Monkey King's voice came. Mo Yuan and Guoqing were instantly energized. The big bamboo had just been smashed by the Monkey King, and now was the perfect time for them to strike as assassins. Big brother, I'll cover you. The mutated giant panda Guoqing shouted and charged towards the bamboo demon at the foot of the mountain. Aren't you an assassin? What are you covering for? Mo Yuan was momentarily stunned but had no choice but to follow closely. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, the bamboo demon stood up where it had fallen, propped up at the edge of the banana grove, continuously shooting sharp bamboo to attack the humans in the forest. He. Seeing the 2-legged beasts in such a sorry state, the bamboo demon let out a piercing laugh. It was as if it had some serious illness. Ha! Suddenly, the bamboo demon felt something was off and quickly turned around. Roar! A giant panda pounced on it, opening its mouth to bite a green bamboo. Crack! The bamboo that could withstand several blows from the Monkey King could not withstand the teeth of this giant panda, shattering and collapsing. Before it hit the ground, it transformed into a green light and vanished. He. The bamboo forest was furious. The bamboo on its body and the bamboo it shot out were 2 different natures. The latter was just energy, while the former was all hard-earned physical entities. Losing one meant losing a fraction of its power. The key was that this giant panda was familiar. It was the one that had escaped before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of bamboos came crashing down. This giant panda was utterly fearless, enduring the pain of the bamboos hitting it, and opened its mouth to bite another bamboo. Crack! It bit through another one. The bamboo forest was truly enraged now, its body glowing green, suddenly exploding. Boom! The giant panda Yichhen finally couldn't hold on, blasted away by the violent force, its round body crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloody bamboo shavings. Dazed, it got up. The first thing it wanted to do was charge again. But this time, the bamboo forest would not give it a chance. A massive bamboo fell from the sky, surrounding Yichhen tightly. Yichhen stubbornly charged but couldn't break through, opening its mouth to bite. But these bamboos were not only physical entities, they were continuously empowered by the bamboo forest's strength, resisting Yichen's bite, leaving only shallow marks on them. Perhaps if Yichhen continued to bite, it could still break through, but another massive bamboo was already rushing towards it. The giant panda Yichhen had no space to evade. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a purple light shot across the sky, violently crashing into the deadly bamboo. Boom! The bamboo formed from energy instantly vanished. Whoosh! Another purple light struck the bamboo barrier, which erupted with intense green light but still could not withstand this purple light, being easily pierced through. National Day couldn't afford elegance, he just crawled out through the big hole and saw his big brother standing not far away, holding a bow and arrow crackling with lightning. "Are you okay, National Day?" The gaze of the leaf demon ape was filled with concern. "I'm fine, big brother." National Day shook his head. "The Monkey King told us to just hold it down. Why are you risking your life?" Yichhen couldn't help but ask. National Day's earlier madness had truly startled him. "I thought of my parents and sister who died at its hands, and I couldn't help but fight back," National Day said, his bare face twisted as he glared at the bamboo demon. "Meaning, this pile of bamboo killed National Day's whole family?" Speaking of which, it seemed National Day's family fed on bamboo. "National Day, take this. And keep fighting." The leaf demon ape threw something to National Day, his face also filled with killing intent. He couldn't say anything about grievances or cause and effect, he didn't believe in that. "National Day was my little brother, so I stand by him." "That makes sense." National Day was momentarily stunned, instinctively standing upright and reaching out to grab what his brother had thrown. It felt heavy in his hand, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a colorful staff. It felt very handy. In midair, the leaf demon ape drew his bow and shot. The small thunder sound bow in his demon form unleashed full power with a simple pull. The arrow's light clashed with the incoming bamboo once more. Boom! The shockwave startled National Day. He roared to the sky and ran towards the bamboo demon again, greeted by dozens of solid bamboo strikes. National Day no longer used his body to block but instead swept the staff horizontally. Clang, clang, a bunch of bamboo flew back. The staff his brother gave him was really useful. National Day was overjoyed, charging forward like a rabid dog, swinging the staff down at the bamboo demon's body, putting all his strength into each strike. The clanging sounds were incessant. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was extreme. Seeing that attacking the main body of the bamboo was ineffective, the bamboo demon resorted to its old trick, preparing to self-destruct and blow up this annoying panda. Just as the energy began to surge, a piercing arrow arrived first. Boom! Several main body bamboos shattered instantly. It wasn't just a loss of power, but the frustration of being interrupted while casting made the bamboo demon go mad. The bamboo forest shook, emerald light bursting forth. It seems that mutated plants aren't completely without weaknesses. Their attack methods are quite singular. The leaf demon ape commented, leisurely pulling out another arrow. Crack! A more powerful purple lightning bolt shot out. The two distinct forces collided, holding for a moment before dissipating. It was another 50-50. At this point, the leaf demon ape could almost confirm that in terms of pure strength, he was about equal to 4 king-level mutated plants, but in terms of various methods, taking down a king-level mutated plant alone was no problem. If it weren't for the lurking demon flower that hadn't shown itself yet, he would have charged into rampage alongside National Day against the bamboo demon. Of course, even if he held back, with the combined strength of the leaf demon ape and National Day, they still had the upper hand, beating the bamboo demon into submission. They called themselves assassins, one turned into a melee tank, the other into a shooter. Soon, the leaf demon ape discovered another characteristic of the mutated plants: their vitality was particularly tenacious. In the 4 separate battlefields, the tree demons were clearly at a disadvantage, especially on the Monkey King side, where they were being utterly crushed, yet they just wouldn't die. No wonder the Monkey King wanted to clear the entire mountain and all the plants within a 500-meter radius. These 4 tree demons would definitely be even more troublesome than the forest. If they couldn't kill them this time, it would truly be a never-ending problem. As expected, the Monkey King was the first to break the stalemate. The locust tree demon finally couldn't withstand his output, the white flowers on its body rapidly withering. It was still struggling with its last strength, but it couldn't break free from the Monkey King's suppression. It was just at this moment the leaf demon ape let out a furious roar. "Let me take care of the demon tree, great king." The Monkey King was just about to stomp the locust tree demon to death when he heard the leaf demon ape's thunderous shout and instinctively looked down the mountain. Then he saw 3 purple beams of light slicing through the sky, rushing towards him. What was going on? The Monkey King showed a puzzled expression, slightly dodging to the side, and then saw those 3 beams of light crashing into the nearly incapacitated locust tree demon. The violent force instantly tore the locust tree demon into pieces, killing the king-level mutated locust tree. That felt good. Without bothering to check what had dropped, the leaf demon ape, who had just arrived at the scene, hurriedly tried to grab the dark crystal core that was falling from the sky. However, by sheer coincidence, the black crystal core naturally landed in the Monkey King's hand. The leaf demon ape felt awkward. Demon ape, do you want this? The Monkey King asked the leaf demon ape. The leaf demon ape was taken aback for a moment and nodded. The Monkey King casually tossed the crystal core over. Then it's yours. The leaf demon ape instinctively caught it and could feel the pure and powerful energy contained within the black crystal core. Wait, is this really for me? Great King, don't you want this thing? The leaf demon ape couldn't help but ask. This is the source of the demon tree's power, and it is also very useful to me, the Monkey King said, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, exuding an air of independence. We're all monkeys, isn't it a bit pretentious for you to act like this? The leaf demon ape cooperatively showed a confused expression. Then why, Great King? I once left here and lived in your human world for a month. I saw many things, even learned your writing, and someone taught me how to go online. Upon hearing this, the leaf demon ape jumped in shock. The Monkey King said, you humans. What if my identity is exposed? This is urgent, I'm waiting online. Also, which fool taught the Monkey King how to go online? Haven't they seen Rise of the Planet of the Apes? The Monkey King looked deeply at the leaf demon ape. I am certain that you humans are in trouble. A catastrophic trouble that could lead to your extinction, and I do not want to add to your troubles, so I need your sincere help. The leaf demon ape had to admit that the Monkey King's intelligence could probably get him into Tsinghua or Peking University. He could actually see the trends of the world and understood the principle that those not of our kind must have different hearts. The cooperation between Monkey Mountain and Shui Mountain River was actually very unstable. In fact, the leaf demon ape had already noticed that humans indeed faced an extinction crisis. To put it simply, there are about 20 billion chickens in the world. If all these 20 billion chickens mutated, well, that would mean each human would have to deal with 3 mutated chickens. Just asking, isn't that terrifying? The leaf demon ape didn't know how the higher-ups felt about mutated creatures, but he was very clear that humans could not declare war on all mutated creatures. Since it was impossible to declare war on all mutated creatures, then coexisting peacefully with some of them was the inevitable result. Even mutated creatures could ally with humans, joining the human family to enjoy citizens' rights such as 9 years of compulsory education, engaging in business or military service, and taking civil service exams. The leaf demon ape glanced over at Shui Mountain River and pulled the Monkey King aside. I truly want to help you, but you know that just talking isn't enough. So how old are you this year, Great King? 4.5. Why? Looking at the 4.5-year-old baby who was as tall as a 2-story building, the leaf demon ape paused out of politeness, then joyfully said, that's fine then. Let's swear a blood oath and let heaven and earth bear witness, becoming sworn brothers with different fathers and mothers. I am the elder brother, and you are the younger brother. How can the elder brother not help the younger brother, right? Sworn brothers. Alright, after we kill these tree demons, we will swear a blood oath. The Monkey King pondered for a moment and then became excited. Yes, this is what he wanted. With the Monkey King's talent and intelligence, he is destined for greatness in the future. Taking on a promising little brother is a sure win. Yuan also revealed a smile. Oh, whoa, big brother, what are you and the Monkey King doing over there? I'm dying. Guoqing's screams echoed. The 2 monkeys looked in the direction of the sound and saw Guoqing running on all fours, spitting blood, while the bamboo demon was chasing him with claws bared. Just as the Monkey King was about to intervene, he suddenly sensed something and turned sharply to look at the mountaintop. Yuan also sensed a powerful presence at the mountaintop, undoubtedly that demon flower. Little brother, you go ahead, I'll deal with the bamboo demon. He quickly shouted and charged towards the bamboo demon. That demon flower, being the leader of the 5 demons, had an unknown level of power, and Yuan would never compete with his little brother for it. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Once I finish off the bamboo demon, I'll have time to deal with that demon flower. Then I'll leave this to you, big brother. That demon flower wants to steal our things, I'll go take care of it. Yuan had already reached the foot of the mountain when he heard this and was taken aback, quickly turning back to shout, little brother, you must kill it. What else could be up there? It must be his spiritual medicine. The Monkey King merely nodded and transformed into a streak of golden light, rushing towards the mountain top. Soon, the roar of the diamond giant ape echoed from within the water curtain cave. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, a blade of light spanned 100 meters, heading straight for the bamboo demon's massive bamboo. The bamboo demon was already prepared, its green energy forming a curved shield. It intended to take the full brunt of this big black monkey's attack and then tear apart the exhausted panda, draining its blood and flesh. Bang! The blade of light struck the energy shield, causing a slight dent, but with the green light pouring out like water, the shield quickly rebounded, dispersing the blade of light. In front of the bamboo demon, only the collapsed panda remained, and a solid bamboo shot out from its mother, stabbing fiercely. The speed was incredibly fast, but a figure was even faster. Big Brother. Seeing Emo Yuan blocking in front of him, Guo was almost moved to tears. Get out of the way, don't interfere with my output. Emo Yuan raised his knife and struck at the bamboo demon. Although the extraordinary alloy knife had been damaged and its power was reduced, he still preferred to use the knife. Crack crack, wherever the blade passed, the bamboo, comparable to divine weapons, was left in splinters. What was going on? This big black monkey's strength seemed to have increased significantly. The bamboo demon was a bit dazed. However, Emo Yuan, who was concerned about the spiritual medicine, had no time to waste on idle chatter with the bamboo demon. He executed his agile movements to the extreme, forcefully finding a nearly non-existent gap amidst the oncoming solid bamboo. Just like his little brother Guo, he reached the bamboo demon. Its source of power is in the soil. Seeing his big brother so fierce, Guo, who had climbed to the side, shouted excitedly, "Soil?" Emo Yuan looked down at his feet, realizing that the seemingly ordinary soil beneath the bamboo was where its true body lay. Emo Yuan raised his knife. Hiss! The bamboo demon let out a terrified roar, finally realizing that this big black monkey was different. It was in existence on the same level as the Monkey King. The bamboo forest shook wildly, countless green lights erupting. This was its method of dealing with prey that approached it, always effective. However, this time, it was ineffective. Roar! A tiger's roar sounded, startling the White Tiger King nearby. Hadn't all the tigers in the zoo, except for him, perished? Could there be survivors? Please, it better be a female tiger. The White Tiger King turned to look and saw, within the swirling green light, a golden bell appearing, and the tiger's roar was emanating from within the bell. White was ecstatic. The White Tiger King cursed inwardly, but his pupils suddenly dilated, because he saw, within the vortex, a knife raised high. It was about to strike down. Ninefold Thunder Blade. The calm voice of the leaf demon ape echoed, which honestly could have been left unsaid, but he thought it might look a bit cooler, intimidating these mutated big shots. Boom! The violet blade light erupted. Then, like pouring oil on a fire, no matter how the bamboo demon unleashed its power to attack, it just couldn't extinguish it. Crack! The extraordinary alloy blade in the leaf demon ape's hand broke. But it had already fulfilled its mission. 9 explosions, the violent power converged at one point, instantly tearing apart the bamboo demon's body. Ha! Amidst the tragic roar, the bamboo demon's body shattered into pieces and collapsed. The leaf demon ape twitched his face, then discarded the broken blade. To maintain his dignity, he, like the Monkey King before, clasped his hands behind his back, gazing deeply into the distance, the wind blowing through his fur, standing apart from the world. How to describe this feeling? My little brother really knows how to show off. I'll bite you to death. However, just at that moment, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, the leaf demon ape was taken aback and quickly turned around. He didn't expect that while he was showing off, his little brother National Day was pouncing on the remains of the bamboo demon, frantically biting. Every piece of bamboo was being crushed and swallowed. National Day, stop it. The leaf demon ape hurriedly intervened. This guy had to show up to steal the kill at this moment. What's wrong, big brother? National Day raised his panda head, asking with a simple smile. Yichhen looked at the bamboo demon that was dead beyond recognition and fell into silence. Is a mutated panda still a national treasure? Can it be killed? Waiting online, quite urgent. No, it's nothing. Yichhen took a deep breath, squatting down to rummage through the dirt, soon pulling out a bright green crystal core, which was somewhat comforting. Big brother, this thing. National Day became excited. Not for you. But didn't we agree that the things inside the bamboo demon belonged to me? I changed my mind. The leaf demon ape gritted his teeth. Then big brother, you eat it. I'm fine with this. Sensing that big brother was getting angry, National Day decisively lowered his head to gnaw on the remaining green bamboo. Although the bamboo demon's core couldn't be eaten, finishing these bamboos would be enough for him to become the king of giant pandas. The leaf demon ape, feeling a surge of frustration from having his kill stolen by his little brother, silently picked up the fallen extraordinary alloy staff and walked towards another battlefield. Fortunately, there was still one left. Let go of this vine demon, let me handle it. He directly swung the staff in the air, unleashing a momentum that recognized no kin. The beasts surrounding the giant vine demon were frightened and quickly scattered, but only the White Tiger King, with his own dignity, did not retreat. Not long after, crack! The White Tiger King spun several times in the air before barely stabilizing himself on the ground, but looking at his imposing face, there was now a monkey paw print. Demon ape, what are you doing hitting me? The White Tiger King shouted angrily. Oh, accidental injury, the leaf demon ape explained while smashing the giant vine demon. This explanation was somewhat perfunctory, but the White Tiger King accepted it. There was no way around it. They beasts were quite reasonable. If you were stronger than me, what you said was right. To be fair, the giant vine demon was much easier to kill than the mountain lord demon. This thing was good at group fights, and encountering the leaf demon ape who could crush it with sheer strength was just bad luck. When it was half dead and trying to escape, the leaf demon ape shot 3 arrows to end the battle. This time he was very careful, only stopping when the kill notification sounded. Having stolen one, he stole another back, which wasn't a loss. After all, that guy was a former national treasure, right? After digging out the crystal core, the leaf demon ape immediately looked towards the banana grove. Instinctively wanting to steal the kill, he quickly remembered that after helping Cui Shanha and the others resolve their battle, they would definitely go up to help the Monkey King's little brother if they happened to see the spiritual medicine above. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it was better to let these young people train a bit more. You all surround the banana grove, don't let the banana demon escape. With that, the leaf demon ape flew towards the mountain top. As it landed at the peak and was about to enter the water curtain cave, suddenly the ground shook violently. Boom! The entire water curtain cave exploded. Then a white light shot up into the sky, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be a completely snow-white fox. It sat in midair, its enormous tail swaying as it grew a second tail and then a third tail behind. It blossomed a gigantic white flower. Yichhen looked up, dumbfounded. What is going on? Could this creature be the mastermind behind the recent mutant plant versus mutant animal incident? If you want to occupy my cave, demon flower, give up on that thought. On the ground, the golden giant ape glared with a fierce red light in its eyes. You annoying golden-haired monkey. You don't need this mine, just give it to me and you won't lose anything. I'm willing to coexist peacefully with you. The three-tailed white fox showed no fear, only looking at the Monkey King with a hint of grievance. There can be no peace between us. The Monkey King's gaze was icy. Stinky monkey, do you think I'm afraid of you? Then come down, and let's settle this life and death. As the two seemed ready to fight, the leaf demon ape finally came to its senses and shouted, wait. Both pairs of eyes turned to him. Black-haired monkey, do you have something to say? The three-tailed white fox seemed to just notice the leaf demon ape, her fox-like eyes filled with curiosity. I, the mighty demon ape, am being called a black-haired monkey? The leaf demon ape suddenly felt that the 9-year compulsory education for mutant creatures was a long way off. Little brother, is this thing a demon flower? Why does it look like a fox? The leaf demon ape asked the Monkey King. Yes, she is the demon flower, her illusion skills are very powerful. Big brother, you need to be careful. The Monkey King nodded. It was clear he was very wary. I have another question. Isn't there a strong magnetic field at this height of 100 meters? Magnetic field? It's something like a restriction. There is. Then why can she fly so high? Yichhen pointed at the three-tailed white fox. This is insane. This creature is at least 200 meters off the ground. The Monkey King clearly hadn't thought of this question. He paused and replied, I don't know. He. The three-tailed white fox laughed, looking at the leaf demon ape. Silly black monkey, because this restriction only works on physical entities. The leaf demon ape was stunned. So you are an ethereal being? Why are you so silly? I'm a soul body, he. The three-tailed white fox laughed so hard she trembled. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 purple lights, forming a triangle, shot towards her, targeting her forehead, throat, and heart. Thunder power? A hint of disgust flashed in the fox's enchanting eyes. Her 3 tails swayed, instantly growing more than 10 times larger, and she fiercely whipped them towards the space ahead. Boom! The 3 purple lights almost simultaneously struck one of her giant tails, the violent thunder power engulfing a section of space with continuous crackling sounds. On the ground, the leaf demon ape's eyes narrowed sharply. It was certain that 3 arrows wouldn't kill this fox, but they only scorched one of her tails. Whoosh! In the next moment, a giant tail crossed 100 meters and smashed down towards him. Although it didn't have much power, the leaf demon ape felt danger, its form shifting continuously, barely dodging it. Bang! The giant tail smashed a pit into the ground before swiftly retracting. This is a bit troublesome. The leaf demon ape glanced at the pit. Indeed, it didn't have much power, but that feeling of heart palpitations was definitely real. This creature was indeed somewhat formidable. Realizing that it seemed he had no way to deal with the soul body, for now, he thought for a moment and then shouted, Stop! You ambushed me, why should I listen to you? The three-tailed white fox was furious, her 3 giant tails gently swaying, stirring up a faint fragrant breeze. So they say you don't know someone until you fight them. Let me introduce myself. I am the half-brother of the Monkey King, your big brother. Now you introduce yourself. Maybe I can persuade my little brother to give you that mine. Yimo Yuan shouted eagerly. He didn't mention the ambush at all. Really? The 3-tailed white fox was taken aback. She looked at the Monkey King. Golden-haired monkey, is this black-haired monkey really your big brother? The Monkey King glanced at Yimo Yuan, nodded thoughtfully, and said, Yes, if you can convince my brother, I can give you the mine. The 3-tailed white fox's heart raced and her giant tail shrank back. She had fought with the Monkey King several times. Her soul body was immune to almost all of his attacks, and she could leave anytime she wanted, so she could come back anytime as well. But the problem was that her physical attack power was weak, and her most relied upon illusion was restrained by the Monkey King's eye technique. The result was that neither of them could do anything to the other. Hey, I was just like you guys, a white fox living here, until that day when it rained colors and the zoo underwent earth-shattering changes. Not long after, a wild boar broke into our territory and killed all my family. I was the only one who managed to escape. I ran and ran. The three-tailed white fox had never participated in a variety show, but she had learned to sell her misery on her own. Watching her entire clan being slaughtered while being chased by her father's murderer for over 10 streets, she narrowly escaped death several times, only to encounter the torrential rains of June in the south, which swept her into a cave where neither heaven nor earth responded. It was indeed a tragic story. But when she was on the brink of starvation, she ate a white flower that was about to become a spirit, and this action elevated her tragic story to an inspirational one. If the white fox had withstood the power of the white flower's explosion and not blown up, she would have definitely gotten the script of a martial arts novel protagonist. This flower seems to have the ability to gather souls. In the end, I didn't completely perish but became a special soul body possessing both the forms and abilities of the white fox and the white flower. The soul body consumes power every moment. When I first started, I had 4 tails, but now I only have 3 left. Silly black monkey, you come and judge. I found that the mine below can maintain my power, but your little brother just won't give it to me. Should I fight him? The three-tailed white fox earnestly reasoned with Yichhen. Yichhen nodded in understanding. If you don't fight, you'll die. It makes no sense not to fight, right? So you persuade your little brother, you guys move, and this mountain will be mine. We can become good friends. The three-tailed white fox descended 100 meters, looking pitiful. Move? We must move? I, not you. Are you trying to trick me? Yichhen said with an air of certainty, but suddenly realized, staring at the three-tailed white fox. The three-tailed white fox was stunned. This silly black monkey could break my illusion? How awkward. I am full of righteousness, so don't try to confuse me with illusions. Also, if you call me silly black monkey again, I will immediately turn against you. Yichhen said irritably. I was wrong. What should I call you then? Yichhen, little brother, can you help me? Help? Of course, I must help. The Monkey King looked at Yichhen in surprise. Big brother, have you fallen for an illusion again? I'll go persuade my little brother. You just stay there and don't move. Yichhen had an idea in his heart, pulling the Monkey King aside and glanced at the one in the sky, wondering if she could still eavesdrop from so far away. The soul body is indeed a bit strange. His methods seem to have little effect on this fox. Big brother, do you have something private to say? Wait a moment. The Monkey King's eyes shot out red light, drawing a circle around the two, then said to Yichhen, now you can speak. She definitely can't. Here. My little brother's eye technique talent is really impressive. Feeling emotional, the leaf demon ape asked seriously, little brother, tell me honestly, do you have a way to get rid of this fox? No, I can only break her illusion, but I can't kill her. The Monkey King shook his head without hesitation. I don't have a way to deal with her for now either, so the only solution is to pretend to be friends with her. But the chaos in the zoo was instigated by her. If she hadn't instigated the chaos, would the zoo not be in turmoil? The leaf demon ape countered. This white fox was likely just stirring the pot. The entire zoo was bound to have a big fight before a result could be determined, and she merely accelerated the process. Seeing his little brother at a loss for words, he continued to analyze. The 4 tree demons have already been dealt with, so, sorry, I mean you animals are safe from now on. But if you continue to oppose this fox, I'm not afraid of her, but the other brothers are terrified. But if we give her the mine, what if she turns against us after she becomes powerful? What's there to be afraid of? Just the 2 of us, and you, little brother, with our extraordinary talents. It won't be long before she worries about us turning against her. Yichhen was also using this as a delaying tactic, waiting for the right moment to unleash something to deal with the soul body. That's true. The Monkey King thought for a moment, seeming to feel less afraid. The half-brothers quickly reached a consensus. Since my big brother is speaking on your behalf, we'll give you the mine, and we'll become allies. If you agree, follow me. The Monkey King said without even looking at the three-tailed white fox, turning to the ruins and punching open a passage to walk in. Thank you, silly demon ape. The three-tailed white fox flew to demon ape's side, her eyes filled with gratitude. Is the soul body untouchable? Seizing the opportunity, the leaf demon ape curiously reached out towards the three-tailed white fox, and indeed, he couldn't touch anything, but it wasn't without sensation. It felt like passing through the thick fog on a mountain peak in the morning. So smooth. Don't touch me randomly, I can feel it. The three-tailed white fox moved aside, a blush appearing on her charming face. Really? What does it feel like? Tingly. Oh, it might be because my fur is a bit thick. There's static electricity. Ah, right, you go ahead, I'll protect you from behind. The three-tailed white fox. She said nothing and entered the passage first, with the leaf demon ape following closely behind. The 2 brothers' protection in front and behind made it seem that the three-tailed white fox was quite safe. Yichhen was unfamiliar with the structure of the water curtain cave, only feeling that the passage led downwards. As they walked, he realized that this passage was not opened by the monkey brother but was secretly dug out by the three-tailed white fox. This was quite shocking. So you let those 4 tree demons attack head-on just to cover for you digging a tunnel behind them? They must have picked the wrong big brother. Oh no, big sister. We're here. The Monkey King's voice came from ahead. No need for him to remind. The golden light ahead was almost blinding the leaf demon ape's eyes. He hurried over to take a look and saw that the end of the passage was a whole wall made of gold. No, gold isn't that dazzling. The leaf demon ape leaned in and knocked, hearing a muffled thud, and couldn't help but inhale a breath of golden air as if his whole body was filled with the scent of gold. Solid. Detected precious gold mine. Can use basic mining technique to extract. A voice came at the same time. The sudden voice startled the leaf demon ape. It looked somewhat familiar. Realizing this was a precious gold mine, he stroked the warm, textured precious gold, nearly drooling. With his extraordinary luck, he had cut through the extraordinary alloy knife with sparks flying and obtained dozens of pieces of precious gold. Now before him was an entire vein of precious gold. How many pieces could this be? 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000? According to his guess, these things would become very precious in the future. After all, there were others besides his father who could forge iron. Eventually, more people would awaken related talents, and the importance of weapons would gradually rise. With a mine at home, why should I work so hard to chop wood? Thank you all. I promise to keep our agreement. We will be good allies and good friends. At this moment, the three-tailed white fox also said, deeply moved, extending its paw towards the precious metal ore. Wait. Unexpectedly, the leaf demon ape slapped down. What are you doing? The three-tailed white fox dodged to the side, instantly furious. I knew I couldn't trust that stinky monkey. Come on, let's fight to the death. It bared its sharp teeth, and its three large white tails also revealed themselves, an invisible aura spreading out. Are you afraid of us? The Monkey King thought his big brother was about to turn hostile, and his eyes glowed red, firmly occupying half the space, isolating the invisible aura outside. Stop fighting, the leaf demon ape spoke again. Ha! Just as both sides were about to strike, they froze and looked at the leaf demon ape. Wait, it was you who was about to turn hostile, and now it's you who is calling for a stop. What's going on? Are you sick? Don't fight yet, I just said wait. The leaf demon ape gritted its teeth, feeling conflicted. Giving a piece of precious metal or to the three-tailed white fox was definitely unacceptable. But the consequences of not giving it to her were also uncontrollable. Give me some time, I need to study the precious metal or further. The leaf demon ape wanted to see how fast the basic mining skill could mine, then decide whether to completely turn against this fox or to drag it out for a few days and secretly mine a little bit. Ignoring the gazes of the little brother and the fox, the leaf demon ape turned around and reached out to touch the precious metal ore, silently opening the storage space. Just as it was about to use the mining skill, an anomaly occurred. Whoosh! At that moment, something unexpectedly leaped out of his control, suddenly bouncing out of the storage space, hovering in the air and shining brightly. The leaf demon ape focused its eyes and saw that it was the jade tablet with no description. He had studied this thing several times before. Its texture was no different from ordinary jade, and there was no usage method. Now it had jumped out of the space by itself and was glowing. Is it malfunctioning? Just as the leaf demon ape was puzzled, the jade tablet changed again, and a character flew out from within the jade. It was an ancient script, but fortunately, it was pictographic, and the leaf demon ape guessed the answer. The character was you. Whoosh! The character you emitted a golden light, striking the forehead of the three-tailed white fox from a distance. The latter trembled, its entire body of white fur standing on end. What is this thing? Stinky silly monkey, quickly take it back, the three-tailed white fox shouted. Fear surged through her body, even stronger than the fear she felt when that mutated wild boar chased her. Even more terrifying. Instinctively, she turned and flew outside, her three giant tails and white flowers appearing simultaneously. Her speed was faster than lightning, and in 2 breaths she disappeared from the leaf demon ape's sight. She ran away? The leaf demon ape instinctively looked at the character you, and then saw that this character actually vanished into thin air. In the moment he was stunned, a golden light flew back from outside the passage and merged into the jade tablet. Big brother, did you collect the demon flower? The Monkey King looked at the leaf demon ape. In that previous white light, they all sensed the aura of the demon flower. Here, it must be explained that although the white fox was the main body, as the king of animals, he stubbornly classified the soul state of the white fox as a plant. The leaf demon ape was also a bit confused at this moment. Blinking, you might not believe it when I say this, but this jade is mine, but I also, The jade tablet in the air transformed into a point of white light and entered the leaf demon ape's brow. Spirit pet capture successful, king-level mutated three-tailed white fox, soul body, unnamed, breeding method. The cold notification sound rang out. Yuan stared blankly for a few seconds before looking at the Monkey King and saying, alright, I confess, I really did capture her. With a thought, the small white light flew out from his forehead and landed, transforming into a three-tailed white fox. She looked at Yuan, her face full of resentment. What are you looking at? You voluntarily acknowledged me as your master. Yuan blared. You don't follow the rules of martial arts. The three-tailed white fox was filled with grief and indignation. Heaven knows what kind of torment she had suffered in the world of jade. Her trembling soul constantly reminded her that if she didn't become Yuan's pet, she would be reduced to ashes. Could she not submit? Hey, big brother, do you still have that jade token from earlier? Seeing Yuan's astonished look, the Monkey King quickly explained, I don't mean anything else, I just think it's quite useful and want to get one for self-defense. I don't have it anymore. I only had one, but I don't think it's that powerful. It should just happen to restrain soul bodies. If this fox had a physical form, it probably wouldn't work. Yi Mo Yuan shook his head. However, he was basically certain of one thing, that jade token without an introduction or usage method was related to beast taming. The Monkey King let out a long breath. That's good. I mean, it's just bad luck for this fox. Actually, she isn't really unlucky. With my bright future, following me is a gain, Yi Mo Yuan said as he looked at the three-tailed white fox, right? Knowing this was the outcome, I shouldn't have eaten that flower. She wished she could bite this big black monkey to death, but the three-tailed fox had to force a smile and nod. Ah, yes. Just living, not too shabby. Master, now that I'm your pet, shouldn't I get to eat some of that fine gold or? The three-tailed white fox quickly accepted her identity and used it to negotiate for benefits. However, Yi Mo Yuan kicked her aside. What are you thinking? You're my pet now, you can cultivate. Using my power, isn't that faster than gnawing on fine gold to cultivate? Why can he kick me? Ah, I can cultivate using his power? Ah. The three-tailed white fox jumped up, excitedly spinning around. She had just been wallowing in self-pity and forgot that in that mysterious space, her power was in a state of gradual growth. You're right. Master, I won't eat. Who dares to eat? I'll help you kill them. The three-tailed white fox cozied up to Yi Mo Yuan's feet, wagging her tail in a flattering manner. Not bad, your attitude is quite proper. Yi Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Remembering something, he added, if you're going to follow me, you need a name. How about I call you Ali? My true form is just a fox and you name me Ali. Isn't that a bit perfunctory? The three-tailed white fox looked at Yi Mo Yuan. Are there any other options? Little White? Or Little Three? Let's stick with Ali. The white fox's eyes were so resentful they seemed ready to drip water. As long as you're satisfied. Your master is quite democratic, you'll slowly discover that in the future. Yi Mo Yuan said with a look of contentment. Yi Mo Yuan opened the storage space and checked the three-tailed white fox's information in the newly opened pet section. Ali's name had been successfully registered. Hey, big brother, I also want to pick a human name. Can you help me think of one? The Monkey King couldn't help but say. Yi Mo Yuan looked at him in surprise. Are you serious? Yeah, I've thought about it. I'll inevitably have to deal with you humans in the future, so having a human name is quite necessary. The Monkey King nodded seriously. With this awareness, little brother, you qualify to be the first to get an ID card in the future. I'll think about it for you. As a monkey, I must ride the fiercest horse, eat the best peaches, let the sky no longer cover our eyes, and let the earth no longer bury our hearts. Looking at his little brother who was already fired up, Yi Mo Yuan said seriously, so, how about the name Xiaojin? Monkey King. White Fox. Actually, the name Ali is really quite good. Another hour passed, and Yi Mo Yuan and the Monkey King finally walked out of the ruins. The Monkey King had already returned to his beloved golden monkey form, his expression relaxed. With the soul-body white fox being tamed by Yi Mo Yuan, the animal crisis was considered resolved. Yi Mo Yuan was even more radiant, thinking about the past hour or so. He had killed 2 king-level mutated plants, tamed a pet even more powerful than a king-level mutated plant, obtained an astonishingly large amount of refined gold ore, and several thousand mature spiritual herbs. He had made a killing. Big brother, I'll leave the humans to you. The Monkey King looked at Yi Mo Yuan with respect in his eyes. Previously, he had readily acknowledged Yi Mo Yuan as his big brother just for insurance, not truly believing he had the qualifications until Yi Mo Yuan tamed the white fox as a pet, which made him genuinely accept it. Still the same saying, only the strong deserve to be the leader. Xiaojin, don't worry, big brother will keep Monkey Mountain safe, Yi Mo Yuan declared with great confidence. Now that he had the crystal cores of the king level mutated plants, after cultivating the 9 scrolls of the heavenly book, his strength would definitely reach a whole new level. Even if someone from the official side disagreed, Yi would have the confidence to persuade them. On the way down the mountain, the two brothers discussed the details of this matter again, mainly about Yi Mo Yuan openly wanting to take a kickback. He had concealed it before because he wasn't familiar with the Monkey King, but now they were brothers of different parents, so there was no need to hide anything. The Monkey King Xiaojin nodded repeatedly to show he understood and raised both hands in agreement with his big brother's approach. After all, he was already prepared to let go of so many benefits, as long as the humans had no objections. Who he gave it to was still a prophet, not to mention it was his good big brother. At the foot of the mountain, the distinction between humans and beasts was clear, but the distance was friendly enough. Seeing Yi Mo Yuan and the Monkey King coming down, both sides showed excited expressions. My king, what about the demon flower? The White Tiger King asked first. The Monkey King stood with his hands behind his back, calmly nodding. The demon flower has been dealt with by me and my big brother together. Roar! The beast herd erupted in cheers. Only those beasts who had experienced it understood how terrifying the 5 demons were. It could be said that after the Great Change, over 70% of the lives in the zoo had perished at their hands. Now that the 5 demons were all resolved, they no longer had to live in fear. My king, you said big brother, could it be that you? Guo Cheng squeezed out of the beast herd in surprise. Mo. Yuan looked at Guo Cheng and clicked his tongue. It hadn't been long since they last met, and this guy had gotten fatter and stronger. I plan to become brothers with Mo Yuan. He is my big brother. The Monkey King nodded lightly. Ha! The beast herd buzzed with excitement. The king had acknowledged a big brother, which was no small matter. It's a simple principle. If the king tells them to go left, the king's big brother tells them to go right. Whose orders should they follow? This, my king, I also acknowledge. Mo Yuan is my big brother. What should I do? Guo Cheng was a bit confused and a bit excited. There was this matter too. The Monkey King looked at Mo Yuan and he didn't know how to respond. What else can we do? Xiao Jin is the second and you are the third, Mo Yuan said nonchalantly. Just as big brother said, by the way, Xiao Jin is my name. The Monkey King didn't say it was the big brother who gave the name, fearing it would undermine the big brother's authority. I'm the third? Guo Cheng grinned widely. Listen to big brother, and there's also the second brother. Beasts. Big brother magic ape, second brother king, third brother fat bear. Oh, I understand, whatever big brother says goes, whatever second brother says that big brother doesn't oppose, we listen to second brother, whatever third brother says that second brother and big brother don't oppose, we listen to third brother. At that moment, a handsome eagle flew out of the beast group, sliding to a stop in front of the leaf magic ape, and immediately said, Magic ape, I also want to recognize you as my big brother. Sure, you're the fourth. The leaf magic ape smiled and nodded. The beast group seemed to awaken from a dream. Roar! The white tiger king knocked over the nearby fleeing gorilla leader and leaped in front of the leaf magic ape. Magic ape, I also want to recognize you as my big brother. The mutated animals have simple minds, but they're not stupid. They know the strength of the Monkey King, which is on par with that demon flower, and now that the demon flower has been dealt with, it must have been the magic ape's doing. There's nothing wrong with being a little brother to a strong one. Okay, you're the fifth. The leaf magic ape readily agreed, then added, we'll hold a ceremony for our brotherhood later. For now, I want to chat with the humans. The beast group, which was about to charge, abruptly stopped. The leaf magic ape was very satisfied with the reaction of the beast group. Those mutated animals that had survived to this point and were qualified to participate in the battle were all elite among elites, each with a bright future. Receiving them was a gain. The leaf magic ape walked towards the humans, and when he reached Chui Shanha, he had already retracted his beastly powers and transformed back into Yichhen. Although the magic ape state was more powerful, he still preferred being human. Yichhen, why is the beast group so excited? Has the tree demon leader appeared? Has it been dealt with? Chui Shanha asked in quick succession. Yichhen was taken aback and asked, did you not see the tree demon leader? Such a large three-tailed white fox standing 200 meters in the air, how could it not be seen? No, we were trapped in the banana grove, as if we had entered an illusion array, only able to see countless banana trees, Chui Shanha explained. Not seen? That's even better. It would be much more convenient for Ali to do things in the future. That's right, that demon flower was killed by me and the Monkey King working together. The leaf magic ape nodded. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. A stone lifted from Chui Shanha's heart, revealing a rare smile. I underestimated the power of the king-level mutated plants, and it was thanks to Wang Shasha's ability that we were able to jointly slay the king-level mutated banana tree. He had ties with the Langya Wang family, and Wang Shasha was a beloved junior of his, so he felt very gratified. Did you hear that? I made a great contribution. Uncle Chui said he would give me the position of captain of 100 in a key area. I ask you, are you convinced? Wang Shasha proudly huffed at Yichhen. Showing off to me? Are you okay? Yichhen couldn't be bothered to argue with Wang Shasha and just looked at Chui Shanha. Since we're on this topic, President Chui, what position can I get for my contributions? Commander of 1,000. Upon hearing the inquiry, Chui Shanha gave a definite answer. Although he felt that Yichen's claim of I and the Monkey King jointly slayed the demon flower was highly exaggerated. In this battle, he probably was just a minor player. But just for bringing the Monkey King and the humans together to chat, that contribution was enough to earn the position of commander of 1,000. Yes, the people present not only did not see the demon flower, but they also did not witness Yichhen leading his little brothers to take down 3 king-level mutated plants. As for the traces, please, aside from the king-level mutated banana tree, the other 3 were completely devoured by the beast group. The tree demon was a treasure all over. At this moment, Yichhen also realized that Chui Shanha hadn't seen his achievements. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to explain. Those things were troublesome to explain, and it might even require Ali to hand them over for research later. The main thing was still about the benefits. Now let's hide the relationships here and keep it from the younger brothers for a while. Later, we can still reap benefits elsewhere. Not to mention, he plans to keep those few spirit herbs for himself. Anyway, just being a 1,000-man commander is already the limit of what he can achieve for now. To be honest, no higher position is something Chui Shanha can control. A 1,000-man commander? This title alone is astonishing enough to attract a wave of envy and jealousy. Wang Shasha, who had just been smug, pouted and sulked by herself. The gap is simply too large. And she can't even refute it. Chui President, Zheng President, this is the agreement I drafted according to the Monkey King's request. Every clause here will not be changed by the Monkey King. You can take a look. After some small talk, Yichhen pulled out a stack of documents. Chui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun took a look and their eyes widened. This is a standard official document? And in duplicate. There's no need to argue about it. The two each took a copy and began to read carefully. Now, the power of the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain is extremely important in their minds. Just think about it, their top-tier awakened human team took a long time to kill that king-level mutated banana tree. And what about Monkey Mountain? They had already dealt with 3 king-level mutated plants early on, and the Monkey King even single-handedly killed the leader among the king-level mutated plants. What terrifying strength that is. Now they are genuinely willing to cooperate with them. Another beautiful misunderstanding. Excluding the formalities, the demands from Monkey Mountain are consistent with what Yichhen had previously stated verbally, with just a few unimportant additional clauses. For example, the Monkey King requires his good friend Yichhen, if he is to take up an official permanent position, to be stationed near Monkey Mountain, reasoning that Yichen's presence would provide a sense of security for Monkey Mountain. It's just short of directly saying that Yichhen must become the 1,000-man commander of this place, which must be Guangqing. Guangqing is a major city, and in official documents, the 1,000-man commander here is a significant figure. Seeing this additional clause, Chui Shanha couldn't help but glance at Wang Shasha, thinking that if his niece knew about this, she might be angry for several days. Who wouldn't drool over this lucrative position? But thinking about it, only Yichhen could do it. At this moment, Zhang Kunlun was looking at another additional clause, which stated that if the official needed cooperation from Monkey Mountain, they would only negotiate with Yichhen and would only accept Yichen's command outside of Monkey Mountain. Zhang Kunlun was puzzled. Yichhen and Monkey Mountain hadn't known each other for more than a couple of days, so why did Monkey Mountain treat Yichhen like a father? Yes, as long as Yichen's name appeared in this document, Monkey Mountain exuded a kind of fatherly and filial atmosphere. Well, it's still a good thing, indicating that Monkey Mountain trusts Yichhen immensely. Yichhen, tell me honestly, did you make up any of the content in here? Zhang Kunlun stared into Yichen's eyes, somewhat doubting that this was something Yichhen concocted himself. If this document is fake and presented carelessly, it would be a huge mess. What? Is it that our great Huagua can't even find an awakened one who speaks beast language? Yichhen calmly retorted. Well, that's true. Even if Yichhen were to act recklessly, he wouldn't dare to go this far. I personally think it's reasonable. What do you think? After receiving an answer, Zhang Kunlun put away the document and asked Chui Shanha. Although the two of them couldn't make any final decisions, their opinions still held considerable weight. Chui Shanha nodded. It's reasonable, the higher-ups should agree. Then how about we take a trip to the capital and push for it as soon as possible? Okay. Setting aside the fact that this cooperation is beneficial for the officials, it is also a tangible achievement for Zhang Kunlun and Chui Shanha. By the way, the Monkey King also said that if the officials have any plans to hold a press conference for this collaboration, it is willing to personally attend the event and cooperate with humans to give a speech. Of course, I will be responsible for the translation, Yichhen suddenly blurted out. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. Everyone's expression changed. Not to mention officials like Zhang Kunlun and Chui Shanha, even the less educated awakened individuals present could grasp what this meant. If this were done well, it would be a demonstration case of cooperation and coexistence between humans and large mutated animal groups. This would be a significant step that Huagua would take at the forefront of the global wave of life evolution. It would enhance Huagua's voice in various aspects, soothe the hearts of countless anxious humans, and provide guidance to humanity. All of this stemmed from the fact that it would be the world's first case. Chui Qinghe and Zhang Kunlun exchanged glances, both seeing the uncontrollable excitement in each other's eyes. What a monumental achievement! Yichhen, you will come with us to the capital. Zhang Kunlun looked at Yichhen with an unrefusable tone. We're leaving now, Yichhen, thank you for your hard work, Chui Shanha added, fearing that Yichhen might refuse, and he didn't forget to say a few soft words. Yichhen wasn't worried about their urgency. The more anxious they were, the greater his benefits would be. He nodded cheerfully. It's fine, it's good for young people to work a bit harder, right? This double entendre left Chui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun a bit speechless. This young man was not willing to take any losses at all. Don't worry, you won't miss out on your benefits, let's go. Wait a moment. I need to chat with the Monkey King. That's necessary, make it quick. Soon, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun protected Yichhen in the middle and headed towards the nearest exit. As they walked, Zhang Kunlun felt it wasn't fast enough and directly used his powers to fly with the two of them. Those still on the ground exchanged glances for a moment before quickly dispersing. Many people ran off quickly, not out of fear of danger, but because they needed to find a place with a signal immediately to notify the relevant parties. The terrifyingly powerful Monkey King was going to attend Huagua's official press conference. This was not only thrilling, but could also influence the direction of decision-makers. This information was too important. What was that saying? A pig can fly if it stands in the wind. Many people were eagerly waiting for a new opportunity to arise. Cui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun naturally knew that this matter couldn't be kept secret and would attract the attention of certain individuals, so what they needed to do was get to the capital as quickly as possible. Of course, even if they wished they could teleport to the capital, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. The two first returned to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association in Guangqing and used a special phone to report to the president of the association, Qin Daoxian. Please explain the ins and outs of this matter as clearly as possible. After hearing the content of Zhang Kunlun's report, Qin Daoxian was silent for half a minute before speaking. His voice remained steady. All right, President. The operation to clear the Chanlong wildlife world went smoothly in the early stages, but on the second day after the hunting team entered, we discovered 5 king-level mutated plants slaughtering all life within the park. Zhang Kunlun organized his words and began recounting the events from the beginning. Although it wasn't face-to-face, he maintained a half-bowed posture while speaking. Cui Shanha stood straight, his expression serious. The president and vice president of the Martial Arts Association seemed to be only half a level apart, but in reality there was no comparison. The large association had a total of 10 vice presidents, and there were differences among them, with Zhang Kunlun ranking near the bottom, not to mention the top-ranking vice president who was several streets away from the president. The president of the Martial Arts Association was a super big shot qualified to sit at the decision-making table. I'll be waiting for you in the capital, go prepare. After listening to Zhang Kunlun's detailed account, Qin Daoxian said this one sentence and then hung up the phone. Ha ha, Zhang Kunlun and Cui Shanha exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh out loud together. The president said to wait for them in the capital, not to summon them to Beijing. The implications here are worlds apart. Waiting for them means the president will personally handle this matter. What an attitude, it goes without saying. That night, a military plane took off from the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association in Guangqing, heading north under the cover of night. Compared to the excited Zhang Kunlun and Cui Shanha, Yichhen remained quite calm. After a smooth flight, he lay back in the spacious rear seat, even asking for a blanket to cover himself. Of course, he didn't sleep. After all, he had earned too much today, and it was hard to fall asleep for a while. Taking advantage of this break, he opened his storage space and began to tally the spoils from this monster hunt. At a glance, he felt an exhilarating rush of wealth. Various ores, skill books, and royal jelly were quickly glanced over, but he mainly focused on the items dropped by the root vine and the mountain bamboo demon. The former dropped a Nesumi ring and a broken Sky Spirit jade knife, along with blueprints for crafting extraordinary alloy series weapons. The latter dropped another Nesumi ring, the Tai Chi breathing method, and the burning spirit secret technique. One could only say that as expected of a king-level mutated plant, the drops were all fresh and valuable. The Nesumi ring can store items other than living beings, but Yichhen was a bit dissatisfied with its space, which was only 30 cubic units. Compared to the seemingly infinite storage space, it was naturally incomparable. However, the current storage space also had a small drawback: it could only store items dropped from kills. Items obtained from the outside world couldn't be placed in the storage space. This Nesumi ring could be said to solve this pain point. If it weren't inconvenient to display on the plane, he would have loved to store all the bulging items in his backpack into the Nesumi ring. One for himself and one for his wife. Perfect. Yichhen then focused on the broken Sky Spirit jade knife. There are hundreds of thousands of weapon types, but he particularly liked knives. They felt especially satisfying to wield. The design of this broken Sky Spirit jade knife was quite imposing, with a texture that exuded a chill. Its entire body was a deep blue-green, appearing mysterious and profound. The description was also very concise, stating it was a spirit blade forged using ancient methods. Although Yichhen hadn't used this knife yet, just from the sensory experience, he was basically certain that it was a weapon of a higher grade than the Extraordinary series. From the name, it could be inferred that this was also a series weapon. The blueprints for crafting Extraordinary Alloy Series weapons needed no further introduction. The literal meaning was quite clear, and Yichhen immediately learned it. The materials required for the Extraordinary Alloy Series weapons were just 2, refined gold and star silver, and crucially, Yichhen had both, though he was slightly short on star silver. However, he still couldn't forge the Extraordinary Alloy Series weapons because he didn't have the forging skill, but that wasn't a big problem. A beginner forging skill book shouldn't be hard to find. He could also let his dad practice with it. The Tai Chi breathing method, Yichhen tried practicing it and quickly concluded that this breathing technique was quite unique in its power. Not only was its strength considerable, but it also had a low threshold for cultivation, with long-term practice having the effect of prolonging life. It was very suitable for his parents to practice. The burning spirit secret technique made Yichhen perk up when he saw it. The term secret technique was clearly not simple. It didn't disappoint him, being a technique that allowed for a temporary burst of power by burning internal energy. Overdoing the burning spirit had side effects, but Yichhen didn't hesitate to learn it directly and began practicing on the plane. This was a divine skill that could kill enemies when advancing and save lives. When retreating, by the time Yichhen stood on the land of the capital, it was already 3 in the morning. Jiang Kunlun and Shui Shanhe were not feeling excited at the moment, as they were already fatigued from a fierce battle and a night of travel. The 3 of them switched to a Hongqi car and arrived in front of a building. It was only after getting out of the car that Yichhen realized this building was actually a hotel, albeit an impressive one, with a fully armed squad standing guard at the entrance. That was just what was visible. In Yichen's perception, there was also a group of awakened individuals on alert in the shadows, their strength not much inferior to the strongest team on the surface. The strongest team on the surface here did not include Yichhen. However, Yichhen thought it was quite reasonable, as this hotel was located in the heart of power in the capital, usually hosting big shots. Speaking of which, Yichhen had previously discussed online how impressive this hotel was, never imagining that one day he would actually stay here. With a hint of excitement, Yichhen walked into the hotel. Well, it was pretty much on par with the 5-star hotels in Yun City, except the quality of the service was off the charts, catering to the aesthetic of the Chinese people. The 3 of them had adjacent rooms, and just as they entered, Jiang Kunlun couldn't help but warn Yichhen, don't leave the hotel unless necessary. Contact us if you need anything. Thank you for your hard work, Shui Shanhe added softly. To be honest, they were genuinely worried that Yichhen might stir up some trouble. You two can rest assured, I'm an honest and steady person. Unless you ask me to do something, I won't go anywhere. These days. Yichhen smiled and tossed out a line before stepping into his room. Although Yichhen did think about wandering around, he felt that with great power comes great responsibility, and he believed his responsibilities could be even greater. So he decided to stay in his room for the next few days. First, he set a small goal to cultivate the great thunder sound breathing technique to its peak in these few days, and then to break into the first volume of the Heavenly Book of 9 Scrolls. He hung a do not disturb sign and locked the door from the inside. The first thing Yichhen did was take out the Nesumi ring and put it on. With a thought, he stored the items from his backpack into the ring space, and with another thought, the items reappeared. After playing around for a while, Yichhen finally sat cross-legged on the bed and began his cultivation. 3 days later, at the north gate of Changlong Animal World, the ground trembled, and then the rumbling sound grew louder. Everyone looked up to see a group of mutated small animals rushing towards them, numbering over 30, definitely reaching the level of a beast tide. However, the hunters stationed near the north gate showed no signs of shock or panic. They simply set aside their tasks and began to gather for battle. Hey, the new team in front, quickly move aside, you're blocking the way of the beast tide. Oh. Under the shouts of the veterans, a small team that had just arrived at the north gate last night quickly cleared the way. Then they watched as the beast tide rushed past them and directly collided with a small team. Bang! A large shield first withstood the initial wave of impact, and then the members of that small team began their counterattack. Meat shields, control, warriors, ranged, everything was orderly, and their cooperation was seamless. Wow, no wonder they're the strongest team on the surface. Their coordination is unbeatable, someone exclaimed. Another person laughed. Fighting the beast tide 3 times a day for 3 consecutive days, even a dozen pigs could coordinate by now. Not just coordination, their strength is also impressive, especially the Lin siblings. They are definitely geniuses who could enter the top tier. Actually, I'm more curious why the beast tide comes to fight them every day and always on time. It's ridiculous. Not only did the onlookers find it unbelievable, but even the members of the strongest team on the surface, who were engaged in fierce battles with the beast tide, had been dumbfounded for 3 days. How strange was this situation? 2. Put it this way, the beast tide not only maintained a schedule of 3 times a day but also arrived precisely at 8 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 8 in the evening. Every time the scale was just enough for them to barely resist, and when they were exhausted, the remaining mutated small animals would scatter, fearing they might be killed. This morning's beast tide was still so considerate, tiring the people out almost completely before starting to flee in all directions. It's our turn. The excited chatter around quickly led to a flurry of action, and soon all the fleeing mutated small animals were dealt with, followed by a swift cleanup of the battlefield. Their actions had essentially constituted monster robbing. But Lin Xingfeng said nothing. Their strongest team on the surface was crazily devouring meat, and they had to leave some soup for others, or it would greatly affect human unity. Captain, are you okay? Mo Yuan, happily putting away her share of the spoils, noticed Lin Xingfeng's not-so-good expression and casually asked, I'm fine, just a bit numb. Lin Xingfeng shook his head. This numbness referred to the kind from earning too much. In these 3 days, team cooperation and individual strength had skyrocketed, not to mention the spoils that were almost too much to fit in their backpacks. Xingwan, what do you think is going on? I feel like this beast tide is here too. After a pause, Lin Xingfeng thought of a fitting term, bring warmth. Not sure, but it's not a bad thing overall. Lin Xingwan slightly shook her head, turned around, and found a place to sit down, adjusting her state to prepare for practicing the little thunder breathing technique. She had already touched the threshold of mastering this technique. In fact, Lin Xingwan knew the truth behind the beast tide's attack, but she wasn't planning to reveal it. After all, telling them that the Beast Tide came at the same time every day, driven by those mutated beasts on Monkey Mountain just to let her practice, was fundamentally because Yichhen was the big brother of the beasts on Monkey Mountain. This matter was too shocking. It's been 3 days, you haven't caused any trouble in the capital, have you? Lin Qingwan looked at the northern sky, a faint longing rising in her heart. Almost at the same time, in the capital, at the Tianyi Hotel, which could be considered the highest level hotel in the country, specifically for important guests, a beautiful female attendant arrived at a room on the 3rd floor, glanced at the Do Not Disturb sign still hanging there, and pressed the reminder button. This guest was the strangest she had ever seen. Usually, guests at Tianyi Hotel had their schedules packed every day and would only be in their rooms at night. But this one stayed in the room 24 hours a day and had been there for 3 whole days. The key was that he was very punctual at mealtimes. As long as she pressed the button, the door would basically open within 30 seconds. Bang! This time was different. The door didn't open, and instead, a loud noise came from inside. The female attendant was startled and quickly pressed the intercom button. Mr. Yi, what happened? Are you okay? I'm fine, just wait a moment, sister, came the relaxed voice of the guest from inside. After a rustling sound, the door was opened. Mr. Yi, what happened? I just heard a heavy object hit the ground, the attendant asked with concern. This guest was young but quite extraordinary. The higher-ups had specifically instructed to keep the guest's information confidential and to meet his reasonable requests as much as possible. So, she didn't even dare to step inside to take a look. It's nothing, just the bed collapsed, Yichhen casually replied. He reached out to take the thermal box from the attendant's hand and turned to go back to eat. The bed collapsed? The attendant was taken aback. The beds at Tianyi Hotel were all made of mahogany and specially embedded with a unique alloy as a support. Normally, not to mention collapsing, even if a grown man tried to chop one of the bed legs with an axe, he would tire himself out before he could break it. Mr. Yi, may I go in and take a look? She quickly asked. Sure, feel free to look around, I'm going to eat first, Yichhen replied without turning back. Only then did the attendant walk in, and upon entering the bedroom, she gasped in shock. This is not a collapse, it is clearly an explosion. The entire redwood bed shattered into dozens of pieces with fragments scattered everywhere, and the special alloy embedded within it was exposed, shaped like a twisted dough that had been kneaded repeatedly. The maid stood there for several minutes before silently retreating to the side of Yichhen, who was enjoying a hearty meal at the dining table. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it may take some time to change the bed. Would you mind if we switched you to another room? She really wanted to ask how one could sleep to cause a bed to end up like this, but that was against the rules. Just do as you see fit. Yichhen burped, looked up at the maid, and asked, Miss, are there any fun places in the capital? Finally thought of going out for a walk? There are many fun places in the capital. If it's your first time here, I can. Before the maid could finish her introduction, a voice came through her earpiece, followed by another unfamiliar voice. After listening, she quickly replied, Okay, I'll inform Mr. Yi right away. Mr. Yi, someone wants to see you. The car is already downstairs. The maid looked at Yichhen again, her tone now more respectful. Finally treating me properly? Upon hearing this, Yichhen stood up lazily, his expression calm, and strolled towards the exit. Although he also needed time to practice the 9 scrolls of the Heavenly Book, he had just successfully entered the initial stage, but due to a moment of losing control over his power, he had blown up the bed. He knew the person he was about to meet was significant, but after being left alone for 3 days, he was feeling a bit bored. Arriving at the entrance of the Tianyi Hotel, a black Hongqi car was indeed parked there. A man, seemingly around 30 years old, stood straight beside the car. When he saw Yichhen open the door, he said, Mr. Yi, please get in. His tone was neither warm nor cold. However, Yichhen, who was already a bit irritable, not only didn't get angry but instead smiled and nodded, recognizing from the man's demeanor that he was a military person. He had great respect for these national soldiers. During high school, his primary goal was to attend university, with a backup plan to join the military. However, he did not sit in the back seat but opened the passenger door and got in. The soldier was momentarily taken aback by Yichen's action but said nothing and closed the door, taking the driver's seat himself. The car soon drove smoothly on the inner road. My name is Yichhen. What do you go by, brother? Zhao Taijun. Oh, brother Zhao, what do you do for a living? Driver. Impressive. With brother Zhao's strength, which is not much different from that of the first tier awakened, you're just a driver? The person I'm about to meet must be a big shot, right? Why aren't you speaking, brother? Zhao. It's a matter of confidentiality, I can't answer you. Then let's talk about something non-confidential. What do you think of the current international situation? Confidential. 10 minutes later, the car drove into a small courtyard. Mr. Yi, you can go in by yourself. Okay, by the way, brother, what time do you get off work tonight? Let's grab a late-night snack together? I have tasks. What a coincidence, then let's do it another day. Watching Yichhen walk towards the door, Zhao Taijun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was really uncomfortable when social anxiety met a social butterfly. As for Yichhen, he stepped over the threshold and was greeted by a small hall, simple and elegant. In the center there was one chair with 3 on each side, totaling 7 chairs. 5 people were already seated, a tall, elderly man with white hair in the middle and 2 older men, one fat and one thin, on the left. The 2 on the right were familiar faces, Cui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun. It should be noted that Cui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun were also high-ranking figures outside, yet in this small hall, they were bowing their heads and appearing submissive, like little brides. The 3 elderly men had been conversing, but upon seeing Yichhen, they stopped talking and all turned to scrutinize him. A few months ago, facing these 3 super big shots, Yichhen probably wouldn't have been able to speak fluently, but he was no longer that ordinary young man, especially after successfully entering the realm of the 9 scrolls of the Heavenly Book. His mindset had changed significantly. He maintained his respect while responding calmly. What a spirited young man. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the elder in the middle nodded slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Please have a seat. Sure. Yi Chen nodded happily. Then, he plopped down onto the empty chair on the left. Cui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun were momentarily stunned. It wasn't that the young man didn't understand the rules, was that a seat he could occupy? The 3 elders were also taken aback but soon burst into laughter. Good lad, you've got guts. The plump elder next to Yichhen gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you dared to go to Monkey Mountain alone, you really are bold. The elder in the middle nodded, and then smiled, saying, let me introduce myself first. I am Qin Daoxian, the president of the Martial Arts Association. This is Elder Huang. And this is Elder Long. Yichhen immediately stood up and saluted. I have met Elder Qin, Elder Huang, and Elder Long. The 3 elders exchanged glances and nodded. Despite Yichen's strong demeanor, he was not someone who looked down on others. Do you know why I am only meeting you now? Qin Daoxian was the first to speak. I don't know. Yichhen shook his head without a second thought. I'll tell you right now. Because of the Monkey Mountain issue, we have been arguing for 3 days. Elder Huang, Elder Long, and I tend to favor a harmonious coexistence with Monkey Mountain and use this as an opportunity to implement it as national policy. But there is a saying, those not of my kind must have different intentions. Whether this national policy can save the country, we need to try, and we need a result. A perfect result. Qin Daoxian looked at Yichhen with piercing eyes. So, as the one personally facilitating this matter, do you have confidence? Yichhen furrowed his brows. Indeed, this matter was a bit tricky. He could answer Qin Daoxian without hesitation that he had absolute confidence, but that was useless because those in the decision-making seats lacked confidence. Even among the 3 elders who supported the idea, their confidence was limited. Thinking deeper, it was understandable. If the higher-ups boldly announced the acceptance of Monkey Mountain's existence, and soon after, Monkey Mountain caused a major negative news incident, this would not only embarrass the nation but could also lead to disastrous consequences. First, the 3 elders would have to take the blame. Therefore, merely talking was no longer enough. Action was required. Seeing Yichhen lost in thought, the 3 elders exchanged glances, but were not angry. Yichen's silence instead reassured them. Suddenly, Yichhen stood up. Meeting the gazes of Qin Daoxian and the others, he smiled slightly. Elder Qin, Elder Huang, Elder Long, I have a somewhat immature idea. Would you consider this? Yichen's idea was not complicated, and was expressed in just a few sentences. The 3 elders exchanged glances again. At first glance, Yichen's idea seemed not just immature but downright fanciful. However, if it could be realized, that would be fantastic. Shui, Zhang, you 2 go ahead and get busy. Qin Daoxian's gaze fell on the 2 younger men. Yichhen could propose such an absurd method, so he must have some basis for it. They needed to know what that basis was. Of course, he was still very careful to protect Yichen's privacy. Cui Shanha and Zhang Kunlun were a bit dazed, but once they realized, they quickly stood up to respond and left promptly. If it weren't for the Monkey Mountain issue, they wouldn't have had the qualification to sit and drink tea in this small hall. If you trust the words of us 3 old men, then share a bit of your background. Qin Daoxian picked up his teacup and sipped slowly. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that I hit it off with those mutated animals on Monkey Mountain. We decided to make a blood pact and become brothers, and since I'm older, I became the big brother. Yichhen explains seriously. Put. Qin Daoxian sprayed a mouthful of hot tea out. Yichhen walked out of the small hall right at the hottest time of the day. Originally, he planned to buy some local specialties, and then go back to Yun City to see his parents, but behind him came Qin Daoxian's steady voice. Xiao Yi, you might as well take a trip to Tianyi Square. The Research Institute has come up with something very interesting. I suggest you give it a try. What is it? Can't you just say it plainly? Yichhen helplessly complained and turned back to shout. Alright. He arrived by car and left by car as well. Brother Zhao, Qin Lao said there's something very interesting at Tianyi Square. Do you know what it is? Yichhen asked Zhao Taijun. The latter paused for a moment, thought about it, and since it wasn't confidential this time, he slowly said, the thing you're talking about should be the combat power testing system. When he saw the crowded Tianyi Square, Yichhen was also taken aback. He knew this was a must-visit spot for tourists, but it shouldn't be so bustling that they had to set up dozens of barricades. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Zhao Taijun seemed to have received some orders, and after getting out of the car, he led Yichhen towards the barricade. After showing their credentials, the two smoothly arrived at the lively center. In front of them was an open space with a glass house covering about 200 square meters, inside which were 5 futuristic-looking devices. At that moment, a slender girl was walking towards the glass house. Yichhen was taken aback. Why did that back look a bit familiar? The girl entered the house, turned around, and stood still. Wow, it really was an acquaintance. Han Fei. How did the Douyin 4-member group come to the capital? Yichhen scanned the surroundings, but didn't see Wang Ran, Zhong Tianming, or Wang Ranran. That person seems to be the water element user from Douyin. It really is Han Fei. By the way, I remember she always used ice attacks in her videos. Why do they call her a water element user? Silly, ice element is a branch of water element. Wow, she looks even better in person than in the videos. Guess how much combat power Han Fei can get? Getting on the leaderboard shouldn't be a problem, but where she ranks specifically still needs to be seen. The crowd stirred. Please select the direction to test. A woman's voice echoed in the glass house. Yichhen glanced sideways. The speaker was right next to him, a woman in her late 20s or early 30s. Her looks rivaling Han Fei and Lin Qingwan. Dressed in a white lab coat, her gaze was a bit unsettling. Strength. Han Fei's beautiful face was calm as water. A square device moved to a spot 10 meters away from Han Fei, and metal panels unfolded on all sides, revealing a roughly square stone. Inside, Xiao Han, you need to give it your all. That will help us improve the equipment, the woman in the white coat said with a smile. Han Fei just nodded. You know the rules, let's begin. Han Fei didn't speak but slowly raised her hands. Visible cold air swept out of nowhere, and frost rapidly formed above her head. Yichhen noticed that the uncontrolled cold air crashed against the glass wall, but it was firmly blocked, and importantly, the people outside were not affected at all. This glass is quite impressive. After about 20 seconds, Han Fei's move was ready. Suspended in mid-air and unmoving, just looking at it made one's heart race. Strength, control, and casting speed are all barely acceptable. This ice spear move isn't bad, Yichhen couldn't help but comment. He hadn't seen Han Fei's move before. It should be one of her trump cards. Unexpectedly, when Yichhen was speaking, the white coat next to him happened to press the call button, and his voice was transmitted into the glass house. Everyone in the venue heard it. Who is speaking? Who is that kid? What qualifications does he have to comment on Han Fei? What the hell is an ice arrow? That's Han Fei's signature move, the ice god arrow. That kid should also be a tester. I want to see how much battle power he can get. The sunlight was a bit glaring, and the distance of the warning line was quite large, so the onlookers could only vaguely see Yichhen, but they couldn't make out what he looked like. Otherwise, if they saw his face, many of Han Fei's fans wouldn't be so angry. After all, the strongest awakener in the country commenting on Han Fei a couple of times isn't unreasonable. Of course, some people recognized Yichen's identity. For example, the beautiful woman in the white coat next to him was now scrutinizing Yichhen from head to toe, her gaze becoming increasingly intense. Han Fei also saw Yichhen and was momentarily stunned before returning to normal. It was only natural for this guy to show up in the capital. This is the ice arrow, Han Fei said, looking over. Although she didn't mind Yichen's comments, some explanations were still necessary. Ice arrow? Yichhen was taken aback. No way, I'm a skilled archer. How could I not know what an arrow looks like? This thing is thicker than a person's thigh and 3 meters long, a giant ice pillar, and you call it an arrow? Well, people can call it whatever they want, it doesn't concern him. Go! Han Fei had originally planned to hold back for a full minute, but after seeing Yichhen, she felt it was pointless to continue. After all, she couldn't possibly rank first. The ice arrow whirled and hurled away, indeed resembling an arrow piercing through the air, but unfortunately, the distance was too close to appreciate much. Bang! The ice arrow slammed into the square boulder, exploding inch by inch. The boulder stood firm as a mountain, but the tray supporting it was flashing wildly with light, and the screen in front of the beautiful woman in the white coat was scrolling with a string of words, until the ice arrow completely dissipated. 79666 battle power. Xiao Han, you're really amazing, the beautiful woman in the white coat exclaimed excitedly. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Almost 80,000. Battle power, no wonder she's my goddess. I can only say the water elementalist lives up to her name. This battle power should rank in the top 10, right? Can't you see? She's ranked 9th. I didn't expect my goddess to be only 9th, I thought she could make it to the top 3. It might have been possible at the start, but now many strong contenders have emerged. Why isn't Yichen's name on the list? Isn't he the strongest awakener in the country? So-called early stages rely on mutations, mid-stages rely on technology, and in the end, it's all about financial power. Yichhen has no foundation, I think he'll soon fall behind. Yichhen heard all the comments about himself. To be honest, he somewhat agreed with the pessimistic analysis. Coming from a small rural background, he really couldn't compete with those awakeners who had deep-rooted backgrounds. There were quite a few who awakened with good talents at the beginning, but those who could maintain their strength were mostly the ones with backgrounds or those who were exceptionally lucky. However, this analysis didn't take into account another factor: his extraordinary luck. Well, just the kind of luck that was off the charts. He looked up at the large screen next to him, which displayed the rankings of the testers. Battle Power, only recording the top 100. The name of the first place was the most eye-catching, not just because it was at the top, but also because its font was larger than the others. Luo Woody, Battle Power 97,233. Below it was a line of text, accepting challenges from those with battle power. Above 90,000, with rewards for wins and losses. Goodness, such an arrogant name and such an arrogant statement. In plain language, it meant, pay me to fight. Looking at the other notable names on the list: Shinsanha, Heavenly Martial Awakener Training School, ensuring your child's takeoff. Xiuhu, Xiu's security company, undertaking all legal life-risking tasks. Xian Xiaoduo, Zhang Weiwei, I love you. Zhang Weiwei, Xian Xiaoduo, go to hell. The first 10 comments were quite off. At this moment, Han Fei also left her message: high price for purchasing a water affinity. Awakening Crystal Core, interested parties please DM on Douyin. Yichhen realized that these people were using the ranking list as an advertising space. Speaking of which, free advertising space should not be wasted. He was also a bit interested. After Han Fei finished her self-introduction, she walked straight towards Yichhen. This caught the attention of many, thinking that Yichen's previous words had angered Han Fei, and now she was going to teach him a lesson. However, when Han Fei opened her mouth, she said, "Yi God, do you have time to come to my house for dinner?" Everyone was stunned. This guy was being rude, and you still want to invite him to dinner? Wait, Yi God? A quick-thinking media person immediately pointed a remote camera over, and upon closer inspection, it really was the Yi God who had disappeared for a while. Well, that's fine then. The strongest awakener in the country commenting on Han Fei's attack is not bad, that's reasonable. Swish, swish. The professional cameras present all turned towards that side. Those in the media understood that the topic of Yi God naturally attracts traffic. Going to your house for dinner? Yi Chen was also a bit confused, thinking we aren't that familiar, right? However, he wasn't a fool. In front of so many people, he would still give the girl face, so he thought for a moment and said, I have some matters in Beijing, so I might not have time to go out of town. My home is in Beijing. Han Fei's eyes already showed a hint of resentment. So you can't even be bothered to get to know me. Ah, is that so? Hee. Yi Chen felt a bit awkward. He had just heard Wang Shasha call herself from the Langya Wang family, and he thought Han Fei was also from that area. How about dinner tonight? Han Fei's voice was somewhat cold, but it didn't have the same gunpowder smell as Wang Shasha's. Of course, Yi Chen personally preferred Wang Shasha's angry tone. No other reason, just found it amusing. All right. Yi Chen nodded. Han Fei probably wanted to discuss something important over this meal, though it couldn't be ruled out that it was a banquet of sorts. After all, he had just made her suffer a few days ago. Yi God, aren't you going to play with me? A woman in a white coat suddenly approached. Looking at her pretty face, Yi Chen was stunned and couldn't speak. No, although I find it hard to refuse your request, isn't it more appropriate to discuss such matters privately? In front of so many people, how am I supposed to respond? What she means is to invite you to try the combat power system. Han Fei seemed to be quite familiar with the woman in the white coat, calmly translating in Chinese. Let me introduce you, Fang Qing, the youngest academician of the Academy of Sciences, originally a biology authority, now conducting research on awakeners. Yes, Yi God, you are called the strongest awakener in the country. Testing my system will definitely help, just consider it a favor? Fang Qing said excitedly. Yi Chen suddenly realized that she was a top scientist, which was understandable. True geniuses always have a few quirks. Helping you isn't impossible, but with such a long line, I don't have much time to wait. You heard Han Fei invite me to dinner. Yi Chen had already decided to try this combat power system, not for anything else, just wanting a free advertising space. But he still maintained a reserved demeanor. How about next time? He tried to bluff. No way. Fang Qing's voice rose. Although she wasn't good at socializing, she had been tricked by her parents with next time many times as a child. She decisively said, I'll let you cut in. After this test, you can go in and try. I believe no one will have any objections, right? Not to mention that she, as the project leader, had this authority, but with Yi Chen's identity as the strongest awakener in the country, cutting in wasn't too unreasonable, right? No objections. No objections. Don't wait for next time. Let's open our eyes right now. Yichhen, don't go. My roommate wants to see you show off before he dies. Yichhen, I'm your fan, go for it. Indeed, everyone present, regardless of whether they were in line or not, supported giving Yi Chen special privileges. The live test of the strongest awakener in the country is not something you can see just any time, let alone. Many people are very curious about Yichen's current strength, whether he still deserves the title of the strongest. Especially the media kept stirring things up, afraid that Yichhen would run away. After all, if Yichhen ranked first in combat power, it would be big news, but if he didn't, that would be even bigger news. They were bound to profit. Since Academician Fang has said so, then fine. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. He was actually just thinking about cutting in line but didn't dare to mention it. Now he felt quite comfortable. At this moment, the person in the glass room also finished testing. The result was a combat power of 40,877. You can't underestimate the awakeners nowadays, Yichhen said with a tone of an old senior. This guy's combat power had already reached half of Han Fei's level, although he didn't know how accurate it was. Even if it was only 20 or 30% of that, it was still quite impressive. Han Fei saw Yichen's expression and knew he had misunderstood. Unable to help but explain, Academician Fong has requirements for the testers. They must have awakened for more than a month and have at least A-grade talent. Oh. Yichhen nodded in realization. No wonder everyone's combat power was quite fierce. It made him feel a bit of a crisis. So only the experts could be tested. Yichhen, do you need some time to adjust? Fong Qing asked kindly. The combat power system was her painstaking creation, but it was still in the 1.0 version and needed top awakeners to act as test subjects. She firmly believed that once it upgraded to version 2.0, it could be officially promoted. No need, Yichhen shook his head. As he spoke, he was about to walk towards the glass room. Over 100 professional cameras were recording the entire process. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Wait, a cold voice shouted. Yichhen turned around, and the media people, after a moment of surprise, became excited, directing their cameras towards him. Among the line of awakeners, a person who was relatively near the front stepped out and walked straight to Yichhen. I don't care how others flatter me, but you, Yichhen, have no such privilege in front of me, Shinshan. This arrogant demeanor facing a multitude, this ordinary yet inexplicably confident appearance, felt strangely familiar. Yichhen looked at this person for a while before asking, your name is Shinshan, so who is Shinao to you? Shinshan was slightly taken aback and coldly replied, he's my brother. Oh, is he doing well now? Yichhen nodded, looking as if he understood. It was somewhat embarrassing to say, Shinao was just a bit showy and arrogant, but he had no enmity with him. Yet, he ended up letting a mutated gibbon hang him up and beat him. The key was that he only intended to give a small punishment, not expecting the mutated gibbon to be a bit heavy-handed. Thanks to you, he's still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Shinshan's lips twitched. Seeing Yichhen still concerned, he coldly smiled. This matter with my brother isn't over, just wait. Academician Fong, Yichhen doesn't have the qualification to cut in line ahead of me. I need to go in for testing now. Is there a problem? Shinshan looked at Fong Cheng. Fong Cheng knew Shinshan's background, but she didn't intend to give him face. She just turned her gaze to Yichhen. If someone doesn't want to let you in, then of course, there's no problem. Please, start your performance. Yichhen smiled lightly and stepped aside. He was also someone who valued manners. Since the other party was in line first and didn't want to be cut in front of, he couldn't force it. However, whether it was intentional or not, he stood right next to Han Fei, and that distance was quite intimate. Seeing that Han Fei had no intention of avoiding suspicion, Shinshan's expression suddenly changed. Perhaps not many people on the scene knew, but among the top young generation in the capital who didn't know that his brother Shinao was pursuing Han Fei. If this scene were to be seen by those people, who knows how they would mock him. A young awakener from a small city, hailed as the strongest awakener in the country, really thinks he is the strongest in the nation? Soon, you'll know what the gap means. With a cold glance at Yichhen, Shinshan walked straight towards the glass room. It wasn't surprising that Shinshan had this thought. It wasn't that poor people couldn't possess great talents, but in this era, having talent alone wasn't enough. Just like before the world changed, most of the top scorers in the college entrance examination came from big cities. This didn't mean that people from small places weren't smart, but rather that the disparity in educational resources was too great. Moreover, even if they were top scorers, the difficulty of achieving success wasn't on the same level. After the Great Change, it would be even more brutal, as some families held more resources and information than ordinary people. Even if there were ordinary people with extraordinary talents like Xiong Chuqing, without the resource-intensive training from these families, it would still be hard to compare with the top tier. Or, even if they had it, without family marketing, it would be difficult to appear in front of the public. Unless, like Yichhen, they were favored by fate. If this combat power system really succeeded, it could serve as a promotion channel for ordinary people, similar to the college entrance examination. And now, it was clear to everyone that Shinshan and Yichhen had a grudge, and judging by Shinshan's momentum, it seemed he was not to be underestimated. The onlookers were even more excited. They loved to see this. Just as Shinshan entered the glass room to adjust his state, news of Yichen's appearance at Tanny Square and his encounter with Shinao's provocation had already spread through various short video platforms. Shinshan wasn't an internet celebrity awakener, but that didn't mean no one recognized him. After all, most of the people present were locals from the capital, and the Shin family was a well-known presence. Some gossip media were even irresponsible, confidently stating that Yichhen and Shinshan were fighting over Han Fei, getting into a physical altercation. The strongest awakener in the country, Yichhen, the water element user on Douyin, the stunning beauty Han Fei, and the mysterious and powerful members of the Shin family. With these elements combined, it was bound to go viral across the internet. At the scene, the front row spectators seized the opportunity, took out their phones, and started live streaming. Watching the flood of viewers coming in, they couldn't stop smiling, quickly urging everyone to follow so they wouldn't get lost. What are we testing? When Fang Qing's voice rang out, the scene immediately quieted down lest it affect the program's effect. It was clear that Academician Fang wasn't pleased with Shinshan, not even bothering to say a polite word. Of course, it's strength, Shinshan said with a smug smile. After a pause, he asked Academician Fang, can we use weapons for the strength test? Of course, any means that can cause harm is allowed. Some may think it's unfair, but on the battlefield, no one talks about fairness. The time limit is just 1 minute, Fang Qing replied. This made a lot of sense. That's good, Shinshan nodded. It was obvious that Shinshan intended to use a weapon, but now it was unclear where the weapon was. It was the hottest season, and Shinshan's outfit of shorts and short sleeves made it clear whether he had brought a weapon or not. Just as everyone was puzzled, a long spear appeared in Shinshan's hand. This scene shocked many people into exclamations. How did such a large spear appear? I didn't expect Shinshan could bring out a Qiankuan bag and a shining silver spear. It seems he has been confirmed as a key training target for the Shin family, Han Fei said, somewhat surprised. Yichhen merely glanced at the long spear and then asked, besides strength, are there other methods of testing? Defense and control can also be measured. According to Fang Qing, a complete combat power system can quantify the strength of all awakened ones, Han Fei explained. She wasn't surprised that Yichhen showed no interest in the Qiankuan bag and the bright silver spear, as she was sure Yichhen had similar treasures in his possession, not to mention weapons. Yichen's knife, that stick, and that bow were all stronger than the Shin family's bright silver spear. Oh, so it can quantify the strength of all awakened ones. Yichen nodded. It seemed that Fang Qing's combat power system was quite remarkable. It could very well become the standard for the strength levels of awakened ones in the future. A national standard. If there was enough strength to promote it, it could even become an international standard. No wonder Qin Daoxian wanted him to come and take a look. It could help Fang Qing improve the system and also serve as a platform. Without his data, the combat power system wouldn't be very convincing. Since this was such an important matter, he had to take it seriously. He is a wind element awakened one. This seems to be very different from an ordinary wind element awakened one. Wow, his power is so violent. The exclamations rose and fell. Yichen looked over and saw the glass room filled with raging winds, quickly forming a vortex visible to the naked eye, and at the center of the vortex was a terrifying grayish-black color. As everyone was astonished, this was indeed very different from how other wind element awakened ones use their powers. Their impression of wind element awakened ones was that they could fly, were fast, but had relatively weak attack power. They had never seen someone as violent as Shinshan. Shinshan has actually cultivated the Eye of the Storm. Han Fei's eyes also showed a hint of apprehension. Seeing Yichen's gaze, she whispered, the Shin family has a method of cultivating wind elements called the Eye of the Storm. The mark of mastery is the ability to manifest the Eye of the Storm, and it's said that the attack power is extremely terrifying. Yichen looked at Han Fei, a bit confused. He was just being polite by paying attention while she spoke. Did she really need to explain so thoroughly? Wasn't this supposed to be a secret of theirs? What are you looking at me for? Han Fei felt a bit uncomfortable under Yichen's gaze. Yichen's expression turned serious. I've noticed you've been explaining things to me so attentively. Do you? Han Fei's pretty face flushed. I don't like you. Are you in need of my help? The last sentence was spoken in unison by both of them. After saying it, both the man and woman were stunned. Ha? You like me? Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. I don't. I just need your help. Han Fei was both embarrassed and angry. Oh, Yi Chen nodded. If she needed something from him, then this meal must be eaten. Here it comes. Wow, the momentum is strong, and the combat power is higher than yours. Han Fei, forgetting her annoyance, also looked towards the glass room, just in time to see a cold light flash from the Eye of the Storm, heading straight for the stone pillar 10 meters away. The spear shot out like a dragon, and the spear tip erupted with a blinding light. Boom! From the perspective of outsiders, the storm inside the glass room howled, stirring up a white haze. Not to mention the strength of the attack, the visual effect was definitely frightening. When the vision cleared, they saw the spear tip resting on the stone pillar, the spear body straight and shining in the sunlight, clearly a true divine weapon. Shinshan retracted the spear, and only then did the crowd see the spot where the spear tip had struck, leaving a white mark 2 fingers wide. The audience, who had been watching from the square, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Over the past few days, this large stone had endured many attacks from various experts, but this was the first time it had shown injury. Combat power 98,100. Although she wasn't pleased with Shinshan, Fang Qing still excitedly announced the result. In the glass room, Shinshan put the gun back into his Qiankuan bag and walked out with a proud smile, greeted by a series of shocked and admiring gazes. Shinshan's battle power of 98,100 had already surpassed Luo Wudi's 97233, making him the new number 1 on the power rankings. Damn it, he got away with it. This Shinshan is so strong. Why haven't I heard of him before? You commoners wouldn't understand. The world of awakeners is deep. The Yi god you all cheer for is just a joke in the eyes of some, whose superior dog is off the leash. Drag it out and castrate it. I've been following the power rankings since they came out. Anything above 90,000 is considered abnormal, and it gets harder to gain points as you go on. The Yi god probably can't compete with this Shun. Sean. Rational analysis suggests Yi god might struggle to even make the top 5. Just wait for Yi god to get slapped in the face. The barrage in a live stream with millions of viewers was essentially a microcosm of the overall public opinion. Yi god's staunch supporters grew worried, while the haters reveled in the excitement, thinking Yi god was about to crash. Shin Shan returned from the glass room without even glancing at Yichhen, heading straight to Fong Qing's side, quickly writing down his introduction. Upon seeing the content of that introduction, public sentiment erupted once more. The line read, "Yi god? Just a clown. So, what do you think? Are you convinced?" After leaving behind the humiliating words, Shin Shan even walked up to Yichhen to provoke him. Just when everyone thought Yichhen would be furious, he instead revealed a brilliant smile. With your 98,100 battle power, it's hard for me to be impressed. Stubborn, huh? I want to see how much battle power you can cut down. Don't tell me you're afraid to measure. Shin Shan sneered. You two brothers are inexplicably confident and foolish. I wonder if it's hereditary. Yichhen ignored the furious Shin Shan, turning to the lineup of various experts. I want to try now. Is there anyone here who's not willing? This. No. The various experts waved their hands. The atmosphere had reached this point. If anyone dared to object, the onlookers would surely feast on them. Then thank you. Yichhen copped his hands and turned to walk into the glass room. What are you measuring? Fong Qing's voice rang out. She still didn't say please, but the reason was simply to speed things up. Strength, Yichhen replied. In fact, strength was the choice for over 80% of awakeners, as unless one had a special talent, most awakeners focused on combat. The large square stone was once again placed 10 meters away from the tester. Fong Qing still followed the rules and provided a prompt. Then Yichhen said something that left her dumbfounded. Fong, academician, can I touch this stone? I'm just curious about what material it is that makes it so resistant to blows. Is that so? You can touch it, but just touching won't help. The origin of this stone is classified, Fong Qing said with a smile. Not necessarily. Yichhen thought to himself as he stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone. Detected Xuanwu. Stone using basic mining technique ineffective. Please upgrade and try again. His intuition was correct. This thing was indeed ore. It was a mutated ore that evolved along with the global evolution wave, just like refined gold and silver. The basic mining technique being ineffective indicated that this Xuanwu stone was a medium or high-level mutated ore. One could only say that the power of the national machinery was not to be trifled with. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. After satisfying his curiosity, Yichhen returned to the testing point and then pulled out a knife out of thin air. In the widely circulated videos of Yi God, there had hardly been any scenes of him pulling out weapons out of nowhere. So many people gasped in shock. Only a few who had studied Yichhen knew that this guy had a treasure that could store items, and they were not surprised at all. This knife. Han Fei's first reaction was to stare at Yichen's knife. This was not the knife Yichhen had used before. That one looked like a technological product with a sharp metallic feel, but this one seemed more like a piece of art. However, based on Han Fei's understanding of Yichhen, this knife was definitely not a work of art. It was very likely even more powerful than that metallic knife. So the question arose, where did this awakened one from a small town get so many treasures? Just the ability to store items would be a treasure in any top family, a clan's prized possession. Han Fei felt that this man was becoming more and more mysterious. At that moment, the onlookers also noticed that Yichen's weapon seemed to have changed. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find that this knife was truly beautiful. Isolated by special glass, they couldn't directly feel the imposing aura of the heavenly spirit jade knife. They could only see its aesthetic appeal. Shinshan sneered, a knife made of jade would shatter if it fell to the ground. That would be really funny. Before his words fell, Yichhen actually moved. He leaped nearly 10 meters, raising the knife in his hand and swung it at the large rock. This scene happened so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. Wait, you had a whole minute to build up momentum and you just casually swung a knife? Compared to Shinshan's terrifying gunshot, Yichen's swing was truly plain and unadorned. Neither he nor the knife showed any signs of power fluctuations. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Yet, the artwork in Yichen's hand showed no change. Well, it shouldn't be an artwork, otherwise it would have shattered into pieces. But it seemed to have no effect at all, no power whatsoever. Look at the rock. A reporter, who was focusing on the action, suddenly noticed something and shouted loudly. All eyes and cameras quickly turned to the large rock. At that moment, Yichen also sheathed his knife, and then everyone saw a tiny crack appear where the blade had pressed down, spreading out in all directions as the knife was withdrawn. Crack! The large rock first shattered in the middle, then crumbled into powder, falling through the gaps of the equipment. Everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but gasp in shock. This is impossible. Shinshan could no longer remain calm, his face turning red. How could this be? Han Fei murmured to herself. She had anticipated that Yichhen was stronger than Shinshan, but not by this much. More people were left in stunned silence, unable to speak, although they didn't know the origin of that rock. Even the currently top-ranked Shinshan could only leave a shallow white mark on it, something that Academician Fawn was confident enough to use for testing. It was easy to imagine how resilient it was, but now it had been reduced to powder by Yichen's strike. Simply put, wasn't Shinshan's combat power not even worthy of carrying Yichen's shoes? Academician Fawn, I don't have to compensate for breaking the test stone, right? Oh, by the way, can this still measure my combat power? Fang Qing stared blankly at the results displayed on the screen. This wasn't unexplainable. The combat power system she designed had a limit value. When the endurance exceeded this limit, the situation before her would occur. But the problem was that this limit was based on numerous valuable historical data combined with the current global awakened big data, and finally she ruthlessly adopted the results from the most advanced test or she firmly believed that the limit value of the combat power system version 1.0 could not be broken by humans within 3 months. But now she was being slapped in the face. Someone really could break this limit. Academician Fang Qing quickly closed the display box, raised her head, and saw Yichhen smiling at her. You haven't announced what my combat power is yet? Fang Qing explained without changing her expression. I just discovered a system bug and was thinking of a way to solve it, and I completely forgot. Now I will announce your battle power. Cough, right, do you want a low value or a high value? In that last sentence, Fang Qing's lips moved but no sound came out, yet strangely, Yichhen could clearly hear her voice in his ears. Yichhen was taken aback for a moment before realizing this was Fang Qing's innate ability. What is a low value, and what is a high value? It seemed that Academician Fawn was unwilling to publicly discuss this matter, so he lowered his voice in cooperation. A low value is the minimum battle power you can achieve, while a high value is just a random battle power I made up. It might not be accurate. Fang Qing's face turned slightly red. Yichhen, is this definitely a top scientist and not a metaphysician? I want to know, can this low value rank first on the battle power list? It can. Low value being first, well, what else is there to say? Yichhen, 100,001 battle power. The answer that countless people had been eagerly awaiting was finally announced by Fang Qing over the broadcast. That's right, the limit value designed by Fang Qing was exactly 100,000, so Yichen's battle power was at least 100,001, no doubt about it. 100001 battle power, it's incredible. The moment that stone exploded, I had a premonition it would break 100,000. Ye God is amazing, ye God is invincible. Which Big V said someone would break 100,000 battle power and he would live stream barking like a dog for 24 hours? At some fish observer, come out and bark. Now looking back at Shinshan's silly comments, it turns out the clown was actually him. It was unclear which professional reporter led the way, but the camera was aimed at the top of the battle power list, prompting other streamers to follow suit. The program's effect was maximized. Then, in various live broadcast rooms, laughter and joy filled the air. I hope Ye God leaves a comment to slap Shinshan in the face. That would be even funnier. Then Shinshan would have to challenge Ye God on the spot. But can he win? No worries, his face is already lost. Winning is a big game, losing is no loss. You guys are so bad, huh? Although Shinshan couldn't see the faces of the vast online audience, the discussions and laughter from the scene were enough to drive him mad with anger. He walked towards Yichhen with a gloomy face. Fortunately, I still have a spare testing stone, otherwise I would have to leave work early today. Fang Qing shot Yichhen a resentful glance. With the power of the state, it was still difficult to obtain good Xuanwu stones. The stone being shattered indicates that this system still has room for improvement. I have helped you a lot. Yichhen grinned as he typed a line of text on the tablet and then handed it back. Fang Qing glanced at it and became very angry. None of the people at the top of the battle power list were serious. Yet she didn't dare to cancel the introduction feature because many awakeners were coming specifically for this introduction position. Soon, Yichen's name soared to the top of the battle power list, much to the disappointment of many who loved to watch the excitement, as the introduction content had no provocative meaning. It was just a very plain advertisement: unlimited purchase of Mingshan grass, Tianxing orchid, Shenshui bud, Taisui winter. Finally, wishing for world peace. A total of 9 items, all seemingly spiritual herbs? Do we need so many spiritual herbs? Han Fei's eyes flickered. She not only knew that these were the names of spiritual herbs but also knew that they were all low-end spiritual herbs. Just like ores, spiritual herbs also have distinctions in quality and value. Herbs like Mingshan grass and Tianxing orchid in their unevolved forms are already medicinal materials that can be cultivated on a large scale by humans, so their stock is abundant. True high-end goods are those rare flowers and herbs that are naturally nurtured in places like Monkey Mountain, which have become spiritual herbs. Hi! Ye God's realm is too high. Not even bothering to respond to Shinshan's provocation, yet wishing for world peace. This is what it means to have a vision. Heh, that guy Shinshan is just a clown. How could he catch the eye of Lord Yi? But I think Lord Ye's wish for world peace has a deeper meaning? Can the world really be at peace now? A chorus of discussions arose, causing Shinshan's face to shift from green to white and finally to a deep red as he shouted, Yichhen, I want to challenge you one-on-one. Do you dare accept? Yichhen turned around and saw Shinshan looking at him with the gaze of a vengeful enemy. He merely smiled faintly, about to speak when a voice interrupted. Shinshan, don't embarrass yourself. At that moment, a young man stepped forward from the crowd. It's Luo Wudi, the previous number 1 on the combat power rankings. Someone immediately recognized the young man. Shan looked at Luo Wudi striding over confidently, his eyes growing increasingly sinister. Luo Wudi, this doesn't seem to concern you. How can it not concern me? Your introduction makes me lose face, okay? Luo Wudi glared fiercely at Shinshan. Upon reflection, he was indeed not wrong. Shinshan called Yi God a clown, yet Yichhen broke through 100,000 combat power to take first place, leaving everyone on the rankings beneath the feet of a clown. It was clear that Shinshan was wary of Luo Wudi, but he kept a sullen face and did not lash out. Luo Wudi snorted coldly, then turned to Yichhen, replacing his expression with a smile. Yi God, as expected. Of Yi God, actually breaking the limit of 100,000 combat power, and this vision. TSK, I feel ashamed. So polite. Yichhen smiled back, it's just good luck. The book says that humans can break their limits in extreme anger. Shinshan insulted me, and I got angry, so I broke my limit. Really? Which book records that? Luo Wudi's eyes lit up. Story Weekly, I forgot the specific issue. Luo Wudi. Academician Fong, I want to cut in line for a test. Luo Wudi looked at Fong Ching. The latter waved her hand. Go ahead. Another person cutting in line, but no one had any objections before Shinshan and Yichen's results came out. This person was an insurmountable peak. Luo Wudi naturally chose the power test. Unlike the last time when he tested barehanded, this time he also summoned a weapon out of thin air, which was a Fong Tianhua halberd. Focusing his energy, he thrust the halberd into the air, lightning-like, charging towards the testing stone. Crack! The thunderous sound even echoed out of the glass house, showcasing its overwhelming power. Thunder power? Yi Chen's eyes slightly brightened. Luo Wudi is a genius cultivated by the Luo family, said to have practiced ancient martial arts since childhood, sent to the border for dangerous missions at 16 and only returned to the capital after awakening his thunder element talent. Han Fei moved a bit closer to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, one should not underestimate the world, especially those families that seize opportunities. This Luo Wudi was the strongest awakener he had seen so far, aside from himself. Of course, he didn't think Luo Wudi was the strongest besides him. He even doubted whether he was the first. If families that seize opportunities can cultivate an awakener like Luo Wudi, what kind of monsters could those more powerful, prestigious families and great nations cultivate with all their might? Luo Wudi, combat power 99,200. Fong Qing's voice rang out. Shinshan felt a bit unfortunate. Before the first place could even warm up, he was pushed to second by Yichen, and before second place could warm up, he was stepped on by Luo Wudi to third. But there is no end to misfortune. Luo Wudi quickly changed his introduction. Shinshan? Just a clown. Awesome. Luo Wudi is incredible. Ha, is this all Shinshan has? This is helping Yi God vent his anger. It seems Luo Wudi wants to befriend Yi God. Who doesn't want to befriend Yi God? I want to have his babies. I heard that after he turned into a magic ape, his abilities became particularly powerful. Looking at the top 3 on the battle power rankings, the onlookers exclaimed, wow, he's really slapping Shinshan in the face. What are you looking at? If you have the guts, come challenge me one-on-one. There's a martial arts arena nearby. Luo Wudi directly glared at Shinshan. The latter dared not speak out of anger, not because he was easy to talk to, but because he had previously challenged Luo Wudi and lost. After a moment of silence, Shinshan found Fong Qing. Academician Fong, can I change my profile? No, Fong Qing refused. Very decisively. Then can I challenge again? That should be allowed. Sure, but you can only come back to challenge after 48 hours. What are you looking at? National resources can't be wasted casually. Shinshan. He took a deep look at Yichen and Luo Wudi, then turned and left. He couldn't stay here any longer. Yi God, can we add each other on WeChat? Luo Wudi asked with a smile. Yichen naturally obliged, and when the two took out their phones, Han Fei also joined in, and the 3 added each other as friends. Yi God, if you have time, please give me some guidance. I'll take my leave now. Luo Wudi seemed to really have something urgent to attend to, and after adding friends, he hurriedly left. What he said about guidance was genuine. Others might not understand what a battle power of 100,001 meant, but he, who was infinitely close to a battle power of 100,000, knew. It was an insurmountable chasm. There are too many people here. Why don't we go to my house for a chat? Han Fei took the opportunity to invite. Wait a moment, I need to chat with Brother Zhao. Yichen nodded, accepting the invitation, then pulled the silent Zhao Taijun aside and began to whisper. Zhao Taijun returned to the small courtyard and immediately went to see Qin Daoxian. How did the test go? Qin Daoxian asked, holding an ancient book in his hands. First place, battle power of 100001, Zhao Taijun replied. As expected, he took first place. Wait, you said battle power of 100,001? Qin Daoxian finally reacted, surprised. Didn't Fong Cheng say that current human battle power can't exceed 100,000? How is that possible? Zhao Taijun shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Qin Daoxian fell into thought, murmuring after a while, this Yichhen is indeed very strange. What do you think of him? Qin Daoxian looked at Zhao Taijun. Zhao Taijun was taken aback and blurted out, he's from the Dragon Kingdom. As a person, he's quite good. Qin Daoxian was a bit surprised. Based on his understanding of Zhao Taijun, this evaluation was quite high. Old Qin, Yichhen is currently invited by Han Fei to the Han family as a guest. Just now when he left, he asked me to discuss a deal with you. What deal? He wants to exchange refined gold for star silver with the country at a ratio of 2 to 1. 2 to 1? Does this kid not understand the market? Qin Daoxian's eyes widened. The raw materials for refined gold and star silver are gold and silver. While the value of the raw ore is naturally higher for gold after mutation and rigorous testing and estimation, their values are quite similar, both belonging to the same level of ore. A 2 to 1 trade is purely foolish behavior. Actually, I reminded him about this issue, but he said he just wants to earn a bit for the country. So he wants to exchange at a 2 to 1 ratio. Zhao Tiejuan's voice was a bit low. As a person of the country, he actually shouldn't have reminded him. Earning a bit for the country, is this an alternative way of expressing his attitude? Ha, this perspective is quite high. Qin Daoxian thought of it differently, feeling much more relaxed in his heart. He smiled and said, it's unreasonable not to take advantage of a fish that swims to the door, just exchange it at this ratio. By the way, how much does he want to exchange? 10 tons. 10 tons. Are you sure he wants to exchange 10 tons of refined gold? Qin Daoxian's eyes widened, doubting he had heard wrong. No, he said he wants to exchange for 10 tons of star silver, so according to the ratio, he needs to provide 20 tons of refined gold. Even though he had been shocked before, Zhao Taijun still wore a very shocked expression when he spoke out at this moment. It should be known that the chance of producing mutated, or from native or after that rain was appallingly low. Take the relatively practical refined gold star silver, for instance. The country's current stockpile is only a few dozen tons. Now, when someone says they want to extract 20 tons of refined gold, even a super big shot like Qin Daoxian would feel dizzy. Suddenly, he thought of something. He slammed the table and cursed, this kid must have a high-purity refined gold vein, probably right inside the Changlong wildlife world. Zhao Taijun thought carefully, and this possibility was indeed quite high. He couldn't help but ask, should we retrieve the vein then? As Qin Daoxian's trusted aide, he could speak so bluntly. How to retrieve it? You tell me how to retrieve it. The mutated animals inside are all his brothers. Qin Daoxian replied irritably. A refined gold vein with at least 20 tons of reserves could trigger a medium-scale national war. Zhao Taijun thought the same, not to mention the cost of dealing with the mutated animals on Monkey Mountain. Even now, Qin Lao and the others were still hoping for in-depth cooperation with Monkey Mountain. It was impossible to really seize it. No wonder Yichhen casually mentioned it. It turns out he was quite confident. So how should I respond to him? Zhao Taijun asked. Of course, agree to him. If you don't take advantage of a big shot, when will you? At night, at the Han family in the suburbs of Beijing. Yichhen thought that Han Fei's invitation for a meal was just a simple dinner, but he didn't expect the Han family to be overly enthusiastic. A top-notch luxurious night banquet with 3 generations accompanying. This level of hospitality was unmatched even for a son-in-law's first visit. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably be awkward throughout, but Yichhen was not an ordinary person. He ate and drank as he pleased, chatting away with ease, creating a scene of guests enjoying themselves. By the way, Xiao Yi, has old Qin confirmed the cooperation with Monkey Mountain? Han Weiqi seemed to ask casually, but all eyes at the table suddenly focused on Yichhen. Old Han, are you interested in this matter too? Yichhen replied with a smile. Han Weiqi was Han Fei's grandfather, the helmsman of the Han family, with high status and power. I'm interested both publicly and privately, Han Weiqi said frankly. Yichhen nodded. There was no need to hide this, it's already confirmed. Confirmed? Han Weiqi looked surprised. Then sighed, old Qin is still daring to be the first. Mainly because he has absolute confidence. If old Han is interested, you might as well join in the fun. Yichhen smiled. Han Weiqi was taken aback by this and nodded without further questioning. He knew that Yichhen wouldn't say more. This information was probably given out for Han Fei's sake. This information was very important. The 3 decision-makers of Qin Daoxian made a decision so quickly, indicating that the confidence was indeed substantial. Although Han Weiqi couldn't cast a vote in the decision, he still had a certain degree of influence. He immediately decided to lean towards Qin Daoxian's side. If this matter succeeded, it would definitely be recorded in history. No one could refuse such temptation, not to mention there were considerable benefits involved. By the way, Xiao Yi, I heard from Xiao Fei that you are still acquiring a lot of spiritual herbs? Han Weiqi said with a smile. Since he decided to side with Qin Daoxian, it was very necessary to build a good relationship with Yichhen, the most critical person. Of course, even if it was just for Yi Chen's status as the strongest awakened one in the country, it was worth investing in a good relationship. Yichen's smile grew even wider upon hearing this. Yes, I'm quite eager for them. Old Han, do you have any channels to introduce? He came to the Han family for dinner so eagerly, precisely to resolve the matter of spiritual herbs. Right now, only those big families in the state could obtain large quantities of spiritual herbs. Those small families and individuals couldn't meet his demand. The spiritual herbs you want are all common ones. My Han family does have some stock, but I don't know how much you need. Han Weiqi smiled confidently. How much do you want? Yi Chen's response immediately changed Han Weiqi's smile, and he quickly asked, Are you sure? I'm sure, Yi Chen said seriously. What do you need so many spirit herbs for? Also, a large number of spirit herbs cannot currently be purchased with money. They must be exchanged for other resources. Do you have that many resources? Han Fei asked first. There were some things her family couldn't say, so it had to be her acquaintance to bring it up. You can rest assured about that. Although my ancestors have been farmers for 3 generations, I'm not lacking in this bit of resources. For now, I want to exchange with fine gold. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Chen said with a smile. Fine gold. The Han family looked at each other in disbelief. Exchanging very practical or for low-end spirit herbs was a wasteful act. Absolutely no problem. Han Weiqi replied affirmatively, then continued. So, for the 9 types of spirit herbs you want, as long as our Han family has them, we will sell them to you at 80% of the black market price. Moreover, Xiaoyi, if you personally acquire so many spirit herbs, it might attract unnecessary trouble. If you trust us, our Han family can secretly help you act as an agent for this matter, without charging any fees. It was clear that Han Weiqi was being sincere. Yichhen quickly smiled and said, Of course I trust the Han family. Han Fei and I are good friends with a bond of life and death, right, Han Fei? Han Fei immediately thought, if I could get back what was taken from me, I could grit my teeth and admit we are good friends. But facing Yichen's smiling face, she quickly forced a smile. Yes. Noticing his granddaughter's awkward expression, Han Weiqi suddenly had a thought and his mind became active. With both parties' goals achieved, they continued to chat. Yichen really enjoyed this part because his understanding of the world, aside from the information he had personally encountered, came entirely from platforms like Douyin. Undoubtedly, the information that circulated online was mostly outdated. Han Weiqi knew a lot of the latest news that he didn't. For example, many countries were in internal turmoil, and due to border issues, relations between many countries had become tense. The maritime domain had completely spiraled out of control. When they had chatted enough, Han Weiqi warmly invited Yichen to stay at his home, but Yichen politely declined, saying he was quite busy and planned to return to Guangqing at night to prepare. Just as he was about to leave, someone hurriedly reported a message to Han Weiqi. After listening, Han Weiqi's expression changed slightly, and then he looked at Yichen seriously and said, Xiaoyi, we have discovered unidentified awakeners near our home. They may be coming for you. It can't be the Shen family, right? Yichen was taken aback for a moment and then laughed. The only family he had enmity within Beijing was this one, but given his current status in the country, the Shen family shouldn't be foolish enough to confront him directly, though they might use some underhanded tactics. How about you stay at our Han family tonight? Han Weiqi casually suggested that Yichen stay at their home, but Yichen refused. No matter who it was, there was no reason not to take down the experienced baby that came to his door. Seeing this, Han Weiqi didn't insist further. He also thought it was the Shen family but believed they wouldn't make any big moves. After all, Yichen was not only a sensitive identity but also a key figure in promoting national policy alongside the 3 super big shots, Qin Long and Huang. They probably just wanted to keep an eye on Yichen, wanting to gain some benefits from the national policy, just like the Han family. Thank you, old Han, for your hospitality. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. By the way, here's the deposit. You can return the ring to me later. Yichen stood up to bid farewell, leaving behind a ring and hurriedly departing. Watching Yichen's swift figure leave, both Han Weiqi and Han Fei felt something was off. Why did it seem like this person was a bit excited? Is this a storage ring? Han Weiqi looked at the metal ring on the table, his expression slightly moved. Compared to other storage treasures, rings are definitely more advanced and practical. He couldn't help but wonder where Yichen, who came from a family of poor farmers for 3 generations, got such a treasure. Han Fei picked up the ring and infused it with a hint of perception. Ah! The next second, she couldn't help but exclaim, What happened? Han Weiqi was startled by her. Grandpa, you should take a look for yourself. Han Fei's hand that handed over the ring trembled slightly. Han Weiqi took it and, upon seeing it, couldn't help but exclaim as well. The capacity of this storage ring shocked him. A full 30 cubic meters. About half of the space was filled with refined gold. Even though refined gold is much lighter than gold, its estimated weight exceeded 20 tons. What does this mean? To put it simply, 30 gene of refined gold could forge a currently priceless divine weapon. Yichen, does your family have a mine or something? Han Fei's expression turned serious. Who knows, but we must live up to Yichen's trust. I'll personally handle the matter of the spiritual medicine and you will be responsible for Delivering it, Han Weiqi put the ring on his hand. Not to mention the value of the ring itself, just the things inside could buy half of the Han family's assets, so he had to wear it personally to feel at ease. Xiao Fei, I see that Yichhen trusts you so much, you might as well get to know him better. In this chaotic world, he might be the key to our Han family's survival, you understand? Han Fei lowered her head, her pretty face flushed. She had already let go of what happened at the zoo. It took her a lot of courage to invite him to her home, and now they wanted her to get closer. In a certain section of the outskirts of the capital, the winding ring road under the night sky resembled a dormant giant dragon, with lights flickering on and off and vehicles occasionally speeding by. At this moment, the drivers of these cars had no idea that on the side of the road, a man was sitting leisurely, smoking a cigarette while watching the passing vehicles. His name was Mendez. He used to be a famous assassin, and now he was still a famous assassin. The only difference was that his targets had changed. The room until a mechanical roar echoed from afar. Under the night, Mendez's vision was terrifying. He could clearly see a red shadow several kilometers away. He confirmed that the prey had appeared. Mendez extinguished his cigarette and crouched down. A gun was already set up in front of him. A sniper rifle. Unlike ordinary sniper rifles, this one was much larger, 3 times bigger than the well-known Barrett. Mendez took out 3 bullets from his bag and slowly loaded them into the chamber. The caliber of these 3 bullets was several times larger than armor-piercing rounds. They could no longer be called bullets but should be referred to as shells. It could be said that this sniper rifle seriously violated the laws of physics. A normal person couldn't even lift it, let alone withstand the terrifying recoil generated at the moment the bullet was fired. But Mendez was clearly not a normal person. At this moment, his emerald eyes were flashing strangely, and everything within a kilometer appeared to him as if it were just within reach, every detail visible. The beast-like roar grew closer, the red Ferrari rapidly closing the distance, soon breaking through a kilometer, officially entering his death zone. Mendez could clearly see the face of the Ferrari driver, wearing a faint smile, looking harmless. In the past 3 months, under the organization's guidance, no fewer than 10 talented awakeners had died at his hands, but as he watched the number increase by 1 more, his blood still surged with excitement. In the past, Longwei was an absolute forbidden zone for assassins, mercenaries, and all underground figures. Unfortunately, times have changed, and many things can no longer be prevented. And the young man in his sights was the strongest awakener in Longwa. The talent is too good, it is also original. Sin. With a phrase in his hometown dialect, Mendez pulled the trigger. Bang! A sound louder than the roar of a Ferrari engine erupted, and before the sound had completely faded, boom! The speeding red Ferrari instantly transformed into a brighter red fireball, illuminating the entire night. Creak, creak! The terrifying recoil of the sniper rifle shook the massive billboard, accompanied by a series of grating sounds as the base slowly toppled backward. However, as the direct recipient of this force, Mendez appeared completely unfazed, leaping down from the billboard. In midair, a pair of brown wings sprouted from his back, flapping a few times as he flew in one direction. He deliberately left behind the expensive firearm, for it was proof of having killed the strongest awakened being of Huagua, evidence of his identity as the Angel of Death, Mendez. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. Mendez's expression changed drastically. The instincts of a top assassin compelled him to make the most extreme move, complete beastification. Coo! With a sharp cry, his human head transformed into that of an owl, and his legs became sharp, menacing claws. With a flap of his wings, he turned and counterattacked, his claws striking fiercely. At that moment, Mendez finally saw the source of danger, a flickering blue light tinged with purple. Boom! Coo! Mendez's claws grasped the light, but he severely underestimated its power. A tearing sensation coursed through him, forcing a horrific scream from his lips. The sky was once again filled with darkness, and as Mendez looked down, drenched in sweat from the pain, he couldn't help but gasp. One of his legs had been blown off. Who was it? Our powers are not even on the same level. Escape! With a frantic thought, Mendez quickly flapped his wings to ascend. These wings, capable of soaring thousands of meters high, had saved him from several life-threatening situations. Complete beastification, owl? A soft voice came from behind. Mendez turned sharply, only to be horrified to find a person 30 meters away, watching him with a faint smile. That smile, he had just seen it. Do I still have a chance? Mendez struggled to utter a sentence in the Chinese he had just learned. This was also his old habit. Whenever he entered a country with a different language, he would learn a few local phrases for begging for mercy. Generally, even if the other party didn't want to spare him, he could at least buy a few seconds of life. But this time, his luck was poor, encountering Yichhen, a monster who would stomp on an ant just for fun. He couldn't even be bothered to respond, striking with a knife. The azure light sliced through the sky, merging with the night, and the giant owl was silently cleaved in half. As it fell, one half became a lower body with a missing leg, while the other half transformed into the upper body of a blonde, blue-eyed man. Still a foreigner. It seems this world isn't peaceful after all. Yichhen raised an eyebrow. It appeared that this person was not someone the Shin family could control, as the current Number 1 in the country, he was likely being targeted by people from other nations. A new era was dawning and the world order might undergo new changes. It was unfortunate for this foreigner to act before he had cultivated the 9 volumes of the heavenly book. That mysterious shell just now could have at least inflicted some injuries on him, but it also proved how dangerous this foreigner was. Kill the awakened being, obtain the basic refining technique already stored in the storage space. The merciless notification sounded, causing Yichhen to forget about these thoughts and excitedly open the storage space to check. The basic refining technique. A skill book for crafting basic equipment, an auxiliary skill that could be learned instantly without cultivation. The equipment crafting skill he had longed for had unexpectedly dropped at this moment. Looking at the half-dead body of Mendez on the ground, with its eyes wide open in death, if it weren't for the time constraints, Yichhen would have wanted to sing a heartfelt thank you to this foreign friend. It seems there are still some people tailing me? Forget it, following me is also a crime. Suddenly, Yichhen raised an eyebrow as if sensing the presence of others who had just left not long ago. His figure flashed and he quickly gave chase. Just now, I got a skill book and I'm in a good mood, so let's make your deaths quick. Looking at the circular highway beneath him, Yichhen sneered, his body slicing through the night like lightning, disappearing in an instant. After entering the first volume of the 9 turns heavenly book, the speed of his flight with the sky control technique increased tenfold. At this moment, in a business car driving back to the city, the people inside suddenly felt a bright light from behind. One person cursed, "Which bastard is using high beams? Block him and kill him." "No!" The driver suddenly shouted in terror, "It's not high beams." Everyone was stunned and turned to look back, only to see 3 beams of light forming a triangle, rapidly enlarging in their field of vision. Someone suddenly recalled a piece of information about Yichhen. He had a unique 3-shot archery technique. Boom! With a violent explosion, half the sky lit up. On the ground, both the person and the car were reduced to rubble. Killed one awakened being, received 30,000 cash, already deposited into the reserve space. Killed one awakened being, received a hammer car, already deposited into the reserve space. Killed one awakened being, received a bottle of enhanced blue potion, already deposited into the reserve space. In the air, after Yichhen closed his eyes and listened to a series of notifications, he couldn't help but spit on the ground, disgusted by the trash. He didn't know whether these people were related to the foreigners he had just dealt with, but since they were tailing him, they didn't seem like good people, so he decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He then turned and vanished into the night. He wasn't flying towards the center of the capital but rather to a secret base in the suburbs. Although he suspected that these tailors might be from the Shin family, he had no intention of confronting them as he had no evidence. Causing a ruckus in the capital would only lead to shouting matches, and he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. So he decided to return to Guangqing overnight, where the Martial Arts Association had already prepared armed aircraft for him, ready to depart at any time. While Yichhen was on his exclusive single-person warplane back to Guangqing, the people sent by the Han family also returned with results. The 9th-ranked assassin on the underground blacklist, the Angel of Death, failed to kill Yichhen and was instead cut in half by him. Those 2 severed bodies were unmistakably identified as Mendez. The other awakened beings who were tailing him were also eliminated by Yichhen in one move. The exact number was unknown, as they could only see a pile of debris when they arrived. Seeing the change in the faces of her grandfather and uncles, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is this Angel of Death very strong?" Before becoming an awakened being, she was just an ordinary top student. And after awakening, she only focused on 3 things: cultivation, experience, and studying ancient texts. She had no understanding of the current underground world. Very strong. Han Fei's second uncle, Han Changsun, nodded affirmatively. He was responsible for the family's business dealings, both overt and covert, and was indeed well acquainted with all aspects of the underground world. Let me tell you about the underground blacklist. This is a list launched by the dark web, which has existed since shortly after the internet emerged as an underground bounty site where various bounty tasks can be posted and accepted. The rules of the list are simple. It ranks members based on the total bounty they have accumulated. After nearly half a century of development, the dark web has become the largest underground bounty site in the world, with over 10 million registered members. The Killing Angel has long been a renowned assassin, never falling out of the top 20 rankings. After the evolution wave, he easily took down more than a dozen famous awakeners and rose to the 9th position. It is said that he joined a mysterious organization. Looking at his niece, whose expression had grown serious, Han Changsun earnestly warned, before the evolution wave, most people on the underground blacklist were already at the pinnacle of human combat power, representing the peak of killing techniques. Just think, what would happen if this group had top-tier talent? What would happen? Han Fei shuddered slightly, her thoughts turning chilling. After the evolution wave, I watched the underground blacklist undergo a major overhaul. The top 100 on the list are all true powerhouses, and the top 10 are extremely dangerous individuals that ordinary people cannot even hire with resources. So I believe that the one targeting Yichhen is not the Shin family, but possibly that mysterious organization the Killing Angel belongs to. Han Changsun clearly understood the situation logically analyzing the truth. Many talented awakeners today are just paper tigers, and this time Han Changsen also took the opportunity to explain the underground world to Han Fei, helping her refresh her worldview. If Yichhen can counterkill the killing angel, then his strength must far exceed that of the first tier. Han Fei's heart stirred. Han Changsen remained silent, only nodding seriously. Regardless of whether this matter is related to the Shin family, we should just throw the dirty water in that direction. We need to show our stance, Han Weiqi said lightly. He was already inclined towards Yichhen, and now he was fully committed. The Han family suddenly took action against the Shin family, instantly becoming the hot topic in the upper circles of the capital. Many onlookers felt confused. Wasn't the Han family always on good terms with the Shin family? Why were they suddenly targeting them, reporting the Shin family for hiring a hitman one moment and then launching a commercial attack the next? Even the old man of the Han family angrily slammed the table and scolded the old man of the Shin family at a certain meeting. Various speculations abounded, but none hit the nail on the head. Meanwhile, far away in Guangcheng, Yichhen was completely unaware of this. It wasn't that he was out of the loop, but rather that he was too busy to stop. How busy was he? Let's just say he was so busy that he hadn't even seen his own wife. It all started with a grand brotherhood ceremony, which was not as simple as just swearing an oath of brotherhood. The event began early in the morning and didn't officially end until after 3 in the morning. The most time-consuming part was that while the first 5 brothers were undisputed, the later brothers had yet to be determined, so they had to sort it out. Due to too many volunteers, under the big brother's suggestion, the younger brothers decided to settle it with their fists. Let's fight. Whoever wins is the front brother. Thus, they fought for a whole day and night before it was finally over, and only then did a group of bruised and battered mutated animals formally swear brotherhood. During the ceremony, Yichhen counted the numbers and realized that there were a total of 72, including himself. Looking around, there were monkeys, birds, lions, giant pythons, and cows. It could only be said that it had the flavor of Journey to the West. Taking advantage of everyone's high spirits, before disbanding, Yichhen announced the ideas he had discussed with Qin Daoxian, hoping to gain the approval of his younger brothers. As a result, a group of younger brothers nodded along before he even finished, shouting that they would listen to the big brother. How simple and lovable these younger brothers were. So after the meeting, Yichhen confidently dove into the precious gold mine, becoming a ruthless miner. To say that his basic mining skills were still insufficient would be an understatement. Not only did he have to be close to the vein to use them, but the collection speed was also slow. To mine over 100 tons of precious gold would take more than 20 days without sleep. But for those simple and lovable younger brothers, those who loved and supported him, and, well, to improve his own strength, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. The outside world doesn't know, otherwise they would have drowned him in saliva. Even if the national power were to dig a mine of 100 tons of pure gold, it would require a massive amount of manpower and resources, taking several months to complete. You rely on the pure gold mine to sleep soundly, and you still feel wronged? Yichhen slept. Oh no, he dug for a whole week. Master, wake up, wake up. With a shake of his body, Yichhen, who was dreaming, suddenly felt bored and slowly opened his eyes. Then he saw a fox face looking at him with annoyance, and he immediately got angry. Hey, didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it's important? The problem is, it is important. Ali rolled her eyes. Little Jean said there are humans outside looking for you, and they brought a lot of things. Yichen's eyes immediately lit up. Only the people from the capital knew he was here, and they brought many things. My star silver has arrived. Yichhen stood up and strode outside. After a few steps, he stopped and glared at the white fox trying to follow him encouragingly, saying, is there anything for you outside? Keep gnawing on the pure gold here. If you don't eat enough today, I won't give you power to cultivate. Woo woo. Hearing this, the pretty fox face immediately fell, not daring to resist, and obediently turned around to gnaw on the pure gold. Who told her she was just a poor and helpless pet fox? The key was that when she was first called out to gnaw on the pure gold, she had sworn to resist, but Yichhen truly had no conscience, not letting her return to the space between his eyebrows to cultivate all day, and not giving her pure gold to eat, resulting in her discovering that her power was slowly dissipating. What else could she do? She could only turn her grief and anger into strength, biting hard. Ali can gnaw a ton of pure gold in a day, which can save me a lot of time, hee. At this moment, Yichhen was in an exceptionally good mood. This little guy had killed so many mutated animals for him before, and now it was time for her to do hard labor. When he got outside, he saw a large group of humans staring at the Monkey Mountain brothers, both sides looking very curious. Noticing all the gazes on him, Yichhen smiled faintly and transformed into the leaf demon ape. The things you wanted have all been delivered. How about signing for them? First, an old acquaintance, Zhang Kunlun, cheerfully handed over a document, which was a formal transaction agreement. The leaf demon ape glanced at the neatly stacked metal boxes on the ground, too lazy to count, signed his name, and without waiting for Zhang Kunlun to say anything else, waved his hand, and a pile of golden items appeared on the ground. The payment, can you count it? The Monkey Mountain side was fine, just thinking these things looked pretty good, while the humans were all wide-eyed. Pure gold. So much. Even Zhang Kunlun, who knew the inside story, was slightly taken aback. We're all on the same side, no need to count, just pack it up. Realizing, Zhang Kunlun quickly instructed people to pack the boxes. This batch of pure gold was extremely important to the Martial Association and could not be lost. Until the boxes were sealed, Zhang Kunlun sent a private chat invitation to the Leaf Demon Ape, but it was rejected. I have a small matter to handle, let's talk later. The Leaf Demon Ape walked towards another group of humans. He didn't expect that Han Fei had also appeared leading a team, and beside her were neatly stacked dozens of wooden boxes. The boxes undoubtedly contain spiritual medicines. I have to say, this efficiency is quite high. I have fulfilled my promise. Spent your deposit and brought back these spiritual medicines. Here is the detailed list. Han Fei smiled lightly as she handed over the list and ring. The Leaf Demon Ape only took the ring but pressed the list back with his hand, generously saying, "No need to look, I'll give you another 10 tons of pure gold, 9 tons for you to continue purchasing, and 1 ton as your reward." With a wave of his hand, another pile of golden items appeared on the ground. Han Fei was taken aback for a moment, nodded without saying anything, and just picked up the refined gold on the ground by herself. This time, she brought along the only 2 Qinkuan bags from her home, which was just enough to hold the 10 tons of refined gold. Seeing Han Fei so readily collect it, Yimo Yuan felt unexpectedly surprised and carefully scrutinized this good friend of his. He indeed noticed something unusual. Her demeanor had lost some of its coldness and gained a bit of determination. What had stimulated her? "I want to stay on Monkey Mountain for a few days, is that convenient?" Han Fei suddenly said. "No problem, as long as you like it, your convenience is my convenience," Yimo Yuan casually agreed. In his eyes, the Han family was a relatively reliable intermediary, and many things in the plan required the intermediary's assistance, so having a representative here was good for communication at any time. Within the entire Monkey Mountain area, except for the Water Curtain Cave, you can wander anywhere you like. Yimo Yuan tossed out this line and walked towards Zhang Kunlun. Han Fei and Zhang Kunlun couldn't help but glance at the dilapidated Water Curtain Cave, knowing full well that the refined gold mine must be right below it. But knowing it didn't change anything, they couldn't do anything about it. At a corner of the mountaintop, only Yimo Yuan and Zhang Kunlun were present. An hour from now, the General Affairs Office and the Foreign Affairs Department will jointly hold a press conference to announce the news of the mutated animal forces from Monkey Mountain joining Huagua. 2 days later, there will be a global live broadcast of the signing ceremony. "Yichhen, is everything fine on your side?" Zhang Kunlun asked quietly. Yichhen thought for a moment and nodded. "No problem. That's good. Also, Old Qin asked me to ask you if your idea is still okay?" Zhang Kunlun asked again. "No problem, but I have a small request. We have some matters on Monkey Mountain that make it inconvenient to travel these days. Can you arrange for a transport plane or something to take it over together?" "What needs a transport plane?" Zhang Kunlun was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, revealing a look of horror. "When you say together, how many are we talking about?" Cough. "How many are there?" Since they were about to be on the same side, saying just seemed a bit offensive. "Counting me, 72. Yimo Yuan grinned. Zhang Kunlun's mouth dropped open, cold sweat pouring down. 72-liter level mutated animals collectively heading to Beijing. Oh no, there were several king-level ones among them. Who could handle that? "Don't worry, at most 3 to 5 will attend the scene. The others can just be arranged to stay somewhere else for now. The main thing is that we need to get to work soon, right? Saving some travel time is important, isn't it?" Yichhen said with a smile. "Oh." Zhang Kunlun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon careful consideration, Yichhen was right. After all, in his plan, all 72 were supposed to be working, and this arrangement could save time. However, he still didn't dare to make the decision and said, "Let me report this to the higher-ups first before I respond?" "Sure. Okay, then I'll take my leave." Zhang Kunlun stopped wasting time, leading a group of elite members carrying boxes filled with refined gold away. Han Fei hurriedly had her people follow along, as they had come in with Zhang Kunlun's group, so they naturally had to leave together. Although the Longzhong wild animal world had seen a sharp decrease in danger levels, it was still not a safe place. When Han Fei turned back, she saw Yimo Yuan directing his little brothers to move boxes into the Water Curtain Cave, the scene inexplicably amusing. "What do you need so much star silver and low-end spiritual medicine for?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask. Yimo Yuan looked at her. "It's not that I can't let you know, but you have to swear." "Swear to what?" Han Fei was taken aback. "You swear that you won't tell anyone, no, any living being, about what you know, otherwise you'll have your period 30 times a month." Yimo Yuan's expression was extremely serious. Han Fei's clear eyes widened. 30 times a month, that meant every day. What a vicious oath. It would be better to die. "Fine, I swear to tell any living being, just come every month for 30 times of ant flow." But with power looming, Han Fei could only grit her teeth and swear. Now it was Yimo Yuan's turn to be shocked. "No way, can a woman's curiosity be this strong?" "Then you wait, I need to go into seclusion now. It will take about a day and a night. If you come to Monkey Mountain as a guest, there's nothing much to entertain you with, just gnaw on this." Yimo Yuan tossed a thing to Han Fei and strode into the cave. Han Fei stared blankly at the misty crystal core in her hand. Is this something to gnaw on? The crystal cores of large mutated creatures all look quite similar to the naked eye, but Han Fei could tell at a glance that this one was a mutated bear's core. Don't ask why, just know that she had once possessed it. The mist inside indicated a chance to unlock a new skill. Currently, this crystal core was extremely precious. Unfortunately, it wasn't a water-type core, otherwise Han Fei would probably be overjoyed. Still, she put it away. It could be exchanged with Wang Ran for a water-type core. Just then, a beastly roar suddenly came from not far away, startling Han Fei, who quickly looked over. There stood the mighty giant panda, howling at the sky. Soon, the king-level and leader-level mutated animals from up and down the mountain gathered in front of the giant panda. They formed a square formation and began to perform movements. At first glance, it looked like they were doing a square dance. It was clear that the giant panda at the front was executing the movements most accurately, acting as the lead dancer. No, the instructor? Han Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, and she quickly confirmed that this group of incredibly powerful mutated animals was practicing a form of martial arts. Truly magical. You monkey, you monkey. Han Fei suddenly turned around and saw a golden monkey about her height standing there with a friendly and adorable smile. If she didn't know that this was the invincible Monkey King who had torn apart a king-level mutated plant, she would have wanted to reach out and pat its head. Monkey King, are you talking to me? Han Fei asked weakly. Yes, are you a monkey? Han Fei. You're the monkey, okay? What, is my speech not clear? The Monkey King scratched its head, looking a bit confused. No, if I listen carefully, I can understand. Han Fei quickly shook her head. She was sure that the Monkey King had learned human language from the locals of Guangcheng. This is for you. The Monkey King had a limited vocabulary and directly took out a plant and handed it over. The big brother really liked this kind of thing, which meant humans would probably like it too. Being friendly to humans was his little Jin's way of dealing with the world. Han Fei instinctively wanted to refuse, but after seeing the appearance of the plant clearly, her body instinctively snatched it. No, it was more like she accepted it. Soul-reviving grass, a top-tier spiritual medicine. Seeing the guest accept the gift, Xiao Jin showed a happy smile and chatted a bit in common dialect before heading down the mountain. It was time for him to surf the internet. As for the brothers practicing the mighty bull demon fist, to be honest, Xiao Jin wasn't targeting everyone except the big brother was trash, and he learned it in 3 days. Han Fei looked at the invaluable spiritual medicine in her hand and began to doubt her life. After a long time, she finally put away the spiritual medicine and sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, silently beginning her cultivation. Soon, she discovered that the speed of cultivation on Monkey Mountain was much faster than in other areas of the Chimelong Safari Park, and the cultivation speed in Chimelong was significantly faster than in the outside world. This was truly a blessed land. Human, interrupting. Han Fei suddenly opened her eyes, turned around, and saw a very beautiful white fox, though it looked a bit unwell. Are you talking to me? Han Fei bit her lip. The white fox nodded. Of course, Yichhen said to ask you to help pick someone up. The address is here. He said you would understand once you saw it. With a flick of its white tail, a piece of A4 paper landed in front of Han Fei. Looking at a white fox speaking human language with perfect enunciation, Han Fei's mind was greatly shaken. She picked up the A4 paper and saw it was an address of a certain town under Yun City. To pick up Yichen's parents? I'll go right now. Han Fei stood up. Parents were Yichen's greatest weakness, and he was clearly taking precautions. Entrusting her with such an important task was undoubtedly a huge show of trust, so she not only had to handle it immediately but also do it beautifully. Little white fox, how can you speak human language? Han Fei couldn't help but ask. I don't know, I just suddenly could. It's so annoying. The white fox rolled its eyes charmingly and turned to walk towards the water curtain cave. Being Yichen's pet not only meant mining but also running errands and delivering messages. It was really too humble. However, back in front of its master, it still put on a flattering smile. Master, that human said they would go pick someone up right now. Seems like they care a lot. Yichen nodded, looking up and down at the white fox, suddenly saying, since you shared my ability to speak, you'll be responsible for translating for the Monkey King and the others from now on. No way, master, I get nervous in front of so many people. Oh, then you can go, I wish you a bright future. Master, let me finish, I can overcome this nervousness. That's fine, what are you looking at me for? Go mine. Okay. After sending off the lazy pet, Yichen glanced at the progress of his forging. Goodness, nearly 10% of his internal power had been consumed, yet the overall progress hadn't even reached 1%. There were a total of 18 pieces in the alloy weapon series, and he chose to forge 10 sets at once, which meant 180 pieces. This was a bit greedy. Taking out an awakening crystal core from the Nesumi ring, Yichen directly tossed it into his mouth, and soon the sound of crunching and swallowing could be heard. If outsiders saw the scene, they would probably be terrified. Eating a high-quality awakening crystal core directly was no different from suicide. Not to mention humans, even mutated animals wouldn't dare to do this, they only absorbed the power by licking or holding the crystal core. But the cultivation method from the first volume of the 9 Scrolls of the Heavenly Book was to enhance the physique by swallowing spiritual bodies. Yichhen had carefully experimented with it. Currently, both spiritual medicine and awakening crystal cores belong to the category of spiritual bodies, and the higher the quality of the crystal core in spiritual medicine, the better the effect. It was true that the speed of enhancing the physique was fast, and it was also true that the consumption of crystal cores in spiritual medicine was rapid. This was also why he was in a hurry to forge and refine medicine. He needed to be self-sufficient and earn money to fill his own stomach. While Yichhen was sound asleep in the mine, the Dragon Kingdom's officials struck back hard. A high-level press conference was held in Beijing, where hundreds of media outlets announced 2 things. 1. The mutated animal forces from Monkey Mountain within the Dragon Kingdom recently submitted a request for friendly coexistence to the Dragon Kingdom officials. 2. The Dragon Kingdom officials accepted the request from the Monkey Mountain mutated animal forces, and both parties would sign a formal document on the last day of August, which would be broadcast live worldwide, with the Monkey King and other mutated animals from Monkey Mountain attending the signing. After the press conference, the entire Dragon Kingdom, no, the entire world's internet exploded. Because in the public's perception, mutated animals were like the little monsters in Ultraman, only capable of killing and causing destruction. The first reaction of those who heard the news was disbelief. Absolutely impossible. Upon carefully reading the content of the published request, the first half, we didn't want to become like this, we are very helpless, we feel very wronged. The second half, the situation has occurred, and it should be actively resolved. We have no malice towards humans and hope the Dragon Kingdom can help the children. This left countless people stunned. Is this definitely not something written by the official Dragon Country itself? Is this an April Fool's official joke? Humans and mutated animals are joining hands to build the future? Although I don't understand, I'm greatly shocked. If I read this correctly, does it mean that humans want to recruit mutated animals? Recruit is not quite accurate if interpreted literally. It seems more like accepting a minority group. That said, if the mutated animal issue can really be resolved through negotiation, that would be great. The problem is, can the mutated animals sit down to negotiate? It feels very sci-fi. I have to say, in the context of the global chaos caused by mutated creatures, the announcement made by Dragon Country sounds almost like a fairy tale. But as everyone knows, the Dragon Country officials are known for their stability. They certainly wouldn't announce something without confidence. If this matter has no exaggeration, then isn't Dragon Country ahead of all the other countries in the world? Thus, media outlets around the world quickly got busy. There were only a few days left in August. While the Dragon Country officials appeared as steady as a mountain, they were also nervously busy behind the scenes. The word had been put out, and if this matter wasn't handled beautifully, they would lose a lot of face. After receiving a call from Qin Daoxian, Zheng Kunlun rushed to Monkey Mountain as fast as he could. As a result, a beautiful white fox walked out from the water curtain cave and spoke to him in human language. Big brother is still asleep, just tell me if you have something to say. Zhang Kunlun was first startled by this standard Mandarin, then exclaimed in shock, you said he is sleeping? You heard wrong, I said he is in seclusion. Ali blinked her charming fox eyes. Zhang Kunlun, do you think I'm easy to fool? But there was nothing to be done, he could only wait, as long as the person hadn't run away. After conveying the message, Ali didn't go back to gnaw on the mine, because through her relentless efforts, she had already finished today's tasks. So, she was assigned to do something else. She walked towards the training square, taking the place of the giant panda, and soon the mountaintop was filled with shouts, mud howl, big guy howl, I love mud. Seeing this scene, Zhang Kunlun could only say that Yichhen understood the flow of traffic. However, he felt completely at ease. These mutated animals were all diligently practicing Dragon Country's language, so things were definitely stable. While waiting, Zheng Kunlun didn't wait for the secluding Yichhen, but instead, he was met by another group of humans. He recognized most of them. Han Fei and the strongest team on the surface, a middle-aged couple, and a big yellow cow. Upon learning that this middle-aged couple were Yichen's parents, Zhang Kunlun immediately greeted them warmly, and before long, he was calling them little brother and little sister. As one of the people who knew Yichen best, he could imagine that just by mastering the power of Monkey Mountain, Yichen's status was no less than that of a local lord, not to mention that he himself was also a prodigy. Just like with the Han family, it was right to cling to the big leg. Yi Demon and Liang Chanru were honest farmers, and seeing the big leaders of the martial arts association so enthusiastic, they felt a bit reserved while also gaining a clearer understanding of their son's status. As for the members of the strongest team on the surface, they were all calm and collected because Lin Qingwan and Han Fei had already informed them about the situation in advance. Although this matter sounded very fantastical, seeing is believing, and they had no choice but to trust it. A group of people arrived at the mountaintop and occasionally stole glances at the beast group that was learning a foreign language. Over there, upon seeing Han Fei return, Ali immediately realized that the master's parents had also arrived and decisively stopped the teaching. The master's father and mother are here, I'll go say hello. She dropped that line and left. When the other animals heard this, Big Brother's father and mother, didn't that mean my father and mother? Instantly, they all rushed over in a swarm. This run was something else. When the crowd of humans saw it coming towards them, they almost turned to flee. It was too frightening, especially the big yellow cow following. Liang Shanru, which was trembling all over, realizing that among the group rushing towards them, there wasn't a single one it could defeat. Wasn't this supposed to be a trip? Had they stumbled into a den of monsters? Fortunately, the white fox was perceptive and noticed something was off with the crowd, immediately calling out, "Don't be afraid, we're just here to say hello." Say hello? Then it's no big deal. Wait, the fox spoke human language? The beasts didn't care about that. They were still jostling for position on the way, and in the end, the white tiger and the giant panda, National Day, fought to be first, squeezing in front of Yi Demon and Liang Shanru alongside the white fox, Ali. And I how. And I men how. The white tiger and National Day quickly learned and greeted first. Ali was too embarrassed to be with these two, stepping forward to show a charming smile. "Hello, elders, we are all little brothers of Yichhen, the kind that has formally sworn allegiance." Yichhen didn't allow Ali to mention that he was the master to keep a card hidden. The fierce beasts couldn't understand what the white fox was saying, but they weren't stupid, nodding in agreement. Another round of greetings followed, and I how, I love and I men. To be honest, most people couldn't handle this scene, but Yi Demon and Liang Shanru were not ordinary people. They had been living with mutated animals day in and day out. After a brief period of discomfort, they quickly smiled back in response. And I, hello. Look at all of you, really healthy. Especially Liang Shanru, who had a natural affinity for these animals. She couldn't interact well with the other beasts, so she could only hold the white fox, Ali, while trying to groom its fur and communicate with her son's little brothers and sisters. Then something miraculous happened. In less than a few hours, Liang Shanru could actually engage in simple physical communication with the fierce beasts. By the next day, she could communicate without barriers using body language. On the third day, the beasts spoke their own language while Liang Shanru spoke hers, and they could actually communicate. Zhang Kunlun and the others were left dumbfounded. That beast master and Yichen's biological mother were weak in comparison. Okay. During this time, Yichhen also came out to reunite with his parents, taught them the Tai Chi breathing method for practice, spent the evening stargazing with his wife, and then returned to continue his seclusion. In his words, it was a crucial moment for seclusion. On the morning of the day they were set to depart for Beijing, Yichhen lazily walked out of the water curtain cave and then summoned the 72 heavenly generals from Monkey Mountain, as well as all members of the strongest team on the surface. It was called a grand meeting. Han Fei and Zhang Kunlun shamelessly observed, curious about what Yichhen was up to. "President Zhang, could you introduce the Great Wall Legion to them?" Yichhen looked at Zhang Kunlun. The latter didn't expect to have a role in this, but once he realized, he began to introduce. The country is currently forming 2 awakened legions, and the Great Wall Legion is one of them, mainly responsible for maintaining stability across the country, such as dealing with mutated creatures and combating awakened criminal activities. The highest commander of the Great Wall Legion is the Legion leader, who also serves as the president of the Martial Arts Association, followed by the provincial pacifiers and then the 1,000-man commanders of each city. The ranks of the Great Wall Legion are the same as those of the Martial Arts Association, directly responsible to the central authority, but the central authority means the Martial Arts Association serves the public, while the Great Wall Legion acts purely as a sharp blade, so during special periods, the Great Wall Legion has higher command authority. The Great Wall Legion was originally a powerful combat unit strongly promoted by Qin Daoxian, and Zhang Kunlun, as the vice president, naturally spoke eloquently. Everyone immediately had a clear concept. This Great Wall Legion was essentially a special organization. It existed independently, directly reporting to the heavens. Let President Zhang introduce this to everyone. I am about to take on the role of the commander of the 1,000 men in Guangxing. I wonder if you all want to join my team. Yichhen looked at the members of the strongest team on the surface and extended the invitation. Zhang Kunlun thought to himself, as expected, Yichhen is going to build his own foundation. Although this team only has 9 members each, one is a master, especially the Lin siblings, who are definitely top-tier awakeners. Speaking of the strongest team on the surface, why does it feel like they are much stronger than the last time I saw them? Zhang Kunlun didn't know that the strongest team on the surface had been receiving warmth from the beast tide every day recently, making it hard for their strength not to improve. This is also why Yichhen extended the invitation. First, they are all fellow townsmen and teammates, and second, their strength is sufficient. Of course, the most important thing is that he also needs some humans to cooperate with that idea. As expected, everyone in the strongest team on the surface nodded and joined the Great Wall Core Guanqing team. They are not foolish. Following Yichhen means there will be benefits. Big brother, they said they also want to join your team, the on-site translator, Bai Hu, exclaimed. Yichhen shot a glare at the restless beast group. Stop making a fuss, go away. After the incident with that foreign owl being assassinated, Yichhen developed a sense of crisis. In this increasingly unstable world, boys must protect themselves outside. The Guanqing team is the foundation he wants to build, and the strength of the Monkey Mountain is another major support for him. Alright, now that everyone is on the same side, let's start with some benefits. Yichhen clapped his hands. Everyone's eyes lit up at the mention of benefits. Yichhen walked to the open space among the humans and beasts, waved his hand, and the sound of clang clang echoed. In an instant, a pile of weapons and equipment appeared on the ground. It was a bit dazzling in broad daylight. Everyone, both human and beast, was dumbfounded. What great weapons! The one who reacted the fastest was actually Yi-Demon. He ran over, picked up a long sword, examined it, tapped it with his hand, and swung it. Although I don't know what material it is, the toughness of this sword body is incredibly strong, and its sharpness is frightening. And it has a slight power amplification effect. Yi-Demon couldn't help but look at his son. Xiaobai, did you forge this? Yes, I forged it. Yichhen awkwardly nodded. He couldn't lie to his dad. These weapons and equipment were indeed forged by him, although the forging process was a bit casual. Not bad, you have inherited the forging talent of our old Yi family ancestors. Yi-Demon gave a thumbs up. Yichhen, feeling a bit guilty, changed the subject and said to everyone, what are you all waiting for? Each person can choose one piece of armor and one weapon. 2 pieces? I'll go first. Mo Yuan rushed over first. He wouldn't be polite with Yichhen. He grabbed a favored extraordinary alloy wolf fang club and slammed it down on the ground, producing a loud bang as an irregular large pit formed on the ground. It's not fake. Mo Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly picked up an extraordinary alloy vest and put it on, excitedly coming to Lin Qingfeng. Come on, hit me. How could Lin Qingfeng refuse such a request? He punched Mo Yuan in the chest. Mo Yuan let out a yelp as he was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, landing sprawled on the ground. But he quickly jumped up again, beaming, it doesn't hurt. With my talent paired with this vest, I'm invincible. By the way, how much strength did you use? 70%, Lin Qingfeng replied and quietly walked away. He couldn't care less about his brother-in-law's modesty. These weapons and equipment, along with the shield and hammer Yichhen had left before, were clearly of the same level. In fact, Lin Qingfeng was still being modest because he was the only one walking over. Everyone else was running. With plenty of weapons and equipment available, Lin Qingfeng was delighted to obtain a sword and a vest. After swinging the sword slightly, he felt that his treasured golden snake sword had lost its charm. The extraordinary alloy vest had become the standard for everyone, and only one guy with the talent of body enlargement hesitated before choosing a shield. However, Yichhen then indicated that the previous team's force shield was for his use, so this guy immediately joyfully picked up the vest and put it on. It was warm and considerate. Only Lin Qingwan did not choose any armor, as she already had a golden silkworm armor which was slightly superior in defense to the extraordinary alloy vest and, importantly, looked beautiful. The weapon she chose was also unique. A boomerang. Why choose this? Yichhen asked curiously. It should be noted that when he crafted the extraordinary alloy series of weapons and equipment, he made targeted selections, producing a larger quantity of commonly used items like knives, guns, swords, and vests. He had only made 2 boomerangs, a rather niche weapon. I think it suits me better, Lin Qingwan said as she picked up a stone from the ground and threw it forcefully into the sky. A wisp of white vapor followed, and the stone's momentum instantly dissipated, condensing into an ice chunk that fell. The next second, a whistling sound rang out. Lin Qingwan threw the boomerang. It was a bit awkward that she missed the stone on the first throw, but fortunately, the second arc hit precisely, turning the stone into powder in mid-air. Wife, you're so smart. Yichhen gave her a thumbs up. The others also praised her. It was indeed impressive that Lin Qingwan, with this boomerang, achieved both long-range control and long-range attack effects, which was somewhat terrifying. On the side, Han Fei's bright eyes lit up as she looked at another boomerang beneath the pile of weapons, a look of desire in her eyes. The Han family's background had taught her long-range attack methods, but they consumed too much energy. If she had a weapon like a boomerang, then why don't you two pick a couple of items? At that moment, Yichhen smiled at Zhang Kunlun and Han Fei. How can we? Zhang Kunlun said he felt embarrassed, but his eyes were fixed on the weapons and equipment. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, he naturally had weapons at his side, but they were on par with Lin Qingfeng's golden snake sword, clearly a notch below Yichen's weapons. The key was that Zhang Kunlun did not have any protective gear, as the difficulty of making armor was greater than that of weapons, and the Research Institute had yet to develop materials and processes for mass production. As a wind-type awakener, he was actually quite fragile. Good armor was like a second life. Your friend from Monkey Mountain probably needs weapons and equipment too. These are already not enough. Han Fei also wanted that boomerang but still held back from accepting it. There was no way. They were the only outsiders on the mountaintop, and it was truly embarrassing to take such valuable weapons and armor. Yichhen glanced at his younger brothers, and sure enough, they were all eager, with some unable to hide their desires, drooling at the thought. They still vividly remembered the scene of Guoqing striking the bamboo demon with the extraordinary alloy staff. I think you misunderstood. Yichhen waved his hand, and after a series of clang sounds, the ground was once again piled high with weapons and equipment. He looked at the stunned Han Fei and smiled lightly. Various weapons and equipment, plenty to go around. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Zhang Kunlun couldn't hold back any longer. He quickly stepped forward to grab a vest and a fan. The vest was self-explanatory, and he had long had his eye on the extraordinary alloy. Fan. Swish. The folding fan opened, revealing an astonishing sharpness. A thrust like a dragon, a fan like a raging flood. The feeling of being in control delighted Zhang Kunlun. This weapon perfectly matched his talent attributes. Seeing Yichhen so domineering, Han Fei no longer held back, thanked him, and took the remaining boomerang in her hand, not displaying it but playing with it. Delicately, her bright eyes filled with joy. Once the distribution was settled on the human side, Yichhen finally let the little brothers from Monkey Mountain take action. There was absolutely no discrimination intended. It was mainly because the gang from Monkey Mountain had more character. Unless your strength was significantly greater than theirs, otherwise, did the horse-faced monkey give you face? I took this stick first. So what if you took it first? Grandpa Monkey wants this one. If you don't agree, come at me. Bring it on. The mutated horse monkey and the mutated gibbon had a fight, and the victorious one proudly took away the wolf-toothed club, while the losing mutated gibbon limped away with another wolf-toothed club. Similar events unfolded right before everyone's eyes. This is their traditional culture. Nothing will happen, Yichhen calmly explained to Lin Qingfeng and the others. He knew such things would happen. It was the same when they became sworn brothers. Stubbornness is one thing, but the combat talent of the beasts from Monkey Mountain is definitely higher than that of humans. Those with agile limbs are basically on par with humans, using whatever is most convenient. Heavier hammers and wolf-toothed clubs are more popular. Those who prefer to walk on all fours or crawl choose unconventional weapons like meteor hammers and 9-section whips. With a sweep of their tails, they can clear a large area, which is quite intimidating. Of course, wearing vests is a must. Although they can't protect the entire body due to their size, these button vests, with their strong toughness, can protect any part of the body, such as the neck, abdomen, and heart. Seeing that the vests could be used this way, Yichhen quickly took out the remaining stock to distribute, so some of the little brothers ended up wearing more than one vest. It may not look good, but it's practical. Looking at this fully armed, gang-like team of mutated animals, Yichhen felt very satisfied. It was worth his efforts to sleep, or rather, to forge. Can the production technology of these weapons and equipment be transferred? Zhang Kunlun pulled Yichhen aside and asked in a low voice. Only Yichhen could get this kind of treatment. If it were someone else, he would have directly confronted them. Oh, President Zhang, you want it? Yichhen asked with a smile. No, even if you sell it, I can't afford it. Zhang Kunlun quickly shook his head, then his expression became serious. It's for the country. If these weapons and equipment can be equipped to the awakened army, our overall strength could very well be at the forefront globally. In fact, the Dragon Country is already at the forefront globally. After all, it has vast territory, abundant resources, and a large population, with a long history and ample preparation. However, the advantage is not very obvious. If they could completely leave the friendly nations behind, that would be even better. Can you make this decision? Yichhen asked. I can't, Zhang Kunlun said awkwardly. The country has invested countless human and material resources into the research institute, and the current cutting-edge weapon production level is only half a notch stronger than the golden snake sword in Lin Qingfeng's hand, which means it's half a notch weaker than the extraordinary alloy folding fan he has. The key is that Yichen's side can achieve mass production. The value of this technology is simply unimaginable. He, as the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, cannot make such a decision. Let's head to Beijing now. Old Qin will personally discuss it with you. How about that? Zhang Kunlun's eyes were fervent. Yichhen had been waiting for this sentence and nodded. All right, then let's go down the mountain. The transport plane is waiting outside and can leave at any time. Give me a little more time. I need to settle things at Monkey Mountain. All right then, I'll go prepare first. Zhang Kunlun left excitedly. On this side, Yichhen also instructed both people and beasts to return to the water curtain cave, as the sun outside was already a bit scorching. Put away the remaining weapons and equipment on the ground. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard Han Fei's voice behind me. Yichhen, I want to join the Guangqing team. Are you welcoming me? Yichhen turned around in surprise and said, with your strength and background, you could easily be a commander in a medium-sized city. Why? Do you want to join my Guangqing team? I think following you has more prospects, Han Fei said straightforwardly. I won't hide it from you. We are about to undertake a very dangerous mission. At that time, I will assign positions in the team based on merit. Are you sure you want to come? Yichhen raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to gauge her intentions. Han Fei simply nodded. All right then, let's go in and have a meeting together. Since that was the case, he couldn't refuse. After all, this dragon girl indeed had some skills. Inside the water curtain cave, after some renovations, although the water curtain cave hadn't returned to its original state, at least it wouldn't leak on rainy days. Yichhen let the two elders take the only seat while he sat in a circle with the beasts. Once the members of the Guangqing team confirmed that these fierce beasts had no ill intentions, they bravely approached. Big brother, how many people do you think we should leave behind this time? Little Jean asked Yichhen while carrying an extraordinary alloy staff. Although it wasn't the first time Yichhen had seen little Jin's appearance, he still felt a moment of daze. Each time, little Jin, I won't watch the new journey to the west without you. About 1/3 of the brothers will stay behind at Monkey Mountain and the rest will come with me to handle things, Yichhen decided after some thought. Monkey Mountain had parents and resources, so a force had to be left to guard it, and it couldn't be too weak. He didn't want to go out and come back to find his home robbed. Okay, little Jin nodded and turned to call the other beasts to spar. Seeing this, Yichhen quickly shouted, "Don't fight. I don't have time to wait for the results. How about this? Brothers 50 to 72 will guard the house, and the rest will come with me." Oh ho! Upon hearing Yichen's decision, some beasts were happy while others were gloomy. To be honest, life on Monkey Mountain was quite comfortable, but ever since those tree demons died, life had become much duller, and they began to yearn for the outside world. However, no beast would question Big Brother's words. This matter was settled. This time we are going on a dangerous mission. In principle, I hope you all can come along, but of course, it's fine if you stay behind. Yichhen looked at Lin, Xingfeng and the others. I'll go. Me too. We must go. Everyone expressed their desire to go, with not a single coward among them. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but with so many mutated beast teammates around, it really felt safe, didn't it? Very well, the human side will be led by my uncle. Oh, and Han Fei has also joined our Guangqing team. The transport plane is already waiting at the entrance. Let's set off now. Lin Xingfeng glanced at Han Fei in surprise, nodded at Yichhen, and led the group away. On the beast side, little Jin took the lead, calling the brothers to follow, while also kicking out Brother 50, who wanted to sneak in. The little white fox followed with a worried expression. She had to act as a translator between humans and mutated animals, which was quite miserable. Mom and Dad, you just stay here for a while. I'll make other plans when I return, Yichhen said as he approached the two elders. Saying this, he opened his storage space and began taking out items. A co-brand Yichhen was somewhat puzzled by why his mother was so excited, nodding yes. After taking Ali as a pet, he and Ali shared each other's language, and now he could seamlessly communicate with both humans and beasts without transforming. Did you hear that? My son has inherited my genes. Liang Qianru proudly poked Yi Demon. The latter smiled. Along, yes, little Bai looks just like you, huh? Yi Chun. Awakening talents, is it related to parental genes? By the way, little Bai, I can help you process these weapons and equipment, they should be even more powerful. Yi Demon lowered his voice. Yichhen was taken aback, then slapped his forehead. How did I forget this? Dad, why didn't you say it earlier? I was afraid it would embarrass you. Actually, your crafting ability is already stronger than mine. I'm just doing some processing, Yi Demon said with a smile. Yichhen fell silent. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized that throughout his life, his dad often chose to remain silent to take care of his so-called face. Yichhen had even said a few times that his dad didn't understand anything, and at those times, he always smiled just like now. In fact, his dad understood everything, he just didn't want to overshadow his son's brilliance. Dad, if you're bored, you can process these. Yichhen took out all the crafted stock, not much, just over 30 pieces. Looking at these weapons and equipment, Yi Demon showed a delighted expression and nodded. Okay, I promise I won't mess it up. Then I'll head out first. Yichhen nodded and turned to leave. In fact, Yichhen had long discovered that his dad's talent should be a super rare ability that could enhance equipment. In gaming terms, it means strengthening, enchanting. Of course, his mom's beast taming ability is also quite rare. In short, both seemed quite powerful and had great potential for development. He had originally worried that his parents would find it boring here, but now it seemed unnecessary. Surely both elders would find their own ways to pass the time. Additionally, Yichhen had taught his parents the Tai Chi breathing technique he had previously discovered, so they could practice when they had time. At least it would help strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. Stepping out of the water curtain cave, Yichhen looked up at the sky. The sun was blazing. His heart was as fervent as the sun. No matter what happened in the future, he, Yichhen, would definitely protect his loved ones. Arriving at the entrance, it was already on high alert. After deciding to coexist and cooperate with Monkey Mountain, the Guangqing Martial Arts Association had evacuated all hunters from the animal world and closed all the ultra-high voltage power towers, leaving only a symbolic garrison. Of course, even if the ultra-high voltage power towers weren't closed, the big shots on Monkey Mountain could leave at any moment. For instance, little Jean could go online whenever he wanted, and the garrison wouldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Cui Shanha knew this too, so it was just a statement of attitude. Everything was ready. As soon as Yichhen boarded the plane, the massive transport aircraft shot up into the sky, heading north. At 4 in the afternoon, it successfully landed at a military base on the outskirts of Beijing. When a group of fierce beasts walked out of the transport plane, the base commander and his team, despite being prepared in advance, were still greatly shocked. Especially when this group of beasts opened their mouths and roared, their worldview shattered. After settling his brothers, Yichhen finally left with the anxious Zhang Kunlun. Originally, they were supposed to take a car, but even the high-ranking department's vehicle was useless during rush hour. They got stuck shortly after getting on the elevated road. So Zhang Kunlun decisively took Yichhen to fly, going from the outskirts of Beijing all the way to a research base located in the second ring of Beijing. When they landed, President Zhang was drenched in cold sweat, with not a drop of strength left in his body. "President Zhang, do you want to take a break?" Yichhen asked with concern. Zhang Kunlun gritted his teeth and steadied himself. No need. I'm actually fine. Let's go." Saying this, he took out his ID card and swiped it from the main entrance all the way to the core area on an unknown underground level. As soon as the two stepped out of the elevator, they were immediately surrounded by dozens of gazes. Then, a beautiful woman in a white lab coat rushed in front of Yichhen, extending her hand. "Quick, let me see the blueprints for the weapon equipment." Yichhen blinked. "Aren't you, Academician Feng, an authority in biology, studying awakeners? What does this weapon equipment have to do with you?" This woman in the white lab coat was none other than Feng Qing, the brilliant inventor of the combat power system. "Besides being the head of the Awakener Research Center, I'm also the head of the Cold Weapon Research Center. Hurry up and show me the blueprints," Feng Qing said, reaching out to feel around Yichhen. "You really are multi-talented, but let's talk about the blueprints later." Yichhen wouldn't let her take advantage of him, easily dodging aside and striding towards Qin Daoxian, who was waiting for him. "Damn brat!" Feng Qing stomped her foot in anger. Zhang Kunlun took out the extraordinary alloy folding fan and kindly offered it. "Academician Feng, this is the weapon crafted by Yichhen. Please be careful not to damage it while analyzing." Although Feng Qing was just a center head, as Yichhen said, she was exceptionally talented, a top-tier talent cherished by the entire country. She had even made suggestions at the national decision-making level and had some authority in formulating policies, so even the vice president of the Martial Arts Association had to curry favor with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out his beloved fan. The folding fan felt metallic and had a slight warmth that resonated with the awakening power within. Indeed, as Zhang Kunlun reported, it was a weapon of the extraordinary era. Why can't it be damaged? Feng Qing's eyes sparkled. This gaze made Zhang Kunlun shiver, and he quickly said, "This is a weapon gifted to me by Yichhen. I quite like it." Even someone like Zhang Kunlun, who wasn't very familiar with her, was willing to give it away, indicating that it could indeed be mass-produced. Yichhen had many secrets, but it was a pity he wouldn't let him touch it. "I'll do my best." After receiving the item, Feng Qing turned and left. Zhang Kunlun looked at her retreating figure, wanting to cry without tears. Yichhen definitely had more weapons. He shouldn't have been so considerate to take out his own fan. "I'm sorry, my beloved fan. Over here." Qin Daoxian invited Yichhen to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. Then, he drank 2 cups himself to wake up. He hadn't rested well these past few days and was now sacrificing his rest time. "Old Qin, you don't seem to be in good spirits," Yichhen remarked as he looked at Qin Daoxian, unable to help but smile. Old man can't sleep under pressure, unlike you, who is so carefree," Qin Daoxian replied irritably. He set down his teacup and changed the subject. "Does your weapon have a name?" "It does. For example, President Zhang's fan is called the Extraordinary Alloy Folding Fan, and it belongs to the Extraordinary Alloy series of products." Extraordinary Alloy Series. You control a vein of fine gold and have lost 10 tons of star silver in a deal, so the main materials for this series of products are fine gold and star silver, right? Old Qin, your insight is sharp. Yichhen did not deny it. It seemed inappropriate to deny it. "So, what are you trying to do by throwing out the Extraordinary Alloy Series products at this critical moment?" Facing the old man's piercing gaze, Yichen's expression became serious, and he said firmly, "I want to make money." Qin Daoxian initially thought this guy would say something grandiose, but he didn't expect such a sincere confession. He was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. "How do you plan to make money?" Qin Daoxian asked. "Of course, by selling products." Yichen's demeanor was one of self-assurance. In the end, he grinned and said, "Originally, I planned to sell it to our Martial Arts Association. After all, good things should be offered to our own people first. But since old Qin is so interested, we could join forces, grow stronger, and create brilliance together." "Oh, how do we join forces?" Qin Daoxian asked, feigning interest. "You would be responsible for providing raw materials and selling the products, while I would handle production and pricing." Yichhen revealed his little foxtail with ease. Of course, he wanted to cooperate. Only the official channels could provide a large amount of raw materials. Unless he planned to stop mingling in the Dragon Country, Yichhen had never considered that option. Unless absolutely necessary, he would definitely stand with his homeland through thick and thin. Qin Daoxian merely smiled faintly upon hearing this. He knew the little sly one had such thoughts. Grasping both production and pricing without knowing the costs, wouldn't that mean you could decide how much profit to make? The officials would become mere laborers. "No rush, let's talk about it later," Qin Daoxian said, picking up his teacup, taking his time. He was seasoned. If Feng Qing could crack the method of making such weapons, why would she need to cooperate with this kid? Wouldn't it be sweeter to profit all by herself? Yichhen was well aware of what Qin Daoxian was thinking, and he wasn't in a hurry either. Although Academician Feng was talented, he didn't believe that the products from the Extraordinary Alloy series could be reverse-engineered through experimental analysis. They waited for an hour. Fong Chang returned with a displeased expression, followed by a more frustrated Zhang Kunlun, whose beloved folding fan had turned into a pile of irrecoverable liquid. Indeed, a woman's words are deceiving. After melting the entire fan, I only obtained the components of fine gold and star silver, and the ratio of these two materials is equal, but I tried dozens of methods and still couldn't restore it, Fong Ching said, her eyes fixed on Yichhen. Seeing her expression, Qin Daoxian already knew the reverse engineering had failed, but he couldn't help but wonder, why couldn't you restore it? Such simple components and ratios replicating, oh no, restoring it should be a piece of cake. It's a manufacturing process issue. I've analyzed it with my eyes, and the molecules of these two materials are arranged in a dynamic, irregular pattern. I have no idea which arrangement is correct. Yichhen looked at Fong Ching in astonishment. What kind of eyes do you have that can analyze even this? No wonder old Qin wasn't in a hurry. Under such capable eyes, there were no secrets in ordinary products. Fortunately, this was a special product. How about this? You give me 10,000 samples, and if luck is on our side, we might be able to deduce it, Fong Ching said seriously to Qin Daoxian. 10,000? And maybe? Qin Daoxian widened his eyes. Little Fong, you really dare to ask? Ahem, Yichhen, let's return to our previous topic. You can have the production rights, but not the pricing rights. How much we sell it for is none of your business as a producer. Qin Daoxian decisively chose to negotiate with Yichhen. Yichhen chuckled, finishing his cup of tea as a response. What you said makes sense, old Qin. You can set the price, but no matter how much you sell it for, I will take my cut based on a percentage. How much? 90%. Have you been drinking too much tea? The domestic supply of fine gold and star silver isn't abundant either. Combined, it might not even be enough to supply you. This is truly a national effort to serve you. You need to understand the country's difficulties. But what about foreign sources? What, you wouldn't be unpatriotic, would you? Old Qin began to put on a hat. No, what I mean is you can sell it at a high price to foreign friends, and then buy fine gold and star silver back from them. That way, the supply would be stable, right? Yichhen naturally wouldn't be fooled. I want to first ask how much your production capacity is. Currently it's quite difficult. I can barely manage a monthly supply of 1,000 pieces. 1,000 pieces? That's still negotiable. But everyone needs to be open and honest, no more hidden agendas. Look at you, always saying that. Who in the entire dragon country doesn't know that I'm Yichhen, the most honest and decent person? In a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, Yichhen and Qin Daoxian concluded their negotiations. The results were as follows. 1. The official side is responsible for providing raw materials and sales, while Yichhen is responsible for production. 2. After deducting costs, the profits will be split 60-40, with Yichhen getting 60. 3. After 1 year of signing the agreement, Yichhen will hand over the production process blueprints for free and withdraw from the production of this series. Both sides were very satisfied with this result, especially Qin Daoxian, who felt guilty as the core technology belonged to Yichhen, but it would have to be handed over after a year, which could be seen as a form of extortion. Of course, Yichhen didn't see it that way. The current extraordinary alloy series was definitely the most cutting-edge product globally, but a year later it would likely no longer be so, and the ability to make money would definitely decline significantly. Even without that, it wouldn't even take a year. Yichhen, could turn the broken Heavenly Spirit Jade series into a mass-produced product. So this was really not a big deal. Securing 60% of the profits was the real gain, so he signed the agreement without hesitation. Naturally, there was also a hidden clause where the entire Changlong wildlife world was assigned to the Monkey Mountain faction, and assistance would be provided to help the Monkey Mountain Yichhen faction build their home. This was also a benefit he fought for the brothers of Monkey Mountain. By the way, why don't you just stay here tonight? Originally, you were arranged to stay at the Tianyi Hotel, but because of tomorrow's press conference, that place has already been opened up to global reporters and visitors, so now the Tianyi Hotel is surrounded by thousands of people. After finishing this business matter, Qin Daoxian naturally shifted the topic to another business matter. It's fine, I'll stay at the Tianyi Hotel, Yichhen said nonchalantly. The bed at Tianyi Hotel was really comfortable, and the female attendants were truly eye-catching, much better than this underground place who knows how many levels down. Among those reporters, there are quite a few with ulterior motives. Aren't you afraid of being disturbed? Qin Daoxian chuckled. As long as they aren't afraid of being killed, it's fine. Yichhen grinned. Indeed, if the strongest awakened one in our dragon country can't protect himself, then what's the point of playing around? Qin Daoxian didn't try to dissuade him any further, just said, you handle it as you see fit. I'm tired and need to go back to rest. See you tomorrow. With that, he got up and left with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Yichhen rolled his eyes. He was tired now, but just a moment ago, he was full of energy when he was slamming the table. Surrounded by thousands of people at the Tianyi Hotel, Yichhen stroked his chin, making a bold decision in his mind. You want to go to the Tianyi Hotel, right? I'll take you. Yichhen looked up and saw Academician Fong standing in front of him with her hands in her pockets, wearing a white lab coat and a high ponytail, both cool and beautiful. However, her gaze was a bit unsettling, not unfriendly, but overly friendly. I'm not going to the Tianyi Hotel for now. I need to make a trip to the outskirts of Beijing first. Yichhen decisively refused. Unexpectedly, Fong Qing's eyes lit up. The outskirts of Beijing? The base for receiving the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain? Then I definitely have to take you there. Oh, ye god, don't be polite, this is what I should do. Let's go. Saying this, she grabbed Yichen's hand and excitedly ran towards the elevator. With her enthusiasm, Yichen had no way to refuse and could only go along with it. Sure enough, things weren't that simple. They went by car, but on the way back, Yichen was driving himself. The enthusiastic female driver insisted on not driving, pulling his good brothers Xiaojin and Bai Huali into the back seat, leaving him to grip the steering wheel himself. Master, is this human woman a bit strange? Ali jumped from the back seat to the front passenger seat, tilting her head to ask her master. After all, she is a clever white fox and she is using animal language. Yichen nodded in affirmation. He glanced at Ali, intending to remind her to fasten her seatbelt, but thinking about the camera from the central bureau attached to the car, he decided against it. After all, asking a white fox to wear a seatbelt would indeed be a bit difficult for her. Poor little Jean, without Ali's petite body, could only sit in the back seat, fidgeting as academician Fong toyed with him, his monkey face blushing with embarrassment. Ali, help me translate. I want to borrow something from Xiaojin. What? Does he want to borrow? His blood, just one vial will do. He said not to touch him, but he'll lend it to you. Great, I brought the tools, how about we draw blood now? By the way, can you ask Xiaojin if he can help with an IQ test? Yichen knew that this academician Fong had ulterior motives. Driving the military jeep smoothly, they encountered a traffic jam as they entered the welcoming path. To be precise, it was a jam of people. The entire welcoming path was filled with people armed with long guns and short cannons, and even the ancient buildings on both sides were crowded with figures, turning the usually quiet and solemn area into a tourist attraction. Basically, any country capable of sending people has sent representatives. On one hand, countries around the world are suffering from the harm of mutated creatures, and now that our country has news of coexisting with mutated animals, they definitely want to learn from us. But we can't rule out that some have ulterior motives to cause trouble and smear us. Academician Fong had collected the hair and blood of the Monkey King along the way and even tested IQ, and even Ali, the white fox, was tricked into taking an IQ test, making her mood quite good. Yichen did not stop her. As long as it wasn't research on himself, he could accept it. It's fine to join the fun, but if they want to cause trouble, we'll see if they have the strength for it. Yichen calmly parked the car. Why are you stopping? We're still over 200 meters from Tianyi Hotel. Fong Qing exclaimed in surprise. Aren't they trying to capture something? Let them take as many pictures as they want. Xiaojin is getting out. Yichen called out and got out first. He specifically brought Xiaojin to stay near Tianyi Hotel to give these people something to photograph, preferably revealing their true colors. The sooner they clean up, the more comfortable it will be. Consider it a warm-up for your press conference tomorrow. The jeep had already attracted the attention of the reporters as it drove onto the welcoming path, and when they saw someone getting out, many prepared to interview. Just as they were about to approach, they saw a monkey the height of a person get out, followed by a white fox jumping out of the car. It was chaos. The mutated animals are here. Someone shouted, and the scene instantly erupted into chaos. The two people and two beasts had just gotten out when they were surrounded. Excuse me, is this monkey and fox the so-called representative of the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain? According to our research in kangaroo country, mutated animals have a higher IQ than their original forms, but they still cannot break through the limitations of being animals. We express skepticism about your country's claims of negotiating coexistence with mutated animals. Experts from Eagle Sauce countries say that the so-called mutated animals from Monkey Mountain are actually awakened beast-like beings from Dragon Country. Is that true? What is the purpose of Dragon Country holding this press conference? Master, these humans are clearly speaking. Why can't I understand? Ali jumped onto Xiao Jin's shoulder, tilting her head and asking Yichen in animal language. How could Yichen answer that? Should he say that because your master doesn't speak English, you, who share your master's language, also don't understand? As a university graduate, it would be quite embarrassing to say such a blunt truth. Can't understand? Let me help you translate. Fong Qing realized the problem. These reporters were speaking English, and it was obvious that Yichen was a poor student. No need, Yichen refused. Facing the dense crowd, he smiled brightly and said, "Sorry, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, I only accept interviews in Mandarin." The crowd fell silent for a moment, then a series of awkward Mandarin voices began to rise. As one of the common languages of the United Nations, with the Dragon Kingdom's international status continuously rising these days, one cannot get by without knowing some Mandarin. Well, I understand your questions. Now, after waving his hand to quiet the crowd, Yichen continued, I'll first address the questions about how mutated animals cannot negotiate and lack humanity. Do you know what it means that a region nurtures its own people? The mutated animals in your country lack that intelligence and emotional quotient, but that doesn't mean our mutated animals in the Dragon Kingdom do. Just as there are differences between people, there are also differences between mutated animals. Many reporters turned dark at this statement. "You're being discriminatory," shouted a reporter from Kangaroo Country in anger. Yichhen looked at him and nodded seriously. "If the mutated animals in your country cannot negotiate, what's wrong with me being discriminatory? Your dragon kingdom only knows how to deceive. Do you dare let us inspect the so-called mutated animals from Monkey Mountain?" The Kangaroo Country reporter sneered. "From now on, not only do I discriminate against the mutated animals in your country, but I also discriminate against the people of your country. The mutated animals from Monkey Mountain are equal to our people in the Dragon Kingdom, and now they are even official honored guests. For you to demand an inspection is an insult to their dignity. If this were before the great changes in the world, your country's Animal Protection Association would have made you pay dearly," Yichhen said, casually. The disdainful expression nearly drove the Kangaroo Country reporter to madness. "Then how do you prove they are not beastly awakened beings, but true mutated animals?" a reporter shouted loudly at that moment. Yichhen glanced at this person from Han Country, certain he was from Han Country because his Mandarin had a hint of kimchi flavor. To prove that mutated animals are indeed mutated animals, there are plenty of methods. Just as Yichhen was about to speak, a scream rang out first. "Ah, Talia, no. Come back." The sharp voice drew many people's attention to the ancient building side, where a girl was hanging from the edge of the roof, frantically kicking her legs. Below, a blonde woman was shouting anxiously. How did she get up there? Everyone was stunned. That rooftop would be hard to climb even with tools for an adult man. The eaves were over 15 meters high, equivalent to 5 stories, and the girl was in danger. Among the crowd were many awakened beings who could easily save her, but in the moment of their shock, the edge of the eaves broke. The girl fell. The people on the ancient building couldn't help, and those below were all gathered around Yichhen, with no one able to rush to save her. "Xiao Jin, transform and save her!" Yichhen shouted loudly. Why transform to save someone? Xiao Jin's doubt flashed by, but instinctively obeying his brother's command, with a roar, the cute golden monkey over a meter tall transformed into a 6-meter tall giant ape. With a powerful leap, it crossed over 50 meters in an instant, catching the girl who was about to hit the ground in its arms. Then it stood upright and turned to look at Yichhen. "Brother, what now?" Yichhen grinned. There was no what now, because everyone was stunned by this giant ape. "Did you get it on camera?" "Got it, the whole process. A mutated animal heroically saving a human. This must be the first case in the world. Quick, send the video back. I want to interview this giant ape. It's so cool, so strong." The reporters, regaining their senses, rushed over in a swarm, their Mandarin voices rising and falling. Now, no one doubted that this was an awakened being in disguise. Not to mention the transformation, just the momentum of this giant ape when it erupted earlier, the aura it exudes now is something that no human can possess. Seeing this scene, Yichhen felt comfortable. This warm-up effect is quite good. He walked over and took the little girl from Xiao Jin's hands. Fang Qing was the first to check her and then said to the anxious mother rushing over, "Your daughter has awakened her talent." So it was an awakening of talent. Everyone suddenly realized, and someone said, "It must be the flying talent. She accidentally flew up." Fang Qing hesitated for a moment but still said, "It's not the flying talent, it should be the very rare teleportation talent." Teleportation? Everyone was shocked. In fact, the talents awakened by humans are all kinds of strange, many of which are not suitable for grading according to various national standards, so generally, these types of talents are defaulted as special talents. Among special talents, many are considered useless, such as body electricity generation, gender transformation, and extreme eating, etc., but there are also some that can be called monstrous, like Yichen's father's enhancement enchantment, his mother's beast language, and this girl's teleportation. Some say that the talents of these types of awakeners are national treasure level talents. Yichhen thought there was nothing wrong with that. For example, Fang Qing, who can molecularly detect all objects, is definitely a national treasure. So the people around looked at her enviously, and the terrified mother was overjoyed. Talia quickly thanked this uncle. The mother pulled her daughter, and her gaze towards Xiao Jin was filled with gratitude. This is their family's life-saving grace, oh my. In fact, Xiao Jin is not even bigger than your daughter. Yichhen thought for a moment but decided to let it be. He didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. In fact, the girl had calmed down quite a bit when she left Xiao Jin's arms. She just kept looking at Xiao Jin with a hint of fear and a strong curiosity. "Thank you for saving me," the girl said in surprisingly standard dragon language. Xiao Jin returned to his original form and scratched the back of his head. "Mother, you're too polite." "No need to be polite, this is what I should do." Very standard Guanqing language, commonly known as Guangpu. "He can talk." A group of foreigners exclaimed, as if they had seen something incredible. "Hee, hello everyone, my name is Xiao Jin." Xiao Jin waved at the camera. A golden monkey standing at about 1.7 meters smiling at you and speaking human language. Who wouldn't be confused? The scene was immediately filled with screams and the sound of frantic camera shutters. Xiao Jin was clearly very suitable to be an internet celebrity, facing so many cameras without a hint of panic, enthusiastically showcasing his limited vocabulary in plastic Mandarin. However, just as this warm-up was about to end perfectly, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from the ancient building nearby, heading straight for Xiaojin. Assassination? Seeing this shadow, Yichhen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling that Xiaojin might be encountering a situation similar to his own, but he didn't make any moves, because it was unnecessary. Only Yichhen knew how strong Xiaojin's power was. If he were to test Feng Qing's combat power system, he would definitely score over 100,000. Before entering the first volume of the 9 scrolls of the Heavenly Book, he could only bow down in defeat. If this assassin wanted to kill Xiaojin, that would be like lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for shit death. The assassin was completely covered in a black robe, and before he got close to the Monkey King in the air, he suddenly whipped his robe, sending countless black powder flying towards the crowd. Ah, what is that? Many people realized too late and screamed in terror. At this moment, Xiaojin also reacted. Roar! He turned around and roared at the sky, creating a visible sound wave that swept away the black powder in the air completely. The black-robed man was also affected by the sound wave, his figure slightly pausing in the air, and by the time he regained his movement, a monkey fist was already at his face. Crack! With a light sound, the figure in the black robe was sent flying like a broken piece of cotton. However, the little golden one still hovering in the air frowned slightly, feeling that something was off about the sensation. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air. The black-robed figure that had been blasted away surprisingly still had the ability to throw something out, though it was unclear what it was. Heading straight for the dazed crowd, Talia was looking up at the Monkey King demonstrating his power when suddenly she felt a chill run through her body. And then she saw a small black shadow becoming clearer in her pupils. It was a sharp, pitch-black spike. Talia's mind went blank, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Roar! The girl heard the Monkey King's roar again, and compared to before, this roar was filled with much more anger. Was the Monkey King feeling that his authority had been provoked? Or was he feeling guilty for not being able to save her? Immediately after, a gentle voice rang out above her. Is Lei okay? Ha! Talia suddenly opened her eyes and saw the Monkey King standing right in front of her, looking at her with a gentle smile. I'm fine, thank you. Talia couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. She had been saved again. This scene was captured by hundreds of cameras, with the topic of the Huaxia Monkey King continuously saving the human girl reaching a peak. Is the Dragon Kingdom a place you can come and go as you please? Meanwhile, a voice soared into the sky following that black shadow. Did anyone capture the scene of that young man from the Dragon Kingdom flying through the air to chase the culprit? I got it. Who is he? Without a doubt, he's the fastest person I've ever seen fly. You don't know? He's Yichhen, the strongest awakened one in our Dragon Kingdom. We all call him Yi-God. Just because of his flying talent, he can be called the strongest in the country? Are the awakened ones in your Dragon Kingdom that weak? Ah, right. Many reporters were eager to follow up, but unfortunately, Yichhen vanished into the sky and the black-robed figure disappeared even more completely. So they could only return their focus to the Monkey King and the girl. That spike seems to be poisonous. My talent is healing and I can help you clean the wound. A female reporter stepped forward and said. It turned out that the Monkey King really possessed humanity, even more so than most humans. So she wanted to get close to the Monkey King. At this moment, many people noticed that the black spike held in the Monkey King's hand was still emitting a sizzling sound. Clearly, it was highly toxic. Faced with such a complex situation, the little golden one could only give up, looking at the white fox standing by Feng Qing's feet, meaning it was time to get to work. No need. This little poison will only make the little golden one lose a few monkey hairs. It won't hurt him. Usually, Ali would definitely ignore the little golden one. But this time, due to Yichen's order, she had no choice but to reluctantly open her mouth. Oh my, this fox can also speak human language. This is standard dragon language. Are you sure it's not a beastly awakened one? It shouldn't be. I've never seen a beastly awakened one that shrinks so much after transformation. Could it really be true what Yi-God said, that the mutated animals in the Dragon Kingdom are smarter? I think the white fox itself is just quite clever. Over here, Ali's words shocked everyone. Over there, the black-robed figure, which had disappeared several times, was once again locked onto by Yichhen. This time, he no longer hesitated, taking out the little thunder bow and drawing it like a full moon. With a crack, a bolt of lightning shot out and struck the black-robed figure hard. Crack! The black-robed figure instantly shattered into pieces, falling into the park below. The next second, Yichen's figure also appeared above the park. He looked down, frowning. Beneath him was the famous Xiangshan Park in the capital, in the midst of summer, with lush greenery covering the ground, but with Yichen's keen eyesight, he could still vaguely see a few dark remnants. According to reason, with the power of that arrow just now, and the scene seen with his own eyes, it should have been enough to pronounce the death sentence on the man in the black robe. But Yichen knew that this guy was not dead, because the kill notification had not sounded. So impressive. I want to see who you really are. Yichen closed his eyes, his perception spreading out like a tide. After entering the breaking the limits realm through Feng Qing's mouth, his 5 senses had increased more than tenfold compared to before. Just now, he had been able to keep track of the faint aura of the man in the black robe amidst the complex urban environment. Soon, Yichen opened his eyes again. He drew his bow fully and shot another arrow. The thunderous light roaring towards a yellow larch in the woods. The moment the energy arrow locked onto that yellow larch, which was no different from the thousands of surrounding yellow larches, the tree trembled slightly. Boom! This yellow larch instantly turned to dust, its lush leaves falling, and a phantom image appeared before Yichen's eyes. May I ask how you discovered me? The phantom's voice was somewhat hoarse. He was about as tall as Yichen, and his face was indistinguishable, neither male nor female. The only striking feature was his pair of eyes, which were a dull yellow. What are you? Yichen countered with a question. This was definitely not a normal person. He felt both like a dead man and a soul, just not as solid as Ali, with a faint aura. So he was not in a hurry to act. The phantom did not answer the question, flying closer, his dull yellow eyes scrutinizing Yichen. Yichen narrowed his eyes, also examining the phantom. After a while, we greatly underestimated your strength, which is why Mons died. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The phantom spoke first. Yichen's response was a punch. The power capable of shaking an entire mountain instantly destroyed the phantom, but strangely, his pair of dull yellow eyes floated in the air unharmed, only to be engulfed by the erupting thunderous force moments later. Within the range of perception, the aura of the man in the black robe had completely vanished, but the kill notification still did not sound. Illusion? Clone? Shadow? In an instant, Yichen thought of many abilities, but this phantom did not perfectly correspond to any of them. Unable to make sense of it, he simply stopped thinking. Under global evolution, human abilities were emerging endlessly. Perhaps it was some rare ability. However, one thing was certain, this guy was in cahoots with Mons. He had heard Han Fei mention that Mons was the fully beastified owl from that night, a top assassin ranked 9th on the underground blacklist, seemingly backed by some mysterious organization. On his way back, Yichen received a call from Zhang Kunlun, who said that Xiao Jin had safely checked into the Tianyi Hotel and then asked him about the situation on his side. Yichen did not hide anything and spoke frankly. After finishing, he thought of something and said, "What about that girl Talia from the polar bear country? Her mother is the envoy from the polar bear country to our country, and she should have returned to the embassy by now." Zhang Kunlun was startled and quickly asked, "Why, do they have problems?" The polar bear country was currently a nation with deep diplomatic ties to the dragon country, and the envoy's attitude basically represented that of the polar bear. Any issues there could be serious. How would I know if they have problems? I only know that Talia is likely being targeted. How to handle it is up to you, Yichen said before hanging up the phone. To others, the black-robed man's thrown black spike was to force Xiao Jin to return for support to buy time for escape, but he knew that the black-robed man's initial target was Xiao Jin. But after Talia's talent awakened, his target had also included this girl from the polar bear country. Zhang Kunlun, on the other hand, did not dare to be careless. If the envoy's daughter died in the capital, it would not be a small matter. He quickly reported to Qin Daoxian. After Qin Daoxian finished listening to the whole story, he furrowed his brows after hanging up the phone. There was no conflict of interest, it was just a mindless assassination of the world's top awakened beings. What were these people trying to do? In the end, Qin Daoxian still called Longzhan, as this old friend was responsible for diplomatic matters, and it was best to throw the problem back to the bear country. After all, this was their national treasure level awakened being. That night, in the easternmost sleeping place of bear country, a large helicopter cut through the night sky, heading further east. Almost at the same time, two super internet celebrities were born in Huaxia. One was the leader of the mutated animal forces from Monkey Mountain, the mutated golden monkey Xiao Jin. He saved a girl from bear country twice, and his videos speaking in a mix of Cantonese and Mandarin exploded across social media, especially the few videos released by the official media. Each one garnered tens of millions of likes and terrifying millions of comments within just a few hours. Xiao Jin speaking human language is so funny, and he looks so serious, haha, I thought the Monkey King could only control his wildness, but I never expected he could act almost like us humans. With the intelligence Xiao Jin has shown, I would believe he could go to college if he studied for a few years. The scene of the Monkey King transforming and holding the girl in his arms reminds me of another monkey hammering a plane on the rooftop. It's all iconic. Mutated animals are so powerful, it feels like we humans are in danger. Upstairs, humans are already very dangerous. If Xiao Jin's initial appearance gave people a feeling of being cute, funny, and powerful, then the other super internet celebrity, the White Fox Ali, gave the impression that she had truly become a spirit. Aside from not being able to transform into a human, she was no different from normal humans. No, there was still a bit of a difference. She was very beautiful, the kind that transcended racial boundaries. Yichen scrolled through Douyin for over an hour and found that Ali had unexpectedly gained a wave of beauty fans. It was truly baffling. However, after today's warm-up, he believed that tomorrow, when the official documents were signed, it would attract even more attention, and many points that people wanted to use for attacks had already been resolved in advance. Yichen opened the Douyin hot list. The top 4 were all related to Xiao Jin and Ali. His gaze fell on the 5th place on the hot list. The evacuation of citizens from Mabe. Clicking in, it was all authoritative media continuously releasing content today, mainly focusing on Long Country's evacuation of Mabe. citizens and their resettlement. In fact, there had been incidents in the Mabe region a week ago, but it wasn't until today that the news began to be disclosed on a large scale. This was not because the officials were suppressing any issues, on the contrary, they had long been prepared and actively responding to this matter. The reason for the delay in reporting was to cooperate with Yichen's immature idea. Everything went smoothly. Yichhen showed a satisfied expression, took out a crystal core from the Nesumi ring, and began to chew on it. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at 10 a.m., the auditorium, which could accommodate 2,000 people, was already packed. In addition to over 1,000 reporters from around the world, there were also heads of several major departments from Long Country, foreign ambassadors, and various invited guests. As the three of the 9 major decision-makers of Long Country, Jin Daoxian, Long Zhan, and Huang Fengchun, made their appearance together, the atmosphere reached its peak. Many people couldn't help but click their tongues. The scale of today's press conference was only slightly less than that of a meeting between the leaders of 2 major countries. It should be noted that the content of today's press conference was essentially just signing a simple agreement. This shows how much the Long Country officials valued this matter. Xiao Jin and Ali have arrived. The scene became lively and everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance where the Monkey King, Xiao Jin, and the White Fox, Ali, walked in. They needed no guidance from anyone. After surveying the venue, they headed straight to the podium. Then they took their seats at the designated spots with their nameplates. To their right were Long Zhan, Huang Fengchun, and Qin Daoxian. With Ali, the automatic translation fox, Yichhen naturally did not need to stay by Xiao Jin's side. He quietly made his way to the last row of the venue and sat down. It was no exaggeration to say that yesterday's warm-up was a success. Just looking at the current scene, neither the people present nor the viewers watching the live broadcast felt there was anything amiss. The meeting was very formal, hosted throughout by Long Zhan, who was in charge of foreign affairs, while the other 2 were merely there to maintain order. The official explanation for why Long Zhan was in charge was also provided. Although the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain were native to the Dragon Kingdom, it was still the first time for humans and animals to establish such formal relations. Therefore, this could also be considered diplomatic work. This explanation was reasonable. The reason why Qin Long and Huang took the risk to promote this matter was not only because it was beneficial for the country and the people but also to increase their own influence. Why establish diplomatic relations with mutated animals? What kind of diplomatic relations should be established with them? Long Zhan mainly discussed these 2 themes. Very few people could absorb the first theme because anyone with a modicum of sense knew that making friends with mutated animals had many benefits. The real issue was how to make this friend and how to treat this friend, which is why the second theme became the focus of everyone's attention. Long Zhan did not beat around the bush and provided the Dragon Kingdom's answer. They proposed to use the standards for resettling foreign refugees to deal with the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain. First, they would address the issues of food, housing, and expenses for the mutated animals. The so-called difficulty of leaving one's homeland was not a problem. They would rent the entire Chimelong Safari Park to the mutated animals, with the land being rent-free for the first year, along with free construction of homes, material support, and guidance for production. It was not feasible to govern by dividing the land, but free land rental could be negotiated. This move by the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly clever, as it ensured the integrity of the Dragon Kingdom's sovereignty. What the mutated animals needed to do was to accept the official registration and comply with the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. All these terms were written in a national document, and under the gaze of thousands of cameras, the Monkey King signed the name Xiao Jin on the document, affixing his handprint. When Xiao Jin shook hands with Long Zhan, the entire audience stood up and gave a warm round of applause. No one noticed that Yichen, who was sitting in the back row, stood up but did not clap. Instead, he walked straight to an empty seat in the front row corner and sat down. The black man next to him was clapping and noticed someone sitting beside him. He turned to look, and when he saw Yichen's face, his eyes instinctively narrowed. But he quickly returned to normal and sat down. You really have some skills to sneak into such a strict venue. Yichen praised the other party, but his face showed a look of disdain. This expression pricked the man's pride. He turned around with a cold smile. You're impressive too, you can spot me like this. I admit I underestimated your Dragon Kingdom. So, is this your last words? With a low murmur, a slightly pale hand appeared on the black man's dark neck. The black man could feel that this seemingly powerless hand possessed the strength to crush him in an instant. Yet he remained unperturbed, watching. Yichen's black eyes gradually turned dull and yellow. This is not really a last word, but before we part, I still want to say one thing to you, Yichen. You have successfully angered me. Before he could finish speaking, the black man's head tilted, and he collapsed onto the table, motionless. In Yichen's perception, the faint aura belonging to the black-robed man completely vanished. Yichen had reason to believe that his 2 kills of the black-robed man had a significant impact on him, but he still couldn't completely eliminate him, which left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He needed to find this kid and kill him. After thinking for a moment, Yichen took out his phone and made a call. Soon, Qin Daoxian's trusted aide, Zhao Taijun, quietly arrived at Yichen's side. This thing might be related to the underground blacklist. Take it to Academician Fong for research. and have her contact me with any findings," Yichhen said, pointing to the corpse beside him. Zhao Taijun was taken aback, nodded, and quickly held the body up before swiftly leaving the venue. At that moment, all the reporters in the venue rushed forward to ask questions, completely unaware of the incident happening over here. "Mr. Long, you just mentioned that the Dragon Kingdom's officials will guide the production of mutated animals. Do they have such capabilities?" a female reporter from the Eagle Sauce Country questioned. Skeptically, Long Zhan smiled faintly. "It's not appropriate for you to ask me this question. You should ask the Monkey King over here." "Let me answer you instead," a charming voice chimed in. Countless cameras immediately focused on the white fox at the edge. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. These were all fans of the white fox's looks. Currently, there are two industries in the mountains. One is the cultivation of spiritual herbs. The soil over there is very special and can significantly shorten the growth cycle of spiritual herbs. So, with the help of the Dragon Kingdom's officials, we will soon begin large-scale cultivation of spiritual herbs, then process and sell them directly to humans in exchange for the resources we need. Before coming to the capital, we had already sorted out the Changlong wild animal world, and it is estimated that the output value of just this one item would be enough to support 10 times the current number of mutated animals. Spiritual herbs for mutated animals? Everyone was stunned by the white fox's words. It was indeed feasible. Spiritual herbs naturally grow in the wild, and animals understand them even better than humans. And looking globally, which country lacks spiritual herbs and spiritual minerals? As long as you can produce them, there's no worry about sales. Others would even beg you to sell to them. Some invited big entrepreneurs in the audience began to look at little gold Ali with different eyes. Ali didn't say she would only sell to the officials, she said she would sell to humans. Their opportunity had come. Several bold tycoons immediately expressed their desire to visit, and Little Gold smiled cheerfully, saying, "Welcome to come and see." "May I ask what the second industry is? Is it tourism?" an entrepreneur asked. "Not tourism, but rather handicrafts," Ali replied with a fox-like smile, as she was indeed a fox. So no one found it odd. "Handicrafts? Are you saying you can also produce handicrafts?" The questioning entrepreneur looked bewildered. Ali nodded seriously. "Yes, handicrafts." The scene erupted in an uproar. It wasn't that they discriminated against mutated animals, but the idea of linking mutated animals with handicraft production was simply too absurd. Even if, hypothetically, mutated animals were skilled enough to produce handicrafts, could they compete with the cosmic team Ziwu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The handicrafts produced by our Monkey Mountain will be sold exclusively by the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Ali revealed another piece of information. "Oh, the people on site!" exclaimed in realization. It turned out there were official orders. So, was this an alternative subsidy? "Next, we will showcase the handicrafts produced by Monkey Mountain," Long Zhan said with a smile. The people present, as well as those watching the live broadcast, showed little interest. They could already foresee that the so-called Monkey Mountain handicrafts would likely be grass-woven garlands, wooden products, or various strange stones. Soon, a pair of soldiers pushed a small cart to the front of the stage. On the small cart lay a large silver box, its shape irregular rather than perfectly flat. Bang! The box lightly touched the ground, yet it emitted a heavy muffled sound. No, to use such an obviously valuable box for crafts. Is this really a craft? A modern version of buying the box and leaving the pearl, perhaps? Just as everyone was in a daze, the soldiers simultaneously pressed a button on the box. Click, click, click. In the astonished gaze of all, the silver box automatically transformed into several metal display racks. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that each metal display rack was filled with exquisite cold weapons, each radiating an intoxicating aura. Then, another team of soldiers laboriously brought in several metal racks, each displaying a cold weapon, but only one piece, such as a metal rod as thick as a bowl and over 3 meters long, easily capable of covering 3 adult metal shields, or a 7 to 8 meter long rectangular halberd. Everyone suddenly reacted, instinctively looking at the charming white fox, which was rhythmically swaying its tail, its fox-like face full of ease. "So, you call these crafts? Ali, Miss Ali, are these weapons the crafts you mentioned?" A reporter from Eagle Sauce Country pondered for a few seconds before coming up with a suitable title. Ali frowned slightly. She was quite satisfied with the title Miss Ali, but she disliked the honorific. This lady is only 2 years old. "Yes, these are the crafts produced by Monkey Mountain. Welcome everyone to appreciate them." Ali emphasized the word crafts. As weapons represent war and slaughter, all of us in Monkey Mountain are good citizens. How could we be involved with such things? If they insist on calling it crafts, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, it does indeed fall under the category of crafts. The crowd no longer dwelled on this issue. They could call it whatever they liked. Next is the time to appreciate Monkey Mountain's crafts. Those who want to try can line up. Upon hearing Long Zhan's voice, a long queue immediately formed on site. They had now realized that Monkey Mountain's crafts were not some official poverty alleviation, but more like a global showdown. The foreign envoys from various countries became the first to line up, with Abel, the envoy from Gallus Rooster Country, taking the lead as the first to appreciate. Dragon Country has a saying that the 100 weapons are led by the sword. I'll try this sword first. Abel, a connoisseur of Dragon Country, was the first to pick up a sword. As he grasped the extraordinary alloy sword, his expression clearly froze, then he exclaimed, "Oh my, it's much lighter than I imagined." He waved it casually, and his expression grew even more astonished, the warmth emanating from the sword made him feel as if it were an extension of his arm. He struck at a 10-centimeter thick steel plate provided by the officials. Sparks flew, and the steel plate was sliced into 2 pieces by the blade. "This sword is sharp indeed." Everyone gasped in awe. "Miss Ali, may I ask what material this sword is made of?" Abel, unable to put the sword down, played with it. As a noble who had learned swordsmanship since childhood, this was the sharpest sword he had ever seen. "It's made of an alloy material. I won't disclose the specifics as it involves commercial secrets." Facing the many inquisitive gazes, Ali put on a mysterious demeanor. This was an act, as she also didn't know the secret of this weapon, but she knew her task was to promote it as much as possible. She habitually swayed her fox tail. "This is a craft specially designed for awakeners to collect. You might as well use the power of an awakener to try it again." "Really? Does it have other surprises?" Abel looked surprised and quickly channeled the power within him into the sword, then feigned a strike at the steel plate. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out. The sword's blade, although not in contact with the steel plate, instantly pierced through it and the inner wall emitted a faint burnt smell. "Wow, that's amazing." Abel's eyes widened in disbelief. He had awakened a fire element talent, but it only allowed his body to heat up to a few hundred degrees, and his hands could produce flames. Compared to many other fire element awakeners, it felt a bit embarrassing. The key was that he was over 40 years old, and his cultivation speed couldn't keep up with those young geniuses. The power of the fire element was limited, so he was shocked that a mere feint with the sword could cause such damage, because he hadn't used much strength at all. Suddenly, Abel thought of something and exclaimed, "This sword has a strong conductivity for awakened powers, right?" "It must be. You could say that, but in any case, it does have a slight amplification effect on the power of awakeners. Also, I need to correct one thing, it's not just this sword. This batch of artifacts has the same effect." Ali nodded. Buzz! The scene erupted in excitement. Not only was the sharpness of the divine weapon impressive, but it could also amplify the power of awakeners. Wasn't that the dream of every country, something they were desperately trying to develop, awakened weapons? "Mr. Abel, I think you should come down. We all need to experience these Monkey Mountain artifacts." The second-ranked Eagle Sauce foreign envoy shouted at the Gallic Rooster envoy, prompting others to echo him. Seeing those excited faces, the Gallic Rooster envoy reluctantly put the sword back but did not return to his seat. Instead, he rushed to Ali. "Dear Miss Ali, you mentioned these weapons." "No, these artifacts will be sold to the outside world." "How can we purchase them?" Abel asked excitedly. Ali flicked her tail. "Didn't I just say? The Dragon Kingdom is the only official agent. If you're interested in our artifacts, you can consult the Dragon Kingdom's official." Abel was taken aback and looked at the smiling Long John beside him. "Dear Mr. Long, may I ask?" "I can answer you. We have a certain share of these artifacts reserved for overseas sales every month. If your country is interested, we can discuss it later," Long John answered directly. Excitement flashed in Abel's eyes as he nodded and hurried back to his seat, then took out his phone to contact his superiors. He had to buy these artifacts for the Gallic Rooster Country. As an experiencer, he knew very well the advanced nature of this batch of artifacts. For the troubled Gallic Rooster Country, they could play a significant role. Undoubtedly, such powerful artifacts would be mostly retained by the Dragon Kingdom, and the share left for overseas would certainly be limited. However, if the Dragon Kingdom was willing to sell to overseas countries, it was a matter of giving face. Abel directly contacted the central authority of the Gallic Rooster, and after explaining the situation, they responded in just 5 minutes, granting Abel the highest negotiation authority. Their only requirement was simple: buy as much as possible. After ending the call with his superiors, Abel half reclined in his seat, observing the bustling crowd on the other side. A confident smile appeared on his lips. He was already ahead. This was his advantage. He was also calculating what kind of chips he could present to impress the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Coincidentally, the foreign envoys from various countries who had experienced the artifacts first were doing remarkably similar things after stepping down. The Monkey Mountain artifact demonstration lasted over 2 hours, but no one was impatient. On the contrary, they wished it could go on for a few more hours to give them more preparation time. But not everyone thought that way. For example, the Eagle Sauce foreign envoy James, after personally experiencing the extraordinary alloy series of weapons and equipment, realized that things were going to be bad. The great powers are all developing weapons suitable for awakened ones. Thanks to the discovery and mining of various mutated ores, they have indeed produced weapons for the awakened. However, compared to these Monkey Mountain crafts in front of them, their weapons for the awakened are clearly of a much lower grade. The key point is that the Dragon Kingdom's officials have also stated that they sell a batch of Monkey Mountain crafts abroad every month, which means they have actually achieved mass production. How are we supposed to compete with that? James suddenly thought of how, for a long period in ancient times, the ancient Dragon Kingdom had seized the wealth of the world through exquisite porcelain, silk, and tea. No, you Dragon Kingdom are trying to do the same thing again. How can we Eagle Sauce Country compete? This must be stopped. Mr. Long, I have a question that I must ask you directly, as it concerns the safety of all humanity. Just as they were about to enter the final stage, the foreign envoy from Eagle Sauce Country suddenly stood up. This righteous shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Long John did not show any surprise. He simply replied leisurely, "Envoy James, what do you want to ask?" "I want to know how you guarantee that the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain pose absolutely no threat to humanity. Accepting mutated animals into human society is a very dangerous national policy." James's face turned red, his voice booming like thunder, resembling a warrior shouting for truth. "So, is Eagle Sauce Country looking for trouble?" The people present were clear in their hearts, quietly eating their snacks on the surface. Xiao Jin and Ali were a bit confused. It seemed this process was not in the plan, and they couldn't help but look towards their older brother, Master, who was playing on his phone in the back row. Noticing their gaze, Yichhen returned a reassuring expression. "Did you not see? We signed a formal agreement." Longzhan sat up slightly straighter. "The agreements we humans sign between countries can be torn up, let alone those with mutated animals. Those few sheets of white paper cannot prove anything." James sneered. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. To find fault, he was even insulting himself. Looking at the world, the country that loves to tear up white paper the most is none other than your Eagle Sauce Country. "So, Mr. James, do you have any good suggestions?" Long John asked calmly. "I do have a small suggestion." James scanned the foreign envoys around him before speaking up. "I suggest that this Mr. Monkey King and Miss Fox share all the production techniques of the Monkey Mountain crafts with all of humanity to prove that they genuinely want to integrate into our human society, and we can also produce more crafts to resist those irrational mutated creatures. This is a win-win solution." James was quite pleased with himself, giving himself a thumbs up for his brilliance. "Monkey Mountain crafts, huh? Regardless of whether they are produced by Monkey Mountain, I will insist that your technology is what matters." After hearing James's little suggestion, both those present and those watching the live broadcast felt like throwing up. This is a win-win? It's embarrassing to expose you. But then again, the envoys thought that this little suggestion was quite good. If humanity shares the production techniques of Monkey Mountain crafts, it would benefit other countries besides the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain and the Dragon Kingdom. Envoy James's suggestion is very good. I fully agree. I support Envoy James's statement. The mutated animals from Monkey Mountain need to show greater sincerity. Our cherry blossom country desperately needs Monkey Mountain's technology to save countless lives. If the Monkey King truly supports us humans, he should share the technology. Of course, we cannot take Monkey Mountain's technology for free. We can offer appropriate compensation, such as our kangaroo country being willing to grant the Monkey King and his companions visa exemptions and issue hero medals. Our great cold country agrees with Mr. James's proposal. This is indeed a win-win solution. The foreign envoys from various countries couldn't sit still and stood up one after another to support James. Although this was unfair to the Dragon Kingdom, there was nothing to be done about it. Abel was simulating negotiations when he was suddenly interrupted by James, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, a group of his peers had already spoken their minds. It was a bit late, but he still felt the need to chime in. However, just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly sensed something was off. Long John was too calm. Well, as a super big shot from the Dragon Kingdom, it was normal for him to have that mindset. But the problem was, why were Mr. Monkey King and Miss Ali so calm? As well? Something was wrong, very wrong. As someone well-versed in the 4 great classics of the Dragon Kingdom, Abel knew very well the official style of the Dragon Kingdom. If they dared to implement something, it meant they were fully prepared. So, what other trump cards did they have? Although at this moment, James's gaze had already turned to him, signaling for him, as one of the 5 major countries' envoys, to stand up and apply pressure. Abel still decided not to stand, slumping back in his seat and closing his eyes. "I'll play dead." Abel's non-cooperation infuriated James, but it didn't have much impact because the momentum was on his side. "Mr. Long, what do you think of my little suggestion?" James asked with a smile, looking at Long John. "Not much," came a faint voice, clearly echoing throughout the hall. It wasn't Long John. The voice came from the back row. Everyone quickly turned to look and saw a young man standing up, calmly walking to the aisle in the middle of the stage. Turning to face everyone below, all the cameras. "Oh, it's Lord Yi. What is Lord Yi going to do?" It's said that Lord Yi played a crucial role in getting the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain to join the Dragon Kingdom, and now seeing little Gold Ali being bullied, he must stand up. So, is Lord Yi going to slam dunk James? With so many reporters taking pictures, isn't it a bit inappropriate to hit the American envoy? What's there to be afraid of? The magnetic fields are all over the globe now, and the American missiles can't hit their targets anymore. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, netizens excitedly discussed the disgusting expressions of James and the other foreign envoys just now. Your little suggestion, no, your delusional fantasy, we do not accept. Yichhen looked at James and said his second sentence. May I ask who you are? Do you have the qualifications to represent the Dragon Kingdom officially? James frowned. In fact, he recognized Yichhen as a resident envoy of the Dragon Kingdom. It was necessary to pay attention to the strongest awakener of the Dragon Kingdom. He has the qualifications to represent the Dragon Kingdom officially. At this moment, Longzhan spoke. Longzhan's statement that he had the qualifications to represent the Dragon Kingdom made Yichhen the center of attention, while also darkening James's expression as he realized that the Dragon Kingdom had no intention of compromising. This was going to be troublesome. Now, the Earth's atmosphere was filled with magnetic fields, and the nuclear embrace tactic was no longer effective. With the distant sea areas occupied by mutated marine creatures, the once infallible friendship fleet could only bathe in their own coastal bays. The Dragon Kingdom would not compromise, and there was truly nothing he could do about it. So, what do you want to say? James asked the young man in front of him, trying to keep his composure. He had to carry out the moral kidnapping to the end. Since you, the American envoy, do not recognize me, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yichhen, currently the commander of the Guanqing Brigade of the Great Wall Legion of the Dragon Kingdom. Yichhen revealed a very official smile. Great Wall Legion? Commander of the Guanqing Brigade? The netizens from the Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast were a bit confused. They had never heard of this unit, but soon they realized what kind of unit this was because Yichhen enthusiastically introduced the Great Wall Legion, casually mentioning that the Guanqing Brigade was in dire need of development. The netizens also gained a direct understanding of the Great Wall Legion. Simply put, it was a very impressive combat unit. It held significant power and only recruited elites among the awakened. Alright, Commander Yi, I don't want to hear your introduction. I just want to know why you oppose my little suggestion. Isn't this the optimal solution? James coldly interrupted Yichen's lengthy speech. This guy was even using the opportunity to advertise for his Guanqing Brigade. What kind of nonsense was this? The Dragon Kingdom was in the process of forming two major awakened legions, which was a fresh and significant event for ordinary people, but for a foreign envoy like James, it was already old news. Other countries were also forming awakened legions. It was the trend of the times. For you who want to seize technology, this is the optimal solution, but for us in the Dragon Kingdom, regarding the mutated animals of Monkey Mountain, this is the dumbest solution. The recruitment advertisement aimed at awakened individuals was interrupted, and Yichen's expression also turned cold as he looked at James. James was not intimidated by a young man. He sneered, since you put it so bluntly, let me be blunt too. This little suggestion, while somewhat disadvantageous to you, is beneficial to all humanity. Isn't it obvious which is more important? So, we plan to sell the crafts to various countries. That's not enough. The production capacity of Monkey Mountain is too low. All countries need more Monkey Mountain crafts to ensure the safety of their people. Besides, didn't I say that as a gesture of gratitude, we would also compensate the mutated animals of Monkey Mountain? Compensation? Are you sure this isn't just disgusting the animals? No matter what, the technology of Monkey Mountain must be shared with all humanity. Both sides exchanged sharp words, and James was aggressive. It seemed that Yichhen was at a disadvantage in this debate. Ahem, don't get too worked up, let me say something. At that moment, the British envoy played the role of a mediator, seizing the opportunity to speak fairly. Commander Yi, I know you have a deep friendship with the mutated animals of Monkey Mountain. How about we discuss the compensation issue further? Not a big deal. Countries that want the technology can exchange it for 10,000 tons of refined gold or mutated or of equivalent value. Isn't that reasonable? Yichhen was quite accommodating. However, the foreign envoys were nearly driven to fury. Not a big deal? Isn't that excessive? This is outrageous. 10,000 tons of refined gold, what does that even mean? To put it this way, the total refined gold reserves of all countries in the world combined amount to just a few thousand tons at most. Other ores of equivalent value are similar. The reserves of mutated ore are scarce and difficult to mine. The British envoy's face darkened, and he said angrily, Commander Yi, you are making unreasonable demands. How could we possibly come up with 10,000 tons of refined gold? You didn't say the price was high, which means the technology of Monkey Mountain is worth that price. If you can't come up with it, that's your problem. Yichhen smiled, looking at him with disdain. If you can't afford the technology, just honestly buy the products. Don't pretend like money is no object, alright? The technology of Monkey Mountain concerns all humanity. Stop. Right there. Let's be clear, at most, it only concerns the safety of your country's people. What does it have to do with our Dragon Kingdom? Before the world changed significantly, when you wouldn't even sell us lithography machines, you didn't tell us that technology concerned all humanity. Now that we have the ability to protect our own people's safety, selling products to you is already showing great mercy. Yichhen coldly looked at the group of foreign envoys. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Damn it, when our Dragon Kingdom was backward in getting beaten, they didn't share technology with us either. Seeing the faces of these foreign envoys makes me angry. I think we might as well stop selling products altogether and let them take their fire sticks to fight the monsters. But we still have to sell. We need to earn foreign money to build our homeland. So you're saying the money we earn can benefit us common people? That absolutely cannot be given away for free. Something big has happened in the grasslands. Everyone pay attention. We can't say that. We humans are a community of shared destiny and should help each other selflessly. The girl. Upstairs, I'm really fired up. Could you please selflessly come help me cool down? Yichen's words drew cheers from netizens across the country. Although there were a few voices of moral superiority, they were quickly drowned out by the curses. In chaotic times, it's true that one should first attack the hypocrites. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't play by moral rules, and now the foreign envoys were left embarrassed. The mutated animals from Monkey Mountain refuse to share technology, so they can't prove they genuinely want to join human society. Your Dragon Kingdom's national policy is just a joke. Unable to get technology for free, James also tore off the mask and resorted to sabotage. Other foreign envoys shared the same sentiment. They all agreed that they should drag the Dragon Kingdom down. However, Yichhen revealed a brilliant smile. There are many ways to prove it. It doesn't have to be through technology. Oh, how do you prove it? James sneered. It's simple. Let me connect to Bluetooth first. Yichhen took out his phone and operated it a few times, and a screen slowly descended, displaying Yichen's phone screen. He casually opened the Douyin app and checked the real-time trending list. The top keywords first, second, fourth, fifth, and sixth were all related to this press conference. This made the third one stand out particularly: evacuation from the northern desert. Yichhen clicked on it, and videos started scrolling one after another as he spoke. Many people may already know that the grassland nation is unable to resist the beast. Chaos and has completely fallen, with small-scale beast surges now impacting our northern desert, which is why we have this evacuation. But what many people don't know is that an unprecedented beast tide is expected to erupt in the northern desert within 3 days. If we can't stop it, our entire north will face a huge impact. Evacuating from the border is not a rare occurrence, but for a country to be destroyed due to beast chaos, well, that's not exactly rare either. Many small nations have already become mere shadows of their former selves during beast chaos. It's just that this time it happened in a neighboring country, which is particularly shocking. As Yichhen provided a detailed explanation, the expressions of the citizens grew serious. Sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to express. What does the beast tide in the northern desert have to do with what we're discussing? Taking advantage of Yichen's pause, James shouted loudly. Yichhen ignored him and faced the live broadcast camera. The crisis in the north is imminent. I call upon all aspiring individuals across the nation to head to the northern desert to resist the beast tide. Additionally, in my capacity as the commander of the Great Wall Legion's Guanqing Brigade, I hereby invite the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain to join me at the front lines to fight against the grassland beast tide. Yichhen looked at Xiao Jin and smiled. Monkey King, would you like to join my team? Xiao Jin leaped up and stood on the chair. We are willing to fight for our friends. This line was pronounced clearly. He had practiced for a long time. Then let's go. Yichhen turned and walked outside. Behind him, Xiao Jin and Ali followed, leaving the scene under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Xin Daoxian and Long Zhan also stood up to leave. They were a bit busy. Before the two major legions were formed, the Martial Arts Association had to step up, and intelligence work was also very important. The usually silent Elder Huang now showed a hint of a smile, took the microphone, and dropped a line. Organizations or individuals interested in purchasing Monkey Mountain crafts can contact Director Zhou of the business department. He then left gracefully. This wave, the big boss in charge of business and logistics, is about to get rich. Just a moment ago, James and the others were full of bravado, but now they are slumped in their chairs, looking lost. Even the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain are willing to fight for the Dragon Kingdom. What more proof do you need? Would you foreigners be willing to fight? They've lost face. And they've lost badly. One can only imagine how Director Zhou will extract their marrow and drink their blood. Yet, they can only obediently endure it. At this moment, a frantic figure rushed by, and the foreign envoys focused their eyes to see Abel, the envoy from Gallus. This Chinese-speaking envoy caught up with Director Zhou, saying, Director Zhou, our Gallus country supports your work. I didn't say anything just now, but could you increase our share of the Monkey Mountain crafts? Sure, shall we be the first to discuss? Director Zhou smiled. Great. Damn. What the hell? Bastard. Other envoys cursed under their breath. No wonder this bastard played dead the whole time, just waiting here. Cursing aside, they still had to muster the spirit to approach Director Zhou. They could afford to lose face, but they had to get their hands on the Awakener's weapons. Some quick-witted envoys had already decided to clear their names with Director Zhou. For instance, it's all James's fault. The press conference had concluded, but the people across the nation were still fired up. Because Lord Yi called on all aspiring individuals to head to the northern desert. Because the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain were heading to the northern desert. As one netizen put it, if even the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain are going to fight in the northern desert, shouldn't we feel embarrassed just watching from the rear? In the end, the vast majority could only watch the excitement from the rear. because various martial arts associations blocked these passionate citizens, ultimately only selecting suitable individuals from the applicants, gathering them briefly before sending them to the northern desert. The suitable individuals, of course, were those with strong combat abilities among the Awakeners. The first batch of Awakeners from Xiangxi has set off, 1,000 in total. Direct air delivery from Dashuchuan, the first batch of 1,500. Our deep Hong Kong and Macau delegation has a full 4,000 people who can compete with us. Sorry, we from Jiangsu and Zhejiang have 5,000, the highest in the nation. I'm not convinced our Guangdong province still has the Guangqing team. That one from Guangdong doesn't count as Lord Ye's Guangqing team. We're still good. Friends. Hey, just now it was the province of Hong Kong and Macau. How did it turn into Guangdong province when it comes to Lord Yi? Now, on the short video platforms, comments comparing. The people from various regions are everywhere, making people both laugh and cry. Ironically, when people from the northern desert see similar comments, they all reply with thanks, undoubtedly fueling this arrogance. Thus, the term support the northern desert shot straight to the top of the trending searches online. At this time, the major city of Hohhot on the northern border was also bustling, as the population from outside the city, along with a large number of refugees from the grasslands, had gathered in the city. This made the governor of Hohhot, Chen Huaqing, quite troubled. Resettling the incoming population wasn't too bad. Hohhot was vast and sparsely populated, with a steady supply of resources from the rear, enough to solve this problem. The main issue was that the central urban area of Hohhot had also suffered attacks from mutated beasts, and the local martial arts association and Awakeners found it hard to resist. In the end, with the assistance of various heavy weapons, they barely managed to repel the beast hordes time and again, but it also caused considerable losses. Now, the pressure on Hohhot was increasing. The level of support from President Sun is already far from enough to compensate for the number of mutated animals attacking. I can't bear the responsibility if Hohhot falls. Tell me clearly, how is the Martial Arts Association arranging things? Chen Huaqing stared at Sun Ming, the president of the Hohhot Martial Arts Association, with an exceptionally serious expression. Currently, the total population of the central area of Hohhot is nearly 5 million. If the defense line is breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Well, the General Association said they would arrange for a top elite team to support us, and they should be arriving soon. Sun Ming hesitated before saying. Chen Huaqing's face immediately showed a look of disappointment. A team would not exceed 1,000 people at most, which wouldn't even be enough to quench their thirst, right? However, he also understood the difficulties faced by the Martial Arts Association. Right now, the entire northern border, no, the entire northern frontier is under attack from mutated animals from the prairie countries, and it's not just Hohhot that is struggling. The Martial Arts Association cannot be relied upon for the time being, and civilian groups are merely a drop in the bucket. Chen Huaqing's gaze involuntarily fell on the middle-aged man in military uniform beside him. General Zhang, how long can you ensure the defense? If we rely solely on ourselves, using all our means, we can only ensure a maximum of 5 days without losing, Zheng Feng replied, clearly having made contingency plans, his tone quite certain. Hohhot is a heavily fortified border city with a particularly strong defense force, especially with many large rockets. Then let's set a line at 3 days. If there is still no improvement within 3 days, we will continue to withdraw the civilians inland, Chen Huaqing decisively stated. Now, the commanders of various border cities have this authority. Boss, there's an urgent message. Chen Huaqing's personal secretary rushed in. Upon seeing the president of the Martial Arts Association and the defense general present, he paused for a moment before shouting loudly, a beast tide is approaching us from 100 kilometers to the north, with an estimated number exceeding 10,000. What? The 3 major leaders of Hohhot stood up in unison, their faces showing shock. Chen Huaqing's breathing quickened. Based on previous experience, their defense line could barely hold against 1,000 mutated animals at once, and now they were facing 10 times that number. Even if all defensive weapons were deployed, it would likely be futile, right? Be clear, what kind of beast tide is it? Sun Ming asked. It's mutated sheep, the secretary quickly replied. Mutated sheep? Well, that's somewhat fortunate in the misfortune. Sun Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. The beast chaos on the prairie is quite special because there are very few native animal species here, mainly cattle, horses, sheep, and wolves. Among these 4 types of gregarious mutated animals, the destructive power of the mutated sheep is clearly the weakest. If it were 10,000 mutated cattle or wolves, they wouldn't even need to attempt resistance, they would just retreat to the rear. You understand the beast tide issue better than I do. What should we do? Chen Huaqing forced himself to ask. Sun Ming and Zhang Feng exchanged glances, the latter coldly stating, if 10,000 mutated sheep break through our defense line in Hohhot, the impact on the rear will be incalculable. We must spare no effort, even if it means reducing the destructive power of the beast herd by half, it would still be worth it. Old Zhang is right, we must confront them. Sun Ming nodded in agreement, quickly saying, mutated sheep are omnivorous. A sheep herd of this scale traveling 100 kilometers will take at least over 2 hours. Time is of the essence, I will go coordinate immediately. Sun Ming cupped his hands to Chen Huaqing and quickly turned to leave. Zhang Feng also turned and left. Chen Huaqing couldn't help but show a bitter smile. He knew that at this critical moment, even if he opposed a desperate fight, it would be of no use. Of course, he never considered a direct retreat either. But Chen Huaqing still decided to immediately start the evacuation process for ordinary citizens. This defense line does not require so many people to be forged with blood. One order after another was issued from the government office, and within 10 minutes, Chen Huaqing had done everything he needed to do. Then, he shouted, "Outside, prepare the vehicles, head to Daqingshan." Daqingshan is part of the famous Yinshan mountain range, with many small human towns to the south and vast grasslands to the north. Hohot's defense line is set in a large valley to the south of Daqingshan, extending over 25 kilometers deep, roughly the same width as Daqingshan from north to south, making it a necessary route through Daqingshan. The longest horizontal stretch of the Great Mountain Valley exceeds 2 kilometers, which is also the length of the Hohot defense line. After nearly an hour, Chen Huaqing arrived at the command camp of the defense line. As soon as he got out of the car, his coat rustled and he felt a bit cold. It was the wind from the northern grasslands. "How is old Zhang's preparation going?" Chen Huaqing found Zhang Feng, who was busy directing the arrangements. Zhang Feng was clearly surprised that Chen Huaqing had come to the defense line in person. After a moment of shock, he replied, "I have finished preparations on my end." He pointed to a screen. "This is the real-time monitoring from the sonic radar. The mutated sheep herd will enter our defense line area in about 10 minutes. Chen Huaqing looked over and saw that more than half of the screen was filled with dense red dots, approaching the green dot where they were located. It was alarming. At that moment, Sun Ning also walked into the command camp, and Chen Huaqing quickly asked, "President Sun, how is the dispatch on your side?" "We have already gathered over 7,000 qualified awakened warriors at Daqingshan," Sun Ming replied. "Only 7,000? That's far from enough." Zhang Feng frowned. "Yes, it's completely insufficient. According to our data, it takes about 3 ordinary awakened warriors to kill a single ordinary mutated sheep." Sun Ming nodded grimly, then quickly forced a smile. "But 7,000 awakened warriors is already the largest scale ever assembled in Hohot. By the way, the elite squad I mentioned earlier should also make it in time for the battle," Sun Ming added. However, Chen Huaqing directly ignored this. He only knew that facing the awakened ones had no chance of victory, simply calculating that they were nearly 5 times weaker. They could only rely on the garrison troops now. The 3 of them had done everything they could, and the command camp fell into silence. Until, the intense signal sounded. "The mutated sheep herd has arrived." The 3 exchanged glances and immediately ran outside. The command camp was at a high altitude on the mountaintop. The 3 of them came outside to gaze northward, where they saw a wave of white approaching them on the horizon. The green grassland that had already been submerged now appeared dull yellow and brown. The north wind swept through, raising clouds of dust. This was the destructive power of the mutated sheep herd. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. One could only imagine how devastated the center of Hohot would be with this massive beast herd appearing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountaintop felt the tremors as the white wave drew closer. That was the mutated sheep, each one taller than a person, with a body length exceeding 4 meters and weighing over a ton. "Fire the rockets." Zhang Feng immediately issued the command. In an instant, whoosh, 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 various types of rockets shot towards the distant white wave, the dense sounds of explosions echoing in the ears of the humans on the Daqingshan defense line. They could not see it, as the distant horizon and ground were already obscured by endless smoke and dust. The bombardment lasted for 10 minutes, not because Zhang Feng wanted to stop, but because all the long-range weapons that the armory could fire had already been used. Even those few large rockets had been deployed. This barrage should have had a good effect, right? Chen Huaqing couldn't help but ask. Before Zhang Feng could respond, the rumbling from the ground had already given him the answer. Less than 2 minutes after the bombardment stopped, the white mass on the ground began to advance towards them again, but unlike before, they were clearly enraged. They charged directly at the Great Mountain Valley. "How many have we eliminated?" Chen Huaqing's face turned a bit pale. "At most 2 or 3 out of 10, Zhang Feng quickly assessed, his expression fierce. "These mutated sheep are too scattered. The difference between mutated animals and ordinary animals is definitely not just strength, but also intelligence." The white wave was getting closer. Soon, some mutated sheep breached the first line of defense of the garrison troops. Boom! Boom boom boom! With a loud explosion, a series of explosions followed. This was the second line of defense of the garrison, the minefield. Once the mines capable of flipping armored vehicles were detonated, even the mutated sheep could not withstand it. They either had their legs blown off or were toppled by the powerful shockwave, and the unluckiest ones died on the spot. Ba ba! The bleating, resembling that of sheep, echoed continuously. However, looking at this scene, the 3 commanders from Hohot showed no signs of joy, for the power of the mines was still inferior to that of long-range rockets, and the effect would naturally be worse. What to do next? Tat tat tat! Dozens of tongues of fire poured madly towards the herd of mutated sheep. This was the third line of defense of the garrison, machine gun coverage. There was accuracy, but not enough lethality. The herd of mutated sheep charged directly through the firepower into the Great Valley. Zheng Feng stood tall. The garrison had only one last line of defense left. That was close combat. Send the order. Wait. Sun Ming interrupted Zheng Feng, his expression calm. General Zhang, don't rush to send your men to their deaths. Close combat still relies on awakened warriors. And it's our turn to take the stage. Without looking back, Sun Ming walked down the mountain. Soon. Kill. A force of 7,000 troops launched a frontal assault on the herd of mutated sheep from the other side of the valley. These people had no unified uniforms, and there were men, women, old, and young among them. Some were barehanded, while others wielded knives and hammers. The only thing they had in common was their formidable combat strength, rich combat experience, and understanding of teamwork, and they all faced death without fear. The awakened warriors who could still appear on the Dakingshan defense line truly deserved the title of warriors. This army of awakened warriors achieved what the previous 3 lines of defense could not. They blocked the herd of mutated sheep on the path of the Great Valley. With an average horizontal line exceeding 1,000 meters, they did not let a single mutated sheep pass. At the top of the mountain, Chen Huaqing and Zhang Feng's eyes were bloodshot, their jaws clenched tightly. Still not enough. This army of awakened warriors could not completely eliminate the herd of mutated sheep. What they could do was delay enough time for the rear and eliminate as many of the mutated sheep's living forces as possible. The Dakingshan defense line should be able to take down 6,000 to 7,000 mutated sheep with continuous reinforcements. From the rear, we should be able to avoid significant losses. Zheng Feng's voice was cold. He turned to Chen Huaqing and said, Commander Chen, you can leave now. The central area still needs your coordination. Chen Huaqing could not say he would not leave. It was not out of fear for his life, but because the nearly 5 million people in the central area of Hoha truly needed him. What about you, old Zhang? Chen Huaqing couldn't help but ask. Zheng Feng's expression was icy. I am a warrior. Unless there is an order from above, I will fight to the death. Hurry and go. I need to support President's son. All right. Chen Huaqing turned around but hesitated to take the first step. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came. Chen Huaqing and Zheng Feng's hearts jolted, and they both looked up to see 3 transport helicopters hovering above the battlefield. Reinforcements! Chen Huaqing shouted excitedly but then fell silent. It was imaginable how much support 3 transport helicopters could bring, but given the current dire situation, it seemed that this number of people could hardly turn the tide. Crash! Just as everyone was lost in various thoughts, the rear doors of the 3 transport helicopters opened simultaneously in midair. This scene stunned Zheng Feng as well. What were they doing? Parachuting? What was the difference from sending them to their deaths? Even if they were all awakened warrior soldiers at a height of over 200 meters, unless they had flying or hovering abilities, they would end up as corpses upon landing. On the ground, Sun Ming punched down a mutated sheep and looked up at the sky. He had already noticed the movements of the 3 transport helicopters, and a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Amidst the crowd's attention, a golden figure appeared first. It jumped out of the rear compartment and suddenly grew several times larger in the air. It was clear now, it was a golden giant ape. 200 meters, it landed in the blink of an eye. Bang! The ground shook. Roar! The golden giant ape roared forward, and the 2 mutated sheep charging at it froze in place. Then were grabbed by the neck with one hand. Crack! The 2 elephant-sized mutated sheep died instantly. Those who witnessed the entire process gasped in shock. Falling from 200 meters and casually killing 2 mutated sheep, the power of this beastly awakened one was terrifying. Yes, they still thought the golden giant ape was a beastly awakened one. But soon, that thought completely collapsed. From the rear compartment of the 3 transport helicopters, figures kept jumping out, and soon it became clear. A 5-meter-long white tiger, a 5-meter-tall giant panda, a 30-meter-long giant python. Like dumplings, suddenly there were 4 or 5 dozen. This was not a beastly awakened one, these were mutated animals. Everyone, don't panic, I am Yichhen. These mutated animals are our people, temporary members of my Great Wall Legion, Guangqing team. A clear voice came down from above. Then, a figure appeared in midair, less than 50 meters off the ground. It was a rather handsome young man holding a purple ancient longbow with a calm and composed expression. The wind blew through his clothes, giving off an aura of being the sole ruler of the world, a strong man's loneliness. Seeing this, the awakened ones on the ground instantly felt invigorated. They finally recognized him as the strongest awakened one in the country. God! Then the identity of these mutated animals became clear. They were the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain. Although they weren't on the front lines, they knew that under Yigod's coordination, the official forces and the mutated animal faction from Guangcheng Monkey Mountain had reached a friendly agreement. So now, the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain were here to support the Dakingshan defense line? This news left everyone both shocked and delighted, yet they still felt it was somewhat fantastical. So the elite team coming to support is Yigod's team. We are saved. Sun Ming was overjoyed. His status was relatively high, so he naturally had a stronger capacity to accept this. The fact that the officials dared to let Yigod bring the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain to help meant that those mutated Animals were trustworthy comrades. I am from Monkey Mountain. Hello, my name is National Day. The national treasure landed right next to Sun Ming and casually spoke in Mandarin. To be honest, Sun Ming was taken aback. Hearing a national treasure speak human language left him stunned. Mehmet, just at that moment of distraction, the mutated sheep that Sun Ming had pinned down suddenly exerted force and flipped him over, opening its mouth to bite at his throat. But just as its 5-centimeter-long sharp teeth were 2 centimeters away from Sun Ming's throat, the mutated sheep's body froze and became immobile. Sun Ming quickly kicked it over and leaped up to look, only to find that the mutated sheep's body had been pierced through. You can't be serious, right? The national treasure asked casually, shaking its bloodied fist. Ha! I'm fine. Watch out behind you, Sun Ming shouted, pointing at the national treasure's back. The one attacking the national treasure was a mutated sheep over 5 meters long, a leader among the flock, comparable in size to the national treasure, just a bit thinner. The national treasure turned around, and the mutated sheep leader's horns were just about to jab into its white belly. Then a look of confusion appeared in the sheep's wild eyes, wondering why it hadn't pierced through this bear's belly. The mutated sheep leader was destined to find no answers, for in the next moment, a bare paw the size of a face slapped across its own, and before its consciousness faded, it saw its body spraying blood. Where's my head? Hiss. Sun Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath, his mind buzzing. He was well aware of the power of mutated animals on the grasslands. Even the most ordinary mutated sheep required 3 ordinary awakened warriors to work together to kill it without injury. As the president of the Hohot Martial Arts Association, he was among the best of the 7,000 awakened warriors, but even to kill an ordinary mutated sheep, it would take him 20 or 30 moves. And the mutated sheep leader was not something a single person could handle. But now he saw it, the giant panda had slapped the mutated sheep leader's head away. Sun Ming instinctively looked around, and to his shock, he saw his comrades rampaging through the battlefield as if adults had burst into a kindergarten with no one able to stand against them. Were the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain this strong? This was simply a dimensional strike. After the shock, Sun Ming's blood surged. With the addition of the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain, perhaps they could eliminate these 10,000 mutated sheep. Kill! He charged at the nearest mutated sheep. After a brief moment of chaos, the morale of the human fighters surged, influenced by the overwhelming power of the Monkey Mountain mutated animals. On the mountaintop, Chen Huaqing and Zhang Feng became excited. From their perspective, they could clearly see that the human defense line on the ground, with the arrival of reinforcements, had not retreated any further. No wonder the higher-ups want to befriend the mutated animals. From Monkey Mountain, they are just too powerful, Zhang Feng marveled. Each mutated animal from Monkey Mountain was exceptionally strong, especially the golden giant ape, the white tiger, and the giant panda, who could crush a sheep with a single blow, as if squashing an ant. I think this is just the beginning. More importantly, the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain have intelligence, and we can negotiate as equals. I didn't believe it at first, but seeing is believing. Look, they don't harm our comrades at all, and they rush to save people at the first opportunity. They are really no different from us human warriors. Chen Huaqing, being a local lord, saw even further. Zhang Feng thought the same. Take these mutated sheep for instance, they had no intelligence at all. All they saw was food. How could humans negotiate with such creatures? How could they achieve peace? Just as the two commanders were marveling and chatting, another human team burst out from the rear. Numbering only a dozen, but their performance caught everyone's attention. This team was clearly on a different level than the other awakened warriors, especially the 2 water element awakened ones in the center, who were terrifying. They worked together to control a space of 100 meters around them, and any mutated sheep within that range was turned into slow sheep. The 2 even threw a boomerang, and in the back and forth, sheep corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like a river. The strength of the others was also astonishing, each wielding a flashy weapon, slaughtering the mutated sheep as if they were cutting vegetables. The entire team moved like a bulldozer, rampaging through the battlefield without mercy, and soon their identity was revealed. They were from the Great Wall Legion's Guanqing team, led by the Leaf God. It could only be said that they were truly worthy of the Leaf God's team. As for the Leaf God himself, his performance was even more shocking. After 3 transport helicopters evacuated, only his figure remained in the sky. He continuously drew his bow and shot arrows, each one striking the ground with thunderous force, and not a single mutated sheep could withstand a shot, not even the mutated sheep leader. What was even more chilling was that he seemed to control the entire battlefield. Whenever a human warrior was about to be killed by the sharp teeth and long horns of a mutated sheep, a thunderous arrow would come to their rescue. In less than 20 minutes, the number of awakened warriors he saved had reached several hundred. This completely drove the awakened army mad. They erupted with 100% combat power, venting all their strength on the mutated sheep before them. Thus, the defense line not only did not retreat but even slowly pushed forward. Chen Huaqing felt a sense of calm in his heart and suddenly thought of something. He said to Zhang Feng, I remember we have a few special propaganda talents in the Hucheng garrison. Are they still here? How would I know about the propaganda talents? Zhang Feng was taken aback, but he knew that Chen Huaqing's question must be of great use, so he called his adjutant to ask. Soon, the adjutant returned, bringing with him a woman and 2 men. General, the special propaganda backbone has been brought. Greetings, leaders. The 3 saluted the 2 officers, their faces still showing some confusion, not understanding why the 2 big shots had called them. Chen Huaqing, however, was overjoyed and said, "Now there's a task for you. Immediately live stream this battlefield using Husher's official Douyin account. Did you see the god of leaves in the sky? Discuss with him and try to follow him, then capture as many of our mutated animal comrades as possible. Understood? Live stream?" The 3 were taken aback, but once they realized, they excitedly saluted, "Understood, sir." Finally, they had a chance to be useful. The main reason why countries are currently unable to interfere with each other is that all undersea cables have been destroyed, and a large number of satellites in the sky have also been rendered useless. The subsequent satellites sent can only be used for domestic purposes. This means that countries are now in a local network state, and due to various magnetic fields, many areas within the country have also lost signal. For example, the Changlong wildlife world is in such a situation. Another type of disconnection without signal occurs when a certain area experiences an outbreak of awakened power to a certain extent, causing communication signals to briefly disappear. The awakened power here includes the strength of both humans and mutated creatures. Therefore, when a place turns into a battlefield, that battlefield is in a state of disconnection from the outside world. This is also why the fall of the Prairie Nation only had news but not many specific images transmitted. However, there is a special type of awakened being that can solve the problem of battlefield disconnection, which is the telekinetic awakened among the soul power awakened. Academician Fong Ching was the first to propose that telekinesis belongs to a special signal that has the ability to communicate with all things. Once this theory was successfully verified, telekinetic awakened beings became special awakened beings, applied in some special fields. For example, imprinting the innate skills of mutated creatures, or becoming human signal transmission devices. Returning to the present, among this trio, the 2 male warriors are telekinetic awakened, while the female warrior possesses another type of special talent. One of the male warriors carried a special conversion device on his back, while the other shouldered a modified camera, then walked over to the female warrior. The female warrior closed her eyes to gather her energy, and soon a transparent bubble emerged from her body, enveloping the 3 of them, then lifted off the ground, floating gently towards the god of leaves. The speed was slow, but the route was precise. Zheng Feng gave Chen Huaqing a thumbs up. "No wonder your rank is higher than mine, your awareness is greater. Hello, god of leaves, we are the garrison soldiers of Husher. May we take a moment of your time?" A soft and pleasant girl's voice came from beside him. After killing a mutated sheep leader with a thunderous strike, Yichhen turned his gaze towards the large bubble nearby. In fact, he had noticed it as soon as it took off and had also spotted the command camp on the mountaintop. However, thinking that the other party must have come with some task, it did not affect him, so he pretended not to see it. "What is it?" Yichhen asked. "We're preparing to live stream and would like to broadcast your battle footage in its entirety." "May we live stream? Can we live stream here?" Yichhen was taken aback. The female warrior smiled. "These 2 comrades of mine are psychics able to connect to the rear base of Kita." Psychics? To be honest, it was the first time Yichhen had seen them. One could only say that this world had changed dramatically, and with the evolution of everyone, there were indeed all sorts of wonders. He stared for a moment. Well, aside from noticing that this female warrior's chest was a bit larger, he couldn't see anything else. "No problem, you can live stream however you want. By the way, what kind of talent are you awakened to?" Yichhen didn't mind. He had already passed the phase of being cautious, and his usual show-off moments had been seen and live-streamed by others quite a bit. He was genuinely curious about the other party's abilities. Creating a large bubble and being able to fly with it, that was a bit cute. The results from the Martial Arts Association test said it's an energy conversion talent, specifically turning the surrounding gases lighter than air, and I can also control the direction remotely, the female warrior replied. Energy conversion talent wasn't particularly rare, especially on Douyin, where one often saw videos of such awakened individuals, like drinking water and breathing fire, or pulling out gold no matter what they ate, and even catalyzing seeds. Because of the entertainment value, these videos received a lot of likes, making the surrounding air lighter. Does that also count as energy conversion talent? Yichen's confusion flashed by, but he didn't think much of it and grinned. "So you're a human hydrogen balloon." The female warrior's face flushed. Yichen hit the nail on the head, as the other comrades had been calling her that. During the break between the 2 male warriors' livestreams, Yichen strung his bow while chatting casually with the female warrior. Her name was Hu Xiuzhu, and she was originally a singer from a military art troupe in the south. After awakening her talent, she was transferred to the garrison in Hohot. Because Hu Xiuzhu's talent was very suitable for reconnaissance missions with scouts, later the leaders thought her abilities paired well with the 2 psychics from the propaganda department, as the 3 of them working together during wartime would be like a drone. This was quite interesting. What Yichen found even more interesting was that he and Hu Xiuzhu were sort of fellow townsfolk, both from Yuanchang next to Yuncheng. Yichhen, the livestream is ready, just pretend we don't exist. Who reminded Yichhen after a while. How can that be? If I really think you're not here, I might take off my clothes. Upon hearing this, Yichhen scratched his head and said, Who shows you? Just kidding, now I'll get serious. Yichhen smiled, then his expression turned serious as he executed a handsome explosive dive like a celestial being descending, directly crashing into the herd of mutated sheep. The lethality aside, the main point was that it looked cool, completely overshadowing the little golden kingdom's momentum. In the central area of Hohot at the train station, Chen Huaqing did not force people to retreat but provided various conveniences and assistance for those who wanted to leave. Everything was based on voluntary principles. An hour and a half ago, the flow of people at the train station wasn't too heavy, but with the news of thousands of mutated sheep attacking, the station was instantly packed, with dozens of long lines forming to board trains heading to various cities in the rear. The official Douyin account of the Hohot government is live streaming. Suddenly, someone in the crowd, who had been scrolling through Douyin, exclaimed. Instantly, it attracted the attention of everyone around. The Hohot government was live streaming at such a critical moment. There must be something important going on. Quick, look at the screen. Someone pointed to the screens above the waiting area. Countless gazes turned, only to see that all the screen contents had become identical, showing the live stream from Hohot. The image displayed a gloomy sky, with the incessant sounds of baba and various roars and sounds of battle clearly audible. Suddenly, a beautiful young woman appeared on the screen. Judging by her outfit, she was clearly a female warrior from the garrison. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, I am Wu Xiuzhu, a soldier of the Hohot garrison. I will bring you the real-time situation of the Dakingshan defense line. Less than half an hour ago, after 3 rounds of artillery strikes from our side, we eliminated over 3,000 mutated sheep. Subsequently, over 7,000 awakened soldiers from our side launched a full-scale attack. Listening to Hu Xiuzhu's simple report, everyone's expression turned serious. 3 rounds of fire eliminated over 3,000, which means the current situation is that 7,000 awakened soldiers have to face 7,000 mutated sheep. It's over. The Dakingshan defense line is about to collapse. How can 7,000 people stop 7,000 mutated sheep? The Dakingshan defense line definitely can't hold. Isn't there support from the rear? The problem is time. By the time enough support arrives, those mutated sheep will have reached the train station. No way, I'm calling my parents right now, we have to leave immediately. As the Dakingshan defense line teetered on the brink, a support army arrived on the battlefield. With their help, we stabilized the defense line and are now engaged in fierce combat with the mutated sheep. Now, please follow our camera to see the situation. Hu Xiuzhu's voice calmed the commotion in the live broadcast room. Support has arrived, stabilized? It must be an army of over 20,000. They came just in time. I wonder which brother team it is. We must thank them. The viewers watching the live broadcast became excited, especially those in Hohot who felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Then the live broadcast screen changed and Hu Xiuzhu disappeared, replaced by another person. Not too far away, but the camera was very clear and the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. It's Yichhen. Wow, it's Yichhen. Did Yichhen come to support the Dakingshan defense line? That's so cool. Wait, I remember Yichhen was with the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain, right? I heard the roar of a tiger. Look at the ground, look at the ground. The Monkey King and the National Treasure Guicheng are here. No wonder it's stabilized. With Yichhen here, there won't be any accidents. Hurry and share the live broadcast room. Let people come and watch. Yichhen, I want to have monkey babies with you. Upstairs, don't say that. Now Yichhen can transform. Maybe he really can have monkey babies. Yichhen appeared at the Dakingshan defense line in Hohot fighting against more than 10,000 mutated sheep, and this news spread across the country at lightning speed. The direct result was that the number of viewers in the official Hohot live broadcast room skyrocketed from over 200,000 to over 4 million in just a few minutes. This nearly caused the live broadcast room to crash. Fortunately, Douyin reacted quickly, immediately connecting all server bandwidth to the live broadcast room, barely stabilizing the situation. Many people clamored to see the ground situation, but Hu Xiuzhu understood live broadcasting, or rather, she remembered the orders from her superiors and insisted on keeping the camera focused on Yichhen, occasionally showing 10 seconds of the ground situation, giving a few close-ups of the mutated sheep, then the camera would switch back to Yichhen. There was no way around it, he was the main character. To be honest, he looked quite cool. In literature, there is no first, in martial arts, there is no second. Yichhen, the strongest awakened one in the country, has always been accompanied by controversy, with countless admirers and just as many detractors. The strongest in the country? Many people see this as just a title bestowed by the public, and one that benefited from the initial explosive growth of awakened talents. It's like when online streaming first emerged, many people with mediocre skills could rise to become big streamers. But as online streaming matured, these so-called big streamers quickly faded into obscurity. It seemed that Yichhen would also follow this path. This was the view of many before, but now many people have completely changed their opinions. Because the strength Yichhen displayed was simply terrifying. A barrage of energy arrows, each one taking down a mutated sheep for nearly 10 minutes without pause. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Whether Yichhen is the strongest awakened one in the country is hard to say, but right now, they were certain they had never seen a more formidable awakened one than Yichhen. By the way, has anyone counted how many energy arrows Yichhen has shot? I didn't count, but I was stunned watching. The key is that he's still in a state of suspension. I can't handle being suspended for a few minutes. Ha! Is the one upstairs showing off? You can fly too? His power seems endless. Is there any logic to it? Actually, Yichhen looks numb too. His expression is just like mine when I worked on the assembly line. No, it's like when I was at the supermarket killing chickens. Why do I feel like this is staged? There are too many shots of Yichhen. Why doesn't the camera focus more clearly on the ground? I seriously doubt there are that many mutated sheep. Did you see Yichen's expression? He frowned. His power is running out. Just a bystander, it feels like the officials are trying to create a hero. Amidst the many supportive comments, some discordant voices emerged. And as the number of viewers in the live stream surged, the frequency of these comments noticeably increased. The little chick's foot has shown its true colors. Hu Xiaozhu keenly sensed the change in the live stream, and she even recognized several accounts. The reason she remembered them was that she was actually an old fan of Yichhen. She had long noticed that under many videos related to Yichhen, there was always a group of haters very active. Sure enough, it was late but inevitable. In the past 20 minutes, Yichhen mostly played the role of a sniper. Besides taking down nearly 500 mutated sheep, the energy arrows he shot also provided protection for his comrades. Currently, he has saved over 300 comrades. I noticed some people questioning whether this is an official attempt to create a hero. We don't need to create a hero because for our comrades on the Dakingshan defense line and for the over 5 million citizens in the city center of Hohot 50 kilometers behind us, Yichhen and his Guangqing team are our guardians. I won't show too many shots from the front lines, mainly to avoid discomfort for ordinary viewers. This requires a process of acceptance. Now, please follow our camera. As Hu Xiaozhu's soft voice spoke, the live stream's image changed. A mid-range ultra-wide-angle shot faced the ground below, revealing a scene that made everyone's hearts race. A screen full of mutated sheep, each one as large as an elephant, made humans seem insignificant in comparison. Someone saw a mutated sheep knock a soldier several dozen meters away, who fell to the ground and could no longer stand. Someone saw a mutated sheep's 1-meter-long horn easily pierce through a soldier. Someone saw a soldier being flung backward, caught on a sheep's horn as mutated sheep trampled over, some even biting. Blood and flesh flew, rivers of blood flowed, corpses lay everywhere. This was a shock that 100-meter-high God's perspective could never provide. From 100 meters up, they could only see that the size of the mutated sheep was larger than that of humans, but they didn't realize how vast the disparity was. This is our defense line, forged from the blood and flesh of our soldiers. The image of 10,000 elephants charging made them feel weak just watching, while the awakened soldiers had to resist with their own flesh and blood. They didn't even take a step back, just continuously facing one mutated sheep after another. When one soldier fell, another immediately took their place. I feel ashamed. I realize I can't fight to the death like they do. My legs are trembling. I can't move. I'm scared. Me too. That's why they are soldiers, and we are not. I'm 18 years old, just tested to have a Class A talent. I can't face such a scene, but I'm determined to fight like these older brothers and sisters. Who knows how to do it? Here's the latest news. The Great Wall Legion and the Dragon Tooth Legion will be recruiting nationwide within a month. Young man, go sign up. Such scenes brought tears to many. From gaining power to using it to protect home and country, the awakened ones around the world need time to adapt, but when the nation is in peril, a group of awakened ones is already moving forward with heavy burdens. Every action inspires more awakened ones to quickly get through the adaptation period. And at this moment, the awakened warrior of the Great Chang Mountain Defense Line, they are heroes. The battle situation remains tense. The members of the Guangqing team are performing exceptionally well. They have become the absolute main force on the front line. Behind us is a flat plain, but as solid as a mountain. Hu Xiaozhu's voice was exceptionally proud. Yes, over 7,000 people are intercepting the same number of mutated sheep, and they succeeded. How can one not be proud of this? On the vast and intense battlefield, the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain are incredibly brave. They have become the meat grinders of the battlefield, killing mutated sheep as easily as an ordinary person catches a small fish. Now, many finally understand why the authorities want to befriend the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain. They truly have that strength. Everyone is a big shot. The camera then focused on a separate small team on the side. Their cooperation was seamless, and their lethality was no less than that of the Monkey Mountain big shots. Isn't that the beauty? In the white dress, the water elementalist Han Fei? It really is her. Ah, she's so cool, I love her even more. Han Fei is the ambassador for Douyin, right? I didn't expect our Douyin to have a representative in battle. Water elementalist is the best. This small team is the strongest team on the surface, formed by the people of Yunqing, and the leader is Yichhen. As a local, I'm proud. You Yunqing people are amazing. So, the water elementalist is also mixed up with Yichhen? Isn't that obvious? Didn't you see her weapon is exactly the same as the beauty next door? Speaking of which, that beauty next door is also very strong. Now the audience finally understands why Hu Xiuzhu said they didn't need to create a god, because Yichen's Guangqing team is the guardian of the Great Qing Mountain defense line. This is no exaggeration. In Lusher province, Langya, in a certain mansion, watching the live stream where Han Fei was coldly controlling, occasionally launching her boomerang to precisely slice the throats of mutated sheep, Wang Ran and her brother Wang Shasha, along with Zhong Tianming, were a bit dumbfounded. It must be fake. How could Sister Fei be with Yichhen? He's our enemy. Wang Shasha gritted her teeth and shouted. She occasionally thought of the crystal core that was tricked away by Yichhen and felt like crying. As if seeking affirmation, she turned around and tugged at her brother's sleeve, looking eagerly. Sister Fei must have coincidentally gone to the Great Chang Mountain defense line and had to cooperate with Yichhen due to the beast tide, right? Zhong Tianming and Wang Ran instinctively nodded but soon shook their heads. Isn't this self-deception? Just the cooperation between Han Fei and the strongest team on the surface is not inferior to their four-person group. The key is that boomerang, the craft from Monkey Mountain. Now, across the country, no, globally, who isn't envious of these crafts? But apart from the authorities, only those around Yichhen can truly get their hands on them. The so-called Monkey Mountain crafts are essentially Yichen's industry. Han Fei has them too, which can only mean she is also one of Yichen's people. So what do we do? Wang Shasha pouted. Zhong Tianming hesitated for a moment and said, I want to go to the Great Chang Mountain defense line right now. Wang Ran, what about you? I have the same idea. Wang Ran nodded. Wang Shasha became excited upon hearing this. Yes, let's go and bring Sister Fei back. Our Douyin four-person group can't be broken up by anyone. Ah, it seems we're not on the same channel. Wang Ran didn't correct the younger sister's thoughts to avoid annoyance and started contacting people with his phone. Now there are special trains supporting the northern border from all over the country, but he still felt it was too slow. We need to take a flight. The Dakingshan defense line. Yichen's brows furrowed tightly. The beast tide had already been eliminated by more than half, and the defense line could be said to be stable, but they had also paid a price here, with nearly half of the 7,000 awakened warrior casualties. At this rate, by the time this mutated sheep beast tide is completely eradicated, there won't be many of the 7,000 awakened warriors left. After all, the power disparity between the two sides is significant. This achievement could actually be considered a great victory, but Yichhen was not satisfied. He was very dissatisfied. He was furious. Can't be repelled? Ha! You think you can charge fearlessly? Ha! At this moment, Yichen's anger surged, and with a slight thought, a beam of light shot out from his brow, transforming into a beautiful white fox in the wind. Help me draw aggro. He then casually tossed out this line, and his figure turned into a streak of flowing shadow, directly attacking the rear of the beast tide. The flowing shadow fell right in the middle of the white torrent, and before the surrounding mutated sheep could react, the white light erupted, sending dozens of mutated sheep flying dozens of meters high, landing dead as can be. Yichhen stood in the encirclement of the beast horde, one person with one knife, stepping on the head of a mutated sheep leader that was still unwilling to close its eyes. The charging sheep herd was momentarily stunned, then crazily charged towards Yichhen. Baba, this bipedal beast was provoking him. It had to be torn apart. Yichen's expression was cold, and in 1 second he swung out 4 knives, the white blade light sweeping in all directions, leaving only the tragic cries of Baba in its wake. Another dozen mutated sheep died under his blade. After entering the first volume of the Heavenly Book, the power within Yichen's body appeared white to the naked eye, but the first volume was called Silver Moon, so this was actually a very faint silver color. The purple power originally granted by the great thundersound breathing technique had already been assimilated. When this power condensed into a visible silver, it represented that he had cultivated the Silver Moon to great success. The Silver Moon power and the Breaking Heaven Spirit Jade knife were simply a perfect match. Holding it felt like it was part of his own arm. Swinging it casually unleashed a blade light a yard long, and crucially, he hadn't felt much loss of power. This was terrifying. Facing the mutated sheep charging from all directions, he only needed to keep swinging the Breaking Heaven Spirit Jade knife. Hu Xiuzhu noticed Yichen's movements immediately when she saw Yichhen cross a distance of 1,000 meters, charging alone into the rear of the mutated sheep herd. Overwhelmed by the herd, she instinctively let out a scream. It wasn't until she saw Yichhen forcibly carve out a clearing that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, without hesitation, she pointed the camera in that direction. Yichhen has changed his strategy. He has single-handedly killed his way to the rear of the mutated sheep herd, and it seems he has provoked the public anger of the mutated sheep herd, with many mutated sheep charging towards him. He shows no intention of dodging, swinging his knife hard. Hu Xiuzhu transformed directly into a commentator. Meanwhile, the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were left dumbfounded. God, Yichhen is too brave. He ran to the back of these beast tides alone. Isn't he afraid of being surrounded and not being able to come back? Yichhen is using his own flesh and blood to attract the hatred of the mutated sheep. He really, I'm crying. The greatest of heroes for the country and the people. Yichhen is the true hero in my heart. The most beautiful rebel. No kidding, I really have goosebumps watching Yichhen's operation makes my blood boil. I wish I were there too. Woo woo, Yichhen must be careful. I've already thought of what to name our future children. You must hold on. Don't panic, that's Yichhen. Facing the beast tide head-on was already outrageous enough, but Yichhen actually charged to the rear of the beast tide. This was beyond mere bravery. He simply disregarded the beast tide. No wonder those mutated sheep were madly rushing towards him. Who wouldn't be furious in his place? Yet, no matter how many mutated sheep came at him, Yichhen remained motionless, wielding his knife with precision, tearing the mutated sheep apart, leaving them in a gruesome state. Suddenly, Yichhen shouted something. The humans couldn't understand, but the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain seemed to comprehend. Roar! The golden giant ape was the first to respond, charging against the beast tide, swinging its arms to bat away the mutated sheep that blocked its path. Following closely were the white tiger and the giant panda, who also forced their way through, creating a bloody path. The remaining mutated animals were a bit slower, but they still trampled through, and this scene was enough to ignite the blood of onlookers. Charging against the beast tide was such a display of dominance. Without any difficulty, the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain successfully joined forces with Yichhen. Until now, no one felt anything was amiss. They merely thought Yichhen was a bit exhausted and called for the support of the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain. But soon, they realized they were mistaken. Human brothers and sisters, don't go over yet. A crisp voice came from the air. The camera panned slightly upward, revealing a white fox. White Fox Ali, a freshly minted internet sensation, the second in command of the Monkey Mountain faction, cute and capable of human speech. Sun Ming reacted quickly and shouted, "Don't charge yet." The awakened warriors who were rushing to support Yichhen instinctively halted their steps, continuing to fend off the mutated sheep that had come close. Seeing that the humans did not rush over, Ali felt relieved. She tilted her head back and let out a roar, her body swelling rapidly, growing several times larger in the blink of an eye. The giant white fox sat cross-legged in the air, its tail swaying slightly, splitting into two, then three, as a massive white flower gradually became clear behind it. With three tails swaying, countless colorful light spots fell like a rain of starlight. Even the mutated sheep seemed to be attracted, lifting their heads to look. It was a dreamlike sight, but the consequences were chilling. The mutated sheep, touched by the starlight rain, had red light glowing in their eyes, and their emotions became erratic. Roar roar, these mutated sheep actually emitted sounds similar to ferocious beasts. The beast tide has been taunted by me. These mutated sheep will now only attack Yichhen and the animals from Monkey Mountain. Human brothers and sisters, you can take action now. Let's have a grand feast of all sheep. At this moment, Ali's melodious voice rang out again. Follow me and kill. As soon as Ali's voice echoed from the sky, Sun Ming immediately raised his arm and shouted, leading the charge towards the frenzied mass of the beast tide. The awakened warriors with combat capability also launched their assault. They knew how foolish this was. They couldn't even manage the task of intercepting the scattered beasts, and charging into the dense mass was no different from seeking death. But they still did it without hesitation, because they believed in their comrades. The three-tailed white fox did not disappoint this trust. The awakened warriors quickly crossed the open area and reached the outskirts of the beast tide's gathering circle. The experienced awakened warriors first launched a series of ranged attacks, and after several rounds, they easily took down dozens of mutated sheep. Yet those mutated sheep continued to charge madly into the fray, completely ignoring their presence. This made everyone ecstatic. They were indeed unguarded. What more was there to say? Just do it. The nearly 4,000-strong harvesting team began to reap from the periphery, one mutated sheep after another falling at their feet. Lengthen the encirclement line. Don't cluster together. Don't rush in. Yichhen and the others can hold on. Our goal is to take down all the mutated sheep. Try to attack the heart, head, and throat, and be quick about it. President Sun's loud voice echoed from time to time. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the audience was completely stunned. A mutated white fox had successfully taunted thousands of mutated sheep. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Can someone analyze this? Is Miss Ali's move scientific? My awakening talent has a taunt effect, but it can only taunt one small mutated animal for about a minute. As a scholar studying awakening powers, I initially believed that Miss Ali is using a large-scale illusion. I thought Ali was just the pretty face of the Monkey Mountain team, but it turns out she's the most terrifying one. What the hell, Monkey Mountain team, haha. Let me tell you a scary story. The Monkey Mountain team currently has 0 casualties. If the strength displayed by the mutated animals from Monkey Mountain had completely convinced the people of the country, it must be acknowledged that there are very few awakeners in the country who can single-handedly defeat any member of the Monkey Mountain team. They even felt that the obviously stronger Xiao Jin and Ali, along with that white fox and giant panda, aside from Yichhen, there wasn't an awakener in the country who could match them. At this moment, Yichhen was at the center of the beast tide vortex, standing in a circular formation with the Monkey Mountain team, like a stubborn rock in a raging current, resisting the continuously charging mutated sheep. The entire formation was as steady as Mount Tai, giving a sense of ease. And indeed, these mutated sheep on the grassland posed no threat to them, it was just that there were many of them, making it a bit time-consuming to kill. With Ali's illusion assisting, their efficiency skyrocketed. Aside from the comrades on the periphery who were enthusiastically harvesting, they also avoided the trouble of chasing down each one on the battlefield the beast tide was providing. Door-to-door service. The super vortex formed by the beast tide was visibly shrinking. 10 minutes later. Big brother, I can't hold on any longer. Ali's weak voice came from the sky, simultaneously taunting thousands of mutated sheep. Even someone as powerful as her couldn't hold out for long. The next moment, the frenzied mutated sheep snapped back to reality. They were momentarily confused about what was happening, standing still until they realized that their companions were dwindling, and then they reacted by running in a direction. They still had some brains, just not very bright. They chose to charge towards a direction where the enemy was fewer, which was Yichhen and the Monkey Mountain team. Trapped in the illusion, they didn't know that the culprit behind their companions falling in droves was the few enemies right in front of them. President's son, you can take a break, leave the rest to us. Yichhen was amused, loudly stopping the awakening warriors who were about to rush over, while he continued to wield his slaughtering knife mercilessly. The brothers and sisters of the Monkey Mountain team were even more unfazed, pushing through their already exhausted bodies to continue working, although this job resembled an assembly line. After all, they were getting paid. The big brother had said that the spoils would be distributed according to merit. Compared to humans, mutated animals needed various resources to enhance themselves, and their thirst for power was etched into the DNA of every mutated animal. At this moment, Yichhen had absolute authority. Sun Ming stopped the awakening warriors who wanted to help and began to gather the team. He understood Yichen's intention, not wanting them to suffer more casualties. Although there weren't many mutated sheep left, a cornered beast still fights, and for the already exhausted awakening warriors, they remained a very dangerous presence. Yichhen and the Monkey Mountain team had no such concerns. Even the angriest, craziest mosquito was just a mosquito, easily swatted. Once Sun Ming gathered the team, the last mutated sheep was also killed by Yichen's energy arrow, thus completely annihilating the super beast tide that had invaded their defenses. Looking at the densely packed corpses of mutated sheep in the vast grass valley, Sun Ming and the awakened warriors were filled with excitement. This was a result they had never anticipated. As they watched Yichhen returning, along with the astonishingly large mutated animals behind him, a wave of gratitude surged in their hearts. If it weren't for Yichhen and these mutated animals, not only would they not have achieved such glorious results, but they would likely have already perished in the vast grass valley. Hu Xiuzhu controlled the camera to land, directing it towards the valley littered with corpses. We have held our defensive line and annihilated over 10,000 mutated sheep. This is an unprecedented victory, but it does not mean we can rest easy, for no one knows when the next beast tide will strike. However, I firmly believe that ultimate victory will be ours. Now, this live broadcast comes to an end. Goodbye, everyone. Hu Xiuzhu decisively ended the stream, noticing that two leaders were already approaching. The live broadcast room became empty, but the hearts of millions of viewers were filled with something. Many made significant decisions that might profoundly impact the future, perhaps creating countless poignant stories. The sky seemed to respond to the people's emotions, as the cold wind that had been blowing from the Dakingshan gradually ceased and the slightly hazy sky began to clear. Soon, the sun emerged. On a clean patch of grass, Yichhen sat on the ground, basking in the warm sunlight, watching the bustling activity in the vast grass valley, his eyes flickering slightly. Yichhen, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Chen Huaqing sat beside him in the same posture. Yichhen shook his head. He had once felt a bit disdainful of that name, but now he realized that it carried not only the admiration of the people but also a heavy responsibility. Are you contemplating the idea that with great power comes great responsibility? Seeing Yichhen silent, Chen Huaqing suddenly asked. Yichhen was taken aback and turned to look at this big shot from Hohat. How did you know? I knew when you chose to charge into the back of the beast tide, Chen Huaqing said, giving the young man a brilliant smile. He continued, you realized the casualties among your comrades were too great, and you wanted to step up to prevent further losses, right? So my intentions were that obvious. Yes, that was my thought at the time, Yichhen replied straightforwardly. He had previously thought of himself as somewhat selfish, but when he saw so many selfless bodies sacrificing themselves to protect their homeland, he realized he could not stand by idly. Perhaps the sentiment of home and country was a gene deeply engraved in the souls of most people from the Dragon Country. Youth, Chen Huaqing turned to him and patted his shoulder. So don't feel burdened, you have done very well. So, this big shot was worried I might get stuck in my thoughts and was trying to comfort me? That was truly underestimating him. Yichhen couldn't help but smile broadly. He suddenly felt enlightened and began pointing at the busy crowd not far away. Director Chen, do you know how much of these spoils our Guangqing team can get? Now it was Chen Huaqing's turn to be taken aback, and then he burst into hearty laughter. Commander Yi, how much do you want? Chen Huaqing asked with a smile. 50%, no negotiation. Yichhen raised a hand. All right. Chen Huaqing agreed without hesitation. It wasn't just to give Yichhen face. 50% was very reasonable, even a bit of a bargain for them. The number of mutated sheep that had died at the hands of Yichhen and his Guangqing team was definitely not just 5,000. You are an elite team, you probably aren't interested in the flesh and horns of these sheep. Should we convert it directly into crystal cores? Chen Huaqing asked with a smile. The flesh and blood of mutated animals can be used to create various potions and medicines, and consuming them directly can enhance physical strength, aid in developing awakened talents, and improve cultivation. In short, they are valuable resources. Not only are they in high demand within the military, but there are also people in the market who have been buying them for a long time. It is said that a big entrepreneur in the country has bet everything on this industry, collaborating directly with the National Research Institute to study the hybridization of mutated and ordinary animals to create new breeds, then bringing them to the tables of the common people. Therefore, on his way down the mountain, Chen Huaqing had already contacted the refrigerated truck fleet in the rear to set off. This mutated mutton is a tremendous fortune. I heard that Hohot has abundant spiritual medicine resources. Convert the flesh into spiritual medicine for me, Yichhen suggested after some thought. Chen Huaqing was delighted to hear this and quickly agreed. Now, Hohot was left with only spiritual medicine, and compared to spiritual medicine and flesh, crystal cores were the real hard currency. Eliminating over 10,000 mutated sheep took just over an hour, but the cleanup by more than 10,000 garrison soldiers lasted from the afternoon until the next morning. During this time, they encountered a few scattered waves of beasts, the largest being around 100. The garrison had the capability to deal with these small groups of mutated animals, but considering the firepower coverage, it was unlikely they could preserve the flesh. It was estimated that even finding crystal cores would be difficult, so in the end, it was still Yichhen and the Monkey Mountain team who took action. Even small mosquitoes or meat frugality is a fine tradition of the Huagua people. Today was a sunny day, and the soldiers of the garrison were busy early on, heating oil in a pot on the vast grassland, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic to stir-fry, then tossing in the mutated mutton, adding water and spices. The rich aroma of meat quickly awakened everyone. Nearly 20,000 people sat on the ground, enjoying what could be considered a luxurious breakfast. Yichhen, Chen Huaqing, Zheng Feng, and Sun Ming shared a pot. It was Yichen's first time eating mutated animal meat. Previously, at the Changlong Zoo, everyone had been calling each other sworn brothers, so it was really inappropriate to eat in front of them. Not to mention, now that he tasted it, he found it incredibly delicious. He even recalled those two mutated lobsters from a class reunion, regretting not having taken a few bites. Back then, after they had eaten enough, Zheng Feng took out a booklet and said, "The spoils have been counted, take a look." He was about to hand it to Chen Huaqing, but the latter waved his hand. "I don't want to see it, just summarize it for me." "All right." Zheng Feng put away the booklet and said, "The mutated mutton returned to the warehouse is 5,500 tons, bones 6,600 tons, over 7,000 intact sheep horns, and over 8,000 damaged ones, fur. Crystal cores 3,219 pieces. Chen Huaqing listened with delight, but when he heard the number of crystal cores, he was taken aback. How can there be so many crystal cores? 3,219 pieces. You must be mistaken, it should be around 2,219 pieces. Sun Ming's eyes widened. However, Zheng Feng didn't even open the booklet to confirm and directly said, "No mistake, it's 3,219 pieces. This number shocked him as well, so before coming to eat meat, he had specifically checked, and the result was correct, 3,219 pieces. Damn, that's way too many. Chen Huaqing muttered to himself. There is a concept of drop rate for crystal cores from mutated animals. Generally, the drop rate for small mutated animals is about 1 in 10, while for medium-sized animals like mutated sheep, the drop rate is around 1 in 5. The number of mutated sheep that attacked yesterday had already been counted, over 11,000, 1/5 should be around 2,200 pieces. A lucky streak of 2,500 pieces isn't impossible, but 3,219 pieces? This definitely had nothing to do with luck. Seeing the puzzled yet joyful expressions of the three, Yichhen silently ate his meat without saying a word. In fact, this matter was indeed related to luck. His terrifying explosion rate pulled the overall rate from 1/5 directly to 1/3, but this kind of thing is not easy to explain. I've already accepted this loss. General Zhang, what about the casualties among the awakened warriors? Yichhen put down his chopsticks and looked at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng's expression darkened slightly, and after a few seconds, he replied, 22 dead, 960 seriously injured, and over 3,700 lightly injured. The four fell silent, with only a little over 7,000 in total. This meant that this army of awakened warriors was either dead or injured. Please rest assured, I will handle the compensation work properly. The deceased will have 3 times the spoils distributed to their families, and the seriously injured will receive double. Chen Huaqing stated solemnly. I will be responsible for the statistics. They reported their names to the Martial Arts Association, and I will see it through to the end. Sun Ming said, coughing a few times. He had also sustained serious injuries. It could be said that in the end, all the awakened warriors were holding on by sheer willpower. I can't use the spoils, they belong to the brothers and sisters of Monkey Mountain. But Yi Chen's words were cut off. Yichhen, where is my sister Fei? The four turned to see three young people walking towards them, with the girl in front pouting her cheeks, looking very angry. Very familiar. Oh, it's three of the four envoys of Douyin. What, are they here to seek revenge on Yichhen? Chen Huaqing and the others were astonished. This seemed a bit irrational. The four envoys of Douyin were indeed famous awakened warriors, but just thinking back to the scene yesterday where Yichhen single-handedly charged through with a knife, they felt that even 3 bundles together wouldn't be enough for Yichhen to slice. Seeing Wang Shasha and the others appear, Yichhen was also taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Under the warm sun and gentle breeze, his smile was somewhat charming, causing Wang Shasha, who rushed forward, to be momentarily dazzled, forgetting her next move and losing her balance. Thus, an unexpected scene was born. Wang Shasha actually dove headfirst into Yichen's embrace. Ah, this revenge seems a bit unique. The 3 big shots, Chen Huaqing and the others, exchanged glances. Could it be that they had misunderstood? It wasn't revenge, but rather some romantic entanglement? Wang Ran and Zhong Tianming stopped in their tracks, also stunned by Wang Shasha's actions. They had been cursing Yichhen all the way here. How could they hug as soon as they met? Not to mention them. Wang Shasha, lying in Yichen's arms, felt the warmth radiating from his chest, and she was completely dazed. Who am I? What am I doing? Someone save me. Ouch. Wang Shasha was saved, but the action was a bit rough. She fell flat on her back on the ground, her arms still in an embrace position, looking somewhat like an overturned turtle. What are you pushing me for? After a while, the turtle, no, Wang Shasha, sprang up like a carp, glaring at Yichhen. Yichhen retorted confidently, taking advantage of someone as soon as you meet. What's wrong with pushing you? It wouldn't be excessive to call the police on you. I took advantage of you? You're talking nonsense. Ah, right, actually I used my awakened power to control you to rush over and hug me, isn't that right, everyone? Yichhen, I'm going to fight you. Wang Shasha was completely furious, her small hand reaching into her pocket to pull out a small sapling to throw at Yichhen. Yichhen wasn't afraid of her, he took half a step back to pull something out as well. Fortunately, Wang Ran arrived just in time to prevent a major battle. Ye God, I'm sorry, Shasha sometimes has a bit of a jumpy mindset. She doesn't mean any harm, don't take it to heart. Wang Ran apologized while pulling her younger sister back. Wang Shasha was not as strong as her cousin, and with her hands restrained, she shouted, "Let go of me. I'm just being malicious. I want to challenge him one-on-one, let go. This time it's just a misunderstanding, but next time I won't be so easy to talk to. After all, I'm a public figure and I have to maintain my image, okay? If this gets out, my crazy female fans won't let you off," Yichhen said, tidying up his somewhat disheveled clothes, his tone not very pleasant. I'll kick you to death. Wang Shasha kicked her legs at Yichhen. Humph, a little short leg thinks she can kick me? Dream on. Yichhen curled his lips in disdain, not bothering to argue with the little girl. Wang Ran looked helpless, even he, as her older brother, felt embarrassed. After all, it was you who took the initiative to throw yourself at Yichhen. At that moment, Yichhen slapped his forehead, almost led astray by the little short leg. Let's continue our previous topic. President Sunday. I have something I want to ask you to deliver to the families of the fallen awakened ones, just a small token of my appreciation. Yichhen looked at Sun Ming. Sun Ming was taken aback for a moment, then quickly patted his chest. No problem. I promise to deliver your goodwill to them. Yichhen nodded, sweeping his hand over the empty space in front of him, and a palm-sized white porcelain bottle appeared on the ground, neatly arranged. Everyone turned to look, and Sun Ming opened one bottle to take a look, discovering small pills the size of a pinky finger. This is medicine? Sort of. Each bottle contains 10 pills, and there are a total of 2,500 pills here. Just make sure each family gets at least one. Can you tell us what kind of medicine it is? Chen Huaqing couldn't help but ask. The others were equally curious. These pills were a light blue color, exuding a special charm, looking quite extraordinary. It's nothing much, just a medicine for developing talent. They died, and their families may have lost their main support. These pills should be able to cultivate another pillar of support, Yichhen said with a smile. He spoke casually, but the 6 people present were shaken to their core. Medicines for developing talent did exist, and many high-level spiritual medicines could be processed into talent-developing drugs through certain ratios. But the cost was prohibitively high. Even with the power of the state, it couldn't be mass-produced. And they didn't even dare to produce it because compared to developing talent, these scarce high-level spiritual medicines were generally used to create strength-enhancing drugs. The former cultivates future strength, while the latter strengthens existing power. In the current turmoil, the latter was clearly more important. Now Yichhen not only had medicine for developing talent, but he also brought out 2,500 pills to give away. Yes, it couldn't be denied that Yichhen was generous and loyal, but it couldn't be denied either that Yichhen possessed a lot of talent-developing medicine. The question arose, did Yichhen have an endless supply of high-level spiritual medicines, or did he master another method to produce this kind of medicine without relying on high-level spiritual medicines? Well, both guesses were quite absurd. Ye God, may I ask, is this for real? Sun Ming looked at the 250 bottles in front of him. Even though he knew in his heart that Yichhen wouldn't joke about such matters, he couldn't help but say such a thing, because it was truly astonishing enough to be hard to believe. That's easy enough, we can test the goods. Who wants to give it a try? Yichhen said with a smile. I'm not afraid. Let me do it. Wang Ran, losing control, found an opportunity from Wang Shasha. She snatched the bottle from Sun Ming's hand and quickly poured out a pill, swallowing it whole. There was nothing they could do but watch her for feedback. Yichhen remained calm, although he hadn't tested it himself. The awakening pill produced by Danjing was definitely reliable. Moreover, Wang Shasha's own talent was impressive, so it wouldn't be that easy for something to go wrong. The little girl sat cross-legged in meditation, still not being quiet, occasionally smacking her lips, her bright eyes sparkling with a green light. Until the green light dissipated, she only opened her eyes then. The first thing she did was reach out to grab the bottle in front of her, but this time it was snatched away by the quick-witted Yichhen. He tossed the bottle in his hand to Sun Ming and said, "You want to eat more after it's already been tested?" "No way. Can I eat one more to test it more carefully?" Wang Shasha said, a bit reluctant. "No, there are plenty of organizations above that can test it. You're not the only one who can." Yichhen calmly refused. The Qiling Dan had the potential to cultivate an excellent awakener, while for Wang Shasha it was merely a supplement. He felt pained. "Alright, the medicine should be fine. I'm very sensitive to this." Wang Shasha had no choice. Although she could be willful at times, she wouldn't dare to snatch it from Yichhen because these pills belong to the families of the fallen. This thing indeed has a strong effect on talent development. The weaker the original talent, the better the effect. Moreover, it can at least allow for awakening 2 or 3 years earlier. Wang Shasha's voice grew lower, and she didn't dare to look at Yichhen. She thought of how she had been fixated on a few crystal cores, while Yichhen had taken out 2,500 priceless pills and freely given them to the families of the fallen. His vision, his selflessness that transcended lowly interests, made her feel ashamed. Wang Shasha took a deep breath, looked at Yichhen again, her face changing like the weather in June, and she put on a flattering smile. Ye God, you must have quite a few of these pills, right? Share some with me. I won't take them for free, I'll buy." Everyone turned to look at Yichhen in unison. If possible, they wanted to buy too. They wanted to buy fiercely. Wang Ran and Zhong Tianming were particularly anxious. This kind of medicine was definitely a magical tool for cultivating future power, and their families, which valued inheritance, naturally placed immense importance on it. "None left, and besides, I'm not selling for now." Yichhen directly refused. However, what everyone thought was that not selling for now meant he would sell later. This was the key point. "Does this medicine have a name, Yi God?" Sun Ming asked. "Qiling Dan," Yichhen replied. "Qiling Dan? Never heard of it." It was indeed a newly developed product, just like the crafts from Monkey Mountain. Sun Ming silently took out a Qiankuan bag to store this batch of Qiling Dan. This Qiankuan bag wasn't his, it was specifically allocated from above for transporting strategic materials, and what he was doing was somewhat against the rules. But compared to the consequences of losing this batch of Qiling Dan, he felt that breaking the rules was the better option. Each Qiling Dan he collected could help a family regain its spirit, which was even more important than those compensation funds. Moreover, there were some leftovers. A higher-up should also need to research it. Perhaps they could replicate it, and then his contributions would be significant. "Ye God, I thank you on their behalf." Sun Ming stood up and bowed solemnly to Yichhen. He lowered his head, mainly because he didn't dare to meet Yichen's gaze. The other person selflessly offered the medicine while he was thinking about whether it could be replicated, although it was also for the country. But how embarrassing. Yichhen just waved his hand and said nothing, looking as if it was no big deal. "Ah, by the way, it seems Han Fei isn't here. Where did she go?" Zhong Tianming changed the subject. It was better for fewer people to know about Yichhen having good things, the less noise, the better, so that the Zhong family would have a chance. She went to beg for favors. Yichhen sat down. He took out a disposable bowl, scooped some meat soup, and gestured for Zhong Tianming and the others to sit down. No matter how others looked at him, he considered them all good friends. You say snatching from good friends? At that time in the zoo, everyone was on high alert. How could the matter of awakeners be called snatching? It was fair competition. Begging for favors? What kind of favors? Zhong Tianming sat down and took the bowl, tasting a sip of soup and a piece of meat. His eyes couldn't help but light up. No wonder everyone he saw along the way was eating with such relish. This flavor was truly delightful. The Wang Ran siblings held a bowl of meat soup, having rushed here through the night, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. They say there are quite a few small beast packs wandering north of the Dakingshan. Han Fei went with the Monkey Mountain team. Yichhen pointed to the deep, winding dirt path behind him to explain. With the continuous reports, the situation on the grassland was already well known. According to the official risk notice, it was strictly forbidden for domestic awakeners to enter the grassland without a large-scale team, organized by the Border Martial Arts Association. This clearly indicated how dangerous the grassland was at that moment. However, the Wang Ran trio Wasn't worried about Han Fei's safety. After all, she was with the renowned Monkey Mountain team, which guaranteed her safety. Zhong Tianming excitedly asked, so can we go north of Decisive now? The Wang Ran siblings also looked at Yichhen with questioning eyes. Their excuse for coming to Decisive to snatch Han Fei was just that. Their real goal was to level up by hunting monsters and perhaps earn some resources. The vast grassland was definitely the highest level hunting ground. Why are you asking me? You should ask President's son, Yichhen replied nonchalantly. Zhong Tianming slapped his forehead, realizing that this matter seemed to fall under the Martial Arts Association's jurisdiction, and quickly looked at Sun Ming. Well, Sun Ming hesitated. The 4 elemental users on Douyin were internet celebrities, and he naturally knew about them. They were powerful and had a solid background, making it difficult to refuse. But agreeing didn't seem right either. What if something went wrong and he got blamed? President. Son, don't worry. Sister Fei has my seat on her. We will catch up to them soon, so you don't need to worry about our safety. Wang Shasha's words were crucial. Sun Ming nodded. Alright, but once you cross the mountain, you must find Han Fei and the others immediately. Otherwise, if something happens, I won't be able to explain it to your parents. Thank you, President Sun. The 3 felt that the meat soup in their hands had lost its appeal, hastily finishing it before setting off on the road north. Wang Ran even invited Yichhen to join them, but he decisively declined. As a man who had completely wiped out a super beast tide, he had lost interest in those scattered beast packs. After eating and drinking to his fill, Yichhen comfortably lay on the grass and began organizing his storage space. He wasn't sure how many mutated sheep he had taken down in yesterday's battle, but the loot was considerable. Perhaps related to the characteristics of this place, the most abundant items were spiritual herbs, with a total exceeding 2,000 plants, 1/3 of which were high-grade spiritual herbs. This was undoubtedly an astonishing harvest. The second most common items were ores. After sorting through them, Yichhen discovered something interesting. Most of them were a type of low-grade ore called qingxue. This ore had a greenish-blue exterior with a hint of blood red in the middle, making the name qingxue quite fitting. Although it was also a low-grade ore, based on the overall drop rate, it seemed to be rarer than refined gold and silver. From past experiences, Yichhen couldn't help but wonder if there were qingxue mines on the grassland. He also thought about the current grassland. It seemed to be ownerless. At least the territory of the grassland kingdom was in a state of being ownerless. I, Yichhen, officially declare that the mines are mine. Having taken out so many awakening pills, it was only reasonable to recover some costs, right? With this thought, he quickly got up and used the power of the contract to contact Ali. What do you want? Soon, the weak voice of the little white fox echoed in Yichen's mind. I need you to do something. Before Yichhen could finish, the little white fox interrupted. I overexerted myself in yesterday's battle. I'm feeling so weak and tired now, I can't move. It panted as it spoke. Yichhen raised an eyebrow and said lightly, since you're injured so severely, how about I arrange a plane to send you back to Monkey Mountain to recuperate for 10 or 8 years before coming down again? Don't! The little white fox's voice immediately rose by 8 degrees. Master, I must criticize you for this. You are the master, and I am the spirit pet. How can you be so good to me? Besides, who am I? Your spirit pet. Even if I'm weak, I'm not something a mere cat or dog can handle. So, tell me, what is it? I'll help you settle it right now. Alright then, help me send a message to the little eagle, telling him to set off immediately to scout the situation in the grassland kingdom. I want to know the distribution and dynamics of all the mutated animals and see if there are any abnormalities. Ah, is that all? What else do you want? No, I'll send him right away. The white fox on the other end looked gloomy. Had she known it was just a message, she wouldn't have had to put on such a sad act. Tell the little eagle to remember to run away at the first sign of danger, Yichhen added, before cutting off the connection. Although he initially came with a purpose to form a brotherhood with the folks of Monkey Mountain, after spending time together, he had developed feelings for them. As the big brother, he would do his best to ensure the interests and safety of his younger brothers. Speaking of which, the little eagle usually gave off a foolish eagle vibe, not even at the king level, and ranked only 38th in the Monkey Mountain team. But Yichhen was still very reassured about the little eagle. After all, this 38th brother came from a noble lineage, a renowned golden eagle bloodline known as the King of 10,000 Eagles, and flew incredibly fast. Note that the last 4 words are key. Now, I just need to wait for good news from the little eagle. Yichhen suddenly felt relaxed, smiling as he took out his phone. He thought scrolling through Douyin would be a nice pastime, having heard that he and the Monkey Mountain team were incredibly popular. He could take the opportunity to advertise for the Guangqing team. But unfortunately, the signal here had not yet been restored. He had to put his phone away. In the next moment, a bow silently appeared in Yichen's hand. This was not the little thunder sound bow, but a longbow that was entirely like jade, crystal clear. Among all the things that had been revealed yesterday, this bow truly delighted Yichhen. It had a rather impressive name, the Little Demon God Bow. Little Demon God Bow, a replica of the Demon God Bow, requires blood to recognize its master and can activate both divine and demonic powers. Looking again at the introduction of the little demon god Bao, though the words were few, the information was still substantial. This thing looked quite powerful as a replica. How amazing must the real one be? After dripping blood, the Bao glimmered with a strange light, and Yichhen felt a connection with the little demon god Bao, a wonderful sensation similar to what he felt with Ali. At the same time, information on how to use the demon god Bao floated into his mind. I wonder how it compares to the little thunder sound Bao. In terms of the Bao itself, Yichhen was certain that the little demon god Bao was stronger than the little thunder sound Bao, but the little thunder sound Bao could be used in conjunction with the little thunder sound breathing technique, greatly increasing its power. So, he couldn't guarantee which was more powerful. He would know once he tried. Yichhen skillfully knocked an arrow, and to his surprise, he easily drew a full moon. Immediately, he felt power gathering from all directions onto the Bao, and a faint silver light arrow automatically formed, putting him in a state of unity with heaven and man. Yichhen had a strong feeling that as long as he wanted, he could hit even an ant within a 5-kilometer radius with precision. To test his accuracy, he locked onto a low-tier spirit grass seedling on a hillside nearly 5 kilometers away. Release. Whoosh. A violent force surged forth, and the next second, that hillside was flattened. Yichhen flew over to take a look, feeling quite embarrassed. It seemed the spiritual divine arrow of the little demon god Bao didn't even need to be aimed, it could be used like a big rocket. This shot was several times stronger than a fully drawn shot from the little thunder sound Bao. The key to this bow is that it also possesses the characteristics of the heavenly spirit jade blade, allowing it to draw power from the surroundings, while he himself only expended a bit of mental energy. It seems there is a second mode, the blood demon arrow? Yichhen licked his lips, placing his hand on the bowstring to draw it again, but to his shock, the bowstring only moved a fraction. Isn't this a slap in the face? He directly urged his power, forcefully pulling the bowstring back. But wait, why is my strength depleting so quickly? When the little demon god Bao was pulled to 5/10, Yichhen couldn't care about his pride anymore and quickly cut off the input of power. At this rate of consumption, by the time he fully drew the Bao, his strength would be exhausted. A single blood demon arrow would consume all his power. How terrifying would that be? Realizing this, Yichhen couldn't help but gasp in cold air. He then realized he had made a mistake. The spirit arrow and the blood demon arrow were not equivalent. The former was a casual strike, while the latter was a life or death shot. Alright, it must be because the name blood demon slightly conflicts with me. I'll practice a bit more and then suppress it. Yichhen satisfiedly put away the little demon god Bao. It was time to cultivate. He walked to a sunless patch of grass, stuffed a crystal core into his mouth, and then lay down on the ground. He activated both his alchemy and weapon forging skills, and soon Yichhen fell into deep cultivation. His breathing was like thunder, faint and indistinct, resembling snoring. In the next 3 days, the Great Chang Mountain defense line was calm and quiet, with no mutated animals appearing. Instead, the number of awakeners arriving at the defense line increased, coming from all over the country. Officially, they were there to support the northern desert, but it was not hard for Sun Ming to notice that most of these people were drawn by fame. Whose fame? Naturally, it was the renowned Yi God and the Monkey Mountain team. However, it was a bit unfortunate that the Monkey Mountain team had gone out to hunt and had yet to return, leaving these star-chasing awakeners greatly disappointed, and they all turned to Sun Ming, requesting to cross the Great Chang Mountain and confront the enemy at the national border. Sun Ming chuckled and firmly refused. As a result, some chose to support other cities, finding it dull here with no mutated animals and no idols to see. But more people chose to hold their ground at the Great Chang Mountain defense line, believing that with such danger in the grasslands, Yi God and the Monkey Mountain team wouldn't stay for long. They would wait a few more days to see. Of course, a considerable number of people were not purely there to chase stars but had other motives. With people coming and going, the arrivals outnumbered the departures, and thus the number of awakeners at the Great Chang Mountain defense line continued to grow. Soon, it surpassed 30,000. This was undoubtedly an impressive number, demonstrating Yichen's terrifying appeal. It should be noted that these people, after just a few days of training, would be significantly stronger than the previous 7,000 awakened warriors. After all, the previous 7,000 were hastily gathered, with a hint of conscription, while these individuals had all passed through the Martial Arts Association, coming from all over the country as talents. Sun Ming welcomed this wholeheartedly. After all, there was no need to provide accommodation, as there was plenty of soft grass, and no need to pay wages, just feed them well, as there was still plenty of mutated mutton. Heaven does not disappoint those who are diligent. They finally waited for their moment. Yi God has returned, someone shouted, and the once calm Great Chang Mountain defense line suddenly became lively. Looking at the crowd filling the vast grass valley, Yichhen was a bit dazed. He had just slept. No, he had been cultivating for a few days. How had so many people suddenly appeared? Yichhen, why did you come back alone? Sun Ming happened to be patrolling and saw Yichhen by himself, quickly approaching to ask. I was alone to begin with, why can't I come back alone? Yichhen replied in surprise. Sun Ming was even more surprised. Didn't you go to the north side of Great Ching Mountain? That's not true. I was cultivating nearby. Ha, Then why haven't I seen you for several days? I don't like being disturbed when I cultivate, so I dug a pit and buried myself. Oh, so digging a pit and burying oneself is a method of cultivation? Sun Ming didn't dwell too much on this question. After all, the more talented one is, the more eccentricities they tend to have. It's understandable. What's going on with President Sun? Why are so many people gathered here? Did you receive intel about a large beast tide coming? Yichhen pointed at the crowd that filled the mountains. That's not the case. These people are all your fans, here to chase stars. Yichhen. Chasing stars all the way to the dangerous northern border. Yichhen found it hard to believe. Last time he defeated the Seraph and became popular, he hadn't encountered such fervent fans. At most, he received the occasional private message from female fans on Douyin with some cool photos. But when surrounded by a sea of people hearing them shout his name, asking for autographs, photos, and kisses, he had to believe it. He indeed had many fans, and some of them were quite powerful. Can Yichhen write me a blessing? Sure, where should I write it? On my chest, don't worry, it'll be enough. I can see that, but it's not very convenient. Yichhen, do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Then Yichhen, do you mind having more girlfriends? No need, I already have several million. With so many girlfriends, do you need a manager? Yichhen felt speechless. The last time he felt this way was a while ago, so he could only say, all of the above is a joke. Everyone, please don't spread it. Seriously, Yichhen, with your strong talent for the country and the people, you must have more children. Okay, I'll try my best. Yichhen felt embarrassed. What I mean is, I can help you have kids without any title. Our kids will definitely become heroes in the future. Yichhen regretted it. Regretted coming out of the pit so early. He looked at Sun Ming with a pleading expression, signaling this president of the Martial Arts Association managing the awakened ones at the front line to step in and handle these crazy fans. As a result, Sun Ming returned a helpless expression. As long as the defense line wasn't under attack, the awakened warriors had enough freedom. To put it simply, the Martial Arts Association was just coordinating and dispatching, not a real superior. Most importantly, Sun Ming had already sensed the attitude from above. The day after the Super Beast Tide was quelled, the national news broadcast spent a full 10 minutes reporting on the matter, with Yichhen and the Monkey Mountain team being high-frequency keywords, accompanied by videos of Yichhen showcasing his might amidst the Beast Tide whirlpool. Then several major state media outlets got involved on television, radio, print media, and various online platforms, all emphasizing one central idea: I won't allow you to be unaware of how amazing Yichhen is, how patriotic he is. A national media Douyin account even posted a photo of Yichhen when he was 1 year old with the caption, 1-year-old Yichhen already showing extraordinary talent. Many media personnel looked at the photo of the snot-nosed Yichhen at 1 year old and exclaimed that they had lost all shame. Then they all shared and liked it. Anyone with a bit of political wisdom could see that the top was unreservedly deifying him, not just the Douyin Yichhen, but the Yichhen of the entire dragon country. What else could they do? Of course, they would help wave the flags and cheer. So, under the fervent public opinion of the entire country, it was no surprise that so many crazy fans showed up at the Dakingshan defense line. Of course, at this moment, Yichhen still didn't know the reason. He was feeling quite a headache. If he left, he couldn't find a valid reason. If he stayed, these fans were just too enthusiastic. Not to mention the female fans teasing him with their words they were also getting hands on. This was really quite bothersome. Yichhen, do you have a quick way to improve combat power? Among the encircled female fans in the front row, a guy finally squeezed in. It's clear that this is an ambitious young man. He looked at Yichhen with hopeful eyes, completely ignoring the displeased glances from the female fans. Such a serious question, of course. Yichhen couldn't avoid answering. He immediately replied without hesitation, actually, we awakened ones are just like the martial artists in wuxia novels. The power of awakening is like internal energy, and the enhancement of internal energy is a gradual process. However, combat effectiveness is not only determined by internal energy but also by techniques, which are our innate skills. This requires time, hard practice, and opportunities for enlightenment. Then, if you want to quickly improve your combat skills, there's only one last method left, and that is external objects. As he said this, his eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a famous internet saying, fans are my family, they need to pay. With so many people being his supporters, their loyalty should be quite high. A little guidance in selection, and he could secure a team of over 1,000 people in Guangcheng. What are external objects? Before that guy could ask, a girl chimed in. First, everyone was curious. There are many, the most common are weapons, as well as other self-defense items. These can enhance combat power out of thin air, Yichhen said with a smile. Actually, this was a very simple question, but everyone just hadn't caught on right away. So, when they heard Yichen's answer, they merely responded with an O and didn't seem too shocked. That guy smiled wryly and shook his head. Now, good cold weapons are pitifully scarce. There are no cold weapons specifically for awakened ones, while there are many hot weapons. But just mastering firearms takes a long time to learn, and the improvement isn't obvious. With that time, it's better to focus on honing innate skills. Who could argue with that? Everyone shook their heads in agreement. Who says there are no cold weapons specifically for awakened ones? The crafts from Monkey Mountain are just that. Someone shouted. With so many people, Yichhen didn't notice who said it, otherwise, he might have thanked them on the spot. What a perfect collaboration. They were getting to the main topic. There are too few Monkey Mountain crafts, the official internal distribution isn't enough for us? Yeah, the price isn't the problem, but even with money, you can't buy them. Who says otherwise? Just wait, in a year or so, when the technology and production increase, there might be a chance to buy them. Don't say that. After watching the Guangxing team slaughter the mutated sheep video, I really love the boomerangs from Monkey Mountain. I dream of owning one. Speaking of which, the Guangxing team is Yichen's team, right? They each have a Monkey Mountain craft, could it be? The gazes remained the same, but they were much more eager. Yichhen, you're so familiar with the Monkey Mountain team. Did the Guangxing team get any Monkey Mountain crafts? A female fan in the front row reached out to grab Yichen's hand. Yichhen reacted quickly and dodged just in time. It wasn't that he didn't want to be grabbed by the female fan, but this particular fan could write an 800-word essay with her fierce mouth. A simple hand grab could probably escalate into a full-on collision. As everyone knows, that's a foul move. If someone with ulterior motives were to hype it up, it could become a blemish on his reputation, and the trouble would be far greater than this fierce fan's bear-like behavior. You're not wrong, Yichhen nodded. The crowd stirred. If the Guangxing team could get Monkey Mountain crafts, then couldn't they join the Guangxing team to obtain one? Yichhen, does the Guangxing team still have Monkey Mountain crafts? The fierce female fan hurriedly asked. Not many, just a tiny bit left, Yichhen said, holding his thumb and index finger an inch apart, making a very modest gesture. Then, seeing the atmosphere had reached this point, he smiled and asked back, what, do you want to join my Guangxing team? I do. I dream of it. Hearing Yichen's question, the fierce girl jumped up excitedly, making Yichen dizzy. It is said that the city team has 1,000 positions, and the Guangxing team is still short of many people, right? I know, Guangxing is a first-tier city, and the positions can go up to 1,500. Yichen, I want to join the Guangxing team. Me too. Yichen looked at the green chives in front of him. No, they were true fans. His smile grew even wider as he waved his hand, and the noisy scene quickly calmed down. Our Guangxing team indeed has many positions available, and if all goes well, every official member will have a Monkey Mountain craft. Just that first sentence excited everyone present. Every official member would have won. The Guangxing team was going to be amazing. However, we do have requirements for official members. Otherwise, it's better to have none than to have a poor fit. Everyone nodded. Without mentioning Yichen's charisma, just the treatment of each person having an awakened weapon, how could there be no requirements? Yichen, what specific requirements do you have? Someone asked. My requirement is that there are no specific requirements. I believe whoever is suitable has the qualification to join the Guangxing team. Yichen's words stunned everyone. So casual? Well, it's not a problem. Yichen is the commander. He can recruit however he wants. As long as the team's capabilities can prove sufficient for the responsibilities they bear, there's no issue. Yichen, do you think I have a chance? A very pretty girl sent a flirtatious glance at Yichen. This seemed to sound the battle horn, and a chorus of sweet voices erupted, making Yichen feel as if he were in a land of women. The central idea expressed by the girls was simple. Yichen, as long as you want, I can do it. Some of the things Yichen heard made him blush, and he realized why some celebrities want to exploit their fans. It's simply because the fans are too proactive. Luckily, I have a good conscience. A large group of men was dumbfounded. Wait, are we really going to play by the unspoken rules right from the start? A handsome boy hesitated for a moment and shouted to Yichen, Yichen, I can do it too. Yichen looked over and wanted to curse. You can do what? Not bothering to tease him, he shouted, since everyone is so interested in joining the Guangxing team, I will hold a recruitment meeting right here. Regardless of gender, after signing up, pairs will be formed for sparring, and it will continue until I find suitable candidates to recruit on the spot. The men present were instantly moved. Yichen truly is Yichen, with noble thoughts, not swayed by beauty. The girls were also deeply moved. No wonder he is my idol, with noble thoughts, not swayed by beauty. So they all shouted to sign up. With so many people wanting to sign up, I'll find someone to help you register. The sudden Guangxing team recruitment meeting left Sun Ming a bit bewildered, but seeing the chaos, he still expressed his support for Yichen. However, Yichen just shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. Then, he took something out of his storage space and placed it on the ground. Sun Ming and the crowd of registrants were stunned. It was actually an automatic number calling machine, just like the ones commonly seen in banks and hospitals, but this one was entirely engraved and gold-plated, with a signature in a prominent place. Those with an eye for quality could tell at a glance that it was gold-plated, and the signature belonged to a famous international sculptor. This was still a luxurious, collectible calling machine. Of course, none of that was the main point. The main point was that items with storage space are strategic treasures for any country or force. Such a small space is naturally used to hold critical resources. Yichen actually stuffed such a large calling machine into it. How extravagant! As someone with an infinitely large storage space, Yichen could not understand those who own storage treasures, who would do everything possible to use every cubic inch for critical needs. You all can line up to get your numbers, and then Come over here to spar. With that, Yichhen flew up directly. Arriving above an open space, the little demon god bow silently appeared in his hand, and with a casual pull, a subtle silver energy arrow formed. He let go. Whoosh! The energy arrow shot straight down to the ground. Boom! The entire grass valley shook, startling everyone. By the time they reacted, they saw a massive pit had formed on the ground, which from a distance was no smaller than a standard football field. The destructive power of a single arrow was simply astonishing, but when they approached the edge of the pit, they gasped in shock. The pit was perfectly round and measuring from any point down. It was about 5 meters deep. What kind of control over power must one have to pull off such a feat? Not teaming up with such a boss would be a lifelong regret. A long line immediately formed in front of the number calling machine. Those who got their numbers rushed to Yichhen, while some who had their own reasons for not queuing also arrived early to watch from the front. Contestants 1 and 2 can go down to compete now. Remember, you only have 3 minutes to showcase yourselves, so there's no requirement to determine a winner. Yichhen sat cross-legged at a high point, holding a luxury brand co-branded notebook in his left hand and a Parker pen in his right, looking very serious. Contestants 1 and 2 were both girls, and after exchanging a glance filled with slight hostility, they each jumped into the pit. What followed was a bit comical. Contestant 1 leaped gracefully to the ground, while Contestant 2 cautiously climbed down from the edge, only to lose her grip on the dirt wall and fall halfway down. Ha ha! The audience burst into laughter. They couldn't believe that a pit just 5 or 6 meters deep was so daunting. They wondered how this girl had passed the Martial Arts Association test to come to the Great Chang Mountain defense line. Contestant 1 looked at her opponent, who was awkwardly brushing dirt off herself, and couldn't help but smile. This was a welfare bureau. However, she soon couldn't smile anymore. Just as the match began, Contestant 2 suddenly crouched down, hugging her head. This move left Contestant 1 bewildered, but in the heat of battle, she instinctively threw punches like lightning, each one landing solidly. The result, she found that the harder she hit Contestant 2, the more pain she felt in her own body, even more painful than menstrual cramps. How could she fight like this? In less than a minute, Contestant 1 shamefully admitted defeat, covering her hands while shouting, "I give up, I give up." At that moment, Contestant 2, who had been holding her, released her grip and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. What talent did you awaken? Why does it hurt me more the more I hit you?" Contestant 1 asked with a look of grievance, thinking if it hurt this much unintentionally, she would be in agony if it were on purpose. Hearing the question, Contestant 2 revealed a simple smile. The Martial Arts Association said it's a reflection talent. Reflection? That's really unfair, Contestant 1 sighed. As she returned to the ground, Contestant 2 then huffed and puffed her way back up, slipping once more and falling down, but this time no one laughed. Because they strongly agreed with Contestant 1's statement, it was truly too unfair. "What's your name, Contestant 2? Yichhen asked when Contestant 2 climbed out of the pit. He from Ibai, and hui meaning wise, he replied with a smile. She looked to be around 17 or 18. Her appearance was decent, dressed simply, with a slight accent from the Central Plains. "You haven't undergone any training, have you?" Yichhen asked again. Hui was taken aback, scratching her head and asking in return, "Does the basic cultivation method issued by the Martial Arts Association count?" "It doesn't count." "Then no, my talent has only awakened for about 10 days. Hui shook her head. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. As long as one has combat-related talents, the first thing to learn after awakening is how to use that power, followed closely by learning martial arts techniques to maximize combat effectiveness in conjunction with their talents. These two aspects can be supported for free by martial arts associations everywhere. Yet, this girl number 2 surprisingly skipped both of these processes. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that girl number 1 has a class of foundational talent and is proficient in a martial art that is clearly a family tradition. Her strength is definitely not weak. To face such strength, the rookie girl number 2 actually lost so badly. 1. Can only say that girl number 2's talent is indeed a bit too strong. Hui, would you like to join the Guangqing team? Yichhen looked at Hui with an appreciative gaze. This is definitely a good seedling. He also thought that Hui seems very suitable for cultivating the Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield, and if she wore a little vest, she'd be pricklier than a hedgehog. Ha! Hui was completely stunned. She came from a poor village in Hunan province, and after finishing middle school, she helped manage a few acres of corn at home. Before awakening her talent, she had never left her county, and her only hobby was watching TV dramas and scrolling through Douyin on her phone. When Yichhen became an internet sensation, Hui learned that he was also from a rural background, and she regarded him as a role model, often fantasizing about awakening a powerful talent and leaving the countryside. In the end, her wish really came true. A month ago, a neighbor's water buffalo suddenly went mad and charged at Hui as she was returning home. At that moment, she instinctively crouched down and covered her head. According to the neighbors who chased after it, she was surrounded by a golden light that sent the water buffalo flying, and it ran away screaming. It has yet to be found, and they are asking her for compensation. A water buffalo is worth over 10,000 yuan. How could she afford that? After discussing with her parents, they decided to take a ride to the county town at night, and the next day she went to the Martial Arts Association in the city for a test. As a result, she really awakened her talent and even received a Class A evaluation. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association immediately invited her to join their family. She was originally going to accept the vice president's invitation, but when she found out about the support for MOBA and just happened to hear that her idol, Yichhen, was at the Dakingshan defense line in MOBA, she impulsively changed her mind and said she wanted to sign up for support in MOBA. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and agree. Girl number 1 saw that Hihui was actually in a daze and couldn't help but push her. She wished she could take her place. Oh. Hihui finally came to her senses and quickly shouted, I am willing. Sincere and firm, even carrying a hint of happiness just by the sound of her voice. One might think she was at a wedding. For Hihui, it truly was like that. The happiness came too suddenly. Upon hearing this, Yichhen also breathed a sigh of relief. When Hihui was dazed, he thought he wouldn't be able to close this first deal. He then leaped in front of Hihui, took out a limited edition long table from a top home brand from his storage space, a Hermes orange soft stool, a luxurious Longquan ink pad from Huagua, and several matching pure gold Parker pens placed on the table, and finally took out a stack of A4 paper from his storage ring and placed it there. This operation left everyone dumbfounded. Is it true that Yichen's storage ring is filled with these things? One can only say, I am not Li Jia. Fill out the form, sign it, and press your fingerprint, then you'll be one of us in the Guangqing team. Yichhen tapped the table, indicating that Hihui could start. Hihui immediately sat on the stool, her gaze falling on the scattered A4 papers, and she found that each one had the same content, with the most prominent features being 2 or 3 steel seals, the highest office seal, the General Affairs Office seal, the Great Wall Legion seal. With these 3 seals in place, there was no need to read the content, just sign and press your fingerprint. However, the simple-minded Hihui still took a moment to glance at the salary and benefits, only to find a single line written, no financial allocation, the Guangqing team bears its own losses. Is it that they won't pay? Yichhen is so difficult. Yichhen doesn't know what Hihui is thinking at this moment. If he knew, he would probably spit blood. God knows how red-faced he got while arguing with the 3 super big shots to secure this line of text. Welcome to the Guangqing team. Yichhen smiled as he took back this contract of servitude. No, wait, it's an offer. Your talent is quite good. Later, I'll teach you a talent cultivation method, Yichhen said to Hihui after thinking of something. Upon hearing this, Hihui didn't react much, but the others' minds buzzed with excitement. Is it true? Joining the Guangqing team and I can learn Yichen's skills? The people in the front row, who had been watching the excitement, couldn't sit still and immediately stood up, turning to run towards the calling machine. Some of them ran while muttering, I'm sorry, Grandpa, I can't go back to inherit the family business. I want to join the Guangqing team and contribute to the prosperity and stability of my country. Dad, just consider. Me is no longer your son. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, but your family is in the north and I absolutely won't marry over there. I want to be a guardian of Guangqing. Though I wander the world, I must return home. At 22, I am already old. I should go to Guangqing to enjoy my old age. To hell with the mission, I've made my choice. I have betrayed. I am a die-hard fan of Yichhen. Yichhen pretended not to hear these voices and returned to his best observation spot. Now, let's continue. Number 3 and number 4 go down. Number 5 and number 6 get ready. 2 more girls went down. Number 3 defeated number 4 in 3 minutes, but Yichhen did not invite her to join the Guangqing team, only saying it was pending. Number 3 looked resentful. Next, number 5 and number 6 went down, and after 3 minutes, it was a draw, but neither of them even got a pending status, both looking dejected. Number 7 and number 8 go down. Number 9 and number 10 prepare. Still, it was girls going down. There was no way around it. The front row that had surrounded Yichhen before was all girls, and they had a significant advantage. While queuing, as the first pair started, someone was accepted, and everyone thought Yichen's requirements weren't high, feeling hopeful for themselves. However, they didn't expect that in the next dozen or so people, not a single one was accepted, and only 2 were pending. They finally realized it wasn't that Yichen's requirements were low, it was just that number 2, Hihui, was a bit abnormal. Wang Qiuxia, do you want to join the Guangqing team? As the 20th girl, Wang Qiuxia, gained qualification, many anxious people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, out of 20 people, 2 had passed, and this ratio seemed to hold a glimmer of hope. When Yichhen invited Wang Qiuxia to join the Guangqing team, she immediately shouted excitedly, I do. No matter if you grow old, fall ill, or become rich or poor, I will never leave you. This left Yichhen utterly speechless. He decided that for the next candidate, regardless of whether they were male or female, he wouldn't ask, he would just let them sign and seal the deal. If they refused, he would find a way to frame them, beat them, or force them. Pairs went down. Pairs came up. Yichhen was very serious in his evaluations, but as he continued, he began to doubt his life. Could it be that I possess the legendary kingly aura? Otherwise, how to explain that over 90% of the fans here are seen as excellent awakeners by the world, and occasionally, outstanding genius contestants pop up? These genius contestants must at least start at the A level and are quite impressive. It was a bit hard to understand. But that didn't stop Yichhen from decisively taking action. He would secure them first. Then he quietly raised the scoring criteria for joining the team. This is called macro control, market economy. The fans quickly noticed that the threshold set by Yichhen had risen significantly. Those who thought they could qualify found themselves only getting a pending status. What is this? No more pretending, I'm going all out against you. As the day of interviews came to a successful close, the last number was exactly 300, with 15 pending and 18 directly admitted. That night, over 30,000 fans connected with each other, deciding to collectively block the news of decisive. The members of the Guangqing team could barely reach 1,500, yet there were already over 10,000 people queuing overnight at the decisive defense line. Too many monks and too little porridge. Yichhen felt that by the end of the day he had nearly exhausted the potential of the fans. It was a simple truth: the earlier numbers were mostly front row fans, and those who could squeeze to the front were generally more capable individuals. However, he was slapped in the face by the results the next day. The following day had a longer interview period, interviewing a total of 430 people, with 22 pending and 26 directly admitted. No matter how one looked at it, the quality of this batch of fans was not inferior to that of the previous day. Thus, starting from the third day, he decisively dug 10 pits and tirelessly sat suspended in mid-air, conducting interviews in all 10 pits simultaneously. At first, the fans were worried that with so many people being interviewed at once, would Yichhen be able to manage it all and not overlook anyone, thus causing their talents to be wasted? But the results reassured them. In the end, those who were pending and admitted had no flaws to pick at. That day, Yichhen put on a grand show. He was like a perpetual motion machine, hanging in the air the entire time without coming down. With 10 pits running simultaneously, the progress surged, and nearly 3,000 people were interviewed on the third day, with the ratio of pending to admitted being similar to the previous 2 days. On the fourth and fifth days, the number of interviewees increased, but the ratio of pending to admitted actually decreased, though not significantly. It was not until the sixth day that the ratio of pending to admitted showed a noticeable drop, but it still maintained about half the previous level. Around this time, news of the blockade failed, and major online platforms began to spread the news that Yichhen was recruiting followers at the decisive defense line. The direct result was that awakeners from all over the country set off overnight carrying trains. However, the vast majority arrived too late. On the 10th day, Yichhen received news from Fox Ali that a large number of mutated animals had begun to gather in a certain area within the borders of the Grassland Kingdom, seemingly preparing to fight something. That location was far from the Dragon Kingdom's border, clearly not intending to offend it, which made it quite strange. Yichhen thought for a moment, telling Ali and the others to wait in place. He decided to lead a team to join the excitement. However, those mutated animals were still gathering, so it wasn't urgent. Yichhen took out the roster of the Guangqing team and saw that the official members, including Lin Xingwan and others, had already reached 1,123. The number of pending individuals had also surpassed 1,000. That was enough. After the interviews concluded today, Yichhen immediately selected 300 people from the pending list to promote to official members, then announced that the recruitment was full. Although he already knew the slots were nearly filled, hearing this news still caused an uproar on site. Especially those who arrived later were even more frustrated, stamping their feet in regret. They were confident in themselves but just didn't have the opportunity to showcase their talents. Voices of dissatisfaction erupted all at once. Yichhen had to admit that he truly had a kingly aura. While others were selecting consorts from fans, he was selecting subordinates, which was too charming and sometimes a bit of a headache. He certainly knew there were still some good candidates present, but the Guangqing team's quota was a maximum of 1,500, and he wouldn't actively change that, understanding the difficulties from above. But seeing these fans crying and kneeling, wanting to join him, he felt a bit guilty. After thinking for a moment, he pulled Sun Ming aside. "President Sun, I heard you want to transfer from the president of the Wuxia Martial Arts Association to the commander of the Wuxia team. Is there any result?" Sun Ming has said more than once that the president is not suitable for him. He likes the feeling of leading people into battle and wants to submit a report hoping to be transferred to the Hohot Brigade of the Great Wall Corps as a commander. The official appointment will come down in a few days. What's wrong? Sun Ming was puzzled. Yichen's eyes lit up and he smiled. "You should know that each brigade has to rely on the commander to figure out how to build it up. The strength completely depends on the overall quality of the brigade members. There are quite a few good candidates on the Decisive defense line. Aren't you going to take the opportunity to absorb some?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ming's heart raced. Although it seemed that the good candidates on the Decisive defense line had been mostly taken by Yichhen, that was only a relative statement. Not to mention, the 700 people eliminated from Yichen's selection were all top-notch elites wherever they went. If he could absorb these people into the Hohot Brigade, Sun Ming would wake up smiling from his dreams. But soon, Sun Ming's face fell. "But the Hohot Brigade has no appeal. I'm afraid no one would want to join us. Although Hohot is a major city and not lacking in training opportunities, it is still a harsh border area and not as comfortable as other big cities. Most people still prefer a comfortable environment." "That's simple, I'll help you," Yichhen whispered in Sun Ming's ear, and the latter quickly widened his eyes at Yi Chen. "Is this for real? Are you really willing?" "Hey, what kind of talk is that? President's son. Oh no, I'll call you brother Sunday. What kind of relationship do we have? We're brothers in the same trench. We've lived and died together. Yichhen patted the shoulder of this big shot without reservation. I'm really embarrassed. Sun Ming rubbed his hands, feeling genuinely awkward. You're being too polite. Thanks to you taking care of these interviewees' food and drink these days, Yichhen, will definitely help you with this. Just wait, I will make it happen. Yichhen pounded his chest in assurance. His actions and tone were a bit exaggerated, but his intention to help Sun Ming was genuine. Well, it could also help quell public grievances and maintain my noble image. Everyone, listen to me. After chatting with Sun Ming, Yichhen flew into the air, facing the crowd below. It wasn't that he liked looking down on others, but there were too many people and it was really hard to speak without going up high. Among these people, he still had a high prestige, and when the big shot spoke, the scene quickly quieted down. I know it hasn't been easy for you to come here, but the quota for the Guangqing Brigade is limited, and I really can't continue to recruit people. However, I have good news. The Hohot Brigade is forming a team and has a full quota of 1,500. The commander of the Hohot Brigade is President's son, who has been taking care of you these days. Starting tomorrow, you can participate in the interviews for the Hohot Brigade. Before Yichhen could finish, he was interrupted by an excited fan. But we only want to join the Guangqing Brigade. Exactly. Joining the Hohot Brigade is worse than joining my hometown's brigade. President's son is a great person, but I don't want to go to the Hohot Brigade. Guangqing is such an important city. How can there only be 1,500 quotas? The Great Wall Corps should strongly increase the quota. 15,000 talents would be more reasonable. Just as Sun Ming thought, no one was interested in joining the Hohot Brigade. Yichhen, however, remained calm. After signaling everyone to be quiet, he smiled and said, First, let me finish speaking. Our Guangqing Brigade and Hohot Brigade will become brother brigades, and we will support the Hohot Brigade with 50 pieces of Monkey Mountain crafts. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted. So, the Hohot Brigade would also have 50 pieces of awakened weapons? Then joining the Hohot Brigade would mean having a chance. This completely changed the situation. Is it true, Yichhen? Does the Hohot Brigade really have 50 pieces of awakened Monkey Mountain crafts? Someone asked loudly. Yichhen looked at him. Absolutely true. When will they be available? The person asked again. There's already one now. Yichhen smiled faintly. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he reached out, and with a clang, a pile of weapons appeared on the ground. It's no wonder that the extraordinary alloy series made people dream of owning them. Just the special luster was enough to captivate anyone's eyes. But upon closer inspection, no one doubted the authenticity of these weapons. Genuine Monkey Mountain crafts. Even Sun Ming, who had been prepared, was so excited at the sight of these 50 weapons that he nearly drooled, but he managed to keep his composure. He stepped forward and said loudly, I will present all 50 Monkey Mountain crafts for the use of the 50 best teammates. The Hu City team was also top tier, with a total of 1,500 members, meaning only 1 out of every 30 could use them, which wasn't a high ratio, but certainly not low either. Many people were immediately stirred. Of course, some remained unmoved, feeling that joining the Hu City team just for the right to use these weapons wasn't worth it. With their abilities and backgrounds, they could go to better places. But soon, even those with decent strength and backgrounds felt their hearts racing, because Yichhen waved his hand again. And with a clang, more weapons fell, creating another pile next to the original one. An even larger pile. Here are 100 Monkey Mountain crafts, which I will have Brother Sun sell on my behalf, at 20% off the export price. Limited to members of the Hu City team. Yichhen smiled at the fans below. Sun Ming, standing next to the pile of weapons, also wore a helping the wicked smile. Yichen's loyalty was truly commendable. Of course, he understood that Yichhen was putting in this effort to help him recruit new members, and this favor was heavy. It was equivalent to being an external squad of the Guangqing team. However, it wasn't a big deal, given Yichen's help in saving him and Hu City from peril. This young man was indeed worth befriending. After a brief silence at the scene, someone asked, Excuse me, Commander Sun, how do we sign up for the interview? Commander Sun, I received a pending evaluation from Lord Yi, so I can join the Hu City team directly without an interview, right? Dream on, you're just a pending nobody. I could crush you. You want to crush me? Come on, let's see who crushes who. Watching the scene of bickering before him, Sun Ming felt 20 years younger, his body filled with energy. He stored the weapons in his storage bag and then pointed to the lonely automatic call machine in the distance. Call numbers, we start interviews tomorrow. Boom! The scene immediately descended into chaos. It was clear that another night of queuing was ahead. Yichhen didn't join the commotion. He returned with a satisfied smile to sleep, knowing that the export price of the Monkey Mountain crafts was certainly not low, and even at 20% off, it was still expensive. But since they were all fans and family, a small profit was still a profit. The next day, Yichhen got up early, preparing to meet up with Ali. But coincidentally, as he stepped out of the tent, he ran into a large group of people. They were the newly recruited members of the Guangqing team who had familiarized themselves the day before and agreed to have an internal sparring session early that morning, hoping to invite Yichhen to give them a lesson. Lord Yi, where are you going? Someone asked. Yichhen was taken aback and retorted, how do you know where I'm going? Lord Yi, you washed your face, shaved, styled your hair, and changed your clothes. Isn't it obvious you're going out? Ah, he made a good point. I found myself unable to refute it. Lord Yi, you still haven't said where you're going. Oh, just going to play in the grassland kingdom. Yichhen didn't hide it. He was afraid these people wouldn't take it seriously. Ha, I want to go too. I want to go too. Lord Yi, please take me with you. The rookie team members were afraid that Yichhen would run away, so they surrounded him tightly. Many of the girls simply grabbed Yichen's clothes, exuding an air of determination that if he dared to fly into the sky, they would dare to buy a free ticket for him. Yichhen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had just woken up and his brain wasn't fully online yet. How could he casually say such heartfelt words? This trip is very dangerous, and I can't guarantee your safety, so you should stay here and not go. Yichhen could only speak the truth. But unexpectedly, they responded, we are not afraid of danger. Life and death are up to fate. To sacrifice oneself for the nation's peril, death is nothing. Exactly, life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are in the heavens. If someone must bleed in sacrifice, why can't it be us? Commander, just take us with you. The rookies shouted with flushed faces, and anyone who didn't know would think they were about to be executed. Yichhen looked at them and asked again, I've already given the warning, so those who are determined to go, please raise your hands. In an instant, a sea of arms shot up. Yichen's sharp eyes scanned the crowd and confirmed that almost everyone had raised their hands. It was clear that they had absolute trust in their captain. No wonder I chose them, they are fearless and reckless. Yichhen felt both gratified and troubled. These people were not afraid of death, but as their captain, he couldn't truly disregard their lives. Alright, I'll take you. After thinking for a while, Yichhen ultimately decided to take the rookies on a trip. The world would become increasingly dangerous, and true strong individuals must undergo trials of fire and blood. This was indeed a good opportunity. At worst, if they encountered uncontrollable danger, he could just lead them to escape. Thus, one person heading north turned into a large group heading north. The nature of the situation was different, so before leaving, Yichhen found Sun Ming and Zhang Feng to discuss. Are you going abroad? Upon hearing that Yichhen was taking the entire fully staffed Guanqing team, along with the temporarily assembled Monkey Mountain team, into the heart of the grassland nation, the two leaders immediately became tense. There was no doubt that Yichen's strength was not weak, just he alone, along with the Monkey Mountain team, was enough to cause a stir in the grassland nation. However, no one knew the specific situation in the grassland nation. It was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous place. In that case, take the communication team with you. If anything happens, send a message immediately and we can provide support right away, Zhang Feng suggested. Sun Ming agreed upon hearing this. The communication team consisted of the human-shaped hot air balloon Hu Xiuzhu along with the twin psychics Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaohu. Since the fully staffed team was already going, adding 3 more wouldn't make much of a difference, and Yichhen readily agreed. Soon, the trio of Hu Xiuzhu arrived, and upon hearing they were going to the heart of the grassland nation, they excitedly declared they were not afraid of death. At this moment, Yichhen suddenly recalled the long-standing online discourse that claimed the post-90s generation was a lost generation and the post-00s generation was one that couldn't be uplifted. In fact, this was incorrect. Under the current global evolution tide, the awakening talents of young people were better and their potential for growth was greater. Most of the globally renowned powerful awakened individuals were under 30 years old. That is to say, they were from the post-90s and post-00s generations. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these two generations were the saviors of humanity. This complaint aside, the movement of over 1,400 people could not be hidden from others. As Yichhen led the team into the vast green wilderness, news of the Guanqing team entering the grassland nation spread rapidly to the rear in Hohot, and then it quickly circulated on the internet. This team became the focus of national attention. The response from above was also swift. First, an order was issued, and scouts along the entire northern border entered the grassland. Their only task was to track the movements of the Guanqing team. Then, Qin Daoxian, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association and the commander of the Great Wall Legion, held a press conference. This big shot stated that the beast tide from the Prairie Nation seriously threatens border security, and under the premise that the sovereignty of the Prairie Nation has already been extinguished, the Dragon Kingdom has absolute justification to address this matter at its source. This incident has attracted global attention. The reason is simple. After global turmoil, this is the first time a country has directly sent troops to another fallen nation. That's right, sending troops. The Guangcheng Brigade is definitely a regular army. What this regular army will do after entering the Prairie Nation will become a case worth emulating for various countries. Of course, this is for those countries watching the excitement. For those with vested interests, it is something to be wary of. Thus, on that afternoon, the Polar Bear Nation announced the dispatch of a regular army of awakened ones to officially enter the Prairie Nation. They couldn't even be bothered to make up a reason, simply copying the Dragon Kingdoms. Now, those watching the excitement were even more spirited. The meaning was already very clear. The two Eastern Big Brothers were going to exchange a few moves in their neighbor's house. Yichhen was still unaware of what was happening outside. He had set off in the morning, met up with the Monkey Mountain team that was having fun outside around noon, and then the main force followed the direction guided by the little eagle. When night fell, they crossed the inner Mongolia grassland and officially stepped into the territory of the Prairie Nation. The Prairie Nation at night was very dangerous, as this was the time when various nocturnal birds were foraging. Yichhen decided to find a place to spend the night first. Up ahead is Yude City. Hu Xiuzhu had served at the border for more than half a year and often flew back and forth, so she acted as the guide. Standing at the top of the slope, the group looked out, and about 2 or 3 kilometers away, under the night sky, the outline of a city was clearly visible. It was called a city, but it looked more like a larger town. Yichhen looked more closely. Most of the buildings in Yude City were still in decent condition, so finding a comfortable place to stay shouldn't be a problem. He just didn't know if there were still people in this border city of the Prairie Nation. The main force quickly headed towards Yude City. Suddenly, an uncomfortable call came from the sky. Looking up, it was a group of mutated owls, numbering more than 10, each with a wingspan of 3 meters. They dove towards the tail of Yichen's troops, their faces completely devoid of the cute appearance of owls, twisted and ferocious. Yichhen frowned. The Monkey Mountain team dared to act here. Were these mutated owls not using their brains? Logically speaking, mutated animals should have higher intelligence than their original forms. This little thing couldn't scare anyone. A barrage of long-range attacks went out, directly killing the group of mutated owls on the spot. Killed a mutated owl, obtained a piece of blue bloodstone already stored in the reserve space. Yichhen casually took down one as well. Another blue bloodstone. He was even more convinced that there were blue bloodstone veins in the Prairie Nation. A few people ran out from the crowd, quickly collecting valuable items from the mutated owls. After the baptism of the skirmishes throughout the day, the rookies had learned a lot, especially their ability to clean up. The battlefield had significantly improved. Once again setting off, the main force quickly entered Yude City. After walking several hundred meters, they saw no signs of life, nor any human corpses, but they could smell a faint stench of decay that the prairie wind couldn't blow away. Even if there are lucky remains, they are likely to be eaten by scavengers like vultures. Hu Xiuzhu said. Which place in Yude City can provide shelter and accommodate so many of us? Considering that it was unsafe to camp separately, Yichhen wanted to find a larger place. Hu Xiuzhu had been to Yude City several times, thought for a moment, and said, there are 2 places, the train station and the church. Which is closer? The church. Then let's go to the church. This way. Proceed with caution. The large troop turned and set off towards the church in Yude City. The reason Yichhen issued the order to advance with caution was that he noticed shadows of flying creatures in the sky again. With so many of them, they were an obvious target. Fortunately, they did not encounter any attacks until they reached the east side of Yude City, which saved them a lot of trouble. In front of them was the Yude Church, a large building with a somewhat European style. The main door was tightly closed, and more strangely, all the windows and openings on the outer walls were welded shut with steel plates. The Douyin 4-member group circled the church and brought back news that all the openings on the left, right, and back sides were sealed. This meant that the entire church was in a state of being airtight. Did you feel that? Yichhen stared at the main door for a long time and suddenly asked the people beside him. Everyone was taken aback and shook their heads in unison. There's a mysterious power inside, only Ali said, wagging his tail and squinting. Yichhen nodded. He felt it too. Could there be someone inside? There might not be people, but what if it's the lair of some mutated creature? Yichhen also sensed it, so it definitely wasn't an illusion, and everyone immediately became alert. We'll know if we try. I'll do it. At that moment, a voice said. The speaker was Wang Shasha, who boldly stepped forward, took out a seed, and threw it to the ground, which quickly transformed into a small treeman. Then, the small treeman wobbled over to the church's main door and knocked with its branch-like hands. Bang bang. Aside from the knocking sound, there was no other noise. It seems like it's also welded shut inside, otherwise, the sound wouldn't be so muffled. Let's break the door, someone nearby suggested. Seeing Yichhen nod, he said to Wang Shasha, put away your treeman, we'll just break the door down. No need to be so troublesome. Wang Shasha pouted, and a green light shot from her bright eyes, hitting the treeman. The branches on the treeman swelled up, covering the church door like a climbing vine, leaving no tiny gaps. Then, the treeman yanked back hard. Crack crack. First, there was a sound of metal grinding that made one's teeth ache, and then the door collapsed with a loud crash. Inside was pitch black. Wang Shasha's actions drew the attention of everyone, who thought to themselves that there was no falsehood beneath her fame, as expected of a Douyin elementalist. This adorable girl had considerable strength. Even Yichhen took a second glance at Wang Shasha. After not seeing her for a while, it was clear her strength had grown significantly. Could it be that she had been working hard to prepare for revenge against him? That was still a bit off. I'll scout ahead. Wang Shasha noticed everyone's gaze, raised her eyebrows proudly, and commanded the treeman to jump onto the broken door, swaying as it walked into the church. Tap, tap tap, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the treeman stepped inside, there was an intense reaction, with large tongues of fire and narrow shadows, accompanied by a bit of icy wind blades. The tongues of fire were from machine guns and the shadows were cold arrows. Faced with such concentrated fire, Wang Shasha's treeman was instantly shattered. Outside, Wang Shasha was also affected to some extent. Her small face turned pale, and then she angrily shouted at Yichhen. These people reacted so strongly, there might be some big treasure inside. Let's capture them. It was now certain that there were people inside, and quite a few of them. Big brother, there are good things inside, Xiao Jin said to Yichhen, gesturing. Ali also spoke up. That thing is very powerful, but it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Yichhen nodded, and at the moment the door was pulled open, he noticed it too. Ah, there really is a treasure? Wang Shasha was stunned. She had just been talking nonsense. In reality, she only wanted to capture the people inside and hang them up to vent for the treeman's spirit. Wang Shasha became excited. What are we waiting for? Let's charge in. The death of the little tree man still had its value, proving that the strength of the people inside wasn't that great. Otherwise, how could they react so strongly? After all, they are also human. Hu Xiuzhu, you should clarify our identity and try to communicate with them. Yet Yichhen frowned, suppressing the urge to rush in. He had to be cautious. After all, he was now representing a regular army, and killing and robbing treasures would be difficult. This time, their entry into the grassland nation had already attracted global attention, so he had to be more careful in his actions. Hu Xiuzhu nodded and shouted a few words inside. That was the grassland language. Soon, a man's voice came from within, also speaking in the grassland language. After exchanging a few sentences, the man's voice noticeably rose, and he stopped communicating with Hu Xiuzhu. This man claims to be a priest from the church, and the people inside are survivors from the grassland nation. I suggested staying inside for a night, but he said the church can't accommodate so many people. I also proposed sending a few people in to communicate face to face, but he refused and told us to leave quickly. Hu Xiuzhu briefly translated the content of their conversation. Yichhen fell into deep thought. Master, how about I find a chance to sneak in and steal that treasure? The voice of Ali echoed in his mind. Yichhen immediately became displeased. What are you saying? I'm not that kind of person. Ah, right, it's me. I'm that kind of fox, and it has nothing to do with you, master. Ali glanced at Yichhen sideways, silently looking down on him. Upon hearing this, Yichen's heart stirred. Pet behavior has nothing to do with me, but after thinking it over, he decided against it and chose to assess the situation first. Looking up at the sky, it was a dark night with a strong wind, but strangely, no matter how fiercely the wind blew, the clouds shrouding over Yid City refused to disperse. Give it to the priest and say we are going to the train station for the night. If he needs support, he can signal us. Yichhen took out a signal gun and handed it to Hu Xiuzhu, showcasing the demeanor of a great nation. The latter nodded and said a few words inside. After receiving a response from the priest, she threw the signal gun inside. Just as Yichhen turned to leave with his people, the priest's voice rang out again. Hu Xiuzhu quickly said, the priest said if you encounter danger, you can take refuge in the church. God will protect his people. Great, let's go. Yichhen smiled, but unfortunately, he was not one of God's people. The train station was just over 2 kilometers from the church, and this time they didn't encounter any problems. The station was empty, with nothing around. Maybe we shouldn't light a fire, it feels a bit unsafe here, Han Fei suggested. It wasn't just Yichhen who noticed something was off, some more sensitive individuals had also noticed birds occasionally swooping down from high above. They seemed to be watching. It's fine, go ahead and light the fire, Yichhen said with a faint smile. When they were outside, he had already instructed Ali to use an illusion technique, a skill similar to a concealment method. Now, from the outside, it still looked like the previously dilapidated and desolate train station. Earlier, Ali had relied on this trick to sneak into the mine right under Xiao Jin's nose. If it weren't for Xiao Jin being clever since childhood in setting up a small trap in advance, that white fox would have succeeded. Even though it was August, the nights on the grassland were particularly cold. The Monkey Mountain team, having endured wind and rain with tough skin and thick fur, were hardly affected. They had already been living on the grassland for over 10 days and had grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Only the group of rookies, who were mostly high school or college students before awakening, or fresh graduates just entering the workforce, had never experienced such a life. As a pile of bonfires was lit and they enjoyed warm rice and meat, their bodies and minds finally settled down. Soon, the atmosphere in the waiting hall became relaxed, with everyone chatting and laughing about the day's gains and insights. Yichhen, why don't you summarize today? A rookie asked with a grin. He had an awakening crystal core in his pocket, his personal trophy from today, simply wanting to hear a word of praise. However, Yichhen did not give him a good face. What's there to summarize? Just 4 words, a complete mess. Ha, how could that be? We didn't have anyone injured today, and we wiped out all the mutated animals we encountered. Yeah, I think we performed pretty well today. I personally think we deserve an 80. That's too low. I think 90 is not excessive. It's the first day of our expedition, I think. We did great. Hearing this, the rookies were still a bit unconvinced. Yichhen couldn't indulge them, standing up directly and pointing as he scolded. With your performance today, you think you can score 80? 90 is not excessive? Dream on. I won't even mention stage fright, a mutated wild bull the size of a house 10 meters away, and your attacks were all over the place. When the flying beasts dove down, who was the first to cover their heads and flee? Dare any of you stand up? And those who got sick from killing a few mutated sheep, stand up and let me see, huh? Under Yichen's scolding, the rookies were all red-faced, only remembering the gains of the day while completely forgetting those embarrassing moments. Or rather, they pretended those things hadn't happened, thinking Yichen wouldn't see. Little did they know he had witnessed all their disgraceful moments. But most of us are killing mutated animals for the first time. Isn't it normal to react this way? Another unconvinced guy tried to argue. In response, Yichen swiftly caught the unconvinced guy. Let me ask you, when you go to battle, will you go easy on the enemy just because it's their first day on the battlefield? The unconvinced guy instinctively replied, of course not. Then will the enemy go easy on you just because it's your first day on the battlefield? Yichen asked again. No, they won't. Realizing the implication, the unconvinced guy's voice immediately dropped and he lowered his head, not daring to meet Yichen's gaze. The rookies also lowered their heads in unison. Not arguing anymore, huh? At least you have a bit of shame. Yichen actually just wanted to establish some authority. After all, his usual persona wasn't very serious, but war was very serious, and he couldn't let his subordinates be too lax. Now that he had achieved his goal, he released the unconvinced guy's clothes and pointed outside. Tonight, you'll keep watch alone. Report any situation from the church immediately. Any problems? No problem, the unconvinced guy quickly replied. In reality, it was a big problem. Keeping watch alone was quite eerie, especially since he was the kind of man who wouldn't even dare go to the bathroom after watching a horror movie on Douyin. But the unconvinced guy felt that if he didn't agree, he would probably be fired, and he didn't want to leave this team, so he turned around and steeled himself to keep watch. Yichen looked around again and announced a significant piece of news. 3 days from now, I will select 15 of you to serve as captains of the 100-man team. It all depends on your performance over these 3 days. 3 days later to select 100-man captains? The lowered heads suddenly lifted in excitement. Don't underestimate the position of a 100-man captain. In terms of power and status, it was roughly equivalent to the head of a bureau-level unit in the city. Outside, countless awakened ones would fight tooth and nail for it. I've seen the internal regulations of the Great Wall Legion. Doesn't it say that positions of captain and above need to be appointed by the Legion Commander's office, and the superiors only have the right to recommend? Wang Ran couldn't help but ask. Yichen glanced at him and said lightly, our Guangqing team is quite special. Wang Ran immediately fell silent. At first glance, Yichen's words seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, they were truly pretentious. The team members, however, were even more excited. The reason why the Guangqing team was special was undoubtedly because of the presence of the great Yichhen, and they felt honored to be associated with him. Everyone, take a break. It might get lively later tonight. Yichen moved to one side, took out a memory foam mattress and a Persian wool blanket from his storage space, lay down, and covered himself with the blanket, so comfortable. After a while of relaxation, he thought of something and called out to Lin Xingwan, wife, do you want to come over and sleep together? This bed is really big. Lin Xingwan shot him a beautiful glare. I'm cultivating. She was still being polite, she could have just told him to get lost. Yichen responded with a grin, alright, and continued to sleep. After all, his wife was still a bit shy. People like her could easily suffer in society. She would need to stay by his side and learn more to improve. Speaking of which, Lin Xingwan was definitely a leveling fanatic. Although she had been following along during this time, her presence was really minimal, and she rarely made a move, as if she was holding back a big move. After speaking, she really sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Beside Lin Xingwan, Han Fei's eyes flickered with light. She recalled what her grandfather had told her. The current chaotic world was a pattern that changed every few thousand years, and Yichhen was likely the destined one. She needed to establish as close a relationship with him as possible. In both overt and covert ways, she wanted Yichen to become her family's son-in-law. But now it seemed that Yichen was already taken. Moreover, it was quite a coincidence that the person Yichen called wife shared the same attributes as herself, creating a natural competitive relationship. Fei Jia, come here for a moment. Just as Han Fei was lost in thought, Wang Shasha sneakily pulled her to a corner. Wang Ran and Zhong Tianming were already waiting there. Meetings like this had occurred several times over the past few days, with the general content being the three of them persuading Han Fei to turn back, with Wang Shasha being the most persuasive. Han Fei, do you want to compete for the captain of the 100-man team in Guangcheng? Wang Ran got straight to the point. When Yichen mentioned selecting the 100-man captain in 3 days, he noticed that Han Fei's expression was off. Han Fei nodded generously, yes. Her grandfather had said to establish as close a relationship with Yichen as possible. The relationship between an ordinary team member and a commander was certainly not as close as that of a 100-man captain and a commander. More opportunities to meet. Why? You're getting deeper and deeper into this. Wang Shasha stomped her foot in frustration. This is my grandfather's wish. Han Fei deftly shifted the blame. The three exchanged glances, feeling a sense of helplessness. It seems that old Han has a very high opinion of Yichhen. Wang Ran sighed. Han Fei thought to herself that it was not just a high opinion, it was a full-on gamble. What do you plan to do? Han Fei asked. The three of them felt awkward in their current situation because out of nearly 1,500 people, they were the only three who did not belong to the Guangqing team. You could say they were like temporary workers? Don't treat them like they were nothing. I want to continue following Yichhen. Zhong Tianming said straightforwardly, saying whatever came to mind. Following Yichhen would provide both experience and a sense of security, truly the perfect teammate for a leveling fanatic. I'm not leaving, I want to follow him to become stronger and then defeat him. Wang Shasha clenched her utterly harmless fist. Han Fei raised her eyebrows at her, thinking, good sister, are you already dreaming before falling asleep? Actually, I'm considering whether to join the Guangqing team and compete for one of the 100-man captain positions, Wang Ran suddenly said. This statement was shocking. Zhong Tianming's eyes widened. Wait, didn't your family say they would help you fight for the position of commander of the Lengya team? This matter is almost certain. Wang Ran nodded slightly and then smiled, saying, but the Lengya team is just the Lengya team, it can't be compared to the special Guangqing team. Perhaps the limit for the 100-man captain of the Guangqing team is higher than that of the commander of the Lengya team. Is that so? Zhong Tianming stroked his chin, lost in thought. He knew Wang Ran was a smart person and wouldn't speak carelessly. Wang Shasha, however, was furious. Brother, you're recognizing a thief as your father. Wang Ran. Little sister, I understand what you're trying to say, but please organize your sentences a bit better when you speak, otherwise, it makes you seem uneducated. I've heard that joining the Guangqing team can earn you a monkey mountain craft. The value of a monkey mountain craft is greater than that of 5 mutated bear cores. Seeing Wang Shasha's strong reaction, Wang Ran had to change his wording. The result was completely different. Wang Shasha's eyes lit up. The mutated bear cores that had been taken from her were exactly 5. Maybe the 100-man captain can get even more good stuff, Han Fei chimed in with a smile. Wang Shasha couldn't hold back any longer and swung her fist, saying, then let's join the Guangqing team and get back everything we've lost. Alright, the vengeful little sister was also settled. Wang Ran said to Han Fei, we only have 3 days, please help us apply to join the Guangqing team as soon as possible. Han Fei nodded, indicating it was no problem. She also hoped that Wang Ran and the others could join the Guangqing team. Working with good friends was a pleasant thing. Moreover, Wang Ran and the others were top tier in strength nationwide, and having them in the Guangqing team would help her establish a closer relationship with Yichhen. The night in Wuda City was full of changing winds and clouds. Inside the train station, however, it was warm and quiet. Everyone in the Guangqing team had already fallen asleep. Every day in the grassland nation was exhausting, and they needed to make the most of their rest. It wasn't until midnight that the tranquility was broken. Not good, there are many flying creatures outside. Bu Fu Go rolled in, panicked. Those who were in a light sleep immediately woke up and looked towards Yichhen. They saw that their commander had already woken up and was now hovering at the top of the waiting hall, peering outside through a gap. Yichhen returned to the ground and signaled everyone not to be nervous. They're not coming for us. Then, who are they coming for? Wang Shasha asked foolishly. Yichhen couldn't be bothered to answer such a question, otherwise it would make him seem not very intelligent. He simply walked straight outside, with a crowd of people following behind him. In fact, it wasn't suitable for so many people to watch the commotion, but since these people weren't afraid of death, Yichhen didn't mind. When they reached the square in front of the train station, everyone looked up. In the not-so-distant sky, there was a dark mass, and under the moonlight, they could see flying creatures circling. At a glance, there were at least 1,000, making several different sounds, clearly not just a single group of flying creatures. That looks like a church over there, Wang Shasha exclaimed. No one paid her any attention. If it wasn't a church, what else could it be? With so many mutated flying creatures, the people in the church definitely can't hold them off. Why aren't they using signal flares? Hu Xiaozhu asked in confusion. Yichhen smiled and said, they probably have some kind of reliance. However, it seems they are prepared to watch these mutated flying creatures without attacking. Let's go to the front row to watch the excitement. A distance of 2 kilometers was just a few steps away. Halfway there, some scattered mutated flying creatures had already begun attacking the church, and the church responded with various long-range attacks, covering the area with firepower and shooting down the attacking mutated flying creatures on the spot. By the time the Guangqing team reached the outskirts of the church, they could see about 10 mutated flying creature corpses on the ground. While the church was completely unharmed, even the large door that Wang Shasha had pulled down was welded back without anyone noticing. Why are you here? We don't need support, you should leave quickly. Seeing Yichhen and his group appear outside, the priest inside the church shouted angrily. When Hu Xiaozhu translated this for Yichhen, he smiled and said, tell him that if they don't seek our help, we absolutely won't intervene. We're just here to watch the show. Hu Xiaozhu conveyed Yichen's words to the priest, who simply fell silent. You see, these mutated birds are ignoring us. Someone noticed the strange situation. With so many people on the ground, the mutated birds in the sky seemed oblivious, as if they could only see the church methodically causing disturbances. Yichhen looked up. The variety of mutated birds was quite rich, including owls, falcons, vultures, and several types of geese and eagles that were hard to name. This was very bizarre. To put it this way, it was as strange as when Yichhen first walked into the water curtain cave and saw Xiao Jin holding a meeting with various animals. Because mutated animals also have group habits, if different. Mutated animals meet without fighting. It shows considerable restraint. The animals on Monkey Mountain were all very intelligent, which is why they gathered together, loving and not fighting. But these mutated birds, no matter how you looked at them, seemed not very smart, which clearly indicated a different situation. After thinking for a moment, Yichhen whispered a few words into Xiao Jin's ear. The latter nodded gently. Okay, big brother. Seeing that the behavior of the mutated birds wouldn't end anytime soon, Yichhen simply took out a chair and a bag of sunflower seeds, sitting down to watch and crack seeds. With nearly 1,500 people standing behind him, the scene was quite impressive. Commander Wang Ran, Wang Shasha, and Zhong Tianming want to apply to join our team. What do you think? Han Fei took the opportunity to ask. Yichhen was taken aback and looked at Wang Shasha and the others, who responded with smiles. What else can I think? Of course, it's fine, Yichhen replied with a smile. The three were delighted, and Wang Shasha leaned forward, extending her hand. Then hurry up and let us fill out the forms. It wasn't that they were anxious, but a great battle was about to take place, and they needed to solidify their identities quickly to claim their merits. However, Yichhen shook his head. Although your strength is enough to join the Guangqing team, you must go through an interview to join. We still need to follow the process. That's simple, just pick someone at random. If I can't win, I won't join. Wang Shasha said with a smirk, looking as if she could take on 10. 10 might not be possible, but in a one-on-one, she indeed felt confident against anyone present except Yichhen and the Monkey Mountain team. Can't you see the atmosphere is tense? How can we weaken our strength by fighting internally? Yichhen tapped Wang Shasha on the head. Before she could get angry, he pointed ahead. Before you start fighting, clean up the spoils. That counts as passing the test. You want us three to dig out the crystal cores from those mutated bird corpses? Wang Shasha's eyes widened. What crystal cores? We need anything valuable. What's the difficulty? Yichhen said with a serious face. But those corpses aren't our spoils, Wang Shasha said angrily. If no one wants them, then they are ours. So, are you in or not? Yichhen rolled his eyes. This kid was charming in looks, physique, and strength, but her intelligence was always lacking, which was frustrating. Fine, we'll do it. Wang Ran pulled his sister, who was still trying to argue, towards the unclaimed corpses, feeling even more convinced that they had followed the right leader. With such a super thick skin, how could the Guangqing team not grow strong? Zhong Tianming walked ahead of the two siblings, silently using his liquid skills, his left hand forming a knife and his right hand forming a spoon. The mutated birds in the sky were causing disturbances, while Wang Ran and his group on the ground were diligently handling the corpses, working in perfect harmony. But not long after, this harmonious scene was shattered. At that moment, as if receiving some kind of command, the mutated birds circling above the church suddenly ceased their probing. With various shrill cries, a flock of mutated birds simultaneously dove towards the church. Lin Qingwan stood beside Yichhen, feeling the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Her expression slightly changed. The church can't hold on much longer, she said with certainty. The people from the Guangqing team were not few. During this time, they had already used various detection and observation methods to understand the situation inside the church. There were about 1,000 people, with less than 30% being awakened warriors, and among them, the awakened warriors were those who could pass the Martial Arts Association test and were qualified to participate in border support. To be honest, this standard was not high. The true strength of this church was its firepower configuration, which was not much different from a machine gun company on the Dakingshan defense line. This force could handle isolated small groups of mutated animals, but facing the siege of over 1,000 mutated birds and simultaneous attacks from hundreds of them, it was simply insufficient. Should we take action? Some team members were already itching to move. Let's wait and see. Yichhen shook his head. Youth City was not far from the Dragon Kingdom's border. These people clearly had the opportunity to flee to the Dragon Kingdom for refuge, yet they chose to hold their ground in this church, which was quite intriguing. Dog day. The machine guns positioned in the gaps of the church aimed at the mutated birds coming from all directions. At this distance, the bullets had enough lethality, and the bodies of the mutated birds at the front were instantly torn apart, emitting piercing cries. A mutated gray goose had one of its wings shot off, but it showed no intention of fleeing. It opened its mouth and screeched, using the force of its dive to crash into the church. Bang! The tremendous impact caused the mutated gray goose to die on the spot, and the church's wall was also dented by its collision. Bang bang bang! One by one, the mutated birds, whether injured or not, were doing the same thing. As one flock of mutated birds was wiped out, another immediately followed, rushing forward. The large church was instantly riddled with holes, and its white exterior was stained with blood, appearing exceptionally terrifying under the night sky. The spectators outside watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend whether the target of these mutated birds was the Humans inside the church or the church itself? Ka. Dawn long, the tower-like top of the church finally cracked and collapsed under the continuous impacts. The flames also ceased. The mutated birds stopped their suicidal attacks. At this moment, if the humans inside the church were likened to food, these mutated birds were equivalent to opening a can containing food. Woo woo. A low, mournful sound echoed in the sky. Looking up, one could only see a dark mass swirling together, unable to pinpoint which mutated bird was making the sound. But the creature producing the low call was clearly the leader of these mutated birds. After it called out, another flock of mutated birds left their base, charging towards the opening above the church. If they entered the church, the only fate awaiting the humans would be death. The spectators outside snapped to attention, ready to act at any moment. However, the next scene left everyone wide-eyed. Inside the church, a massive beam of light shot up into the sky, colliding head-on with the incoming mutated birds, instantly engulfing them, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. As the beam of light vanished into the sky, those mutated birds also disappeared without a trace. What the hell? What is this? It's too freakish. One strike to annihilate dozens of mutated birds whose subordinates are so fierce. I don't feel like this is the technique of an awakened one. Could it be a super weapon made by the Prairie Nation? The Dragon Nation and the Polar Bear Nation say that the Prairie Nation can't be so arrogant. I just saw it clearly. Those mutated flying beasts didn't even have a chance to struggle or scream. They were instantly obliterated. Even the leaf god couldn't do that, right? It must be a mutated treasure. The crowd was in heated discussion. Yichhen also furrowed his brows, having to admit that even he, at this moment, seemed unable to instantly kill dozens of mutated flying beasts. So, is this the reliance of this church? Just as he was pondering, there was movement inside the church and a signal flare shot up into the sky, bursting open, followed by the voice of the priest. Hu Xiuzhu quickly said to Yichhen, "The priest is asking for our help." "I see." Yichhen suddenly realized, grinning as he said to Hu Xiuzhu, "Tell him that we can provide support, but the current situation is too dangerous. We can only offer paid assistance." Hu Xiuzhu was taken aback for a moment but still honestly conveyed Yichen's request. The priest inside fell silent for a moment before responding. Hu Xiuzhu said, "He is willing to give us all the supplies in the church, including over 300 awakening crystal cores, a large number of firearms, and food, in exchange for the safety of all of them." Everyone's eyes lit up, not to mention anything else, just those 300 awakening crystal cores were an astonishing fortune. "I don't want these." However, Yichhen unhesitatingly rejected the deal, saying calmly, "Tell him that the treasure in the church is actually something we, the Dragon Nation, lost. It's the one emitting the light beam. Now I need him to return it to us. If he doesn't agree, I'll wait for those mutated flying beasts to fly away before we go looking for it." As fellow humans, this approach seemed a bit cold-hearted. Hu Xiuzhu, being a soldier defending the homeland, certainly wouldn't be overly compassionate, especially since the people in the church weren't from their nation, and immediately conveyed Yichen's demands to the priest. There was silence on the other end again. Wu, the leader of the mutated flying beasts, called out again, as if he had anticipated this, his voice showing no sign of anger, still low and cold. As dozens of mutated flying beasts left their base and charged towards the opening, the church's response was another beam of light shooting up into the sky, obliterating the invading mutated flying beasts. Then another wave of mutated flying beasts appeared, and the beam of light rose again to clear them out. It was incredibly effortless. However, after this, the priest became anxious and communicated with Hu Xiuzhu again. "It's done," the priest agreed to hand over that treasure to us, but the condition is that they must ensure the safety of all of them. "No problem." Yichhen nodded in satisfaction. Then he leaped up from his chair and shouted, "Xiaojin, take care of him." Roar! A golden giant ape appeared on top of a building, letting out a roar to the sky, its copper bell-sized eyes glaring, and two scarlet beams of light shot out, piercing into the dark mass. The next second, screech, a sharp cry echoed through the sky. After Xiaojin displayed his might, it wasn't long before the leader of these mutated flying beasts appeared. It flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce wind, and the surrounding mutated flying beasts scattered, descending to a lower space, not daring to be at the same height as it. Its neck feathers, eyes, and beak were all dazzling golden yellow, and its claws were huge and sharp. It exuded an imposing aura, radiating dominance. Little eagle? Yichhen was momentarily stunned, but he quickly reacted. This creature was indeed not a little eagle. Although it looked about 80 to 90% similar, the little eagle wasn't this big. This mutated golden eagle completely refreshed the common understanding. Just one wing spread out, measured over 8 meters, and when fully extended, its wingspan definitely exceeded 20 meters. The little golden monkey spread its wings, which were just over half its length. In terms of length, only the little snake in the Monkey Mountain team was longer than it, measuring over 30 meters. Of course, if we talk about combat power, the little snake would be no match for this mutated golden eagle. There was no doubt that this giant was a king-level mutated creature. At this moment, the king-level mutated golden eagle was staring down the little golden monkey. "This is my territory. You monkeys can Watch the fun, but why do you want to attack me? To an ordinary person, the golden eagle sounded like it was making a low noise, but Yichhen could clearly hear that it was speaking beast language. Animals communicate more through instinct, and beast language is the universal language of high intelligence. Mutated animals. The fundamental reason why countries have been troubled by their inability to communicate with mutated animals is that the number of high-intelligence mutated animals is relatively small, and there are almost no awakened beings who can skillfully speak beast language. Yichhen was able to master the universal beast language in human form thanks to Ali's language ability sharing. The little golden monkey scratched its head. I'm not really sure. My big brother told me to do it. Your big brother? Who? The golden eagle became alert. It had been secretly observing the monkey mountain. Timon had determined that the biggest threat to it was this monkey, followed by the white tiger and the black and white bear. Suddenly hearing that this monkey had a big brother startled it. Because the law among animals is simple. Whoever is strong is the big brother. Is there something stronger than a monkey here? Look, that one. The little golden monkey, being an honest monkey, pointed directly at Yichhen. The golden eagle's gaze instantly locked onto Yichhen, its golden pupils flickering. This monkey's big brother turned out to be a human. It was truly, the animal's face was lost. However, this human seemed a bit dangerous. Hello. Yichhen flashed to the little golden monkey's side and greeted the golden eagle. The golden eagle was startled. You can speak beast language? A little bit. Yichhen smiled innocently, looking harmless. How about we have a good chat? Or perhaps use the air control technique to fly up. But unexpectedly, the golden eagle reacted very violently, flapping its massive wings and soaring to a height of 100 meters. At the same time, it shouted, "Don't come over. If you come any closer, I'm going to run." Yichhen. No wonder it had a hiding skill. With such a big advantage, it still wanted to hide. Turns out it's a coward. Yichhen could only fly towards the little golden monkey. He really had no way to deal with such a coward. His flying speed was slightly inferior to the little eagle's, making it even harder to catch up with this scaredy cat. Yichhen returned to his original position, but the golden eagle refused to return, looking down at Yichhen from its high vantage point, holding its wings lightly, as if ready to flee at any moment. Human, you must have come for that divine object, right? The golden eagle asked, though its tone was quite certain. Divine object? That's right. Yichhen decisively confessed, then asked, how powerful is that divine object? Who wouldn't want to get it? Do you know what this divine object is? Are you stupid? How would I know about human things? But that human inside can use it, he must. No. Well, that's true. Human, let's make a deal. What deal? You humans seem to really like crystal cores. I'll give you all the crystal cores from my little brothers, and you won't fight me for that divine object. How about that? Yichhen looked at the mutated birds circling in the sky and felt sorry for their unfortunate fate. They must have had terrible luck to follow such a big brother. Fortunately, with their intelligence, they couldn't understand beast language and didn't know how ruthless and cold their big brother was. Silly birds have silly blessings. With a big brother like this, the little brothers still rushed to serve him. That's something else. Don't think that just because he is also a big brother now, if he were to ask his little brothers to go die like this, surely no one would listen to him. Not really. I'm still more interested in the divine artifact. Of course, Yichhen refused the deal, and after saying that, he felt his spirit elevated significantly. He had saved many mutated birds. He spread his hands. Anyway, you can't beat us, so there's no need for any deal. But I can run away, the golden eagle said defiantly. Go ahead and run. I'm not sending you off. Yichhen waved his hand, as he had nothing to lose. I won't run. That would be too much of a loss. After thinking for a moment, the golden eagle flapped its wings in frustration. To obtain the divine artifact, it had tested this church several times and had prepared for tonight's operation for a long time. If it just walked away like this, it would be infuriated. No, these little brothers must be traded off, or it would all be for nothing. After a brainstorming session, the golden eagle became spirited and excitedly said, how about this? I'll give you the crystal cores of this group of little brothers, and I won't need the divine artifact anymore. How about you help me with something in the future? ? Yichhen and the little golden eagle both showed shocked expressions. Wait, what kind of grudge do you have with your little brothers that you want to get rid of them? Despite the confusion, Yichhen thought this deal was more than welcome. Sure, he decisively agreed. Alright, I'll have them crash to the ground right now. And you can dig out the crystal cores yourselves. The golden eagle breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling like it wasn't at a loss. This guy can even control his little brothers to commit suicide? Yichhen was taken aback, then quickly realized that those thousands of little brothers didn't genuinely want to follow the golden eagle. They were controlled by some method. No wonder this guy was so shamelessly trading their lives. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to control them for much longer, right, Ali? Yichhen asked the expert in his mind. It should be. This mutated golden eagle's ability seems to be. Ali racked his brain and thought of a word, righteous. Whatever the faction, a deal is a deal. Yichhen decisively called out to the golden Eagle, who was about to deliver, "Hey, I can't sleep without some exercise at night. You control your little brothers to line up, and I'll take care of it." Faced with Yichen's special request, the golden eagle wasn't too surprised. In its view, the stronger the creature, the more peculiar its personality. For example, it always felt like someone was trying to harm it, and even when going to the river for a drink, it had to find a little brother to test for poison first. Thus, the golden eagle made a woo-woo sound, controlling its little brothers to fly in front of Yichhen. Yichhen didn't hold back, pulling out the broken heaven spirit jade knife, taking down one little brother after another. Killed a mutated owl, obtained a piece of blue bloodstone already stored in the storage space. Killed a mutated hawk, obtained a beginner's pill scripture already stored in the storage space. Killed a mutated vulture, obtained a mysterious mask already stored in the storage space. Killed a mutated vulture, obtained an Asumi ring already stored in the storage space. Over 700 mutated birds were completely taken down by the golden eagle and Yichhen in just a few minutes. The continuous kill notifications rang out and Yichhen made a fortune. Of course, not everything was useful. There were also piles of useless items like foreign currencies, gold, luxury cars, and the like. What happened? Why are these mutated birds so desperate? The humans present, unable to understand what Yichhen and the golden eagle were chatting about, were dumbfounded at the scene. How could perfectly fine mutated birds line up to be chopped down by Yichhen? However, since Yichhen didn't say anything, they didn't dare to go ask. After Yichhen finished off the monsters, he wasn't in a hurry and opened the storage space to take a look. He thought he had heard a different notification sound earlier. Soon, he found it. Mysterious mask, a mask with mysterious powers that allows the wearer to transform into any similar form and completely simulate a different aura. This is a must-have item for home travel. No, it's a good thing for home robbery. There's also an Asumi ring, which is a treasure he desperately needs right now. Yichhen couldn't be more satisfied. He looked at the golden eagle and found it quite pleasing. If he could recruit this guy as a little brother, they could go out to control large mutated animals lining up in front of him. He couldn't think any further. If he did, he would burst out laughing. "Human, what is your name?" The golden eagle found Yichhen quite pleasing as well. Thinking about how to establish a friendship with this powerful human, he flew around the world, considering himself the most knowledgeable among mutated animals, knowing that to get along well, one must deal with humans. "Oh, my name is Shan," Yichhen replied with a smile. Beside him, little Jean glanced curiously, thinking, "Isn't Big Brother called Yichhen?" "Shan, I remember you. In the future, when I need your help, you must help me. By the way, I also have a human name called Steven. Only my friends can call me that, of course. Including you, monkey." The golden eagle Steven said proudly. Little Jean liked making friends, especially those with broader knowledge. Seeing that the golden eagle had traveled abroad, he smiled and said, "My human name is Little Jean. You can call me that." "Okay, Little Jean, then I'll take my leave." The golden eagle flapped his wings, transforming into a golden light, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye, much faster than him. "Runs really fast, another coward, hard to catch," Yichhen muttered with a bit of a headache. "Big brother, aren't we friends? Why do you want to catch him?" Little Jean asked, puzzled. Yichhen replied seriously, "Catching him is to establish a deeper relationship, just like you and Ali, you understand, right?" "Oh." Little Jean seemed to understand but not quite. Yichhen and Little Jean returned to the main group and the church door was slowly opening. A Western man in his 30s, dressed in clerical clothing, came out with several camouflaged soldiers. "Welcome, esteemed guests from the Dragon Kingdom. The remaining space inside is a bit small. I would like to invite you to enter alone." The priest performed a Western gesture towards Yichhen. This guy can actually speak Chinese. Yichhen immediately understood the priest's intention. He didn't want too many people to know about the divine object. "Alright, please wait a moment." Yichhen agreed, turning to arrange for everyone to clean up the spoils. The Monkey Mountain team was responsible for guarding. With so many mutated bird corpses piled up, it was easy to attract other mutated animals. "Wife, take this." Yichhen held Lin Xingwan's hand and took out a ring. Lin Xingwan was stunned, and when Yichhen placed the ring on her ring finger, her pretty face instantly turned red. "How could you, at this time? I'm not ready yet." "What preparation?" "Ahem. Wife, you know our Guangqing team has to be self-sufficient, right? So I decided that in the future, the team's assets will be managed and distributed by you. This Nesumi ring should be enough for a while," Yichhen explained. "Nesumi ring?" Lin Xingwan was taken aback, realizing she had misunderstood. This thing was said to be rare nationwide, but why didn't he just give it to her directly? Wearing it randomly like this would definitely lead to misunderstandings. "Yes, there was another one I was supposed to give you earlier, but for convenience in transportation, I temporarily gave it to the Han family. Take a look at the space. Is it big?" Yichhen winked. "Big." Lin Xingwan checked and was indeed a bit surprised. It was almost as big as a football field inside. Did the Guangqing team have so many assets to store? Watching Lin Xingwan's departing figure, Yichhen frowned. Why did it seem like his wife wasn't very happy? Oh, she must be focused. on her training right now and definitely wouldn't want to be the treasurer. However, the only person he could fully trust to take on this position was Lin Xingwan. After all, she was his wife, and the assets of the team were almost equivalent to their joint property. So, there was no choice. He could only find an opportunity to make it up to her later, and Yichen's mind began to stir. This is what you wanted. In a small room inside the church, Father Morrison took a stone from a silver rack and handed it to Yichen. Yichen received it. Apart from its icy touch, he felt nothing else. It wasn't quite accurate to call it a stone. It resembled a polished round piece of white jade, just the right size to fit in the palm of his hand. It could be said to be utterly unremarkable, similar to the leftover scraps from jade bracelets. Was it that stone that emitted those two beams of light? Earlier? Yichen looked at Morrison, a skeptical expression on his face. It requires a special incantation to activate it, but it can only be activated 3 times in a row. After that, you must wait 3 days to reactivate it. To enhance his credibility, Morrison took the stone back and recited a phrase that Yichen couldn't understand. A miraculous thing happened. The stone indeed emitted a faint glow. Although weak, Yichen could confirm that this faint light had the same aura as the soaring beams of light. However, why did this power feel so harmless? Remembering the scene where dozens of mutated birds were instantly reduced to nothing, Yichen firmly believed this was an illusion. He took the stone back and mimicked Morrison's incantation. His tone was slightly off, but the jade still reacted. May I ask how you obtained this stone? Yichen couldn't help but ask. He speculated that it might have mutated along with the colorful meteor shower, along with some ancient artifacts besides living beings. It wasn't impossible, after all, wasn't the ancestor of little Jean born from the 7-colored divine stone? I will tell you everything I know, Morrison smiled and said, aware of the man's capabilities and not daring to play tricks at this moment. Then, he began to recount the story of the divine stone. According to Father Morelli's account, the divine stone did not belong to Morrison himself but was found by the previous priest of the church on the grassland. At that time, there was originally an inscription on the stone, but it vanished the moment the previous priest touched it, and along with it, a spell appeared in his mind. The previous priest had also tried to use the spell to explore the stone's powers, but after many attempts, he saw no changes and eventually let it go, thinking he had experienced an illusion. Later, this previous priest fell ill and died, and before his death, he told Morrison about this matter, passing on the spell and the divine stone to him as a small gift. Initially, Morrison didn't take it seriously and casually placed the divine stone on the shelf as a mere ornament. However, after the beast tide occurred, he, along with the citizens of Yud City and a group of fleeing warriors, took refuge in the church, facing the day when countless mutated animals would devour them. He happened to be holding the divine stone to relieve his tension when a thought struck him, and he recited the incantation. Then, a beam of light shot out, and when he looked outside, all the countless mutated animals had vanished. Alright, now that you are safe, I will take back the stone. This event was quite ordinary, and Yichen couldn't find any flaws, so he picked up the divine stone and headed outside. But just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly froze, his face twitching violently for a moment. What's wrong? Did that priest change his mind? Seeing this, Lin Xingwan, who was waiting outside, couldn't help but ask. Yichen came back to his senses and shook his head. No, that priest is actually quite decent. Then why do you look so troubled? Lin Xingwan asked, puzzled. If it were someone else, Yichen wouldn't bother to explain, but his own wife must have some prestige. Yichen opened his hand, and something silently appeared in his palm. Lin Xingwan focused her gaze and found it was a small bronze cauldron, exuding an ancient and heavy aura. Is this the divine object that emitted a beam of light? Lin Xingwan secretly nodded, thinking it looked quite impressive. This bronze cauldron is a treasure I stumbled upon earlier, and when the priest handed me the divine object, it swallowed the priest's divine object. At this moment, with the night heavy and cold, Yichen simply explained. 2. Elaborate, the cauldron, which he had obtained long ago, he even forgot which beast he had killed to get it, suddenly jumped out from his storage space, and its mouth erupted with a suction force that Yichen couldn't resist, forcibly pulling the divine object he was holding into the cauldron. This scene was very similar to when he subdued Ali. It was as if it opened the storage space, jumped out on its own, and acted on its own. But what made Yichen feel cheated was that after the cauldron finished its task, it just twitched. Oh no, it vibrated, and then everything returned to calm, utterly bland. He quickly checked the bronze cauldron, even reaching inside to poke around, but found that the divine object had completely vanished. Reciting the incantation with the priest yielded no results. However, he felt no benefits at all. The cauldron had swallowed the divine object, and hearing about this piqued Lin Xingwan's curiosity. On the way back, she asked Yichen to lend her the bronze cauldron for research. Seeing his wife rarely show interest in something outside of cultivation, Yichen didn't hesitate and directly handed the cauldron to her, adopting a heavy and pleading tone. Dear, this cauldron and the divine object are very important to me. You must help me figure it out. Lin Xingwan lightly bit her lip and nodded seriously. Hey. While Lin Xingwan was playing with the bronze cauldron like a Rubik's Cube, Yichen revealed a sly smile. Research has shown that cultivation fanatics can easily become emotionally detached while cultivating. For the sake of his happiness, he had to find her something else to do. Moreover, he had already researched this thing and indeed found nothing, so letting his wife study it would save him some effort. The idea was good, but Yichhen still underestimated the greatness of love. The next morning, while Yichhen was sleeping soundly, someone pulled him out of bed. As he opened his eyes and was about to curse, he swallowed the words when he saw Lin Xingwan's face. He forced a smile. "Dear, is there something you need? Can this bronze cauldron store items?" Lin Xingwan asked excitedly. "Ah, well." Yichhen came back to his senses and awkwardly smiled. "I used it to hold some bathwater while I was showering. If that counts as storage, then it should be able to, right? Then it didn't have that ability before, but now it does." Lin Xingwan was even more excited. Yichhen was shocked and jumped out of bed, asking, "Really? Let me demonstrate for you," Lin Xingwan said confidently. Saying this, she took out the bronze cauldron, looked around, and her gaze landed on the mattress. She aimed the cauldron's mouth at the mattress, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, the mattress really disappeared into thin air. "Wife, you're amazing." Yichen's eyes widened, purely in awe of Lin Xingwan's research ability. It had only taken her one night, but the bronze cauldron was truly disappointing. He had thought it would transform into some divine artifact after swallowing the divine object, but it turned out to be just a broken storage tool. Previously, Yichhen firmly believed that items without information were due to his own insufficient strength, and that when his strength reached a certain level, he would be qualified to see that information. Now, he began to waver in that belief. What a piece of garbage! Why do I have to be powerful before I can see it? Who is this? Insulting. Sigh. Thinking about how the divine object could emit such a terrifying beam of light, Yichhen felt he had lost countless billions. He weakly said to Lin Xingwan, "You should take the bed out first. I need to take a nap to recover." "I can't take it out." "Ha?" Yichhen stared in disbelief. "Why not? I mean, why?" "Because I can store things, but I don't know how to take them out. It's really strange. I thought I could just store it, but when I think about taking it out, I can't." Lin Xingwan's pretty face flushed slightly. "Isn't it a storage treasure?" Yichhen suddenly perked up. Without waiting for Lin Xingwan to respond, he began to ramble on. "It must be like that. I said, with my bronze cauldron plus the divine object, how could it possibly combine into a useless storage tool? It's like combining 2 SSR cards into a trash card. Even Penguin Games wouldn't dare to be that shady. Since it's not a storage space, then it must be a teleportation." "Brilliant." Yichhen slapped his forehead, praising his own cleverness, his tone growing more certain. "The changes in this bronze cauldron combined with the characteristics of the divine object make perfect sense, right? And the characteristic of the divine object is that beam of light. It turns out that the mutated birds we saw enveloped in the beam didn't disappear because they were obliterated by its power in that instant, but were teleported away. So teleportation is just its characteristic. The real value lies in the destination of the teleportation. There must be endless treasures and unparalleled techniques over there." Yes, it must be like that. Lin Xingwan had to admit that Yichen's earlier analysis was logically coherent, but the idea that there were endless treasures and unparalleled techniques on the other side. The Guanqing team was self-sufficient. He must be under a lot of pressure. Thinking of this, her voice softened. "Should we try to store a person and see?" Yichen's heart raced, but after thinking it over, he dismissed the idea. If they could go but not come back, no matter how they tried, they wouldn't get any useful information. Moreover, they didn't even know if it was dangerous on the other side. It could be a trap for teammates. Better to think it over. If you ask why Yichhen didn't try it himself, well, it's not that he values his life too much, but as a good leader of the Guangcheng team, a good big brother of the Monkey Mountain Group, and a good representative of the country, his life no longer belonged to him alone, it belonged to countless citizens. However, he still let Xiao Jin go out to catch a mutated animal to experiment with, and the results further confirmed his guess. It was indeed possible to store a living mutated animal inside the bronze cauldron. As everyone knows, storage tools cannot hold living things. There are not just one divine object in the hands of the divine priest, there should be 3, Lin Xingwan suddenly said, her lips curling slightly, a hint of playfulness in her cool demeanor. Yichhen was taken aback by her confident assertion and couldn't help but ask, "I believe there is more than one divine object. It's possible that gathering them allows for teleportation between 2 sides, but how are you so sure there are 3? Look, the bronze cauldron has 3 legs, which corresponds to 3, so I think there are 3. Of course, my intuition tells me there are also 3. Lin Xingwan looked serious. Yichhen, the connection of 3 legs to 3 divine objects was a bit of a stretch. And intuition? Wife, you make a good point. How about this, you continue to study this thing. I think it might be related to the fate of our dragon country. Yichhen seriously handed the small cauldron to Lin Xingwan. After all, it didn't seem to have much use for him at the moment, so leaving it with his wife was no problem. Lin Xingwan first nodded and carefully accepted it, then couldn't help but ask, if it relates to the fate of the country, how did you figure that out? Yichhen replied earnestly, intuition. Lin Xingwan. When the sunlight enveloped the entire city of Yude, the Guangqing team stepped out of the train station after finishing their meal. Their side was at a higher elevation, allowing them to see the direction of the church where a large crowd was leaving the city. These were the displaced people from the Prairie Nation whose country had been almost entirely taken over by mutated animals. They were heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing this scene, everyone felt an inexplicable surge of emotions, looking at the current state of the Prairie Nation people and then thinking about the lives they led back home, eating well, drinking well, sleeping well, scrolling through Douyin and practicing their skills. Even when faced with emergencies, there were official personnel arriving to resolve issues at the first opportunity. How could they not feel proud? How could they not love their own country? The weather is really nice, let's set off, Yichhen shouted, leading the large team in a direction completely opposite to that of the Prairie Nation's refugees. Now, it was their turn to contribute their strength for their own country. Continuing north, a significant portion of the mutated animals disliked sunlight, and their combat effectiveness would drop by more than half in the sun. This was no rumor, but the research findings of a famous biological scientist. Yes, it was Feng Cheng. So Yichhen decisively abandoned the plan to search for small groups of beast tides to cultivate his team, following the marks left by the little eagle, and began a rapid march. After 3 days and 2 nights, they finally arrived at the front line of the melon-eating mother river of the Prairie Nation, the Sedge River. To be precise, it was an open water area upstream of the Sedge River, with a small island in the middle, surrounded by lush greenery and a sky that met the earth. If it weren't for the countless mutated animals gathered on the left bank, this would definitely be an incredibly beautiful picture. The last coordinates left by the little eagle were in the mountains on the right bank, so the scouts of the Guangqing team discovered the situation on the left bank early. After the information was relayed back, Yichhen led the large team to discreetly ascend the mountain, sneaking to the riverbank under the cover of Ali's illusion. At this moment, Yichhen finally got to see the magnificent scene on the left bank. Based on a distance of about 30 meters from the riverbank, it extended over 1 kilometer in depth, and he couldn't tell how wide it was, as there was a bend about 8 or 9 kilometers away, so he had no idea how much more was behind. Various groups of mutated animals had clear boundaries, divided into distinct areas, looking like they were on the same side, yet also wary of each other. It had a bit of the vibe of gangsters holding a meeting in a Hong Kong film. At a glance, it was clear that 4 gangster factions were the strongest: mutated cattle, mutated wolves, mutated horses, and mutated birds. Relatively speaking, the mutated birds were more mixed, with various breeds present. What surprised Yichhen was that the leader of the mutated birds was not the golden eagle with a dominant bloodline, but a large black bird that was black from head to toe, with no discernible breed. Yichhen could only say it might have some relation to crows. At this moment, his little brother, the little eagle, was standing near the big black bird, looking rather proud, though not very smart. There were about 6 or 7 other mutated birds even closer to the big black bird. A certain famous biologist, well, it was Feng Cheng, proved that when mutated animals gather in large numbers, the absolute leader occupies the center position, while other animals surround the leader based on their strength. So the big black bird standing in the center must be the big boss, and naturally, the others were the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. The little eagle was at most the 7th or 8th in command. This was quite nerve-wracking, even though the little eagle could only be the 38th brother in the monkey mountain team. That was because the other monkey mountain bosses had always passed a resolution prohibiting flying during ranking duels. If they were to really let loose and fight, the little eagle could easily be the 20th brother. The big black bird is undoubtedly a king-level mutated creature. Simply put, its power is not much inferior to that of the Monkey Mountain Gang. The high-end combat strength is certainly not as good as that of the Monkey Mountain Gang, as the latter consists of big shots, but the sheer number of the big black bird's underlings means that even ants can kill an elephant. Looking at the mutated cows, the leader is also a mutated cow that would leave a biologist dumbfounded, its size resembling a small mountain covered in golden fur and indescribable organs. All of it is golden. From a distance, it looks like a mountain of gold standing there. On the mutated horse side, the leader is a unicorn. Yes, the mythical unicorn, pure white with no mixed fur and a spiraled horn on its head. In comparison, the leader of the mutated wolves is much more normal, just a gigantic prairie wolf. With that size, no one would believe it isn't a king-level mutated creature. Just as Yichhen was about to shift his gaze, suddenly, the mutated wolf leader, who had been pretending to nap, spread its wings and flapped them. A pair of wings? Yichhen understood now, none of the leaders of these mutated animals were normal. Looking at it this way, my Monkey Mountain brothers are becoming more and more handsome, more and more pleasing to the eye. Rest in place, anyone who moves around will be killed. Yichhen turned back and issued the command. With the current strength of the Guangqing team, dealing with any of these 4 forces would require serious effort. A direct confrontation wouldn't work. They must act like a hidden threat. In fact, he didn't even need to say the latter part of that sentence, as anyone who glanced across the river would be too scared to move recklessly. Commander, the communication time agreed upon with the higher-ups is approaching. Should we contact them now? Not long after, Hu Xiuzhu brought the Huang brothers, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaowu, to find Yichhen. It was then that Yichhen remembered That before setting off, old Qin, far away in the capital, had issued a directive to his Guanqing team in his capacity as the commander of the Great Wall Legion. Normally, they were to maintain communication with the higher-ups every 72 hours, but in special circumstances, they could contact them at any time. Calculating the time, it had been 72 hours since they entered the grassland. Let's contact them, Yichhen nodded. After all, the gang on the other side of the river wouldn't act immediately, so it would be good to report the situation here to the higher-ups. These gangsters seemed a bit abnormal, not quite like they were about to start fighting each other. Asking the higher-ups might yield some crucial intelligence. The communication trio began their work. Hu Xiuzhu opened her portable case, revealing a special computer, and she started typing away, while the Huang brothers sat cross-legged facing each other, then each extended a hand to the other, their fingers interlocking tightly. You two, what kind of position is this? Yichhen stared in disbelief. We are a regular army, this doesn't seem appropriate. The brothers' dark faces flushed with an unnatural redness, and Huang Xiaohu explained, it's too far from Longnan, this position can stabilize the signal. Oh. Yichhen nodded, then suddenly reacted with surprise and asked, why contact Longnan? Isn't it the capital? Ye God, the direct higher-up of the Guanqing team is the Longnan Defense Army, didn't you know? Hu Xiuzhu asked in astonishment. I know, then it's fine, Yichhen replied awkwardly with a smile. He thought it was about communicating with old Qin every 72 hours and had been internally complaining that the old man was too idle. Turns out he misunderstood. Here, Longnan refers to one of the 7 geographical areas encompassing the provinces of Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Guangxi, and Hainan. The Longnan Defense Army has absolute authority over the teams in each city, but this does not include the special Guanqing team, as Yichhen has full control over their appointments and finances. Even the basic command authority is held by the Great Wall Legion's headquarters, which is in the hands of Qin Daoxian. Of course, after all, nominally, the Longnan Guard Army is still the superior of the Guanqing team. Yichhen thought that if a person with a higher position came to communicate, he could at least say a few good words. Yichhen, the video is connected. The long-distance transmission puts a lot of pressure on Xiaohu and Xiaolong. You need to hurry. Hu Xiuzhu looked up at Yichhen and said, then stepped aside. Yichhen squatted down in front of the computer. At this moment, the screen was still filled with static, but soon the image stabilized. The appearance of the contact person became clear, and the professional smile that Yichhen had just put on quickly froze as this clear figure appeared, because the other party looked like they had just graduated from elementary school. What does the Longnan Guard Army mean by sending a little girl to communicate with me? Do they look down on me? Is this a show of power? An insult? In an instant, Yichhen thought of many things. Yichhen, is your signal unstable? Why are you so still? The little girl on the other side waved her hand at the camera. It was a childish voice, and now even the steps of well-maintained and looking young were gone. It stuck, well, the long distance communication is very taxing on the communication soldiers. Let's keep it brief. Yichhen forced a smile. Then he quickly reported the situation on his side in a rapid-fire manner. After finishing, he was too lazy to ask if the other side had any useful information and directly said, that's about it, I'll hang up now. Yichhen, your report is very perfunctory. Are you dissatisfied with me? The little girl on the other side frowned. You're so cute, how could I be dissatisfied? Although Yichhen thought this way in his heart, he couldn't admit it out loud. In the end, he took on the tone of an elder, and little sister, don't keep calling me Yichhen, be polite, just call me Yigu, it won't be a loss for you. You are older than me, but I am your superior, so it's not appropriate to call you brother. The little girl was taken aback for a moment but then shook her head. Oh, using a feather as a command? Yichhen smiled and said, you are my superior? That can't be, little sister. What position do you hold in the Longnan Guard Army? The Guard Army is a superior unit, but not every Guard Army is his superior. In name, there are at most a handful of people in the Guard Army who can be considered his superiors. Moreover, these people actually cannot give him orders, they are merely considered superiors in terms of rules. Look at me, I forgot this is our first meeting, let me introduce myself. The little girl showed a bright smile at Yichhen. I am Zhao Guer, the commander of the Longnan Guard Army, and I am 13 years old this year. Commander? You? Yichhen was first taken aback, then wanted to laugh. But before he could laugh, Zhao Guer seemed to have anticipated his reaction and took out her credentials, shaking them in front of the camera. This material, this format, this steel seal. Yichen's expression became serious. Could this girl be the beloved granddaughter of old Qin? No, a granddaughter wouldn't be spoiled like this. Oh, she must be the youngest daughter born late in life, but no, her surname is Zhao. Could it be that she is the youngest daughter born outside in old age? In just a few seconds, Yichhen had imagined a family ethics drama starting with 60 episodes. Regardless of what it was, Zhao Guer was indeed his superior, and Yichhen had to force a smile again. Commander Zhao is truly accomplished at a young age. Of course, I am a genius. Flattered by Yichhen, Zhao Guer looked very pleased, but soon she regained her composure and quickly said, back to the point. I have two important pieces of information here, which have already been sent to your computer in document form. The specific suggestions are also on it. Think it over and remember to initiate communication on time next time. That's it. Clap. The screen returned to static again. Yichhen couldn't help but shake his head. Old Chin, so emotional. The two were using an internal chat tool for their video call, and two files were quietly lying there. One, named Grassland Country Dynamic Log, and the other Global Peak Rankings. Opening the first one, the intelligence gathered by the Dragon Country regarding the grassland over the past month was laid out in detail, with important points highlighted. It was clear that the person responsible for recording this was quite skilled. Yichhen was already aware of most of the content, so it wasn't particularly valuable, but there were still some fresh insights. For instance, the Arctic Bear Country's sleeping base had also sent a team of awakeners into the grassland, and the log recorder personally analyzed that this 3,000-strong team was likely the Northern Ice Wolf Special Forces. The Northern Ice Wolf Special Forces were the strongest combat unit in the sleeping base. Additionally, the Cherry Blossom Country and the Cold Country had also sent teams into the Grassland Country. Compared to the Dragon Country and the Arctic Bear Country, which entered as neighbors with a sense of justice, these two countries were a bit shameless. Their justification was humanitarian aid. Yichhen had a premonition that something big was about to happen. So now the Grassland Country has regular troops from 4 countries. How wonderful. After seeing the situation clearly, Yichhen couldn't help but grin. He was worried about the insufficient number of righteous humans. Then, his gaze suddenly fell on the Global Peak Rankings file beside him, and he casually clicked it open. The screen shifted, revealing 4 buttons: Global Power Rankings, Global Combat Power Rankings, Global Wealth Rankings, Global Genius Rankings. Below were striking red words. Note 1. The 4 major rankings were established by the Media Alliance over 3 months and are updated in real time, only possessing reference value. Note 2. The Media Alliance may have been manipulated by certain forces and is not friendly to our country. So this Media Alliance is the Matchmaker Alliance? This person too, such an important note, and didn't label it. Shouju, what is the Media Alliance? Yichhen asked Hu Shouju, who was standing nearby. The latter was taken aback and softly replied, "You must be referring to the Global Media Federation? Oh, I remember now. That's it, then it's nothing." Yichen's gaze returned to the screen as he clicked on the Global Combat Power Rankings. Then, he felt the deep malice of the Media Alliance towards the Dragon Country. Combat Power Ranking first, Carl from Eagle Sauce Country, nicknamed the God of Thunder. Combat Power Ranking second, Lambert from Britain, nicknamed the Lord of Eternal Night. Combat Power Ranking third, Suwa Jianwu from Cherry Blossom Country, self-proclaimed Sword Saint. Combat Power Ranking fourth, Quan Dao Jun from Cold Country, nicknamed Tiger King. Combat Power Ranking 5th. To be honest, as a humble and low-key person from the Dragon Country, Yichhen wouldn't say anything about not making it into the top 3. But on the first page, not having his name in the top 10. Not good. With a darkened face, he scrolled down, and the first name he saw was his. Combat Power Ranking 11th, Yichhen from Dragon Country, self-proclaimed G-God. 11th place, self-proclaimed nickname, Yichhen gritted his teeth, making a mental note of this Media Alliance. He would find an opportunity. No, even if there was no opportunity, he would create one to destroy this dog basket organization. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yichhen became, so he simply returned to the first page of the Combat Power Rankings and clicked on the supplementary videos next to the listed awakeners to see if these guys were really that impressive. The supplementary videos were clearly produced by Zhaoguire and were incomplete, featuring only the first place Carl, the 4th place Quan Dao Jun, and the 8th place Mei Lin. Carl's video resembled a superhero blockbuster, first charging through the sea with sparks and lightning, then single-handedly battling a massive sea monster using the power of thunder, and finally unleashing a tremendous thunderstrike to kill the sea monster on the spot. The nickname God of Thunder was indeed well-deserved. However, from Yichen's perspective, the strength that Carl displayed in the video was just SOSO. That sea monster was indeed a king-level mutated creature, but it seemed to be in a wounded state from the start, making Carl's victory rather unremarkable. Yichhen pondered that this Carl was at most on par with the mutated White Tiger King. So, the number 1 on the battle power ranking is at this level? Yichhen curled his lips in disdain. Looking at the 4th-ranked Quan Dao Jun, good grief, he looked so refined, but once he made a move, he exploded his clothes and turned into a perverted exhibitionist, single-handedly battling a pack of mutated wolves like a fierce tiger entering a sheep pen, causing chaos in an instant. Of course, this was based on the content shown in the video. In reality, with Yichen's professional analysis, even his little brother from the National Day could teach Quan Dao Jun a thing or two. Is this what they call a Tiger King? Yichhen felt it was necessary to inform his little brother, the White Tiger King, about this. It was simply an insult. The 1st and 4th places were both like this, and the 7th place was even worse. Yichhen originally wanted to close this ranking, but suddenly remembered that Mei Lin seemed to be a girl's name, so he quietly clicked it open again. Fortunately, inspiration struck, and he almost missed out on a stunning beauty. Of course, whether she was beautiful or not wasn't important. What mattered was that Mei Lin was dressed very lightly. Time was tight, so Yichhen only watched it 3 times. She was a wood-type awakener, quite nice, and her attire was close to nature. Yichhen believed this was a very advanced cultivation method and suggested it should be promoted globally. After closing the global battle power ranking, Yichhen casually opened the other 3 rankings to take a look. The results made him exclaim, no wonder they had to specifically note that this media alliance was unfriendly to Longwa. This was not unfriendly at all, it was clearly an enemy. In the global power ranking, Longwa was in 5th place. The top 3 were Eagle Sauce Country, Fan Country, and Polar Bear Country, followed by Cherry Blossom Country. Were the top 4 all awakeners with higher battle power than Longwa, or did they have more resources than Longwa? They had no shame. In the global wealth ranking, among the top 10 companies, Longwa had only 1, and it was ranked 9th. In the global talent ranking, this was another individual ranking. Yichhen initially thought he could make the list. He considered himself a talent, but he didn't see his name. However, he did see 2 familiar names in the top 10. 7th place, Fong Cheng. 8th place, Zhao Guire. Looking at the name Zhao Guire, Yichhen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He wasn't surprised that Fong Qing made the list. This beautiful academician was a true all-rounder. But Zhao Guire, the one outside of Qinlao, could it be that he was thinking too much? Speaking of which, given the nature of this dog basket media alliance, shouldn't Fong Cheng and Zhao Guire, ranked 7th and 8th, actually be ranked 1st and 2nd? Yichen's expression changed slightly, but he wasn't flustered. Even if Zhao Guire was a super prodigy, so what? At most, he could say some nice words to coax her after 72 hours. Little girls are easy to please. Print out the text content of this document and distribute it for everyone to read, Yichhen instructed Hu Xiuzhu while pointing at the peak ranking document. Hu Xiuzhu quickly complied, and after printing it out, she took a look first. When she saw that Yichhen was only ranked 11th on the battle power list, this sweet girl immediately exclaimed, "What a stupid thing." As a fan of Yichhen, she was quite upset, so she hurriedly passed the document around for everyone to see, and soon everyone was angry. Yichhen, who was dozing off, saw this scene and revealed a satisfied smile. Wasn't this boosting morale? Yichhen thought about the team entering the grasslands in the 3 kingdoms. If they could arrive in time for the feast, that would be great. Perhaps sincerity would bring good fortune. Yiga, people have appeared on the other side. Just as Yichhen was sleeping, oh no, he was forging weapons, he was shaken awake. Yichhen opened his eyes, wiped the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, and glared at the person shaking him. How many times do I have to say it? You have to call me Commander when we're outside. Alright, Commander. Mo Yuan's expression first turned serious, but he quickly began to shake his head and sway. After all, the feelings have faded. Yichhen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this dramatic guy. He walked to the edge of the mountain and gazed into the distance, his eyes quickly brightening. Here they come, they are coming with firm steps. They have all arrived.